You're clearly a suspected pervert who terrifies all the fairies. Yet police department leaders visit you daily to humbly seek your advice. Whether it's a globally shocking cannibal case or an 18-year-old unsolved serial murder, you can reconstruct the entire crime scene just by glancing at a photo. Years ago, you were framed for rape by your long-term girlfriend and sent to prison. Unable to bear the blow, you developed a second personality to one day take revenge. You spent 3 years conducting tens of thousands of simulated crime scenarios with your alter ego. Whether it's forensics, trace analysis, criminal psychology, or any investigative and counter-surveillance skills, even firearms, you've mastered them all, becoming the towering figure of Dragon Country's criminal investigation world at a young age. Just as you finally decided to emerge and seek revenge, you heard she'd drowned in an outhouse pit after a midnight bathroom trip. With nothing left to live for, you retreated to a mental hospital to live out your days. But today, police officer Chi Xiaozhu, troubled by a recent mysterious murder case, had no choice but to come plead for your help. Before setting out, she couldn't fathom why her bureau chief father insisted she seek assistance from a mental patient. Dad, do you have any idea how busy our investigative team is? We've got 1 day left on the case deadline. And this morning a third victim appeared again with dissolved flesh and bones. Just a human skin discarded at a middle school gate. Several students witnessed it. We're going insane. At this critical moment, you're making me fetch someone from a mental hospital? Are you deliberately making things difficult? Shi Xiaozhu complained through her Bluetooth earpiece, pressing harder on the accelerator. That's exactly why I'm sending you to get him. If he can't solve this case, we'll abandon it. I'll dispatch a special task force from headquarters. Bureau Chief Chi replied. A mental patient? Can they really be that impressive? Alright, enough talk. I've arrived. Shi Xiaozhu parked the car and walked toward Tianhai City Mental Hospital. Under the phoenix tree, I won. From now on, don't take over my consciousness without my permission. Boss, cut me some slack. I can refrain from taking over, but you can't erase me. Who knows, if I disappear one day, you might too. After all, you are me, and I am you. Shoo, don't talk in my ear for no reason, making me seem like a mental patient. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes. 3 years, 100,001 simulations. In the end, his original self still came out on top. Minister Chen, are you being picked up today for your discharge? Should I have my imperial granddaughter come fetch you, and perhaps arrange a marriage while we're at it? Asked Old Sun, his roommate at the mental hospital. Reporting to your majesty. There's no need to trouble the princess. Your subject already has a girlfriend coming to pick me up. Chen Chen hastily replied with a cupped hand salute. Old Sun was having another episode. Anyone who disobeyed him would be accused of treason and have feces smeared on their face. This one move had earned him the submission of everyone in the mental hospital, even the director, who respectfully addressed him as Your Majesty. Not to mention, Old Sun's so-called granddaughter was 1.5 meters tall and weighed 150 kilograms. This wasn't a marriage arrangement. It was a death sentence. A girlfriend? I've never heard you mention one before. She hasn't visited you in 3 years. She's probably run off with someone else. Since you're being discharged, I hereby appoint you as the left censor-in-chief. Old Sun declared with a wave of his hand. Very well, Your Majesty. This humble servant thanks you most graciously, Chen Chen said, performing a flawless eunuch-style bow by brushing his sleeves against each other. Not far away, Chi Xiaozhu, who had just walked in, twitched at the corner of her mouth upon seeing this scene. She glanced incredulously at the photo of the completed discharge procedures in her hand. This guy must have some serious issues if he can be discharged like this. I can't believe I came to a mental hospital to ask a patient to solve a case. Unbelievable, Chi Xiaozhu muttered, face palming. Chen Chen? Chi Xiaozhu hesitated for a moment but still stepped forward. Chen Chen turned his head and saw a beautiful woman standing not far away. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her tight shirt couldn't hide her stunning figure. Though she wore cargo pants, the glimpse of black stockings at her ankles was enough to spark the imagination. Minister Chen has good taste. May I ask which noble family this young lady belongs to? Old Sun's eyes lit up. Just a common girl, Your Majesty. I take my leave. Wife, let's go. Chen Chen grinned. This beauty arrived just in time. Whoever she was, she'd help him escape first. Without another word, he grabbed his bag with one hand, pulled the beauty with the other, and dashed out. Chi Xiaozhu was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of person calls someone wife the moment they meet? This guy's clearly a lunatic. How was he even discharged? Wait a minute, are you sure you're Chen Chen? She shook off his arm, already regretting coming here. You're a cop, aren't you? Coming here to find me means there's a case. I knew it. Suddenly discharging me had to be for a reason. Chen Chen sized up Chi Xiaozhu from head to toe. How did you know? Chi Xiaozhu snapped irritably. Straight back, brisk and hurried steps, eyes tired yet alert and observant. Nails are clean, calluses on the right hand's tiger's mouth, web between thumb and index finger. hair unnaturally curled from being tied in a ponytail for too long, at least 3 days without being let down. It's hard to imagine anyone other than a dutiful police officer fitting all these traits. A female officer coming to a mental hospital to find a patient, surely not for a blind date? Chen Chen shrugged. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Shi Xiaozhu couldn't help but reassess him. Shi Xiaozhu from Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Division. There's indeed a case we'd like your assistance with, she said, her tone turning serious. Riding a little pig? That's quite a unique name, Chen Chen said, momentarily taken aback. You're the one riding pigs. It's Qi as in Qi Tongwei, Xiaozhu as in bamboo. Qi Tongwei is my father. Are you sure your condition has improved? Shi Xiaozhu snapped, her face full of wariness and suspicion. I'm sick, not stupid, even if I'm not fully recovered. Solving cases is a piece of cake. What's the case? Chen Chen asked. Shi Xiaozhu curled her lips. This mental patient was way too arrogant. A serial murder case. 3 bodies. Only the skin left. All bones and flesh appear to have been dissolved, she said, still handing over the case file. Skinning? That's interesting. Chen Chen sat in the passenger seat, flipping through the case file. Don't turn the page yet, let me take another look at that photo in front. There's something off about the wounds. Boss, Lao Air piped up from the depths of his mind. Chen Chen flipped back, picked up the photo, and examined it carefully, involuntarily furrowing his brow. This corpse, the head area of this human skin, has a faint knife scar. The wound in this location reminds me of a method of skinning and bone extraction. If it were corpse dissolution, the reaction time to dissolve the flesh wouldn't be short, and there would definitely be traces on both sides of the scar. This is too clean, the police have been fooled. It's not dissolution at all. Lao Air's disdainful voice chimed in. That's true. Melting flesh through the skin is absurd. From the start, the killer deliberately created the illusion of corpse dissolution just to mislead the police. Seems keeping you around isn't entirely a bad thing, Chen Chen said with a slight smirk. What did you say? An illusion created by the killer? Qi Xiaozhu, who had just gotten into the driver's seat, froze. I assume your police's main investigative approach has been figuring out how to dissolve the corpse and bones through the skin, right? Chen Chen asked. Shouldn't it be? Those capable of this level of work are either from the medical field or the chemical field. We focused our screening on these 2 groups, but found nothing, Qi Xiaozhu said with confusion. Of course you wouldn't find anything, because your investigative direction was wrong from the start. This human skin wasn't caused by dissolving the body, Chen Chen said slowly. What are you saying? But there are no other marks on the body's surface, how could this be possible? Qi Xiaozhu was shocked. If I'm not mistaken, the forensic team must have found sulfur in the human skin, right? Chen Chen asked. How did you know? Indeed, a small amount of sulfur residue was found, but we never figured out its purpose. Qi Xiaozhu shuddered violently. The case file given to Chen Chen only contained crime scene photos and some basic information, without the forensic examination report. Let me examine the body first. The photos are too blurry to deduce the exact method of the crime. Chen Chen turned to look at Qi Xiaozhu. I'll take you back to the bureau right away. Without further hesitation, Qi Xiaozhu stepped on the gas and sped off. At the forensic examination room of Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Division, several forensic experts were gathered around the body for inspection when Chen Chen entered. Chen Chen, you're discharged? The lead forensic examiner exclaimed with delight upon seeing Chen Chen enter. Sister Zhou, still as beautiful as ever after all these years, Chen Chen teased. Oh stop it. I'm old now, here for the case, aren't you? Sister Zhou asked Chen Chen, then glanced at Qi Xiaozhu behind him with a knowing smile. Qi Xiaozhu was utterly astonished. Sister Zhou, usually so reserved, had never shown such warmth to anyone before. Chen Chen nodded without saying another word and went straight to examine the corpse. The 3 pieces of human skin were laid out on the table, grotesque and horrifying. Even the forensic examiner, who had seen countless corpses, felt a chill down his spine upon first seeing them. Chen Chen, however, looked through it with his gloves on as if he didn't feel it. The first male, between 40 to 50 years old, died more than 30 days ago. Multiple injuries on the surface of the body, and judging by the dirt and rat droppings, would have been a vagrant. The second female, about 35 years old, died more than 20 days ago, with 1/3 fewer superficial injuries than the first body. A third body, dead no more than 24 hours, with body injuries similar to the second and more precise. Pinholes on the body surface, corroded internal wounds in the human skin, suspected acidity, high blood viscosity, mode of death by blood loss. Done, pretty much as thought. Chen Chen finished looking at the 3 corpses and took off his gloves. A forensic scientist next to him was about to go up and hand Chen Chen a mask when he froze in place. Is it done? That's it? Just 10 seconds to examine 3 bodies? It also gives the exact time and manner of death. This is outrageous. Time of death may not be difficult, but it does require a very thoughtful analysis. The manner of death was the conclusion of their forensic concentrated seminar for almost a month, and it hasn't been reported yet. How did he know? Shen Chen, it's really you. I just heard someone say you were here and I couldn't believe it. It was at this moment that a man came running in with a fiery push. Team Gua. Shen Chen smiled and greeted. The visitor is Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Brigade Captain Gua Haiba. Just you do it. What's the catch? Gua Haiba could not hide the excitement in his heart, and could not wait to catch up and ask Shen Chen. The murderer's method of killing can be determined. It's not dissolving the body, but it's first misplacing the bones and splitting the tendons, after which the skin is peeled by pouring mercury through the scalp, and then the bones are cracked to remove the bones. Those marks on the body weren't just abuse, they were marks left when an external force broke the bones. After bloodletting, the flesh tissue is stirred up and dug out. Afterwards the mercury is dissolved off with precipitated sulfur, then some of the tissues are corroded with the dissolving liquid, and finally the blood is flushed out with the blood that has been released. And there you have the current human skin, Chen Chen said slowly. Still, several of the forensic scientists next to him have stared in disbelief. This way of disposing of a body was unheard of for them, but it does explain all the suspicions they've had against the body for a month. Gua Haiba's mouth opened wide in shock. If Chen Chen was right, that would mean that all of their CID brigade's efforts over the past month had been in vain, because from the beginning, the direction was wrong. Not only that, the killer should have also injected the victim with adrenaline so that the victim was, throughout the process, conscious. Chen Chen nodded. Hearing Chen Chen's words, the crowd felt a chill run down their backs. What kind of murderer is this that could commit such heinous acts? Can we catch the killer? Gua Haiba asked Chen Chen with a face full of anticipation. Since Chen Chen was able to discover this, with his ability, he might be able to solve the case. As I recall, the third body was a teacher? Chen Chen thought about it and asked Gua Haiba. Right, the deceased was a math teacher at Tianhai one middle school who disappeared after yesterday's evening study session. The body was found in front of the school early this morning. The middle school had an early morning study hall. It was still dark when the students got there. There were a lot of breakfast sellers in front of the school. It was very chaotic, and the surveillance didn't have a clue. Gua Haiba said in a hurry. Boss, judging from the traces of the 3 corpses, there's a marked improvement in the method of execution. The first homeless man's body was probably just to verify the feasibility of the skinning method, while the 2 corpses that followed were the real target. The key is relevance. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly. Clever. It's worthy of losing to me 50,000 times. Relevance? What relevance? Gua Haiba was a bit surprised. Just now, Chen Chen stroked his chin and stared at the corpse in a daze, and coldly came up with such a sentence, causing the crowd to be confused. Is there any correlation between the second victim and the third? Chen Chen asked Gua Haiba. After the first 2 cases, since they were serial killings, we checked all aspects of the deceased's characteristics and network of people and didn't find any connection. I'm not going to lie. The identity of the first body has not been determined as of yet. We characterize it as a random killing. The third case just happened and hasn't been investigated yet. Is it hard to believe that there is a correlation between these 3? Gua Haiba asked in a hurry. To be precise, the last 2 victims are related. As for the first victim, it was indeed a random find, both to verify the feasibility of the skinning technique and to confuse the police and create the illusion of a random killing. I'd like to visit the homes of the 2 deceased in the back. As for finding the murderer, small potatoes, Chen Chen said confidently. Chapter 3 The Nexus of Cases. Bright Neighborhood. Chen Chen came to the door of the second deceased's house. Mr. Zhang, there's something we want to double-check. Gua Haiba stepped forward and said. Verification? It's been more than half a month. There's not a single clue and the murderer is still continuing to commit the crime. What do you police do for a living? I have nothing to say. A middle-aged man with gray hair pushed and shoved at Gua Haiba and the others, apparently also aware of the third case that happened this morning. Mr. Zhang, we understand how you feel. Our police are doing everything they can to solve the case and try to. Bang! Before Gua Haiba could finish, the middle-aged man shut the door with a bang. It's a bit strange. This person's attitude towards the police is also too damn arrogant. It's hard to be a murderer. This doesn't feel right. Before that, there should have been a change of heart that led to a confrontation with the police. Listening to Lao Er's words, Chen Chen also nodded silently. To understand the mind of the murderer, the second one is definitely better than himself. Has anything happened to this family before? Chen Chen asked Gua Haiba. Don't mention it. 2 months ago, his daughter jumped to her death because of the stress of school. It's only been a month or so, and then this happens to his wife. Half a month and not a single clue. And not a few trips to the station before that. Gua Haiba shrugged. Boss, that's not right. The second victim was about 35 years old. How could the kid be in high school? It should be the stepmother. The bond of connection is there. What class is his daughter in? Chen Chen suddenly asked. Which class? That's not really known. Was there at the scene and didn't go any further after it was determined to be a suicide. The school doesn't want to expand on it and hasn't given out much information, so I'll have someone look into it for you. Is it hard to believe that you suspect the murderer is him? Gua Haibao was confused. Not him. Let's go to the third victim's house first. Chen Chen took the lead and walked out. Teacher's apartments at Tenkai-no, one middle school. Since he became a classroom teacher, he would often tutor students in the evenings. Who knew something like this had happened to him? A middle-aged woman sat on the couch wiping her tears. The teacher's apartments are right next to the school. Why is he still living in a dormitory at the school? Chen Chen asked the middle-aged woman. There's no way around it. High school night study hall is until 9:40, and he has to tutor students individually, so it's almost 10:30 when he gets home. I have to go to another morning study session before 6 a.m. I don't sleep well, and I can't sleep at all with him going in and out of here. So when he's tutored individually at night, he lives in the dorms. But these days, not much counseling. Did not come back the other night? I thought he was living at school again. Who knows? The middle-aged woman cried again as she spoke. Mr. Gu is the most dedicated teacher we have here. He is especially concerned about his students, and he is more anxious about their accidents than he is himself. He not only leads a class as a homeroom teacher, but also doubles as a math teacher for several classes, works diligently, and is a good person. So how did he come across this kind of thing? Captain Gua, you must catch the murderer. Our school has been really burnt out lately with this succession of events, the director of instruction helplessly said to Gua Haibao. One thing after another? You mean the one about the student jumping off the building? Chen Chen asked. Right, it's hard to keep it down. And then there's a homicide. Alas, is definitely out of the top schools of the year this year. The head instructor sighed. That student who jumped off the building, was he in Mr. G's class? Chen Chen asked. No, it's the class next door. The head instructor shook his head. Chen Chen, the news you asked to check has been found. Senior Class 8, Zheng Tingting. Zheng Zhong was divorced, and Runhua was his second wife. Gua Haibao handed his cell phone to Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded, just as he thought. Does Ms. Gerber also double as the math for the 8th grade of the senior class? Chen Chen turned his head to the director of instruction and asked. Yeah, this Zheng Tingting was doing well in school before, but she suddenly slipped very badly in the back, and Mr. Gu didn't bother much during that time. Unfortunately, the pressure is still too much. The head instructor shook his head. Boss, the connection between the two cases is bubbling up. A stepmother, a teacher. Revenge crimes are not running away. 9 times out of 10, the stepmother is a domestic abuser and the teacher is having an affair with this female student. There are not so many fresh cases in this world. Go find the CCTV. The night before the murder, that teacher surnamed Gu definitely had an abnormality, and the one who caused the abnormality is the murderer. You talk a lot. All learn to snatch. Chen Chen rolled his eyes. What's wrong with talking too much? Let's watch the surveillance and see who finds the murderer first. Just compare. By the way, boss, just now that little policewoman has been staring at me. She might have taken a liking to me. Step aside. Chen Chen snapped and slapped himself on the head. Everyone was baffled by Chen Chen's sudden slap. Ahem. I'd like to see the surveillance from the night before Mr. Gray's accident, Chen Chen said in a hurry. Come with me. The head instructor nodded. Captain, can this Chen Chen work? All the way to God. All the time asking windy questions. He's probably still sick. Shi Xiaozhu quietly tugged on Gua Haibao's clothes. It's a matter of trying. Even if he has half of what he had before, it's enough. Gua Haibao shook his head and followed. The surveillance room. In the surveillance footage, Mr. Gu walked out of the gate and turned into the courtyard of the teacher's apartment next to it, and no one came out after that. It's strange. He's supposed to be home, but there's no one at home, and I don't see anyone coming out of the teacher's apartment courtyard. The whole thing just disappeared? Gua Haibao frowned at the image in front of him. Fast forward. Triple time. 6 times the speed. 8 times faster. Chen Chen said. You win. The security guard gave Chen Chen a dismayed look and adjusted to 8 times the speed, and the entire picture flowed like neon, until the human skin was found early the next morning, and the video was a mess in the middle of it. This scene made Gua Haibao and Shi Xiaozhu beside them look dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Opened the eyes of heaven? One person watching this much surveillance footage? In the past, monitoring and troubleshooting required half the brigade to go out en masse and stay up for several nights. You read it all by yourself? 8 times faster? 8 times as fast as you. It's okay. Chen Chen nodded. That's it? You found a clue? What can you see that fast? Gua Haibao almost didn't drop his jaw. Good. The key is the bond between the cases. It's on this girl named Zheng Tingting. The second victim was Zheng Tingting's stepmother, and the third victim was her teacher. It's not a so-called random serial killing. It's just revenge. As for the murderer, I should know where he is. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Gua Haibao directly couldn't help but explode. How is this possible for you? Chi Xiaozhu also stared at Chen Chen with wide eyes, incredulously. Awesome. It could be a biomechanical eye. Nonsense. It's clearly Erlang Jinjuan's third eye. I think it's a time pause superpower. The few surrounding security guards even had the feeling of worshipping Chen Chen. Looking at the crowd's mountainous expressions, Chen Chen nodded lightly. Boss, this is the kind of pussy you put on. I want it too. Get out. Chapter 4, Because You're a Murderer. Senior Class of 8. Classes are in session at this time. Chen Chen and the others watched from the window at the back of the classroom. Never mind. Is there a picture of all the students? Chen Chen stopped the director of instruction who was about to enter. Yes, I'll get it for you. It didn't take long for the director of instruction to bring in a 1-inch photo of the student. This guy, he's the one in the third row by the window, right? Chen Chen took out a photo and pointed inside. Yes, Wang Xiang. The head instructor looked over and immediately nodded. What do you mean? You're not going to say that he's a murderer, are you? This can't be right. Absolutely not. The head instructor waved his hand in a hurry. The suddenly elevated sound caught the attention of many students inside the classroom. He's the number 1 in the 8th senior class, and he's been in the top 10 in his grade for 3 years in a row. We've been trying to get him into the top class, but he won't go. He's always been a priority. How could he be a murderer? You must be mistaken. The director of instruction glanced inside the classroom and dragged Chen Chen and the others to the office next to him. Just call him over after class and ask him, Chen Chen said to the director of instruction. The head instructor had no choice but to walk out. Chen Chen, this is too hasty of you. Just now I inquired. That student has excellent character and many teachers recognized him. How could he kill someone? You can't just point at any student. They're about to take the college entrance exam. It's a critical time. You don't solve a case by fortune-telling. You solve it by evidence. Is it hard to be sick again? Chi Xiaozhu gave Gua Haiba a wink. The autopsy told the M.O. in 10 seconds. The victim didn't even enter his house before he said he found a clue. And often dazed, talking to himself, and finishing by suddenly pointing at a student and calling him a murderer. That's a whole half a fairy. I don't say it lightly without certainty. Trust me. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Let's call in for a chat first. Just think of it as a normal walkthrough, and it won't cause any disruption between classes. After all, Chen Chen is considered to have found the key case link. Gua Haibal waved his hand. Not for a moment. A thin boy walked in. A flicker of surprise swept across his face when he saw that it was a couple of police officers sitting inside, but it disappeared immediately afterward. You should know what you were called here for. We know all about it. Chen Chen directly took out handcuffs and handcuffed them to Wang Xiang's hands. The scene startled a few people. The director of instruction didn't expect Chen Chen to directly handcuff people, and was so scared that he hurriedly closed the office door. Gua Haiba is even more up and down to feel his handcuffs, and sure enough, the handcuffs behind him do not know when to Chen Chen hands. What are you doing? Arrest me for what? Wang Xiang was handcuffed and didn't react much, but asked Chen Chen blandly. There was a composure on his face that did not belong to a teenager. Because you're a murderer. Chen Chen did not care about Wang Xiang's reaction at all. Being able to kill someone with such brutal means, it would be wrong if he really pissed himself in fear. Get it wrong. What murderer? Wang Xiang still had a bland expression on his face. The night before the murder. What did you say to Mr. Gray in front of the school? It's clear on the surveillance. Chen Chen sat down on one side and looked at Wang Xiang with a playful face. Wang Xiang froze. Hua Haiba and the others were also stunned. Inside the surveillance? Just kidding. What can you see at that monitored speed? Not only did you find Wang Xiang, but you also saw talking to Gujun? Kishiretsu was a little disbelieving. At that time, she also stared at the surveillance, not to mention find any valid clues. Even the whole picture could not be seen. The video finished. Her head is empty. Nothing left. Just saying hello. Does that make me a murderer? Wang Xiang shrugged. Boss, this kid is calm, quick thinking, and quite smart. I'm afraid I've already thought of a response to say. Pry open his mouth is not so easy. The smarter he is, the more egotistical he is, and you can't use his logic to ask. The best thing to do is to say what he says and leave him speechless. Learn. Chen Chen came in front of Wang Xiang and looked at Wang Xiang's eyes somewhat playfully. After the evening study, the teacher goes first, and it's only a few minutes from the school to the house. So if you don't call out to him, I'm afraid he'll go home, and it'll be too late for you to do anything about it. Immediately afterward, you return to walk out with a classmate, just to create the illusion that you were out of school with them. I suppose you told him to wait for you in the teacher's apartment? Chen Chen asked. Yes, and what? I rented a room in the teacher's apartment. It's too far to walk to school, and lights out at 11 p.m. at the residential school interferes with my studies. Calling out to Mr. Gu. Just a question for advice. Wang Xiang was slightly stunned, but still explained. So, do you mind if we check out the house you're renting? Chen Chen said as he got up. Whatever. Wang Xiang shrugged. Oh, not going then. Chen Chen's ass sat down again. Ouch me. Qi Xiaozhu and Gua Haiba both got up and prepared to leave, confused by Chen Chen's set of fake moves. You're so relieved to have us there, which means the first crime scene isn't there. I'm just ruling it out. Come to think of it, there were 2 previous cases that were too obvious in the teacher's apartment. The first case was a vagrant, and although they were everywhere, they all had their own areas of activity. The second is a commuter, who has a relatively accustomed range of motion and route. With your size, you'd have some trouble subduing 2 people and taking them away, so the distance mustn't be too far. The body just turned up last night. There's no way the scene could have been cleaned up in time. By crossing the 2 parts of the area and asking if there are any students renting basements or separate yards, I'm sure it will be easy to find the scene of the crime, Chen Chen said indifferently. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Wang Xiang subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking at Wang Xiang's change, Gua Haibao was instantly alert. Micro-expressions can be controlled, but the body's natural response cannot. For example, heat in the body caused by a surge of adrenaline, which in turn leads to sweating. This kid definitely has a ghost in his heart. Chen, when you say that, I remember a place. At the time, we also followed the lead and checked those areas, but we didn't consider the rentals considering it was a local crime. There's an urban village in that neighborhood. Just ask around with his picture and you're sure to find it. Gua Haiba suddenly thought of something and slammed his thigh. Hearing Gua Haiba's words, Wang Xiang's face instantly turned pale. Looking at Wang Xiang's dissimilarity, the corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly. Do you, have anything else to say? Chapter 5 They all deserve to die. Why did you assume it was me from the beginning? Because I spoke to him? I've thought about the whole thing many times, and it's not broken at all. Wang Xiang finally raised his head and looked at Chen Chen. The bashfulness and innocence of a moment ago was no longer present amongst his eyes. Instead, he had a provocative look. Gua Haiba and Qi Xiaozhu both stared at Wang Xiang with wide eyes. What he had just said undoubtedly admitted that he was the murderer. But therein lies the problem. How did Chen Chen decide it was him from the start? Because you spoke to the victim on the surveillance camera? That's a little hasty, isn't it? Gua Haiba and Qi Xiaozhu both similarly couldn't figure it out. It's simple. There is no corrosive liquid that can melt flesh and bone without destroying the skin tissue, and I didn't believe in any lysergic corpses from the beginning. Together with the marks on the surface of the body, I guessed the modus operandi. The first body was an experiment. The next 2 are your real targets, and the link between them is young Ting Ting. The reason you don't want to go to the top class is also because of Zheng Ting Ting, right? Chen Chen spoke slowly, looking at the expression on Wang Xiang's face. Sure enough, when Chen Chen said the name Zheng Ting Ting, the corner of Wang Xiang's eyes twitched slightly. Since the hub found it, it wasn't a random killing. There must have been a motive for the killing. And the motive? Revenge. Avenge Zheng Ting Ting. Chen Chen didn't care about Wang Xiang's lack of response, and continued to attack Wang Xiang's psychological defense with the known vague clues. I don't know what she's going through, but it's definitely not due to academic stress. And what she's going through should have something to do with Mr. Gu, the 2 of them. Enough! Wang Xiang yelled at Chen Chen. He fiercely stepped forward and yanked Chen Chen's collar. They all deserve to die. Asterisk. If it weren't for them, Ting Ting wouldn't be dead. Wang Xiang roared hysterically. Seeing this, Gua Haiba and Qi Xiaozhu were about to go forward to control Gua Haiba, but Chen Chen waved his hand to stop them. After Wang Xiang finished hissing, his entire body paralyzed on the ground in a disengaged manner. Chen Chen asked Gua Haiba for 2 cigarettes and lit them. Handing one to Wang Xiang, Wang Xiang froze, still picked it up. He inhaled hard and choked and coughed. Good Jun he raped Zheng Ting Ting. Wang Xiang slowly opened his mouth. What? Several people were taken aback. The head instructor had been completely confused. What the do I hear? First, the top 10 students in the school confessed to being the killer, after hearing a teacher rape a student. Ancestors. The prestigious school selection was a complete bust. That day, Gajun raped Zhang Tingting inside the dormitory on the pretext of tutoring her in math and took many pictures. Zhang Tingting found me afterward, and I didn't know what to do but comfort her. But to my surprise, she jumped 3 days later, after which I received a letter from her. She sought death because the diary she kept was discovered by her stepmother. Who knew the secret? That hateful woman not only didn't comfort Tingting, but instead scolded her for being shameless, scolded her for seducing the teacher and disgracing them, and threatened Tingting that if she dared to call the police, she would be kicked out. Do you guys think they deserve to die? Wang Xiang indifferently looked up at the several people. You can call the police if you know this. Why resort to such extreme retaliation? Gua Haiba couldn't help but say, call the police? Giggle. Wang Xiang laughed contemptuously. I first met Ting Ting by accident when she was picking up steamed buns thrown away by her classmates from the cafeteria trash can. That damn woman, who only gives her $100 a month to live on, can't get enough to eat and her grades have plummeted. I'll take her to the police and tell her she's being abused. What do? Call the so-called guardians in, give them a few warnings and that's it. When we went back that night, Ting Ting was beaten up and kicked out of the house. Do you know that? Found me with my bare feet bloodied from the stone cuts. You know? From that moment on, I decided that I would guard her for the rest of my life. Let's make a pact to get into the same college and stay away from here. But it's all over. 2 lines of tears slid down Wang Xiang's face. There are people who look human on the outside, but underneath this human skin, they are not even as good as they should be. I'll just separate them and show them to the congregation. All it takes is a cut in the scalp and a dunk of mercury, and the whole thing shudders and convulses, and then the bones and sinews are cracked, and a little bit of the flesh is scooped out. Ha ha ha, they're all begging for mercy. That sound, it's the best consolation for Ting Ting. Wang Xiang grinned hideously, looking at the teenage student in front of him, with such an oozing expression on his face, and thinking about all the scenes of him peeling his skin and taking out his bones. The people present couldn't help but shiver. Good job, boss. I like this kid too much. Smart, tough enough. I do think that he did the right thing. For those who are evil, they should be made to go through this kind of torture. If only I had known ahead of time and helped him plan for it, I would never have been caught. The oldest two spoke regretfully. I could understand if it was just revenge, but that beggar he shouldn't have killed. He had too little regard for life, and that kind of bottom line isn't enough to take on so-called justice. Chen Chen shook his head. No matter how big a reason Wang Xiang had, he killed someone too. Just take the consequences. Now that you've caught me, I have nothing to say. I plead guilty. Wang Xiang sighed and slowly stood up. Kisho Chuk was a bit in disbelief of his ears. A case they've been pursuing for a month with no leads is solved by a psychopath in a few hours? Is this a psychopath? This is a genius detective, isn't it? Kishiretsu had a feeling of unreality. Gua Haiba also breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw this. Broken. Not bad for Chen Chen. Geniuses and ordinary people. In the end, there is still an insurmountable gap. Chen Chen is awesome. Go. Gua Haiba stepped forward and prepared to take Wang Xiang out. Wait a minute. Chen Chen stopped Gua Haiba. Don't you have anything else to say? Chen Chen looked at Wang Xiang. A hint of panic passed through Wang Xiang's eyes. I've said all I have to say, and I plead guilty. Wang Xiang shook his head. Gua Haiba and Qi Xiaozhu were a bit puzzled. The case is solved. The killer has confessed. Is there anything he hasn't explained? Of course I have. For example, the identity of your partner in crime? Chen Chen said slowly. Chapter 6. You're the mastermind. Partner in crime? And partners in crime? Hearing Chen Chen's words, Gua Haiba's and their jaws almost hit the ground in shock. No accomplices. It was all me. I've confessed. What more do you want? Wang Xiang said excitedly. Looking at Wang Xiang's reaction, Gua Haiba slapped his thigh. Definitely not here. If there really wasn't, Wang Xiang would be just as confused and doubtful as they were, and would never be as excited as he was now. Where did you get the mercury you used to peel the skin? And you can't get the sulfur concentrate used to dissolve mercury, can you? Not to mention all the corrosive acidic fluids and adrenaline. There's no way you, a student who's in school all day, would have access to be able to get your hands on these things? So someone must be helping you, and that someone, I assume, is your chemistry teacher? Chen Chen spoke slowly. Wang Xiang looked at Chen Chen incredulously, but finally nodded. Right, how could I forget about the chemistry teacher? They have knowledge of chemistry and access to chemicals, and are perfectly capable of configuring these things. Gua Haiba slapped his head in chagrin. Bring the men here at once. Gua Haiba spoke to a few police officers. Soon, a middle-aged man with a bald head was brought in. Not me. What are you arresting me for? What evidence do you have to arrest me? He slandered me. He's the one who stole the chemicals. Chemistry teacher Sun Ming excitedly pointed at Gua Haiba and said, It's hard to know what's going on unless you do it yourself. Wang Xiang, how do you know the exact dosage for skinning with mercury? This method of skinning, you saw or heard it from somewhere, didn't you? Chen Chen asked Wang Xiang. I saw it in one of Tina's notes, which documented the way Tina wanted to get back at them, and that's why I followed that way of killing. Wang Xiang looked at Sun Ming with resentment. I'm guessing that it not only has the way to peel the skin, but also the exact dosage of the various reagents, right? Are you sure it's Zheng Tingting's handwriting? The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly. That is not all. It was pasted on newspaper and printed paper, but some of the handwriting is really hers. You mean to say that the notes, Tina didn't write them? Wang Xiang was already smart and also instantly understood what Chen Chen meant. You might want to think about where that notebook came from. Chen Chen reminded. It's Mr. Sun gave it to me the other day, saying that it was put there by Tingting before, and he hadn't opened it to look at it. This, Wang Xiang turned his head incredulously to look at the chemistry teacher. Chemistry teacher Sun Ming's face turned pale. No, not me. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't write those crimes, Sun Ming argued vehemently. Even if you're careful, there's bound to be your fingerprints or dander left on the laptop. And once you compare them, it's simple. Chen Chen teasingly looked at Sun Ming. It's impossible. No. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Sun Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. The excitement on his face was only despair. Why kill someone? Hua Haiba asked sternly. She was my student who was forced to die alive. I want justice for her. Sun Ming sighed, and in front of the ironic truth, he could only admit it. I've always treated her like my own child, and her suicide hit me hard. Actually, I've known for a long time that the two of them were in a relationship, and I could tell by the look in his eyes what he was trying to do. I just thought that I could help him out a little bit in that way and the police wouldn't associate it with him. I didn't expect to be caught by you guys after all. Sun Ming spoke to the crowd. Hearing Sun Ming's words, the crowd shook their heads. Sun Ming is at fault, but it's hard for anyone to blame him. When it comes down to it, you can stop pretending. While the crowd was lamenting, Chen Chen interrupted them. For you to familiarize yourself with this tactic, to know the exact dosage, and to be able to direct it in such a way, I'm afraid it's not the first time you've done something like this. Team Gua. I remember another similar case in Tianhai City 4 years ago. Chen Chen asked Gua Haiba. 4 years ago? You mean that mercury skinning case at the hospital? Gua Haiba also thought about it. Yes, 4 years ago, at the First People's Hospital in Tianhai City, a nurse on duty had mercury poured into her head, separating her skin from her flesh. Surveillance and forensic techniques at the time didn't work. The killer was never caught, and the case was shelved. At that time there was an excess of mercury, which caused mercury to flow from the 7 orifices. Not quite the same as in this clean skinning case. That was because of the first operation, in which an excess of mercury was used, but the second time it counted. Mr. Sun, I wonder how you know. The dose of mercury used for skinning? Chen Chen looked at Sun Ming and said, What did you say? I don't know anything. You're slandering. It has nothing to do with me. Sun Ming's face was pale, but the next moment, excitedly, he rose from the floor. As I recall, a fingerprint was lifted at the scene. Just compare and contrast. Chen Chen teasingly looked at Sun Ming. It makes you proud that you haven't been caught in all these years, doesn't it? That's why they are thinking of provoking the police in this way again and taking the opportunity to frame the student. Chen Chen said indifferently. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Sun Ming's entire body went limp. A case within a case? 2 cases in a row? Hua Haiba was already shocked and didn't know what to say. Take them all back. Focus on interrogating Sun Ming. With a wave of his hand, Hua Haiba had people take both Wang Xiang and Sun Ming out. Chen Chen, you're simply too good. Why did you assume he was the mastermind from the beginning? Kisho Chak asked from the side. Epinephrine is a prescription drug that cannot be bought in pharmacies and needs to be purchased in a regular hospital or a tertiary general hospital with a doctor's certificate of diagnosis. I checked the epinephrine purchased out of the hospital in the last 3 months, and there are only 3 records, or bulk purchases, that don't fall into that range. From that point on I wondered if maybe someone had bought one of these a long time ago, and at that time, Zheng Tingting hadn't committed suicide yet, and Wang Xiang wouldn't be able to stockpile this in advance. So someone must have used him. That, coupled with the precise dosage control of various chemicals at the scene, makes me suspect that the killer has done something similar before. Chen Chen explained to Qi Xiaozhu. So it is. I didn't realize you remembered the case so well from 4 years ago, but there were fingerprints of the killer. So why was the killer never caught? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. Oh, I lied to him. There are no fingerprints on the press. Just swindle him. In his weakness, he confessed. Chen Chen shrugged. Kishozu couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Thinking back to Chen Chen's confident and calm expression at that time, he was practically an Oscar-winning movie star possessed. The two walked out of the office, and the hustle and bustle of the campus outside felt like a world away. 1 door down. Beyond the door is overflowing youth and a promising future. Inside the door is a gray life and a cold, waiting death. I'll go and let her know for you. In this case, you have wronged everyone but her. Chen Chen gently patted on Wang Xiang's shoulder, took off his clothes and covered Wang Xiang's handcuffed handcuffs. Thanks. Wang Xiang nodded gratefully. Qi Xiaozhu gave Chen Chen a look of admiration. Originally, when Chen Chen was looking at the corpse, she thought Chen Chen was a cold-blooded detective with an iron face, but I didn't realize the mind was so delicate. Gosh, how could someone like Chen Chen be put in a mental institution? What the hell happened to him? Suddenly, Qi Xiaozhu took a keen interest in Chen Chen. Chapter 7, Comrade Chen Chen is mighty. Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Brigade. The whole office was sad. The director, Zhao Meng, is almost done gripping his hair. Chief, the news of the third murder early this morning is all over the place. The impact is quite bad. The top is also very concerned, calling one after another to ask about the progress of the case, saying that a task force will be sent down. It's been a month since the first case, and the deadline for solving the case is only today's last day. So I'm afraid that this time, our entire department is going to get jacked all over again. 4 years ago, because of that case in the hospital, we had a big change of blood in Tianhai City's criminal investigation. That case is still hanging. This one is even more serious. Not only that, but over the past month, our police credibility and authority has plummeted. The crowd sighed inside. Suddenly, the office door was thrown open violently and a constable scurried in. Chief, just got word. Serial murder skinning case solved. Chen Chen caught the murderer. The man came up for air. Everyone in the office suddenly froze on the spot. A full 2 or 3 seconds passed before all 4 jumped at almost the same time. Serial skinning murder case solved? Wait, you mean Chen Chen? Isn't he in a mental institution? Discharged now? A few people were in a bit of disbelief. Yeah, not only did he find the serial skinning murderer, he also caught the murderer of the 418 case 4 years ago. They'll be right back. The man nodded excitedly. Hurry, take it at the door. Zhao Meng was the first to react, spreading his feet and running outside. Compound. Chen Chen had just gotten off the police car and was immediately surrounded by a group of police officers. Chen Chen, when did you kid get out of the hospital? That's right, why don't you tell us in advance and we'll pick you up? You're simply amazing. You just got out of the hospital and you solved the case. This one would have been up in the air if it wasn't for your help. I heard you even caught the murderer 4 years ago? It can be considered as helping us out a bit. It's been 3 years, and you kid is still so good. The crowd asked Chen Chen in a chorus of questions. Before Chen Chen could say anything, he was stiffly lifted up. Heroic triumph carried on toward the station. The scene, startling Qi Xiaozhu, who had just gotten out of the car, so much so that her jaw almost dropped. What's the situation? Why is he so popular? And so on. That's still the director nicknamed Hades? Why are the creases on your face smiling? And the deputy director known as the black-bread publican, his mouth was grinning up to his ears. Kishiretsu rubbed his eyes hard. Office, Chen Chen, holding a brocade banner in one hand, an envelope containing the prize money in the other, and a large bouquet of flowers in his arms, was forcibly pressed to the front by Zhao Meng. Quiet comrades, I've come to announce an appointment just sent over from the provincial office. Zhao Meng cleared his throat. In view of Chen Chen's outstanding contribution in solving the 418 case, as well as the serial skinning murder case, special authorization Chen Chen filed directly to the provincial department, appointed the provincial department of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Detachment, the rank of first-class police superintendent. Applause, Zhao Meng said to everyone. Asterisk. Direct transfer to the provincial office. Too powerful, right? Yes, the current Chen Chen is not a police officer. He resigned before, or this is the first time I've heard of a broken file. How old is Chen Chen? Surprisingly, he has directly ascended to the position of detachment chief, or provincial department detachment chief, presumably the youngest detachment chief in the country? Simply unprecedented. Mother her, first-class superintendent. I can't even think about it. Hearing the appointment from the provincial office, everyone looked at Chen Chen enviously, but they were only envious, not to mention the 418 case. This serial skinning murder case has been bothering them for a month, and Chen Chen caught the killer just 3 hours after he was discharged from the hospital. People, this is strength. Thanks, Joe. I'll pass. Chen Chen took the appointment and glanced at it, then put it back. Not going? Zhao Meng's eyes almost glazed over. All the police officers were also dumbfounded as they looked at Chen Chen. This is an opportunity that many people only dream of. But Chen Chen gave it up? Where's the hullabaloo? Chen Chen, don't. Think it over. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Is it hard not to want to be a cop? What will you do then? Zhao Meng asked in a hurry. Haven't thought about it yet, but you pushed this appointment for me. Thanks a lot. Chen Chen shook his head very firmly. Everyone's eyes and ears fell in unison. An hour later, Chen Chen declined the retention of the crowd for the gathering and walked out of the bureau by himself. When he made his own choice 3 years ago, he knew there was no way he could ever come back. Chen Chen. At that moment, Qi Xiaozhu's voice sounded from behind him. How did you get out? Chen Chen was a bit puzzled. You're the one I picked up and helped solve the big case, so I can't refuse to buy you dinner, can I? Kishiretsu shook the car keys in his hand. Dinner? Later. I'm going to make a trip to the cemetery first. Chen Chen waved his hand. Graveyard? I'll stay with you. Shi Xiaozhu then remembered what Chen Chen had said to Wang Xiang at that time and gave Chen Chen a look of admiration. After solving the case, everyone was so immersed in the joy of solving the case that even she was about to forget about it. But Chen Chen still remembered his promise to Wang Xiang. Go. This time Chen Chen did not refuse. Chen Chen sat in the co-pilot and looked out the window at the street scene. He hadn't left the mental hospital in 3 years, and Tianhai City had changed dramatically, though there are short videos to learn about the outside world. However, watching the familiar scenes and places change with his own eyes, Chen Chen still felt some nostalgia and emotion. Boss, I didn't expect to encounter this kind of case as soon as I came out, or it's still interesting outside. Solving this kind of case is simply too easy for us. That's right, after 3 years of simulating with you day and night, I'm becoming a criminal expert. You just listen to me. The two of us will be the secret punishers, and take out all those bad people. The punishment of the law is too light for some people. There you go again. What are you going to do? Go back to the police station and become a cop? It's too much of a bind. Let's say rape, only 3 to 10 years, but those victims have their whole lives ruined, and fraud, and the family is broken up, and it's amazing that it's just a couple of years. Some people deserve to die, and the police can't punish them. The moment I resigned in the first place, I knew there was no going back. Chen Chen shook his head. Cemetery. As promised, Chen Chen told the whole case before and after at Zheng Tingting's grave. You should be complaining about me catching Wang Xiang, right? Chen Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. No, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. Loyalty to the law, discipline and impartiality. Shi Xiaozhu stood behind Chen Chen. Maybe. Chen Chen slowly stood up. You were the best talented sleuth in the business at the time, so why did you suddenly quit? And hospitalized in a mental institution? Shi Xiaozhu asked curiously as she stood side by side with Chen Chen. When you have a disease, you have to cure it. Chen Chen shrugged and didn't say anything more. But the more Chen Chen was like this, the more curious Shi Xiaozhu became. He was about to ask something else, but suddenly froze. Chen Chen also sensed Shi Xiaozhu's abnormality and followed her eyes. Only a man was running fast on the path of the cemetery forest. He was carrying a human leg on his shoulder. Chapter 8, A Broken Leg. Stop! Kisho Chu shouted and chased after him. Just go straight after it. What are you yelling about? Chen Chen was somewhat speechless, looked in the direction and circled toward the front. Successfully blocked the man in a corner. The man in front of him, his clothes dirty and disheveled, his hair disheveled and stained with a lot of wood shavings, was spitting at the two men as he held a leg in a death grip. Chen Chen looked at the leg in the man's arms and couldn't help but frown. It's a female right leg. Blood was still dripping from the severed limb. Put the body down, Kishozu said as she was about to step forward. You tiger? Don't fight hard. Take this. Chen Chen handed Shi Xiaozhu a slab. Shi Xiaozhu froze, and before she could react, Chen Chen smashed a brick into the man's face. Ah! The man screamed miserably and fell to the ground, covering his face and dropping the thigh in his arms. Kishozu rushed forward and handcuffed him backwards with handcuffs. The man came back to his senses and struggled desperately, reaching for the legs of the man in front of him. Be honest. Chen Chen made up another slate, which was lying on the ground without moving. Thank you just now. Kishozu had some second thoughts. If it wasn't for Chen Chen's help just now, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to subdue if I had just charged up like that. Police can't be brutal. They have to know how to protect themselves first. This man is not quite sane at first glance. If you rush up to him like that, he'll be swinging his leg at you. Do you fight or hide? Didn't your master teach you? Chen Chen looked at Shi Xiaozhu and said, My master is Manhwa. He's too busy to care. Kishiretsu shook his head. In fact, Shi Xiaozhu more or less looked at Gua Haiba. She graduated with honors from the Kyoto Police Academy that year and had wanted to go to the provincial capital. However, her father could not help but directly transfer her file to Tianhai City, so that she could serve in Tianhai City to experience. After a few encounters, she felt that Gua Haiba was not too much better than her in terms of thinking and logic, except for being more experienced than her. She respected it though, but from the bottom of his heart, he pressed to recognize such a master. She thinks that only the big criminal investigation guys at the provincial office can teach her enough. But these thoughts changed after meeting Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't notice Shi Xiaozhu's eyes and came to watch beside the broken leg. The legs were white and shiny, and even if it wasn't for the loss of blood, they were of that very white complexion. A vivid butterfly tattoo at the ankle. There were wood shavings in the flesh and blood of the broken leg. I think it was the kind of saw that saws wood. This man is covered in wood shavings, and in all likelihood he is the murderer. Kishozu said, looking at the location of the severed limb. Can't be so sure yet. Once you get a head start, you're likely to be sidetracked by the killer's lead. It's possible the killer bought a new saw and experimented with sawing wood. Chen waved his hand. Kishiretsu nodded. The last case was delayed for a month because of a preconceived notion to cut through the lysergic angle. Judging by the wounds, time of death shouldn't be more than 24 hours. Kishiretsu spoke. No, this hardness in the muscles and joints should be under 15 hours. Chen said as he touched the joints of his broken limbs. How do you know? Kishozu was a bit surprised. Don't look at the difference of less than 10 hours, but these 10 hours, when solving the case is quite critical, can greatly shorten the investigation cycle. When a person dies, the muscles flaccid for a time and quickly become rigid, with the earliest appearance of rigor mortis occurring about 30 minutes after death. Usually 2 to 3 hours after death, a portion of the muscles begin to stiffen. 6 to 8 hours spread throughout the joints of the body, and peak at 12 to 15 hours, a state that lasts until 24 to 36 hours when it begins to ease again. The current rigor mortis of the body, which is clearly not at its peak, is somewhere between 12 and 18 hours, and the fact that this necrotic spot disappeared so quickly after being pressed suggests that it developed into the spreading stage. It takes about 8 hours to progress from post-mortem to the diffusion phase, which continues for 6 or 7 hours. Combining these 2 points gives a more accurate time of death. A lot of times, the police academy stuff is the foundation, and the practical applications need to be looked at crosswise, Chen explained as he pressed on the severed limb. So it is. Shi Xiaozhu looked at Chen in surprise. Also, people are supposed to have their legs sawed off while they're still alive, Chen said as he looked at the wound. And how did you know about this? Kishiretsu was surprised. If the body is split before death and the body is still active, the splitting process may leave certain reactions, such as muscle contraction and rupture of blood vessels in the cross-section of the short thigh limb. Splitting the body after death. The blood has coagulated and there will be clots and coagulated blood. Chen pointed to the severed limb wound. Sure enough, some of the muscles were curled and contracted, and a few of the large blood vessels were ruptured in a jagged way, still slowly dripping blood out. Is it important to distinguish this? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. What difference does it make if you've already split the body anyway? Of course it's important. If it's splitting the body after death, routine operation. But if the body was split alive, it shows that the killer's hatred for the deceased was considerable. The perception of the killer will be clearer. Chen nodded. Gosh, so much can be found at the first sight. Why don't you be my master? Kishozu was full of admiration. Master? Forget it, I'm a mental patient. It won't sound good. Chen waved his hand. As the two were talking, Hua Haiba arrived with his men. Kishozu rushed forward to report on what was happening. Boss, don't you think it's strange? What's wrong? Why would you saw off the leg alone? The leg is not stained. It's as if it was purposely placed there, which is kinda tempting when it's sticking out of the woods. Chen looked at it. There is nail polish on the legs. Jade onion. If you look at the legs alone, it will indeed cause mischief. You mean, on purpose? That's kind of interesting. Normally, after a murderer kills someone, he avoids the body being found as much as possible. And this leg, since it can be sawed, could well be sawed into smaller parts to reduce the risk of discovery, unless one intentionally wants to be seen. Deliberate purpose, most likely deliberate framing. The psycho in front of me is a good fit. Chen nodded. Chen? At this time, Hua Haiba patted Chen shoulder. Oh, what's wrong? Only then did Chen come back to his senses. What's all the fuss about? What are you muttering to yourself? I didn't realize there was another case, but it's good that the killer was caught. Hua Haiba nudged to the side, and a couple of cops were taking the psycho to the car. No, that man should not be a murderer. Chen said to Hua Haiba. Chapter 9, do you suspect him of being the murderer? What? Not a murderer? We just found a lot of sawing implements in the front house, and there's still wood chips on the severed limbs. Hua Haiba was shocked. The body amputations that the man likely picked up around the area could expand the search to see if there are any more in the vicinity. In addition, this person may not be mentally normal, so I guess we can't ask anything. Let's start with the identity of the deceased. Chen said helplessly to Hua Haiba. He wasn't a cop now and hadn't wanted to get involved, but really cannot see Guateam this brain. Mental illness? That would be a problem. This brain of mine, it's been simmering day and night for a month, and it's barely spinning. Hearing Chen say this, Hua Haiba was also a bit numb. Captain, we searched the perimeter and found no remaining body parts. In no time at all, the crowd walked back. The killer has dumped the body. There's absolutely no way there's only one broken leg. Get help from the perimeter institutes and expand the search. Identify the deceased as soon as possible. Hua Haiba said to the crowd. It's possible to check on people who have recently gone missing, characterized by butterflies on the ankles. Chen spoke to Hua Haiba. Shinju, you take Chen to the station to investigate. We're going in both directions at the same time. Hua Haiba said in a hurry. It was so hard to happen that Chen was here, so he must not be allowed to miss it. Soon, Chen and the others then looked up a reported message. It's the Guai Road police station. The missing person's name is Huang Xiaoyu, a receptionist for a large company, and it was her husband who reported her missing. According to her husband, Huang has an identical butterfly tattoo on her right ankle, and people are missing. Shi Xiaoyu brought over a picture to Chen. Chen looked at Huang Xiaoyu on the photo. Long legs and thin waist, beautiful appearance, properly a big beauty. Only the photo is in work black silk and no tattoos are visible. 9 times out of 10 it is. Chen nodded. However, when he saw the person who reported the case, it caused Chen to be shocked. The man in front of me was short and fat and looked like a toad. Then look at Huang Xiaoyu, white skin and long legs. How to look how not like two people. Boss, there's definitely something wrong with the combination of these two. Yeah, it's just as well that the guy is rich, but it's not like he's rich by the looks of this. Either it's a female with ulterior motives, or the man's got a big dick. Don't be so wicked. Do you think a woman like that would be short of men? Most likely just as a backup ATM, but marriage would be weird. According to this, the man is likely to have been married fraudulently, and you can check the man's transfers. Chen, what's all the fuss about again? There's nothing wrong with you here, is there? Are you still taking your medication after you get out of the hospital? Gua Haiba came behind Chen. After seeing Chen a few times, Chen would always be suddenly dumbfounded, and his lips were still moving to say something. It's kind of scary to look at. This is all better without medication. Team Gua, how's your search going? Chen hurriedly changed the topic. Don't mention it. It's almost like turning the whole cemetery forest over and there's nothing. I'm wondering if the killer could have hidden the rest in any of the tombs. You can't dig up all the tombs, can you? Gua Haiba sighed helplessly. Oh, then there's no need to rush. There are always clues when you dump a body. Can you check this informant's transfer records for me first? Chen quietly pointed at the informant next to him. What? You suspect him of being a murderer? Gua Haiba looked at Chen in surprise. How is it that Chen is doing nothing but frothing and coming up with such outlandish hypotheses? People are here to report a crime. What's he up to? It's too soon to tell. Let's check first. Chen said. Okay, by the way, here's the bonus from the last case. We also counted on solving the case within the limited period, and a bonus was issued from above, all of which is given to you, in addition to a bonus from our team, all of which is also given to you. You mustn't excuse yourself. If you hadn't helped us, we'd be jerking off from top to bottom. Gua Haiba handed Chen a thick envelope. Thanks, Team Gua. Chen did not refuse. He really needed money now. What are your plans for the future? Gua Haiba asked. Intended? Haven't thought about it yet. Chen shook his head. Look at this. Sent down from the provincial office. Gua Haiba handed Chen a filing letter. You solved the serial murder case this time. The provincial office is eager to bring you back, and it's a direct transfer to the provincial city, and you've been promoted to first-grade superintendent. You're a great kid. First time I've seen a break from supernumerary admittance in all these years. Not to mention helicoptering to first sergeant, Gua Haiba said with relief. He didn't think that these honors were much. If Chen wasn't hospitalized, I'm afraid that his achievements would be far more than that. Thanks, Team Gua, but I thought about it. Not with my current illness. Chen scanned the filing letter and returned it to Gua Haiba. Forget it? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gua Haiba didn't expect Chen to refuse. Or is it because of that case back then? Well, we'll talk about that some other time. Gua Haiba didn't continue to dwell on it. After all, there is a new case at the moment, so it's not too late to find a chance to convince Chen when the case is over. Captain, 3 reports of broken bodies found in the city. 1 packet of cooked heads and guts, and the other 2 packets are sliced meat. The killer probably ate the body. At that moment, a constable came running and said, What? Gua Haiba's scalp went numb. An hour later, the body was brought back by the police. The head and internal organs were cooked, showing a dark red color and unusual enlargement. The body parts had been frozen and cut into thin slices of about 1 millimeter. On top of that, there were 8 severed fingers. Is it a case? Gua Haiba's eyelids jumped. The informant, Hao Xiaoyong, has already looked at it, and the head is indeed his wife. The forensic side also identified the DNA from the severed leg and the piece of meat. It is certain that it is the same victim. After our investigation, the deceased Huang Xiaoyu didn't show up for work the next day after his normal shift yesterday and didn't answer his phone. According to her co-workers, the deceased was a loner and didn't mingle with them much, but she was eye-to-eye with quite a few of her male co-workers at the company. They also did not know that the deceased was married and the entry file was filled in as unmarried. Kisho Chuck said from the side. That is, the murderer was probably a male playmate of the deceased's. for some reason or other, killed the dead man, boiled the head and entrails, then sliced up the body and cut the thighs individually and scattered the bodies. Start the lineup with the male playmates around the deceased. Gua Haiba had a bit of a headache. It is this kind of a household with connections that is the most worrying. Don't even think about the male playmates that can be found, at least in double digits. Troubleshooting is time-consuming and laborious. The rest of the body organization wasn't found? Gua Haiba asked. Only these broken bodies have been recovered so far, or found after a tip-off from the public. A lot of the crowd saw the thinly sliced human flesh inside and said there was an ogre. It was just too similar to fondue meat. Kisho Chuck said from the side. Have the internet department find a way to block it? And anyone who spreads rumors will be warned immediately. What happened to the guy who caught it? Gua Haiba rubbed his brow. That's just a crazy guy. Almost broke his handcuffs in the interrogation room, yelling about legs and stuff. The leader of the cemetery forest came by. He used to be an employee of the funeral parlor and suddenly became mentally ill a few years ago. The family made a scene, said they were scared while watching the funeral home. It was a work-related injury, and they were assigned to guard the cemetery. Nothing like sawing wood. It's been on guard at Cemetery Grove for the past few days and hasn't left to have time to commit the crime, Kishozu explained. Then, in that case, it certainly can't be the murderer. Chen. How did you know he wasn't the murderer from the beginning? Gua Haiba glanced at Chen. Psychosis is the deepening and escalation of a certain kind of behavior, and it's gotten to the point where it's splitting up and eating people. So there must have been some pretty serious behavior before that, and something happened a long time ago. Chen spoke on the side. Are you sure? Gua Haiba was a bit surprised. Don't forget I've been living with mental illness for the past 3 years. When he was first admitted to the hospital, old Sun Tu was still the crown prince, and now he has 37 harem beauties. Chen shrugged. Okay, by the way, you asked for the transfer details earlier. It's all here. What are you checking him out for? Isn't he the husband of the deceased? Gua Haiba handed Chen a stack of paper. Oh, a bit of an idea that needs to be validated. Chen took it and looked through it, and it was true that a lot of money had been transferred out in the past year. All to Huang Xiaoyu. Funeral homes pay so well. Ha, Kisho Chuck also came over to watch. In addition to the 10,000 or so each month, there are many large transfers. It's high, but it can't be this high. This one after another adds up to almost $2 million. I'm afraid I got it in some other way. Chen shook his head. Where is the home of the deceased? Chen asked. Rainbow Gardens. Kishiretsu looked at the information. Oh, I'll go check. Chen walked towards the outside. I'll go with you. You're not a police officer. Some inquiries are inconvenient. Kishiretsu followed. It's okay. Chen nodded. The two had just arrived at the door of Huang Xiaoyu's house when they saw a group of armed tattooed people blocking the doorway, thumping the door. Chapter 10. The point of explosion has been found. Go up and ask to know. How Xiaoyang owes a lot of loan sharks. These are to collect debts to collect the house. The house has been mortgaged to their lending company. When did he borrow the money? How much is owed? Chen asked. It's been a couple months. A couple 100,000. Even if you're the police, you can't stop it, can you? It's only right to pay what you owe. I'll trouble you to tell him that there's no hiding, so come with us to the closing early. A bald man finished speaking to Chen and the others, and then led them away. I'll be damned if you're right about borrowing from loan sharks to spend on his wife. Could the dead man have had something to do with the money? Kishiretsu asked. It's possible, but it shouldn't be this one. The money was a few months ago, and there was indeed a transfer of $700,000 on the journal at that time, but there was a transfer of over $300,000 behind it. If it's because of money, it should have something to do with this last one too. Chen shook his head. Gosh, you just scanned it and you can even remember the date? Kishiretsu felt a little incredulous. Yeah, you've seen it once and you still can't remember it? Don't normal people remember that? Chen was a bit strange. That's too much of a blow for you. Kishozu didn't know what to say anymore. Boys, are you here to collect debts too? He went out early this morning and never came back. It's happening right now. An older man at the opposite door opened the door and walked out. Grandpa, we are the police. Wanted to ask you for some information. Chen asked to the Moncler outlet store. Police? Something happened to their family? Ugh, I told you. Look, Moncler outlet store with a face full of regret. He shook his head. Told you so? What do you mean? Chen and Shi Xiaozhu looked at each other. This Hao Xiaoyang only got married last year. He's also old enough to have never found a wife because he works in a funeral parlor. It was so hard to get married, but it made the old couple so happy that they gave them the house and moved to the country themselves. The grandfather leaned against the door and spoke to Chen and the others. Moncler outlet store online. How is the relationship between Hao Xiaoyang's two families? Chen asked. Not good. It's often noisy, and the woman is often out of the house, sleeping outside. Anyway, we were listening, saying that we didn't have the skills or something, and Xiaoyang, the kid who grew up honest, didn't really argue back. Life How can there be no quarrels? I was also disliked by his wife for a lifetime, and when I got old and could not scold, it was clean. Moncler outlet store. He nudged toward the house. Boss, I think there's something wrong with this honest man. The more honest a person is, the more powerful the revenge will be. That's a suspicion, but there are two more questions that haven't been figured out. First, since he was an honest kid in the mouths of his neighbors, what happened to make him explode to the point of murder and mutilation? The other is still the question of the dumping of the body, and why it was preferred to keep a leg and leave it in Cemetery Grove to be found. I've looked at the remaining sites where the bodies were dumped, and Cemetery Grove seems so out of nowhere that it must have some special meaning. Boss, in my opinion, 9 times out of 10, it's a frame-up. That murderer must have known Psycho. Psycho worked in a funeral parlor before. An honest man worked in a funeral parlor. It can't be that coincidental. Good. The link between him and the case was found. He knew the man was mentally ill, and he knew he liked to saw logs, and deliberately gave him the leg to play with, so that once he found out, he would naturally assume it was a psychopath who had done it. What do you mean? The size of a cute little guatime. I'll take the bait. You can visit his old country home. I always thought that the breaking point might well have something to do with the last account. Even if there are many things that weigh down the camel, it's the last straw that counts. Chen Chen stroked his chin. Chen? What are you talking to yourself about? What camel? Straw? Qi Xiaozhu gently patted Chen Chen. Chen Chen froze. It was only then that he realized that Kashengzu and the Grandmaster were looking at him with a confused look on their faces. I tell you about the gatehouse, and you tell me about the crotch shaft? I've been blathering on and you haven't listened? Ahem. Thank you, Grand Master. Do you know where his hometown is? Chen Chen awkwardly coughed twice and hastily changed the topic. I've gotten used to talking to myself with my penis over the past 3 years, so I'll have to pay more attention in the future. It's not easy to get out if you get sent back in. Old home? It seems to be in House Village, but I don't know exactly where I live. Moncler outlet store. Thinking about it, he said, what are you inquiring about Hao Xiaoyang's hometown for? Why do I get the feeling that you recognized Hao Xiaoyang as a suspect from the start? After getting into the car, Qi Xiaozhu couldn't help but ask, you've seen pictures of Huang Xiaoyu too, right? I'm not discriminating. Do you think the two of them are good together? Chen Chen asked. It's not a good match. Kishiretsu reminisced about the two men. A white-skinned woman with long legs is at the front desk of an office building. A short, fat, and not-so-good family man who still works at a funeral home. Maybe it's true love? Love always makes people lose their minds. Kishozu spread his hands. You've hit the nail on the head with that one. In love, it's always impulsive and blind, or you wouldn't give so much money. Come on, let's go to Hao's village. Chen Chen said. Haojia village? You asked about Xiaoyang's house? Aren't they all done with the funeral? The older woman at the entrance of the village looked puzzled. Funeral? Chen Chen was a bit surprised. 2 people asked to know. Half a month ago, Hao family old couple drank pesticides. Both perished. Why did you drink the medicine? Chen Chen asked the older woman in a hurry. I heard that he was cheated out of all his pension money by his son, and his wife not only didn't come to the funeral, but she's getting a divorce. It's just pathetic, the older woman said. Thanks, let's go. Shen Chen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu. That's gone? Not going to visit his house? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. Having run so far and leaving after only a few questions, there's no need. Outbreak point found. The last transfer out of the account was preceded by a succession of 7 or 8 transfers in, all from a man named Hao, most likely his father. It adds up to exactly the amount of the last transfer out of the account. The deaths happened after that. Didn't you also suspect before that the dead man was most likely connected to this money? It's likely that the point of conflict that erupted was here, that mom and dad died because of this money, and that the motive for the killing was likely revenge. Chen Chen said. So it is. You've been looking for a burst of motive. Qi Xiaozhu finally understood Chen Chen's thought process. Right. I've looked at the shredded and dumped bodies, and there's not much information I can provide. It would be better to seize on this bit of the dead man's anomaly and look deeper. And when there are enough clues, the truth will not be far away. Let's go and meet this Hao Xiaoyang. He should go back. Chen Chen nodded. Chapter 11. If Chen Chen says you're a murderer, you must be. Hao Xiaoyang's house. Under Qi Xiaozhu's repeated knocking, Hao Xiaoyang finally opened a crack in the door. Police, can we go in and talk? Kishiretsu shook his credentials. Oh, come in. Sorry about that. I didn't hear you earlier. Hao Xiaoyang was a bit surprised, but still let Chen Chen and the two of them walk in. Chen Chen had just entered the door when he smelled a slight irritating odor. You work at a funeral home? On duty last night? Chen Chen sat down and asked. No, not on duty. We're on a 3-day, 1-night shift rotation, and I was home yesterday. Hao Xiaoyang shook his head. Huang Xiaoyu didn't come back all night. Why did he report it early this morning? Chen Chen asked. My wife, she likes to go clubbing and stuff and often comes home late at night. I'm all for leaving the door open for her. When I got up this morning, I saw no one there, and when I called her phone and didn't answer, I figured something might have happened. Just went to the police. The police said they wouldn't file a case until 24 hours, so I had to wait at the police station. And then I heard about you guys. Ugh. I really should have picked her up in front of the club. How Xiaoyang pounded his head in chagrin. Kishozu skimmed his mouth with some contempt. What kind of good guy can you be if you hang out at nightclubs all the time? Still holding it in the palm of my hand as a treasure. I guess it's being eaten to death by that woman. A grown man just doesn't come home for one night and you conclude that something must have happened? And waiting at the facility on purpose? Seems like you're pretty sure your wife had an accident. Chen Chen smiled slightly. There is inertia in human perception. The more deliberate the cover-up, the more often it differs from conventional logic. Before that, no matter how late it was, she always came back. There were no instances where she didn't come back. The phone doesn't work either. So I'm just. How Xiaoyang touched his nose in some embarrassment. Hearing How Xiaoyang's words, Shi Xiaozhu couldn't help but glance at Chen Chen. At that time an Moncler outlet store inquired about it. Moncler outlet store could have said that Huang Xiaoyu often stayed out at night, but now in his mouth, it has become every night back. He's lying. Can I use the restroom? Chen Chen stood up. Could be. How Xiaoyang hesitated and pointed to the side. Chen Chen came to the restroom. The sink was well stocked with cosmetics. Chen Chen looked around. There didn't seem to be any male products, and looked under the sink. A wash basin with a thin slice of soap inside, a toothbrush and rolled up toothpaste that had been chewed up with a dog, a ragged towel. The restroom floor was clean. Chen Chen leaned over and sniffed, and there was still a faintly irritating odor. Boss, this smell is familiar. It's definitely from treating blood and spraying flower water. This man knows a lot. What are you going to do? It just happened last night, and with a body to dump after splitting it, there's definitely not a lot of time to deal with it. Like not cleaning out the toilet trash cans. Chen Chen came to the trash can and looked at it, which contained nothing but some discarded toilet paper and a bottle of used-up toilet bowl cleaner, and a needed shopping slip. Gotcha. Chen Chen smiled faintly and walked out. Chen Chen, I'm done asking. Is there anything else you want to ask? Seeing Chen Chen come out, Shi Xiaozhu also stood up. Let's go then. Mr. Hao, come with us? Chen Chen said to Hao Xiaoyang. A walk? Why? Hao Xiaoyang was a bit strange. Because you're a murderer. Chen Chen said slowly. I'm a murderer? Are you saying I killed my wife? How is that possible? Who doesn't know that I love my wife the most? What are you babbling about? Even if you're cops, you can't talk nonsense. Hao Xiaoyang stood up excitedly and pointed at Chen Chen in annoyance. You don't have to get so worked up. I suppose the first scene is inside the restroom? Chen Chen pointed behind him. What first scene? I have no idea what you're talking about. Hao Xiaoyang snorted coldly. Knock, knock, knock. At this point, Gua Haiba also arrived with the forensics. Just now, Chen Chen sent a message to Gua Haiba as soon as he entered the restroom. Gua Haiba and the others heard that the murderer had been found and leapt all the way over furiously. Cuff them. As soon as Gua Haiba entered the door, without saying anything, he first let Hao Xiaoyang handcuffed. Who are you to arrest me? You have no proof. I'm going to sue you. Hao Xiaoyang struggled emotionally. Chen Chen has said that you are the murderer, so you must be the murderer. Where's all the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Immediately go to the restrooms and the kitchen and test with luminol and UV. Gua Haiba beckoned to the forensic scientists. The forensic scientists went to the restrooms and kitchen with their equipment and walked out in no time. Well, Gua Haiba asked with gusto. Captain. No, we've tested it with both luminol and UV light, and there's no blood. The coroner shook his head at Gua Haiba. What did you say? Gua Haiba was taken aback. You are slandering. I'm going to sue you. I'm not done with you cops. Hao Xiaoyang saw this and immediately jumped to his feet and yelled. This, Gua Haiba is numb. Turning his head, he looked at Chen Chen. Shi Xiaozhu was also a bit puzzled. Chen Chen had just clearly said that the first crime scene was in the restroom. So how was it possible that blood could not be detected? Human blood can be detected with a luminol reagent even if it's rinsed and wiped. I have to say, you're smart. I'm guessing you used toilet bowl cleaner mixed with panty wash to rinse off the blood? This does destroy the DNA structure, which is undetectable with luminol and ultraviolet light. Chen Chen said slowly. Still, Kishozu was a bit surprised. Even the several forensic doctors turned their heads to look at Chen Chen in surprise. Right, even if the blood is wiped away, the hemoglobin in the blood remains, and when the luminol reagent is sprayed on the hemoglobin and oxidizes with reactive oxygen species, it releases a blue-violet fluorescence, and this mixture produces a strong permeability that destroys hemoglobin. Chen Chen explained. Write it down and go back and do experiments to verify it. It seems that our forensic investigation methods need to be updated as well. Sister Zhou, the forensic pathologist, said to a couple of forensic pathologists next to her. Toilet bowl cleaner mixed with panty wash will clean off the blood, but it will also produce an irritating odor. There's a saying that if you've been in an abalone restaurant for a long time you don't smell it. And although you've been ventilating, it's been too short a period of time for the smell to dissipate completely. One more thing, it takes a lot of water to rinse it off. Just see if there's any noticeable change in the amount of water you used last night. Chen Chen looked at Hao Xiaoyong and said. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Hao Xiaoyong's face changed, but immediately calmed down. Can't I forget to turn off the water in the shower? Besides, the law doesn't make it illegal to buy toilet bowl cleaner and panty wash, so it makes sense for me to buy more, right? What kind of evidence is that? You cops are too lenient, aren't you? Hao Xiaoyong retorted. It does make sense to buy dozens of bottles of toilet bowl cleaner and underwear cleaner at once. Chen Chen took out the small supermarket ticket that he had picked up from the toilet trash can. Looking at the small ticket in Chen Chen's hand, Hao Xiaoyong's face instantly turned white. Captain, just went and checked. He used nearly a ton of water last night. Far more water than usual. At that moment, a police officer also came in from outside. Hearing the words of the police officer, Hao Xiaoyong could no longer tense up. His legs went limp, and he directly sat down on the ground. Take it back. Gua Haibao waved his hand. Chapter 12, I know where the body is. Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Brigade. The crowd was sitting inside the conference room. Mud. This grandson. Deadbeat. Knowing we had no proof, we balked at the idea that we just forgot to turn off the water in the house, and said that all that stuff was bought ahead of time to clean the toilets, and it was all used up. Now the body wasn't all there, and the head that was found, with that thigh and the meat, was less than 40 pounds. The blood has been removed from the restroom and no valid leads have been extracted. There can be no conviction based solely on the evidence at hand. It's imperative that the remaining bodies are recovered, along with the murder weapon, and that another team is sent to line up surveillance along his movements. Hua Haiba analyzed the clues known so far. The crowd was furious. The murderer has obviously been caught, and all sorts of clues point to the murderer. The killer's previous reaction also suggests that something is definitely wrong with him, but there is just a lack of strong evidence. There's nothing we can do about the killer. If there's no substantial evidence yet, they'll have to release them once the 24 hours are up. Where could the body have gone? I always felt that there was something strange about the missing part. Instead of digging around for the rest of the body parts, think about why the bodies found are so strange. Cooked, sliced, whole thighs, every bit as deliberate. Is it hard to eat for the sake of eating? But none of the murderers who eat are eating for the sake of eating. Most of them are eating the heart or special parts out of love. There are none who simply eat meat. This again doesn't quite fit. If it's not eating, it's probably to create the illusion of cannibalism. According to the police process, the case can't be closed until the body is found. Fake? Indeed. There is no one who will not be afraid when the boiled head appears. Even more frightening than carrying a bloody head. Wait, what did you say? Bloody hell? I know. This person in front of us is not that smart at all. It's us who have complicated him. Boss, can you stop striking people? What did you find out? Throw the body. Everything he did to dump the body. I know where the body is. Chen Chen stood up with a flourish. It scared the crowd. Ahem. So what? Sorry, got sidetracked. Only then did Chen Chen realize that the room full of people were staring at him with wide-eyed dismay. Embarrassed, he touched his nose. What did you just say? You know where the body is? Where is it? Gua Haibao was a bit confused. What's the situation? Just now you were clearly dazed. Your eyes were so lifeless that you were falling asleep. I thought you were tired and forced myself not to bother you. Turns out you know where the body is when you shiver and slam the table. You're a fortune teller. Team Gua. I'll go in first and talk to him. Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to explain and headed towards the detention room. Gua Haibao was dumbfounded. The crowd followed in a hurry to the outside of the holding cell. Don't bother for nothing. I won't say anything. You can only hold me for 24 hours without actual evidence, and I know the law. Seeing Chen Chen come in, Hao Xiaoyong gave Chen Chen a contemptuous look. At this point, he had completely calmed down. He knew that even if the police suspected him, there was no actual evidence. Either that or it ends up as an unsolved case. Either that or you can only assume that the case will be closed according to the outcome you have designed. I've been to Hao's village. Chen Chen sat down unhurriedly. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Hao Xiaoyong's original arrogance suddenly vanished, and he looked at Chen Chen with disbelief. Where is Hao's village? What does it have to do with the case? Outside, Hua Haiba and the others were confused. It's Hao Xiaoyong's hometown. Kisho Bamboo explained on the side. Talked about the situation before he went there with Chen Chen. You've had your eye on this guy since the beginning? Why didn't you tell the team? Hua Haiba's jaw almost dropped in shock. Chen Chen said there was no evidence. It was just to verify some conjectures. There was no need to make a scene. He was all set to go on his own. and I still agreed to let me tag along because I could help as a police officer. Kishozu spread his hands. Okay. Hwa-Haiba was somewhat helpless. I'm guessing that when he was told, he thought it was useless and might have stopped them. Chen, this kid, must have even thought of that. I'll give you one last chance. If you honestly explain everything now, I can apply to count you as surrendered. Chen raised a finger. Say what? I didn't kill anyone, so why should I turn myself in? Hao Xiaoyong hesitated for a moment, but still said with a terse voice, even if the police knew about the money he owed, there was no evidence of murder. He consulted an attorney online. You can't close a case without finding the body and the murder weapon. With only a confession, the prosecutor's office won't believe it. As long as he bites the bullet, the police can't do anything about him. Let me tell you a story. Chen shook his head. There was a young man who grew up studying quite well, but after graduating from college, he couldn't find a suitable job and ended up in a funeral parlor. Although the job problem was solved and he had some savings, the job made him fail at blind dates over and over again, and his parents have been anxious about it. After that, he met a woman who agreed to marry him, and his parents were so happy that they even gave up their house and moved to the countryside themselves. He thought that this was the beginning of happiness, but he didn't realize that the woman kept asking for money, under all sorts of names. The salary was no longer enough, so in order to be able to keep her, they had to swipe their credit cards, borrow money, even go so far as to borrow from loan sharks, and in the end, they even swindled their parents out of their retirement money to give to the woman. I didn't realize that when the woman saw that he was no longer of use, she filed for divorce, and he couldn't take it, so he killed the woman. Chen spoke slowly. With Chen's words, Hao Xiaoyong's head gradually lowered, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Chen knew that those blank spaces had been filled in by himself. The next thing is what to do with the body. Leaving it at home will make it stink, and sooner or later it will be discovered. Not to mention the fact that loan sharks often come to ask for money. The best thing to do is to make the body disappear. But dumping the body was hard to do on your own, so you performed a mutilation, sawing off the limbs and head and removing the internal organs. In the process, you find that there is a lot of blood in the entrails, and dumping the body tends to have a strong odor of blood. The best way to do this is to cook it, so that it can be taken away at will without arousing any suspicion. As for the rest of the meat, after it's chipped, it's frozen to keep it out of the way. Then cut with a meat slicer and thrown out in neighborhood plazas where there are a lot of old people. Older people are more frugal and will likely just take it back and eat it. This way, the body will never be found in its entirety, Chen said while looking at Hao Xiaoyong's expression. At this time, Hao Xiaoyong has completely lost the calmness and composure of the beginning, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead. The inner panic and anxiety was exposed. So it is. He's not an ogre at all. He just inadvertently created this illusion, all for the purpose of dumping the body. Hua-Haiba and the others also came to a realization. What else do you have to say? Hua-Haiba pushed the door and walked in. There's no proof of what you're saying, and the murder weapon and the rest of the bones were never found. The stories you tell have nothing to do with me. Less than 5 hours to go. After a while, Hao Xiaoyong raised his head and looked at Chen, gritting his teeth. As things stood, he still decided to carry on to the end. The police didn't convict him as long as they couldn't find the murder weapon or the bones. Chapter 13, Other Murderers? Are you so sure you won't find the bones or the murder weapon? I was also wondering why you went to the trouble of slicing the flesh off the body in such a short time. Even if it's posing as meat, the vast majority of people would have a hard time distinguishing it simply by looking at the pieces of meat. You're so sure. You remind me instead. Chen teasingly looked at Hao Xiaoyong. Let me give you a reconstruction of the dumping process. There should be plenty of tools for splitting a body, and wherever you throw them, they'll be found too abruptly. Not to mention it's only one night. The best thing to do is to throw it in the river, and unless the police know exactly where it is, it's impossible to find it. From the beginning, you intended to throw the body into the river along with the tools of the trade, but as you know, it won't take long for the body to float up when it's thrown whole into the river. That's why you take out the entrails, cut off the flesh, and are left with an empty skeleton that's hard to resurface just by throwing it into the river with a rock attached to a wire. There's only one night left, and you'll have to dispose of the skeleton and dump the body along the way. If I remember correctly, there's a reservoir near where the debris was found on the outskirts, right? You can't go to the middle of the reservoir in a boat, but it has to be in a deep place, and the most appropriate way to do that is to throw it off a bridge or a spot high above the shore. Just go to these locations and salvage, and you're sure to find the bones. Chen looked at Hao Xiaoyong with incomparable confidence. Hiss. Listening to Chen's description, the surrounding police officers sucked in a breath of cool air, not only because the entire process of committing the crime was quite brutal and unexpected, but also because Chen's description of it all was as if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. And as Chen was saying it, cold sweat bristled on Hao Xiaoyong's face. Not to mention the rebuttal. Looking at that look, It is estimated that they all wondered if they were followed and videotaped by Chin Chen when they were dumping the body. Send someone to salvage the bones immediately. Take him down. Hua Haibao was the first to react with an ow. Can I say anything now and still be considered a surrender? Hao Xiaoyong was escorted outside by 2 policemen. What did you do early? I just said last chance and you didn't take it. Chen Chen shook his head. No. And what you don't know? Hao Xiaoyong struggled for his life. You're trying to say that about Lu Song, right? The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled up, having guessed it long ago. Lu Song? And who is Lu Song? Hua Haibao was once again confused. It's the psycho found in the cemetery. At the time, Chen Chen asked me to pull up the information from the funeral parlor. Kisho Chuk said from the side. She was somewhat impressed. This case, what does it have to do with Lu Song? Didn't we rule him out as a suspect before? Hua Haibao was puzzled. I don't know. I didn't think much of it at the time when the trail broke. Kishiretsu shook his head. What do you know? Hao Xiaoyong, facing Chen Chen, had been completely at a loss as to what to say. Chen Chen's eyes were as if they had seen him through. Before that, I discovered the connection between the two of you and Lu Song. I made a point of pulling your information from the funeral home. Lu Song arrived at the funeral parlor 2 years before you, and you both graduated from the same school. You were able to get into the funeral parlor, and I heard that it was also Lu Song who recommended you the first time he knew there was a shortage of people, right? Chen Chen looked at Hao Xiaoyong and said. Hao Xiaoyong didn't expect Chen Chen to even know this, and was stunned and didn't know what to say. If I'm not mistaken, at that time, Huang Xiaoyu was none other than Lu Song's girlfriend or wife, right? Chen Chen asked Hao Xiaoyong. Hua Haibao, Kishiretsu, what's the situation? The 2 men were confused. How do you know? Hao Xiaoyong also looked up at Chen Chen in surprise. Because of that leg. Because of the tattoo on that leg. To be precise, Chen Chen said. So what? Hao Xiaoyong subconsciously asked. From the beginning I thought it was strange. That leg was too clean and intact for a body dump. It was clearly put there on purpose. When I was looking at Lu Song's profile, it all made sense. He had no unusual behavior before. It was a sudden onset, and as far as being scared at the funeral home, it just doesn't hold water. And if he was scared, he wouldn't have been working that long. And while the onset of the disease is usually the result of a great stimulus, subsequent recurrences of the disease are also often related to the previous stimulus. At the time we encountered him, he was guarding his leg vigorously and his mental state was completely insane. There's only one explanation for that leg, and it has something to do with him becoming psychotic. And that's why, I suppose, you left that tattooed right leg behind? You know that Lu Song will be able to recognize it and will definitely have an attack, so that all the blame will be Lu Song's. Chen Chen looked at Hao Xiaoyong and said. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Hao Xiaoyong lowered his head. In the beginning, Huang Xiaoyu was Lu Song's girlfriend, but Huang Xiaoyu always resented his pettiness and ended up breaking up with him and then took the initiative to pursue me. After that we got married. After a while, Hao Xiaoyong slowly said. That's also the reason why Lu Song had mental problems and then went to Cemetery Forest, right? Chen Chen nodded. That was pretty much what he had guessed. Why did you assume it was me from the beginning? I asked myself that what I did was not flawed. I am a family member of the victim, and the police shouldn't have gone to investigate me so quickly. It'll only take 2 days for me to take care of everything and get out of here for good. At that point, even if I leave, people will just think I'm sad to leave. It doesn't make sense. Hao Xiaoyong reluctantly asked Chen Chen. Team Gua, assuming neither of you are police officers, what would you do if your sister-in-law disappeared one day and didn't answer her phone? Chen Chen turned his head to Hua Haibao and asked. Of course I'm going to look for her where she might have gone first. Recontact her girlfriends or co-workers or something like that. Hua Haibao said. Aren't you worried about her having an accident? Chen Chen smiled. Even in the event of a traffic accident or an unexpected situation, the relevant authorities will contact the family at the first opportunity. If none of these circumstances are present, perhaps there has been an accident. Hua Haibao said without thinking. That's it. The more you try to act like it has nothing to do with you, the more it defies normal human logic. And one more thing, and I don't mean this in any discriminatory way, you two don't match. That's why I suspected you from the beginning. Chen Chen shrugged. My parents had also advised me that we couldn't keep a woman like that in our family, but at the time I just couldn't listen. No woman has ever been willing to approach me voluntarily, let alone a goddess like her. Now that I think about it, it's all my fault for them. Hao Xiaoyong whacked his head with his hand in chagrin. Bring it down. Hua Haibao waved his hand. Wait a minute. The culprit in this case may not be you. Chen Chen stopped a few people. Ha, Is there another killer in this case? Gua Haiba and the others froze for a moment. The killer is only him. I'm talking about the culprit behind this. Chen Chen shook his head. Hao Xiaoyong also looked at Chen Chen with a confused expression. Huang Xiaoyu, you shouldn't be the only one with a husband. Chen Chen looked at Hao Xiaoyong and said, Chapter 14, The Shadow Private Detective Agency. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Chen Chen's words completely confused Hao Xiaoyong and the crowd. It was the loan shark borrowing organization that reached out to you then, wasn't it? Chen Chen asked. Yeah. I was worried about having nowhere to get the money and I just met them coming to put out an ad and then I was told about it. But I kept an eye out. The house was just mortgaged. There was no closing. What happened to them? Hao Xiaoyong nodded. You should have met a group of professional marriage scammers. They'll package up beautiful women specifically to lure honest people like you. Even though you don't have any cash money, you can have millions from credit card cash outs, spending money, mortgages, loan sharks mortgaging your house, just about anything. Less than a year to kick your asses again. Even if there's an accident, you get half of the divorce property. Chen Chen explained. No way. I don't believe it. In the beginning when we were together it was true love. She was so nice to me. She even bought me clothes and gave me her first time. Hao Xiaoyong looked at Chen Chen with wide eyes. You reacted so well. You should have realized it too. When you went to get the license at the time, did the staff tell you that she had been married before? As for the first time or whatever, nowadays you can be discharged the same day for this kind of surgery. Chen Chen waved his hand. She said she was younger before and was set up by her family, but got divorced right away. Hao Xiaoyong broke down and cried as he spoke. Even if he didn't admit it anymore, he knew in his heart that Chen Chen was right. Report, Captain. The body of the deceased has been recovered from the reservoir, and the tools of the trade. Fingerprints were lifted on it, and it's an exact match to Hao Xiaoyong. At that moment, a police officer ran over excitedly and said, Take him down. Gua Haibal waved his hand. Licking dog, nothing. Such a man, hateful and pitiful. He has only himself to blame. He deserves it. That woman is abominable. But there are many more abominable women. And I'm sure there's definitely more than just this one in that marriage fraud ring. It's certainly not the only one whose family is broken up, either. It's time to take out everyone in the gang. Boss, let's go solo. Set up a private detective agency and do something honorable. The big deal is that you feel bad about it, and then throw it to the police after you've caught the person. Besides, the police can come to us if they have a case, and they can collect money openly and honestly. Private detective agency? You did make a good suggestion this time. With the two of us, there's no hiding place for murderers in this world. We'll call it the Shadow Private Investigation Agency. Team Gua, over to you. That marriage trust team behind it should be eradicated as soon as possible, or there's a case behind it. Chen Chen turned his head to Gua Haiba and said, You kid, I'm really convinced. You'd better hurry up and join our police force. There's no shortage of you. Gua Haiba grinned and said at Chen Chen. If it wasn't for Chen Chen's help, not to mention the quick detection of this case, I'm afraid the last serial murder case would still be hanging in the balance. Thank you, Team Gua, but I figured it out. And you turned down the invitation from the provincial office for me. Chen Chen waved his hand. Really refuse? You think clearly. If you get to the provincial hall, with your ability, absolutely is the provincial hall key training object. The future is boundless. Just give up? Gua Haiba couldn't believe it. According to Chen Chen's ability, it is very likely that he will wear an executive jacket in the future. Team Gua, if I wanted to take this path, I wouldn't have had to come to Tianhai City back then, and perhaps that incident wouldn't have happened. Now, in turn, I know more than ever what I want. Let's go Team Gua. Chen Chen waved his hand and walked out. Looking at Chen Chen's departing back, Gua Haiba shook his head regretfully. Team Gua, he just left? That's too bad, isn't it? Kisho-chak asked from the side. It won't. He's a genius in the field of criminal investigation. As long as there's a case, he'll be able to keep him. Gua Haiba rubbed his chin and said, But there haven't been any new cases lately. Kisho-chu frowned. Just because it's not there now doesn't mean it wasn't there before. You're going to look in the archives and pick the most complicated case. Think of a way to get Chen Chen involved. Gua Haiba spoke to Qi Xiaozhu. I know. Kishengzo's eyes lit up and she quickly walked towards the archive. Tiantai Business Building. Chen Chen looked at the sign of the private detective agency in front of him. It is really a bit simple. Just renting a house and setting up a company has spent the bonus from the last case. Boss, this is too low. If you want me to say, so many corrupt officials, go and break into their safes. Forgive them for not daring to call the police. Don't keep trying to put that in your head. I'm the one who won. So tighten up. You're the boss. You're in charge. But it's time to mess with that case. And it's time to clean him up after letting him get away with it for 3 years. All the previous files are in the police system. I should have known to pull them up ahead of time when I left. Knock, knock. Knock. While this was going on, there came a knock on the door. Chen froze. A client so soon? Opened the door, only to find Kishiretsu standing outside. Today's Chi Xiaozhu was wearing a white dress, her long black hair naturally hanging down, and on her feet was a pair of white canvas shoes. Exquisite features, breathtakingly beautiful, but with a high and cold temperament that no one should approach. However, after seeing Chen, Chi Xiaozhu playfully spat out her tongue. The high and cold temperament instantly becomes agile and lively. How did you find this place? Chen was a bit puzzled. I'm a police officer. Ah, there's still a way to investigate a person's recent information. Won't you invite me in? Kishozu winked mischievously. Chapter 15, The Case of 3 Years Ago. Where can I? A beautiful woman's visit to my humble abode is fluffy. Feel free to sit down. Chen handed Chi Xiaozhu a chair. I didn't realize that instead of going back to the police, you set up a private detective agency. Can't figure you out. Kishozu surveyed his surroundings. Afghan decor mixed with minimalist style is very unique. Can't help it, gotta make a living. Chen pulled over a chair and sat down. A mixed bag? Kishozu was a bit speechless. Chen such a genius are called mixed rice. Then they police department people are afraid to ask for food. This is the bonus for the shredded corpse case. This time the case was solved quickly. And then the serial murder case. The above levels have given rewards. The captain all let me send it. Kishengzu said while taking out a thick envelope. Thank Team Guo for me. Chen nonchalantly collected it. I'm short of money these days. Can I ask you something? Chi Xiaozhu skimmed his eyes at Chen. Uncle Qi didn't help me much. These last 3 years in the mental hospital. Things came in the mail all the time, and I know they were all from your father. And so was this dress. If there's anything you want, just say so. Chen tugged at the clothes on his body. I want to worship you. Sincerely. Chi Xiaozhu looked at Chen and said, Boss, this girl doesn't have a crush on me, does she? Thinking about it, I'm so handsome. Just forget it. She's Uncle Chi's daughter, or a graduate of the Kyoto Police Academy. I reckon. She's probably frustrated by these 2 cases and wants to learn something for real. That must be promised. There are people inside the police station, and it is convenient to investigate and so on. Otherwise we'll have to go to the door and beg, right? Fair enough. Chen thought about it. Could be. You can always come to me with future cases. Chen said. No need for later. There's one right now. With a wry smile, Kishozu took out a file bag from behind her. You've come prepared. Hostage-taking case in the New World Garden neighborhood? A case from 3 years ago? Chen swept a glance. Yes, this is a case that happened shortly after you went to the mental hospital. I read that it was just a normal hostage-taking case, and the kidnappers were killed at the scene. But the officer on the scene ended up with major depression and left the force. There's something strange about this case being specially marked, I feel. Chi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen. Chen picked up the dossier and looked at it. 3 years ago, a hostage-taking case occurred in the New World Garden neighborhood. At the time, a boss named Zhao Delong is celebrating his child's birthday when he is kidnapped by his own employee, Li Haisheng, who not only holds Zhao Delong hostage, but also carries strong explosives on his person. The police went to the scene and were responsible for negotiating with the kidnappers. During the negotiation, Li Haisheng became agitated, wanted to harm the hostages, and made a move to detonate the explosives. The officers had no choice but to shoot and kill Li Haisheng. Isn't that easy? It's just an ordinary hostage-taking case, and the end result was a success. Nothing out of the ordinary. Could it be that there was some other accident that happened at the scene? Chi Xiaozhu looked at the case file information in his hand, puzzled. The dossier is recorded very simply, even on a thin sheet of paper, which is somewhat less than standard. The normal case file record requires a detailed description of the process. Special also shot and killed the suspect. Can such a file be reviewed and approved? Chi Xiaozhu flipped to the end of the dossier, but it was Chi Tongwei's signature. My dad handled this case? Is it hard to believe it's that case? At that time, when my father was promoted, he kept a case in Tianhai City in mind, and mentioned it a lot afterward, but he didn't say much about it when I asked him. Kishozu was a bit puzzled. This dossier should be incomplete and out of process. Call and find out what's going on. Chen said from the side. Kishozu nodded and called Katongwei. Dad, what happened in the New World Garden hostage-taking case 3 years ago? How come the file notes are so simple? That's not very compliant. How can it be filed? Kishiretsu asked. The New World Garden hostage-taking case? Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Kishore was also a bit puzzled. It was Chen who wanted it, but I've read the dossier and there's nothing special about it. Chi Xiaozhu winked at Chen. She knew that if it was herself, her dad would definitely not agree. But in Chen's place, there was nothing to say. Chen? Hearing that it was Chen, Chi Tongwei also froze for a moment. Dad, what the hell happened? Was the officer psychologized because he shot the suspect? Or was it a mistake to shoot the suspect back then? Chi Xiaozhu asked in a hurry. The dossier you have seen is incomplete. Some of the processes have been deliberately deleted by me. Also, there's a recording of part of the scene. Let me look for it and send it to your email, so you two shouldn't get sidetracked. But the two men listened to it and then immediately deleted it. Kishore spoke up. Shi Xiaozhu glanced at Chen Chen in surprise. Chen Chen's guess was really right. The case file was really incomplete, and his dad risked the responsibility of violating the principle to change the file. Why in the end? The audio was already being sent. I was still the chief at the time, commanding the scene and getting a sense of what was going on inside through the sniper's debriefing. As far as the volume records are low, it's for protection, Kishore said slowly. Protection? Protecting who? The constable? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. No, it's a child. The suspect's daughter. Kiddo shook his head. Are you saying that the police received the suspect's daughter at the scene in order to stabilize the suspect's agitated state? But it shouldn't be. Why bring the kids? Where's his wife? Kishoretsu quickly responded that this was a common way for the police to do things. Having a relative present allows you to understand the suspect's situation and persuade him or her, but rarely does the child show up. The suspect's wife was hospitalized at the time with a very serious kidney disease and could not get out of bed. The floor where the hostage's home is located is on the structural level, and once the explosives are detonated, the entire building will come crashing down. There were still a lot of people upstairs who hadn't been evacuated, so we had no choice but to have officers bring the suspect's 5-year-old daughter to the scene. It worked really well too. After seeing the kid, the sniper reported that the suspect had calmed down completely and even put the knife down. Just when we thought it was all over, the sniper suddenly said the suspect was so agitated that he not only stabbed the hostage with a knife, but also had the motion of pulling the bomb switch with his other hand. I was about to order the snipers to fire when a shot came from the scene. When we rushed in, we found the suspect had been shot in the eyebrow and the hostage had been stabbed in the shoulder but was unharmed. The girl was on the officer's shoulder with her back to the scene, and the officer went ahead and put headphones on her to listen to a song. And she didn't realize what was going on. You'll know exactly what happened at the scene when you listen to the recording. QI recalled the scene and spoke to the two men. Soon, the live recording was then sent. Chen Chen handed Shi Xiaozhu an earphone and clicked play. Chapter 16, Kill Him. The sound of the scene from 3 years ago came back to the ears of both men. Uncle, is my dad in there? It's so beautiful here. Uncle, I miss my dad so much. I haven't seen him for a long time. And my mom says that my dad is out there working hard to make money so that my mom can get a cure in surgery. It will. Everything will be fine. How about this headphone for you to listen to? Uncle heard that you have a birthday today too. Happy birthday. It should have been the officer walking toward the scene with the girl in his arms. Daddy, is this birthday cake for me? There are so many more dishes. The girl seemed to see a birthday cake and a table full of food on the table and cheered with delight. Yeah, it's Dad. The moment Li Haisheng saw his daughter appear, his voice took on a trace of choking, and the softest deficiencies in his heart were touched. From the officer's description, the knife and bomb remote control in his hand eased down. It's an ass. Your father lied to you. He doesn't have any money at all and he's buying you a cake? It's for my daughter. Your family is poor and you'll never be able to eat cake. Zhao Dalong's sharp voice, however, suddenly interrupted Li Haisheng. Wah dash. The girl burst into tears of disappointment. Hearing Zhao Dalong's words and his daughter's cries, Li Haisheng completely broke down and could no longer control his emotions. Raising his dagger, he stabbed up at Zhao Dalong's shoulder. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Li Haisheng kept hitting Zhao Dalong with the hand holding the detonator. At any moment, the bomb could be detonated. Not only would all 4 of them be finished by then, the entire building could collapse. Bang! With a gunshot, the whole house went quiet. Li Haisheng was shot in the eyebrow and fell to the ground. Zhao Dalong grimaced as he climbed up from the ground. You're sick. Why did you just irritate him? Can't you see there's a bomb? The officer shouted angrily at Zhao Dalong. Just now, they had clearly eased off, and if Zhao Dalong hadn't had to say those words, there would have been no need to shoot at all. Afraid of what? The bomb was a fake. I knew it. Mud, and stabbed the old man. Zhao Dalong said disdainfully and viciously kicked Li Haisheng twice. What did you say? The officer made an incredulous sound. It sounded as if something was being torn apart. The next moment, countless police officers poured in. There was a cacophony of reports and celebrations. After listening to the live recording, Chen Chen and Shi Xiaozhu slowly removed their headphones. They finally understood why that police officer was severely depressed and why Director Chi had violated the rules in handling the case. The bullets that were supposed to do justice have been reduced to tools for the commission of evil deeds. In any other cop's shoes, the conviction might have crumbled. Inside this case, the kidnapper, Li Haisheng, is the most innocent, and the victim, Zhao Dalong, is the one who started it all. It's an abomination. It's just going to piss people off. How could anyone be so hateful? Shi Xiaozhu was furious. He did deserve to die, but didn't break the law, so no wonder the police couldn't do anything with him. Boss, it's an insult to the sunlight to let this kind of trash live in the world. Let's kill him. Death is too light for such scum. The best way to deal with him is to deal with him the way he is. It's time for him to pay his debt from 3 years ago. Chen Chen nodded. Let's go and meet this Zhao Dalong. Chen Chen stood up. Tianhai City, Imperial Premium Hotel. A middle-aged man was sitting down to a posh lunch. The table in front of him was set with lobster, abalone and other seafood. He was seen scooping up some caviar with a spoon on the back of his hand and sipping it into his mouth with his eyes closed. It's simply delicious on earth. The middle-aged man wiped his mouth, enjoying himself. He's all alone and doesn't have any friends, but he gets to enjoy good food every day and has goddess-like peripheral women swimming around in the evenings. He's finally living the life he wants. For many years before that, he had been masquerading as a good boss, a good brother, a good father, a good husband, for the sake of, when it counts, making all the money your own. He made it, become a multi-millionaire overnight. Though he lost friendship, affection and love, he gained wealth and status. This society only recognizes money. Everything else is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. 3 years ago, he successfully victimized himself with the help of a bullet from a police officer. When you have money, you always have to find a place to enjoy yourself. The bank called for money? All kinds of debt? Doesn't exist. But there wasn't a penny in any of the cards that belonged to him. Years ago, he coaxed his daughter to quietly go to the bank to do a card. That time his daughter, ignorant, do not understand anything, the whole operation by himself. Even his mother does not know. All the money is on this card, and the cell phone number reserved by the bank is a brand new number. Even if the bank had something to do, he was reached by phone. Who would have thought that an 8-year-old girl would have tens of millions of dollars to her name, waiting for 10 or 20 years later? Even if the daughter found out, it is estimated that the money has been spent almost, and then rely on the daughter's retirement. In a person's life, any reputation is false, only money is real. Just as Zhao Dalong finished eating and was about to check out and leave, a stranger sat in front of him abruptly. Zhao Dalong? Chen Chen looked at the person in front of him. Although the appearance had changed from the photo, he was still recognizable. Who are you? Zhao Dalong looked at Chen Chen warily. 3 years ago, in the vicious hostage-taking case at New World Garden, you were the hostage, weren't you? Chen Chen said indifferently. Cut. You're a cop. Ha, what do you want with me again? It's been so many years, I've forgotten. How much? Zhao Dalong looked at Chen Chen with disdain. Looks like you've had a comfortable few years, but you should know that you were the one who deserved to die back then. Chen Chen looked at Zhao Dalong as if he was looking at a corpse. So what if it is? It's not like I'm breaking the law. He was the one who came to me with the bomb in the first place, but I still want to thank you. The police should punish the evil and help our weak and helpless people. That was a hell of a shot. Bang! A direct hit to the head. Zhao Dalong laughed playfully and stood up, looking at Chen Chen contemptuously. He knows, even if the police know they did it on purpose, even if the police knew that it was using them, he hadn't committed a crime and the police couldn't do anything with him at all. It wasn't as if there hadn't been police officers who had come after him before, but a single phone call to file a complaint was all it took to make those officers eat their words. First, I'm not a cop, just a private investigator. Secondly, I'd advise you to hold still. You must have seen this thing before. I'm not faking this, Chen Chen said as he unfolded his book bag. Inside, there was a bomb just like the one in the hijacking case 3 years ago. Chapter 17, Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. Looking at the bomb in the bag, the arrogance on Zhao Dalong's face was gone. It was replaced by overwhelming fear and remorse, regretting that he hadn't left earlier. What are you going to do? Zhao Dalong's voice also carried a hint of tremor. You've gotten a lot of money before in various ways, haven't you? I want half of it. Transfer it into this account. The note is for antiques, Chen Chen said, handing Zhao Dalong a slip of paper with a bank card number written on it, while also taking out an antique bowl. This bowl, it was bought by Chen Chen halfway through the day from a stall for $10. Listening to Chen Chen's words, Zhao Dalong also finally understood what Chen Chen meant. You're robbing me. I'm calling the police. Zhao Dalong didn't expect Chen Chen to come to get money. He's blacker than he is. Oh, I thought of that. That's why I brought a special signal blocker. Your cell phone probably won't get a signal and the police won't be able to call. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Zhao Dalong incredulously took out his cell phone, and sure enough, there was no signal. Call the money honestly, or when I push this button, we're both dead. I don't care. I don't have any money anyway, but you're different. Old Zhao once said that the most painful thing in the world is when a person dies and the money is unspent. Chen Chen grinned. Count on it. Zhao Dalong looked at Chen Chen viciously. Another timid look at the bombs in Chen Chen's backpack. Judging by the weight of the backpack, it doesn't look fake. Now that he was a multimillionaire and his life was the most valuable thing, he had to agree. But my cell phone doesn't have a signal to transfer money to you. I don't have my card, Zhao Dalong said coldly. Good point, I'll turn it off, but I need to remind you of one thing. This bomb of mine is remote controlled. If it really explodes, the whole hotel will be in ruins, Chen Chen said as he turned off the signal shield. Zhao Dalong picked up the slip of paper on the table that had a bank card written on it and entered it as he did so. I'm going to run out of money. It's not too much to ask for more food, is it? Waiter, remove these and have another serving of the same. Zhao Dalong spoke to Chen Chen. Without waiting for Chen Chen to nod, he waved at the waiter. I advise you that you better not pull any tricks or I'll detonate at any time. Chen Chen lowered his voice in warning. Don't worry, I'm also afraid of death. Besides, don't I still have half the money? Zhao Dalong raised an eyebrow. While the waiter came over to clean up and physically blocked Chen Chen, Zhao Dalong quickly edited an alarm message and sent it to the alarm platform, then intentionally misplaced the password 3 times in a row. Bad. I was a little nervous earlier, and I accidentally misplaced my password. It'll be a few minutes, just in time for the meal to come. Let's eat first, Zhao Dalong said with a face full of innocence. You'd better not get any ideas. Chen Chen rolled up his sleeves, one hand holding the remote control and one hand nonchalantly grabbing at the lobster. Feast your eyes on this. 1 lobster down. The sound of an alarm was also heard outside the hotel. How dare you call the police? Chen Chen was greatly annoyed. It's like the previous episode is going to repeat itself. There's cops all over the place out there right now, so you'd better get the hell out of here. I haven't told the police what it is yet, and they don't know what it is, but as soon as I yell, they'll know I called it in. Zhao Dalong sneered at Chen Chen. You don't say. It's pretty smart. I forgot to mention earlier, though, that when I turned on the signal blocker, I also turned on a skimming instrument. I looked at the app you logged into and the instrument has gotten all the information. I had transferred all the money before you deliberately misplaced your password. Chen Chen pulled out a small machine from inside his backpack. This can't be right. My app is tied to text messages and I get alerts for any expenses. You're hoodwinking me. Zhao Dalong's eyes widened and he stood up with a pang. Oh, I forgot to tell you earlier. I turned the signal blocker back on after I transferred the money, so you didn't get the text. Now what if you look again? Chen Chen glanced at the growing number of police outside and turned on the signal shield. Ding, 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 ding. Zhao Dalong's cell phone was bombarded with text messages. Zhao Dalong watched his balance decrease crazily, and his entire body fell into a frenzy. I didn't expect to be hit. The balance has now gone to 0 in the text message alert. All the money was transferred by Chen Chen. I'll go first. Bye-bye Yulu. Chen Chen smiled slightly. He was about to stand up and leave, but he was coldly snatched by Zhao Dalong, who snatched the remote control of the bomb from his hand. Chen Chen also had an arm around him as soon as Zhao Dalong put his arm around him. I chow and I ma. Give me my money back. Give it back, or I'll blow you up. Zhao Dalong shouted through gritted teeth. Hearing the sound from this side, a lot of people around them also looked over, and a few of the hall security guards and the police officers who had just come in also ran towards this side. Help! He's got a bomb. Seeing this, Chen Chen shouted at the top of his voice. Stay back, all of you. Come any closer and I'll detonate the bomb. Zhao Dalong also didn't expect things to go to this extent and completely lost his mind, raising the remote control high with one hand and yelling at the police officers. Upon hearing that there was a bomb, the whole hotel was in chaos. There was a flurry of running towards the outside. Chapter 18, The Bullet from 3 years ago. But at this point, Zhao Dalong could no longer care about that. That money was what he had gotten from all those years of scamming and cheating, and he had been cheated out of all of it. Listen up inside. Don't be impulsive. We're cops. The police were soon on the scene. Along for the ride was Kishiretsu. After seeing Chen Chen being held hostage by Zhao Dalong with a bomb, Qi Xiaozhu was also shocked. After Chen Chen finished talking to Qi Xiaozhu, he said that he went out to buy something, and asked Qi Xiaozhu to wait at the station. And once the alarm platform had a text message, he brought a large force. Qi Xiaozhu had thought that Chen Chen had captured Zhao Dalong, but she hadn't expected Chen Chen to be held hostage. And what about the bomb? Where's the bomb? Kishozu was completely confused. Zhao Dalong also did not expect the police to come so quickly. Holding the bomb, holding Chen Chen to the corner. You cops hurry up and make him give me my money back. He cheated me out of money. Give me the money. Zhao Dalong shouted outside in desperation. What's going on? Hua Haiba heard that Chen Chen was being held hostage and also came to the scene. Suspect Wang Hai, a customer of the hotel, just now in the hostage in the lobby to exchange what? In front of everything is normal. Suddenly the hostage erupted into an argument, currently holding the hostage against the wall. Homemade bomb on the body. Remote control in suspect's possession. The kidnappers are very agitated. We can't get close enough and don't really know what's going on. There are still a lot of people inside the hotel that haven't been evacuated, and the location is in the downtown area. So if it explodes, it's going to be very problematic. The police officer who first got here said, "Bomb? Where did the bomb come from?" Hua Haibao was a bit surprised. "I don't know. The location where the two were is a surveillance dead zone. Looks like a homemade detonator." The cop shook his head. "Keep the snipers on standby. Nothing must happen to the hostages." Hua Haibao frowned. Through the hotel glass, Shi Xiaozhu could see Qinshan being strangled to death by Zhao Dalong. Zhao Dalong was still holding the bomb detonator in one of his hands. The scene in front of me, however, was exactly the same as the hostage-taking case in New Century Garden 3 years ago. Isn't it to make Zhao Dalong pay? Why is Chen Chen being held hostage? Chen, what the hell are you planning to do? Kishozu was anxious in her heart. Imperial Premium Hotel lobby. Zhao Dalong's face was ashen as he looked at the scene outside. Not only is he out of money, he's surrounded by police. A tactic he used 3 years ago, not realizing he's now a suspect. It's over. Even if the money could be gotten back, I don't think I could hide my identity. It's all over. Who the hell are you? Why did you lie to me? You ruined me, you know. You ruined my plans. Zhao Dalong hooped Chen Chen's neck hard. 3 years. Chen Chen was strangled to the point where he could barely catch his breath, and spat out 2 words from his mouth. What did you say? Zhao Dalong couldn't help but stare, and the force on his hands loosened a bit. Zhao Dalong, you've been enjoying yourself for 3 years. It's time to pay the bill. Chen Chen felt the weakening of his arm's strength and gasped for air. You, who the hell are you? Zhao Dalong looked at Chen Chen incredulously. It doesn't matter what I am. Social scum like you don't do society a bit of good by living. How does it feel to be screwed and cheated out of your money? Isn't that cool? Chen Chen deliberately provoked Zhao Dalong. Give me the money. Give me the money. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'm not living. Thinking about this, Zhao Dalong had gone completely insane. Report. The suspect is suddenly agitated. Hostages are being torn. His hand had the staging motion to detonate the bomb. Request to fire. At that moment, the sniper's urgent request came from inside the intercom. Shoot to kill. Hua Haibao hurriedly gave the order. Bang! With a gunshot, the whole world went quiet. Chen Chen turned his head to look at Zhao Dalong, who had an extra bullet hole in his eyebrow. His eyes filled with despair, as was the case with Li Haisheng 3 years ago. 3 years ago, this should have been your end. Take your time to redeem yourself when you get to that world. Chen Chen shook his head. Chapter 19. There are no loopholes. Boss, is this a good idea of mine? Not only do we punish the wicked and eliminate the evil, but we also have a lot more money for future operations. Unless we come across another one of these that completely evades the rules, we should use this trick sparingly in the future. Come on, boss. What's the big deal? To put it bluntly, I'm your deepest and most direct thoughts, right? Chen Chen, are you alright? At this time, Shi Xiaozhu came to Chen Chen's side. Oh, it's fine. Only then did Chen Chen come back to his senses. Chen Chen, what the hell is going on with you? Get the bomb squad over here immediately. Hua Haibao also walked in. Team Hua, no need. The bomb is a fake. Chen Chen waved his hand. What? Hua Haibao and the surrounding police officers were taken aback. It's a couple of fireworks. I unwrapped them, so it was ready to be sold to him. I didn't realize he took it as a bomb. Tell me about this whole thing. It's all a misunderstanding. Chen Chen explained. A few people picked it up and looked at it, and it was exactly as Chen Chen had said. Wait a minute, what did you just say? Selling fireworks? Then why were you just hijacked? Hua Haibao and the others were a bit confused. The price wasn't negotiated. I said this firework of mine was special and more expensive, and he preferred to cut it in half. I didn't agree, and he took offense and held me hostage with this as a bomb. I was strangled by him. I couldn't make a sound. I couldn't even explain. Chen Chen said in a serious manner. What's this mess? Hua Haibao, a group of them, had tens of thousands of question marks floating over their heads. Team Hua, I was wrong. I forgot that fireworks are banned downtown and shouldn't have brought them. Chen Chen was sincere in admitting his mistake. Hua Haibao opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything else. He didn't believe what Chen Chen said at all, but it was good to know that people were just fine. But this man died a terrible death. Wait, this is Zhao Dalong? Hua Haibao looked at the dead man and that's when he recognized him. Unbelievably, he looked at Chen Chen and then at the scene. The eyes widened at once. He finally got it. Chen Chen was using Zhao Dalong's tactics from 3 years ago to seek justice for Li Haisheng. This case was known to all of them at the time, and they were all righteously indignant, but the police uniforms they wore gave them no choice. But he didn't expect Chen Chen to punish Zhao Dalong in the same way. At this moment, Chen Chen was the victim and Zhao Dalong was the suspect. As it was 3 years ago, bias has no holes at all. There was nothing they could do about the Zhao Dalong from 3 years ago, so naturally they couldn't find Chen Chen's problem. In this moment, Hua Haiba suddenly understood the reason why Chen Chen refused to return to the police force. Go back to the station first. Hua Haiba sighed and had Chen Chen brought back to the police station as well. Hua Haiba's office. Team Gua. What's with the frown? Chen Chen is doing the people a favor. You don't know how detestable that Zhao Dalong is. Shi Xiaozhu spoke in favor of Chen Chen on the side. Don't worry, there's no loophole in what this kid did. Even if you want to find trouble with him, you can't. Keith shook his head helplessly. No one knows how much money Zhao Dalong has. No one knew what had happened between Zhao Dalong and Chen Chen before. Even if they did, they wouldn't pursue it. As for the whole process, Chen Chen is completely passive. Is the victim? The scene has witnesses to see clearly. You're going to say that Chen Chen was uninformed. At that time, Chen Chen was strangled by the suspect and could not say anything at all. The dust settled as the suspect was killed. If Chen Chen uses this kind of tactics to deal with crimes in the future, it will be troublesome. Hua Haiba looked towards the window with a worried face. With Chen Chen's ability, if he really wanted to commit a crime, he could do it without any flaws. By the way, why didn't Chen Chen come with you? Hua Haiba turned his head to Qi Xiaozhu and asked. Oh, he said he was going to make a trip to the Angel Orphanage. Team Gua. What is this Angel Orphanage? I hear Chen Chen is familiar with it? Kishiretsu asked. Back then, both of Chen Chen's parents died, so in order for him to have a better upbringing, he went to the Angel Orphanage, where he spent all 3 years of high school. By the way, that Li Haixing's daughter was later sent to the Angel Orphanage. You have more chats with Chen Chen when you're not doing anything. Hua Haiba suddenly felt that it was not a good thing for Qi Xiaozhu and Chen Chen to be so close. If there is a force in this world that can bring people out of the darkness and into the light, other than family love, perhaps it is only love. Provincial cities. Angel Orphanage. The black paint skin on the worn iron door had buckled and peeled off, and the wheels of the iron door squeaked as they ground around on the door tracks on the concrete floor. The white plaster layer on the walls had more or less peeled off, revealing concrete block walls and crooked chalk graffiti. In the middle of the yard, Chen Chen was rolling up his sleeves and making noodles, next to a couple of busy aunts who were preparing dumplings for the children. Chen Chen, why did you transfer so much money at once? Not doing anything illegal, are you? I have always taught you from your childhood to be law-abiding and kind, and never to do anything illegal. A middle-aged woman with white hair spoke to Chen Chen. Mrs. Lu, am I that kind of person? It wasn't 3 years ago that I went down to the sea to do business and made a small fortune, so you can just keep it. This orphanage of ours will become a dangerous building if we don't renovate it. Chen Chen pointed to a dilapidated house on one side. You child, save your own money even if you earn it. In the future, I'll have to get a wife and buy a house. Dean Lu said helplessly. Is everything all right with that little girl called Yaya? In 2nd grade? Chen Chen changed the subject. It's good. Yaya is smart and lively. We know about her. She's always thought her dad took her mom overseas for treatment. No one here knows about those things. Just relax. I'll take care of them. Dean Lu said. Thank you, Mrs. Lu. Chen Chen smiled. He was sent here before when he was in middle school. 3 years of high school were spent here. He keeps calling him Mrs. Lu. Lu's mom was unable to have children as a child and treated them, the orphans, as if they were her own children. Chen Chen looked at Lu Ma's white hair and was a little distressed. Suddenly, she noticed a few deep scratches on the back of her neck where Mrs. Lu had inadvertently lifted her hair. Mrs. Lu, how did you get hurt here? Chen Chen asked in a hurry. Oh, it's caught in a fight with someone. It's all in the past. Lu Ma hurriedly spread her hair down. Ouch, who dares to touch Lu's mom? Kill him, boss. I'll look down on you if you wimp out. No need for you to say that, but it's a bit strange. I remembered that Lu's mom was very gentle and never argued with anyone. How could she get into a fight? Chen Chen was about to ask, but he didn't expect a few police officers to walk in. What's the matter with you guys? Chen Chen was surprised and greeted him. We're looking for Ms. Lu Guifeng. It is suspected that she is connected to a murder case, and she is asked to return to cooperate with the investigation. A cop said, pulling out a pair of handcuffs. Chapter 20. My name is Chen Chen. Extinction case? Chen Chen was surprised. Right, a family was exterminated, and a few days ago, they had a fierce physical confrontation with Ms. Lu in front of the school. When lighting up the surveillance, it was found that Ms. Lu had entered the deceased's villa yesterday. Other than that, no one else has come in or out. We're going to take Ms. Lu back for an investigation, and we ask for your cooperation, the police officer said as he handcuffed Dean Lu. Wait a minute. Chen Chen rushed forward to stop it. It's okay, I'll go with them. You guys wrap it up. The police won't accuse me wrongly. Dean Lu patted the flower on his hands and came to the front. I asked to be involved in this case. Seeing this, Chen Chen stopped in front. Who are you? Just involved in this case? Several police officers were upset, having seen obstruction of law enforcement, but not having seen active participation in law enforcement. However, it was Chen Chen's aura in front of them that made them hardened. My name is Chen Chen. Please apply to your superiors immediately. I demand to be involved in this case. Chen Chen could not help but directly pull open the car door and sit on it. Chen Chen? Who is Chen Chen? Why is that name so familiar? I'll call and ask. Looking at Chen Chen's stance, a police officer took out his cell phone and called their captain. 10 seconds later. Ho 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 ho. So you're the genius sleuth. We didn't know just now, so you must forgive us. It's been agreed from above that you're in for the whole thing. We have eyes to see. We'll take you to the team now. A couple of police officers smiled apologetically. Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Provincial Department. I'm Fu Ming, the captain of the Provincial City's Criminal Investigation Brigade, and I welcome your participation in this case. Fu Ming heard that Chen Chen had arrived and personally greeted him at the door. 3 days. Give me 3 days and I'll find the killer. Chen Chen didn't talk nonsense and directly said to the first captain, Find the killer? We've found it. What are you looking for? I know about your relationship. It's not like you're trying to use these 3 days to get the killer off the hook, is it? At that moment, a young policeman stepped forward. His face looked at Chen Chen with an unfavorable expression. Who are you? What makes you so sure that Dean Lu was the murderer? Chen Chen coldly looked at the visitor. Vice Captain of the Provincial Department's Criminal Investigation Team 1. Zhou Ran. We canvassed the video from the day of the murder, and she was the only one who entered the victim's house, and no one came in or out after she left, and then the extermination happened. According to the time of death given by the coroner, the victim's time of death basically matches the time she left. What's more, the murder weapon was a fruit knife, and we found her fingerprints on the fruit knife. With such ironclad evidence, need anything more be said? Zhou Ran looked at Chen Chen provocatively. He had long been displeased with Chen Chen. Previously, he graduated first in the police academy, scored first in the interview, and was left in the provincial capital. It was expected to be highly regarded as a rising police star. As a result, the teacher who took him was always comparing him to a man named Chen Chen. What a genius! What a sleuth! Always hanging on his lips, putting him down for nothing, much to his dismay. In this case, he personally led the investigation and locked up the killer in just a few hours. Being complacent, he was coldly interjected by Chen Chen. Why do you say it's not? You think you're too big for your britches, don't you? Yes, Captain. Even if he is Chen Chen, he can't act so recklessly, right? With so much hard evidence, what else needs to be identified? Captain, we can't start this. He must be trying to get the murderer off the hook. A few police officers around them also spoke up. They were all police officers who came in with Zhou Ran in the same batch, admired Zhou Ran's ability, and only looked up to Zhou Ran. A private detective still wants to be involved in a big extermination case. This is just a slap in their face. Chen Chen, give me a reason. Looking at the opposition of the crowd, the first captain, Fu Ming, was also in some difficulty. In this case, he had also felt that it was characterized, but he only made an exception because of Chen Chen's identity. If it's really Director Lu who committed the crime, why is he still waiting for you guys to catch him as if nothing has happened if it's such an obvious breach? Based on my understanding of Dean Lu, not to mention the fact that she couldn't have done it, even if she could have done it, she would have definitely turned herself in. Chen Chen was incomparably certain. That's all subjective thinking on your part. It's not even remotely admissible as evidence. Zhou Ran sneered. I'll find the proof. Chen Chen looked around the room. Boss, awesome. I'm on top of you this time. Don't they have any brains? If they're really going to kill the family, why are they still waiting to be caught? A bunch of brainiacs. 1 day. I'll only give you 1 day. It was at this point that QI walked out from the back. Hearing Chi Tongwei's words, all of them stopped saying anything, and Fu Ming also hastened to agree. Chen Chen glanced at Chi Tongwei and turned to walk out. Captain, what to do? A nearby police officer quietly poked Zhou Ran. Let him find it. I don't believe what tricks he can make in a day. He's asking for it. When the day is over, his so-called genius sleuth name will be gone. Looking at Chen Chen's back as he left, Zhou Ran could not help but clench his fists. Wave Hill Villa. A cordon was drawn outside a single-family home. This is a murder scene. The deceased were 5 in total, namely student Li Daong, Li Daong's parents and grandparents. The parents' throats were slit in their beds, and Li Daong was muffled with a pillow. Both grandparents were killed by a bedside ornament that had no fingerprints on it. Boss, this is definitely not right. It doesn't make sense that there are fingerprints on the fruit knife, but there are no fingerprints on the ornament that smashed the man to death. Unless there are 2 murderers. Good point. In terms of the murder weapon, the murderer was in place. It's possible that the murder was not intentional. It was improvised. It could have been a thief. Boss, there's a safe over there. Chen Chen came to the safe and shook it hard. There was nothing inside. The safe was new and not dusty, which means it was in normal use, and the contents should have been taken because it was an extermination. So the police didn't know the money was missing. There are signs of a lock being opened, not by the average person. Eifelberg safe. Performance is very good, even if the professional people have to spend a lot of effort. Without external force to open, is a master. There's absolutely no way it's misses. Lou, hey, don't mess with the scene. I'm telling you, be sensible. You're not a cop. You'll be held accountable for destroying the scene. Just as Chen Chen was watching the scene, an impatient voice sounded behind him. Chapter 21. Sorry, not familiar with you. You guys are really shady. Coming to study? I'm sorry, your qualifications are too poor to get into my eyes, so forget about worshipping the master. Chen Chen coldly turned to look. It was Zhou Ran who walked in with a few people. Bah, worship you? Someone else brags about you a few times, and you really consider yourself a master? Whoever worships you has their brains pushed out by the door. We're here to maintain the scene so that certain people don't take advantage of the opportunity to destroy evidence. Zhou Ran walked forward with a face full of disdain. Looking at Chen Chen, they did not look at the scene, but instead surrounded a safe and tossed. More and more concluded that Chen Chen pressed not much ability. Master. It was at this moment that a crisp voice sounded behind him. Zhou Ran's face sank. He had just finished mocking the fact that worshipping Chen Chen as his master was his brain being squeezed by the door. And in the turn of the head, someone was calling him master? Isn't that a slap in my face? I was about to turn back to find out what was going on when I turned around and was dumbfounded. You're Shinobu's sister, aren't you? I'm your father's favorite student. Ah, at that time, after graduating from the police academy, your father purposely left me in the provincial city. Speaking of which, I'm still your senior. I didn't realize you were here. When Wang Ming saw Qi Xiaozhu, he immediately changed his face. Qi Xiaozhu is the provincial hall of the public security system famous police flower, coupled with the position of QI director. Who can get Qi Xiaozhu's heart? That the future career is definitely a step in the right direction. Sorry, don't know you well. Besides, I'm out of my mind. You'd better stay away from me. Master, why don't we go over there? Qi Xiaozhu could not help but go forward and take Chen Chen's arm. Turning his head, he coldly spoke to Zhou Ran. Looking at Qi Xiaozhu's intimacy with Chen Chen, Zhou Ran's eyes burst into flames. Sister Shinobu, he's just a private detective. How can you worship him? You were a famous master in our police academy back in the day. Some people just have a mouth. Nothing real. You mustn't be fooled by him, Zhou Ran said in a hurry. From what you're saying, you have real skills? Then I do have a few questions for you. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly. Feel free to ask. I can help point you in the right direction. Zhou Ran confidently spread his hands. It was just the right time to pretend in front of Kashengzu. According to you, it was Director Liu who came in and killed the two men who were on the bed with a fruit knife, then smashed the two elderly men with a bedside ornament afterward, and finally smothered the child with a pillow, right? Chen Chen asked to Zhou Ran. Yeah, what's the problem? Zhou Ran froze. Why are there fingerprints on the fruit knife and none on the pendulum? Chen Chen asked. This, Zhou Ran choked at once. He hadn't really thought about it. Maybe the killer forgot it first and put on the gloves later. One fingerprint is enough, Zhou Ran said with a terse voice. But when these words came out, Qi Xiaozhu was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Zhou Ran. Why did you leave the dagger there if you realized it exposed the fingerprints? Wouldn't it be better to just take it away? Chen Chen continued to ask. This, ahem. Zhou Ran wiped the cold sweat from his head. I'll ask the second question. The placement and normal signs of this safe indicate that it was a commonly used safe. But why was it empty? And it seems like all the gold and silver jewelry in the house is gone. But I don't see that mentioned in the scene report. I hear you led the scouting of the scene, right? Were these things not found? Or did you take them by the hand? Chen Chen pointed to the safe. Don't be ridiculous. Zhou Ran was even more dumbfounded. For him to say that he didn't realize it would be a lack of ability, that he could miss such an important clue. If he's going to take it away, he's going to know the law, and I guess they're all going in. Either way, it's their problem. What's going on? Didn't I tell you guys at the time to scout the scene properly? Why did you miss such an important clue? Zhou Ran boarded up his face and reprimanded a few police officers behind him. This, you were the one who arranged it at the time. Told us to line up the surveillance and then compare the fingerprint database and all that. A couple of the officers didn't appreciate the backstabbing at all. Well, not letting me off the hook at all. I guess it's the murderer, Dean Liu, who took it away. Zhou Ran's old face reddened, but he still said with a strained neck, taken? If I'm not mistaken, the murderer would have broken into this safe. And there are signs of lockpicking here. And this is the Eifelberg safe. I don't think a middle-aged woman could have opened it easily. The killer must have come from a professional locksmith or thief background, Chen Chen said while pointing at the lock-picking marks. How can you be so sure? Zhou Ran had never even heard of this safe's brand. If you don't believe me, you can call a locksmith over to take a look. Chen Chen spread his hands. Call a locksmith immediately. Zhou Ran instructed the police officers behind him. Soon, a locksmith came. This is a bit of a pain in the ass. I can't drive it, unless it's welded open with a torch. The locksmith scratched his head. Okay, let's get the stuff back to the station first. Tally up the missing belongings. Zhou Ran spoke to the police officer with a dark face. Lieutenant, everyone in this family is dead. Who's the statistic to find? The constable was also dumbfounded. How do I know? Take the stuff back first. Zhou Ran's face was darkening into a pot. That doesn't say much. What if that Dean Lu was a thief behind his back dash? Zhou Ran spoke with his mouth. Before he could finish his words, he was disliked by Chen Chen with one hand pressing his face against the wall. Listen to me. If you dare to say one more bad word about President Lu, I'll cut your scalp open, pour mercury into it, and little by little, I'll peel this human skin off of you. You can try. I dare or I don't dare. Can or can't? Chen Chen said coldly and led Qi Xiaozhu out. The back of Zhou Ran's head was knocked raw by the wall, a handprint on a reddened face. He had wanted to pretend in front of Qi Xiaozhu, but he was disliked by Chen Chen. You're a psychopath. I'm not talking to you. It's just one day, and all this will be for nothing without actual evidence by then. Zhou Ran gritted his teeth as he looked at the departing Chen Chen. Boss, there are now 2 key pieces of evidence pointing to Lu Ma. The police have lined up the surveillance. No one came in or out after before. How did the murderer get in or out? The second is the time of death. According to the coroner, they died at about the same time as Lu's mom left, but the time to leave was 8 p.m. How can you go to bed in unison when the family is dead in their beds? I'll go ask Mrs. Lu first. Interrogation room. Mrs. Lu's face couldn't stop being tired. I really didn't expect this to happen. Seeing Chen Chen come in, Lu Ma hurriedly stood up. Mrs. Lu, it's fine. What happened then? Chen Chen put the boxed lunch on the table. It's okay, it's all in the past. Just don't ask. Dean Lu, however, shook his head, unwilling to say anything. Chen Chen? Kishochuk waved from the doorway. Mrs. Lu, you eat first. Chen Chen got up and walked out. Here's the video I got from the police. Qi Xiaozhu handed her cell phone to Chen Chen. The cell phone was showing the security footage from the school entrance. Mrs. Lu was arguing with a few people about something. My son must have a reason for bullying her. What good can she be without a parent to teach her? Isn't it just to lose money? I'll give you $300. A scantily clad woman flung a few bills at Dean Lu's face. Behind her, a chubby boy in the arms of 2 old men gave the middle finger to President Lu. What did you say? You can't talk about my children like that. I want you to apologize. Dean Lu's face turned red, obviously incomparably angry. Apologize? A bunch of poor beggars. I'm too dirty to talk to you. Not just wanting more money? Enough? The woman pulled out a few more bills and threw them on the floor. Turning around, he was about to leave, but he was deadlocked by Dean Lu. Seeing this, those 2 old men came forward to tear down Dean Lu, and that little fat man even went to take off the pants of that orphanage girl in front of Dean Lu. Seeing this, Dean Lu hissed and fought with a few people like a wounded female beast. Chapter 22 Brokenness. ****** treadmill. This group of pigs and dogs are worse than them. If they don't die, I will definitely get them killed. Penis's angry voice rang in his head. Chen Chen's face also became gloomy. No wonder Lu Ma didn't tell herself. She must be afraid that she would be impulsive as well. As far as we know, the boy's name is Li Daeyong and he's in 5th grade. And the little girl's name is Sun Jiaojiu and she's in 2nd grade. After school, Li Daeyong, with 3 boys, blocked Sun Jiaojiu, who was going home alone, and took her to an abandoned house to molest her. It also burned the girl's clothes and shoes afterward, leaving the girl to walk back to the orphanage naked. When Dean Lu found out, he took the child to the police, but there was no evidence, so he had to go to the school to seek justice. After that there was the scene in front of the school. Considering that this matter is that parent is at fault first, the police can only mediate. This bully's family is a businessman. Want to pay compensation and settlements? President Lu has been disagreed. The back will not be settled. 3 days later, there was a murder case. Li Daeyong's family of 5 was killed. So the first thing the police suspected was that Dean Lu was taking revenge. Kisho Chuk explained. I know. Chen Chen nodded and pushed the door to walk in. Mrs. Lu, why did you go to their house? What's with the prints on that fruit knife? Chen Chen sat down and asked. I thought I'd go to the same school after all, and go and have a good talk. So I did, but they didn't even let me in the door to begin with. When I went in, I accidentally touched the apple on the floor. picked it up and put it back, and they resented it and told me to peel off the part one was holding, and they treated me that way, and I knew there was no point in continuing. After that I left. It must have been about 8 o'clock at that time, and I glanced at the time when I went to get the bus. I don't know about the rest. Luma slowly spoke to Chen Chen. I know Mrs. Lu, don't worry, I will definitely return your innocence. Chen Chen nodded. Well, seeing Chen Chen come out, Shi Xiaozhu hurriedly greeted him. She doesn't believe Dean Lu would kill anyone, either. I want to see the body again. Chen Chen shook his head. The morgue. Several bodies lay there. Chen Chen was looking around the corpse. Boss, I feel like there's something wrong with this wound. If the deceased was lying on the bed and the murderer wanted to kill someone, the best way would be to stab the chest. Slitting the throat is not too convenient from the front. It's hard to believe that this person is still an expert with a knife. Listening to Lao Er's words, Chen Chen also squatted down in front of the corpse and looked at it. The wound on the side of the neck does look a little odd, with the outside of the cut showing a rolled-up appearance. It does seem a bit awkward if you're holding the knife head-on. Chen Chen picked up a scalpel from the side and gestured. Chen Chen, what are you doing? But you can't mess with a corpse. Chen Chen's action startled Shi Xiaozhu. She was also very angry when she watched the video, but even more angry, she couldn't abuse the body. No, there's something wrong with the cut. Chen Chen pointed to the fatal wound at the corpse's neck. What's the problem? Kishozu came over to watch. Would you try it with a knife and see if you could cause a wound like that? Chen Chen handed the scalpel to Shi Xiaozhu. Kishortake took it and gestured at it suspiciously. That's when I realized that I couldn't inflict that kind of wound, whether I held the knife in my forehand or my backhand. The blades are all facing the opposite direction. Boss, I got it. Under the bed. The murderer was under the bed. Chen Chen was also brightened up, took the scalpel and drilled under the table, sticking the knife out from under the table. Sure enough, this corresponds to both the position of the blade and the direction of the blade. Found him. Chen Chen was overjoyed. Go to the villa again. By now, the villa was cordoned off. Chen Chen they went straight to their parents' bedroom upstairs. Chen Chen lay on the bottom of the bed and watched. Sure enough, dust on the bottom of the bed shows signs of dragging. The killer hid under the bed and reached out from under the bed to cut his throat so the blood wouldn't spray on him. When I got to the old man's place afterward, it was inconvenient to use a knife, so I just smashed him with the bedside ornament. The child is more of the same, and from the beginning, the murderer was aiming for extermination, so it should be a vendetta. Chen Chen took a long breath. Boss, even if you know, those two problems are still unresolved. The police have lined up the surveillance cameras and no one came in or out before or after the murder. How did the killer get in or out? Maybe the killer was never in or out from the beginning. As for the time of death of the body, I should know that as well. Chen Chen got up from the ground. You go and help find out what electricity was used on the night of the murder. I need to pinpoint the electricity usage to every hour or even every minute, and these villas have individual meters that can be checked. Chen Chen said to Shi Xiaozhu. Yes, Shi Xiaozhu didn't dare to delay and immediately ran out. All that's left is to find out who he is. Go back and watch the surveillance. Chen Chen also headed out. Early the next morning, the meeting room of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Provincial Hall was filled with police officers. They all wanted to see if Chen Chen, who was known as a genius detective, could find any valid evidence in a day's time. However, the crowd waited and waited, but there was a delay in seeing Chen Chen appear. I don't see any point in waiting. This case is so ironclad that there is no possibility of any reversal. I would suggest sending the material to the prosecutor's office as soon as possible. Zhou Ran spoke to the crowd. The suspect's interrogation yesterday is still inconclusive? Fu Ming also frowned in thought. He'd thought about this case backwards and forwards, and while there were some suspicions, they didn't detract from the murderer's conclusion. Motive to commit a crime. There was a time of commission. Possibility of foul play. The timing matches. 2. There's nothing to it. No, she flat out said she didn't kill anyone. Said he went to the deceased's house at the time and sat in the living room. The fruit knife was used because it peeled the apple. That doesn't make any sense at all. How could she, a guest, go to someone's house and peel fruit with a knife? Can't even lie about it. The way I see it, she's also waiting for Chen Chen to flip her case. Zhou Ran shook his head. Pei Ti Ma. The provincial hall is really quite a lot of big smarts. I'm a little glad I didn't stay in the provincial hall. It was at this moment that Chen Chen walked in. What did you say? Humph, the day is up, so you don't have anything to say, do you? Zhou Ran looked at Chen Chen with some annoyance. Who says it didn't? I know who the real killer is. Chen Chen said indifferently. Chapter 23. That's a lot of face. Who is it? Hearing Chen Chen's words, the people in the room subconsciously sat up straight. Before that, I'm going to clear Dean Lu's name. Chen Chen didn't say it directly, but came to the forefront. First, it's about the fingerprints on the hilt. As I'm sure you already know, it was after she unintentionally used the knife and then the killer took it. The killer wore gloves throughout. Chen Chen spoke to the crowd. Oh, didn't you question before that the murderer had a problem for killing with both a knife and a pendulum? You're completely contradicting yourself, Zhou Ran mocked. Contradiction? No. I'll tell you why the killer did it, Chen Chen said as he showed the crowd a few pictures of the deceased's wounds. This is a photograph of the victim's wound, which is rolled over on the outside and narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, suggesting that the killer's force was delivered from the top to the bottom and that the force extended outward. If the deceased had been lying on the bed and the murderer had taken the knife, it would have been impossible to inflict such a wound. So from the beginning, the murderer was hiding under the bed. Reach under the bed and cut your throat. And when it was time to kill again afterward, the man was standing up and the two old men were lying on their backs, and cutting their throats didn't work well before they switched. Chen Chen gestured to the crowd with his knife. Those present were all criminal police officers, and listening to Chen Chen's description, they instantly understood what Chen Chen meant. Unbelievable flurry of demonstrations. My goodness, it's true. If you're killing someone at a high point, the arc is closing inward. It should be an inside roll. Yeah, it's only used with such vigor when you're killing low. Why didn't I think of that? The crowd spoke up. If you say it's under the bed, it's under the bed? What's the evidence? Zhou Ran was a bit reluctant. I've known for some time that you don't examine the scene carefully, so I've added a couple of photos on purpose. Chen Chen showed the photos taken under the bed. Traces of dust made it obvious that someone had been hiding under the bed. Looking at Chen Chen's photo, Zhou Ran's mouth opened and he sheepishly wiped the sweat from his head. That's a hell of a slap in the face. What's going on? I can't believe you didn't notice such obvious evidence. What does your group do? Fu Ming relentlessly reprimanded Zhou Ran. He also couldn't believe that Zhou Ran, a vice captain, could have missed such an important piece of evidence. Even if the murderer was under the bed, we can't rule out that person. It's possible she was under the bed. After all, the time of death matches exactly the time she left. Zhou Ran wryly spoke to Chen Chen. No, precisely, can prove that Dean Lu is not a murderer, Chen Chen said as he took out a breakdown of the data from the Electricity Bureau. This is the number of power going off the night of the murder. According to the coroner's presumed time of death, the time of death was around 8 o'clock, which is when Dean Lu left. However, after 8 o'clock, there was also a noticeable change in power usage, which means that there was someone else inside the villa after Dean Lu left. Chen Chen put the data breakdown on the table. Boom! Everyone looked at Chen Chen with disbelief. They have come up to look at the breakdown of the data. The data showed the same thing Chen Chen said. In this way, Director Lu's suspicion could indeed be ruled out, and their previous judgments were all wrong. Zhou Ran's face went white. I didn't expect there to be anyone else inside the villa besides Dean Lu. That's not right, but how do you explain the time? At that point, another officer asked. The time of death. It wasn't even around 8 o'clock. Instead, it's a couple hours late. Chen Chen shook his head. No way, absolutely not. Chen Chen, you are simply too arrogant. The one who made the time of death analysis is the professional Sun forensic pathologist from our provincial office, and is even more of an authority in the forensic community of our provincial office. Is it hard to believe that you're better than Dr. Sun? Zhou Ran jumped up and spoke as if he had caught Chen Chen's handle. Are you saying there's something wrong with my forensic report? At this point, a forensic scientist in the middle of the corner stood up with a grim face. He's none other than the forensic pathologist's son. Right, Chen Chen nodded. Hiss. Hearing Chen Chen's words, many of the people in the audience sucked in a breath of cool air. This Dr. Sun is a famous forensic expert in the provincial office. How is it possible that you can't even tell the time of death? Chen Chen may be strong in criminal investigation, but after all, there are specialties, which is more or less arrogant. So tell me instead, what am I doing wrong? Dr. Sun asked as he clasped his hands. The first point is that it was around 8 o'clock when Dean Lu left, and several of the victims were dead in their beds, and there's no way they could have gone to bed at that time, not to mention the situation with outsiders in the house. As for killing someone and then moving them to the bed, or the second floor, Dean Lu alone simply can't do it. There's bound to be blood left along the way, too, Chen Chen said slowly. The crowd nodded. The misjudgment that caused the time of death was not due to Dr. Sun's competence, but the ambient temperature at the scene had changed. Dr. Sun's forensic pathologist arrived at the scene on the second day, and when he made his judgment, it was based on normal temperatures, which is why there was an error of a few hours that caused such a coincidence. Chen Chen explained. You mean the temperature at the scene rose after the victim died? Hearing that Chen Chen wasn't questioning his abilities, Dr. Sun's tone eased up. Right, in my analysis, the reason why the electricity usage data changed is because the killer turned on the central air conditioning after the murder. Warm air causes the room temperature to rise by 4 to 6 degrees, which in turn accelerates the body's changes and creates the illusion of an early death. Chen Chen nodded. So it is. Listening to Chen Chen's explanation, the crowd understood. According to you, I did find one suspicion during the autopsy. The inconsistency between the body surface temperature change and the decay of the body temperature change in the cadaver can indeed be explained if the environment appears to be warming up. And the wound analysis just now, I really didn't do enough. Thanks for the correction. Forensic Dr. Sun heartily arched his hand at Chen Chen. From questioning Chen Chen at the beginning to being convinced by Chen Chen later, he could not imagine that a young man who did not come from a forensic science background would have such a profound knowledge of corpses. And who is the murderer? Fu Ming couldn't help but ask. Only now did the crowd realize that Chen Chen's claim of discovering the murderer when he first arrived was not bragging. The murderer is him. Chen Chen released a video clip. In the middle of the video, a middle-aged man was walking into the villa. Who's this? The crowd froze a bit. I can't believe you found the photo directly? This was captured on a camera at the entrance to the villa 3 days ago. You've seen the video before, and it's true that no one came in or out on the day of the murder, but that doesn't mean no one enters for 3 days, Chen Chen said slowly. Chapter 24, Beyond the People, Beyond the Sky. What do you mean? The crowd had a head full of questions. The murderer went in 3 days ago and has been hiding in the deceased's house without leaving. It wasn't until the morning after the murder, after the body had been discovered, and there was quite a crowd of people milling about in the yard, and he tumbled out of the bathroom window and blended in with the crowd, that he resurfaced on the surveillance. This man is the neighbor in the villa area. Chen Chen pulled up another surveillance screen. So, naturally, when the police went to the video from the day of the case, they didn't find anyone coming in or out. But if you look for 3 days of video, you can find the whole. Chen Chen said to the crowd. Wait, you watched 3 days worth of videos in one night? Doesn't that mean 72 hours to see it in just a few hours? How is this possible? A police officer responded. Yeah, read it at 8 times speed. That's the current limit. Any faster and you'll easily miss information. Chen Chen nodded. Monster. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Shi Xiaozhu was not surprised. She had already seen Chen Chen's ability before and did not doubt it in the slightest. Wait, according to you, the killer's motive doesn't hold up. Why did he wait 3 days if he was going to steal money and kill people, and preferring to wait until Director Liu comes? You dare say they don't know each other? It's possible that this is a joint effort by them. Zhou Ran jumped back in. Did you open the safe you brought back? Even for a professional, it takes a day or two. That's why. And in that safe, there must be something he's had his eye on for a long time. Chen Chen smiled slightly. This is all speculation on your part. Why did he do it? Zhou Ran was dumbfounded. Should I chew my rice and feed it to you? Chen Chen was filled with contempt. Everyone blushed. Not only did their entire provincial police force miss key clues in this case, but they also identified the wrong suspect to begin with. It almost developed into a wrongful death case. Even when Chen Chen was analyzing the case, there was a feeling of not being able to keep up. It's too big a gap. Here's the man's address, but he's probably busy selling stolen goods, so look in jewelry stores, pawn stores, whatever. If it weren't for the 1-day time limit, I'd have brought someone back. Chen Chen wrote down an address. Go and arrest them at once. Fu Ming stood up with a flourish. It was just as Chen Chen had expected. The killer was offloading jewelry at a pawn shop when the police caught him. The man was caught red-handed. In the middle of the conference room, everybody be quiet. Let me reintroduce you all in a grand manner. This is Chen Chen, genius sleuth, the owner of Dark Shadow Private Detective in Tianhai City, and an important partner of our provincial office. Fu Ming put his arm around Chen Chen's shoulders and came to the front. Awesome. No wonder the above wanted to transfer him into the provincial hall before. Originally thought it was a relationship for Chen Chen, but now it seems clear that it's only a relationship for the provincial hall. Who says it isn't? But Chen Chen refused. Not even as a detachment commander. If it wasn't for him in this case, we'd probably be taken to the ditch by Lieutenant Zhou. There was a lot of chatter from the crowd. That man has just given an account. And not only that, we've busted a grand theft ring. A couple of major thefts that were hanging around the hall before were solved. Fu Ming spoke excitedly to the crowd. Captain, from what you're saying, it's connected to this case? A police officer asked. Nice. The murderer in this case is the owner of a locksmith company that keeps a lot of locksmith thieves behind it. Living in this villa area, also for the convenience of theft, has long been on the rich people over there, and this time it was for the jewelry in the safe. After being caught, knowing that the death penalty could not be escaped, they simply gave a full account, and all 17 thieves were caught. Fu Ming nodded. I'll be damned. That was a surprise. When those big burglaries never came to a head, the site was very clean. If it wasn't for Chen Chen helping to solve this case, I don't think we would have been able to find it. The people from the 3rd detachment arched their hands at Chen Chen. It was they who were responsible for the burglary. Luck. It was a good trial by the pay team. Chen Chen waved his hand. Don't be modest. This time, it's exactly as you reasoned. He had pretended to be a guest earlier, and when the deceased was not looking pretended to take a phone call and leave. hiding under the bed in the bedroom and cats, tried to steal it when I wasn't looking, but the safe never opened. As for the murder, it was because this family was polite to him on the surface, but privately they looked down on him and said bad things about him, which provoked him to kill and steal in the middle of the night. He also knew he'd be caught out for sure if he went out, so he waited until the next day after it was crowded, and used the electricity because it was cold at night and turned on the heat and air conditioning. Exactly as you reasoned. I can't believe you're not staying in the province? Too bad. Fu Ming looked at Chen Chen with regret. Team Fu. Thanks or thanks, but we still have to pay for this. But Kishore Hall promised to pay. Small business, no credit for the change. This is the first order since we opened, giving you 20% off. Chen Chen grinned. Don't worry, you'll get less. Zhou Ran, come out. Fu Ming smiled as he finished speaking to Chen Chen, and then suddenly slammed his face. Zhou Ran stood up with his head down. As a lieutenant, you missed important clues when you led the team through the scene, and underanalyzed the clues, misidentified the suspects, and almost caused a major disaster, also obstructing Chen Chen in the process of solving the case. You are now temporarily removed from your position as vice captain and suspended for reflection. Fu Ming spoke coldly to Zhou Ran. Yes, Zhou Ran sat down in tears. Humph, let him fool. How dare you say how my master is so-and-so? Let him know what it means to be outside of people and outside of heaven. Kisho Bamboo copied his hand in satisfaction on the side. Master, let's go eat that red oil copycat later, okay? What about the famous provincial food? Chi Xiaozhu quietly asked Chen Chen. No, you go ahead. I'm going to visit the orphanage. Chen Chen waved his hand. Orphanage, every single one of them. Oh, this is for you. Kishore Take was handing out gifts to a group of children. After knowing that Chen Chen was coming to the orphanage, Chi Xiaozhu followed, and halfway there, she even bought quite a few things specifically for the children. Big brother, is this your wife? It's beautiful. I'm also going to do well in school and find such a beautiful wife in the future. A chubby little boy ran up to Chen Chen and spoke, not forgetting to blow his nose. Chapter 25, The Stench of Corpses. How old are you when you're thinking about finding a wife? Go go go. I'll wash your face. Chen Chen had a black line on his head and pulled Fatty's hand towards the side. Kishiretsu pursed her lips and smiled. This orphanage is not at all as dead as I thought before. The kids didn't have much gloom. When he first came, he was different from all the kids. At that moment, Dean Lu came to Chi Xiaozhu's side. Not the same? Kishozu was a bit curious. Yeah, very strong and independent. It wasn't just because he was older. It was because he had a good heart, always trying to do something for everyone, but really a lot of the time, he's the one who needs the most comfort. It's all yours from now on. Luma held Chi Xiaozhu's hand, as if she already considered Chi Xiaozhu as her girlfriend. Aha! Kishozu ghostly agreed. Sister, why don't we make a game together? A little girl came over and invited. Yeah, what's your name? Kishiretsu stood up. My name is Yeya. Shall we play jump rope? The little girl said with a smile. Chi Xiaozhu froze. Looking at the smiling Yaya in front of her, she instantly understood why Chen Chen did not believe, from the very beginning, that Dean Lu was the murderer. Yes Yaya, my sister is a very good one. Kishozu laughed and played with Yaya. After playing until the afternoon, Chi Xiaozhu and Chen Chen reluctantly left. I hear your house is close to the station. A suite of 2? Out for rent or not? On the train back, Chi Xiaozhu asked Chen Chen. Rental? What's wrong? Chen Chen was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Chi Xiaozhu suddenly asked about this. I've been living in the officers' quarters before, but recently there's been a bunch of new people coming in, a couple of female officers, and there's a lot of people, so I'd like to move out. And the new captain can be mean. I'm not going to look at his face all day. Chi Xiaozhu eyed Chen Chen. Last time the Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Brigade cracked 2 big cases, Chen Chen declined the invitation to return to the police force. The credit was Guahaiba accounted for a large part of the high-rise transfer away. There's a new captain in the Criminal Investigation Brigade. You don't want to live with me, do you? This is a lonely man and your boyfriend is going to drill under the bed and slit my throat. Chen Chen joked to Chi Xiaozhu. I don't have a boyfriend. This girl is eye-catching and face-controlling. If there's no one suitable, I'd rather die alone. You don't sound like you're happy about it, do you? I'm a big beautiful woman offering to rent your house and you still don't agree? Chi Xiaozhu stared blankly at Chen Chen. Boss, do you think this policewoman has a crush on us? Before, when in front of others, a high and cold goddess look. Do not get close to people. How to be completely different in private. It's not possible that she has a second personality as well, is it? Hurry, 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 give me the main frame. I'll have a couple moves with her. The second jumped at the chance. You can go play. You think everyone is mentally ill? Chen Chen rolled his eyes. If you don't rent it, forget it. Chi Xiaozhu watched Chen Chen froze and rolled her eyes again, and said with a disgruntled beak, Rent, 1 year's rent up front. Chen Chen said in a hurry. Deal. The corners of Chi Xiaozhu's mouth curled imperceptibly and gently. Thinking about what Dad had said earlier about his son-in-law, he blushed and lowered his head. Tianhai City. Bright neighborhood. At Chen Chen's house, the things Qi Xiaozhu had moved were piled up full in the living room. This balcony is in your room, hey. So where am I going to dry my clothes? Qi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Chen's south-facing master bedroom, and then looked at her own backlit second bedroom, and immediately did not smell good. Go upstairs. There's a clothes drying area on the rooftop. Besides, it's just a little balcony. You can't dry all your clothes. Chen Chen gestured. Okay, I'll go check it out then. Kishozu beamed as she walked towards the roof of the building, but it didn't take long to come down. It stinks. Why does the penthouse smell funny? As a result, it didn't take long for Kishiretsu to come down. Stink? Can't, can you? I remember when the building was extra clean before. Chen Chen walked out doubtfully. I had just reached the rooftop floor when I suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Followed the smell to the door of 701, and sure enough the stench was even stronger. Boss, it's a corpse stench. Definitely. Judging by the smell, there are either quite a few bodies or not a lot of time. Chen Chen is back? Gu, haven't seen you in years. I heard you went away to study? At that moment, an older woman who had just finished drying her clothes walked down. Yes, where's Auntie Lu drying her clothes? This Master Wang still lives here? Chen Chen pointed to 701. Long gone. The house was sold 2 years ago and a couple of youngsters lived there. Anyway, it's quite don't clean. The house has been smelling like this for days, and they used to pile garbage bags in the doorway before, and the sewage was running down the building. Aunt Lu lowered her voice and spoke to Chen Chen. 4 days? Well, thanks Auntie Lau. Chen Chen nodded. Call someone. It's the corpse odor. And there should be more than one body. Chen Chen watched Aunt Lu go downstairs before he said to Qi Xiaozhu, corpse odor? Kishozu's eyes widened. She'd seen corpses before, but she hadn't smelled such a strong corpse odor. It didn't take long for the police to arrive. Using a cutter to open the security door, a smoky stench hit his nose, and the floor of the room was so densely crawling with maggots that there was no place to land. Several forensic scientists were about to go in, and were sickened by the scene before them, and were vomiting in the doorway. Sister Zhou, let me accompany you inside. Chen Chen shook his head. One useless one. Sister Zhou nodded and handed Chen Chen a pair of gloves. Keshengzu, not to be outdone, wore 3 masks and followed behind. This is a 4-course meal? That much for 2? Kishochu looked at the meal on the table and noticed the anomaly. It's human flesh. Time of death is a minimum of 7 days. Chen Chen chucked up one of the longest maggots. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Qi Xiaozhu subconsciously took a step back. If you're all over the scene from now on, we forensic pathologists can retire. Sister Chow put the maggots in the evidence bag and watched. Even she needed to more or less project the time of death, but Chen Chen recognized it almost instantly. Even Sister Zhou, who had seen hundreds of corpses, was ashamed of herself. Boss, look at the dishes on the table. The murderer is probably a woman. Chen Chen looked toward the table. Fried heart, liver and lungs, braised pork chunks, spicy fried human intestines, fried fingers, and a pot of whipped soup. It's true that it's typical female vindictive behavior, but it's not certain. It's possible that the killer was a cook and used to punishing in this way. One body is in the kitchen, the other should be inside. Chen Chen pointed to the restroom. Push the door in and a bunch of crow flies come out. The bathtub was blackened and the surface was congealed, and the tub contained one dead body, most of which was submerged in blood and highly decomposed on the exposed portion of the surface. There are still bodies in the kitchen. At that moment, the voice of the police officer outside. Chen Chen walked into the kitchen, where there was a corpse with exposed white bones, with a kitchen knife and a boning knife sitting next to it. The knives all had bloodstains on them, and it appears that this was the murder weapon used in the dismemberment and shredding of the body. I think it's too hard to kill 2 people and then cut off the male's flesh for cooking. Is it hard to have a grudge against men? Kishiretsu shook his head. I've been a police officer for many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a bloody scene. Why is there blood in the bedroom too? Could this be the first crime scene? Qi Xiaozhu followed the bloodstains to the bedroom door, only to find that the bedsheets had been completely soaked with bloodstains. It's a little strange, causing such an extensive bloodstain, which would have been caused by a cut artery. But why isn't it jet blood? Kishiretsu pointed to the sheets. Most of the blood was located in the lower middle portion of the bedspread. There was little blood on the ceiling and surrounding walls. Nice insight, but you missed one thing when you were just checking out that body in the kitchen. Chen Chen watched from the bedroom doorway. Overlooked what? Kishiretsu turned his head to look. It was a male victim and that was missing. The lack of spattered blood formation suggests that the killer didn't cut it off with a knife, but probably bit it off hard. Chen Chen said slowly. Chapter 26, The New Captain. What hatred this must be. Wait, doesn't that mean that the killer is a woman? Kisho-chuk reacted instantly. Not necessarily. Who says guys and guys aren't possible? Never be dominated by inertial perceptions. Preconceived notions can cloud judgment and evidence is still needed. Chen Chen waved his hand. Understood, Master. Kishiretsu nodded, but judging by the marks left on the bed, there's a good chance it was female, and with an act like biting off the lifeblood, a vendetta is more likely. Chen Shan said to Qi Xiaozhu, a vendetta I can understand, but didn't you just say, Master, that there's a chance it's not a female? Why are you now saying there's a good chance it's a woman? Kishozu asked suspiciously. Because you don't draw conclusions from evidence, you draw subjective conclusions. For example, you didn't notice that inside the entire bedroom, there is a pair of men's slippers and a pair of women's slippers, and among the bloodstains on the bed were some long hairs of a woman. There was lady nail polish on the folds where the sheets scratched up. These characteristics speak for themselves, Chen Chen explained. So it is. Gosh, you can see such fine details. Qi Xiaozhu followed the details Chen Chen had hinted at, and sure enough, it was exactly as Chen Chen had said, and a little bit more. Didn't you notice that the male victim and the man in the wedding photo don't seem to be the same person? Chen Chen examined the wedding photo hanging on the bedroom wall. This, you can see? Kishiretsu looked at the photo. After a few days of decomposition, the male victim's head had basically rotted out of shape, so where could the original appearance still be seen? The similarities are hard to find, but the differences are still obvious. Hair, Chen Chen reminded. Bald. The man in the wedding photo is not bald, while the male victim has a large patch of baldness. Kishozu instantly understood. Wait a minute, if these two victims weren't married, wouldn't they have been cheating on each other in their homes? Then the murderer is probably the female victim's husband. Kishengzu said in a hurry. Boss, this case is definitely not a husband. If it is a husband, how can a third party that thing be bitten? It doesn't make sense. Of course, if the husband is missing it's still possible, just leaving the body in the house in plain sight. It's definitely not him. What did you think of the dishes? Vegetables? You think the killer was a woman? Is it hard to believe that the third party's wife found out about the adultery and committed the crime? Not quite. If that's the case, the dead woman didn't cut any flesh at all. The male victim was bitten off that thing and bled to death. And the female is wait. I remember opening the door with the door unlocked, right? Yeah, banging on the door didn't even open it. That kind of lock can't be counterlocked from the outside with a key, which means that the murderer didn't leave through the door. Either the killer ran out the window, or the killer is here. You can close the case. Not bad, and that's the only way to explain it. Not all cases are that complicated. As for the exact reason, perhaps his husband will know. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly. What are you? Who told you to move around here? It was at this moment that a disgruntled voice sounded from behind. Chen Chen turned his head to look. A middle-aged man in a police uniform was looking at himself with an unfriendly face. Chen Chen, this is our new captain, Gong Jian. Qi Xiaozhu hurriedly introduced herself to Chen Chen. Captain Gong, this is Chen Chen. There. I don't care who you are. Get out of here right now. Don't destroy the scene. Before Qi Xiaozhu could finish, Gong Jian impatiently waved his hand at Chen Chen. Are you sure you want me to go? I should already know who the killer is. Chen Chen looked at the new captain in front of him. If the man had a better attitude, he might have said so himself, but to come in with an attitude like that was crazy. There was no delay in catching the killer anyway. Oh, you know who the killer is? Then what do we need the police for? Hurry up and leave. Don't talk nonsense and influence our judgmental thoughts. Gong Jian looked at Chen Chen coldly. Impatiently, he waved his hand. Just as well. There's no talk of money yet. When it comes back to me, it won't be at that price. Chen Chen shrugged, took his gloves off and walked out. Rushing is not a good deal. It was fine to help out before, but now that you've set up your own private detective agency, you have to be in business. What's more, with the new captain's snooty attitude, Chen Chen was even more unwilling to take any notice. Wait a minute, it's happening right now. A voice came from outside. Chief, what brings you to the scene? Gong Jian turned his head, but realized that it was the director standing in the doorway with a few gifts in his hands. I'm not here for the scene. I'm here to see Chen Chen, and it just so happens that you guys are here too, Zhao Meng said with a cold face. In a simple case, there is naturally no need to alarm him as the director. Today was specially brought gifts and bonuses to visit Chen Chen. Even if Chen Chen doesn't become a police officer, maintaining a good relationship will help in the future. As a result, just as he arrived downstairs, he heard Gong Jian's words of driving Chen Chen away, and his face suddenly became gloomy. If Chen Chen was willing to stay in the police station, you'd still be the head of the criminal investigation department. See Chen Chen? Gong Jian looked at the young man walking to the door with a face full of surprise. Brain buzzing. What's the situation? It's just a young man. Why did the secretary pay a personal visit? You're welcome, Bureau Zhao. Since you're here, I'll go ahead and get out of the way. Chen Chen smiled and took the item in Zhao Meng's hand. Hey, don't help. Since you're here, You must have found some clue. I just heard you know the killer? Zhao Meng hurriedly tugged Chen Chen. Or not. Captain Gong said that I can't be allowed to influence their thoughts on solving the case, so I'd better not say anything. Chen Chen spread his hands. Listening to Chen Chen's words, Gong Jian's face turned green and red. Gong Jian, what's going on? Did you know that Chen Chen just helped us solve a tricky case? Apologize to Chen Chen immediately. Zhao Meng boarded up his face and spoke to Gong Jian. He naturally knew that Gong Jian was a new official, but 1,000 times should not burn the fire to Chen Chen head. Apologize? He found the killer when he said he did? How long has he just been on the scene? Unless he's the killer. Gong Jian was disgruntled when he heard this. You just came in and scanned a few times and you know the killer? Can you summon a spirit for a trial? Letting Chen Chen participate in solving the case is no loss to the police department. You have a bonus for solving the case anyway. If Chen solves the case, just use that bonus to pay for the expenses. We just solved 2 big cases a while ago, and the whole province is watching us. So it's hard to believe that this case will drag on for another month? Zhao Meng knew Gong Jian's thoughts and patiently explained. But, no buts, it's settled. Seeing Gong Jian about to say something else, Zhao Meng waved his hand and interrupted him. Sorry about earlier. You hurry up and tell me who the murderer is. Gong Jian squinted at the ground and faced Chen Chen and said. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth twitched. This Captain Gong is close to writing old man disobedience on his face. Could be, but you did just say that I'm not a cop and can't get involved. Nowadays, hiring a college student still costs 3,000 a month, so you can't make me work for nothing, can you? Clearly priced. Pay and I'll tell you the murderer. Chen Chen handed over the charge form. Chapter 27, No Murderer. You. Gong Jian's eyes widened at once. For the first time, I realized what it means to lift a stone and smash it into your own foot. You'd have to say that Chen Chen deliberately didn't say anything, but that's really not true. Just now, Chen Chen's words were on his lips, and he was disliked by himself and had to drive him away. If it were up to you, you'd probably have turned your head and left. Pay up. I'd like to see what you're capable of as a private investigator. Gong Jian simply paid for Chen Chen's order himself. Tell me instead, who is the murderer? Gong Jian clasped his hands and looked at Chen Chen, asking disdainfully. There is no murderer. Chen Chen said slowly. No murderer? That's your conclusion? This is nonsense. How does a person die without a murderer? Is it hard to believe that it was a suicide? Gong Jian grimaced and stood up with a pang. Right. Chen Chen nodded. Okay, let me ask you this. You said it was suicide. Is it hard to cut the flesh off yourself? Looking at Chen Chen's certainty, Gong Jian sarcastically said. It was the woman who killed the man and then killed herself. Chen Chen said indifferently. What makes you say that? After only one visit to the scene, you can deduce that it was a suicide? This is too much child's play, isn't it? Gong Jian obviously didn't believe Chen Chen's claim. The first point is that when we kicked in the door to get ready to go in, we found it unlocked from the inside. Not one of those reverse locks with a key, but a mechanical lock. This kind of reverse lock cannot be operated with a key from the outside, only inside the house. Chen Chen raised a finger. There is such a thing? Why don't I know about such an important clue? Gong Jian turned around with a shocked face and asked. We weren't paying attention when we slammed the door to get in. A couple of the officers scratched their heads. Rather than not paying attention, the clue didn't even seem worth mentioning to them. Point 2. I think the coroner finished examining the body as well. The female victim was covered with scars all over her body, and if you look closely, these wounds were in places where she could reach herself, and there were injuries to her wrists, but the slashing of the wrists was not fatal, and the fatal wound was in the artery at the base of the thigh. Chen Chen continued. How do you know? A nearby officer subconsciously blurted out. They had also gotten the autopsy report from the coroner just before they arrived, which stated the cause of death. The scene and the body told me so. The criminal police would save a lot of time if they knew something about the art of autopsy and scene examination. And for solving crimes, time is of the essence. Chen Chen explained. There is also the point that the 2 victims were not supposed to be husband and wife. It's likely that the female victim killed the male victim during the affair. As for why he did it, ask his husband. His husband must know something. Chen Chen spread his hands. Listening to Chen Chen's analysis, Gong Jian also bowed his head in silence. Although he was dissatisfied with Chen Chen, he had to admit that the 2 points Chen Chen had just said could explain the situation at the scene. They've been focusing on the merits of the case, but they've missed the simplest things. When he heard Chen Chen say that it was unlocked, he already knew that what Chen Chen said about suicide was probably true. Summon at once. Gong Jian turned his head and spoke. Yes. A couple of officers rushed out. I hope it's not a waste of our time. Gong Jian got up and glanced at Chen Chen, twisting his head in walking out. Shi Xiaozhu playfully spat out her tongue at Chen Chen and followed suit. Conference room of Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Beckoned. Those 2 really weren't a couple, or they were cheating on each other in the house of the deceased woman. The female victim's husband, Qi Guangming, really knew about this. And there's a video. Kishiretsu walked in and spoke to the crowd. Video? Where's the video? The crowd was a little surprised. On the chandelier in the bedroom, Chen said slowly. You found out before? Kishiretsu was shocked. She had only found out from among the man's confessions. Why didn't you tell me about such important news? Gongjian looked at Chen with some annoyance. I was just noticing it. Just about to verify that. Didn't you tell me to leave? I thought for sure you guys picked up on this clue. Who knew you didn't? Chen shrugged. You. Gongjian almost choked to death on Chen's sentence, but the bias can't be refuted. It was indeed him who drove Chen away at that time. Ahem. According to our understanding, that male victim is the boss of the female victim's husband's company, who previously raped his subordinate's wife while drunk and has maintained a lover's relationship since then. That subordinate later found out and almost fought with the boss, but the boss had the photos and videos in his hands and promised him a promotion, so he kept putting up with it. It's supposed to be that the female victim turned against her boss and took revenge on him by killing and shredding her. The surveillance in the bedroom at the time recorded everything that happened. The female victim bit the male victim's contraption off. The male victim bled out and died, and then the female victim dragged the male victim's body out afterward. Qi Guangming once received a call from the female victim while he was on a business trip, saying that he should come home for dinner and that she had killed her boss. He viewed the video and realized what happened, but when we questioned him, he didn't tell the truth out of fear. According to Qi Guangming's account, his wife did call him and said she killed the boss. I think he committed suicide afterward. Shi Xiaoju saw that the new captain in the room couldn't get off the stage, so she hurriedly continued to speak. Still really suicidal? This all has video and telephone testimony. Surely it can't be fake. Plus there are also those reasons Chen just said. It's definitely a suicide. Why do you think we didn't even think about it before? Worthy of being Chen, to have reasoned out all the processes after staying at the scene for a while. It's unbelievable. Nonsense. That's Chen. You people are just like the new captain. You don't really know what Chen has done before. This is a routine operation. The officers below whispered. Listening to Qi Xiaoju's words and the crowd's comments, Gong Jian's face grew more and more somber. Yes, very good. I'm sure I was right to let you come. Since the murderer has already been put to death, let's close the case as soon as possible. Your criminal investigation brigade has been busy enough lately. At that moment, Zhao Meng walked in from outside with a smile, very satisfied. He looked at Chen. No, this case was a case where the female victim killed the male victim and then committed suicide. But her suicide, it wasn't supposed to happen. The husband of the deceased woman is still not telling the truth. Unexpectedly, Chen waved his hand. Chapter 28, 3 Birds with 1 Stone. What do you mean? Hasn't he explained everything? Kishozu was a bit surprised. Why did the female victim kill the male victim? And why are there 2 pairs of chopsticks on the table? Chen did not answer, instead asking the crowd. It's supposed to show regret, right? Trying to tell Qi Guangming by this means? Kishozu guessed. Nice. I think that long before this, the female victim would have known about the camera that the male victim had installed in the bedroom, and that's why she would have killed the male victim in the bedroom by that means, and made it into a dish, all to express her emotions. And why did she kill herself? Those 2 pairs of chopsticks show that she was originally going to wait for Qi Guangming to go back to eat. Chen nodded and asked. Rejected by Qi Guangming. She just died and killed herself. Qi Xiaoju finally understood what Chen meant. Who? Not only Qi Xiaoju, but the surrounding police officers also gave out looks of dawning realization. It might have been just a murder case, but with Qi Guangming's refusal, there was one more death. But there was no malicious direction, no mens rea in the subjective sense. It won't affect the judgment that this case is closed. Gong Jian shook his head. Maybe, but I heard that he took his secretary with him on his business trip. What he said would be known only to him and the dead woman. My mission is accomplished, Chen said as he stood up. Snap. I don't know who it was that took the lead in applauding Chen. Snap, snap, snap. Immediately afterward, quite a few people followed suit, all applauding Chen. If it wasn't for Chen in this case, they didn't know how many detours they would have to take. So what? Tail end check, haha. No discounts this time. Chen arched his hand and walked out with a smile. It made Director Zhao look like he was crying and laughing. With Chen's strength, obviously can be transferred to the provincial department, but prefer to set up a private detective agency to make a living. Those 3 years of mental illness can have a real impact, but the good thing is that there are cases can still help. Really, if they go to the provincial hall, they really can not get light. Gong Jian, on the other hand, frowned at Chen's back. He was once the best criminal police officer in a neighboring province, and even the youngest to be promoted to chief of detectives in 50 years. This interprovincial promotion was also due to a resume that was too young to be practiced in the Peninsula province. As soon as he came here, he encountered a case, and he wanted to show off his criminal investigation skills, but Chen stole the limelight. On the contrary, this young man looked younger than himself, much to Gong Jian's frustration. Thinking about what? Not convinced. Ha! At this time, Director Zhao came to Gong Jian's side and spoke. No, Director Zhao, why are you still here in person for this case? Gong Jian asked in a hurry. I can't afford not to come. There's been no progress on the Polytechnic University case for so many days, and then this one comes out of nowhere. Good thing it broke without incident. Don't be so stubborn. Chen Chen's ability is far beyond your imagination. Use it as soon as you can. I guarantee that in less than a year, I'm afraid we won't be able to ask him to help even if we want to again. Director Zhao handed Gong Jian the other dossier. Bright neighborhood. Chen Chen had just finished making dinner when Qi Xiaozhu smelled her way down to work. Did you install a camera in the kitchen? Come back as soon as you see me cooking? It's going to cost extra. Chen Chen was somewhat speechless. I made a small profit today, and I was about to have a good time. And here comes a share of the food. You need money to treat a pretty girl to dinner, too. I don't know how many people in our bureau wanted to invite me to dinner but didn't get the chance. Besides, I'm your disciple. Kishiretsu sat down with a pout. Stop. It's not impossible if you want to eat. You promise me one condition. I'll take care of your meals from now on. Chen Chen thought for a moment and handed Qi Xiaozhu a pair of chopsticks. That fast? Shouldn't we have some wine or something? Then you have to be gentle. Qi Xiaozhu blinked and looked at Chen Chen. Put, what were you thinking? Chen Chen's mouthful of Sprite almost spewed out. I'm trying to get you to copy a portion of the police system's files back. Not just the ones from Tianhai City, but also the backlog of cases from the province. Brains don't turn is going to rust. Chen Chen said breathlessly. Deal. Oops. I thought Master would mention some over-the-top ideas. What a shame. Qi Xiaozhu gave Chen Chen a mischievous look. That Qi Guangming was interrogated again today? Chen Chen changed the subject. Right, he has all confessed. At that time he and the female secretary together business trip, received a call from the female deceased, in order to retaliate, deliberately on the secretary that what to the female deceased to listen to. It is estimated to lead to the female deceased to have a cathartic shredding behavior, the eventual suicide. As to whether there was any bootstrapping behavior in the process, it's unknown. Qi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Chen with some admiration. A lot of times it's not that complicated and it's easy to think complicated. Any of the implausibilities will come close to the truth of the matter if you look deeper. Chen Chen didn't really take it to heart. The case itself isn't that complicated. It's just that the gruesome nature of the scene will subconsciously sub in. I wonder if the case, then, was ever meant to be complicated? Kishozu said while taking out another file bag. What do you mean? Chen Chen took it, but did not open it. The case that happened during the time we were in the provincial city. There was a case of a split body in the girls' dormitory of Tianhai University of Technology. 4 people in one dormitory, 3 dead, and it's written on the wall dash. Stop. Qi Xiaozhu was about to explain the case to Chen Chen in detail when he was interrupted by Chen Chen waving his hand. I asked what you meant by that. Chen Chen shook the paper bag in his hand. Oh, this case has been dragging on for days with no leads at all. The chief means he wants you to get involved. And the money is good. Kishiretsu smiled. The director asked me to get involved? Then it's Captain Gon who isn't happy about it. Chen Chen smiled playfully. That's normal. After all, the new officer hasn't even started the fire yet. And you're carrying a mountain of flame on your side. The last case, Captain Gong led the team to study for a day and a night with no progress, and was broken by your sentence, face naturally a bit untenable. The chief said you can mention whatever you want about the cost of this one. Let's get you to help out for the sake of previous friendship. Qi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Chen with a face full of anticipation. I assume that you rented my house from someone high up as well? Chen Chen, however, did not answer, but asked Qi Xiaozhu, how do you know? Kishozu was stunned. At that time the idea was specially told to her by Qi Tongwei. It can promote the relationship between the two, help solve the case, and bring business to Chen Chen, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Your dad has a big heart. Isn't he afraid I'll get a little naughty? Chen Chen naturally guessed that it was Qi Tongwei's arrangement. You should worry about yourself. Qi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Chen provocatively. Chen Chen, what is all this talk of tigers and wolves? Costs increased by 20%. Chen Chen took the dossier out. Chapter 29, Lucky You Didn't Turn on the Lights. December 16, 2024. Tianhai University of Science and Technology Girls' Dormitory. There was a vicious murder of a broken body. Deceased, 3 girls. Location, room 318 of the girls' dormitory. Case, the night of the 16th. Sun Suihua and classmates to celebrate his birthday after returning to the dormitory. When Sun Suihua drank alcohol, the time is late. The fear of waking up the roommate. Went straight to bed. He woke up early the next morning to find the dormitory covered in blood, with 3 of his housemates murdered and their bodies in their respective beds. What's even scarier is that on the wall of the dormitory, Written in big, crooked letters, "Good thing you didn't turn on the lights." There's a smiley face on the back. Only the blood was running down the walls and the whole smiling face looked eerie. The person who reported the case is this Sun Tsuehua. When she returned to the dormitory at that time, it was already more than 10:30. The dormitory administrator also has an impression of her. According to Sun Tsuehua, at that time, after she opened the door, the lights were turned off inside. She thought that her housemates were asleep, and worried that turning on the lights would wake up her housemates, so she touched the dark and went to the bedside. Sun Tsuehua's bed was on the right-hand side of the entrance door, only a few steps away from the door, and at that time, the murderer was presumed to have been inside the dormitory. Because Sun Tsuehua didn't turn on the light, didn't expose it, and therefore didn't lay hands on Sun Tsuehua, there were no fingerprints of the murderer at the scene, and after visiting and checking the area, no suspicious person has entered the girls' dormitory. Sun Tsuehua also had a good relationship with her roommate and had no motive for the murder. Plus there's an alibi, so suspicion is basically ruled out. Shi Xiaozhu was explaining to Chen Chen on the side. This case has been stuck for days with no leads or breaking points. Tianhai Polytechnic University is in a state of panic. Rumor has it that there are murderous devils specifically targeting the girls' dormitories, and many girls have moved out. The bureau just can't afford to top that, so you need to help as soon as possible. Shi Xiaozhu said to Chen Chen, "Come on, let's go to Tenkai University of Technology." Chen Chen finished reading the dossier and then stood up straight away. That painful? Kishiretsu was a little disbelieving. Getting paid to do a job. I have a very professional code, okay? Chen Chen corrected. Tenkai University of Technology. It is a first-class institution in Tianhai City and a key institution in the province. Since the tragedy in the girls' dormitory, there are hardly any female students walking alone inside the entire school. Chen Chen and their car parked directly under the girls' dormitory. Downstairs stood a couple of police officers who were questioning a couple of students about something. Seeing Chen Chen getting out of the car, Gong Jian's brow couldn't help but frown. Before Gong Jian could step forward, another police car pulled up to the side, and Zhao Mengzhao, the director, also stepped down from the car. "Ah, Chen Chen, I didn't expect you to come so soon." "That's great." Zhao Meng saw Chen Chen and hurriedly walked over. As Gong Jian watched this scene, his face couldn't help but become a few degrees more somber. "Don't say that. Since I received the commission, I naturally have to do my best." Chen Chen smiled. "To be able to make Bureau Zhao look at you so differently, I'm sure Mr. Chen must have solved a lot of major cases before." Gong Jian walked over. He was transferred from a neighboring province and had just graduated and joined the police force 3 years ago, and was considered a leader purely in terms of promotion speed and ability. But he didn't know much about Chen Chen. The last time Chen Chen solved the serial skinning murder case and the 418 case, Chen Chen did not take credit for it, and all of it was counted on the head of the Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Brigade. Although he had heard of some of Chen Chen's things, in his opinion, they were nothing more than boasting. The last case was also the result of their police blundering and missing important clues, and he seized the opportunity to show off. If you're so good, why are you in a mental hospital? If he's so powerful, why does he still stay in Tianhai City? Wouldn't he have been seconded by the provincial government long ago? I really have not solved any big cases. Naturally, I cannot compare with Captain Gong. I think Captain Gong's ability must be extraordinary, but how come a campus case has dragged on for so long? And that suicide case would be so complicated to think about. When Chen Chen saw Gong Jian questioning his tone of voice, he disliked him nonchalantly as well. "Are you questioning the competence of our police force?" Gong Jian's face was suddenly gloomy. "I'm not questioning the ability of the police force. At least when Captain Guo was here, he was able to solve 2 major cases in a row." Chen Chen shrugged. Several of the surrounding criminal police officers were forcing smiles on their faces. Gong Jian may not know, but they are all aware of it. At that time the 2 cases can all be Chen Chen broken. Gua Haiba picked up the credit. Chen Chen said this, but it was a double entendre. Well, Gong Jian, don't treat Chen Chen like that. Chen Chen is the one I hired to assist in the case, so be polite to him." Director Zhao frowned and said to Gong Jian, "Available. He's just a private detective who happened to help us once in solving a case. So what are his qualifications?" Watching Director Zhao defend Chen Chen so much, he, the newly appointed captain, became even more dissatisfied. "We'll see if we're qualified or not in a moment. Bureau Zhao, I'll go to the scene first." Chen Chen said no more and walked towards the girls' dormitory building. Who is that guy? Not even wearing a police uniform and talking to the CID chief like that. Chief of detectives? Didn't you see how they called that guy back there? That's the chief, and they're all so polite to him. That guy is so handsome, in a bossy kind of way. I like it so much. Can he be hired specifically for a case that the chief of detectives can't even solve? That guy looks so young. Many of the students around them were talking about it. In recent times, the police have been coming to the school frequently to investigate cases, and many students have become familiar with the police officers. He was curious about Chen Chen. a handsome unfamiliar face that had suddenly appeared. Chen Shen didn't realize that these onlooker girls outside had already launched various investigations on him. He has come to the scene of the crime. Since the murder, no students have lived on the entire floor. Chen Shen walked into the dormitory. What met his eyes was the line of blood on the wall. Even in the daytime, he felt that his back was eerie. Kishozu took an even deeper breath. It's conceivable. At that time, when Sun Suehua came back, the murderer was standing in the middle of the darkness watching her. It's even likely that she just killed someone in her dorm room and is covered in her roommate's blood. Just thinking about it sends hairs down my back. Boss, there's a bit of a problem. According to the scene, Sun Suehwa's 3 housemates should have been killed by the time she returned. Even if you don't turn on the light, there's a strong odor of blood. How come you didn't notice it at all? It does seem a little strange that the dormitory is completely enclosed and the bleeding was so heavy that even if you had been drinking that night, you wouldn't have noticed anything. Also, it's not that easy for the killer to subdue 3 girls, unless the killer is several people. Chen Shen came to the window and watched. The window was unlocked from the inside, so the outside couldn't get in. And this is the 3rd floor. There are no drains outside, and it's impossible to climb up here with your bare hands. And at that time of day, the dormitory building across the street was still lit. The police have canvassed the area and there are no fingerprints or footprints. And the surveillance didn't turn up anything, so it's a perfect closet murder. Boss, we've crossed paths so many times. There's no such thing as a perfect case. It's just superficial, and the real results are often the opposite of what they appear to be. You mean it wasn't a backroom killing? Is it even not murder? Nothing related to the sacrifice was found at the scene, which should rule out the 3 committing suicide, not to mention the fact that all 3 were split up to varying degrees. Yeah, well, the question now is how the killer got in and how he got out after the killing. Surveillance has no clues, most likely a fellow student from the dormitory building. There's also the possibility that the killer didn't enter and didn't leave. Kind of. The murderer didn't enter, and probably sneaked inside the dormitory to hide before. The killer didn't leave. Maybe the informant was the killer. With an initial guess, Chen Shen stroked his chin and looked around the dormitory. Finally found something under the bed. Sure enough, there was someone. There were some mangled footprints along the wall under the bed, and the dust was messy, so someone was definitely hiding under the bed. And this bed, it's Sun Suehwa's bed. Most likely, when Sun Suehwa came back at night, the murderer was hiding under her bed. Chapter 30 Alibis. I'd like to talk to this Sun Trisha. Chen Shen stood up from the ground. You still have to ask Sun Suehwa? We've already asked. There's a transcript. Just read the transcript directly. At this time, Gong Jian, who was at the entrance of the dormitory, spoke to Chen Shen. After Chen Shen came in just now, he had been watching from the doorway. I only saw Chen Shen just looking around with his hands clasped, and lying on the ground. He was still talking to himself in a godly manner. This is clearly a case of mental illness not getting better. Gong Jian felt that it would be a waste of time to let Chen Shen question Sun Suehwa again. I don't want to see your transcripts. I want to see real people. The transcript doesn't make sense. Chen Shen waved his hand. What did you say? The transcript doesn't make sense? Then why did you call someone? Besides, we've already ruled out the suspicion of this Sun Suehwa. Listening to Chen Shen's words, Gong Jian gritted his teeth, his tone disgruntled. If the director hadn't been here, he wouldn't have been able to resist going forward to teach Chen Shen a lesson. Do what Chen Shen said. Director Zhao eyed Gong Jian's face full of reluctance, and with a straight face, he stepped forward and spoke to Gong Jian. Yes, although Gong Jian was dissatisfied, he looked at the director and said no more. Soon, Sun Suehwa was then brought over. Chen Shen looked at the female student in front of him. Her face was haggard. Her hair was tied in a messy manner. Her appearance was mediocre, and judging from her dress, her family's condition should not be too good. Come to the dormitory again. Sun Suehwa was nervous and scared, looking around with frightened eyes cowering. You don't have to be afraid. It's daytime and there are so many cops around. It's fine. Chen Shen looked at Sun Suehwa and said. Hearing Chen Shen's words, Sun Suehwa looked around and more or less eased up. Are you close to a couple of your housemates? Chen Shen asked in a chatty family manner. Yeah, we're all girlfriends and they've all been pretty good to me. Sometimes bring me food and stuff and offer to bring it back to me. Sun Suehwa nodded. Have you guys ever had a falling out before? Chen Shen continued to ask. No, we have a good relationship. Even if we have some conflicts, we basically made up on the same day. Sun Suehwa was a bit puzzled, but still spoke truthfully. I heard you went out for a friend's birthday the night of the murder? You're so close, how come you're not together? Chen Shen nodded and continued to ask. The birthday was for the boyfriend of a friend of mine from my club, who they don't know well, and I was actually invited to go. We went to a karaoke bar after dinner, but I left early after drinking a little too much. It was late when I got back to the dorm and I left the lights on because I was worried about disturbing them. I had a strange feeling that the hostel was different than usual, but my head was so foggy from drinking that I didn't think much of it. I really didn't expect the killer to be in the house at the time, and it's a good thing I didn't have the lights on at the time, or else. As Sun Suehua spoke, she seemed to think of the horrific scene of that night again, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Chen. The forensic examiner determined that the deceased's time of death was between 9 o'clock and 10 p.m. At that time, Sun Suehua was still outside and had an alibi. We've lined up the surveillance outside the KTV, and it was at 9:50 when Sun Suehua came out from inside. She can't be the murderer. Gong Jian, who was on the side, couldn't help but say, "You doubt me? How is that possible? We're so close, how could I harm them?" Sun Suehua looked at Chun Chen with some disbelief. "I didn't mean that. There's surveillance. You don't have the time of day to commit the crime, so naturally the murderer can't be you. It's all right now, bothering you." Chen Chen waved his hand somewhat apologetically. What a redundancy. Gong Jian's face felt a little impatient. "We've already interrogated her and lined up the surveillance. This Sun Suehua is not suspected. What you're doing is a pure waste of time." Gong Jian spoke to Chun Chen in an unkind tone. Chen, what's going on here?" Director Zhao was also a bit puzzled. He didn't think Chen Chen would do anything useless. "No, you're all wrong. This Sun Suehua is very problematic," Chen Chen said indifferently. "What did you say?" Listening to Chen Chen's words, Gong Jian and several criminal police officers looked at Chun Chen with puzzled faces. Just now they have made it very clear that there is surveillance. There are witnesses, and Sun Suehua has no time to commit the crime at all. Chen Chen also said just now that Sun Suehua had no problem. How is it that Chen Chen suspects her now when the person has just gone out? Can't be right, Chen Chen? She didn't have the motive, and she didn't have the time to commit the crime. Kishengzu also asked with some confusion. But she lied. Chen Chen spread his hands. Lying? Where's the lie? Shi Xiaozhu recalled Sun Suehua's words just now and didn't feel anything. The first point is about her relationship with the deceased. At the time I asked her about it, her eyes subconsciously averted and she unconsciously emphasized it 3 times throughout the conversation. The more you cover it up, the more problematic it becomes. So what you guys are assuming is that there is no motive is not really accurate. Chen Chen explained. She's just a student, and re-entering the scene of the crime, nervous for sure, and it's normal for her to have averted eyes when you kept looking at her when you asked her. As for the relationship between a few people, the other 3 are dead. People have this subconscious of avoiding harm, even if the relationship is not good. It's nothing to cover it up at this time. You're being too arbitrary. Gong Jian shook his head in disbelief. That's why I told her, at the end, in no uncertain terms, that she wasn't a murderer. When I finished, her demeanor relaxed instantly. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Isn't that normal? You called her over out of the blue. She was already nervous, and it's only natural for her to relax when you say it's not the killer. What's in this? Gong Jian glanced at Chun Chen with contempt. When I say relaxation, I don't mean the kind of relaxation where the tension disappears, but the kind of cunning where you get away with it. And I noticed that she subconsciously wiped her sweat on her pants as she stood up. She was too nervous to answer the question. With all her reactions, she's completely different from an innocent informant. Chen Chen shook his head with great certainty. Oh, you have a point, but say 1,000 words. Sun Suehua has an alibi. How do you explain that? We also visited the people who were at the birthday party that day, and they could all testify to Sun Trisha. Gong Jian sneered. Chapter 31, You don't have to pretend. How can you be sure that that Sun Suehua, that day, was definitely Sun Suehua? Chen Chen smiled slightly. What do you mean? You mean Sun Suehua has a twin sister? Gong Jian sneered. Right. Chen Chen nodded. Ha, that's ridiculous. You don't think we police have done nothing for so long, do you? When we investigated Sun Suehua, we have looked into her family. She was an orphan, living only with her grandmother. Her parents died early in life, but she was really the only daughter. Gong Jian looked at Chun Chen coldly. Originally, he thought Chun Chen had found some evidence, but he didn't expect such a pie-in-the-sky speculation. Even the twin sisters are out. It's ridiculous. Chen. Indeed, it was all written in the file at the time. Didn't you read it? Kisho Bamboo also said on the side. That's it? I thought Chun Chen had found some evidence this time. Yeah, well, if overturning the alibi all comes up with a twin, then we'll have an easy time solving the case. I had thought that Chen Chen was still the same as before this time. It seems that he was lifted too high to come down. I'm afraid Chen Chen is at his wits' end this time. It's better not to say anything when you're talking so indiscriminately. A few of the policemen around them were mumbling. Since none of you believe it, I'll prove it to you. You've gone and called Sun Suehua, her counselor, and her roommate. Also help me find all the videos about Sun Suehua in the school's surveillance before and after the murder. And the KTV's surveillance is also needed. Chen Chen instructed Shi Xiaozhu. Okay, I'll be right there. Kishiretsu nodded. Soon, the people that Chen Chen had Shi Xiaozhu call came over. Chen Chen had someone take Sun Suehua to stay next door. Hello, I'm Sun Suehua and the girl's counselor, Ma Xian. You may ask me anything. A young teacher walked in first. One could not help but look up and down at the Chen Chen in front of him. Before that, she had heard from her students that the police had been slow to make progress and that a young man had been specially recruited to help solve the case. But I didn't realize it was so young and handsome. But being so young, are you really better at solving crimes than those veteran cops? I'd like to ask what Sun Suiwa's relationship was with several of the deceased? Chen Chen asked. How can I put it? I can't say it's good. I can't say it's bad. It's average. Usually Sun Suiwa doesn't really get along with the remaining 3 girls, but it's not like there's too much conflict. Ma Xian recalled. And has Sun Suiwa shown any unusual behavior lately? Chen Chen continued to ask. I really didn't pay much attention to this. As you know, college is different from high school. And again, our university is a relatively open environment that doesn't place too many constraints on students and naturally doesn't draw too much attention to itself. But the way I hear you, you suspect that Sun Suiwa is the murderer? Can't, can you? Ma Xian asked Chen Chen with some doubt. It's okay, I'm just asking. Excuse me. Chen Chen did not answer Ma Xian's question and stood up, ready to say goodbye. What's with the 2 questions? That's it? What would that tell us? I feel like a bit of a waste of time. The surrounding group of police officers were unsure of what was going on and were talking to each other. Gong Jian also looked at Chen Chen with an unpleasant face. He wanted to see how Chen Chen was going to end it after he finished speaking loudly. Help me call the students who saw Sun Suiwa on the day of the murder and ask them. Hurry up and get it done today. I have to buy groceries and go back to cooking tonight. Chen Chen said to Qi Xiaozhu. Ha, you mean you'll solve the case today? Really? Kishiretsu was dumbfounded. Right, ask the student first, then look at the surveillance. Pretty much. Chen Chen nodded indifferently. Talking big is a good way to flash your tongue. So many of us are not cuties. Gong Jian spoke coldly from behind. It's not a cutie. It's hard to tell. It wouldn't have dragged on so long if you hadn't been short on scouting leads. Chen Chen said nonchalantly. Soon, under Qi Xiaozhu's arrangement, all of them arrived in the middle of a conference room, and Chen Chen had finished questioning a few students and checking all the surveillance. I'll go straight to the conclusion. Sun Suiwa is the murderer. Get Sun Suiwa over here, Chen Chen said to everyone. You're not mistaken, are you? Make a big deal out of getting us here just to listen to your bull asterisk 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 asterisk? How many times have I told you? She has an alibi. Gong Jian had thought that Chen Chen had made some new discovery, but he didn't realize that he was still obsessing about Sun Suihua, and he had lost his patience. Yes, Chen Chen, we've already ruled out Sun Suihua as a suspect. Why do you keep holding on to her? You'll be responsible if this delays us from solving the case. A nearby police officer also spoke to Chen Chen. Sun Suihua, who had just been brought in, was even paler. Not me. It really wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. Why are you guys accusing me wrongly? They were both my roommates and we were close. Why would I kill them? Sun Suihua excitedly stepped forward and spoke. You don't have to be so agitated. Since I said you're the murderer, I naturally have solid evidence. Chen Chen seemed to have anticipated the crowd's reaction, not slowing down to the front. Judging by the time of death of the body, it would have been between 9 to 10 o'clock, and at that time, you were out there, with witnesses and video evidence. That's what you call an alibi. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Yeah, I wasn't even in the dorm at the time, so how could I have killed someone? And why do you slander me if you know all about it? Sun Suihua questioned Chen Chen. Sun Suihua, are you sure that Sun Suihua, the one who spent her birthday at the KTV at that time, was really you? Chen Chen didn't care about Sun Suihua's questioning in the slightest and slowly asked. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Sun Suihua's face instantly stiffened, and her eyes were even filled with a look of disbelief. But this dissimilarity quickly disappeared. What do you mean by that? Why didn't I get that? Sun Suihua asked with a bewildered expression. Even the surrounding police officers were a bit confused, not understanding what Chen Chen meant. Qi Xiaozhu frowned as she thought about Chen Chen's words. Is it possible that there are still 2 Sun Suihuas in this world? You wouldn't have to pretend. You do have an alibi. But the Sun Suihua who went to a classmate's birthday on the day of the murder wasn't you at all. Chen Chen looked at Sun Suihua with sharp eyes. What's the situation? How come it's Sun Suihua and not Sun Suihua again? Is it hard to be haunted? Or does Sun Suihua know the art of separation? No. Could it be that Sun Suihua really has a twin sister or something? How else can it be? White Knight Chase shining into reality? The crowd also gradually understood what Chen Chen meant, and Sun Suihua's body involuntarily trembled under the speculative gazes of the crowd. Nice, indeed. Chen Chen nodded. I'm going to ask you one last time. You have a twin sister, right? This is your last chance to help you apply for surrender if you talk. Chen Chen didn't care in the slightest about the crowd's reaction as he looked at Sun Suihua and asked. I told you, I don't have any sisters at all. Sun Suihua shook her head without hesitation. You're changing fast. You were shaking a little nervously when I said you had a twin sister just now, and now you're instantly justified after hearing the crowd speak for you. Chen Chen smiled. No, I don't understand why you keep holding on to me, Sun Suihua excitedly questioned Chen Chen. Well, I don't think it's a good idea to keep wasting time. You think you're a sleuth after you got lucky and solved a few cases before? And a private detective agency? Out of your depth. Gong Jian stood up impatiently. This is the last chance I'm going to give you. But you didn't catch it. Chen Chen shook his head regretfully. 2 photos were put up on a projector. A photo of Sun Suihua eating at a restaurant. Another photo of Sun Suihua eating a birthday cake at a hotel. Chapter 32, 2 photographs. What's going on here? What's the problem? Gong Jian was a bit puzzled, but after thinking about it, he patiently sat down. The rest of the officers also looked up at the 2 photos, both of which were of Sun Suihua, and found nothing wrong with them. This picture on the left, eating in the cafeteria, that's you, isn't it? Remember what time it was? Chen Chen turned his head to Sun Suihua and asked. Of course it was me. That must have been the day before the murder. It was Friday and the cafeteria was particularly crowded at noon, so I sat in the seat by the corner. Sun Suihua said, and this one on the right, is that you too? I think this was taken at the birthday party on the day of the murder? The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly. Sure, what's wrong with that? I was there and many people can testify on my behalf. Sun Suihua nodded. Chen Chen, what the hell are you up to? You're wasting all of our time. You know that? Gong Jian couldn't hold back completely and stood up with a prancing motion once again. Then tell me why in just one day your nails have grown from a mere millimeter to about 5 millimeters? Chen Chen asked loudly to Sun Suihua. Nails? Hearing Chen Chen's words, everyone was first stunned, and then they looked at the 2 photos in unison. With Chen Chen's prompting, everyone then realized the difference between the 2 photos. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did Chen Chen discover such a subtle change? It's so awesome. Just now I looked at it carefully for half a day, but I didn't realize it at all. Yeah, who pays attention to people's fingernails when they look at pictures? Nails don't grow any faster than a few millimeters a night. These 2 are definitely not one person. That's too much of a resemblance, isn't it? You can't even tell by looking at the photos. So, that twin Chen Chen talked about earlier is actually true? The crowd looked at Chen Chen incredulously after noticing the abnormality of the nails. The doubts from earlier had all turned into shock and admiration at this moment. Gong Jian was even more dumbfounded at the photo. After realizing the 2 differences, he looked at Chen Chen incredulously. Nails that were there the day before the murder could not have grown so fast overnight. In any case, that's definitely 2 people. Chen Chen's guess was right. Next moment, everyone looked towards Sun Suihua's hands. At this time, Sun Suihua was already pale. Actually, Sun Suihua stammered, her eyes averted, subconsciously trying to hide her hands, but after realizing that something was wrong, he took it out again in a hurry. Surrounded by criminal police, one look at Sun Suihua's appearance, and immediately understood that Sun Suihua definitely has a problem. Can't explain it? Chen Chen looked at Sun Suihua's loss of composure and asked indifferently. Sun Suihua stammered but said nothing for half a day. Apparently, even she had overlooked the difference in the nails and was unprepared for how to deal with it, so naturally she panicked. Since you can't explain it, I'll do it. First of all, the most important motive, I'm afraid, is because of dissatisfaction with the housemates. Your relationship, it's not as good as you describe it. For some reason, you were motivated to kill them, but it was obvious that killing them outright wasn't going to work, so you thought of the other twin. On the day of the murder, you hid under the bed in your dormitory ahead of time and sent your twin sister to the birthday party the entire time, purposely creating an alibi. I questioned a few of your classmates who were with you at the time, and they also said that you were a bit aloof that day and didn't like to talk much, and it was during the birthday party that you took the opportunity to kill 3 of your housemates in the dormitory. Am I right? Chen Chen slowly described the course of the crime. Everyone was quiet and listening. With Chen Chen's description, Sun Suihua finally couldn't support herself. Her legs went limp and she sat down on the ground. There's a lot more in between that I don't know, but that doesn't stop me from making a judgment. The way you're reacting right now proves that what I reasoned is pretty close to the truth. Looking at Sun Suihua's reaction, the corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly. No, this can't be. Why do you know? Even me hiding under the bed dash. Sun Suihua looked at Chen Chen with disbelief and muttered to herself. Suddenly realizing the slip of the tongue, he hastily covered his mouth. But it was too late. It's really her. I didn't realize that everything was staged by her. Using twins to create an alibi and then murdering them yourself. That's a hell of a tactic. It totally fooled us. Chen Chen is too powerful. Obviously some information is still unknown. He even hard reasoned out the murderer. Even the modus operandi is known. This is still a detective? It's clearly a half-immortal, surprisingly hiding under the bed. This person also has perseverance. It is estimated to be a sneak attack to kill. How much of a grudge? Even killed 3 housemates. Looking at Sun Suihua's reaction, the surrounding police officers spoke excitedly to each other. Gong Jian's entire head was a little buzzed. Just now, He had always felt that the process Chen Chen had reasoned was unreliable, but I didn't expect it. It's such unreliable reasoning that, when aggregated to the end, it hardens to the murderer. It also dismantled the murderer's psychological defenses step by step, allowing the murderer to reveal himself. This is unbelievable. Kashengzu pursed her lips at Gong Jian's expression. She had known about Chen Chen's ability for a long time and had reminded the captain of it before, only for the captain to simply disbelieve it. You believe me now? My master is awesome. There's still a few doubts. Even if it was her, she couldn't easily kill 3 roommates by herself, could she? Then there's the murder weapon which we didn't find. And since she didn't leave the dormitory, what did she do with the weapon? Gong Jian asked from the side with a frown. Chapter 33, Murder Weapons. You could have just killed someone, but instead you had to resort to splitting the body. And it didn't even come out that broken. One could call it killing to vent anger, but it's too much for a student. So, your true purpose is not to split bodies, but to kill. Chen Chen looked at Sun Suihua and slowly said, "What do you mean?" The coroner's report indicates that the cause of death was most likely a severed carotid artery and death from blood loss, and the wound coincides with the parting of the body. Kisho Chuk said from the side, "A murder weapon capable of killing someone is hard to hide in a dormitory, and the murder weapon is easy to trace back to its roots, so she can't take any chances. So she would have used sleeping pills to knock out her housemates first, and then just split the bodies while they were still alive, which would have only required the splitting tool. In other words, the splitting process is the killing process," Chen Chen explained. At this time, Sun Suihua, who was already crying uncontrollably, was trembling. "No, wouldn't a body-splitting tool be more trouble than it's worth? We've searched the scene and found no murder weapon at all, which is why we suspect that the killer took it straight away," a nearby policeman said. "The U-joints in the toilet drain, have you checked them?" Chen Chen asked. "Ha!" The crowd was taken aback. "The U-shaped opening in the toilet drain? That's where you can hide a murder weapon? But it's not right. The toilet drain is very narrow. Even the murder weapon can't go down, right?" It was questioned. The coroner has already identified the tool used to split the body as something like a saw blade. One of those little 1 centimeter wide saw blades would have done the job perfectly. And that's why she didn't split the body very completely, because there were some places where the saw wouldn't work, but that split was enough to kill. In the aftermath of a murder, those saw blades can be easily broken off, and the toilet is the easiest place to dispose of them. All you have to do is attach a rope to the magnet and it will suck up the saw blade. Chen Chen gestured. "So it is." Listening to Chen Chen's analysis, everyone came to a sudden realization. Thinking carefully along Chen Chen's lines, it could indeed explain all the circumstances found at the scene. And soon, the news came from the girls' dormitory side. According to Chen Chen's method, they really sucked up the saw blade broken into a section in the toilet downpipe. Sun Suihua's fingerprints were on the saw blade. Ironclad evidence. Sun Suihua, what exactly is the reason for you to use such cruelty against your housemate? Shi Xiaozhu couldn't help but speak to Sun Suihua. "I'm cruel. Do you know what they did to me? I am poor, but I also have dignity. They despise me. They despise me." Hearing Qi Xiaozhu's words, Sun Suihua shouted hysterically. Looking at Sun Suihua's agitated appearance in front of her, Qi Xiaozhu seemed to understand somewhat. There are times when girls are more likely to hug and ostracize. This bullying is made worse. My family is in the mountains, and I was the only one who went to college and walked away after all these years. They are bossing me around because they are rich, and since the beginning of the school year, I have been cleaning all the hygiene, and I have to clean the toilets, fetch water for them, and go and bring them food. They gave me a token handout of money and leftovers. Even told the boys I liked that I was just their slave and made me shine their shoes in front of him. Isn't it just being rich? Being rich means you can bully me? They all deserve to die. I'm going to kill them all. All of them. Sun Suihua laughed maniacally and cried like crazy. "What's the deal with your twin sister? Why is there no hint of this on the account?" Chen Chen watched as Sun Suihua slowly calmed down before he opened his mouth to ask. "At that time, our village was patriarchal, and my mother did give birth to 2 of us sisters, but couldn't raise them, so I was thrown away by my father and settled on one. Then I was picked up and raised by my grandma, and shortly after that, my grandma's family all died of carbon monoxide poisoning. My sister was also sent to my grandma's house, and we both grew up without clothes, so we took turns going out and going to school. It was hard to get into college, and we made an appointment for the 2 of us to switch once a year. I thought college life was great, but I didn't realize that I'd been bullied by them all the time, and it's about to change to my sister, so I couldn't bear the thought of my sister being bullied by them as well. So I came up with this idea, but my sister doesn't know anything. I just sent her to a birthday party, and now she's working at the Golden Arches to earn my way back. I'm begging you, my sister really doesn't know anything. I did everything. Sun Suehua plopped down and knelt down at Chen Chen. I believe that Captain Gong and the others won't wrongly accuse a good person or spare a bad person. Chen Chen turned his head to look at Gong Jian and said, his mission is accomplished. The rest naturally still needed to be done by Gong Jian and the others. Let's get the people out of here first. Go bring her sister and cooperate with us in closing the case. Gong Jian waved his hand. Master, you're leaving? Watching Chen Chen prepare to leave, Qi Xiaozhu subconsciously followed, but immediately after, he realized that it didn't seem right and glanced at Gong Jian. Not only Gong Jian, but the rest of the people were also looking at Qi Xiaozhu with surprise on their faces. This master really took them by surprise. Yeah, get paid to do it. When it's done, get out of the way. Chen Chen shrugged. Ahem. Gong Jian coughed twice in some embarrassment. Chen Chen, thanks a lot. There may have been some prejudice against you before, so don't take it to heart. Tell you what, this case is solved, and we haven't had a good rest for a while recently. Let's get together for dinner tonight. Why don't you come along? Gong Jian invited Chen Chen. Most of his previous dissatisfaction with Chen Chen was due to his questioning of Chen Chen's abilities. However, after seeing Chen Chen's skills, he was also completely convinced. The strong always sympathize. Although he is the chief of criminal investigation, more or less in the heart will be a little unconvinced, but have to admit, these two cases, if not Chen Chen, they do not know how long to delay. He was able to become the chief of criminal investigation. Not only his ability is outstanding, but also quite sophisticated in terms of doing things. He knew very well that the entire Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Brigade admired Chen Chen, and he was afraid that if he sang the opposite tune again, the captain's authority that had just been established would still be affected. Rather than going down the slope, I just don't. Master, you're coming with us, or I'll have to ask you to cook when I get back. Seeing that Chen Chen refused, Qi Xiaozhu subconsciously stepped forward and took Chen Chen's arm, but listening to Qi Xiaozhu's words, all the police officers' eyes glared like light bulbs in unison. What the hell? There's a bit of information in that statement. First of all, it is this intimate action, this layer of the master's relationship. I am afraid that it is almost the same as Yanghua and Xiaolongnua, and you'll have to cook when you get back? Going back? Back where? I heard that Shinjuku recently moved out of the police dormitory to live. Is she living with Chen Chen? Wouldn't that mean that both of them? Everyone stared at Qi Xiaozhu with gossipy toad eyes in unison. Qi Xiaozhu looked at the surprised eyes of the crowd. Then she reacted and her face flushed red for a moment. That's true. I'm the one who cooks every time. You know how to eat all day, so it's nice to rub it in once in a while. Chen Chen didn't even pay attention to the crowd's dissimilarities. Touching his chin, he agreed. Listening to Chen Chen's words of going with the flow, the crowd's jaws almost dropped even more. Chapter 34, How Come My Master Is So Awesome? Suwathan Northeastern Cuisine. It was so close to the police station that people from the police force used to come here to get together after working on a case before. Chen Chen, as the chief of criminal investigation, I must express my gratitude to you, but I can't drink today, so I'll toast you with tea instead. Bear with me if I have offended you in any way before, and we will continue to work together when we have the chance in the future. Gong Jian spoke to Chen Chen. Captain Gong is polite to allow me, a recently discharged mental patient, to participate in solving a case. This broad-mindedness is as wide as the ocean. If it were me, I'd have thrown them out long ago. Chen Chen flirted with himself. Listening to Chen Chen's words, Gong Jian nodded gratefully. What he, the captain, needed most right now was prestige, and Chen Chen's words were a great face-saver. Chen Chen, you're really something. Say, can I also worship you as my teacher? And me, I want to learn something from you too. Add me to the list. Chen Chen, I'm considered completely convinced of you, so just take us? Several police officers had come to Chen Chen and spoke. Collected you? I'm not Fahai. You guys better forget about it. If I really take you in, Captain Gong won't sneak into my house in the middle of the night and split me up. Chen Chen grinned. I'm not that cheap. Then again, I'd love to have you come give us a lecture or something sometime. Gong Jian waved his hand to the side. I charge can be expensive. Chen Chen smiled. What are you guys waiting for? We can't beat you in crime solving, but we can still lose in drinking? Gong Jian waved at the officers below him. Just kidding, so many of us can still lose to him alone? That's right. I'm known as the god of drinking in the police academy, and I still can't hold you? Boss, 2 more bottles of Erguotu. A couple of the officers were happy to hear that. There were so many of them, but they still couldn't drink more than 1 Chen Chen. Half an hour later, Qi Xiaozhu was full of speechlessness as she looked at the group of police officers who were staggering around not knowing what was going on in the southeast and northwest. And Chen Chen, although he had drunk his face red, was actually able to use his chopsticks to hold peanut rice. I can't help but hold my hand to my forehead. What kind of alcohol are they? 4 or 5 people can't drink as much as Chen Chen alone. How come my master is so good? Gong Jian was on the side with a black line. Exasperated, he called someone from the bureau to carry them back. Qi Xiaozhu also took Chen Chen's arm and walked back. By the way, shopping. Chen Chen was tall and handsome, and Qi Xiaozhu had a beautiful figure. The two walked down the street, drawing a lot of stares. Qi Xiaozhu enjoyed this feeling and took advantage of Chen Chen's inattention to hold his hand. Chen Chen still wanted to pull it out, but Qi Xiaozhu clasped her fingers together and yanked it to death. What for? Qi Xiaozhu glared at Chen Chen with a red face. Is it true that your nickname at school back then was High Fidelity Goddess? Why don't I feel anything at all? Chen Chen joked. Hated you. I'm a big beautiful woman chasing you up and down and you don't even react at all. I was suspecting you had an orientation dash. Just as Qi Xiaozhu beamed her discontent, her figure suddenly lurched. Being violently yanked by Chen Chen, she lay towards Chen Chen's arms. Kishozu couldn't help but purse her lips. This stupid master. I thought it was wood, but I didn't expect to be so good at flirting. Bang! Qi Xiaozhu's smile had not yet unfolded when there was a loud bang in front of him. A middle-aged man descended from the sky. The body fell heavily a short distance in front of Kishengzu, fell face down in a bloody mess. If it wasn't for Chen Chen pulling Qi Xiaozhu just now, I'm afraid that this corpse would have smashed into Qi Xiaozhu. Seeing this scene, Qi Xiaozhu's heart palpitated as she rubbed her chest. The falling bodies from above also attracted a lot of people around and they soon gathered around. Call someone over. Chen Chen shook Qi Xiaozhu in his arms. Just now, Qi Xiaozhu was so frightened that she had been lying in Chen Chen's arms, and even Qi Xiaozhu herself did not notice. Oh, it was then that Qi Xiaozhu reacted and escaped from Chen Chen's arms in a lightning-fast manner. Red-faced, he called Gong Jian. At this point, Gong Jiangang brought the people back to the station and was speechless as he looked at the several people who were drunk by Chen Chen. No temper at all. So many people drink Chen Chen one. Was Chen Chen dunked into such a way to help back? Shame on you. If you can't beat me in crime solving, you can't beat me in drinking? Just as Gong Jian was speechless, he received a call from Qi Xiaozhu and rushed towards the scene with a few officers in a hurry. At this point, Chen Chen had already seen the basics of the scene. It's a middle-aged man, short hair, shirt and suit, leather shoes of good material, a large gold watch on his wrist and a gold ring. It landed face down and the entire head was bloody and unrecognizable. Chen Chen looked up at the building where the dead man fell. This neighborhood is a commercial street, belonging to the old downtown area of Tianhai City. Both sides of the commercial street are residential areas, densely packed with many windows. The body is still warm. It wasn't dumped. It should have just died. Fell down? Or maybe someone pushed him. In an accidental fall under normal circumstances, the subconscious mind will struggle, and with enough height, the fall is usually on the back. Something's fishy. It's at least 6 floors up to be able to fall like that. It wouldn't be a suicide. Look at these things on your hands. Fair enough, but there is something strange. The clothes on his body. How did he get some red powder stuck to them? It seems to be bricks? Chen Chen thought as he walked towards the building. Kishozu had the presence of mind to follow, but there were still quite a few people around, and being a police officer, she needed to maintain the scene as untouched as possible. Chen Chen was just about to go up the hallway when the door to the building suddenly opened. A figure violently pushed the door open and rushed out. It almost collided with Chen Chen. Asterisk 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 off. The man waved his hand at Chen Chen. A cold light flashed, and he was actually holding a dagger in his hand. Chen Chen made a backward step and kicked the man's calf violently with his toes, and under the huge inertia, the man fell out directly toward the front. The man took a look and knew that Chen Chen was not easy to deal with. He got up from the ground with a bone, threw his dagger towards Chen Chen, and ran towards the outside with a limp. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when he tripped over the body and fell heavily to the ground. Ah, why is there a dead man in this? The man fell, his face knocked directly into a pool of blood, backing away in fear. And you're scared? Say, did you kill this man? Quick as a flash, Kishozu stepped forward and cuffed the man. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill him. The man struggled fiercely. No killing? Then why is my master chasing you? There's just been a crash, and you run out right afterward. What are you if not a murderer? Kishochuk said while looking at the side. Chen Chen was walking over carrying a dagger. It's happening right now. Gong Jian and the others arrived in a police car. What's the situation? I thought someone fell? This is the killer? Gong Jian asked as he looked at the body on the ground and the man handcuffed next to it. Right, Captain. The man had just fallen down the stairs when he rushed out of the building with a dagger in his hand. Definitely a murderer. Before Chen Chen could say anything, Qi Xiaozhu jumped the gun. Really? Gong Jian couldn't help but listen with relief. Good hang. If Chen Chen and Qi Xiaozhu hadn't happened to pass by here, it would have been hard to find after the murderer escaped. Catching the killer on the spot is a record for the shortest manhunt. Nope, he's not a murderer. Who knows? Chen Chen waved his hand. Chapter 35, Footprints. Not a murderer? How can you be so sure? Just now to pull out a dagger to escape. Ah, clearly a thief. This man is not a murderer, so why is he running? Kishozu was puzzled. The body fell like this, at least from the 6th floor. The man appeared almost 20 seconds or so after the fall. This is an old town. The building doesn't have an elevator. And even if he had run downstairs at the first moment he pushed the victim, the man's size, he simply couldn't have done it. Not to mention that when I saw him, he wasn't too out of breath, although he was flustered, so it shouldn't have been him, Shen slowly explained. Well, thought he was the killer. It was only then that Kishozu realized that he had thought it simple. But this man is also interrogated. And you're right, being a thief should be a problem. Just walked out the door and ran into me. Count him out. Shen pointed at the strong man who was handcuffed to the side. Let's go. Since we've met, let's go up and have a look. Shen nudged at the building. He's also not willing to give up any of the crime scenes. Not to mention the fact that this guy didn't seem like a suicide or an accident. A few people have just gone up the stairs. They saw a big man on crutches panting down, saw the police, and rushed to welcome them. Comrade policeman, there's a thief. Caught me stealing from our house. He ran away. Moncler outlet store at the sight of the police. Excitedly went up and spoke. Dentures were spat out. Come on, know what that guy did, isn't he? Shen pointed behind him. Yeah, that's him. You police are so good. You caught the thief so quickly. The grandfather was so angry that he swung his walking stick and was about to punch the thief. All of them blushed with old age. The person was the one Shen ran into. The one Shen caught. The one Shen decided was not the murderer. The one Shen thought had committed something else. The credit goes back to the police. Shen was indifferent and shrugged his shoulders as he headed upstairs. Take the older man and the thief back to make a statement. Gong Jian gestured to a few officers and followed Shen up. The man's face was a bloody mess from the fall and his identity is unknown at this time. The crowd looked around and couldn't find any open doors. Immediately get a neighbor or community manager to confirm the identity of the deceased. Try to contact the family and confirm the floor where the deceased lived as soon as possible. The first order of business is to find out what the deceased jumped from. Gong Jian frowned as he made arrangements with the officers. Boss, look at the ground. The same red powder is on the back of the deceased, which looks like red brick. Must have been left behind during the removal. Looking at the path of the powder, which went all the way to the top floor, this type of brick wouldn't be used in normal home renovations. It appears that the man fell from the roof of the building. I feel that suicide is unlikely, either by accident or by murder. Chen, what's wrong with you? Shi Xiaozhu saw that Chen was squatting on the ground pinching some powder and muttering to himself. Couldn't help but step forward and ask. I know where people fall from, Chen said as he walked towards the roof of the building. Does he know where he fell? How does he know? Just crouched on the ground for a while to see where it fell from. Counted a fortune on the ground? Gong Jian looked at Shi Xiaozhu dumbfounded. Suddenly, he remembered that Chen had spent 3 years in a mental hospital before. He does that a lot. It's been discharged from the hospital, but it hasn't been taking any medication, so it's possible that it's some kind of after effect, but not for a while, Kishozu hurriedly explained. Well, it's time for him to take his medicine for this disease. Gong Jian shook his head and led the men to follow. Rooftop. There was a lot of construction debris piled up in a mess, and an unfinished house next to it. It's an unauthorized structure. The people inside the building built it themselves? Gong Jian looked at the messy construction site inside from the doorway. Don't come in yet. Gong Jian and the others were about to go in, but they were stopped by Chen. What are you doing? Gong Jian was a little disgruntled. Footprints. Chen pointed ahead. A quick photo with my phone showed some messy footprints on the rooftop. The rooftop site had all sorts of fallen ash and mud with very clear footprints on it. You mean that guy fell from here? Gong Jian looked at the messy construction site on the rooftop and understood what Chen meant, and couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined. Just now, he also found red brick powder on the deceased. It doesn't address this point in any detail. Yeah, let's get someone to take pictures for evidence before we go in. Chen nodded. Judging from the footprints, there were quite a few people working on the rooftop, presumably construction workers, but one line of footprints was relatively new and different from the others. At night the temperature is low, the humidity is heavy, and the footprint marks are distinctly different from daytime. The pattern is the same as the one on the sole of the dead man's shoe just now, and there's the same sand and red brick powder on the sole as on the rooftop. The deceased must have been here at night. Chen turned his head and spoke. Gong Jian froze. Looking at the light, I saw a fresh line of footprints. Are you sure it's the same pattern as the sole of the deceased's shoe? Gong Jian was a bit shocked. Even he, the detective chief, hadn't noticed the pattern on the sole just now. Chen actually made a point of watching it? Who in their right mind would have to look at the soles of their shoes when they look at the dead? Yeah, didn't you just look? Chen was a bit puzzled. Gong Jian touched his nose in embarrassment. Well, soon after the officers finished taking evidence, Chen and the others walked in. There was some sand piled up next to it. and some bricks that look like they were trying to build a brick house. Boss, it's strange. Why is there powder on the victim's back? Is it hard to believe that he fell here? Even if you fall, you'll get it on your hands or something else. But it doesn't. It wasn't a fall, as you can tell by looking at the marks on the floor. If it had fallen, there would have been marks. And there's another doubt. Don't you think that this new footprint left is a little too deep? Chen Chen stepped next to a footprint. It's true that it's a bit. The dead guy was 160 pounds tops, about the same weight as both of us. So why is he so deep? Is there a pack of beer in your hand? It's hard to say. I can't figure it out at the moment. Chen Chen shook his head and took a picture before coming to the side of the building to watch. The ones on the edge of the rooftop were over a meter high, with some broken bricks laid flat on top. Why are there bricks here? If this falls down accidentally, someone will definitely call the police, afraid that people won't know that there are illegal structures on the roof. Also, this wall is too wide, isn't it? It's all of 60 or 70 centimeters wide. Older buildings are like that. And then there's insulation on the outside, and it just looks wider, wide enough for a person to lie on. But there's something strange about those broken bricks again. Chen Chen froze and seemed to have thought of something. The next moment, it crawled and lay straight up. What are you doing? Get down here. Chen Chen had just laid down on it when Shi Xiaozhu ripped it off with a tug. How dangerous it was just now. What are you doing? Shi Xiaozhu angrily questioned Chen Chen. I should know how the deceased died. Chen Chen patted the sandy soil on his body. Do you know how the deceased died? Not a crash? Kishozu asked in surprise. Yes and no. But what is certain is that the deceased was not an accident, but a murder. Chen Chen spoke with incomparable confidence. Chapter 36, Chen Chen. What do you mean? Murder? How can you be so sure? We've just learned the identity of the deceased. His name is Zhang Songshan and he's the owner of an investment company. I was involved in a project before and lost a lot of money, and I heard that a lot of people were implicated in losing money along with it. The company went bankrupt, sold all the houses and came back to live in this old house. How can it be murder when the victim reeked of alcohol and every circumstance points to him falling off his feet? Gong Jian looked at Chen Chen suspiciously. Chen Chen had drunk a lot of wine tonight, and Gong Jian did not really trust Chen Chen's judgment. Captain, just got an important situation. A few days ago a man named Song Dehua came to block the door. The two almost fought. I heard that they also invested a lot of money and lost their money. I heard from the neighbors that Song Dehua once yelled that he wanted to get Zhang Songshan killed, and this Song Dehua is highly suspicious. The officer spoke to the crowd. So it really could have been him? How did Chen Chen tell? That's amazing. Just a few glances at the scene and you know? Several police officers looked at Chen Chen with shocked faces. Summon Edward Song immediately. Bring the man in for interrogation first. Gong Jian looked at Chen Chen with a complicated expression and immediately led the people out. Although he didn't know how Chen Chen had deduced his murder, it was possible that it was true. Master, shall we go back too? Shi Xiaozhu asked Chen Chen. You go back first. I'll go to the dead man's house. Chen Chen didn't seem to care too much about the mention of Sung Takhua. For him, never put your hope in people. People are far less reliable than facts or even corpses. Shadow private investigations. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that Kashengzu returned. Results in the case? Chen Chen asked Shi Xiaozhu. Yes, you may have been wrong in your previous reasoning. It wasn't him. That Edward Sung investigated. And that night, he had been at home watching TV, as his wife and children can attest. According to our understanding, the deceased Zhang Songshan failed in his investment. His company went bankrupt, and he was still being chased for debts, and had a motive to commit suicide. Combined with the scene investigation, the rooftop has only the footprints of the deceased, indicating that the deceased walked there by himself, as well as the cigarette butts found in the corners of the rooftop, which tested belonged to the deceased. Preliminary analysis. The deceased, because of investment failure, drank a lot of alcohol, under the influence of alcohol have light thoughts, so came to the rooftop, smoking and then jumped down. It was finally characterized as a suicide. Shi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen Chen. That's it? Chen Chen asked. It's over. If it's a suicide, it's out of the hands of our CID team. Kishozu was a bit puzzled. Come on, let's go to the station. Chen Chen was somewhat helpless. What's wrong? It's all closed. Kishozu was puzzled. I was right in the beginning. It's not suicide. It's murder. Chen Chen stood up. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Gong Jian is reporting the case to the chief. Just as long as it's not a homicide. This recent streak of cases has been a real scorcher. Let's close the case as soon as possible if there are no problems. Director Zhao spoke to Gong Jian. Yes, I've arranged for that to be done. Gong Jian nodded. Chief, Captain. It was at this moment that Kashaza violently pushed the door and walked in. What brings you here? Didn't you go back? Gong Jian was a little puzzled. The case is wrong. The victim did not commit suicide. It's him who kills. Kishozu gasped for breath. One word silenced the two men in the room at once. What did you say? Suicide? Nonsense. Hasn't today been characterized? Gong Jian said with a stern face. He just reported to the chief that it was a suicide, and his subordinate comes and punches him in the face? It was Chen Chen who said he was already here. Kishozu pointed outside. Chen Chen? Nonsense. He was drunk at the time, and I gave him some face and verified what he reasoned. It almost turned out to be a wrongful conviction. What's with the airplanes now? Gong Jian walked out with a gloomy face. Conference room. The people of the criminal police brigade had already closed the case, and when they heard Chen Chen say that it was a murder, they walked back again. This case, they just analyzed and came to the conclusion of suicide, but it was overturned by Chen Chen. The crowd was more or less unconvinced. Chen Chen, what do you mean? There's no need to intentionally label every case with your abilities. That's too deliberate. Gong Jian spoke to Chen Chen with an unpleasant face. You just had a drink with him, gave him a few compliments, and then you turn around and stomp on him to make your presence known? You're calling it a homicide when it's so obvious that it's a suicide? The previous favorable impression of Chen Chen had diminished quite a bit. I'm just going to raise a couple of suspicions, and if you can answer them, forget I said anything. Chen Chen didn't care about Gong Jian's dissatisfaction and slowly sat down next to him. You say. Gong Jian nodded. The first point is that if a person does commit suicide out of desperation, they take off things like their watch, glasses, rings, and even their shoes before they do so. It represents, psychologically, a cutting off from the world. But the fact that the deceased had a gold ring and watch on him at the time clearly doesn't fit that mentality. Chen Chen held up a finger. That doesn't say much, does it? The deceased had been drinking at the time, so perhaps he couldn't have cared less to think about it? Gong Jian retorted without hesitation. The police officers around them nodded their heads. It was too hasty for Chen Chen to make such a judgment. Good. And another thing, falling under normal circumstances, whether it's an active jump or an accidental fall, will subconsciously make a sound as you fall. It's an instinct that can't be avoided even by suicide. If the deceased had the ability to climb up to the edge of the rooftop, which is more than 1 meter high, it also proves that the deceased had the ability to act on his own at that time. But at the time, we didn't hear anything at all. Chen Chen raised his second finger. Right, I really didn't hear anything at the time. If it wasn't for Chen Chen pulling me, the deceased would have smashed on me. Kisho Chu nodded to the side. At that time, if the dead man had made a sound in mid-air, she would not have failed to notice it at all. Listening to Chen Chen's words, everyone bowed their heads and thought. It was common sense and instinct, and it was indeed as suspicious as Chen Chen said. Point 3. This is what I found in the deceased's house. A promotional brochure and travel agent profile. Chen Chen cast a picture as he spoke. I called and asked about it. The deceased consulted with them about a tour to a city in the south and wanted to follow them on a trip next week to book a ticket. But after arriving on a free trip, the cooperation was not finalized. Apparently, the deceased wanted to travel south next week, whether it's a break or a hideout. I don't think someone who's ready to travel would suddenly commit suicide. Chen Chen spoke slowly. Chapter 37. An old man's face is a disgrace. Looking at the photos in front of them, the crowd slowly worked out the flavor. Indeed, if the person is really ready to travel, then naturally they won't suddenly want to. There is a fourth point. This is the bag of marinara on the deceased's table. I accessed the surveillance at the door of the marinara. The surveillance was blurred by the grease and smoke, but it was still recognizable. And from the video it looks like the deceased definitely didn't go to buy the marinara. That's something the boss could have said as well. Business wasn't very good that day, and he was impressed with the people who went to buy. Chen Chen said. Hearing Chen Chen's words, many police officers raised their heads. What's the case? Those things the deceased ate, the deceased didn't buy them? Is it hard to believe that there was a second person at the scene? That's not right. There was just a pair of chopsticks and a wine glass on the table. There was no one else. It must be the murderer. The murderer took the stuff. There was a lot of chatter from the crowd. Listening to Chen Chen's words, Gong Jian's face gradually became gloomy, not just chagrined and self-loathing, but humiliated. This case, which he had been involved in from the very beginning, could be said to be from the exact same starting point as Chen Chen. However, he hadn't noticed any of these issues raised by Chen Chen. It also ended up characterizing as suicide. An old face is simply disgraced. But there's only one line of footprints on the rooftop, proving that only the deceased walked there by himself. How do you explain that? And the deceased had just moved into the old house, so I don't think the owner of that brisket store was familiar with it. Was he? Gong Jian suddenly reacted. This situation at the scene, using Chen Chen's explanation simply didn't work. Yeah, even if Chen Chen is right and someone pushed the dead man down, but there's only a new line of footprints there. How can that be explained? Did Chen Chen guess wrong? I told you. These suspicions that Chen Chen said, although they sound right, when scrutinized, they are not all right. Yeah, there's no way to fix this footprint problem. Several police officers were instantly relieved. Even Gong Jian's face relaxed. Obviously, the footprint is more of an unbreakable piece of evidence. Chen Chen didn't say anything and released another photo. Here's a picture I took at the scene, with the new footprints on the right and the ones I stepped on the left. I weigh about the same as the dead man, if not a little more, Chen Chen said slowly. Clasping his hands, he looked at all of them with interest. This, isn't it? Gong Jian's eyes widened at once. The rest of the criminal police also noticed the anomaly. The difference in the picture is obvious. The footprints of the deceased are much deeper than Chen Chen's, which is absolutely abnormal. Did the murderer pass behind the back of the victim? Gong Jian reacted instantly. Nice. Chen Chen nodded. Gong Jian is worthy of being the chief of criminal investigation. The reaction is fast. Also, the red brick powder on the back of the deceased explains the present situation. The murderer should have put on the shoes of the deceased in advance, carried him over, placed him on the edge of the rooftop, and afterwards returned barefooted on the footprints. And the reason those broken bricks were placed here was to block the dead man so that when he rolled over, he would fall not inward, but outward. It was also the drunkenness that prevented the descent from making a sound. Chen Chen slowly spoke to the crowd. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Yeah, the killer came on his back, so naturally there's only one line of footprints. No wonder those broken bricks are sitting there a bit oddly. So that's what they're for. You don't say. At that time, the red brick powder behind the dead man, I thought the dead man himself accidentally got on it, but it turned out to be placed on it. That way, the killer can leave early and have an alibi. This murderer is too smart, isn't he? It's amazing that he could think of such a way. No matter how smart you are, you can't compare to Chen Chen. And you've still been seen through by Chen Chen? That's true. I was almost fooled just now. Luckily Chen Chen was there. As the crowd spoke, their eyes looked at Chen Chen with incomparable admiration. And who is the murderer? Did it run away then? Kishozu said with some chagrin. No, I've been watching the building and no one has come in or out. At least not in that time frame. Chen Chen shook his head. So that means it's one of the neighbors? The officers were suddenly excited. This narrows the room for troubleshooting considerably. Investigate and visit immediately. Gong Jian arranged it to the crowd. Oh master, if you knew this, why didn't you tell us earlier? Qi Xiaozhu quietly poked Chen Chen. I thought you could have thought that there was no need to overstep my bounds when I'm not a police officer and I'm not commissioned. But I didn't realize you guys didn't check it out. Chen Chen shrugged. It's too much of a blow. But it's good to know that the killer is close to being caught. Kishozu beamed. Maybe it's not that simple. Chen Chen shook his head. Why? Kishozu was a bit surprised. This building and that halal store are very close to each other. From the nearest bus stop to this building, the halal store is a must-pass place. According to the owner, he is familiar with the people in this building, but all the neighbors who came to buy halibut that day were women, no men. To be able to carry the dead to the rooftop and place it on the edge of the rooftop, the murderer should be male, so the odds are the killer wasn't a neighbor, unless there was an accomplice. Chen Chen explained to Qi Xiaozhu. What then? Kishozu was completely dazed. It was hard to have a direction of detection, but it was denied by Qin Chen. I remember that Edward Song from the previous investigation. His address shouldn't be far from here, right? I heard it was a chance encounter with the deceased that led them to chase the family home to argue about the debt? Chen Chen asked after some thought. Yeah, it's 2 blocks next door. Kishiretsu nodded. Go to his house. Chen Chen said. Song Dehua's house wasn't far from the place of the crime, and Qi Xiaozhu had been here before. A few bags of garbage sit on the doorstep. Chen Chen signaled Qi Xiaozhu not to knock on the door yet. Crouching on the ground, he quietly opened the garbage bag and searched for it, which was full of food waste. Kishengzu was speechless as she stood off to the side, keeping a wary eye on the movements upstairs and downstairs. It was obviously a police visit, but it was made to look like a thief. Just then, Chen Chen found a note from the bag, and Qi Xiaozhu was about to ask when the door opened. Who are you guys? A little girl's voice rang out. There was also a paper shell in his hand. We're the police. Came by to get some information. Qi Xiaozhu rushed forward and spoke. A young woman came out at the sound of voices, wiping her apron, bringing Chen Chen and the others into the house. There were quite a few things lying around the inside of the house in disarray. There's a cartoon playing on the TV. Next to him stood a middle-aged man, bearded, with thick bags under his eyes, looking somewhat disheveled. Why again? Didn't we ask before? Sung Takhua was a little puzzled. We suspect that the deceased did not commit suicide, but homicide. Now I'd like to ask for your cooperation again. Kishiretsu spoke. He killed? No way. Who is the murderer? Edward Song was filled with shock. Wasn't the murderer you? We've found the evidence. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Chapter 38, The more lies, the more breaches. What did you say? Chen Chen's words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, causing Song Dehua to tremble violently. Comrade police officers, you mustn't accuse people wrongly. Our Deva didn't even go out. How could he be the murderer? His wife, who was off to the side, also rushed over when she heard the commotion. Yeah, as much as I hate him, how can I not kill someone? besides I was home all that day. Song Dehua also stared blankly at Chun Chen. Relax, just kidding. Chen Chen waved his hand. How can you joke about that? Song Dehua looked at Chun Chen with some annoyance. Kishozu was also a bit speechless. This Chen Chen is also too adventurous. Without evidence, up to say that people are murderers. This is the time to joke? Chen Chen, however, did not care in the slightest and carefully observed Song Dehua's expression. Boss, he subconsciously clenched his fist when he said he was a murderer just now. When he said he wasn't a murderer just now, he hurriedly wiped his sweat on his pants again. There's some weakness in his heart. Yeah, there's no rush. Slowly try and test him. He'll always reveal more cracks. Chen Chen also noticed a hint of something strange. As far as I know, you've lost a bloody fortune before because you invested with Sun Han Jian? What's going on? Chen Chen asked. Actually, to put it mildly, we were sort of friends before. After he made his investment company, I invested with him when I had money, and I did make a lot of money before. A few months ago, he said there was a good opportunity with a big capital backing behind it to make a big profit, and he put his entire fortune on the line, and I put all my savings on the line and mortgaged my house. But I didn't expect the thunderstorm. Not only all the savings went down the drain, even the house, which we still rent. After this incident I also understand, people want to make money, or to be down to earth. Too greedy then certainly not. I'll take it as spending money to buy a lesson. Edward Song said helplessly. His wife wiped tears from her eyes as well. I heard that after you lost your money, you happened to meet Zhang Sanzhan and went to his house a few times to mess around? Chen Chen asked. Yeah, of course I'm pissed off after what he did to me. I did curse him and said I'd kill his whole family, but that was just talk. I've got a wife and kids. I can't just hitch myself up and have to get on with my life. Edward Song nodded. Well, the sentiment is understandable. What were you doing at home that night? Chen Chen continued to ask. I've been home watching TV. Edward Song pointed a finger at the TV. Never been out? Chen Chen asked. No, absolutely not. Edward Song shook his head without thinking. We can testify that he was home the whole time. His wife, who was off to the side, also spoke in a hurry. Okay, then you can all come with us to the crime scene. Chen Chen stood up. What's the point of going to the crime scene? Edward Song subconsciously took a step back. We'll see when we get there. It'll be fine in broad daylight. Please cooperate with us. Chen Chen spoke slowly, but the tone was not to be questioned. Then, we'll go inside and change. Edward Song looked at his wife and took the child into the bedroom. You suspect him of being a murderer? He didn't have the time of day to commit the crime. Kishozu asked with some confusion. Guess what they're discussing in the house right now? Chen Chen nudged in the direction of the bedroom. You don't mean to say that they're lip syncing, do you? Kishozu's eyes widened. Just now when I asked him what he was doing at night, he subconsciously looked at his wife and moved a little closer to her. It's a hint of his silent support. Chen Chen said. On that basis, such slight movements don't mean much, do they? Kishiretsu recalled what had just happened, and it seemed like it did. Of course not. Chen Chen smiled. And just as the two of them were talking, Song Dehua and the others came out. Go. Chen Chen took the lead and walked out. Several people quickly arrived at the scene, and Gong Jian and the others, who had received the news halfway, also brought people to the rooftop. They're going door to door to check out the neighbors in this building. Chen Chen, what's the situation? Why did you bring them all? Gong Jian looked at Song Dehua and the few of them, his face full of doubts. This guy's all but eliminated as a suspect. He's a murderer, and it's convenient to be there so I can better dismantle him. Chen Chen pointed at Edward Song. It can't be, can it? We've investigated. They can all testify. Gongjian pointed to Song Doa's wife and child. The child cannot lie. On the night of the murder, are you sure that your husband was home at all times? Chen Chen turned his head to Song Doa's wife and asked. Yeah, we've been home watching TV. The wife nodded. What time did you see it from exactly? Chen Chen asked. I guess I've been watching it since 6 or 7. When the news happened to start, I've been watching until almost 9 o'clock, and the baby's going to bed. The wife recalled. Haven't been out of the house? Chen Chen continued to ask. No. The wife shook her head. You lied. Chen Chen shook his head. His wife was a bit flustered and subconsciously looked in the direction of Edward Song. This scene was captured in Chen Chen's eyes. They were all brought to the scene because Chen Chen knew that the police were still here. Leaving one's own home and facing so many police officers must make one nervous, and if one wants to hide something in one's heart, it is very difficult to escape the eyes of the police. If you're all home and haven't been out, who bought all this stuff after 8? Judging by the time on it, it was exactly 8:20 that night. Chen Chen took out a small ticket. Let's see. Kishiretsu took it. Only then did he realize that it was a small supermarket ticket that Chun Chen had found from the garbage at the entrance. This is what we asked the runner to deliver. Seeing that his wife was at a loss for words, Edward Song quickly interjected. Yes, getting runners to buy lollipops, tampons and gynecological cleansing? Would you choose to run errands for something so personal? Chen Chen pointed to the top. This could be my misremembering, it's what we bought before. Besides, it's possible that the supermarket's machine is broken. Edward Sung kept wiping the sweat from his head. You have to realize that a lie often needs to be covered up with more lies. The more lies, the more broken. Since you say it's an errand, show me your errand order? Again, you said you misremembered, and if we pull up the security footage from that supermarket, we'll know who it is. You guys might as well admit you went out and bought it in the first place. Chen Chen shrugged. Listening to Chen Chen's words, Song Dai couldn't help but gulp. We did lie, but I definitely didn't kill anyone. At the time, my wife realized that she had run out of tampons and rushed to buy them while I was home watching TV by myself. When I heard that Zhang Songshan had died, I was afraid that I would be suspected by you because of my previous conflict with him, so I had to say that. Edward Song said in a hurry. Are you sure you didn't go out then? Chen Chen looked at Edward Song with interest. Right, of course I'm sure. Edward Song nodded his head in a hurry. And how do you explain the trip to Wang Laoer's halogen store? Chen Chen said slowly. Chapter 39. Sorry, I lied too. Who went shopping? I don't even know any Wang Laoer marinade. Sung Tak was pitch suddenly increased. Gong Jian and a few of their criminal police officers looked at each other. This situation is clearly a case of weakness. If they really didn't go, they should be puzzled and not react so violently. There's something wrong with this guy. This one is you, isn't it? The image is a little blurry, but the figure and walk are the same as yours. Chen Chen was not slow to find the cell phone video. It's not me. You're mistaken. Edward Song looked at the blurry surveillance image and shook his head without hesitation. The brisket store wasn't doing well that day. There weren't many people, and when you paid, you used a code payment instead of cash in order to leave as soon as possible and not leave an impression on the store owner, right? Cash is rarely used these days, and the possibility of bad change will definitely impress the store owner. But you mustn't know that you can't delete the spending records from your cell phone. Don't you dare show me your cell phone payment details, Chen Chen asked. Song Doa's face instantly turned pale, subconsciously feeling towards his pockets, cold sweat running down his cheeks. Okay, I admit it. I did buy the brats while they were out, but that's because I'm craving it. I just want to steal it. Edward Sung continued to argue, but after saying this, Gongji and several police officers also shook their heads. This man is not telling the truth. Cutie after cutie knew there was something wrong with him, too. What's more, under Chin Chan's gradual pressing, it had already messed up. I didn't even kill anyone. At the time, I remember coming back past an intersection with a surveillance camera, so you guys can check it out. Edward Sung spoke aloud, as if to hide his lack of bottom. I should have known you'd say that. If I'm not mistaken, when you passed the intersection at that time, you deliberately glanced at the surveillance, didn't you? The purpose is to leave an alibi, so that even if your wife slips up, it can be proved through this surveillance that you weren't there when the victim fell. Chen Chen spoke to Edward Song. Song Dehua looked at Chen Chen with disbelief. I didn't expect Chen Chen to say what he wanted to say. I have to say, you were smart enough to kill someone in a non-directive way so as to clear your name of the crime. I suppose you must have done the same thing with your wife's missing tampons? Expend them on purpose, so you can have the time of your life. But you're missing the point. Chen Chen looked at Edward Song indifferently. What's the problem? Edward Song subconsciously asked, but after asking, I regretted it. When these words came out, the gazes of all the surrounding police officers swarmed over to Edward Song. At that time, you bought and found the deceased for a drink and deliberately got him drunk. In order to save time, a high level of white wine was also brought, prior to which the deceased would have been drinking beer at home. And you, being friends and knowing the deceased's capacity for alcohol, deliberately intoxicated him with white wine. Then he carried the deceased to the rooftop, changed the deceased's shoes, and laid the deceased on the edge of the rooftop, intentionally placing a few broken bricks on the inside to block the deceased's turning over, and deliberately placed the dead man's cigarette butts on the rooftop to create the illusion of a desperate suicide, after which you made a quick exit. In that case, by the time the victim tumbled and fell, you really weren't there, but at that time, when you were carrying the deceased up the stairs, you were afraid that you would be discovered by the people in the hallway, and under the high tension, you didn't even notice that the deceased scratched you on the back of your neck. Drunk, but not completely unconscious, and he seemed to be conscious when you were getting him on the rooftop. Chen Chen spoke slowly. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Edward Song subconsciously scratched his neck. This action was tantamount to a cover-up in the eyes of the police. Kishozu was a bit puzzled. He was about to go forward and say something, but Gong Jian pulled back and shook his head towards Ji Xiaozhu, signaling not to interrupt Chen Chen. It's just a matter of testing your DNA to see if it can match the flesh and blood tissue inside the dead man's fingernails, whether you were there or not. The fact of willful murder will never escape you, Chen Chen said with a slight smile. Did you really do it? We met you downstairs when we were coming back, and instead of coming out for a smoke, you had just come back from going on a killing spree? No wonder you were smelling like alcohol. Song Dehua's wife looked at Song Dehua with a face full of shock. It's all your fault. I told you a long time ago to take the trash out early. You have to be so lazy. That's how the police found out about the break. Edward Sung yelled hysterically towards his wife, even going so far as to step forward, but was pulled away in time by the police. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. He cost me my previous savings. Even the house is gone. Song Dehua squatted on the ground in despair and told all the causes and consequences of the crime and the process. It was basically the same as what Chen Chen had reasoned. He had indeed made a lot of money and tasted sweetness through Zhang Songshan's investment company before. This time Zhang Songshan found him a big project. He did not hesitate to put all the savings are invested in, but also hid his wife's house mortgaged, and so know that after being cheated has been too late. He went to Zhang Songshan to claim compensation, but Zhang Songshan was also cut by the capital leak, lost more than him. During the argument, he knew from Zhang Songshan's words that the capital behind it had long ago rolled up the money and went abroad, and could never get it back. He was desperate when he came back, and held all his grudges against Zhang Songshan, and set out to kill him. Only then did he come up with such a murderous plan, and the entire process was just as Chun Chen had expected. He had thought that he had a perfect alibi and that there was no way the police could lock him up, but after only one day had passed, all his disguises had been dismantled. The matter has nothing to do with them as mothers. They know nothing about it. I alone will bear all the burden. Song Dehua said to Chen Chen, you think you're in charge? This matter from the beginning, it has nothing to do with Zhang Songshan. If he is the one who cheated you out of your money, you may be able to resent it, but investment is supposed to be risky. You were grateful when you made it before. You hated it when you lost it. You killed people. You should have looked more into your own problems. Chen Chen was somewhat speechless. What's wrong with me? I just didn't think you police would find me so quickly. If I had waited another day, maybe I would have noticed the scratch, and I would have been able to think of a way to deal with it ahead of time. You cops can't do anything to me without proof. Song Dehua glared at Chen Chen in annoyance, his face full of defiance. Sorry, I lied too. Before, Zhang Songshan was drunk and didn't scratch you. I just misremembered. Chen Chen pulled out his ears. What did you say? Edward Song was struck by lightning. Chapter 40. The nearness of the water is the first to gain the moon. It was when he heard Chen Chen say that there was flesh and blood DNA under the dead man's fingernails just now that he gave up his resistance. I didn't realize it was fake, but it's too late to say anything now. He's already confessed everything in front of the police, in front of his wife. It's too late to back out. Shi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Chen with a face full of admiration. Chen Chen's true and false words, always able to accurately pinpoint the murderer. Too powerful. And the captain too. Just now, he had realized that Chen Chen was deliberately telling a lie, and that was why he had stopped himself. Otherwise, if he had asked just now that there was no flesh and blood on the corpse at that time, then Chen Chen's psychological attack would not have worked at all. Sure enough, working with geniuses and becoming a hangman yourself instead. There is still a lot to learn for myself. Take it away. Gong Jian waved his hand. Another win for you. Don't worry, I'll hit you with all the winnings from this one. You don't have to push it. You saved the reputation of our police force. Gong Jian said to Chen Chen. Ahem. So what, Captain Gong? I wasn't going to push it. I'm a small business, and I've done all the work for you since I opened, so it's only right to pay, Chen Chen said in a serious manner. Gong Jian, how does such a talented sleuth feel like he's falling into the money line? Provincial Office of the Peninsula Province. A meeting is in progress. Those present are all the top brass of the public security system of the Peninsula Province, the worst of which are the regional directors. Here, a special commendation is given to the Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Brigade. When Gua Haibao was in office, he solved 2 major cases consecutively, and Dong Jian also solved cases consecutively after he took office. Took the murder detection cycle, which was routinely at half a month, and moved it up to 3 days. But I believe the reason for this is clear to all of you. Kishore spoke to the crowd. Oh director, you're being too biased. Chen Chen is such an excellent talent. You don't promote him to the provincial office even if it's not enough, but you still prefer to place him in Tianhai City. All this light can be dipped by the brothers in Tianhai City, a director said from the sidelines. It's the other Chen Chen himself who chose to stay in our Tianhai City. okay? It's all fate. Zhao Meng grinned. Okay. Kiddo smiled and waved his hand. It is indeed a loss to our police department that Chen Chen, such an outstanding talent, did not return to the police force, but it's good that a private detective agency has been set up to be involved in the case. I suggest that each brigade set up a fund, and if you have a case, you can always go to Chen Chen for help as well. But I remind you, give money to all generous. Chen Chen is now the meat and potatoes. If you are invited by the foreign provinces to solve the case with high salary, the impact of this solving rate can be big, Kithis said to the crowd. Listening to Chi Tongwei's words, the eyes of all the directors sparkled with light. Come to think of it, Chen Chen setting up such a private detective agency would be more favorable to them instead. If Chen Chen arrived at the provincial office, there would be layers of approval if he wanted to hire Chen Chen. Instead, it is now more flexible. Director, will Chen Chen be poached by someone from another province? I have heard, however, that a lot of people have recently learned that Chen Chen has been discharged from the hospital and has not entered the public security system, and that the remaining several provincial offices have jumped at the chance, wanted to hire Chen Chen at a high salary to be a consultant. A man next to him said with a worried face. No, I had plans. Director Qi waved his hand unconcernedly. He had long ago let Qi Xiaozhu find a reason to live with Chen Chen in advance, close to the water. He did not believe that Chen could run away. In the past few years, the people who wanted to chase Qi Xiaozhu could line up from Tianhai City to France. Why can't you take Chen Chen? This time I've called you here, mainly because of the National Criminal Investigation Competition at the end of the year. Kitha said as he had a message projected. When you guys get back, select the top criminal investigators. Layers of recommendations, layers of tests. Select 2 people, Kitha said to the crowd. Director, isn't the request from above for 3 places per province? A director was a little puzzled. Nice, I'm going to let Chen Chen attend. Kito nodded. Chen Chen can participate? Isn't that a sure thing? Yes, if Chen Chen could represent our peninsula province, it would definitely be a national champion. This National Criminal Investigation Competition is held once every 5 years, and our peninsula province has always belonged to the bottom of the list, so we can finally raise our eyebrows this time. That's not right, director. I remember that in the past, the criminal investigation competition required people within the public security system, right? Chen Chen isn't a police officer now. Can he participate? There was a lot of chatter from the crowd. I have long considered this, so this year, before the start of the competition, I purposely applied with the above to allow civilian criminal investigation experts to compete. It's been agreed upon from above. Kito smiled slightly. Really? The crowd was overjoyed. And of course, the meaning of the above is simple. Over the years, the police have become more and more process-oriented and patterned in their criminal thinking. There is a greater reliance on emerging forensic techniques and modern technology. More than anything, we need some new ideas to collide and exchange. I think this catfish, Chen Chen, might bring the entire Dragon Country's criminal investigation team back to a boil. We'll see, Kishore said to all of them with a smile. Tianhai City, Shadow Private Investigations. Chen Chen was sitting on the sofa eating instant noodles in boredom. Boss, we're rich now. We don't have to be so frugal, right? You want it still the same iron rice bowl as before? That said, you've been showing up less often lately, and the world has quieted down quite a bit. What's the point of coming out here if it's no fun? It's only the first case that's still enjoyable, and each of these killers in the back is so self-righteous that it's too easy and unchallenging. I feel the same way, but that's normal. Where in the world are there so many great criminals? Unless it's a hanging case, but those cases are all summarized up there, and even the provincial office has a hard time accessing the files. If I say so, why don't we just take the opportunity to get off the hook? That little apprentice is looking at us, definitely have ideas, and marrying the little apprentice, that's half of the police department, isn't it? It's easy to access these files, and then take them to the police station for money after solving the case, but don't be ridiculous. I don't want to get married just like that. Chen Chen half laid down on the sofa. Marriage? Married to who? It was at this moment that Qi Xiaozhu pushed the door and walked in, but she happened to hear Chen Chen mouth something. Hey, aren't there a lot of people helping me with my blind date? I haven't thought about it yet. Pick your poison. Chen Chen shrugged. Who set you up on a blind date? I'll accompany you next time. By the way, I'll help you palm your eyes. Not just anyone can be my mentor's mom. Qi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen Chen with quite a bit of gnashing of teeth. Chen Chen was somewhat speechless. This girl's mood really isn't quite right. You're off duty here? Chen Chen hurriedly changed the topic. How can we criminal police have fixed working hours? When we were busy before we didn't stay home for days. It's only natural to take a transfer break when you don't have a case. It's not like you've never been a cop before. This one's for you. Qi Xiaozhu gave Chen Chen a blank look, displeased with Chen Chen's unwelcome. What is it? Another case? Chen Chen took the folder Qi Xiaozhu handed over. Invitation to the criminal investigation competition. $1 million for the winner. If you don't don't want to go. Give it back to me. Qi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Chen wryly. Chapter 41, National Detective Competition. A criminal investigation contest? Oh, well, don't look at it then. Here you go. Chen Chen returned the folder without hesitation. It was Qi Xiaozhu's turn to be dumbfounded. Originally, when she saw the $1 million champion's prize, she concluded that Chen Chen, the money-grubbing master, would definitely participate. That's why he deliberately wanted to use this to pinch Chen Chen, saving him from having to put up a master's front in front of himself all day and treating himself nonchalantly. $1 million ago. Why don't you kneel down and nod your head to the lady? As a result, he didn't expect Chen Chen to reject it without even looking at it. That's $1 million. Have you eaten? There's instant noodles on the side. Make your own. Chen Chen forced down the corners of his mouth and pointed to the bubbly noodles on one side. Just now, Qi Xiaozhu's little plot was almost written on her face. How could Chen Chen not know her small mind? Oh, Kishozu beamed and snapped as she got up and grabbed an instant noodle. Ahem. I've heard that this criminal investigation competition, held every 5 years, will have the top investigators from all over the country competing. I signed up too. I don't know if I'll make the cut. Those who made the cut this time are exceptionally good criminal investigators. Qi Xiaozhu deliberately spoke to Chen Chen while soaking the noodles. Anan, would you like to add a ham sausage? It's in the drawer. Help yourself. Chen Chen smiled darkly and pointed to a drawer on one side. Kishozu got up helplessly and took a ham sausage. I've also heard that at the criminal investigation competition, a portion of the previous unsolved cases will be taken out to allow the contestants to solve the cases and compete, cleaning up old cases on the one hand, and cutting between the nation's top players on the other. It's exciting to think about, Kishozu said in a deliberately careless manner. Aang, do you eat marinated eggs? Then you'll have to buy your own. I don't have any here. Chen Chen nodded and spread his hands again. Ouch. I'm telling you about the criminal investigation competition. You asked me if my eyes were dry. No, Master, you must participate in this criminal investigation competition. Just take a look. I'm begging you. Kishozu finally couldn't help but freak out. Bring it over and I'll take a look at it. Chen Chen smiled and picked it up. You were planning on attending from the beginning, weren't you? You were just teasing me on purpose, weren't you? Looking at Chen Chen, Qi Xiaozhu instantly understood. Chen Chen smiled noncommittally. Master, you are simply bad. You don't play with people like that. Kishozu huffed and puffed. Who made you treacherous and deceitful? Ready to make me go soft on you? As if I couldn't tell? Chen Chen said with a smile. And you say that? I'm a big beautiful girl around you all day, but you're ignoring me. Everyone out there is being polite to me, and someone even treated this lady to Western food at noon today, but you're making me eat instant noodles. You have to buy your own eggs if you want them. Damn it, God forbid. Kishozu waved a small fist. Good, finally something to do. This criminal investigation competition. I'm in. Chen Chen flipped through the information of the National Criminal Investigation Competition, and the corner of his mouth turned up slightly. Soon, National Criminal Investigation Competition ready to start. The provinces have also selected top criminal investigation talent. This collision exchange aimed at training newcomers. The majority of those submitted were young criminal police officers. Peninsula Province side. In addition to Chen Chen, there was also Qi Xiaozhu and another male criminal police officer who made the cut. Don't look at Qi Xiaozhu in front of Chen Chen, can't keep up, but she just graduated that year, is qualified to stay in the provincial hall. Criminal investigation professional skills are counted. The other criminal police officer named Wang He is a rising star in the police force who graduated last year and is also known as a genius detective. You're Chen Chen? Asterisk 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 asterisk. More handsome than me? I've finally met a real person. From now on, you're my big brother. As soon as Wang He saw Chen Chen at the airport, he rushed forward to shake hands. The agitated look left Kishiretsu speechless. Are you really Wang He? Didn't I hear that Wang He is an outstanding graduate from the Kyoto Police Academy, and was hailed as a criminal investigation genius that hadn't been seen in the city of Valium for 100 years? The family is still rich, aren't they? Qi Xiaozhu looked dumbfounded at a fat man who just worshipped Chen Chen as if he was a god, full of disbelief. Ah shucks, if I haven't met him in 100 years, then my big brother is 1,000 years. No, at least 10,000 years, Wang He said with a pat on the back. It seemed to be displeased with Qi Xiaozhu for praising him in front of Chen Chen, but play aside. By the sound of that, why am I in the same clan as some four-legged thing with a shell? Chen Chen was somewhat speechless. The fat guy in front of me was dressed in a valuable Armani leisure suit. How it doesn't look like a cop. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever Big Brother says. Wang He hurriedly followed. Kishiretsu rolled his eyes. A gushing, spittle-flecked ass-kissing. One closed his eyes slightly and shook his head in enjoyment. These two, like children, on the airplane. Wang He was so persuasive that he finally switched to the seat next to Chen Chen. What did you have to squeeze in for? Chen Chen was speechless. After this fat guy sat over, it felt like the plane was a little crooked. Hey, isn't it because I want to get closer to you, big brother? In case of a case on the plane, I can be the first to saddle up. Wang He awkwardly wiped the sweat from his head. You crow! How can there be a case on this airplane for good reason? Just like going to work, huh? Shi Xiaozhu gave Wang He a blank look. Yes, sister-in-law is right. I was wrong. Wang He quickly and honestly shut his mouth. From the moment he first met Chen Chen and Shi Xiaozhu, he had noticed that Shi Xiaozhu was looking at Chen Chen in the wrong way. To say they are both fine, I walk upside down with Gigi. Just now, in the heat of the moment, I yelled it out in passing. Don't be ridiculous. What do you call your sister-in-law? This is my master. Shi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Chen with a red face. In his heart, he couldn't help but give Wang He a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. This fat guy has some eyes. This lady likes it. Oh, so what? I want to go out. To the restroom. Wang He stammered and pointed outside. Since seeing Chen Chen, he has been circling around Chen Chen. Just now the toilet in and out of a lot of people. Holding a bubble of stale old urine has been almost exploded. Go go go. Kishozu immediately stood up with his ass in the air. The tone took a 180-degree turn. It gave Chen Chen a blank stare. What's the situation? Just now, he was full of dislike for Wang He. You've bought me off with just the word sister-in-law? Somebody, dead man. Wang He had just reached the door of the restroom when he heard a sharp voice ring out. Chapter 42. Big Brother is Big Brother after all. Something happened? Chen Chen looked up at the location of the restroom. A skinny woman with a pale face was squatting in front of the toilet, and a few flight attendants were running over. It seems to be dead. Fatty the oaf. Kishozu was speechless. I didn't expect to take an airplane ride and actually run into a case. Nobody move. I'm a cop. Wang He rubbed his hands together excitedly when he saw that there was a case, looked back at Chen Chen, and pulled out his police officer's license and shook it. Upon hearing that Wang He was a police officer, several flight attendants looked with suspicion and vigilance. This fat guy in front of me, he doesn't fit in with the police. You didn't steal this badge, did you? Excuse me, please keep the cabin as orderly as possible. Keep everyone in their positions and don't move. Seeing this, Shi Xiaozhu also took out her police officer's license and walked over. Seeing Shi Xiaozhu and Chen Chen come over, the few flight attendants were relieved. Hello, I'm the flight attendant for this flight. It's great that you guys are cops. How can this be dead? It's the first time I've encountered it in all my years of flying. The stewardess was at a loss for words as she spoke to Chen Chen. Hey, I'm a cop too. Why don't you guys believe me? My big brother is not a cop. Wang He was speechless as he came over. Is this with you, sir? You can keep an eye on your credentials. The stewardess pointed at Wang He. A wink was given towards Chen Chen. Ahem, he's with us. Did you guys hear any movement here just now? Chen Chen was somewhat helpless. Wang He's figure was indeed far from the impression of a police officer. When you put it that way, it looks like you heard a scream when the plane went over a bump just now. But after the bumps, a number of passengers were startled and many screamed. So we rushed out to calm the passengers and didn't care about this side. It was only after that I heard the shouting that I came over. The stewardess thought about it and said to Chen Chen, okay, please call all the passengers who have just come to the restroom. Chen Chen nodded. I'll be right there. The stewardess rushed off to make arrangements. For some reason, the young man in front of him seemed to give off an unrivaled sense of trust. It made the panic she had just felt disappear in an instant. Taking advantage of the time when the stewardess and the girls went to make arrangements, Chen Chen came to the door of the restroom. There is not much room in the airplane lavatory. The small tabletop was open, but the toilet lid was covered. A woman was lying on her back. The woman had a pretty face, a powerful body, and light makeup on her face. Isn't that the actress named Lily? Wang He looked at the dead man with some surprise. Lily? Chen Chen was a bit puzzled. It's a star. She was supposed to be pretty hot 2 years ago, but hasn't gotten much exposure these days. I didn't think it would happen here. Shi Xiaozhu explained behind Chen Chen. Boss, judging from the wound on her back, it looks like she hit the bump in the corner of the restroom when the plane went over a bump. But with such a narrow space, you shouldn't just crash and die, right? There are some coincidences. It's hard to say. That bump just now was really bad. A real impact to the back of the head would indeed be fatal. But this wound in the back of the head, it seems a little. Boss, it's not quite right. Look inside the toilet. The deceased opened the small tabletop, clearly preparing to put on makeup. But there was nothing left at the scene to put on makeup. It's true that it's not quite right. It's hard to believe that there was a second person in the restroom at the time. That's kind of interesting. Who would kill someone on an airplane? Asterisk. Boss, I seem to have found a problem. Is the dead man not wearing any underwear? No panties? Chen Chen quietly looked toward the bottom of the dead man's skirt. Black. Harry, hastily, He averted his eyes. Boss, look twice more. Step aside. Are actresses so open now? Will it be in a thong? If they really aren't wearing panties, they're either open or were taken off by the killer. Chen Chen stroked his chin as he looked inside the toilet. Chen Chen, what are you fuming about? Humph. Shi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Chen holding his hands motionless as he looked at Lily. From Chen Chen's perspective, Lily's gorgeous scenery could be seen from the low-cut dress, and not without looking up towards the bottom of Lily's skirt from time to time. He couldn't help but sulk. I'm not so bad. Why do you usually look at me like I'm a man? Exasperated. Ha, oh, it's fine. What's that look on your face? Chen Chen came back to his senses and looked at Shi Xiaozhu glaring at him in dissatisfaction, and could not help but be confused. Big brother, it looks as if it was an accident. From the body, it should be because of the bumps just now that caused the back of the deceased's head to hit the corner of the wall. It's a shame. I thought I had a chance to show off in front of Big Brother this time. Wang He came over and said, not necessarily. Chen Chen waved his hand. Not necessarily? Big Brother, did you find something? Hearing Chen Chen's words, Wang He instantly widened his eyes. Hastily, he looked toward the restroom again. Ah, I know. This little tabletop is usually used for putting things away or touching up makeup. It would have been a narrower toilet, and the deceased must have put it down to make up, but the makeup was gone. This means that just now, inside this toilet, there was a second person besides the deceased. Wang He instantly reacted, looking at Chen Chen with a face full of admiration. If it wasn't for Chen Chen's reminder, he would have overlooked this detail. Big Brother is Big Brother after all. Hearing Wang He say this, Shi Xiaozhu also reacted. Filled with shock, he looked at Chen Chen and Wang He. So much for Chen Chen. Wang He was reminded by Chen Chen, and then he instantly found a loophole in the scene. So it was true that people couldn't look at each other. Nice. Whether it was an accident or a murder, anyone who has come to the restroom during this time has been very suspicious. Chen Chen nodded. No wonder you just asked the stewardess to go and find everyone who has come to the restroom in the meantime. So you found out a long time ago. Big Brother, you're too good. Is it hard to believe that you suspect him of murder? Big Brother? Wang He asked Chen Chen. What do you think? Chen Chen asked. Most likely. Otherwise there's been an accident and the normal human reaction is to call for help, not take the dead man's things and leave. This way, Big Brother. You'll be watching me in a while. Let me. Wang He was instantly excited. All right. Chen Chen nodded. It was just the right time to see just what level this so-called once-in-a-century sleuth was at, and with them asking up front, they could better observe the micro-expressions of a few people themselves. Soon, the steward then led the three men to the side of the restroom. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's a dead giveaway. Did he just fall to his death? Too bad I haven't gotten an autograph yet. One was a man wearing glasses and a shirt who was fiddling with his cell phone, and after seeing the dead body in the toilet, he took one shot towards the inside of the toilet. Not just a dead person? What's it got to do with me? A middle-aged man with a big belly stood with his hands copied impatiently. And then there's the skinny woman who found the dead man shouting. Based on our analysis just now, there's a chance that this wasn't an accident, but a homicide. The three of you are the ones who have been to the restroom since you got on the plane. You're all under suspicion now. Wang He took out his police officer's license and waved it in front of the trio's eyes. What? He killed? Listening to Wang He's words, all three of them were a bit incredulous. It must be him. At that moment, the skinny woman pointed at the man with the glasses and spoke. You. Don't talk nonsense. Who killed someone? The man with the glasses was in a hurry. While waiting for the plane, you kept taking pictures around Lily. I couldn't get rid of you, and you pestered Lily for a while after we got on the plane. It must be you, the woman said aloud. Chapter 43, I didn't kill anyone. You're bull asterisk 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 ting me. I'm not. I'm a Lily fan. What's wrong with wanting an autograph and a picture? It doesn't mean I kill people. The man with the glasses spoke in a rush. What are you? Wang He asked to the woman. I'm Lily's agent, Hanako. Officer, it's definitely him. He's just a lewd peeping Tom. Look at his cell phone. There must be a lot of pictures of Lily inside. At the time, he was trying to come up and ask for a picture or something, and when Lily refused, he held a grudge. Come to commit murder while you're on the toilet. The agent spoke to Wang He. I didn't. What's wrong with me taking pictures? What does it have to do with killing someone? The man with the glasses anxiously argued. Officer, I can testify as well. This guy was so lewd that he came up and took pictures of the bottom of his skirt with his cell phone, and asking if our stockings or one piece can be annoying. At that moment, a flight attendant also pointed at the man with glasses. I'm just asking what's wrong. Don't you guys let people look at you when you're dressed so sexy? I didn't kill anyone. If that's the case, he's still ahead of me. Why don't you guys say he killed him? The man with the glasses pointed to the middle-aged man off to the side. What's wrong with me going to the bathroom? The middle-aged man glared at the spectacled man in displeasure. Besides, Wouldn't it normally be the last person to see the deceased who would have the greatest suspicion? What's it got to do with me? The middle-aged man skimmed his eyes at the agent who had just shouted. The agent was the last to see the dead man, or the one who initiated the shouting, which is indeed suspicious. Okay, tell me, all of you, what were you doing back there? He interrupted the few people who were about to argue. I just went to the bathroom normally. I saw someone in the restroom, so I was going to wait a while. The plane turned out to be so bumpy and rocky that I almost fell, and when the bumps passed, I rushed back. The middle-aged man said first. Yes, there was a passenger who bumped his head and I came in the back to get the gauze. Did see him outside and helped him out. A flight attendant chimed in. I went after the bumps. The bumps of the plane scared the piss out of me. I just want to go to the bathroom, but when I got to the door, I looked as if there was someone in there, and it felt like it was gone again, so I came back. The man with the glasses said immediately. Wait a minute, you mean to tell me that the bathroom door was open when you came in? He caught a bit of the problem. It's not open. There's a crack. I can see someone inside. The man with the glasses stammered. Can this door of yours be opened from the outside after it is unlocked from the inside? He turned his head to the crew chief and asked. Could be. For security reasons, although the toilets are set to be counterlocked on the inside, they can be opened on the outside. And violent bumps can also cause the toilet door to open on its own, which we've had happen before and been complained about. The stewardess nodded. Go on. He nodded. And then I came back. By the way, she kept glaring at me when I came back. I didn't do anything, okay? The man with the glasses pointed to the agent. Of course I'm going to watch you. Lily went to the bathroom and didn't come back for half a day. And then you went back. So of course I had to defend myself against you. It was when Lily said she was going to the restroom and I wanted to follow, but she wouldn't let me. So I came back and tried to wait for me to go after Lily was done. I was a little puzzled when I saw him come back, and that's when I was going to get up and go see. Finding the toilet door closed but hinting that no one was inside, I opened it and saw Lily's body. The agent followed up. At the time, it was right around meal sharing time, and we flight attendants were out there, and there were several passengers in the back who were uncomfortable because of the bumps. We were also busy calming the passengers that we didn't notice the rest of the guests. There was no one back there all that time, and we only came over when we heard the noise. The stewardess chimed in. From time, it was the middle-aged man who went to the restroom first, followed by the actress Lily, then the young man, and finally the manager. From the point of view of time, this man with glasses is undoubtedly the most suspicious. Yeah, assuming the middle-aged man killed Lily, or even if it was simply an accident, that would definitely be discovered by the glasses guy. It would have been the glasses guy who found the body first, but he didn't say so. If the glasses guy did it, it would explain the situation at hand. But how could the glasses guy have entered the restroom unnoticed? It's unlikely to be him. Chen shook his head. I know, it's happening right now. Kishiretsu came to the front. The murderer is you, Kishozu said, pointing at the man with the glasses. You, don't be ridiculous. What proof do you have? The man with the glasses was about to spit blood. Since just now, everyone keeps thinking they're the murderer. Isn't this the end? Because you lied. The corners of Kishozu's mouth curled up slightly. From the time you first came over, you've been emphasizing that the victim was killed because of the bumps. Let everyone think it was an accident. But when, after hearing that he killed him, you subconsciously clenched your fists and your eyes went to the side. This is a typical sign of weakness, coupled with the sequence just now. It's clearly out of character for you to go back suddenly since you've reached the restroom. Even if you didn't kill him, then you should have found the dead man. So why didn't you call out for someone in the first place? There's only one explanation. You killed Lily, Kishozu said confidently to the man with glasses. Listening to Chi Xiaozhu's words, everyone nodded. Yeah, he went before me and would have found Lily's body, but he didn't even shout, which clearly means he's the murderer, the agent said as he surged forward and snatched the glasses man's cell phone. Give it back. The man with the glasses was about to step forward and fight for it. Just now, in order to take a picture, his cell phone was unlocked, but it was stopped by a few people long ago. Kishenzu took the glasses man's cell phone and opened the photo album. Sure enough, photos of the deceased in the restroom were found inside. There are also some photos with the bodies of the deceased. Not only that, but there are also many quiet photos of flight attendants' underskirt panties. Here's the proof. You just said clearly that you hadn't been to the restroom, but the pictures inside your cell phone have been exposed. I suppose you must have taken pictures to remember the killings afterward? According to this mentality of yours, you must not be a first-time offender. Say, what other cases were there before? Kishiretsu questioned, holding up his cell phone in front of the spectacled man's eyes. I did just see it, but I didn't kill anyone. When I saw her, she was already dead. I thought it was an accidental hit and run. I loved Lily. She ignored me when I tried to take a picture with her before, so I took it off. I lied afterward because I was afraid you would suspect me, but I really didn't kill anyone. The man with the glasses spoke excitedly to Kishiretsu. Whether you've killed anyone or not, we'll find out when we get to the police station after we land, Kisho-chuck said coldly. Turning his head, he glanced at Chen. Master, I did well just now, didn't I? These ways of observing micro-expressions are still something I learned from you earlier. Shi Xiaozhu spoke arrogantly to Chen. Over. Chen said indifferently. Over? What passed? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. Over-interpretation. Chen shook his head. Ha, master, you're not trying to say that he's not a murderer, are you? Kishozu was a bit incredulous. Yeah, he's not a murderer. Chen nodded. Chapter 44, the dead man's underwear is missing. No way. All those subtle expressions he made just now indicate that something is wrong with him, and he also possesses the time and motive to commit the crime. Kishozu was a bit puzzled. It's true that his micro-expression change is a sign of weakness, but as we just learned, he's been to the scene and concealed the dead man. It's normal to be weak-minded. Chen said. Then why do you say he's not a murderer? The stewardess asked, also puzzled. From all the reactions just now, this man with glasses has the greatest suspicion. The agent had said before that he had harassed the deceased while waiting for the plane and was rejected by the deceased. Imagine for yourselves how the deceased would have reacted if he was in the restroom when this man was about to break in. Chen asked, I'm sure I'll call out for someone right away. The stewardess was the first to react. But what about the possibility that he covered the dead man's mouth? Kishiretsu guessed. Good, that's indeed a possibility. That way you can't make any noise. But the deceased must have struggled, and from what we can see at the scene, the deceased did not undergo any struggle. In other words, the murderer and the deceased must have known each other, and the deceased let the murderer in. Chen explained to the crowd. Yeah, there were no signs of a struggle or fight at the scene, and it's obvious that he knew the victim. If that creepy peeping Tom guy is really here, our stewardesses will be able to hear him. Then of these guys, only the agent can get in. Hearing Chen's words, everyone looked at the agent to the side in unison. The agent blanched at once. I didn't. What are you all looking at me for? Why would I kill her? I don't have a reason. She's my boss. The agent waved his hand in quick succession. No, of course you have a reason. Big brother, let me say the rest. At that moment, Wang He squeezed his way to the front. I've heard of you. You were on Twitter at the time. 3 years ago, you started as Lily's manager, but Lily has a bad temper and beats you or scolds you. It was reported earlier that just because you were a little slow in buying kielbasa, you were once abandoned by Lily in a highway service area, and staying in hotels that let you sleep in the hallway in the middle of the night. Anyway, all sorts of bad treatment had at one time brought the celebrity agent profession into the limelight, but you can't fight back because you've signed an agent's black 20-year contract, the kind of contract that's been exposed on the internet, which pays only $28,000, but requires you to pay tens of millions of dollars in astronomical damages if you quit and break the contract. So even if it's hard for you to do, there's nothing you can do about it, unless Lily's dead, and you'll be relieved. That's your motive for murder, Wang Yi said to the agent. I remember. It did happen. Yeah, before that, it was all like celebrity agents are pretty glamorous and stuff, too, but back then it was straight up agent bottoms. No wonder she was able to kill silently. She was utilizing a familiar identity, just as the bumps of the plane gave her the opportunity. Listening to Wang Yi's words, the crowd came to a realization. Boss, not quite right. If the agent really wanted to kill her, there were much better opportunities to do so, and killing someone on an airplane is too rare an opportunity to be entirely desirable, unless there was a huge conflict in the boarding process, which there wasn't. Yeah, that's too much of a coincidence. It would have been hard for her to take out the dead if the plane hadn't been bumpy, judging by the size. Even if they were acquaintances, there must have been a fight. Airplane security doesn't carry murder weapons either, and according to Wang He's statement, and the makeup bag from before, it all indicates that the deceased was very defensive of her agent. What's the point of letting an agent in when the toilet is so cramped? Also, the deceased's underwear is missing. You ask, boss, I asked you a paw. In front of all these people, ask the deceased if she was wearing a thong or no panties? I'm a human being, okay? Boss, you can't let any detail go in the face of a case. You can be inhuman if necessary. Get out. Chen rolled his eyes. Hey, big brother, was I okay just now? Didn't embarrass you, did it? Just take the person back for interrogation when you land, Wang He said as he came over. Nice. With your meticulous and logical analysis, the Dragon Kingdom has one more wrongful conviction. Chen nodded his head and said, thank you, big brother, For the dedication. Wrongful death? Wang Yi was about to fool around a bit, but he suddenly froze. The others also looked at Chun Chen with some consternation. Just now Wang Yi has deduced the murderer. How to listen to Chin Chen this meaning? The murderer is not the agent? It's not right. What do you mean? Yeah, how could it not be? When this agent knew the victim, had the best chance to strike, and had the motive to kill? This handsome guy is so strange. He's been huffing and puffing since just now and talking to himself. Could there be something wrong with his head? What a shame. Obviously so handsome. Several flight attendants shook their heads regretfully. Originally, looking at Chun Chen was tall and handsome, and wanted to ask Chin Chen for a phone number after it was over. But all this unusual behavior just now has deterred the flight attendants. If this is mental illness, the monkeys born could be genetic. No big brother. Just now this is a total of 3 people who came through the back. Not the first 2. Hardly him? Wang Yi turned his head to look at the middle-aged man. Hearing Wang Yi's words, everyone also turned their heads to look at the middle-aged man. What are you all looking at me for? What's it got to do with me? I don't even know any stars. It can't be me if he says it's me. Who are you? Don't talk nonsense here. Beware, I'll sue you for libel. The middle-aged man snorted coldly and looked at Chun Chen with dissatisfaction. You might as well concern yourself. You are indeed the murderer. Chen Chen shook his head and coldly looked at the middle-aged man. Chapter 45. I had nothing to do with it. It was an accident. Your bull ting me. I didn't even know her. Why would I kill someone? You're saying I killed someone. Show me the proof. The middle-aged man glared angrily at Chun Chen. Don't worry, it will be. It's too late for you to handle it on such short notice. Like, for example, this hair on your body. Chen Chen smiled faintly and removed a long hair from the middle-aged man's shoulder. Flight attendants have their hair gathered up. Agents have short hair. And you just had men around your seat. Would you like to explain this hair, which is the same as the dead man's, as well as the fact that you smell of the same perfume as the dead man? If I'm not mistaken, not only did you know the deceased, but you also hugged the deceased inside the restroom just now. Chen Chen spoke indifferently. How did I miss that? Smelling like that? He really does smell like perfume if anything. The hair is exactly like the deceased's, too. Wang Yi listened and hurriedly came to the side of the middle-aged man to watch. Chagrined, he slapped his thigh straight on. What does that tell you? It's possible that she ruffled her hair onto me when I was on the wrong side of her earlier. Perfume. If you guys have it on you, she's been here for so long it smells like that all around her. It's not like I'm the only one who has it on me. The middle-aged man's face was a bit flustered, but he still calmed down immediately. There's no rush. Just now, the deceased should have brought her makeup bag with her to put on her makeup here. But the makeup bag is gone. Does an actress usually need to do her own makeup? Chen Chen turned his head to the agent and asked. I really didn't have to when I was before, and I was given makeup for all the events I attended. But Lily is actually almost over the hill, and a lot of events are unscheduled, and it's me who needs to do her makeup. But she has a small makeup bag with herself that holds some personal items that she doesn't usually let me touch. She did have that makeup bag when she went to the restroom earlier, the agent explained. I didn't see any makeup bag when I went in there just now either. Or I'll take it. At that moment, the man with the glasses also spoke in a hurry. That means the killer must have taken it. The murderer took it because the contents of the makeup bag could reveal his identity. I don't think it's too late for you to deal with it on such short notice. And it's hard for you to take that makeup bag out with you. It's easy to get caught. That makeup bag must still be here. Chen Chen pointed around. Could it be in the trash can next to the food truck? There's no place to hide anything around here. The stewardess rushed to a nearby trash can and rummaged through it. Over here. Sure enough, I found a small makeup bag inside. When I opened it, it was just some cosmetics. Cut. Who knows who threw this in? Maybe she threw it herself? Calling me a murderer because of a makeup bag. You're pretty loaded. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Chen with disdain. Boss, this is something that seems to have been glued to it, like a sticker or something. It should be. And it looks like the killer took the makeup bag just to rip the sticker off of it. Most likely a photo of the two together of some sort. From the person's reaction just now, he wasn't afraid to search the trash cans, indicating that those torn-off stickers were not thrown into the trash cans, and could possibly have been eaten directly. No harm done. Even if the stickers are eaten, there must be more inside the cell phone. Stickers aren't that easy to pick at in that short of time, and it's not that quick to shut down. Chen Chen smiled slightly. The deceased's cell phone should have been in her makeup bag before as well, right? You'll give her a microphone call now. Chen Chen spoke to the agent. Call? Chen Chen. Shouldn't they all be turned off on airplanes? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. Normally, you need to turn off your phone when you take off, and you don't usually get a signal when you fly in the air. But the airplane had Wi-Fi. I suppose that's exactly how the deceased got you to go to the restroom, isn't it? You agreed to meet in the restroom. That's why someone entered the restroom with the deceased silently. Chen Chen spoke to the middle-aged man. Buzz off. Buzz. Chen Chen's words just fell. A buzzing sound rang out from the middle-aged man's pocket. The middle-aged man held out a cell phone with a grimace. Embarrassingly, out with the middle-aged man's hand came a pair of small, silky white panties. At first glance, it's a woman's. That's the phone. It's Lily's. And these panties, they're Lily's too. You really are a murderer. The agent was the first to recognize it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe it's really him. It's awesome. Yes, at first he was not suspected, but I didn't realize that he knew the deceased. This is not acquaintance. Panties are put inside the pocket. You did not hear this handsome man just now. The two of them in the toilet inside the hug. It is obvious that this is the actress's gold master. Awesome. Is it hard to get a shot inside the restroom? Is this star so into excitement now? The crowd looked at the middle-aged man and talked. You're right. I do know her, and she's my adopted one. She just messaged me to go inside the restroom and said she had a surprise for me. After I went to the bathroom, she took her panties off and had to squat down to help me with that. But I refused. It's not like we haven't played before, which isn't necessary if we get caught. I didn't kill her. She hit the corner and passed out when the plane bumped earlier. I thought she just fainted and left thinking someone would find out later. I didn't realize it was a bump. I had nothing to do with this. The middle-aged man grunted coldly and handed out his cell phone. You were right earlier. I did take the makeup bag. This made stickers of our previous pictures together and stuck them on those cosmetics. I didn't want to expose my relationship with her, so I took away and gouged them. I neglected to leave my cell phone on, thinking you wouldn't notice without a signal. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, listening to the middle-aged man's words. The crowd then realized, this person is said to have adopted the star, but it is estimated that the family also has the main family, really if found inevitable trouble. In that way, it does correspond to all the situations. Big brother, you are so awesome. If it wasn't for you, this case would have been made into a homicide. It was an accident after all. Wang Yi scratched his head and walked over to speak. Who said it was an accident? It's him who kills. And you're the killer. Chen Chen pointed at the middle-aged man. Chapter 46. I've put up with you for half a day. What proof do you have? That was caused by a bumpy airplane. What's it got to do with me? At best, I'm guilty of knowingly failing to report a crime, which isn't much of a crime, and I know the law. The middle-aged man gave Chun Chen a contemptuous look. I have to say, the bumps of the airplane did give you a heavenly opportunity. Or maybe you wouldn't have gotten up to killing if the plane hadn't gone bumpy. You think you occupy the right place at the right time, but you've overlooked one thing. Chen Chen indifferently looked at the middle-aged man. Bluff. If you have proof you'll show it, if you don't delay me, the middle-aged man said as he prepared to go back. Of course I have. Chen Chen came inside the airplane toilet. Judging from the wounds on the body, it does appear to have been caused by hitting the corner of the wall, but the width of the body wounds and the angle of the wall clearly don't match. Chen Chen pointed to the location of the wound and said. Several flight attendants leaned back covering their eyes in fear, but Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu came over to watch. To cause this kind of injury, unless there are two impacts, and as bumpy as the plane was, it could never have hit twice in the same position. Chen Chen said coldly, Big brother, I understand. It was caused by someone holding the victim's head down and slamming it hard into the corner after he was hit by the bumps of the airplane. Wang He was the first to react. Nice. The deceased's first impact was caused by a bumpy airplane, but there was no immediate death, but a coma. What really killed her was the second man-made impact. This is willful killing. Chen Chen coldly looked at the middle-aged man. Big brother is awesome. You knew it from the beginning. A model for my generation. Wang He looked at Chen Chen with two glowing eyes. He's so handsome. Not only is he handsome, he's also so smart. This case is solved. Amazing. I don't understand what they're talking about, but looking at the reaction of the man in front of me, it must be the murderer. It's good that there's a murderer. It's always not our airline's responsibility or we're afraid we'll all be disciplined. Crew chief, you just spoke to him. Can you get us a phone number later? A few stewardesses hid at the back, looking at Chun Chen with a flamboyant face. You say yes is yes? What are you? What proof do you have that I hit it? He's been in there too. She's been in there too. It's all possible. The middle-aged man arrogantly pointed at the glasses man and the agent. I won't even bother to give you a last chance with trash like you. I suppose your fingers hurt now? Chen Chen extended his own hand and pointed to a location. I don't know what you're talking about. The middle-aged man put his hands behind his back and looked at Chen Chen with a face full of anger. There was a mark on the side of the corner that must have been left by the murderer when he was pressing the victim's head for impact. It should be exactly the same as the marks on your ring. Take it out? Chen Chen pointed to the middle-aged man's fingers behind his back. I just accidentally knocked on it when the plane bumped while I was in the restroom. The middle-aged man said wryly. People have to hold the wall in a critical situation and subconsciously touch the wall with the palm area out of self-preservation, and not with the back of your hand. Wang He, take off his ring and compare it to the trace. Chen Chen coldly looked at the middle-aged man. Okay. Wang He couldn't help but go up and take down the middle-aged man's ring, comparing it to the marks on the wall. Big brother, exactly the same. This ring still has wallpaper on the bulkhead. Wang He spoke excitedly to Chen Chen. The evidence is overwhelming, and your sophistry is useless. Chen Chen lightly glanced at the pale-faced middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at the marks on the wall with disbelief, then looked at the ring on Wang He's hand, and sat on his butt. He didn't realize that what he thought was an accidental cover-up with the help of an airplane had left a mark on a tiny ring. I killed her. This is planning to swindle me. Talking about being pregnant, who knows if it's mine? She's been bagging a couple of gym kids all day and thinks I don't know about it? The middle-aged man finally admitted under the ironclad evidence. You mean she came to you today to tell you she was pregnant and ask you for money? Chen Chen asked. In this way, the previously connected points were found. Humph, if it was just about the money, that would be it. But she's so delusional that she wants me to divorce and marry her again. She's just a plaything I keep to try to get ahead? I've gotten this far with my old man's resources. How dare I get a divorce? There was no choice but to kill her. To be honest, at first I was going to pay for it. But the plane was bumpy and they got hit in the head and I was thinking she crashed and died and thought it was a good opportunity to hit her harder. I thought that this time it was an accident, just so I could solve this trouble. But I didn't expect to fall into your hands. The middle-aged man glared at Chen Chen with a deadly glare. If it wasn't for Chen Chen, those people wouldn't have suspected him at all. His interactions with Lily have always been well protected. Planted in my hands? No, you're overthinking it. You think you're so good at what you do that no one knows, but unbeknownst to you, you're just a pawn. Chen Chen shook his head disdainfully. Chess? The middle-aged man froze. What do you mean? Even the two of them, Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu, looked at Chen Chen with puzzled faces. I suppose you've known about their relationship for a long time, haven't you? Chen Chen didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at Lily's manager. Hanako. Yes, I know. Hanako spoke faintly. Very good. I take it that you told him about this flight as well as the reason why he took it this time? Chen Chen smiled faintly and pointed to the man with glasses on one side. Chapter 47. Seeing Chen Chen pointing at himself, the man with glasses subconsciously looked towards Hanako. Chen Chen smiled slightly. This action of the man with the glasses undoubtedly proved that his guess was right, and the relationship between the deceased and him, you as the agent of the deceased, even if they were hiding it, there's no way you wouldn't know about it. I figured that even if there hadn't been an accident on this flight, going in, you'd have gotten out of it by causing an accident with the dead man in some other way. I guessed correctly. Chen Chen also turned his head to look at Hanako. So what if it is? But this airplane accident and murder had nothing to do with me. To me, she does deserve to die. I don't have to hide it. I'm glad. Hanako shrugged, not denying Chen Chen's words. A pair of eyes looked at Chen Chen indifferently. This time, which hotel are you going to stay at in Kyoto? Chen Chen asked to Hanako. Kyoto Mighty Din Hotel. What's the problem? Hanako said without thinking. This information can't be hidden, and the police will be able to find it as soon as they check the booking information. Good. Can I ask what you're doing in Kyoto? Chen Chen asked the man with glasses. Can I go play? The man with the glasses stammered. What hotel are you staying at? Shouldn't we stay in the same hotel as them? The booking information can be found and looked at. Chen Chen looked at the man with glasses who was obviously a bit overwhelmed and said to Qi Xiaozhu. Just now, the glasses guy's cell phone was still in Kishiretsu's hands. Kyoto Mighty Din Hotel. The booking text was clear. Qi Xiaozhu said to Chen Chen. Listening to Qi Xiaozhu's words, the crowd also realized something. Kyoto is full of various hotels, and the probability of going to Kyoto and booking at the same hotel as the deceased is just too small. Booked at this hotel, which can only mean the agent told you, and you and him are just a part of her plan. So she and him, she and you, pretend they don't know anything, Chen Chen said as he looked at the three people in front of him. Mahler's next door. You're the one who used me. The middle-aged man had understood and glared at Hanako with a death glare. I think there was a plan from the time you knew the deceased was pregnant. I'm afraid it was you who urged the deceased to choose to force the issue with her pregnancy. I don't know your exact plan, but judging by the way the two of them are acting so stealthily, your plan must have a lot to do with him as a doggy. I just didn't realize that a bumpy plane wrecked the plan and made it happen by mistake. You didn't kill the man, but this wouldn't have happened if you hadn't set it up. Chen Chen looked at Hanako. You're right about everything. I hate her, and I do have plans. The laws of this world are just a tool for them people to use to enslave me. And if I don't do anything, my life is ruined. I have to suffer the insults of her character every day like I'm a cow or a horse. I wish she were dead almost every day in my dreams, Hanako said while 2 lines of tears slid down her face. The year. She also entered the entertainment industry with great dreams, but I didn't expect to be bought out of 20 years of youth by a paper contract. It's hard to put it on any one person. Instead, it was Hanako who wanted to commit a crime. Rather, it was the injustice that forced her to sin. Even if you knew all this, what would you do? After all, I didn't kill the man, did I? There was a hint of supplication in Hanako's eyes as she looked at Chen. I'm only responsible for finding the killer. Besides, I'm not a cop. It's not really my business. Ask them both. Chen spread his hands, pointing to Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu behind him. Ahem, my big brother is right. The murderer has been caught. What's it got to do with you? Can't you manipulate the weather for a little agent? Wang He grinned and asked Chen. We'll explain what happened here in detail to the Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade. Never let a bad person go and never wrong a good person. Kishozu nodded back. It's only about the case on the plane. As for anything else, it's none of their business. Huazi gratefully looked at Chen and the few of them, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Can I have that cell phone back now? No more for me, huh? Sister Hua, the money you gave before isn't being returned. The man with the glasses asked weakly to Kishozu. Nice try. Are you still justified in taking pictures? After we get off the plane, hand it over to the local Kyoto authorities. Kishengzu glared fiercely at the spectacled man. This lewd glasses man, on the plane to secretly film the bottom of the skirt of the stewardess, should also be cleaned up. His Chen and the others temporarily tied up the middle-aged man and the man with glasses, and Qi Xiaozhu contacted the relevant departments in Kyoto. The plane landed. Waiting hall. In addition to the local criminal investigation brigade in Kyoto, there were quite a few participants from this time waiting at the exit. The fact that Chen and the others had solved the murder case on the airplane had already spread in the Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade, and quite a few of the participating police officers who had arrived early were also aware of the news. Getting all worked up over solving a minor case. A couple of people in the Peninsula province really like to be in the limelight. The first couple of times they were in the bottom. I don't know who gave them the courage. In the crowd, a young man in casual clothes clasped his hands and looked at the flight information with some provocation in his eyes. There were a couple of suitcases around them. Song Yang, not exactly a small case. I heard it was a famous actress who was murdered, and the whole flight was just over an hour. So finding the murderer in such a short time is some skill. The one next to him said, "Cut. It's just luck. There was just a murder on an airplane, and there were only so many people in all, and they were lined up one by one." The other man spoke contemptuously. These 3 are a select group from River Province. When they arrived at the airport, they saw the police cars and the huge procession that had come to meet them and thought they were being greeted. As a result, people simply ignore them. When I asked, I found out that it was the Peninsula Provincial team that solved the case on the plane. These people are here waiting to make arrests and check out the scene. The mess that has been made has left all 3 of these people in Jiang Province disgruntled. Not far to the side, the other 3 were also looking this way. The 3 of them were dressed in police uniforms, a team selected by the Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade. These 3 people from Jiang Province are a bit too conceited. The people who came from Peninsula Province this time are quite powerful. And there's one of my schoolmates, Shi Shiatsu, who was the man of the hour in our school back in the day. Her father is also the director of the provincial department, the fastest director to rise from criminal investigation in the Dragon Kingdom. The murderer on the plane was unlucky to meet her. A tall, skinny guy said. Chapter 48, a private detective also comes to join in the fun? Not necessarily her. Among the people recommended by the Peninsula Province this year, there is the genius sleuth known as the once-in-a-century genius, Wang He. Wang He's family is a 3-generation criminal investigator. From his grandfather's generation, he is a criminal investigation expert, and quite a few people in Peninsula Province are his grandfather's students. His father went to sea to do business. In the Peninsula Province are counted. His mother is the provincial hall of the famous forensic professor. Wang He grew up by the criminal investigation inculcation. Absolutely not the average person can compare. I heard that when he was in the police academy, he was number 1 in all the grades off a cliff. So I guess he solved the case on the airplane. A young man wearing sunglasses glanced at the trio of Jiang Province next to him. Long Xiao. I've read about these 3 people. Qi Xiaozhu is an absolute goddess. Even if you look at the national public security system, she is also an absolute police flower. As for that Wang He surprised me. He's even fatter than me. Can't imagine how he graduated in criminal investigation. On the contrary, the other one called Chen, never heard of him, didn't find any information. I guess he's a newcomer. Not surprising. A fat man next to him spoke. The police uniform on his body wore like a straitjacket, and one of the buttons on his stomach was falling apart. Wang, he can't be like you. You're a forensic scientist. Less demanding. He was previously a fighting champion at the police academy and gained weight because of the hormone medication after his injury. This person is quite a genius. His criminal investigation ability is extremely outstanding, and he is also quite proud. He doesn't put anyone in his eyes, and is quite a bit of a bully, coupled with the background of the second generation of the rich and the third generation of the color. Wang, he is our real opponent. Leng said to the two. Long Xiao, the fat guy you mentioned, is that him? The man next to him pointed ahead. Only two men and a woman walked out. A stunningly beautiful woman was on the arm of a young man. A fat man was walking attentively in front of him, just like a little eunuch on the emperor's tour. Behind them were two other people who were being escorted and tied up by flight attendants. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. These three are the Peninsula Province team? They're here on vacation? Wait a minute. That is indeed my school sister Ah. Think back then in the school known as the High Cold Iceberg Goddess. Police Academy 4 years to chase her people can have a division. Even to a male so fawning? Grass. Is that fat guy really Wang Yi? A once-in-a-century sleuth? Fighting champion? Bullying? No one in sight? Why do you look like a eunuch? Seeing Chen Chen and the others come out, the three people from the Kyoto team almost dropped their jaws to the ground in shock. This doesn't match the legend. No, it's more than a discrepancy. It's a world of difference. Who's that guy in the middle? Is that the one called Chen Chen? Leng peeled off his sunglasses and stared dumbfounded at the situation in front of him. The other side. The eyes of the three people from Jiang province also straightened, but the eyes were fixed on Kishiretsu. Absolutely beautiful. Contemporary goddess. I didn't realize there was such a goddess in the public security system of Peninsula Province. In 5 minutes, I want all the information on this beautiful woman, Song Yang said as he walked up towards Qi Xiaozhu. Hello beautiful, I'm Song Yang from Jiang Province, and I'm also a contestant this time. I heard you solved this one. Any interest in getting acquainted? Song Yang laid out his QR code in front of Qi Xiaozhu. In Jiang Province, with his handsome appearance and his status as a police officer, this trick has been tried and tested time and again. Not interested, Qi Xiaozhu gave Song Yang a blank look. Declaring his sovereignty, he generally went up and tugged Chen Chen's arm away. Chao Nima stinks. Who are you? That's my big brother and sister-in-law. Control your eyes or I'll pluck them out for you to step on his bubbles. Before Chen Chen could say anything, Wang Yi slapped Song Yang's cell phone away and gestured an international friendly gesture. You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Song Yang was about to make a move in anger, but was pulled back by the two people next to him in death. Song, calm down. He's Wang Yi. The background is very powerful. We can't afford to mess with it. I've found out the information of that pretty girl. Her name is Qi Xiaozhu. She graduated from Kyoto Criminal Investigation University, and her father is the director of Peninsula Province. A man lowered his voice and whispered in Song Yang's ear. Where's the man? Song Yang pointed at Chen Chen with a gloomy face. He had also heard of Wang Yi's name, and coupled with Qi Xiaozhu's background, he knew that it wasn't something he could mess with. Being so humiliated, he naturally placed all his resentment on Chen Chen. His name is Chen Chen. I hear it's the only civilian detective in this competition with a private detective agency. I heard he just got out of a mental institution. This guy doesn't have much of a background, but it's a bit strange. How come Qi Xiaozhu and Wang Yi are both treating Chen Chen with respect? The man said in a rush. A private investigator comes along for the ride? I guess it's a white boy. The higher-ups are simply dim-witted to let this kind of trash compete. It's simply a shame for us. In that case, we'll see when the game is on. Song Yang looked at Chen Chen who was flanked by the crowd and walked out, clenching his fists hard. Kyoto Police Academy conference room. There were 19 provinces participating this time, plus the group from Kyoto, and a total of 60 people were selected. Sit in your chair in unison. The podium at the top. There are 3 big men sitting there. On the far left was the chief director of this competition, Director Chi by Chi. In the center and on the right were the 2 big shots responsible for pressing and judging, the big shots that stomped their feet and made the entire public security system of the Dragon Kingdom shake a little. To put it mildly, if not for this entry, these police players, in all likelihood, will never have the opportunity to meet these 2 bigwigs in their lives. Before we begin, I'll brief on a case I'm sure everyone has heard. This time there was a murder on airplane flight UF 6354, and the 3 members of the Peninsula Provincial team solved the case in a short period of time, catching the murderer and avoiding the impact of the case from expanding. Just now, both the airline and the Civil Aviation Department, respectively, sent us banners and bonuses to express their gratitude to us. The Peninsula Provincial team has not disgraced our Longhua criminal investigation. Everyone applauds. Director Z led the applause, but the police officers below didn't seem to be very cooperative, and the applause was sparse. This news, they have known for a long time. The police officers who were able to compete were the best of the best, selected from thousands in each province, and were quite proud of themselves. No one would feel so great about solving this case, they just feel lucky to have come across it. I read the case history and it was great. Where is Chen Chen? I heard that you broke the Rashomon gate with a single glance, so I'm impressed. I thought you fell 3 years ago, now it looks like you're building up your strength. I'm very optimistic about you. Come on, stand up and let everyone know. At that moment, the big man sitting in the center spoke up. Big brother, awesome. This is Elder Gong, a proper Kyoto bigwig. Back then, he was also my grandfather's superior. I can't believe I'm paying so much attention to you. I really didn't worship the wrong mountain. Wang He was filled with envy. Value a melon. Chen Shan was somewhat speechless. Isn't this putting me on the fire? Is my brother that much of a fan of the limelight? Besides, for such a tie case, my dick didn't even bother to make a sound. And the old thing definitely did it on purpose. You're a big fan, aren't you? Chen Shen glanced at Elder Gong in the center of the podium. Sure enough, he saw Elder Gong reveal an impish smile. But there's no way. The two of them, Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu, who were next to him, were afraid that others wouldn't know that Chen Chen was here, and stiffly set Chen Chen up. Cut. What's the point of pretending? Not just a little case solved? That's just a lucky encounter. Which one of us here met and couldn't solve the case? At that moment, a disdainful voice came from the side. It was none other than Song Yang, whom he had met at the airport earlier. That's right, it's quite a skill to solve a case where the killer has just committed a crime. So tell us about it? Who says it isn't? I heard he's a private detective. I guess he hasn't met any cases. The shorter the time to the murder, the more evidence you have and the better your chances of solving the case, not to mention in a closed environment like an airplane. What's there to pretend? Hearing Song Yang's words, many more people around him sneered at Chen Chen. Director Z obviously didn't expect this to be the case. He was about to open his mouth to stop it, but he was yanked by Elder Gong. Now that you've stood up for yourself, how about a word? Teach us how to solve crimes. That's right, say something. We're all waiting. Many people spoke to Chen Chen. Okay, I'll say one thing then. Chen Chen looked at the surrounding police officers, each one looking at himself with an unfavorable face, and couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. You're all against me, aren't you? Do you really think I'm made of clay? I would have thought that this 5-yearly criminal investigation competition would have screened out a lot of experts, but I didn't expect to take a look at it today. All those here are trash except for these old three. Chen Chen spoke indifferently. Chapter 49. All the participating police officers here are trash. When Chen Chen finished speaking, the entire conference room was silent. Everyone froze. Can't believe what I'm hearing. I didn't expect Chen Chen to scold all of their police officers in one sentence. What did you say? Say that again? Don't you dare say we're all trash? Do you realize that we are all high achievers who graduated from the police academy? And you, a person who is not even a police officer, dare to talk about us like that? That's right, you're too crazy, aren't you? You really think you're somebody? After the crowd came back to their senses, they stood up with a prancing motion. Seems to want to prove they didn't just sit down. Are you all deaf? One and all? My big brother has said that all the participating police officers here are trash. Didn't hear you? Wang He grinned and stood up. After Chin Chen's small test on the airplane, he had been completely convinced by Chin Chen, and simply couldn't hear others say that Chen Chen was half bad. Looking at Wang He standing up for himself, Chen Chen did feel for the first time that having a little brother was quite good. Right, all the participating police officers here are trash. Qi Xiaozhu also stood up without hesitation and repeated Chen Chen's words. She also did not forget to playfully wink at Chen Chen. Everyone looked incredulously at the trio of Peninsula Province in front of them. Who gave the Peninsula Province, which has been at the bottom of the list for 3 years in a row, so much courage to put out such grandiose statements? Does this look like a group that's going to take on all of us? This is Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu, right? Those two weren't like that before I heard. It's just as well that Wang He has an intense personality. Qi Xiaozhu has always been sensible and elegant in her demeanor and speech. Why did she follow the nonsense? What kind of magic does this Chen Chen have? Director Qi's two eyes barely glazed over. I didn't realize that this Peninsula Province team was great at solving crimes and even better at getting into trouble. Having just met for less than 10 minutes and becoming the public enemy of all the teams, I'm afraid there's going to be a mess if this keeps going on. Director Qi hurriedly turned his head towards Elder Gong and Elder Wang next to him, only to find the two big men grinning and whispering something. Elder Gong, just now you didn't let me stop you. I'm afraid this is going to be a fight. Isn't that something to manage? Director Chi lowered his voice and spoke to Elder Gong. Afraid of what? Just fight. Who here is not a criminal police officer? Just in time to see if the grappling taught at the police academy has fallen off. Elder Gong waved his hand, unconcerned. But the problem is, in this current situation, it's 57 against 3. It could also be 57 to be 2. Director Chi was a bit speechless. Serves you right. Who made this kid disappear without a word 3 years ago? He also refused the invitation from the provincial office, so he should be properly cleaned up. If it wasn't for what happened back then, it would be my closed disciple now. Just to see how much he's grown in 3 years. Elder Gong looked at Chun Chen. Director Chi held his hand to his forehead. He sort of realized that just now this was completely discussed by the two big brothers. Back then, when Chen Chen came out of nowhere, Elder Gong had his eyes on him. He had been trying to take in as a closed disciple, but Chun Chen ended up in a mental hospital. Many people say that Mr. Gong has a problem with reading people. This time, it was probably a deliberate attempt to make Chen Chen stand against everyone. One was a mischievous punishment, and the other was to show everyone what Chen Chen was capable of. It's too playable. Director Chi was a little numb. Well, all quiet. Director Chi couldn't let them really fight, and quickly yelled for the crowd to quiet down. I will now announce the rules of the game. There are 3 rounds of competition, rated by points. For the first round, we rounded up the new, tougher cases from around the world recently, and each team of 3 was responsible for 1 case, earning points based on the varying performance of the team members. The grouping is done in electronic draw mode. Begin. Director Chi waved his hand at a nearby police officer as he spoke. Soon, the electronic lottery screen then appeared on the big screen. Finally the screen stops. Chen Chen looked towards the screen. A group of peninsula, river and orange provinces. Oh, wait, I'll show you what you're made of. Seeing that he was grouped with Chun Chen, Song Yang couldn't help but point at Chun Chen. A police officer must not only have top-notch criminal investigative skills, but also top-notch qualities in heart. In your current situation, the ceiling is low. Chen Chen disdainfully glanced at Song Yang. Song Yang was disliked by Chen Chen's sentence. Then let's speak with skill. I'd like to see how capable you are. Song Yang snorted coldly. Soon, Chen Chen and the others then got their assigned cases. There's a video profile in there. Is this live? Wang He looked at the person in the middle of the screen and asked with some confusion. At this point, inside the frame, a pretty girl with a pretty face is dancing hot. I can't say I'm wearing a revealing outfit. I can only say I'm barely wearing it. The beautiful woman sweetly called out a big brother type of thing. Just as the crowd was baffled, the screen suddenly went black. A chaotic sound followed. For S sake, don't dilly-dally, just take off all your clothes. Not a moment later, surprisingly, a man's rough voice rang out. You guys don't mess around. My boyfriend will be back soon. Don't you touch. The anchor woman's voice with a sobbing tone came out from the video. Scare who? We figured it out a long time ago. Your boyfriend works the night shift 135 and won't be back at all. Even if you come back, it's just the right time to tie up and see what you are. It was followed by the sound of clothes tearing. Not quite right. Is this meeting a robber? Not necessarily. Maybe it's her and her boyfriend role-playing. Nowadays this female anchor is desperate for traffic, but she doesn't care about anything. It's a possibility. If the camera is on, it's really scrubbed and will be banned. Just kidding. That doesn't sound like a pretense. A few people looked at each other in disbelief and murmured, Big brother, you, put the gun away. I can do anything. Don't you hurt me. The anchor woman's timid voice sounded again. Go, put on your stewardess uniform. And stockings. The gruff voice sounded again. With a rustling sound, the anchor woman's trembling voice sounded again. Big brother, I have dressed as you requested. That's it. I couldn't help it when I saw this little look before. Chow Nima, you guys should have learned stewardess etiquette in school, right? How do you serve your guests if they let you have a bite? Come on. With a clanking sound, it appeared that the belt and pants were thrown to the ground. Big brother, me, woohoo. Before the anchor woman could finish her words, a slurring of words could be heard, accompanied by slurping and whimpering sounds. Hearing Chi Xiaoju's face turned red. She was the only female cop in their group. I didn't expect to hear a living hell in my first case. I won't listen to the back. It's the murderer who hazed the anchor woman and accidentally cut the broadcast off in the middle. I'm the officer in charge of this case, and let me explain the case to you. At this time, a police officer said to Chen Chen and the others, Chapter 50, you're really stupid. We were called to the scene. The livestream has geolocation but no specific location, and by the time we find out where the victim is, the killer has already fled. Here's a picture of the scene. The officer dropped some photos of the scene as he spoke. The body of a female in a flight attendant's uniform, with her panties removed and her buttocks arched, was at the scene, kneeling on the edge of the bed. When we arrived, the victim was already dead. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the back of the head. The murder weapon, an iron bar, was casually thrown at the scene, removed from a gym bar that straddled the doorframe, and no fingerprints were found on it. According to the deceased's boyfriend, it was his usual workout. Also, the deceased's left pinky was chopped off and the severed finger was not found. The victim was raped while alive, but there were no bodily fluids left behind. The officer explained the scene to the crowd. Wait a minute, pinky chopped off? I seem to remember a similar case before, right? Wang He asked with a frown. Yes, in Kyoto, there was a serial murder case a few years ago, and the killer was the one who cut off the female victim's pinky. With few clues at the scene and a cunning killer, this serial murder case was never solved. The constable nodded. Doesn't that mean that the serial killer did this one as well? Song Yang asked from the side. Preliminary analysis suggests that's a possibility, but there's no merger yet. The constable spoke. Aren't you great, Chen Chen? Say something too. What are you fuming about? Haven't heard of this case before, have you? Listening to the officer's words, Song Yang looked at Chun Chen in a provocative manner. Call you stupid? You're really stupid. This case wasn't made by a serial killer. Chen Chen glanced at Song Yang as if he was looking at an idiot. Nonsense. How do you know? Song Yang was annoyed at Chen Chen's calm tone. Lazy. Let's go. Go to the site. Simply with these photos, it's not enough. Chen Chen stood up breathlessly. Cut. If you don't have the skills, say you don't have the skills. Even if you go to the scene, what can you see? The dossier is very detailed, which means that the police in Kyoto have long since surveyed the scene, so it's hard to believe that you'd be able to see anything different? Song Yang mocked. Calling you a piece of trash isn't really an injustice. No more wasting time here with you. Let's go. Chen Chen led Qi Xiaozhu and Wang He both out. This Chen Chen is also too arrogant. That's right. Really think you're good? He's a private investigator. He's trying to make his presence felt that way, isn't he? Brother Song, we're counting on you. Do whatever you say, and make sure to get ahead of him. The crowd looked at Chen Chen's reaction and spoke with dissatisfaction. Hiddenly, they had already treated Song Yang as their boss. Whatever he is, it doesn't matter as long as we find the murderer first. You guys go retrieve the files of the previous serial murder case and apply for a concurrent case. If we can solve this serial murder case, we'll be awesome, Song Yang said with a cold smile. The room where the deceased was killed. The doorway was cordoned off. Chen Chen led Qi Xiaozhu and the two of them inside. What flavor? Kishiretsu asked. The smell of 84 sanitizer. The victim's body was drenched in 84 sanitizer, which is why those burns appeared. It's in the forensic report inside the file. Chen Chen said, Big brother, didn't you just flip it? That's all you remember? Wang He was shocked beyond words. He'd also just gone through the dossier in general, but hadn't noticed that. Yeah, can't you remember it after you've seen it once? Chen Chen asked. Okay, big brother, stop it. Wang He was somewhat helpless. Previously, he had always been addressed as a genius, but in front of Chen Chen's eyes, he himself, a genius, always appeared to be the same as a 250. Anyone who calls me a genius from now on, I'll get mad at them. Boss, it's not quite right. Why are there more footprints at the scene? At the time, I remember that there were no footprints in the scene photos. Indeed not. Could it have been left behind by the officers coming to the scene later? Judging by the footprints, which went all the way into the bedroom. What were the officers doing in the bedroom? It's likely that the murderer came back after the murder and took something from the scene. That's a possibility. Many murderers are in the habit of returning to the scene, either to admire the masterpiece and fulfill a sick psychological need, or to come for some purpose. Big brother, what do you got? Wang He looked at Chen Chen crouching on the ground and froze, and came over to ask. You go and ask the constable in charge of the case if any constable came yesterday. Chen Chen said to Wang He. Yesterday? Just asking about yesterday? Wang He was a bit puzzled. Right, because it rained early yesterday morning. Chen Chen nodded. Also, don't go in at the site. Have them send back the officers who surveyed the scene last time. I want to know what's missing from the scene, now and before. Chen Chen said to Wang He. Wait, what do you mean? There's going to be a shortage of stuff at the site? Did the killer return to the scene? Wang He said while also understanding and immediately ran out. And Chen Chen went to the back of the building to check it out. Sure enough, a few muddy footprints were found at the back steps of the building. Shinobu, collect the soil from the footprints and bring it back for someone to analyze. I see some grit inside the footprints, and they don't seem to be from this neighborhood. Chen Chen turned his head to instruct Qi Xiaozhu again. Yes, I'll be right there. Kishiretsu nodded. Boss, it's a bit strange. There are footprints inside the house just now, while there are none at the door. or inside the corridor, so it's hard to believe that the murderer purposely wore footwear when he went up the stairs? How is this possible? Do you remember the video from that time? The bandit seemed to appear out of nowhere, without knocking on the door or any other warning, and seemed to appear quite suddenly in front of the anchor. Either the bandits had a key to the anchor woman's house before, or Chen Chen looked up towards the roof of the building. Toward the roof of the building. Chapter 51, A Slap in the Face. The roof of the building was dilapidated, with an iron door half hidden so that anyone could get up there. Boss, there are strangulation marks on the right wall. There should have been a rope going down there. Judging from the marks, it's still new. This building doesn't have new air conditioning on the exterior walls or new waterproofing, so it would be interesting to dangle a rope down there. No wonder. I wondered at the time. The door lock was a combination lock or with an alarm. It shouldn't have been possible to get in through the door. And sure enough, it fell down with a rope. But the thing is, I remember windows with bars and life-saving windows. It shouldn't be too hard to pick the lock. I took a glance just now. That lock is a bit new. This murderer still has a brain. All right, the murderer's occupation is known, but it needs to go back to the site again. Chen Chen nodded and walked on. Big brother, are you talking to me? What are you doing on the roof? Come to smoke? I have it here. Wang Yi had just followed to the roof when he saw Chen Chen muttering something to himself on the side of the building. Oh, it's okay, I'll go down and check. Chen Chen quickly walked towards the stairs, leaving Wang Yi alone to mess up in the cold wind on the roof of the building. Just get used to it. My master, he does this all the time. Every time he gets sick he froths and talks to himself. Anyway, every time I call him, he's out of his mind for a while, and it's best not to disturb him when he's fuming. And every time he's done fuming, there's a new clue. Shi Xiaozhu looked at Wang Yi's stunned appearance and went up to explain. Asterisk 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 asterisk? That good? Frothing for clues? Wang Yi's eyes widened. I didn't believe it at first, but I did later. He was like that when he got out of the mental hospital. Kishozu spread his hands and also expressed his helplessness. My goodness, that mental hospital couldn't be a hidden cultivation academy, could it? No. I'll go live there for 2 years sometime. Wang Yi rubbed his hands together excitedly. Kishozu rolled her eyes. Chen Chen, at this time, had already arrived downstairs and was looking for something underneath the window opposite. Finally found a cut lock in the muddy dirt. Sure enough, found you. Chen Chen smiled slightly. It was at this point, with the sound of a break, Song Yang and a few police officers walked over. Chen Chen, what's the situation? You found new clues at the scene? A police officer asked. That's quite a racket you've got going on. And you're asking for all the officers who surveyed the scene earlier to be called in. Song Yang said as he clasped his hands on the side. Yes, some footprints were found at the scene. It rained early yesterday morning, so it's possible the killer came back. Please go in and see what's missing from the scene from last time. Chen Chen glanced at Song Yang and didn't bother, said to a couple of officers. What? Footprints? There really weren't any footprints found at the scene at the time. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, the crowd immediately became excited. Not just some footprints? It's possible that it was just left unintentionally at the time, because it's more visible in the wet weather. What does that tell you? Song Yang was not the least bit impressed. Didn't your teachers teach you that? When you don't understand, you have to read more, listen more, and fart less. Chen Chen looked at Song Yang indifferently. Humph, you really think it's a big deal? Would the killer be so stupid as to come back to the scene? Can't anyone around see it? Song Yang glared at Chen Chen in displeasure. Found it. A stewardess uniform is missing. The murderer did come back. At that moment, the excited voice of the constable came from inside. Song Yang's face instantly turned ironic. Ouch, why do I hear slapping? Slap in the face someone. Wang Yi leaned on the door and watched the fun as he taunted Song Yang. Boss, why did the killer come back for the clothes? Usually, the killer returns to the scene to recall or erase some traces, but this way is rare. At that time in the live broadcast scene, once heard that the murderer let the deceased deliberately wear a stewardess uniform, indicating that the stewardess uniform has a fatal temptation to the murderer. Then why didn't you just take it away then? For having violated the dead, the desire is temporarily satisfied. Now back again to take it away. I'm afraid it's brought back ready to be jerked off, and the killer looks back, not on the desire for a specific place, but on the uniform. Then in this way, the killer's desire is already hard to control, and mere subduing will no longer satisfy him. It's likely that the crime will continue. Nice. The deceased is likely to continue committing crimes in the near future. Chen Chen took a deep breath. You tootin' a fortune teller. Ha, you can figure that kind of thing out? The murderer has just finished committing the crime and the police have been arresting him, so he probably found a place to hide a long time ago and continues to commit the crime? Song Yang was disdainful. Jingle bells. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the constable's phone rang. The officer picked it up and listened to a few sentences before hanging up. frowning at Chen Chen and the others. There's been another case. A college girl was raped and murdered. Similar to the first one. The captain told you to go straight to the scene. The police officer spoke to Chen Chen and the others. Song Yang was dumbstruck. Grass. You work well with the police, don't you? A real murder? Song Yang was filled with disbelief. Where's the hullabaloo? Playing with me? I say one ing thing, and you guys follow it up with a slap in the face? One time is all it takes, and then 2 times. Would I joke about a hit? The captain is waiting for you at the station. That police officer was like looking at a second little cutie. He was looking at Song Yang. That meaning is obvious. That's it? Screened out criminal investigation masterminds? In that case then, I can also go to. Humph. Count yourself lucky. Let's go. Song Yang blackened his face and hurriedly led their group out. Big brother, why don't we hurry too? Wang He said from the side. You guys just wait for me. I'll go back up and take a look. There are still some clues I need to confirm. Chen Chen walked towards the house. Kyoto University of Science and Technology. In this case, which took place in a rented room near the school, the deceased was a female student. When Chen Chen went there, a lot of police around the residential building were making statements, and there were a few police cars, and a lot of people were gathering around to see what was going on. What's the situation? Who's in trouble? I heard it was a college girl who was raped and killed in a home invasion. I've seen that girl before. Big and tall. What a shame. Yeah, our neighborhood has always been very peaceful. How did something like this happen? This little girl usually rents an apartment by herself. Why doesn't she live in a dormitory? Many of the neighbors were talking amongst themselves. Big brother, I just went over and asked. Song Yang and his group have left after seeing the scene. Said he was going back to apply for a concurrent investigation. The same case as the previous serial killings. Wang He spoke quietly to Chen Chen. It's supposed to be the cases that happened in a row that gave them the wrong impression. It doesn't make sense. They are all screened elites. How could they make such a low-level mistake? It's more or less irrational to fight purely harder. Chen Chen shook his head. No, big brother. What makes you so sure it wasn't the same murderer who did it? I've had that thought before, too. Wang He was a bit puzzled. Chapter 52, Murderer, More Than One. Because, Chen Chen, this is the landlord. Chen Chen was about to explain something when Shi Xiaozhu walked over with a middle-aged man. Tenants? How can a student live outside? Chen Chen asked. How can I put it? This girl, I guess, doesn't seem like a decent nice person. I live right downstairs and I often still hear movement up there in the middle of the night. The landlord lowered his voice. There's movement? Someone from home? Part-time? Wang He interjected and asked. No, it's supposed to be as an anchor type of thing. Until late every day anyway. I guess the school dormitory does not allow it. All day we're very exposed. If my daughter, I would have slapped her with a big mouth. The landlord's face was contemptuous. You don't care about other people's daughters? If you know it's not a good thing, why are you still renting her a room? Kishiretsu glared at the landlord. Isn't that giving money generously? She gives money all 6 months, and it hurts. And the air conditioner too. I didn't even have it here before. She bought and installed it herself and said she didn't want me to pay for it. She'd keep it for me when she moved out. The landlord explained. Good to know. Thanks. Chen Chen nodded. Toward the house. Chen Chen had just entered the house when a strong smell of blood mixed with perfume and the pungent smell of 84 disinfectant hit them. Anchor, 84 sanitizer. Sure enough, it's the same killer as the last case. Chen Chen shook his head. The house wasn't that big. It was a suite of one. The living room was cluttered with lots of clutter. And the dead man's place was in the bedroom with computers and live streaming equipment. The girl's body has not been taken away. She was wearing a JK uniform that had been torn to shreds. Her skirt flipped up around her waist, and she was sprawled on her knees in a chair, obviously violated. It was a school student who called the police. This dead man is kind of a minor internet sensation, with a lot of student attention inside the school. There were no classes today, and the live stream was on, after which the camera suddenly went black and went off the air. And according to the students, they saw a dark figure pouncing on someone before it went off the air. A couple of students who were in the same class saw it, and the more they thought about it afterward, the more wrong it became. So they called the police anyway. The killer was gone by the time we got here on the report. Time of death was 2 hours ago. Murder weapon was a fruit knife. Slit throat. The fruit knife would have been from the deceased's room. The victim's pinky was cut off. A police officer was on hand to explain the case. Big brother, you haven't said why it's not a serial killer. Chen Chen was about to go up and take a look at the body. Wang He asked as he tugged Chen Chen from behind. Haven't you realized it yet? There's more than one killer in both cases, Chen Chen said slowly. Not alone? No wonder. There's only one killer in that serial murder case. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Wang He slammed his head. Wait, big brother. That's not right. When I listened to the video before, there was only one person's voice. How do you know there's more than one? But Wang He also came back to his senses immediately afterward. It's clear that the victims were all violated, and from the circumstances of the violation, it can't have been caused by one person, at least two. You didn't take a close look at the body of the last victim? Chen Chen asked Wang He. No, I've looked closely. How do you know it's two? Kishozu also came over. At the first scene, the victim was violated while lying on her back. At that time, a man behind him, and on the bed in front of the deceased. As the marks show, there should have been another man standing, the two being in a forward and backward position. The second sight, between the front of the chair and the table, left a large gap just large enough to accommodate a person standing there. It's also a front and a back, Chen Chen said with a gesture. Oh, got it. Wang He had a look of sudden realization. You guys wait a minute, what one before the other? I don't quite understand, Kishozu asked with wide, curious eyes. Even if she had extensive knowledge of criminal investigation, there was a blind spot in a certain field of knowledge, so how could she know so many poses? You don't need to understand. It's common inside Sakura Nation's love direction movies. Chen Chen touched his nose. Bah! Although Chi Xiaozhu didn't understand, she was after all ice smart. Looking at Chen Chen and Wang He's expressions, and listening to the small movie related to Sakura Nation, he also seemed to understand something. Red-faced, she glared at Chen Chen. And then there's the pinky cut. In both cases, it was obviously cut down with something very sharp. Even though it's a pinky, the bones would be hard enough to carry an axe of some sort. But the first victim was clubbed to death, and the second victim had his throat slit with a fruit knife. There was no need for the killer to use two murder weapons on purpose. It can only mean that the one who killed and the one who chopped off the finger are two people. As for only one person's voice being heard, either that person is deliberately hiding himself or is himself a mute. Chen Chen continued to explain. Yeah, if there's only one murderer and he's carrying an axe, there's no need to find a murder weapon at the scene to kill someone. Wang He and Chi Xiaozhu nodded in unison. And most importantly, as I recall, in the previous serial killings, although the murderer chopped off the victim's pinky, they were all left-handed, and they weren't sliced flush, just two knuckles. It means the killer had an obsession with the left pinky, and in both cases the pinky was cut off, one right-handed, with the incision positioned flush, and one left-handed, in the middle of the knuckle. I think the killer saw the news reports at the time and heard about the cut-off finger and committed a copycat crime, but the exact details are off. Chen Chen said slowly. Big brother, you're amazing. I always thought I was pretty good at paying attention to the details of a case, but compared to you, it's like being second best. Wang He looked at Chen Chen in a mountainous manner. So what should we do now? Even if we knew there were two murderers, where would we find them? Kishiretsu asked. This time the killer seems to be sensitive to uniforms, beautiful college students, anchors, those kinds of stimuli. It was then purposely sanitized with 84 disinfectant, most likely with some sort of obsession. They were very purposeful in their crimes, both live schoolgirls, and went through squatting, and the two cases were enough to expose a lot of common ground. Chen Chen sat on the live broadcast and watched the replay of the live broadcast. In the middle of the scene, the second victim is dancing in a JK, very revealing, just like the last victim. Chen Chen took his cell phone out and followed the account. Flipped through the previous videos, almost completely documented life, with daily classes, cooking, live content, shopping, and even posting a dozen videos a day in a row, combined with a pretty face and sexy body. Each video has a lot of likes and comments. Boss, I should know how the killer found these people. It's a live studio in the same town. Yeah, I think that's what Homestretch Live is looking for. Looking at the accounts of the two deceased, it's easy to follow their every move through the videos they posted. But it is not enough. In both cases it is evident that the murderer knew the surroundings of the deceased very well, and must have visited the vicinity, or even entered his house. That's a little strange. How are they going to get in there? Boss, that air conditioner. Didn't the landlord say that the deceased installed the air conditioner himself, and inside the first case, which also went in from a height? It's possible that the person who installed it. Right, that narrows it down. If the way they find their prey is by looking for people in the same town, there's a way to find them out. I know. Chen Chen stood up with a flourish. Chapter 53. Vulnerability. Chen Chen's movements startled both Wang He and Chi Xiaozhu. Big brother, what's wrong? What do you know? Wang He asked with glaring eyes. Master, do you want some medicine? Kishozu bristled. I should know how to find the murderer. You guys go to the station. Get everyone up. I'm going back to the crime scene and we'll meet at the station. Chen Chen ran out while speaking to the two. Conference room. When Chen Chen rushed back, Director Chi, Elder Gong and Elder Wang had been waiting for a while. Aside from the two of them, Chi Xiaozhu and Wang He, Song Yang and the six of them were also there. Also the Serious Crimes Unit, which is in charge of the case, has a number of officers here. You're late. According to our meticulous analysis, the The scene and the bodies are the same as in the previous serial killings. Our application for concurrency has passed. The likelihood of finding the killer increases quite a bit if the cases are combined. Chen Chen had just sat down when Song Yang gave a cold snort of dissatisfaction. Oh, from what you're saying, you guys already know the killer? You guys are awesome. Chen Chen said with feigned surprise. We'll find out soon enough. You guys don't even have intel on the previous murders to know the killer? But don't forget, this serial murder case before invested a lot of police force, also set up a task force, so long have not been solved. You with these two cases, just one day to find the murderer? Bragging is not a good idea. Song Yang was a bit annoyed and looked at Chen Chen with disdain. When he heard that Chen Chen knew the murderer, he was pressured into disbelief. The serial killers have been investigated by so many bigwigs before and no one has found the murderer. And you, a young man, are still showing that you can do it? Are you sure you've been promised a parallel investigation from above? Chen Chen looked at Elder Gong and the others. What? I've submitted all the evidence I've found. And Director Chi has also looked at it and said it's not a big problem. So it's hard for you to question Director Chi? Song Yang made a move to bring the woeful water to the east. Director Chi was instead filled with embarrassment and heartbreak. At that time, after Song Yang sent up the merger request, patted his chest and said with conviction, Director Chi thought that if it was really a murderer, it would be just enough to solve two cases, and submitted it without much careful consideration. But at this moment, listening to Chen Chen's meaning, it was hard not to be. I'll lose all my face, won't I? I told you, if the above really promise you to investigate the case together, the dragon criminal investigation may be really hopeless. Chen Chen deliberately took a long breath. Elder Gong and Elder Wang had a black line. Is this kid making us up here? What do you mean? Not a murderer, you say? Song Yang was a little fired up. Of course not. Chen Chen nodded. No way, Song Yang said without hesitation. Yeah, certainly not in your trashy eyes. First of all, in this one, there were two killers. Chen Chen coldly looked at Song Yang. Che, so that's it? You saw the video of the time, and there was only one voice, and now you're saying two. So it's hard to believe that the officers on the scene of the investigation were also mistaken? Song Yang snorted. First, body violations. Second, the broken finger situation. Thirdly, in the first case, a rope was tied to the roof of the building at the scene, and the murderer went in through the window, but there was no fixed place on the roof, so it must have been a two-man operation, with one man pulling at the top. Chen Chen repeated the reason he had explained to Wang He and the others earlier. Nonsense! Are you saying that the killer entered through the rope? Song Yang stood up in a flash. Right, Chen Chen nodded. I thought it was some kind of remarkable discovery. Even if you analyzed the first 2 points correctly, the third point is absolutely impossible, because outside the window, there are guardrails, and the escape window is locked, so even if you let it down with a rope, it's impossible to get in. Song Yang finally caught a bit of Chen Chen's loophole. I think that's the lock you're talking about. Chen Chen took out a broken lock from his pocket. Where did you get this? I remember the photo with the lock intact. What are you trying to say? Song Yang was a bit dumbfounded. That's why I told you to be there in person. This is half the lock found in the corner downstairs, and this is a photo of the new lock at the scene. The murderer would have gone ahead and borrowed the rope at that time, cut the original lock and replaced it with a new one. Chen Chen showed out the photos and old locks while speaking to the crowd. That's when the crowd noticed. The rusty window frame in the original photo really didn't go well with a new lock. The photos of the scene at that time did not take close-ups against the lock. The crowd could not see clearly. Song Yang was dumbfounded. All this evidence in front of him surfaces that Chen Chen's claim is right. Great. So, the first case, the problem of the killer entering the scene is solved. According to this, the identity of the murderer should be an outdoor aerial worker? Elder Gong asked from the side. Air conditioning installers, exterior waterproofing workers, exterior painting workers, and aerial cleaners are all possibilities. Chen Chen nodded his head and said, No. And how did the second deceased's family get in? Her windows were completely burglar-proof. There was no escape window at all. At that time, we investigated the live viewers. According to them, the murderer just appeared out of nowhere. It's hard to believe that the murderer has a key to the deceased's house? Song Yang caught another bit of a break. Ouch. You're smart for once in your life. Good. The killer did have a key to the victim's house. Chen Chen was surprised and turned his head to look at Song Yang. Aren't you making this up? How could the killer have a key to the victim's house? Song Yang sneered. I thought you were smart for once. Looks like you're blinded. Pity. Chen Chen shook his head breathlessly. Don't say these useless things. What proof do you have that there's a key? Song Yang said with a red face. Look at this, guys. Chen Chen said as he sent out a few pictures. It's small advertisements inside the building. There are movers, locksmiths, water passers, all sorts of things. What's wrong with these little ads? Kishozu was a little puzzled. From the surroundings of the photo, it appears to have been taken inside the hallways of the two crime scene buildings. Take a look, guys, and see if there's anything special about it. Chen Chan reminded. Wait, how come the phone numbers are all the same? Wang He suddenly noticed something strange. These small advertisements are varied, but the phone numbers left underneath are surprisingly all the same phone number. A number of them are still phone numbers that were purposely scraped off and rewritten with the original phone number. Chapter 54, Song Yang. You're so wrong, aren't you? Upon hearing this, the two of them, Elder Gong and Elder Wang, also hurriedly put on their glasses and came over. Sure enough, it really is the same. No, how is this possible? The crowd realized something was wrong. From what we saw at the scene, we know that the killer was very familiar with the victim's home and even went inside. The way the killer used it, that's all. They'll go ahead and eradicate the ads or simply change the phone. Low-cost air conditioning, low-cost locksmithing, unclogging pipes, moving goods, that sort of thing. That's the number. There's always something you can use. Just call them to get into the deceased's house for the purpose of getting the key. Chen Chen explained on the side. The first victim got in from a height because of the combination lock. The second victim used a key to get in. There were two killers, and it's possible that they stole and carved the key when no one was looking. Chen Chen said. So it is. It dawned on the crowd. Wang He and Shi Xiaozhu then realized that Chen Chen had just turned back to the scene in order to take pictures. They all pass near these small ads too. So who would think to pay attention to these calls and details? That's not right. How did the killer step in accurately? They can't just post little ads everywhere, can they? Wouldn't that have gotten them by their peers a long time ago? Sung Ming objected. Certainly not as stupid as you. They were screening subjects through live streaming and, through video, targeting addresses. Chen Chen said. Blow it, you just. How is that possible? Sung Ming said with a terse neck. I knew your brain couldn't think of anything, so you guys take a look at this. Chen Chen dropped the video on the same screen. This is the first video released by the deceased. This video is to buy groceries to go home, past the entrance to the neighborhood. Filmed very clearly. There are photos on it and so on. You can lock the name of the neighborhood. This video was taken outside the home to get a general idea of what floor it was on as well as the orientation. This one is complaining about not having an elevator to climb the stairs and knowing exactly what floor you live on. This is a video of the second deceased. Whether it's a record of shopping, eating all kinds of life, it's not hard to find out where the deceased lived. Chen Chen said to the crowd as he flipped through the video posted by the deceased. My God, it's still true. The information they post is also so private that there are literally no secrets in life if they are really used by someone who is interested. There have been ways to determine an address from a single photo before, and the video exposes more information. That's something to really look out for in the future. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. Not only that, but both times the victims lived alone. This information can be found in the shoeboxes in the entryway and the garbage or information in the doorway. All that's left is to go out and post small ads in the neighborhood and look for opportunities to get into the homes of the deceased for verification and screening. Chen Chen continued to add, so, according to this, doesn't that mean that the killer had a lot of prey, just waiting for the right opportunity to strike at any time? Elder Gong couldn't help but stare in disbelief as well. First time I've met such a killer. Nice. Chen Chen nodded. So where do you think the killer is? Elder Gong asked in a hurry. Under Chen Chen's subtle and brilliant analysis, one forgot that this was a competition. The way the killer screens his targets is through live streaming. In other words, the murderer must have been the one who paid attention to both victims. Chen Chen said, it's a good thing that neither of the deceased were very famous internet celebrities. With only a few hundred followers, I found 11 people from it. The murderer is likely to be among these 11. Chen Chen flipped the co-follower's screen. Listening to Chen Chen's words, the conference room was silent. Song Yang looked at Chen Chen with a face full of dismay, trying hard to find some cracks and loopholes in Chen Chen's words. He simply couldn't. It wasn't just him. Several of the people in the group behind him looked at each other with frustration filling their eyes. Even the three people from the Orange Province looked at Song Yang with some complaints. Song Yang, you're so wrong, aren't you? We've all been led astray by you. Yeah, if you hadn't come up here yelling that it was a serial killer, we wouldn't have strayed so far. As soon as you're ing up, you're pretending and this and that. We thought you were good, but it turns out you're just a rookie. The ability of your criminal investigation in Jian Province is also too poor, right? How did you get elected? How many gifts were given? The three people from the Orange Province were very dissatisfied and complained to Song Yang. Even the other two people in the group with Song Yang shook their heads breathlessly. This Song Yang has average ability, average character, and average quality, but has a very powerful background. This time it was to come to the capital to gild the lily. I didn't expect to kick the steel plate that was Chen Chen. Big brother, you're simply awesome grass. If I were a chick, I'd kiss you high and low. Wang He looked at Chen Chen with two glowing eyes. On one side, Shi Xiaozhu rolled her eyes furiously. What's this kid doing? But the shock in their hearts could be far more than Song Yang and the others. After all, the whole time, they were following the whole thing down. There were many behaviors of Chen Chen in the middle that they didn't understand, but now when Chen Chen finished explaining everything, they completely understood what Chen Chen meant. Only then did I realize that all that confusion before was just the chasm between geniuses and ordinary people. Old Gong, I kind of understand now why you broke the rules and let the civilian detectives compete. This case didn't have a clue before. It was just a matter of a couple of hours and it was pumped up to find its way. This one called Chen Chen is a bit interesting. Elder Wang spoke quietly to Elder Gong. That's right. 3 years ago this kid was glowing all over. What a spirit. I didn't expect that to happen. Now that these 3 years have passed, I do feel a lot more composed than I did 3 years ago. I really don't know what I've been through these past 3 years. Elder Gong stroked his chin and said, didn't I hear about the hospitalization in the mental hospital? Elder Wang was a bit puzzled. Does it look like hospitalization to you? I'm skeptical. Is not this kid close to cultivate immortality for 3 years? That mental hospital. I high and low to find time to go there. Elder Gong silently made up his mind. Elder King, call me when you go. Elder Wang also nodded silently. So what are we waiting for? Go on screen and line up these people immediately. Director Z yelled. Just now, I almost got screwed over by that Song Yang kid. It's a good thing the two bigwigs didn't pick too much of a fight, or they wouldn't have been able to get themselves off the stage. From now on, all personnel from your 3 groups are under Chen Chen's deployment. Director Chi said thoughtfully. On what grounds? We're in competition, Song Yang said with dissatisfaction. Chapter 55, Recognizing the Wrong Boss. Competitive relationship? Competition for what? And you have the nerve to ask on what grounds? You're pretty good at characterizing it as a serial murder case right off the bat and taking all 5 people off course. You're so good. You also find ideas just like Chen Chen? Don't be like a toad all day. Just know how to open your big mouth. Do more. Director Chi grimaced and chopped his head off in a reprimand. Just because of Song Yang's blind confidence, it even made him lose face as well. Thanks to their own then too busy, did not care about direct approval. If the direct approval in the case, then this old face can really lose. Song Yang couldn't raise his head like a grandson when he was lectured by Director Chi, even if he had a background. He wasn't good enough in front of Director Chi and Elder Gong. The 3 people from Orange Province who were following Song Yang also felt humiliated, paralyzed. Wrong boss. Soon, after their investigation, Lotte called Wang Mazi repair store account. Same city and not far from the location of both victims. The account is still new from 6 months ago and no developments have been posted. The address where this account is located was locked through the police department's technical department. Brother, there is a plastic factory near this location, and plastic particles were among the first on-site soil analysis reports at the time. This is it, Wang He said excitedly. Part of the team lines up information on that phone account, but don't spook them. All the rest of you all out. Arrest. Chen Chen nodded. Urban village in the Clear Springs area. Originally this area was slated for demolition. However, because this is all a village, the village is very large, and there are more relatives connected with each other. The village chiefs have organized to hold together to ask for a sky-high compensation payment. The above weighed in and adjusted the city plan anyway. Otherwise, according to their proposed compensation for the demolition money, I'm afraid that the GDP of Qingchuan district for 2 years will be hitched. This urban village is just deserted. With the process of urbanization and development, it has become an urban village, and several universities have been built around it. By doing a little business around the university, the residents of the urban village live comfortably. A siren sounded and several police cars drove into the middle of the town center. It eventually stopped in front of a low cottage compound. Isn't this Wang Ermatzi's house? What did he do? I do not know. This Wang Ermatzi quite a good person. Why such a big gesture? The scene attracted a lot of neighbors to get together. The gates of the compound were open and the police rushed straight in, holding down a pockmarked man who was working on his bike in the yard. Name: Dashan Wang. What are you doing? What are you arresting me for? I didn't do anything wrong. Wang Dashan was pressed to the ground, shouting with a face full of woes. Wang Mazi repair shop is your account, isn't it? The officer pulled out his cell phone and displayed it. Yeah, what's up? Wang Dashan nodded. Yes, on the line. Here's a search and arrest warrant. Search now. Several officers rushed in. I found Wang Dashan's cell phone, clicked on the live streaming software, and found that the account name was right. What do you mean? What do you want? Wang Dashan's legs and stomach shivered in fear as he looked at the situation. This is your account, right? The officer brought the cell phone to Wang Dashan. Yeah, I just watched a couple of pretty girls dance, and that's against the law? Then you guys should have gone and arrested those women. Wang Dashan was filled with confusion. You followed two hostesses at the same time and raped and killed them in your home? Say, where are the accomplices? The officer stepped forward and pressed Wang Dashan and asked, what accomplice? What anchor woman? Who broke into a house and raped and killed someone? I don't even know. I haven't followed it. I usually just read it. I haven't followed it or rewarded it. Really? Wang Dashan was anxious when he heard the murderer's hat on his head. How dare you argue? Where were you last night? The officer asked with a sneer. Last night? I was playing mahjong at my second uncle's house. Ah, all night long? Everyone can testify for me. Second uncle. Ah, you hurry over and talk to the police. Wang Dashan anxiously waved his hand at a few people in the crowd. Comrade policeman, last night a few of us did drink and play mahjong together until after 2 o'clock in the evening. What's this decent offense? An old man stepped out and said, are you sure? Listening to the old man's words, the officers couldn't help but freeze. Yeah, a couple of us are all in this together. The old man pointed to a couple of old guys behind him. The men nodded their heads and came up to speak as well. Yo, Detective Chen, you're analyzing and extrapolating and lining up accounts and arresting people. It's quite a show to make, and it turns out the person has an alibi. Wrong catch. We police are losing face to you. Song Yang was gloating and taunting Chen Chen on the side. You're full of. How come I don't see you talking so much when you're analyzing a case? Chen Chen coldly glanced at Song Yang. Just keep your mouth shut. Now that you've arrested the wrong person, I'll see what you have to say. This could be entirely your idea alone, and you'll be held responsible. Song Yang snorted coldly. Who says it's the wrong catch? You idiot, learn your lesson well. Chen Chen blankly glanced at Song Yang and came in front of Wang Dashan. He was convinced that his reasoning could never be wrong. If there is a deviation, it must be on Wang Dashan. Let me ask you, this cell phone of yours, who else has used it? Chen Chen asked to Wang Dashan. On my cell phone? Yes. Come to think of it, my two nephews come to my place when they're not doing anything. They came to Kyoto 6 months ago to work from the region that produces elk and live down there. And they were the ones who put down this what's his name short video for me at the time. Hearing Chen Chen ask this question, Wang Dashan also reacted. What do they look like? What kind of work? Chen Chen continued to ask. Dog Wang is long and strong, 25 years old, bald, a little over 5 feet 7, and Xiao Guang is 21, and was mute when he had a fever that fried his brain when he was a child. They stopped going to high school before they finished, and had to do a little bit of manual labor, moving things around, installing air conditioners and stuff. Their two big boys eat more. A meal for 2 people to eat more than a dozen steamed buns, usually earn money, rent and eat are not quite enough, but also often come to my place to dabble in food. The phone number to contact the business is an old Nokia that usually comes to me to brush up on video when it's not working. I usually work on my car at the intersection and don't use my cell phone, so I thought I'd give it to them since they're my own relatives. They committed a crime? Wang Dashan obviously realized something as well. Big brother, the teen just called. They followed the phone number on that ad and investigated, and it was a man named Lu Xinquan. The ID number shows an area that produces elk. At this time, Wang He spoke to Chen Chen with gusto. The information found out matched perfectly with Chen Chen's information on their side. That's them. Chapter 56. I used to beat 10 apiece in the police academy back in the day. Where do they live? Take us at once, Chen Chen said with a frown. Just now, with such a big gesture. I'm afraid that the wind has already leaked out in advance. It's going to be soon. Led by Wang Dashan, a group of police officers arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated courtyard. The yard, however, was empty. Found it. It's the dead man's clothes. A police officer walked out with the missing flight attendant's uniform from earlier, with some yellowish stuff on it. Where did they go? Didn't come to you today? Chen Chen looked around. There was also a broken bag thrown on the bed and quite a few clothes. Doesn't look like fleeing. I don't know. He even came in during the day yesterday and said he had a job today, so he's probably out working. Wang Dashan shook his head. The two of them are not easy to deal with. You guys come with me. Wang He, you go drive. Chen Chen pointed at a few strong police officers. What are you doing? Why don't you take me? Song Yang was disgruntled when he saw that Chen Chen had picked off all the people under him, only skipping him. Go you little chicken ********. You'll have to be rescued in case you're held hostage. Don't add to the confusion. Shinobu, take him and survey the scene. Chen Chen said to Qi Xiaozhu. Where are you going? Kishiretsu asked. I should know where they are. Chen Chen ran out with those few people. Brother Chen, it's almost dark. Where are we going? The few people who had followed Song Yang earlier asked Chen Chen excitedly. With all this maneuvering, they've gone completely rogue. What a Song Yang! Just one blow awesome official. If you really want to solve the case, how can Chen Chen be so capable? Two murderers at their age have a hard time controlling their desires and only get more excited after committing a crime. After the first case, they pressed on, went back and got the stewardess uniforms, and there was a period of flashbacks before the second case. After the second case, it's likely to go back for the JK uniforms. Back to the second case scene. Chen Shan said to Wang He, "Okay." Wang He kicked the gas and the car leapt out. It's late at night. The second victim's downstairs. Only a few dim streetlights shone, and beyond the lights, the area was completely hidden in darkness. I don't know how long it's been. Two dark figures peeked out from behind the bushes in a furtive manner. Mud. The police have been moving pretty fast lately. They must not have thought we would dare to come back. Thanks to my good brain, I've seen the news about the serial killings in Kyoto before, and now I guess those cops are still looking for that murderer. That's all the police are good for. Even if they find the murderer, they'll be taking the fall for us. A burly dark figure spoke cockily. A thin, dark figure next to him gestured something. You stop gesticulating and get in there and get your stuff. I'll watch for you downstairs. On my whistle. Remember, go up and down when you get home. Don't tarry here. Daiko huffed at Ko's head as Ko walked silently toward the building. Surprisingly, it didn't trigger the voice-activated lights. Downstairs, Dogwon waited left and right, but did not see anyone down. Could not help but a burst of annoyance, was about to go up to take a look, but heard a burst of footsteps from behind. Subconsciously a punch was thrown towards the back. One of the officers couldn't dodge and was pounded to the ground with a punch. Mud. There's an ambush. Daiko cursed. It was only then that I realized that Ko went up for this half day, not up and down and forgot about it, but was caught by the police. Not caring about Ko, he pulled out an axe and swung it at the two officers. After forcing back the two, he was about to flee, but he was stopped by a burly figure. Cuff yourself or let me. Wang He pulled out a pair of shiny handcuffs and gestured at Dagwang. Q. Stinking cop. Dogwang swung his axe towards Wang He, but he didn't want Wang He to sidestep and dodge it, followed by an over-the-shoulder slam, pressing Dogwang's arm to the ground. The axe in his hand had fallen somewhere. Dogwang climbed up in a sorry state, not realizing that the fat man in front of him had such good hands. Looks like the police aren't all crap. I used to be 10 men apiece at the police academy back in the day. Just you. How dare you show off in front of me? Wang He gave Dagwang a contemptuous look. Grass. Dogwang was so evil that he fumbled in his arms and surprisingly pulled out a gun. The blackened muzzle of the gun was aimed at Wang He. Wang He obviously did not expect the murderer to have a gun, and froze in this instant. Ouch. Bang! A scream was accompanied by the sound of gunfire almost simultaneously. The lights in all the buildings in the entire neighborhood were completely on. Wang He then reacted as he fixed his eyes forward. Only then did he realize that Chen Shan did not know when he had circled around behind Dogwang. And the moment Dogwang pulled out his gun just now, he pressed Dogwang's hand in a reversal and directly removed his arm. The gun went off and hit a nearby tree. Another click. Dogwang's wrist was broken by Chen Chen. The gun flew out of his hand. Dogwang was still wailing and struggling. Chen Chen used his knee towards his neck, and Dogwang fell limply to the ground. When did you come over, big brother? Wang He palpitated and wiped the cold sweat from his head. If it wasn't for Chen Chen making a move, that shot just hit itself. At that time, inside the video, the first victim had said that the murderer was likely to have a gun. Have you forgotten? I thought you all remembered. I didn't say much when I came over just now to be discreet. Who knew you waltzed right past with the handcuffs? Chen Chen was speechless. Just now, looking at Wang He's appearance of 1 beating 10, Chen Chen, who hadn't planned to make a move, almost spat out blood, and quietly touched up from the back. 1,000 pounds. Air. Wang He touched his nose in embarrassment. I wanted to pretend in front of my big brother, but I almost ended up in the gutter. I know you're a great fighter, but with a gun in your hand, even Tyson would have to kneel. Be careful next time. Chen Chen reminded Wang He. Yes. Thanks, big brother. I'll remember that later. Wang He hurriedly nodded his head. At that moment, Renya escorted Cookie out of the building as well. One by one, many of the upstairs homes around them lit up, and some people leaned out of their windows and watched. Are you guys okay? Several people hurriedly asked Chen Chen and the others. Just now, when Ko just entered the door, he was ambushed and pressed to the ground by them. Originally, Ko was mute. The whole thing didn't make a sound. Just as the crowd was waiting for Chen Chen to signal them, a gunshot came from below. The crowd realized something was wrong and rushed down to support them, only to find that Daiko had fallen to the ground. We're fine. It's just this guy who's miserable. Wang He pointed at Daiko on the ground. Just now, Chen Chen didn't stay his hand in order to save Wang He, and directly broke Daiguang's arm, dislodged his wrist, and knocked him out with a knee smash. My god, he's got a gun. Too hungover. A few of the officers also wiped the cold sweat from their heads, apparently also didn't notice the dead man inside the video saying there was a gun. Big brother, this stance of yours just now, awesome. I thought I was good enough before, but now I'm not even close compared to you. Wang He complimented Chen Chen, an insider's view. Wang He was originally a practitioner. Just now Chen Chen revealed this hand, He asked himself that it was also very difficult to do. Brother Chen, then let's take the murderer back first? The man next to him spoke respectfully. Just now, listening to Chen Chen's arrangement to carry out an ambush, he had pressed little light without any effort. The big light downstairs was dangerous, and it was Chen Chen who caught them. Another axe, another pistol. Had they been in their place, there might have been casualties. That's what it's like to be the boss, leaving the most dangerous place for them. They were all grateful to Chen Chen in their hearts. Take them back for interrogation first. It's not a simple gun. I suspect there's another case on them. Close the case as soon as possible. And don't forget the rest of the group is catching up. Chen Chen nodded his head and said, Chapter 57, won't you join if you can't beat them? Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade. After interrogation, both men confessed. This time the man was caught with the axe on his person, and the fingerprints left by the two men at the scene compared to the hard evidence. Both knew there was no room for sophistry and confessed. The two of them are blood brothers. The elder brother is called Lu Xianguan and the second brother is called Lu Mingguang, who fled from the Elk region. Boss grew up fighting and getting into a lot of trouble. The second was mute, but smart from a young age. After the death of their parents, the two made a living installing air conditioners and cleaning at Heights. Once while working at Heights, I met a goddess heavenly college girl who was on her knees cleaning some part of her body for a fat pig of a boss. It was quite a shock to both. That night, the two went up and down all night. The next day, at Ko's suggestion, they were going to rob a female college student halfway back to be their wives, but they ended up using too much force and killed the female college student. Knowing they couldn't stay much longer, the two prepared to flee. Before he left, he was going to rob some money, so he snuck into a police station and stole a gun. Entered a villa in the middle of the night. There is only a woman inside. Is the big boss adopted secretaries? Robbed tens of thousands of dollars. Violated the secretaries after. Fled to Kyoto to defect to Wangdashan. Originally, according to Daiko, he was going to flee to a remote place. However, Koko thought that no one would ever think that they would dare to go to Kyoto, and so it was. No one has investigated them at all in the past 6 months, and they still press on. When I first came here, I used Wang Dashan's cell phone to brush the video, and looked at the video inside the women scratching their heads one by one, and the two of them were tickled in their hearts. Once by chance, Xiaoguang through the video, found the hostess of the neighborhood they had been there. That's when the two got up to no good. According to the two men, they had previously heard that there were serial killings in Kyoto, which involved chopping off little thumbs, so they also learned to imitate the crime, trying to confuse the police. But I didn't expect to be caught by the police just a few days after committing the crime. The police immediately contacted the police in the Elk area and confirmed that what the two men had explained was true. A murder case of a college student and a case of a missing gun have not been solved until now. Hearing that the murderer has been caught, the chief has personally brought his officers to Kyoto, with the two men accounted for. This time the case was also completely solved. Chen Chen, this is a comrade from the Elk region. They heard you solved the case and specifically wanted to show their appreciation in person. Director Chi brought a few police officers to Chen Chen. Brother, I'm on my knees for you. You saved us. The police officer in the lead said to Chen Chen and directly knelt down to Chen Chen. No, you guys get up. Chen Chen didn't expect to be so excited. You don't know. We haven't had a good night's sleep since we lost the gun. And if this goes off, all of us are going down with it. Not to mention coming to Kyoto with a gun. We shivered our legs listening to it. If it wasn't for you, we might have gotten in. Nothing more to say. Here's the banner. Here's our prize. You must take it. Those few Elk area police officers. A brain into Chen Chen's arms. Okay. Chen Chen had to put it away. Remember to come to our Elk area in the future. I'll host you personally. I'll bring the whole agency to pick you up when the time comes. A few people said goodbye to Chen Chen. Yes, I'll be there, Chen Chen said with a smile. Chen Chen, it's really powerful and lives up to its name. Your team solved the case the earliest this time, so you can take the next few days off. Wait for the rest of the group. Director Chi spoke to Chen Chen. Director Chi, since Song Ming has accessed the file on the serial murder case, can you show it to me? Chen Chen asked Director Chi. You're not thinking of solving this serial killer case too, are you? Director Chi asked curiously. Idle is idle. Can we get extra points if we break it? Chen Chen asked with a smile. Plus, must add, as long as you guys break. I'll do this one, Director Chi said with a pat on the back. I'm in. I pulled this dossier, and I'm going to match you again. Song Yang ran over even as he listened. This case had cost him his face, and they hadn't studied the serial murder case much in the past few days, so they knew more than Chen Chen. The chances of solving the case are naturally greater than Chen Chen. Someone really doesn't die until he reaches the Yellow River. Try it then. Chen Chen was not the least bit concerned. The last case was just your luck. I was more or less overthinking it, but you won't be so lucky this time. I don't believe that the 6 of us can't beat the 3 of you? Song Yang snorted coldly. Wait, excuse me, we're on Chen Chen's side this time. It's the 6 of us and the 3 of you. The 3 people from the Orange Province looked at each other and unanimously stood behind Chen Chen. You guys. Song Yang was dumbfounded. How could he have known that the reason why the 3 people from Orange Province were with him at first was because they were completely mesmerized by his powerful confidence? But one case down. The Orange Province is not stupid. A glance to understand. This Song Yang is completely silver pewter gunhead, only blowing powerful say big words. Serious ability is not at all. Cootie. Only then will you continue to hang out with them. Brother Song, why don't we? The other 2 people in Song Yang's group also looked at Song Yang with some difficulty. In their opinion, Song Yang was completely humiliating himself. Won't you join if you can't beat them? Maybe if he followed Chen Chen, he could still mix up a few points. It's not going to do any good if we keep going at it like this. What? You want to defect too? Don't forget we're all from Jiang Province. This is just a competition, but you'll still have to work when you get back. Song Yang glared viciously at the 2. The 2 men scowled and lowered their heads. This Song Yang, that is, the cast is good. Go out and get hit by a car. Then hurry up and get started. Chen Chen took the file on the serial murder case. Case location, Kyoto. Dead, 5. All female students from prestigious universities. Motive death, 2 by throat slitting, 2 by mechanical asphyxiation, and 1 by blows to the head. All had been violated prior to their deaths, and the deceased's left pinky was cut off. The most recent case, 2 months ago, and the earliest, 3 years ago. After the crime, the police checked all the surveillance and found no trace. All 5 bodies were dumped in the wild in a very remote location. The shortest time a body has been found is more than a week, and the exclusion is quite difficult. The autopsy didn't provide many clues either, and the body was disposed of very cleanly. The only other clue was some male fluid found outside the penultimate body, but the database comparison didn't have any matches. Let's go over the scene again. Song Yang suffered a loss and learned, and immediately led people to prepare to go to the scene. Big brother, this grandson has learned his lesson. We're not going? Seeing this, Wang He also hurriedly asked Chen Chen. The furthest case is 3 years away, and the scene doesn't make much sense anymore. And the police have invested a lot of manpower and resources, and a task force has been set up. So I believe that all the clues and information that can be found have been searched for. There's no point in going down the same road as before. This time, Chen Chen shook his head. So what do we do? Listening to Chen Chen's statement, Wang He and the rest of them glanced at each other, none of them having any good thoughts. Sometimes we need to think backwards. Why can't the police find him? Chen Chen said slowly. Chapter 58. The murderer is caught. Why can't the police find him? What do you mean? The crowd was confused. Wang Yi was about to ask what was going on when he realized that Chen Chen's eyes were straight again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My big brother is getting into shape. Wang Yi's eyes widened in excitement. Ever since the last time he learned about Chen Chen's special ability from Qi Xiaozhu, Wang Yi had been waiting for this moment. A few people around them also noticed Chen Chen's abnormality. Nobody move my big brother. The people were ready to go up and ask, but they were all stopped by Wang Yi. Hurry up and froth like my big brother. Wang Yi took the lead and sat cross-legged, frothing like Chen Chen. The eyes became instantly clear and stupid. A few people next to him looked dumbfounded. What's going on with them? Had your head been stimulated? One of the officers quietly tugged at Kishiretsu. Although they were unwilling to believe that Chen Chen and Wang He were suffering from any serious illnesses, the scene in front of them was indeed not very understandable. My guess is that after reading the case file, a mock crime was performed as a way to find clues. Chen Chen is like that. It works. Kishozu analyzed it to a few people. She'd thought seriously about it before. You have to say Chen Chen is mentally ill, right? He's mentally ill, not beating people up or running around naked. And he can still solve crimes. You'd have to say there's no mental illness, and a couple of jerks every now and then. Really? Hearing Qi Xiaozhu's words, several of them also stared in disbelief. You can still solve crimes by gawking? Although there was some disbelief, looking at Chen Chen, there was also some skepticism. What to do? A few people looked at each other. Learn. Frothing together, the 3 sat down cross-legged. Kishozu was a bit speechless. The 5 men looked a little silly as they stared straight at the dossier on the table. This would have screamed if the dossier could talk. The police have good abilities and means, not to mention the establishment of a task force, but still nothing has been found at all. Either that, or the killer knows the police crime-solving process very well. Either that, or there's a blind spot in the police investigation. Let's follow the process in reverse and see. The first thing the police should check is the relationships around the deceased to confirm whether it was a revenge or love killing. That would also mean that the murderer was probably not directly related to the victim, and that it was a murder of passion or random killing by the murderer. In that case, there's really no way to pin down the motive. Then there is the information from the scene. The police will definitely scrutinize the scene and find relevant clues from the scene. The body was dumped, not the first scene, leaving little information. From the photos, it looks like the scene was clean. There wasn't a short time between the discovery and the dumping of the body, and a couple of the sites had been rained on, and there were no footprints or anything. On-site information doesn't help. Then the only way to find traces is to look for them on the body. The deceased was naked, with no clothes at all contained in a suitcase. The suitcase is a regular suitcase. For the police, it's often encountered in body dumping. The autopsy report can only analyze that the deceased had encountered aggression and torture during her lifetime, and there were no bodily fluids or hair left behind, except for fluids left behind in the penultimate case. The police analysis report says that it is possible that the murderer committed the crime at night and that the body fluids dripped from the condom and went undetected. Impossible. Judging from the scene, the murderer was very cautious and couldn't have made such a low-level mistake. The follow-up was deliberately left to distract the police. From what we've seen so far, the means commonly used by the police have been exhausted. There are no proper clues other than the bodily fluids found, but the DNA match bank has just been set up, and there aren't too many of them, so it's hard to match. No wonder there's a stalemate. I like this case, boss. Let's roleplay. Same old rules. I'll simulate the murderer's crime. Bang! While this was going on, a police officer rushed in. The murderer is caught. No! What are you guys doing? The officer had just entered the door when he was struck in the back by the sight before him. Chen, Wang He and the three all looked straight at the dossier froze, and Wang He on one side also snored. But several people were also awakened by the sound of the constable's voice. Did you catch the killer? Who caught it? Chen was a bit surprised. Of course I am. Song Yang walked in from outside. You, put your grandmother's ass on the line. You've been out for less than 2 hours and you've caught the killer? Are you a god? Wang He stepped forward with a face full of disbelief. What? You're the only ones who can solve the case? You're the only ones who can catch a murderer? Take a good look with your eyes wide open. Song Yang led several people outside the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, a beggar-like man was handcuffed to a chair with 2 confused eyes. You have captured a beggar? It's not possible to say that this beggar is the murderer, is it? Wang He asked dumbfounded. Oh, envy is useless. When we went to re-examine the scene, we found this beggar near the penultimate scene. He ran after seeing us, and we took him down instantly. After our comparison, this beggar's DNA is an exact match to the DNA of the body fluids left at the crime scene. This is the serial killer. Song Yang smiled smugly. It was because of the last time Chen and the others revisited the scene and found clues to the new locks that they caught the loophole. This time, Song Yang learned his lesson. Also went to the site. I didn't think it would be such a coincidence to run into the killer all at once. Asterisk. That'll work? You traitorous luck? Wang He's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Don't talk so hard. Sometimes luck is a form of strength. Song Yang gave Chen a contemptuous look. Regardless of how the process went, it finally overpowered Chen. It can't be a beggar. You've got the wrong guy. Chen shook his head. The body fluids match all right. Trust the evidence. Is it hard to believe you have another explanation? Song Yang looked at Chen with some annoyance. The evidence is right in front of us, and he's still talking tough? This can only mean one thing. The beggar had found the body before and raped it. Those bodily fluids are what's left over from the raping process. Chen said slowly. It's a load of crap. You're jealous. You say the beggar is not a murderer. What proof do you have? Song Yang said furiously. First, the locations where the bodies were dumped were so remote and far from each other that carrying the bodies just like that would have been discovered halfway across the country. Must need a car. This beggar has a car? Chen asked. How does this? You know he didn't? Song Yang said with a terse neck. The surrounding people looked at Song Yang as if they were looking at idiots. If the other beggars are not so bad, this beggar in front of me, 2 shoes are different, all dirty and messy. Obviously not the kind of organized group of beggars. A scavenger at best. He has a car? I guess I could even get kicked off the bus. The second point is that 2 of the victims were mechanically asphyxiated and were strangled. The beggar's nails were long and dirty, and if he had been the murderer he would have left marks on the neck of the deceased, but there were none on the body. The murderer would have been wearing gloves when he did it. Chen continued. Yeah, no fingerprints were found on the body or the suitcase. If the beggar really did it, I guess that hand left fingerprints on the body like printing clay. Wang He clapped his hands and said. The people around them nodded as well. Thirdly, the throat was cut with such skill that I don't think a beggar could have done it. Not to mention the fact that the deceased were both female students at prestigious universities. The likelihood of the 2 crossing paths is so low. Chen shook his head. What you say is nothing but speculation. What direct evidence do you have that the beggar is not the murderer? What if the beggar is carrying the body on his back through the trails of the mountains? That way it won't be discovered. What if the beggar was also wearing gloves when he committed the crime? It won't leave fingerprints either. Anyway, now that the beggar matches the DNA, I'll interrogate him myself too. Chen, you will definitely lose. Song Yang spoke to Chen Chen in an icy tone. You're right, I really don't have any direct evidence, but I will find the real killer. As for who loses and who wins, we'll see. Chen Chen looked at Song Yang indifferently and said slowly. Chapter 59 Part-Time Work. Chen Chen walked out from the bureau, followed by Qi Xiaozhu, Wang He and 3 others. Brother Chen, you tell me how to do it. We all listen to you, the 3 Orange Province men said in unison. Compared to Song Yang's analysis just now, they naturally believed Chen Chen more. Good. Now, I need you to come and get me. Chen Chen thought about it and looked at a few people and said, arrest you? The crowd had a head full of questions. Big brother, are you trying to simulate a crime? Wang He was the first to react, his eyes glowing. Right, since we can't find him from the police mindset, we might as well try it from the murderer's mindset. I'll follow the pattern of his previous crimes and continue them, and you guys find a way to catch me. Gone. Chen Chen waved his hand. Ha 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 ha, boss, over the top. Finally, there's room for the 2 of us to play. Lao Er's excited voice rang out from Chen Chen's mind. Don't be so dejected. Wang He and their abilities are not blown away. It would be a shame if they were really caught. What do we do now? Select the next object first. From the deceased's situation, they are all female college students from prestigious universities. With our face value, it's easy to ask them out, right? That means the killer must not look too bad. Not necessarily. Money is fine. Aren't there often big bosses who go to schools to adopt female students? I guess not. Did you notice the corpses? The skin was white. The hands had manicures. The hair was dirty, but you could still see the original color and texture. The families weren't in too bad of shape. 2 of them are still studying music. The family conditions are written inside the dossier. Tens of thousands of dollars a month of living expenses. It's not realistic if they are being adopted. Then that would give the killer a profile. Handsome, multicolored, about the same age as the deceased, most likely a student at a prestigious school. You judge to be a current student? Because of better contact with the dead? Yeah, what other way is there to reach these college students? But they're not from the same college, and there are already a lot of colleges in Kyoto, so could it be through a college sorority group or something? Come on, let's go find the school first. There has to be some connection between them. Even if it was a random killing, there would be some sort of common trait between the dead. Go talk to some friends of the deceased. Chen Chen walked towards the Kyoto Media University, where a murder had recently occurred. Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade Conference Room. According to my analysis, the first step for Big Brother to mimic the murderer is to lock down the deceased's characteristics to choose the next victim. The first few victims were female college students. The killer's range of activity must have intersected with college students. Wang He analyzed to a few people, but that's too broad, isn't it? The victims were all from different universities. Questions were raised. If Chen Chen wants to commit a crime, he must first select a victim. In any case, the murderer must have gone to the school. Let's go to the nearest school first to find out what's going on. Kisho Chu spoke from the sidelines. Okay, which one do we go to first? The crowd nodded as they thought of nothing better to do. The most recent victim was a student at Kyoto Media University. Go to this one first, Kishozu said. Kyoto Media University. Are you guys saying that there were many people who pursued Xing Huhui before, but they were all rejected? She never had a boyfriend? Chen Chen asked to a few students. These students were the housemates of the last victim, Xing Huhui. Yeah, she's a proud person who doesn't give a damn about anyone. I heard that the back is ready to go abroad. We also asked before. She said that looking for a boyfriend also want to find a foreigner. At least should have the experience of studying abroad. The domestic bumpkin even more rich she cannot see. I didn't realize something like this had happened. A girl said. She usually lives in a dormitory? Is this her bed? Chen Chen asked, pointing at an empty bed. Right, she's all dormitory, but not all, and occasionally goes to a relative's house on the weekends. A girl next to her spoke. She has relatives in Kyoto? What kind of relatives? Chen Chen was a bit surprised that this was not mentioned inside the dossier. That we don't know. We don't gossip that much. She doesn't go very often either. It's just the occasional trip once or twice a month, but not necessarily a relative. A girl wants to talk. What's wrong? Chen Chen asked. We told you because we see you're a private investigator. The last time the police asked us, we didn't even say anything. After all, we were just guessing. A few girls looked at each other and spoke quietly to Chen Chen. What is it? Chen Chen was a bit curious. We suspect that Hugh may be working part-time on weekends. A girl lowered her voice. Part-time? Is it a part-time job as I understand it? Chen Chen was a bit stunned. Yeah, we have a lot of them at school. A lot of luxury cars are parked in front of the school on weekends, and it's obvious what they're doing. Quite a few people are moonlighting. A couple of the girls said as they saw what was going on. So how do you guys know she works part-time? Chen Chen asked. Once when I was running in the morning, I once saw Hugh get out of a luxury car, a Ferrari Enzo. When I was asking her about it, she was flustered and said I was wrong. But the way she walks, she also knows that it must have been done. A girl spoke to Chen Chen. Ferrari Enzo? Not her boyfriend's? Would she have a boyfriend and not tell you guys? Chen guessed. This Xinghui's table is set with a lot of brand name cosmetics, and it doesn't look like a girl who lacks money. So how can she not go to do this kind of part-time job? You don't understand. If she really had a boyfriend, she'd have been hanging on to it a long time ago. Yes, usually buy a bag to show off half a day. This if have a boyfriend who drives a Ferrari Enzo. Usually time will not be a good show? What's the point of pretending to be innocent when you're out selling? A few of the girls spoke up. It looks like the housemates aren't on good terms. Should be envious and jealous? Girl groups are more prone to that. But then the clues are there. There shouldn't be too many cars in that Ferrari Enzo, and the person who drove it is not suspicious. Don't you think it's a little strange? This girl is from a good family, so it's logical that she doesn't lack money. So why did she go to a part-time job? It looks more like a boyfriend is, but then again, it's not a boyfriend. Boss, I don't think you can think in terms of the dead. Perhaps we should think about how we would have crossed paths with the deceased if we were the man. A girl with this kind of arrogance is generally unattractive to the eye. So how did she meet her? Most likely a rich kid, similar age, should go to college, but probably not from Longhua University. Odds are he has experience abroad. Indeed, the image of a wealthy seafarer may indeed fulfill her choice of spouse. That does make it the same as what the roommate said. If it was really a boyfriend, it would have been brought back a long time ago. And if it wasn't a boyfriend relationship, it would have to be a buddy. If I were a rich kid who came back from studying abroad, it would be impossible to get a regular girlfriend. It would have to be night and day. There must be an opportunity to meet. But even so, there's no need to kill someone. There's another problem. The first case happened 3 years ago, which means that the murderer had most likely just returned from abroad at that time. An accident while looking for his girlfriend led to a possible revenge killing later. Perhaps he has some kind of physical defect, most likely a disabled left pinky. Makes sense. The key is in how you find it. Waiting for nothing is not an option. Rent a limousine and go around the school to verify if it's an unsolicited pickup first. Thanks a lot, guys. Chen got up to say goodbye and headed towards the most luxurious car rental spot in Kyoto. Not long after Chen left, Chi Xiaozhu and the others also arrived at the Media University. Chapter 60. The cost of pretending is a bit high. Why are you asking again? A few housemates were just about to go out when they met Chi Xiaozhu and a few of their policemen coming over. Again? Did someone just come? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. Yeah, a handsome guy that came in and asked a few odd questions. A couple of the girls nodded. Come on, tell us everything that was said. When he heard this, he rushed forward and spoke. It didn't take long to listen to a couple of the girls. Ferrari Enzo? This stuff is rare. It's very likely that the murderer is driving it. Immediately have people all over Kyoto searching for that red Ferrari. Still looking for what big brother directly carry out the murderer. Wang, he said excitedly. Why didn't you guys say anything when the police were investigating before? Kishozu asked in disbelief. She had read the file, and there was no mention of that. The first couple of deceased investigations also turned up nothing. I've seen it that one time, or occasionally. Besides, Hugh is still saying all the time that I might be wrong, and I'm a little skeptical. Besides, the police didn't ask they are so scary when they ask, where is that handsome little brother good to talk to? The girl stammered. Handsome little brother? Chi Xiaozhu was rather speechless as she looked at the flamboyant appearance of these female students in front of her. Are you guys together? Can you give us that little brother's number? He was in such a hurry to leave that we forgot to ask for it. A few girls eyed Kishozu and asked. No, he doesn't use the phone. Chi Xiaozhu huffed and dragged he and the others out. Dragon Limousine Rentals. This gentleman, you've come to the right place. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. More than half of the rental car agencies in all of Kyoto are connected to us. All kinds of luxury cars are available. The time Chen went wasn't too busy, and the boss personally took Chen around with a cigarette in his mouth. Is there a Ferrari Enzo? Chen went straight to the point. Yes, you have a good eye. There are a total of 10 of this car in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and there are only 2 in Kyoto. One bought by the princess of a certain great family, and one is me here. Once the boss heard that Chen wanted Enzo as soon as he came up, he couldn't help but look Chen up and down. Doesn't look like a rich man either. Does anyone usually rent it? Chen came to the red Ferrari Enzo. Goo, this is a little less. It's only rented a couple times a year. To put it mildly, most of the people who come here to rent a luxury car don't have much money to rent a car to pretend, and they can't afford to rent an Enzo. It's a coincidence that they're both still rented by a great young man. The boss realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed the subject. The same person rented it? Chen Chen froze. The boss's thoughtless remark made Chen Chen think of another possibility. Asterisk 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 boss, it can't be such a coincidence, can it? Listening to this situation, there's a damn good chance it's a person. I can't believe some of it either. Someone said that luck is also a form of strength. Chen Chen smiled. Can I see his profile? Chen Chen asked the boss. Our client information is confidential. The owner's face was difficult. I'll rent it. Ferrari Enzo, rent it today. Chen Chen clenched his teeth. Okay, you pay here. The cost of a one-day rental car is $30,000, plus $100,000 deposit. The owner was all smiles. Lean, so expensive. It's a bit costly to pretend. I must be reimbursed for solving the case. Chen Chen was dumbstruck. Boss, there's something not quite right about this murderer being able to come up with that kind of money to rent a car. Yeah, probably registered under a fake name. The murderer's family would have been rich and the car high profile, so it would have been easy to spot and leave a hole. Even if the police found a vehicle lineup, they couldn't find him. Whenever he appears, there are traces. At the very least, you can confirm the basic information with the boss. Mr. Chen, here are the car keys for you to keep. The owner smiled and walked over. Can I have the information on that person now? Chen Chen extended his hand to the boss. Mr. Chen, give is unable to give, but I gave you after the registration. Did not take it back in time. You have not read. I do not know. I'm going to take a piss. The owner placed the register on the table while walking out. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled up as he picked it up and looked at it. Found information on a couple of previous Ferrari Enzo rentals. 27xxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxx Chen's eyes lit up. Maybe the name and address category is fake, but the timing of the rental car would never be so coincidental. I didn't realize that renting a car would lead to a murderer by mistake. Boss, do you remember what that guy looked like? Chen Chen asked to the boss who walked in. Ouch, that's not really known. He was wearing a hat and mask when he came. Hey, yes, when you said that I remembered something, it would be summer. When he was signing, I noticed that his left pinky seemed to be disabled. The owner tapped his head and seemed to remember something. Did it break off at the second knuckle? Chen Chen asked in a hurry. Right, so you two know each other. The boss looked at Chen Chen in surprise. That has to be. I'm not going to lie. It's the last time I saw him in this car that I lusted after it. But how come I looked at that phone like it wasn't his? Chen Chen asked, pretending not to care. It's this one. That's the phone number we reached him through when there was a cutoff once. The owner looked at the phone and wondered a little. Oh, then maybe I'm misremembering. I'll go first. Chen Chen didn't say anything else and got up to walk out. Boss, this kid's phone is real. Fishing him out? Chapter 61, going his way, leaving him with no way out. There's no rush. Even if we find him, there's no proof. Let's drive around to the school before we do. Which school are we going to? I've noticed that the killer didn't choose colleges for no reason. None of these victims were from the same school. Each school chooses one person. And on his rental car records, it shows that a month before each crime, a car was rented, possibly to get into the school. And the next time he rented a car, it was the crime. 28 days have passed since the last car rental. And the way the killer does things, he'll definitely choose to use this Ferrari Enzo again for his next crime. I see what you're saying, boss. Go his way so he has no way out. The car is in our possession, and he will come to us of his own accord. So which school are we going to? There are a lot of universities in Kyoto, a dozen or so top-notch colleges. So if you were the killer, which one would you choose next? Chen Chen took out a map. It's time for me to go to Kyoto University of Science and Technology. Reason: the majors of several of the deceased, while all art majors, were not art colleges, most were art majors at comprehensive universities, perhaps because art colleges are hunting grounds for the centralized nature of the circle and are easily exposed. Comprehensive universities are more convenient, and Kyoto University of Science and Technology is basically on par with a few other schools for the dead. Go! Kyoto University of Science and Technology, School of Arts. Chen Chen drove outside. Kyoto University of Science and Technology. Chen Chen had just stopped the car when a few girls walked over. Hey, handsome, leave a number? Seeing the appearance of Chen Chen in the driver's cab, the faces of several girls were filled with surprise and amazement. Excuse me, I'm waiting for someone. Chen Chen waved his hand. Geez, save one for the handsome guy. Anyway, get out of the way, get out of the way. Young Wang, didn't you say you'd pick me up at night? How come all of a sudden? It was at this moment that a pretty girl with wrapped hair ran out of the dormitory building. With a bad tone, he blew away the few girls who had accosted Chen Chen, and was about to pull open the passenger door and sit in, but suddenly froze. Who are you? Why are you driving Mr. Wang's car? The girl looked at Chun Shan with a face full of surprise. Boss, that Song Yang is really a mascot. I didn't expect this bet to be right. This luck is simply absolute strength embodied, just as we thought. It's too suspenseful. Listen to this. This Goori is ready to strike today. What kind of luck is there in solving crimes? It's all deduction and simulation. That makes it easy. Pick a day. Take him today. The corner of Chen Shan's mouth curled slightly. I'm a friend of his. He asked me to pick you up for dinner. Chen Shan spoke to the girl. But he didn't tell me in advance. The girl was a little hesitant, but looking at the license plate number, it was indeed the license plate of the previous Wang Xiao. He said he had a surprise for you. Let me drive this car downstairs and you'll see for yourself. I don't know what you call yourself yet, Chen Shan asked with a smile. My name is Shin Chiayi. You wait for me a little bit. Oh, I'll go up and change my clothes. Hearing Chen Shan say this, the girl was no longer suspicious and ran towards the dormitory. In the meantime, Kyoto Traffic Police Brigade. Yeah, that's the car. One is under a private and one is hooked up under a rental car company. Wang He and the others excitedly looked at the information displayed on the computer. Since learning the key information about the car, they immediately looked it up. Tap into Skynet and see if you can find out where this car is. That's not a lot of cars, but anytime it shows up on the street, you should be able to check it out pretty quickly. Wang He said to the technician. All I can say is try it. This kind of car is not usually on the road, I guess. The technician nodded, but didn't expect much. I don't know how long this case was being investigated without any clues. Just replace it with a couple of young men? Besides, what are you looking for in a Ferrari if you're not going to check for clues? Wait, I can't believe it's actually on the road. Judging from the path, the car went into Kyoto University of Science and Technology, then drove out again, and is now parked at the Wisteria West restaurant. The technicians quickly pinpointed the car. Everyone departed once. Target Wisteria West restaurant, Wang He said excitedly. Wisteria Western restaurant. From what you're saying, you met through someone else? Chen Shan asked Shinjiai. Yeah, it was a friend's party. He drove me back to school. He's nice. He came back from studying in Bald Eagle country. Aren't you guys friends? How come you don't know anything? And why isn't young Wang coming yet? Shinjiai asked Chun Shen suspiciously. Ever since he arrived, Wang Xiao, his handsome friend, had been asking questions. King Xiao and Surprise were slow to show up. Should be preparing for the big surprise. Jingle bells. Shen Shen felt a little pocketed, but his cell phone suddenly rang. Look, it's not calling me? Shen Shen looked at the caller ID. The corner of his mouth curled up, and showed it to Shinjiai. Ouch. I'll go fix my makeup. Shinjiai took a look, and sure enough, it was Wang Xiao's call, and she immediately became excited. Watching Shinjiai leave, Shen Shen unhurriedly picked up the phone. Hey, who told you to rent this car? I'll give you $50,000. Now give the car back immediately. The phone had just been connected when an impatient voice came from the other side. Asterisk 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 off nigga. You what? Old man rent a wheel to your blind comparison? I'm not giving it back. What can you do? Chen Shen coldly disliked it. Malagasy, now you tell me where you are? I'll take your name if I don't kill you today. The caller didn't expect Chen Shen to be so rigid, and was instantly annoyed. Ouch, you're a bully, aren't you? Come out and practice. Do you really think you're somebody? I'm at the Wisteria Western restaurant. You come. Chen Shen yelled and hung up the phone directly. Ouch, mudblood. In the meantime, inside the car rental agency, a young man dropped the teacup in his hand in exasperation. Everything was planned for today, but it turned out that something went wrong with the car rental part. This car is usually only rented by myself. No one uses it at all. It's such a coincidence. Young Wang, don't be angry. I really didn't realize you were going to use the car today. The owner was on the side with a smile on his face. Humph, $1,000 a man. Take the guys and come out with me. The young man pulled out several stacks of bills and slapped them on the table. Come on, brothers, accompany young Wang out. The owner grinned and put away the bills on the table. Immediately afterward, a dozen or so tattooed, burly men with sticks came out from the back. Chapter 62 24 Hours. Wisteria Western Restaurant. Aya, what did Mr. Wang say to you just now? Just reveal it to me. Shinjiai asked Chen Shen. How can I say this? It could be a big scene in a few minutes. Whatever happens, just calm down, Chen Shen said slowly. This female college student in front of me still doesn't know that if it wasn't for herself today, I'm afraid she would have become a corpse. Okay. Shinjiai looked outside with some anticipation. Suddenly, Shinjiai stood up excitedly. He's coming. That's a lot of people. Shinjiai looked outside excitedly. Chen Shen also looked out. A few commercial vehicles stopped and a dozen people rushed down with sticks. At the head of the group was a young man. Looked at the Ferrari Enzo parked outside. Paralyzed. This is it. follow me in, smash me on my command. I'll take responsibility for anything that goes wrong. The young man stormed into the Western restaurant with his men. Young Wang. Seeing the young man come in, Shinjiai hurriedly stood up, but looking at the young man's posse, her face was filled with doubt. Can't it be that so many people behind him are the surprise he's talking about? Even if so many people are together, it's still nighttime. What's the point of bringing them here now? It's you? Why are you here? The young man obviously didn't expect that not only was today's ride cut off, but even tonight's prey was cut off. Didn't you ask him to pick me up? Shinjiai was instantly confused. Mother asterisk 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 her, give it to me. The young man pulled Shinjiai over and waved his hand at a few people behind him. Boss, it's not good. It's not good to take out these people without any injuries. At a glance, it looks like a frequent social mixer, very skillful in fighting group fights. Don't underestimate. If you really can't, use the Black Dragon 18 hands. There's no rush. Do you think little brothers and apprentices are taken in for nothing? Chen Chen smiled. Woohoo! As soon as Chen Chen's words fell, the sound of a police siren rang out from all directions. Hearing the sirens, the burly men stopped. When they saw the police clearly, they dispersed. Even the young man was stunned, looking outside in disbelief. Several police cars were parked outside. Ha ha ha, I'll see where you kids go. Ha ha ha, I did not expect big brother. You are also here? Now I caught you, right? Wanga grinned and walked in, looking at Chen Chen who was also inside. He was instantly happy. 2 birds with 1 stone? 2 birds with 1 stone? Isn't this a real fake 1-2 punch? The corner of Chen Chen's mouth twitched. You've been given all the obvious information. Why don't you just follow the car? What's taking so long? Any later and you'll probably have to bring an ambulance for these people. Come on, cuff him back. Wang He pointed at the young man. Who are you to arrest me? What are you doing? The young man struggled. Gu, this finger is definitely yours. How dare you argue? Wang He also noticed the disability of the young man's left pinky and instantly did a double take. Without saying a word, he had the young man taken out. She should be the next victim. Take her back for a chat. Chen Chen pointed to Shinjiai on one side. In this scene just now, Shinjiai had been completely confused. Big brother, are you convinced? We got you this time. Wang He asked Chen Chen with a smile. Luck is also a form of strength. Not bad, but what are you going to do next? Is there any evidence? Chen Chen looked at Wang He. Just take him back and interrogate him. And you can't ask? My interrogation techniques are awesome. Wang He was very confident. Well, go on then. You guys go back to the trial, and remember, no matter what, you must be locked up for the full 24 hours. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he absolutely cannot be released. Chen Chen sighed and patted Wang He's shoulder. Watching Wang He and the others bring the people back with gusto, Chen Chen was not optimistic. The man was caught, but there was no hard evidence. But Chen Chen had no choice. He had to control the murderer as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he spooked the snake, it was likely that he would immediately leave the country or falsify the evidence. From now on, he only has 24 hours. Boss, I'm afraid it's hard to find evidence unless we find the first crime scene. As clean as he made it, there was a hole in it. Loophole? What loophole? He borrowed this identity. Whether he rented a car or fished for women, he used this identity called Wang Hao. And the police have looked up the records of several deceased people who have opened a room. All of them are not. Then the room used should be this Wang Hao. I see. He can't really use a fake ID or he can't swipe a room. We can start with this identity. But there are so many hotels in Kyoto. How can I find them? Let the police look them up one by one using their names. Time may not come. Or to start with this car. The Ferrari is quite low to the ground and can't be driven down in the underground parking lot of a typical hotel. And it's not like it's going to be a low-class hotel that Ferrari can go to. So it's a much smaller range. Easiest way, drive around one by one. This car security must be impressed. Chen Chen made up his mind and drove off. Meanwhile, the young man had been taken back by Wang He and the others. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This grandson's mouth is so ugly. You're so rich. Ha, if I weren't a cop, I'd definitely kill him. Wang He cursed and walked out of the interrogation room. The interrogation lasted an hour. The two men exchanged insults for an hour. Don't even know what the name is. The young man and Wang He both cursed with their hair standing on end. My master was worried about this from the start. And I'm afraid this man won't confess easily knowing that we don't have any evidence. Kisho Chu said with a frown. What's going on? I heard you guys arrested a guy named Shin Tianlong? At that moment, several leader-like people walked over. Yes, we suspect him of being a serial killer. Wang He nodded. Nonsense. Do you know what he is? And serial killers? Release the man at once. One of the leaders at the head of the group said disgruntledly. Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu looked at each other. Beforehand Chen Chen had emphasized that no matter what happened, he had to stall him for 24 hours. Is it hard to believe that he expected that after bringing this guy in, someone would try to fish him out? If we really let him go, I'm afraid he'll immediately leave the country, and then even if we have evidence, it'll be hard to get him back. No, my big brother said, no matter who you are, this man cannot be released. Wang He stopped at the door. You guys, since we're arresting people, do we have any evidence? Show me the evidence, or it will be considered an abuse of your authority. The leader also didn't expect a small police officer to dare to refute him, and his face darkened. Chapter 63, Scene of the First Crime. Abuse your ass. It's only abuse of power if you come out and fart now. According to police procedure, as long as he is a suspect, we have the right to hold him in custody for 24 hours. How much did you charge behind the scenes to come up here and fish for people now? Or is there some kind of handle being held? Wang He didn't give a damn about him. You, nonsense. The leader was annoyed, but looking around at the crowd looking at him, it was hard to continue. With a black face, he twisted his head and walked out. Asterisk. Wang He, you're too rigid. That person seems to be the leader of the division. A nearby police officer silently gave Wang He a thumbs up. Go to leaders. My big brother said it has to be locked up for the full 24 hours. Even if my grandpa comes today, there's no negotiation. Whoever dares to let go, I'll set the police station on fire and die with them. Wang He stopped at the door and yelled. There were a couple of other leaders in the back who seemed to be coming up to make a demon out of them as well. At the sight of Wang He's gesture, they all retracted their necks. Wang He's background and identity they more or less understand some, really if hard just, in case of shaking something out, really can't eat what benefits. Shi Xiaozhu looked at Wang He from the side and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No wonder Chen Chen would let Wang He make the arrangements. Wang He's background and character, as well as his level of trust in Chen was the only candidate, even if they, in this environment in Kyoto, she director of this official to want to manage, but also not necessarily enough to see. Kid, count yourself out. The young man in the middle of the detention room arrogantly spoke to Wang He. Crap, with your grandpa and I guarding the door, there's absolutely no way I'm going to let you get out. Wang He smiled contemptuously. Come on, I'll tell you a secret. The young man waved at Wang He. Wang He turned and walked into the holding cell. Just now I thought about it. That Shin Chiayi wouldn't have appeared there so coincidentally. I'm being shaded by that person, right? His name is Chen? I'm kind of impressed that he found me. The young man lowered his voice and spoke to Wang He. By that, you admit it? Wang He asked as he stretched his legs. Hey, the young man looked around to see that no one was there. The camera had been turned off earlier when the two had been cursing at each other. I'll whisper it to you. I killed those people, and you're not even close to finding more than half of the bodies you found so far. What did you say? Wang He was filled with shock. But you can only hold me for 24 hours without proof. One more piece of news. I'm leaving the country the day after tomorrow. I already know you guys are starting to reinvestigate this case and we're going to do it one last time for a good smack in the face. But it doesn't matter. Count her out. But the rest of those bodies, you'll never find. The young man licked his tongue and gave a devilish grin. Asterisk and fart. My big brother is already looking for evidence against you. You can't run away. If you make it out, I'll take off these clothes and quit from now on. Wang He got up and took a chair and held it against the door from the inside and sat down in the room. Kyoto Mansion Triumph Hotel. This was already the 18th five-star hotel that Chen Chen had opened. Chen Chen had just parked his car in front of the hotel when a porter ran over. Young Wang, it's you. The porter pulled open the car door and froze. In front of me was a stranger. Couldn't help but look at the license plate. He didn't remember correctly. What? Has anyone else driven this car before? Chen Chen smiled slightly when he saw the porter's reaction. Found it. This car has been driven here by Wang Xiao before, and we've even reserved a parking space for it. The porter hurriedly explained. Yes, I'm Young Wang's friend. He asked me to drive here first, and by the way, did he always have a room before? He told me to go in first and wait for him. Chen Chen asked the porter. Yeah, it's a suite on the top floor. When I first went to deliver the key, Mr. Wang even gave me quite a tip. The porter said with a fawning face, okay, drive to the usual place, then take me to the front desk to get the room card for Young Wang's room. Chen Chen handed the porter $1,000 and stepped down from the cab. Yeah, the porter did a double take and parked the car nimbly, guiding Chen Chen into the hall. He smoothly got the room card under the arrangement of the porter, who even personally swiped open the room door for Chen Chen. Is this room usually cleaned? Chen Chen called out to the porter who was about to leave. This suite was booked by Mr. Wang on a yearly basis, and was specifically instructed not to go in and clean it if it wasn't scheduled. The porter said in a hurry. How often does Young Wang usually come? Chen Chen continued to ask. This is pretty much 4 or 5 times a month, the porter recalled. Oh, came with a girl, didn't you? It's all superb, isn't it? Chen Chen looked at the somewhat skeptical look on the porter's face and deliberately asked while showing an expression that all men understand. Yes, every female is quite wow. That look and body definitely. There's absolutely nothing wrong with young Wang's vision, right? But when I came here the other day, I didn't bring a woman, and I brought a suitcase. The porter nodded. Ang, how do you know his name is Wang Xiao? Chen Chen asked curiously. That's what we heard those girls call it. The porter had an innocent look on his face. Okay, it's okay, go away. Chen Chen nodded, watching the porter leave. Chen Chen shook his head. It's good to have money, and this must be reimbursed when it's over. And money for gas for the Ferrari. It's over 800. Chen Chen hung up the do not disturb sign and closed the door. It is a large suite with a living room outside and bedrooms inside. The entire living room was covered in plastic wrap, covering the sofa, carpet, table, and all other places. Boss, professional with the film on the ground, will not leave blood traces at all. After the end of a fire burned, what traces will not be left? Don't think about it. It's the first crime scene. Yeah, last time I said I came with a suitcase. I'm afraid it was filled with this plastic wrap. It was to the hotel, and I think it was set up in a suitcase with plastic wrap after the hunt was selected in a car. Unsurprisingly, it was used tonight. Chen Chen shook his head and looked around. Found a suitcase in the corner. Very ordinary suitcases. Since there is online shopping, the police item source identification aspect is sort of abolished. At the time, the police had lined up by suitcase and it was really fruitless. For one thing, it's hard to trace the online purchasing channel, and for another, it's impossible to check the suitcases as they are sold in millions across the country every year during the college season. From the sound of it, I'm afraid the killer bought a lot of them before. Boss, look inside the box. This is a set of raincoat, presumably worn by the murderer when he committed the crime, so it can't really leave any traces. This is troublesome. Even if we find the first scene, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find enough evidence. Not necessarily. It hadn't been cleaned, and even if he had been careful, it would have been difficult to put away the plastic wrap after the crime, which is hard to do over such a large area. And as I recall, 2 of the victims were hit in the head with a heavy object. The manner of death was skewed, most likely due to an accident during the execution. Otherwise they should all have been slit throats. That heavy thing, that would be the base of this lamp. Shinshin picked up the base of the lamp next to the sofa and looked at it. It was the same as the traces of the deceased's head wound. Should have been on the couch. Picked up the lamp and smashed it. Then the victim's head should have been pointed at the curtains. The back of the curtains were not completely wrapped in plastic wrap. Go check it out. Chen Chen came to look near the curtains. Sure enough, in the hem of the curtains, some blood and white brain matter similar to that was found, but it had dried up. It should be a trace from dragging the film. Finally, this will establish the first scene, and also prove that he was here. And from this place, there must be other traces at the scene. Shake the man. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 64. Whoever dares to come over, I'll pound him to death. Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade. Song Yang walked in with their 8 steps, carrying a man. We've got the serial killer, and the killer has confessed. It's hilarious that you're still holding suspects. Song Yang looked inside the detention room with a face full of mockery. What? You caught the killer? Wang He rushed out from inside in disbelief. The corners of that young man's mouth turned up slightly instead. He knew that after he was locked in, his family would try to find a way to get out with this rash guard here, but it would definitely be done in some other way. There are so many things you can do with money. Right. This murderer was driving his car and was on his way to the countryside to dump the body when he crashed halfway across the country. Met by us going to the crime scene just in time, Song Yang said in a very proud manner. Song Yang and the others after agreeing on a bet with Chen Chen. Then he started to prepare to check out the dump site, and halfway there, he happened to meet the accident. By mistake, I found the same box as the body dump. When I opened it, I found a naked body. Upon interrogation, he was planning to go to one of the locations where he had previously dumped the bodies, and after he was caught, he also admitted that he was the serial murderer. You have a bubble in your head, don't you? The killer dumps the body and still dumps it where it was before? Are you stupid, or is the killer stupid? And dumping a body in broad daylight? Just in case people don't know? Wang He said with wide eyes. This kind of operation, cootie. One can also tell that it won't be so coincidental. Humph, the murderer has confessed. He did all those previous cases. You guys are jealous, aren't you? I've told you guys before, luck is also a form of strength. You lost, Song Yang said with a cold smile. There. At that moment, the captain of the Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade walked over. We've just interrogated that murderer, and it's true. The suitcase in his car is exactly the same as the one from the previous dump site. The details of the crime that were explained also all match what we found. Let this one inside go first. The murderer has been caught and there is no reason to keep holding him. His family has requested a team of lawyers to come over and demand that we release him immediately. The first captain said to Wang He and the others. I told you, he absolutely cannot leave until my big brother returns. Sister-in-law, get out of the way. What happens here has nothing to do with you. I'll take care of it alone. Whoever dares to come over, I'll pound him to death. Don't doubt my ability, Wang He said, directly turned around and entered the door, closing it with a bang. The first captain's face went green. He knew Wang He's stature, not to mention closing the door. He's capable of anything if he's really pushed. I believe Chen Chen. If he says the person inside is a murderer, he definitely is. I'm with them. Even if I don't become a cop, I will never let any murderer go. Kishiretsu stood in the doorway without hesitation. So are we. If this man is to be released today, first step over us. The three orange provinces looked at each other and walked over in unison. They were all elites as well. And while there was luck in Chen Chen's process of finding people, the luck was backed by impeccable and meticulous analysis. The sizable cutie in front of Song Yang, thinking he was lucky, was completely put on the spot. Even if it wasn't Song Yang who encountered it, it would have been someone else. You guys, simply lawless. Your first day as a cop? How can solving a case be emotional? The first captain was shivering with anger, but there was nothing he could do about it. Come on, pull them apart for me. Director Chi came to the front with a dark face. This time, Wang He and the others were all contestants while currently in the Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade. This case, itself, is also the case of the Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade. They are cooperating to solve the case, rather than the main solving the case. So when other people's turf so wantonly, too much overstepping their bounds. Not to mention, the murderer has confessed and the case has been taken over by the Kyoto CID Brigade. No matter which way you look at it, Wang He and the five of them were behaving inappropriately. If you don't leave, I'll disqualify you now. And Chen Chen too. Director Z gave an ultimatum. Humph. Song Yang clasped his hands and looked at the several people with a face full of mockery. In particular, a few people from the Orange Province had changed course and defected to Chen Chen. Serves you right. Disqualification would be good, so there would be less competitors, and the credit would still be all theirs. And with two cases, they could definitely make a name for themselves. Jingle bells. Just as the swords were drawn, Kishiretsu's cell phone rang. It's Chen Chen. Kishengzu looked at the caller ID and excitedly picked it up and put it on speakerphone. I found the first crime scene. Get the forensic doctor from the Kyoto CID Brigade over here immediately. The location is at the Kyoto Mansion Triumph Hotel. Chen Chen's words silenced everyone, and when the young man inside the interrogation room heard Chen Chen's words, his face turned pale. No way, this can't be right. He couldn't have gotten there that fast. The young man fell back in his chair on his butt. Ha ha ha, Big Brother is awesome. Seeing the appearance of the man in front of him, Wang He jumped up in excitement. This man is suspended. Send forensics to the scene immediately. Director Chi hesitated and said in a cold voice, Director Chi, that's out of order, isn't it? The brigadier was a little hesitant. I said send forensics to the scene immediately. Don't release this man to anyone. Delay the solving of the case and I'll hold you accountable. Director Z blurted out. Although he didn't know what exactly was going on, he decided to take a gamble on Chen Chen as he listened to his words. The reason why he had just let go of that imprisoned young man was solely because of the various pressures from above, not because of this accidental Song Yang size cute, the murderer who bumped into him. This guy looks like a top dog. Yes. As soon as the first captain saw that Director Chi had said the same thing, he also stopped saying anything. Anyway, everything is covered by Director Chi. Everyone from Serious Crimes Unit 2 follow me. The brigadier himself ran out with the men. Chapter 65. I was scared less just now. Kyoto Mansion Triumph Hotel. There's still blood in the crevice of the bathroom sink. A fingerprint was found on the back handle of the door. A hair was found under the carpet by the door. We've pulled surveillance from the hotel, and the victim entered the room with the killer, but didn't leave, and the killer was dragging a suitcase when he left. Listening to the constant voices of the coroners, the corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Even if he had covered the ground in advance with plastic film, he would always have to finish packing up the film afterward, and even the most careful would leave traces. If anything, the first few cases will be more cautious, but after so long without solving the case, the killer must be careless and relaxed. For the police, it may be possible to fail many times, but for a murderer, it only takes one mistake, even the smallest, and all hell breaks loose. Boss, there is something strange. This ID card used by this person does not look like a fake. The appearance can even pass the face recognition. There are some problems. It was said at the front desk that the suite was booked on a yearly basis and had been booked for 3 years. Is it possible that it wasn't the murderer who had the room when he first checked in? It's this Wang Hao who went to open it. Boss, I remember the ID card is valid until the end of this year. It's been totally available for a couple of years. According to this murderer, I'm afraid I won't let this Wang Hao stay. Otherwise it wouldn't be so reassuring about the suite. It seems that there are still bodies left undiscovered. It's normal that the dumping sites are remote and buried. It may be that there are other undiscovered dead besides the few found. Let's go. There's enough evidence so far to prove he's the killer. Go back and meet this man. Chen Chen walked towards the outside. Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade. Big Brother, You're awesome. I can't believe they found the first scene without a word and found so much evidence. That grandson just pissed himself when he heard about it. And Son Yang, the sizable cutie, halfway arrested a person as a serial murderer. And the person himself admitted it. Son Yang is partial to believing it. You don't know. That dejected look when they first came back. I wanted to give him a big mouth. Now it's good and dumb. Wang He saw Chen Shen come back and grinned as he stepped forward. Serial killer? What's going on? Chen Shan was a bit puzzled. Wang He then told him all about the previous situation. After listening to Wang He, Chen Shan's back went cold. These people, in order to exonerate the murderer, not only found someone to take the blame, they even killed one. Just assholes. Chen Shan's face instantly turned gloomy. Wang He and Shi Xiaozhu were also stunned. They were just thinking that the man was not a murderer, but they didn't realize that the person behind it, in order to exonerate the murderer, was looking for a scapegoat, not to mention killing a girl. Big brother, it seems like someone has tipped him off. This grandson is flat out saying he's not a murderer. It also says that the evidence found at the scene was all planted on him by you, that you pulled his hair and made fake fingerprints after you caught him. Asterisk. Damn it. They must be trying to stall for time. The people behind it are thinking of something. Big brother, how do we get it? Wang He pointed to the interrogation room. I'm going in for a chat. Chen Shan also knew that it wouldn't be that simple, and pushed open the door and walked in. The ground was a puddle of water, but the man's expression was full of contempt. You're the one who set me up. You got something off me ahead of time to put at the scene and deliberately planted it on me. The man didn't wait for Chen Shan to sit down and took the lead. Chen Shan looked at him indifferently and did not speak. You've been targeting me from the beginning. You're the one who set me up, and when I get out, you don't have to be a cop anymore. The man gave a vicious middle finger. Chen Shan looked at him indifferently, still not speaking. He knew that when it came to people like that, silence was better than sound. Say something, was I right? I'm telling you, I'm definitely getting out of here. The man watched as Chen Shen did not say anything and yelled with increasing excitement, but Chen Shen gave him a cold stare and didn't say a word. Finally, the man blathered on for half a day, which made him sit down panting. Finished? Thirsty? Chen Shen unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and stretched it forward. When the man was just about to go get it, Chen Shen instantly shrunk back and took a beautiful sip. How dare you play me? The man jumped up in exasperation. Come on, you just pissed yourself, and then got hard again? It's because someone passed you a message, isn't it? It's also normal. You're so arrogant. You still have a background. Chen Shen glanced at the water stains on the ground in disgust. I don't know what you're talking about. The man glared at Chen Shen in annoyance. Aren't you curious how I found you? Chen Shen took the bottle and shook it. Isn't it just a Ferrari? I neglected to mention that I was just thinking about renting a car and I took a quick look at this one, which I've wanted for a long time, but my family wouldn't let me. The man spoke dismissively. You're overthinking it. If the police had known about this car back then, they would have gotten you out a long time ago. The police canvassed the surveillance around the dump site and there was no Ferrari, and that's not the car you were driving when you dumped the body. Otherwise it's too solid. That's right, isn't it? Chen Shen spoke slowly. The man visibly froze. You're swindling me? How did you know about that car rental agency? Instead of answering Chen Shen's question, the man asked Chen Shen, let me guess. A girl, you usually have 2 rental cars. Once for contact, once for the crime. When contact is made, it's all about sending the girl back in the morning, but it won't be delivered in front of the school, but near the school. Like, for example, at Media University, you sent it to the road behind the school, but that road is close to the playground, where the deceased's housemates ran in the morning. On the off chance that I had a stomachache that day, I was getting ready to rest by the playground when I overheard the dead man getting out of his car. Isn't there a sense of the underworld? Chen Shen asked to the man. Even then, I used a fake ID. How could you possibly find the hotel? The man asked with a frown. Without noticing in the slightest, under Chen Shen's guidance, the previous disguise had long been forgotten. This time it's Ferrari's turn. This car is so rare that if you've seen it once, you'll be impressed. Just drive around and find out. You must need the right place to kill someone, and preparing a suitcase to dump a body would not be in any private place of your own, only in a hotel. To be honest, if you really buried these bodies inside one of the villas, you wouldn't really be able to find them. But your aim was not only to kill, but to show off and provoke the police. Chen Shan looked at the man. I don't know what you're talking about. It has nothing to do with me. The man also seemed to realize that he had fallen into Chen Shen's trap and quickly changed the topic. Okay, since you asked 2 questions, it's my turn too. The pinky on your left hand, that's a handicap you left behind after you left the country, isn't it? Chen Shen pointed to the man's left hand. Chapter 66. I'm no better than a dog in a foreign country. What's it to you? The man's face visibly changed. From the perspective of criminal psychology, any behavior on the body of a dead person is an outward manifestation of the killer's inner world. Thus, your life abroad was probably pretty miserable. Chen Chen flirted. You fart. The man was obviously poked in the heart by Chen Chen. With a red face, he stared angrily at Chen Chen. Let me guess, the reason why you target female college students. Then those who target you should also be female college students. Foreign female students are quite wild. Chen Chen smiled. Shut up, shut the up. Shut the up I chow Nima. The man pointed at Chen Chen and cursed. Once you returned home, you wanted to give back everything you experienced abroad, so you began to be selective in your revenge. But you're not stupid enough to know that you can't use your real identity, in case the target inadvertently says something that will leave a hidden agenda. So you chose someone. This man has been killed by you, hasn't he? This way, even if the police follow this line of search, it will be fruitless. Chen Chen didn't care about the man's reaction and continued to speak nonchalantly. The man looked at Chen Chen with disbelief. The expression on his face had changed from the initial anger to fear. After that, you have been impersonating Wang Hao for the duration of your ID card's validity. In terms of frequency, you do it almost once every 3 months. Because the hotel surveillance is cleared once every 3 months, so you do it all at 3-month intervals. By that math, there are at least 12 girls you've killed. Chen Chen looked at the man in front of him. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead. You won't find it. You'll never find it. The man stared at Chen Chen dead in the face. Yeah, I really didn't know where you dumped all the bodies before this, but after seeing you today, I suddenly realized something. Chen Chen smiled. What's the problem? The man asked subconsciously. It had been completely guided by Chen Chen. You're a very proud man, and killing is just to prove it. So every move you make inadvertently shows your arrogance. I take it that after Wang Hao's ID card expires, you're ready to leave the country? Go back for revenge? And revenge? To bring a gift? Chen Chen looked at the man and spoke slowly. It was as if the man had seen some kind of monster, and he retreated step by step under Chen Chen's constant pressing. But the body was handcuffed to the chair. One stumbled and fell to the ground in a heap. Back then in the diner, I noticed a tattoo on your left wrist. It's an eye, isn't it? Whatever it means, it must mean a lot to you. Chen Chen said while pointing at someone's arm. The man subconsciously hit it. I just wondered how I would choose to behave if it were me. The answer is a map of the dump site. Chen Chen took out his cell phone. This is a map of Kyoto, and I've labeled the locations where the bodies were found. It's only 5 dots, but there's still something to be found. If I make a symmetry point of these points using the Kyoto central axis as a baseline, I will find an image that resembles an eye, and the dots connect to a line right around Kyoto, either a mountain forest or a reservoir. Where you dumped the body, you needed a vehicle to get there, and you couldn't have gotten too far in with the suitcase in tow. This is evident from several of the dump sites. I'm sure a search following these areas will find the body. Do you have anything else to say? Chen Chen looked at the man indifferently. The man had shuddered and shivered. These unrecovered bodies are his biggest asset. The one who came to report just now said that as long as these bodies were not found by the police, there would be a reprieve. But I didn't expect the Chen Chen in front of me to be so powerful that he had completely reasoned it out. It's all over. A puddle of liquid ran out of his pants. How do you know? What makes you think that? It's not going to happen. The man muttered madly, simply unable to believe it. Do foreign women really play so wild? Chen Chen watched as the man's emotions gradually calmed down and handed over the water. Wild? That's a bunch of ing nuts. It's all my dad. They had to get me into that organization. And when I got in, I ended up being played for 3 whole months, and finally had my fingers cut off as a souvenir. I managed to escape from abroad only to find that girls at home are totally uptight about guys like me. Do you understand what that feels like? I'm not as good as a dog abroad, but in the country, those women are worse than dogs. And what's worse, they even asked for my finger. They deserve to die themselves. The man's expression became hideous. That's fine. I wouldn't have to go back. It's been 3 years, and they still want me to go back. And my dad is all set for me to go back, to trade for something. It doesn't matter if we die on both sides anyway. In that case, it would be better to destroy them together. The man looked at Chen Chen with a relieved face. There's one more place you left out of what you just said. It's where the eyeball is in the center. You make an intersecting line of all the dots. There's an intersection. That intersection has all the evidence of all the bad things my dad has done over the years, as well as Wang Hao's body. I hate you for catching me, but I also thank you for letting me escape from hell. I'm finally relieved. The man looked at Chen Chen and said, No, you're wrong. You're going to hell for killing so many people. Chen Chen coldly got up and walked out. Big brother, what's going on? What did you guys go in there and talk about? Why is that man crying? Just as Chen Chen came out, Wang He greeted him. Just now they were watching from outside in a daze. Several times he tried to go in but was stopped by Kishiretsu. Get out of the way. I'm Dukshin's lawyer. Now I demand that you suspend all interrogation and forced confessions, or I'll sue you. It was at this point that a group of men in uniform approached. Late, he has confessed. Wang He immediately organized police forces to search for bodies around here. Shinobu, here's the recording from earlier. Everything that needs to be said. Hand it over to the first officer and the others. Chen Chen shrugged and gave the two men his cell phone and a recorder. You're baiting. I'm going to sue you. The lawyer at the head of the group was outright dumbfounded. Obviously let someone pass a message in. How can you still recruit? That kid didn't even last an hour? Asshole. Who let you in? The two big brothers, Elder Gong and Elder Wang, also walked in. We have the right to. You've got a ing right. Those people were going to argue about something else when they were impatiently interrupted by Elder Gong. This is my student. I arranged the crime solving and arrest. Tell the people who hired you to call me anytime they have a problem. My last name is Gong. Elder Gong spoke to the men. My last name is Wang. Or you can come to me. Elder Wang also stepped forward. And me, my last name is Qi. Director Qi stepped forward as well. The three bigwigs stood in front of Chen Chen in unison. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly. After all, evil can't defeat good. Chapter 67, Droughts die of drought, floods die of waterlogging. After three bigwigs stood up to Chen Chen, the rest went much smoother. That afternoon, according to the location marked by Chen Chen, the Kyoto police applied for the support of the armed police and used more than 2,000 people to conduct a search, and all the bodies were successfully found. As for Elder Gong, they also found a lot of information and evidence, as well as Wang Hao's corpse. According to the location Chen Chen instructed, Shen Tianlong not only confessed the whole process, but also reported the person who tipped him off. The serial murder case was successfully solved. Chen Chen, you're simply too powerful. Take us with you. Chen Chen, truly living up to his name. Yes, Chen Chen. The serial murder case has been hanging around Kyoto for several years, and I was thinking of taking it out for you to test in the follow-up session, but I can't believe that it was just solved by you. I think Chen Chen's greatest strength is still time. We spent so much time and put in so much effort, only to go astray in the end. When Chen Chen came out, he was instantly surrounded by officers from the Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade. Ahem, you all are flattered. Luck, pure and simple. I was just going to rent a car and go out for a spin, and I didn't think I'd run into it. Chen Chen said with a smile. Just don't be modest. Sometimes luck is a form of strength. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade changed his previous attitude and patted Chen Chen's shoulder and said, this sentence almost made Song Yang's nose beside him go askew. These words, he had said to Chen Chen twice before, ended up falling in the pit twice, and now it was being used to praise Chen Chen. Song Yang almost spat out blood. Cut. What does solving a case by luck tell you? Is it hard to believe that you'll need luck to solve cases from now on? Song Yang couldn't help but interject. Hey, I say Song Yang, didn't you yell before that luck is part of strength? How come you won't admit it when it comes to Chen Chen? You're quite the double standard. That's right, must be jealous of Chen Chen. Luck also requires strength. That's called stepping on. You're not even lucky. Before Chen Chen could open his mouth, a few police officers couldn't help but taunt. You guys. Song Yang did not expect that the people of the Criminal Investigation Brigade would all help Chen Chen to speak. Song Yang, stop pretending. We still don't know how much you weigh. If you hadn't taken the lead, we wouldn't have gone so far. If you weren't screened and recommended from below, we'd wonder if you were an accomplice or undercover agent in a serial murder case. The trio from the Orange Province also had no problem taunting. Fart. You wallflowers. What skills do you guys have? You only know how to follow Chen Chen and eat the ready-made. Song Yang looked at the several people with annoyance. That's better than following your two brothers. You can't even eat in time to get it hot, and you're still net following your back. A few people taunted. Humph. Enough. This is our brigade. Get out of here if you're not involved. Song Yang was annoyed and about to lash out when he was stopped by the captain of the Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade, viciously glaring at Song Yang. This Song Yang is staggering, just started yelling that he caught the murderer, but it turned out to be a scavenger. Later on, they said they caught the killer, but it turned out to be a bag replacement. If it hadn't been proven above that he was okay, they locked Song Yang up for interrogation long ago. How dare you blather here? Chen Chen. Say nothing. On behalf of the brigade, I'd like to express our gratitude. Here's our prize money, all for you. Also, I heard you padded your own expenses to solve the case. We reimburse them all. After the senior captain blasted away Song Yang, he came to Chen Chen and spoke. The first sergeant is so open. It's been ready for a long time. Chen Chen took out a stack of invoices and reimbursement forms. 31,832? That much? How come there are still zeros and holes? The brigadier was dumbfounded as soon as he received it. It had the cost of the Ferrari rental car, the cost of gas, and surprisingly, $1,000 tip for the doorman. I'm sorry, but I've just given my word. Report. Solving a serial murder case can be more than just a matter of money. What's at stake is the reputation of their Kyoto CID team. How much is this? Chen Chen, there's a girl at the door looking for you. It's a big beautiful girl. While the crowd was surrounding Chen Chen, a police officer walked in. Big beautiful girl? Chen Chen froze. Kishozu was also stunned. I don't know anyone in Kyoto. I'll go out and see. Chen Chen walked out doubtfully. Kishozu followed closely behind with a beak. Chen Chen walked out to see that it was the girl named Shinjai. Seeing Chen Chen come out, Shinjai waved her hand at Chen Chen. What brings you here? Chen Chen walked over. The police told me all about it. Thank you. You saved me. If you hadn't caught the murderer in time, perhaps I would have been victimized by him. I really didn't think that he would be like that. Shinjai spoke to Chen Chen. At that time, when Shin Tianlong was taken away at the scene, the most confused person was also Shinjai. How not to believe it at first, but after seeing the evidence later, the aftermath was so bad that I almost didn't pass out. He also knew from the police that he had been saved solely because of Chen Chen. Only then did he want to thank Chen Chen in person. Knowing people is not enough. I can't blame you for that one. After all, so many girls have not escaped before. Better be careful in the future. Chen Chen waved his hand. But I'm luckier than all of them. Shinjai looked at Chen Chen and said, Lucky? Chen Chen froze. Because I met you. Shinjai looked at Chen Chen with a red face. Looking at Shinjai's eager eyes, Chen Chen somewhat helplessly touched his nose. Can I buy you dinner? Shinjai lightly bit her lips and asked Chen Chen. Sorry, he has a meeting later. Wait until you get a chance later. Going in for a meeting. Before Chen Chen could say anything, Shi Xiaozhu's voice sounded from behind. Shinjai looked at the way she crossed her arms and huffed and shouted at Chen Chen on the side, and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It's amazing that such a handsome man is occupied by another woman. Still such a goddess of the police. One is hopeless. Well, thank you. Shinjai extended her hand to Chen Chen. Little things. Chen Chen shook his hand and headed inside. This case is solved. Why are we meeting again? Who drives? Chen Chen asked with some bewilderment. No one's driving. I'm hungry. Accompany me to the cafeteria. Shi Xiaozhu said as she took Chen Chen's arm and walked towards the cafeteria. Alas, the drought is dead. The flood is dead. Big brother, this is too happy. Red flags at home, colorful flags outside. A model for my generation. Wang He looked at Shinjai, who walked out of the police station with a face full of envy, and then looked at Shi Xiaozhu, who walked away on Chen Chen's arm, and shook his head enviously. 2 days later, all teams solved the case successfully. Some are cooperative, some are tit for tat, and some are competitive with each other, but no less than the filtered elite. The cases were all resolved. Here are the scores announced for the first round of the competition. First place, Peninsula Province, 30 points. Second place, Kyoto, River, Flower and Mountain Provinces, 10 points. Third place, Other, 3 to 5 points. Fourth place, River Province, 0 points. Director Z spoke to the crowd. Chapter 68, Who's Not Convinced? Hearing Director Chi's words, many of the team members were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Isn't a perfect score only 10? How come there's a 30 out of 30? It's not right. Our province is in the same group as Kyoto, and we scored 3 points for the whole paddling. How did this 0 point come out from Jiang Province? I don't suppose anyone from the Peninsula Province is sending gifts? That's right. Obviously we solved the case a little bit earlier than them. Why do they score high? There was a lot of chatter from the crowd. Originally, before starting the game, Chen Chen and the others stepped forward and offended them all with the phrase, the left and right people here are all trash, all waiting to compete in this bout. As a result, the peninsula saved 30? That's no way to cheat. I know you have your doubts, but this is the end result. Director Chi tapped his fingers heavily on the table. Director Chi, you guys can't be so blatantly harboring people, right? Our group was the first to solve the case. When we came back from arresting someone, we also heard that Chen Chen and the others were interrogating the murderer. What makes it higher than us? At that moment, a disgruntled police officer stood up and spoke. Yeah, and as I said before, it's out of 10. And we got 10 points for solving the case. They actually scored 30 points? Isn't that cheating? And why is Song Yang and his group 0 points? Seeing that someone had stepped forward, a number of other people stepped forward. Song Yang, who was keeping his head down on one side, didn't expect to lie down and get shot. An angry glare was directed at the constable who had spoken. You're a idiot. What did I ever do to you? You called my name? If you don't say anything, no one else notices the old 0. Now it's all known. I knew you guys would ask that. But you're wrong. The Peninsula Province breaks down in 9 hours, and the fastest time for any other group was 37 hours. The interrogation of the prisoners you saw when you came back was Chin Chen and the others solving their second case, the Kyoto serial murder case. Director Z stood up and spoke. Kyoto serial murder? Is this case solved? No way. Isn't this case hung up? How did Chen Chen break it? 9 hours to solve the case? This is a monster. The second place took more than 4 times as long as them. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's too much, isn't it? When the crowd heard this, they were incredibly cross-eyed. Next to it, Lung Xiaodong sat with a grimace on his face. Before the meeting started, he had already known about Chen Chen and his colleagues solving the case from his colleagues. I didn't realize that Chen Chen had solved that serial murder case as well. It really took him by surprise. As he watched the crowd murmur about Chen Chen, Lang Xiaodong quietly glanced towards one of the group members next to him. The group member understood and stood up. Director Chi, this is out of order, isn't it? At the time of the tournament, we were all scored on a case-by-case basis. Wouldn't it be unfair to the rest of us contestants for them to accumulate points with 2 cases in the peninsula? The group said slowly. Yeah, Chief Chi, it didn't say we could solve more cases in the first place. If we had known, we could have claimed an extra case. 2. That's so unfair to us. We're going to have a rematch. Hearing the man say that, a number of people got up and responded. First of all, this serial murder case wasn't purposely applied by Chin Chen and the others. It was drawn out because of someone's bad judgment. The cases were almost merged at the time, but were vetoed by Chin Chen. And after transferring the file out, there was no unjustified return to the file. Chen Chen, which they continued to detect this case. Director Z spoke slowly. The words were just finished. Everyone looked at Song Yang in the corner in unison. 9 times out of 10, this is the same somebody that Director Chi was talking about. No wonder it scored 0 points. Song Yang couldn't wait to stick his head inside his pants. Grass. Again. This also thought to come to the gold-plated to make a few contacts. This is completely finished. As for the other 20 points, it's because Chin Chen not only solved the serial murder case, but also avoided the next victim. Without Chen Chen, not only would there be a next victim, the murderer would have to leave the country. Once he escapes, our entire Dragon Country's criminal police will be nailed to the pillar of shame. Do you guys still think those 20 points weren't deserved? Director Chi said in a cold voice. In addition, after Chen Chen and the others solved the case, there was a gap of more than 2 days before the second place solved the case. All of you here are police officers, here not just for the competition, but to solve the case, to give an explanation to the victims. Chen Chen, he's not a police officer, but he didn't stay idle after solving the case and took the initiative to take on the heavy responsibility of solving the case. And it's still a solved serial murder case from Kyoto from 3 years ago. Doesn't that spirit leave you police officers here with no shame? You guys still have the nerve to stare and ask questions here? I'm blushing for you guys. Director Chi became more and more angry as he spoke, slapping the table and standing up. Hearing Director Chi's words, everyone was instantly honest. No more bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The score given to Peninsula Province was a joint opinion of the 3 of us. Anyone who has a problem with that, withdraw from the match immediately. Let's move on to the second session. Director Chi coldly scanned everyone, took out a stack of volumes. You should also know that the purpose of this National Criminal Investigation Competition is not only for you to exchange ideas, but more importantly, to clear up the backlog of cases. There are going to be cases all over the country that can't be solved. And just because we can't keep an eye on them because of police capacity doesn't mean we're going to let the killer off the hook. Originally, the Kyoto serial murder case was placed at this stage, but it has been solved by Chin Chen. I'm sure you understand the difficulty of these cases. Director Z spoke slowly. Holy, doesn't that mean that the cases in this second match are all unsolved cases from all over the place? It's not going to be easy if it all follows the difficulty of the Kyoto serial killings. Definitely back then Kyoto set up a task force has not been detected. The difficulty can be imagined. Director Chi, the pattern this time, is it still the same as the first one? Is it going to be regrouped? Someone asked. Hearing the man's words, many people's eyes lit up. Chen Chen is the one who solved the serial murder case in Kyoto. This would definitely be favorable if he could be in a group with Chen Chen. Chapter 69 Genius is nothing more than a threshold to meet me. No, after the first match, we realized that we did underestimate you guys. 3 groups of 1 case is too condescending. This second bout, re-break it up. 2 teams for PK. Director Z said to the crowd. Director Chi, are the 2 teams competing to see who solves the case first? A police officer asked. This is the most important of them all, but it's not limited to that. In the first match, there were a lot of teams that had a lot of arguments over criminal investigation resources. So for this second match, after either side occupies the criminal investigation resources, the other side can only look in other directions. For example, if one side discovers the clues to the autopsy first, then the other side loses all the clues to the autopsy. The competition is all about sensitivity to the case, Director Z said to the crowd. Doesn't that mean that whoever has the idea of detection first will have the complete upper hand? Yeah, one step ahead of the game. Yeah, there's only so many entry points to a case, and we all came out of CID school, so it should be pretty much the same. Listening to Director Chi's words, the crowd murmured, Director Chi, won't this mean that it will slow down the progress of solving the case? It'll go faster if all of us are together, right? A police officer questioned. The cases in this competition are all unsolved cases hanging around. It's one that we haven't even solved before by setting up a task force. So instead of the urgency and timeliness of solving a case, you are required to cut your teeth on more and more diffuse ideas of criminal investigation, Director Z explained. Listening to Director Chi's words, the crowd finally understood the meaning of the above. To put it bluntly, there's no telling how many officers have been involved in these cases before, and quite a few ideas have certainly been tried. In this way, it's also about forcing new ideas and directions. And how are the groupings divided? Lang asked as he slowly stood up. Choose your own opponent, 2 by 2. Then assign the case. Director Chi glanced at everyone in the room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's no way to pick Chen Chen and his group. Yeah, whoever picks Chen Chen and his group, won't they be running with them the whole time? Listening to this, we're not the only ones who are jealous of Chen Chen. Hurry up and choose. Let's both form a team. Otherwise the remaining single ones will have to form a team with Chen Chen. As soon as Director Chi's words fell, almost everyone looked in unison in the direction where Chen Chen was. Kishiretsu pursed her lips and smiled. In the beginning, everyone was not looking at their peninsula province, even thought at one point they were still down this time. However, after a competition, everyone was scornful of them under Chen Chen's incomparable strength. It's awesome. Ha ha ha. Whoever doesn't want to be in our group. Surname Son, didn't you disobey before? Keep coming. Wang Yi was not like Qi Xiaozhu, who hid it in his heart and directly stepped on the table and yelled. Son Yang almost burrowed under the table when he heard this. They've scored a nil and are currently bottom of the table, just waiting for the second game to get their blood back. If this continued to compete with Chen Chen and the others, there was absolutely no possibility of turning the tables. His father would skin him if he went back. I hear you guys are pretty good. I'd like to see that. Still really think you guys are assured of first place? It was at this moment that a contemptuous voice rang out from the side. The crowd looked over, only to see the 3 people from Kyoto, led by Lang Xiaodong, standing up. It's the Kyoto team. Lang Xiaodong is known as a genius graduate. I know him. He was booked by the Kyoto CID brigade back in the day before he graduated. It can be harder to stay in Kyoto than the provincial office. Lang Xiaodong's strength is terrifying. I heard that during the first match, Lang Xiaodong and the others were delayed for a long time because they went back to deal with the team's case. According to this, wouldn't that be even better than Chen Chen? This is part-time participation in the competition. Looking at Lang Xiaodong as he stood out, many of the officers seemed to recognize him. Get a grip. I'm paying my own way to compete, unlike you guys who are paid to. Hurry up and solve the case and hurry back. Chen Chen didn't care about any geniuses at all. Genius? Cut. Genius is nothing more than the threshold for meeting me. Yes. Seeing that Lang Xiaodong and their Kyoto group had chosen Chen Chen's group, Elder Gong and several of their bigwigs were also excited. Within these groups, the 2 of them were leading the strength break, and if they really competed with the other groups, it would be purely abusive. They were rather looking forward to what kind of sparks would erupt from the competition between these 2 talented groups. Even the pattern of this second match was set up for both of their groups. Soon, the rest of the group was assembled in pairs. Here's your group's case file. 7 years ago, the 319 mass murder case. 7 years ago, the killer killed 5 people, but he's been off the radar ever since. In these 7 years, we have never given up the hunt for the murderer, but there have been no leads. Director Chi placed the dossier on the table in front of Chen Chen and Lang Xiaodong, speaking to the crowd about the basic facts of the case. The cases go together. This is our home turf after all. Don't say we're bullying you. Lang picked up the dossier first. Well, since it's your home turf, we're the guests, so you, the host, can be the waiter and read to us? Chen Chen nodded, crossed his legs and sat down. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Lang Xiaodong's face sank. I wanted to use the identity of the Kyoto police force to press Chen Chen and them a bit, but I didn't expect Chen Chen's attitude to be directly anti-client. 7 years ago, the killer killed 5 people in a 7-month period. The killings were done in different ways, and at first there was no merger done until after the 5th case, when the police set up a task force. New soot was found at 5 of the scenes. It suggests that the killer had gone back to the scene before determining that it was a serial killer, but after the merger, the killer disappeared. Lang displayed the information from the dossier as he spoke. Wait, I recognize this second dead man. As the crowd was looking at the dossier, Kishengzu interrupted a few people and picked up one of the photos. That's right. This is the grandpa who sells cold skin at the back door of our Kyoto Police Academy. The second victim was his daughter? Kishozu said, pointing to one of the people in the photo. Chen took the photo and looked at it. The photo was of a middle-aged man with gray hair. You graduated 3 years ago, right? This man was at the back door of the police academy at the time? You never knew? Chen asked Qi Xiaozhu. I remember when I first went to the police academy before this older guy went. At that time the back streets were being renovated and a lot of stalls appeared. This uncle is going to buy many of our classmates because he makes authentic cold skin at a good price. Usually he doesn't smile much. I didn't realize there was such a story. Kishiretsu nodded. Visit all the families of the deceased immediately. Lang Xiaodong stood up with a flourish. You're cheating. Obviously we mentioned the clue. Wang He was displeased. I'm also a graduate of Kyoto Criminal Investigation University, and I recognized it just now. The rule is whoever sets the direction first counts. From now on, you will not be able to question these families. Lang Xiaodong glanced at Chen contemptuously and got up to walk out. Kishengzu's heart couldn't help but sink. That's when you realize how difficult the second rules competition is. Big brother, what do we do? The situation recorded in the case file is still different from the actual situation, so I'm afraid it will be troublesome if we don't have direct contact with the family. Wang He was also a bit anxious. No need to be nervous. After so many inquiries, all the volumes that should be recorded should have been recorded. We just need to go and talk to a family member to confirm the accuracy of the dossier account. Chen was unconcerned. But the problem is, we can't have contact with the families right now. Wang He grimaced bitterly. Even though we can't ask questions, I remember Shinobu once told me that the cold skin at the back of their police academy is delicious. It's not easy to go back to Kyoto once. Don't you treat us to a cold skin? We don't ask questions, but it's always okay to go buy coolers, right? It's not against the rules to have a brief chat with the owner when you buy a cooler, is it? Chen said to the two with a smile. Chapter 70, So Wrong. The back door of Kyoto Criminal Investigation University. Lang Xiaodong and the others had just finished questioning Uncle Sun, who was selling cold skin, when they saw Chen and the others walking over. Chen, what are you doing here? It's against the rules to ask questions. Lang Xiaodong sneered and spoke to Chen. Who told you I was here to inquire? Can't we just come and buy cold skin? You guys are too lenient? You live by the sea? Boss, 3 coolers. Chen disliked him nonchalantly and turned his head to the boss. Have a seat inside. Didn't you graduate? And this is back? Although the boss did not recognize Chen, he seemed to have some impression of Qi Xiaozhu. Uncle Wang, you still remember me? I haven't had it in years since graduation, and I had a craving, so I brought 2 friends over to try it. Kishozu stepped forward and said, let's go. Lang Xiaodong sneered. Long Xiao, we don't care about them? A police officer next to him spoke. How do you manage? You can control people buying coolers? They can only see one even if they're playing hard to get, and the others don't do business at all. Besides, this guy has nothing of value to offer and says exactly the same thing as the dossier. Let's go to the next one. Lang Xiaodong coldly led the men away. Inside the cooler, Chen and the others feasted on the cold skin, which did taste good. Is this a re-investigation of a previous case? Those guys came back a while ago and asked a lot of things. Did the killer get any new leads? There weren't many people in the store now, and Uncle Wang sat down on one side. Sort of. We haven't given up on tracking down the killer in this case. There's been a deliberate effort to get some people to investigate in the recent past. Kishozu spoke vaguely. No wonder old who came to me the day before yesterday. And there are so many of you today. It would be great if you guys could catch the killer. Uncle Wang sighed. Old who? You mean, Captain who? Chen asked from the side, and both Qi Xiaozhu and Wang He were confused. Yeah, I heard he's been retired for a couple years and said he was doing some kind of paperwork at the police academy and stopped by to see me. Uncle Wang nodded. Whose team who? Qi Xiaozhu gently asked Chen. It's the captain who was in charge of the case back then, but was forced into early retirement because the case wasn't solved. It's all in the file, don't you remember? Chen asked. Qi Xiaozhu and Wang He both rolled their eyes in unison. The case file is a dozen centimeters thick. At that time, he watched Chen pick it up and flip through it haphazardly, but he was able to memorize even such subtle information. Uncle Wang, what happened then? Can you tell us more about it? Chen asked to Uncle Wang. Alas, Uncle Wang sighed and told that which happened at that time once again. Okay, sorry to interrupt today. After Chen heard this, he led a few people to get up and take their leave. Big brother, the way I hear the meaning, it seems to be basically the same as what the dossier recounts. And that night, he went to work as a sorter at the courier station, even later than the police arrived, and there were no valuable clues. It was kind of a wasted trip this time. If Lang Xiaodong and the others make a move, we'll have to think of a good reason for it. Wang He said helplessly. Not for nothing, at least just now. he didn't tell the whole truth. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Not telling the truth? Can't, can you? It's all the same as the dossier notes. Xiaozhu and Wang He were taken aback, not about case skills, but about that Captain Hu. Just now, when he mentioned that Captain Hu had come to find him, his subconscious eyes drifted to the left, and after realizing that I was looking at him, he immediately rubbed his nose again. I'm thinking that he didn't have to lie about Captain Hu, and it's hard to believe that when Captain Hu came to see him, it wasn't to go to the police academy on business. As he said, "Go talk to this Captain Hu," Chen Chen said to the two. Jingle bells. A few people had just gotten on the bus when Chen Chen's cell phone rang. What? Chen Chen listened with some surprise. Okay, our team will be right there. Chen Chen hung up the phone. What's wrong? Xiaozhu and Wang He hurriedly asked. Just got word that Captain Hu was killed, and at the scene, the same soot was found as before. Chen Chen said with a grim face. Kyoto suburbs, the second floor of a dilapidated building. A body sprawled in the living room aisle. The dead man had gray hair, but looked no older than his 50s. A number of police officers around them were busy with sad faces. This man was familiar to them. Originally, he was the captain of the Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade, a police officer on the 319 Homicide Task Force 7 years ago. He did show up. 7 years and he still shows up. The current chief of Kyoto's Criminal Investigation Brigade said with a grave expression on his face. 7 years ago, the 319 mass murder case was not solved. Along with the entire Criminal Investigation Brigade was implicated that year. They have been disciplined from top to bottom. Many police officers have even taken early retirement and left the public security forces. However, a number of people still did not let the case go, and the old police officer who was killed was the then captain of the Serious Crimes Unit. The body has been preliminarily examined. The time of death was between 8 and 9 o'clock last night, and the fatal wound was a cut in the carotid artery. However, there was a blood mark on the deceased's neck, suspected to have been caused by strangulation with ultrafine wire rope within 1 millimeter in diameter. The deceased had a number of bruises and contusions on his body and had been in a violent struggle before his death. A forensic scientist spoke from the sidelines. Thanks, Shang. Having you as a medical examiner saved us a lot of time. Lang Xiaodong went up to greet the forensic doctor, not forgetting to glance back at Chen Chen, however, didn't bother with them, but squatted down next to the corpse here and watched. You don't have to look. Zhang is the top forensic scientist in the whole of Kyoto, someone who has given training to your various provincial offices before. You're not questioning Zhang's ability, are you? Lang Xiaodong said to Chen Chen with a cold smile. It's not a good idea to question it. All I can say is that it's dead wrong. Chen Chen clapped his hands and stood up. What did you say? Listening to Chen Chen's words, that forensic pathologist surnamed Zhang's face couldn't help but be gloomy as well. First, the fatal injury was not a severed carotid artery, but soft tissue asphyxiation caused by the ultrafine wire rope. Secondly, the blood on the dead man's body was not only the dead man's, but also the murderer's. The reason the killer cut the carotid artery was to cover up the fact that he was injured. Chen Chen pointed to the dead man on the ground and slowly said, Chapter 71, even if you're not capable, you don't even know it. This can't be right. I personally examined the body. How could there be such a low-level error? And how do you know the killer was injured? Dot Chang squeezed his way to the front and waved his arms. That's right, you're a private detective who dares to talk nonsense in front of Kyoto's forensic authority. Still think you're somebody? Originally I thought you had a bit of a doorway, but now it looks like you should have bought Wang He to pile up this persona of yours, right? If I'm not mistaken, those previous cases were all solved by Wang He. Brother Wang He, are you being threatened in some way? Lang Xiaodong looked at Wang He and asked. Threaten, you big creep. Are you out of your mind or kicked by a donkey? Wang He's two eyes were as white as bronze bells. Is the man in front of me, who speaks in a serious manner, suffering from some serious brain disease? No wonder there's such a backlog of cases. Even if you're poorly capable, you don't even realize it. Easiest way to do it, just go get those bloodstains tested. Chen Chen shook his head breathlessly. Humph, nonsense. Test blood samples in situ immediately. Why don't you tell me why my analysis is wrong? Forensic Dr. Zhang instructed a few forensic doctors and coldly looked at Chen Chen. I take it that the reason you judged the deceased to have died by slashing the carotid artery was because the deceased was not characterized by asphyxiation? Chen Chen said indifferently. That's natural. If the victim was really strangled because of the wire rope, the body would have been characterized by asphyxiation. And the only fatal injury to the deceased so far is the carotid artery. What makes you say the victim's throat wasn't cut? Dr. Zhang questioned. Because of the blood at the scene. Chen Chen pointed around. Blood at the scene? The crowd looked around. The carotid artery was cut at the lower right side of the deceased's neck, and if the death was due to the cutting of the throat, the blood must have jetted. But with the dead man's head in the way, the blood should show spatter all around. No such marks appeared at the scene. It means that the deceased was already killed when his throat was cut. As for the lack of asphyxiation, as you put it, it's because the wire rope used by the murderer was less than 1 millimeter in diameter. A wire rope this sharp would not only cause asphyxiation, it would even cut into flesh and blood. And if you check the victim's throat, there should be some kind of soft tissue in it for the larynx. Chen Chen pointed at the corpse. Listening to Chen Chen's words, forensic pathologist Zhang crouched down in disbelief to check. Sure enough, a piece of crushed laryngeal cartilage was literally found in the deceased's throat. Oh my god, I can't believe it's really choking. Never before have I encountered such a thin wire rope strangulation. Coroner Zhang looked at Chen Chen incredulously. He practiced forensics for many years and became one of the best in the profession with his superb understanding and talent. But I didn't expect it. There are so many other situations that one has never encountered before, and the police around them were dumbfounded. If anything, they don't know much about autopsies, but for scene trace analysis, it's a must for them, especially the blood trails. But all of them subconsciously listened to the conclusions of the coroner after they saw that there was a coroner on the scene, and neglect to make an analysis of the scene yourself. See, my big brother's ability is there, and I'm still the one who solved the case? My big brother's ability leaves me 7 or 8 blocks behind. Just you're not even worthy of my big brother's shoes. Wang He was the first to react and pointed at Ling Xiaodong's nose. We only just arrived and didn't have time to survey the scene before you did. Who else couldn't see the problem with the blood spray? Ling Xiaodong's face sank and he said with a terse neck, Director Zhang, the bloodstain test results are out. 2 different blood types indeed. Chen Chenquan was right. The murderer is injured. At that moment, a nearby forensic scientist said excitedly, asterisk. How was Chen Chen able to tell? Yeah, how can you tell when the bloodstains are all exactly the same? Is it hard to be a mechanical analyzing eye? It's simply too powerful. If it wasn't for Chen Chen, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known about such an important clue. The murderer is injured, so we can reduce the scope of our lineup considerably. The surrounding police officers looked at Chen Chen with admiration. Even though you guys are also in a race, this one is still the same murderer as the previous 319 mass murder case. We'll merge the cases immediately. In addition, I've already had all the surveillance data from 7 years ago sent to the conference room, so if any of you need it, I'll arrange for manpower to help you line it up. The first captain came over to a few people. Boss, 7 years have passed, and no matter how much more visiting means, it doesn't mean much. There were few traces left at the scene. It would be better to go to the surveillance to see if there are any clues. Yeah, I also think it's the most convenient way to go at the moment, especially with this new case. With far more surveillance than before, there's bound to be some kind of clue left behind. It's not just about finding the murderer, but also the dead this time. The murderer couldn't have taken such a risk and killed at this time. I suspect that this dead man may have tracked down some key clue. I've thought of that before. It might be worthwhile to trace the path of the deceased's recent activities to see. Then we need to hurry up and grab the surveillance. Don't let this Lang surname occupy the latrine. Chen Chen stroked his chin and calculated. Big brother, why don't we just skip the surveillance? How long would it take to watch all that surveillance? At this point, Wang He walked over to Chen Chen and asked, I'm sorry, you guys can go. According to the rules of the second contest, the scene and the walkthrough of the relatives belongs to us. You guys might as well go back to watching the surveillance and take your time studying it. Ling Xiaodong interrupted Wang He with a cold smile. Ouch, you're shameless aren't you? With the surveillance from 7 years ago, plus the 6 cases now, there are thousands of hours of surveillance. When are we going to be done lining up? Wang He said with a glare. That's none of my business. That's the way the rules are set. The people who are here, but our Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade, would have been the reinforcements we requested, naturally attributed to us. Ling Xiaodong mocked. Are you sure? Surveillance you guys aren't going to watch at all? Chen Chen almost didn't laugh out loud. The scene has been viewed. The body has been viewed. The deceased was divorced and lived by herself. There's no point in staying even if you continue to stay. Favor this size cute. Grab on and don't let go. Sure. Whoever regrets it is a grandson. Ling Xiaodong looked at Chen Chen with contempt. Alright, grandpas will go first. Chen Chen led Wang He and Shi Xiaozhu out. Long Xiao, they took advantage of you, a police officer said from the side. Shut up, I'm not deaf. Ling Xiaodong glared fiercely at the man. We'll see. I'll solve the case before you do. Ling Xiaodong gritted his teeth. Chapter 72 Big Brother, open or not? Big brother, do we really have to go back and look at the surveillance? So much surveillance, I'm afraid we're going to go blind. After walking out, Wang He asked Chen Chen. That's right, it's so unfair. Isn't this rule intentionally hard on us? When a case occurs here, naturally the people from the Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade will step in. Do we still need our Tianhai City people to come? That makes it theirs? Kishochu was also indignant on the side. Who said it was intentionally difficult for us? They'll have regrets when the time comes. Chen Chen waved his hand. Really? Are you having thoughts, big brother? Hearing Chen Chen's confident words, the eyes of both Wang He and Shi Xiaozhu lit up. Wang He, go get some equipment for me. At least 100 TVs that can broadcast surveillance images at the same time. Chen Chen spoke to Wang He. Okay, little big brother. You can rest assured. I'll get you 100 HD plasma TVs. Wang He nodded in agreement. Shinobu, go and pull up the old captain's activity route surveillance for the last 3 days for me. Anyone who can have the old captain's whereabouts, transfer them all. Chen Chen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu again. Okay, I'm going now. Kishozu nodded back. Call me when you two are ready. Chen Chen said. What are you going to do, big brother? Wang He asked. I'm going back to bed. Resting your eyes and smoothing out what you need to find can be half the battle. Chen Chen smiled. Big brother, you are simply too steady. I've never obeyed many people in my life except my grandfather, and you count as one. Wang He didn't expect Chen Chen to be so calm. Kishozu bristled instead. The three of them had come to participate in the competition and were completely unable to keep up with Chen Chen's thoughts, and she and Wang He had been completely reduced to Chen Chen's little followers. Looking at Wang He's worshipful appearance, he was on the verge of offering Chen Chen as an ancestor. You were called a genius detective before. How did you end up like this? Kishiretsu was speechless, but on second thought, when he was in the police academy at the time, he was also called a genius. But genius might just be a category of people. It's like an exam paper. They can take 100, is only 100, and Chen Chen took 100 because the paper was only 100. The difference is too great. Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade. When Chen Chen rubbed his eyes and walked into the conference room, the previously scheduled ones are completely ready. Even if Chen Chen was prepared, he was still a bit shocked and unable to close his mouth when he looked at the scene in front of him. Only the inside of the large conference room was filled with brand new HD TVs. There are hundreds of units. On one side of the conference room, 24 other officers stood. Next to him were Director Qi and Elder Gong and Elder Wang. What's this about? Chen Chen froze. Big brother, is it open? I bought 100 TVs straight away, and now I can definitely see. Wang He grinned and walked over. Chen Chen rolled his eyes furiously. Finally, I know what it means to be a rich kid. It's almost reckless. What happens when you buy so many TVs and use them up? Chen Chen, I heard from Shinobu that your group got the job of watching the surveillance. I thought you might need a hand, so I brought in some professionals. They all specialized in lining up surveillance before, and the captain even participated in the strongest brain, microscopic air identification. Having them assist should save you a little time. Otherwise it's probably going to be New Year's Eve before the three of you can get through all this surveillance. Elder Gong smiled and stepped forward. Elder Gong is here to see us laugh. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth twitched. He couldn't even believe that the old man in front of him was so kind. That's true if you say so. It's hard to imagine that your current resources can do much to build this case. I'm curious. I just don't want understaffing to be your excuse. Elder Gong nodded. All right, but I have no use for the men you brought. Not even the two of them. Chen Chen looked at the professional crowd next to him and pointed at Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu. What do you mean? I don't suppose you're planning on watching the surveillance alone? Listening to Chen Chen's words, Elder Gong and the others were dumbfounded. Yeah, I'm good enough on my own. Chen Chen nodded. Kid, you're too wild before your time. We left our jobs to help you, and you're mouthing off like that? If you alone can watch so many surveillance videos, what do you need us for? The captain next to him, Wang Heng, spoke to Chen Chen in dissatisfaction. Chen Chen, this still undoubtedly negated the significance and value of their existence. Then you'll just watch from the sidelines. As far as significance and value, all I can say is that there is, but it doesn't apply to every criminal investigator. Like me. Chen Chen waved his hand. You, okay, then we'll see how you can watch the video all by yourself. Wang Heng didn't bother arguing with Chen Chen and clasped his hands as he watched from the side. Put all the surveillance in chronological order and play it all at the same time. Chen Chen spoke to Wang He. Big brother, are you sure it's all video? That's too much, isn't it? Wang He was dumbfounded. The video footage given to this one is 80,000T, over 15,000 cumulative hours. Play them all? What are you looking at? Yeah, let's go twice as fast for now. I'll get used to it. Chen Chen nodded. Cut. Bragging is really not a good idea. Even if it's the captain, it's simply impossible to watch so many surveillance videos at once. Yes, who wouldn't look? The key is to find the key information from inside these videos we have seen. There is no valuable clues. He is pretending, and twice as fast? If he can tell anything, I'm quitting my job. Hearing Chen Chen's words, many of the surrounding police officers mocked. Even Elder Gong and Elder Wang were filled with dismay as they looked at the scene in front of them. This Chen Chen, it couldn't just be someone who could talk big, right? That's a bit of bull indeed. It's simply not possible for a human being to do that, is it? Almost there, quadruple time. While the crowd was talking, Chen Chen had already gotten into the swing of things. The officers in the audience rubbed their eyes and couldn't believe that they could see the clues in the image in front of them. 8 times faster. Chen Chen's calm and collected voice continued to ring out. Are you kidding? Teasing us? The captain was directly dumbfounded on the side and was about to go forward to stop him, but he was stopped by Gong Lao. Pause on 3. Go back 2.5 hours and zoom right down. Pause on 11. Back up 1 hour and 5 minutes and zoom in on the man under the streetlight. 47. Pause. Back up 32 minutes and 12 seconds and zoom under the left bus stop sign. Timeout 88. Rewind 47 minutes and 38 seconds and freeze. I found him. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled up slightly as his mouth kept sending out commands. Chapter 73. Is this the eye of heaven? Hearing Chen Chen's words, everyone looked at the screen in unison. In the middle of Chen Chen's framed image, a blurry silhouette could be vaguely seen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When did this figure appear? Yeah, I remember seeing this surveillance before, but it doesn't ring any bells. Doesn't that mean that unless a person watches all the surveillance all the time, they can't connect the dots? Are you kidding me? How can one person read it all? A group of police officers murmured incredulously. So it is. Elder Gong and the others also came to a realization. When they were looking at the surveillance, they were viewing it in separate people. The person in the center of the surveillance, if you look at it alone, you won't find any special circumstances at all. It's just a plain and ordinary person, wearing a hat to cover his face. The clothes on his body were also gray, and he belonged to a very inconspicuous person in the crowd. They weren't even paying attention at the time when they were lining up, but with the same person appearing inside so much surveillance, there's definitely something wrong. That's why they hadn't found it after watching so many surveillance videos, and Chen Chen was the only one who found it after watching all the videos. Chen Chen, you are simply, I don't even know how to describe it. It's nice to finally have a visualization of the killer after all this time. Elder Gong couldn't help but clap his hands and said, yeah, after all these years, we haven't even touched the killer. I didn't expect to find the killer inside the surveillance. With this clue, we're not heading in the wrong direction. Elder Wang also lamented on the side. At this point, the gazes of everyone on the scene were all fixed on Chen Chen. Chen Chen's behavior just now was simply unbelievable. Use 100 TVs at 8 times speed for fast playback. It's equivalent to an 800-fold increase in speed. They can't even imagine it. But Chen Chen did it on the contrary. The picture is too blurry. Not much information can be provided. All surveillance from 7 years ago is removed. Put up all the surveillance from the recent case. Chen Chen spoke to the crowd. I'll do it. I'll take care of this. I'll help too. As soon as Chen Chen's words fell, those technicians who had just stood on the side watching the fun swarmed up and helped Wang He and Shi Xiaozhu place the surveillance. This small test of Chen Chen's skill just now had completely shocked them. Among them, the one who worked the hardest was the captain who had just stalked his neck and yelled at Chen Chen. Bumper to bumper, he went up and replaced the surveillance video. He also didn't forget to turn his head and smile at Chen Chen. Some people blow awesome without a fight, but some people talk. That's really just stating facts. Straight up 8 times, Chen Chen spoke to the crowd. The video screen once again streamed and spun, but to everyone's surprise, this time Chen Chen did not call for a timeout. Until all the videos stopped, Chen Chen unexpectedly slowly closed his eyes. Everyone was in a daze. What's the situation? No clues found? It shouldn't be. The video is much clearer now than it was before. That's what I said. But Chen Chen didn't say anything just now. So this is a bit of a problem. Were you tired earlier? The crowd looked at Chen Chen with some confusion. I should already know who the murderer is. Chen Chen slowly opened his eyes. One moment. Everyone froze. Elder Gong and the others even pulled out their ears in disbelief. Did I just hear him say that he knows who the killer is? Did I hear you right? Elder Gong asked to Elder Wang. Seems to me that sounds about right. That is unlikely, isn't it? The two of us were watching the whole thing down just now, and besides getting our eyes bleary, we don't have any clues at all. Elder Wang also spoke with wide eyes. This time, the reason the two of them followed Chen Chen to take a look at the surveillance video, one was to see if Chen Chen had any new ideas, and the second was to see Chen Chen's process of solving cases. But look no further. First, Chen Chen 100 screens to watch the monitor at the same time. It almost made the two old men's jaws drop to the floor in shock, and then 8 times faster. The two old men who watched almost slapped each other's ears to make sure it wasn't true. Finally Chen Chen even closed his eyes to think for a while, and then opened them again, and said that he knew the murderer. Is this a bust? Fortune-telling isn't that fast. Big brother, who is the murderer? What's the situation? Really? Wang He asked incredulously. He had thought that he knew enough about Chen Chen's abilities, but he still hadn't kept up at all. Didn't even read it at all. You've all seen the murderer, the uncle who sells cold skin, Chen Chen said slowly. After one sentence, the entire conference room was once again silent. Chen Chen, you're mistaken, aren't you? Uncle Sun is the victim. His daughter is the second victim. How can he be the murderer? Qi Xiaozhu asked Chen Chen. What Chen Chen said was completely unacceptable to her. Yeah, Chen Chen, you can't say that nonsense. That's incredible too. This is a bit of a stretch. Just now I thought Chen Chen had a point, but now it seems like it's pure nonsense. That's right, can't it be that he killed his own daughter? That old son too is already miserable. For Chen Chen to make such a wild identification is more or less excessive. It wasn't just Qi Xiaozhu. The surrounding officers were all shaking their heads. Many of them came out from the Kyoto Criminal Investigation University, and this old son too all know each other. And even because of the identity of this victim's family, they haven't gone to take care of his business. That's a load of crap. We've caught the killer. It was at this time that Lang Xiaodong and a few of them walked in. Caught the killer? Elder Gong and the others were also surprised. Right, with the recent case of the deceased being injured, we then followed that direction to line up hospitals and various clinics. Sure enough, we found a man with an arm injury, and when we caught him, he was stumped and couldn't explain how the wound came about. And in his house, we also found homemade cigarettes that burned exactly like the ashes at the scene. Even though he won't admit it, we've sent the blood samples for testing and we'll have the results soon. Lang Xiaodong and the others spoke triumphantly. Really? Elder Gong and the others were filled with shock. For a moment, it was hard to know who to trust. After all, Lang Xiaodong and the others did have the right idea, and there was also evidence like the white flower soot. I say Chen Chen, you analyze and analyze and analyze. It sounds like you have a board in evidence, but what's the point? It's only on paper. Now you're even saying that Uncle Sun is a murderer. He's the victim's family. Under normal circumstances, between husband and wife there might be a possibility, but between parents and children, there are only cases of children killing their parents. There has never been a case of parents killing their children. You've only handled a few cases? Not even close. Lang Xiaodong looked at Chen Chen with contempt. Finished? Chen Chen said indifferently. What do you mean? Lang was greatly annoyed. He didn't understand how Chen Chen could still be so calm when he had caught the murderer. You're looking down on me, aren't you? You've got the wrong guy, Chen Chen said slowly. Chapter 74, Blood Test Mismatch. You fart. Chen Chen, I haven't put up with you for more than a day or two. You're the only one who's good, aren't you? Just the murderer you caught is the murderer, isn't it? You're a private detective. What are you pretending to be in front of so many of us cops? I heard you were in a mental hospital earlier? Sick again? Lang Xiaodong taunted Chen Chen in annoyance. The blood match came back. It's happening right now. A man pushed his way in. Humph, Chen Chen, even if you're tough-talking, in front of the evidence, you're simply. As Lang spoke, he glanced at the report and his entire body froze. The remaining half of the sentence was swallowed right back into his stomach. Wang He looked at Lang Xiaodong's like and rubbed his head forward to snatch the report. The blood tests don't match. Grandson, you've got the wrong guy. Wang He pressed the test report into Lang Xiaodong's face. No match? That man is not a murderer? But what's with his injuries? And what's with the tobacco? Gong Lao asked in surprise. Just now that man confessed. He said that wound was cut by someone when he went to gamble and reneged on his debt, and he didn't dare to tell the truth for fear of being caught. But after hearing that the police thought he was a murderer, he confessed in a heartbeat. As for that tobacco, he picked it up on the road. He said he was in debt and too poor to buy cigarettes, so he took them home and rolled them. The constable spoke. Ha, this can't be right. This, Lang Xiaodong and the others were dumbfounded. I thought I'd hit the jackpot, but I fell for the killer's trap. Like I said, you've got the wrong guy. You said yourself that even if you talk tough, you simply can't defend yourself in the face of evidence. As for the tobacco leaves, I'm afraid that the murderer has sensed your actions and deliberately threw them away inside the city to divert your attention. Chen Chen shook his head. This, Lang Xiaodong's cold sweat instantly came down. You guys go ahead and step aside. Director Qi looked at Lang Xiaodong's three faces full of embarrassment and went up and waved his hand. He understood the strength of Lang Xiaodong and the others. This time the mistake was also related to the competition. In the end, it is still a young man, before and too proud, did not meet any setbacks, saw Chen Chen ability outstanding, too much want to prove themselves, but lost judgment. Chen Chen, don't be disturbed by the accident just now. You said that Master's son is the murderer. Is there any evidence? The way you think about solving crimes is just a little hard to understand. We can't answer to him simply on your word to arrest someone or to take a blood sample. In case it's wrong, Elder Gong stepped forward and said, they already feel sorry for the family for not solving the case for such a long time, and now they even have to say that he is the murderer. I am afraid that none of them can do it. Actually, I've been a little suspicious of him since the first time I saw him. At the time, he lied for reasons I couldn't figure out. But it wasn't until after the murderer was found injured at the scene that I renewed my suspicions. Chen Chen spoke slowly. Why? We didn't realize that Uncle's son was injured at that time. Kishiretsu still didn't understand. Do you remember what he was wearing at the store? Chen Chen asked. Clothes? I think it's a black duffel coat? Wang He recalled. Right, it's a black duffel coat. Kishozu nodded back. At that time, when we were eating the cooler in the house, Shinobu still felt hot and purposely took off her clothes. But he's the one who cooks, and yet he's wrapped up so tightly instead. You know, in his store, he doesn't just have cold skin, he also has meatloaf. The oven for the meatloaf pancakes was on all the time, and he was wearing such thick clothes when he was obviously hot and sweaty. What's more, when he was bringing over the cooler, there was a noticeable stutter in his left arm when he put it down, which I assumed was a sore shoulder from physical labor. I didn't think much of it at the time, but after seeing it at the scene, the deceased was left-handed, and when he was struggling with the murderer, he was holding the knife backwards and stabbing it, so the most likely thing to have stabbed was the murderer's left shoulder. This series of coincidences put together makes me deepen my suspicions, Shen Chen explained to the crowd. So it is. It really doesn't make sense to wear a duvet when you have to knead and make pancakes under normal circumstances. Yeah, I've seen those little store owners that even just wear a half sleeve. Yeah, it's supposed to cover the wound. According to Chen Chen analyzing it down like this, it does have a great possibility. Listening to Chen Chen's words, the crowd also realized that there was indeed something wrong with that person. That's why I made a point of checking the deceased's activity trajectory for the last 3 days. It was found that the deceased had been to the cooler in the middle of the night. You guys can look at number 3 after the 78th minute. Chen Chen spoke to the crowd. Wang Yi hurriedly followed the point in time that Chen Chen said and found the footage from that time. This is street surveillance from the snack bar at the back of the police academy. The cooler is in the upper right corner. The scene is dim, but you can still see a man knocking on the roll-up door. Where did all this surveillance come from? I don't remember seeing this figure during the screening earlier, Lang asked with wide eyes. The silhouette is so small, in a corner of the surveillance, that it's likely to slip past without a closer look. We were lining it up, but after 10 days of continuous fierce fighting, I'm afraid we missed this detail in the past, a nearby technician explained. Wait, no, since we missed it before when hundreds of people lined up the surveillance, how did Chen Chen find it? There's only 3 of them. Lung was dumbfounded. They were out investigating the case and were waiting to come back to see Chen Chen's joke about them lining up the surveillance. But he didn't expect Chen Chen to actually find a clue. No, to be precise, it was Chen Chen who discovered it alone. A police officer next to him told Lang Xiaodong about the process of Chen Chen checking the surveillance just now. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. One person looking at 100 screens at once, and 8 times the speed? And to discover such details? Kidding? Even a bee's compound eye is simply impossible. Long was full of disbelief. Shut up, haven't you seen it or got no brains? Just now, I, as well as Elder Gong and Elder Wang, were on the side to see with their own eyes. How can it be false? Shut the up. Stand aside and don't disturb Chen Chen analyzing the case. Director Chi nonchalantly stepped forward and angrily disliked him. He had seen that scene with his own eyes just now. How could it be false? Super abilities like Chen Chen's, or even supernormal capabilities, were the absolute top of their criminal investigation field. How dare you, a so-called little genius, come to touch me? Chen Chen, how do you know he's the deceased? Surveillance is limited in what it can capture. It's not easy to see. Director Chi immediately changed the subject. Chapter 75, Inverting the Big Dipper. While at the scene I realized that the deceased was left-handed and that he used his left hand when he knocked on the door. There are a lot of lefties, but there are definitely not too many. Chen Chen pointed at the screen. It was then that the crowd noticed that the figure was indeed slapping the roll-up door with his left hand. Secondly, judging by the conversation between the two, it's an acquaintance, but as you have said, Master's son doesn't have many relatives in Kyoto, and usually lives by himself, not to mention coming to him at night. And he said before that the old captain had visited him, but not in the middle of the night, and the fact that he could make the old captain visit in the middle of the night can only mean that he found a clue related to the murderer. It's not hard to judge these combined with the old captain's size, Chen Chen slowly explained. The crowd looked according to Chen Chen's analysis, and it was indeed the same as what Chen Chen had said. That doesn't make him a murderer. He's a family member of the deceased. Kisho Chu couldn't help but interject. At first I had that same question and looked into it along those lines, but nothing came up, until I was reminded at the last scene by the cigarette ash that the killer deliberately dropped on the scene. The fact that the killer leaves cigarette ashes behind every time he commits a crime suggests that they mean something extraordinary to him. Chen Shan said. Soot? The crowd was puzzled. I take it you guys have analyzed those soot? Chen Shan asked to a few police officers. Yes, that kind is not a common tobacco on the market. We went to the tobacco company specifically to identify it at the time, and they said it was white flower tobacco, but we don't know the killer's intentions in doing so, a police officer said. Nice. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are two main types of popular tobacco: safflower tobacco from the warmer southern regions, and yellow flower tobacco from the northern regions that is resistant to cold and drought. White flowered tobaccos are so rare that, even abroad, they are seen as ornamental plants, and it was this white-flowered tobacco that the killer used. He left the tobacco for the purpose of telling the police about his motive. Chen Shan said. Motive? The crowd looked at each other a little bit in disbelief. With no evidence whatsoever, not only did you find the murderer, but you were even able to deduce the murderer's motive? That's too much to believe, isn't it? Wait, you mean the killer didn't just kill randomly? The dead are connected? Elder Gong asked from the side. Good, there is a connection between the dead. Chen Shan nodded. This can't be right, Long yelled. At the time, we had already lined up the victims, and they didn't know each other and had no connections, and their characteristics didn't match, so we determined at the time that it was a random killing. That's what the task force said. At that time, Elder Gong and Elder Wang were also involved in the case, and both came to this conclusion. It's hard to believe that you're saying that Elder Gong and Elder Wang are wrong too? Long Xiaodong spoke to Chen Shen. The people around them nodded as well. This is something that they do analyze and argue. Right, they're wrong. Chen Shen shook his head. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Chen Shen dismissed Elder Gong's conclusion. Who is Elder Gong? Kyoto Big Brother the whole Dragon Country Criminal Investigation Field Top 5 bearer. The criminal investigation textbook now used by the police academy was written by Mr. Gong. Chen Shen actually said that Elder Gong was wrong? The inverted Big Dipper. And what would you say their connection is? Gong Lao's face was slightly stunned, but he still asked Chen Shen. I read a story once before when I was looking up white flower tobacco. Originally, this white-flowered tobacco had also been planted on a large scale on the outskirts of Kyoto, but because of the demanding growing environment, it was only centrally planted inside a few villages. When the Dragon Kingdom was developing at a high speed, there used to be a major demolition around Kyoto, and among them was a place called White Flower Village. Some developer had his eye on that area and got a piece of paper to move White Flower Village to the ground. The villagers at the time were growing white flower tobacco for a living, and the compensation given was simply not enough to resettle them, and they had lost their means of earning a living, so there was a great deal of resistance to the demolition at the time. Chen Shen spoke slowly. This incident does ring a bell with me. There was a lot of commotion, and we police used to go out to maintain order. I remember. There was also a death. It was smashed to death by the demolition. The person in charge and the demolition captain went in and lost a lot of money. But this thing? What does it have to do with the case? Director Z spoke from the sidelines. The family that was smashed to death at the time. A pregnant woman. 2 bodies. Chen Shen continued. Wait, you don't mean to say that Uncle's son was the man of the house at that time, do you? Kishiretsu asked with wide eyes. Highly probable. That's something that just needs to be checked out. Chen Shen nodded. You say yes or no? What about our white envoy? Do you realize that finding such things is time-consuming and useless? When Lang Xiaodong saw that Chen Shen denied even Elder Gong and the others, he became arrogant again. The connection between the dead makes it easy to know the identity of the killer. The first victim, Wang Guihong, 48 years old, died on her way out of the night shift. Her husband was the former head of the demolition team, and had just gotten out of prison 7 years ago. The second victim, Sun Dan, age 19, died at home. The third victim, Huang Yu, 30 years old, daughter of the owner of Gudai Real Estate, died in the mall parking lot. The fourth victim, Zhang Helling, 57, wife of a leader of the land approval department, died at home. The fifth victim, Lu Tongtong, 8 years old, died in the hallway in front of her house, the granddaughter of the person in charge. The dead may not be connected to each other, but the family members behind them are all connected to the White Flower Village demolition case. The reason for the soot is that the killer was there to honor his wife and children at the scene, and then it's a clue for the police. Chen Shen took out the dossier while finding the information he had found on his cell phone. Everyone was silent as they listened to Chen Shen's words. I didn't realize that several of the dead had this connection behind them, but they were just noticing the dead man himself at the time, but not digging deeper into the circumstances behind this. Even if they dug deeper, they would have a hard time connecting the dots without knowing about this news from over a decade ago. one time. Everyone looked at Chun Chen in shock. Is it still human to be able to reason to this extent on the basis of volumes and information alone? How do you know this white-flowered tobacco? You don't smoke either. When did you check the news again? How come I didn't notice any of this? Kishochu was full of doubts on the side. Hearing Chi Xiaozhu's words, the crowd also came back to their senses. Yeah. Who would have thought that news from over a decade ago would be connected to this case? When I was in the mental hospital, I had an oldest brother who was a veteran smoker, but the nurses at the mental hospital wouldn't let him smoke and he couldn't buy it. He then planted a few white-flowered tobacco plants of his own, and the nurses thought they were ornamental plants and didn't take them seriously, and he was blindsided. He had asked me to borrow a fire and I realized it was a tobacco. I made it a point to find out a little bit more about it from him at the time, and I looked it up online afterward, and I saw that story, Chen Chen said with a smile. So it is. Kishiretsu came to a realization. Chen Chen's memory was something she had seen before, and it was normal for her to be able to remember the news she had read. Act now. Arrest. Director Chi gave a loud yell, but when the crowd arrived at the snack street at the back door of the police academy, they were dumbfounded. The snack bar was thick with smoke at this point. A number of fire trucks and firefighters are busy inside. The original cooler was engulfed in flames. The hearts of the crowd sank. Chapter 76, The Cicada Shell. 2 hours later, the fire was finally extinguished. A body was found at the scene, which had been burned so badly that it was unrecognizable. What was the cause of the fire? Chen Chen asked the fire chief. It could have been caused by a leaking liquefied gas tank, which also created an explosion. I heard from neighboring stores that they were getting ready to open their doors when they heard the explosion. It's a good thing the explosion wasn't too powerful, but there was quite a bit of oil inside the kitchen and it burned violently. The fire chief spoke to the crowd. By the way, this is an ID card that should have blown off during the explosion and not been burned completely. The fire chief pulled out an ID card. Chen Chen took it over and saw that it was none other than Sun Dishing's. The faces of all the people were ugly. It was hard to find the murderer, but they didn't expect the murderer to be burned to death. Boss, it's not quite right. The dead body is too stretched out. It doesn't look like it was choked or burned to death alive. Rather, it looks like it was burned after it died first. Also too fishy. Just following the clues to find him. He had an accident. It can't be that coincidental. Yeah, I noticed that too. There's definitely something wrong with the body. And don't you think that the power of an exploding LPG tank is too small? The liquefied gas tank exploded and surprisingly it didn't even blow out the wall. It just blew through the glass and burned more. Could it be the golden cicada? A double? The body was burned in such a way that it could no longer be tested for DNA. And the murderer killed the old captain and knew that the police already had a blood sample, and that the burning was intentional. The logic is right, but without proof. The key is still to find the person. Where would he go? Boss, who killed everyone related to the case back then? He has gone incognito. The killing afterward must have been forced upon him because the old captain found evidence against him. Now that they've been exposed and a scapegoat has been found, the biggest possibility is to run away. If he really goes incognito from now on, it will be difficult to find him again. Hurry! Contact all cabs and provincial highway checkpoints immediately, Chen Chen said in a hurry. What's wrong with you, big brother? Need a pill? Wang He stepped forward and asked. Just now. Chen Chen had stared at the corpse for half a day before he suddenly wailed so loudly. It's too late to explain. Hurry! The body inside is probably a fake, and the killer is running. Chen Chen shouted. What? Fake? How is this possible? Hearing Chen Chen's words, the surrounding police officers gathered around. If it's normal for a fire to catch on fire from an operator error, the person must have struggled violently, so a lot of the people who burned to death mostly died in a very gruesome manner. But this body, though burnt to a crisp, is so stretched out that it probably died before it caught fire. The specifics can be dissected to see that there should be no soot in the lungs, and the power of the explosion of the liquefied gas tank will not be so small. He is making cold skin and meat buns, basically cannot use liquefied gas. This is just a blindfold. It is prepared in advance, Chen Chen said, pointing at the corpse. Hearing Chen Chen say this, Wang He slapped his head, not without a pang of remorse. Just now, I was so focused on my ID that I didn't think much about it. Asterisk 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 I can spot it too. Why didn't I notice it just now? Yeah, the course on field autopsy traces used to cover that before. How could I forget? But the ID is the murderer's, and it was left on purpose? This is the first time I've seen this kind of burnt corpse. How did Chen Chen know about it? He's seen so many corpses? Chen Chen's ability really isn't something to brag about. It's too powerful. Several of the officers murmured with chagrin as well. If we're going to arrest people, then we should also blockade the train and bus stations, right? A police officer asked. It won't. He threw away his ID on purpose just to confuse us. He wouldn't be able to use that identity anymore. Couldn't get a ride. Had to take a cab. An online taxi also requires a platform record. He can only choose a cab. Chen Chen spoke hastily. Hurry! Contact the cab companies immediately. They all have direct access to cabs. Be careful not to spook the snakes, Director Chi shouted immediately from behind. The news came quickly. A cab driver reported that he was pulling someone with the same description as the killer. But the news was heard that Sunderson had hijacked the cab driver to escape, but was forced to stop by the police car that rushed there and took the man back. Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade Interrogation Room. By what right did Chen Chen go in for interrogation? He's just a private detective. This is our Criminal Investigation Brigade, Long Xiaodong said with dissatisfaction. I was thinking that when I got to my own turf, I could score some points by interrogating the murderer myself, or else I might have to collect a big zero as well. But Director Chi surprisingly named Chen Chen to go in. Lang Xiaodong and the others panicked. Shut up. If it wasn't for you crossing the line and us following Chen Chen's line of thought to arrest someone, perhaps there wouldn't have been an explosion at all either. Shut up and look outside. Learn honestly. Director Chi drank in a cold voice. The three of them, Lang Xiaodong, lost their tempers. What are you arresting me for? Is it wrong for me to go out and travel? Inside the interrogation room, Sun Dishing saw Chen Chen come in and hurriedly spoke. Traveling? Then why did you rob the car? Chen Chen was a bit amused. How dare you try to deny it now? I don't know. I just heard you guys say I'm a murderer on the radio. Can I not be scared? This would surely be a crock if you police were to take it in. You police haven't caught the murderer for so many years. It's great to wrongly accuse people. Sundare-san is dead set on denying his guilt and taunting the police. Finished? Here's the blood analysis report. It's exactly the same as the murder scene. This kind of ironclad evidence can even lead to a conviction with zero confessions. Chen Chen placed the test report in front of him and spoke indifferently. Your injury is infected, and treating it yourself will certainly not yield as good a result as hospital treatment. And it hurts now, doesn't it? Even if you're older, you're still a former chief of detectives, and you deserve it. Chen Chen pointed to his arm, which was still oozing blood. Sundown couldn't help but stare. His mouth opened, and for a moment he didn't think of a reasonable explanation. We were at your house and found this. It is indeed quite beautiful. Back in the day, in your village, you all grew this white-flowered tobacco en masse, right? Chen Chen took out a photo. How do you know all this? Sun Dishing raised his head and looked at Chen Chen. Wasn't that the purpose of your leaving tobacco at the scene? To let the police know about it? You're not happy about it either, are you? Because inside your heart, you don't see yourself as committing a crime, but as taking revenge. Chen Chen asked. Chapter 77. How come Kyoto has only 3 points? Listening to Chen Chen's words, Sun Dishing lowered his head and did not speak. The demolition over 10 years ago resulted in the deaths of your wife and son, and although the people responsible went in, you don't intend to let them go. You killed the demolition captain after he got out of jail. Your daughter, I presume, is the daughter of someone involved at the time? Was it a revenge so you adopted? There's no need to hide these things. Just go to the orphanage and look at the adoption records. Chen Chen didn't care about Sun Dishing's reaction and continued to look at him and said, Why did you decide it was me? You're just getting into this case, aren't you? After a while, Sun Dishing raised his head to look at Chen Chen. From the first time we met, when you deliberately lied, I'm afraid that when Captain Who came to find you, he didn't go to the police academy on business as you said, but he came here specifically to find you, didn't he? The police academy can't do anything by coming to you at night, Chen Chen said. You all know? Sun Dishing looked at Chen Chen in surprise. You thought that surveillance was farther away and couldn't see what was going on, but your subconscious action of lying is too obvious. Plus the fact that you were injured was the first thing I suspected. The reason you were in a hurry to kill Captain Who was because he had discovered an important clue and was looking for you to confirm it when you were sensitive enough to realize that it would be exposed. Chen Chen said slowly. You are much better than those cops, even more so than those specialists on the task force, to the point of making me reveal my weaknesses on the first contact. I can't help it. Who would have thought he'd still be that good at his age? And after all these years since it happened, it's amazing that he's been investigating the case and discovered the secret of the soot, so I had to go after him. Sundown sighed. I also overheard the White Flower Village demolition case. This kind of tobacco is rare, and perhaps even I, if you hadn't doggedly stayed on the scene, would have had a hard time connecting the dots. Knowing this, everything connects. You killed so many people for revenge, but you shouldn't have killed Captain Who. He was a dedicated old cop, Chen Chen said slowly. Don't say it again. I recognize it all. I wouldn't have killed him if I had known it would be exposed so thoroughly. Sun Dishing slowly closed his eyes, and a trace of pain spread across his aged face. Ever since my wife and son died, I've resented these people and I've resented the police. As far as I'm concerned, cops are losers. They helped the demolition people to bully us together. So I moved to the back of the police academy and set up store after the killings, so that I could find out what was going on in the case investigations from the officers' mouths, and so that I could watch their incompetence. And I was happy, especially since they all think I'm a victim's family member, and they even reach out to me if they have any news. As Sun Deshing spoke, The group of police officers outside the interrogation room were groundless. Among them, there are quite a few people who are talking to Sun Dishing about the case. Their faces felt hot when they thought about the fact that the murderer had been right beside them for so many years without realizing it, especially Lang Xiaodong and the others. Before not less to contact Sun Dishing, but also in front of Chen Chen they went to Sun Dishing to investigate. The results of 3 over the murderer's door cannot be caught. It's a disgrace. They were even a little glad that it wasn't them who were interrogating in there. If you're actually humiliated to your face, you're probably going to have to dig your toes out of a 3-room apartment. Chen Chen, thanks to you this time. I sincerely thank you on behalf of all the police officers in Kyoto for solving the case this time. This case has been backlogged in the archives for years, and in the minds of us detectives for years, and it's you who has cleared our shame. You've done a great job. Far more than I could have imagined. Chen Chen had just come out of the interrogation room when Elder Gong stepped forward. Listening to Elder Gong's words, many of the surrounding police officers also looked at Chen Chen gratefully, not feeling that Elder Gong's praise was excessive at all. 7 days later, all the groups are back. First place Peninsula saves 10 points and takes the shortest time. Second through 5th place, Orange, Bin Hoa, Mountain, and Black Dragon provinces, also 10 points, ranked according to time of detection. The remaining teams did not complete their case solving and scored between 5 to 8 points depending on performance. Kyoto Group 3 points. Director Z spoke to the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not right Kyoto team how only 3 points Not Lang Xiaodong their group? Lang Xiao contributed nothing? How come you didn't contribute? Isn't there 3 points? Last time that Song Yang had 0 points. No way. Chen Chen is the first to solve the case again? Orange Province solved the case so quickly this time It seems that it was really pitched by Song Yang before. The crowd listened to the scores and murmured. Listening to the words of the crowd, the 3 people in Lang Xiaodong's group looked at each other and lowered their heads unanimously. Before that, Director Chi had approached them, said it would have scored 0 points based on their situation, but considering the local criminal investigation people in Kyoto, to give some face, although there is no credit, but also not like Song Yang to bring crooked, so a token 3 points were given, a matter known only to them. Ben thought about how the other groups might have scored lower as well. It came out dead last. Shame on you. The gap is wider in this competition because it's a difficult case from many years ago, and the difficulty is elevated quite a bit from the first one. Only Group 5 managed to solve the case and catch the killer. However, the other groups have found new directions to solve the case, and will continue to hand over to the police to track down and solve the case subsequently. So one after another, they have given the score. Director Z spoke slowly. Director Z, I don't think it's fair. At this moment, Song Yang stood up with a flourish. Unfair? How is it unfair? Director Chi looked at Song Yang with dissatisfaction. The cases we get are all out of town. We need to get out into the field, and we're delayed on the road, and we have to familiarize ourselves with the area, and that's just not enough time in such a short period of time, and it's prejudicial that some people are assigned cases that are local. No fair, Song Yang said. Chapter 78 I'm going to fight 10 of them alone. Yeah, we're from the northwest, it's just a day's flight to the scene, and we're not familiar with any of the local conditions, so the case information was off from the start. Yeah, we'd have solved the case if we hadn't been called back in a hurry. So are we, and we were delayed for 2 days on the road. Unlike someone who was right here in Kyoto proper, and so many awesome police officers in Kyoto. Yeah, if we get a local Kyoto case as well, we might be able to get a few days ahead of schedule as well. Listening to Song Yang's words, many of the police officers also murmured. Director Chi froze. He hadn't really considered that. These unsolved cases are summarized from all over the world. The allocation was made with only the degree of difficulty in mind, and this distance aspect was really not taken into account. As for setting a time limit, there's no way around it. After all, some of these cases drag on for years, and if they were really to be solved indefinitely, then the competition wouldn't have to take place. 10 days is more than enough time to cope. Even if they can't solve the case, they've all discovered new clues and new directions. Someone got this first place, but I've heard that the 2 of them, Elder Gong and Elder Wang, accompanied the whole process. Don't they ever make comments? Even if there is no opinion, if there is an error, it will be corrected at the first opportunity, and we are not convinced. As soon as Song Yang saw that someone was helping the voice, he was even more excited. It was close to pointing at Chen Chen's nose and questioning him. Some people are really good at blaming the latrine when they can't poop themselves. People like Lang Xiaodong and their group didn't even talk to our PK. It's still your turn to blah 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 here? Chen Chen stood up and said. Lang Xiaodong's face darkened. Grass, what's wrong with you? Originally, if you hadn't mentioned it, they might have forgotten I was on your team. That's good. Everyone's thinking about it again. Oh, weak-minded, are you? Your case in Kyoto might be easier than ours. If it were ours, it wouldn't be awesome. Song Yang stood up and taunted. You mean, it's not us, it's the case? You're really good at making excuses. Chen Chen glanced at Song Yang. There, stop making excuses, that's the result. If you're not satisfied, you can withdraw immediately. Director Chi drank with a grim face. Song Yang and the others sat down in dissatisfaction once they saw Director Chi's attitude, which was clearly siding with Chen Chen. Wait, Director Chi, since they have a problem with it, I'll let them lose. Chen Chen, however, did not sit down. What do you mean? What are you doing? Director Chi was a little taken aback. I want the rest of the unsolved cases. Give me 3 days and I'll solve them. If I can't break it, my score becomes 0. Chen Chen looked around at everyone and slowly said. Hearing Chen Chen's words, the room full of people stared wide-eyed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What do you mean? Chen Chen is planning to solve our case alone? Are you kidding me? It took us 10 days to break it. Yeah, even if he's good, there's no way he can solve so many of our cases in 3 days, right? It's too pretentious, and blowing awesome is too crazy, isn't it? As soon as they heard Chen Chen's words, the groups that hadn't solved the case immediately sat back. Ha ha ha, Chen Chen. You really are a psychopath, and too arrogant, really treating all of us like cuties. Up? Song Yang even jumped up and laughed. The corners of Lang Xiaodong's mouth also grinned to the base of his ears. Chen Chen, there is a way to heaven and you don't go there, but there is no door to hell and you go in. You asked for it. Really, if you can't solve the case, you're still a loser, no matter how great you acted before. Big brother, calm down. You're beating 10 people by 1 this time. Wang He also couldn't help but say from the side. After hearing Chen Chen's words, Wang He's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Shi Xiaozhu's eyes almost glazed over as well. To solve 10 cases? 3 more days? How is that possible? There are still 10 cases that are not solved. These cases can be after the local criminal investigation task force and their participation in the elite 3 times to detect or not solved and catch the murderer. Director Chi stared wide-eyed and pulled out his ears, thinking he had heard wrong, and turned his head to look at Gong Lao and the others. The eyes of the 2 old men, Gong Lao and Wang Lao, were also glaring like toads. It was only then that I realized that I had indeed heard correctly. Elder Gong, what should we do? That's too impossible, isn't it? This, Director Chi gulped. Now that he mentions it, let him do it. Elder Gong and Elder Wang looked at each other. That's unlikely, isn't it? Isn't it purely asking for embarrassment? Director Chi did not expect Gong Lao to agree. What if? Don't you want to see if Chen Chen can perform a miracle? Elder Gong asked, a word that made Director Chi's heart flutter as well. In their minds, no, I believe in the minds of any of them. Solving the case in 3 days is absolutely impossible. If Chen Chen did, that solved the case, not to mention, it is expected to leave a colorful mark in the history of criminal investigation. Still created in the midst of this contest, they are all participants in a miracle. Ah, yes, since Chen Chen said so, let's do it. From now on, all the people in the group will all listen to Chen Chen's arrangements. 3 days, we look forward to the results. Director Z stepped forward and spoke. Ha, Chen Chen, let's see how you're going to end this. You're too pretentious. Song Yang came over and said, that's right, you're too crazy. It's amazing that one person has to solve 10 cases. I can't even help you. You'd better fend for yourself. Lang Xiaodong also mocked. Since you've all said that and are so supportive of me, I'm going to go out on a limb. Now you guys take the people inside the group and go to the scene of the unsolved crime. Give me the scene if I want it, and you guys investigate whoever you want to investigate. Understand? Chen Chen turned his head to look at Song Yang and Lang Xiaodong. On what grounds? We just got back from a 7 or 8 hour train ride. Song Yang's breath almost didn't come out. Director Chi, this man is not listening. It's not tuned at all. Chen Chen gave Director Chi a grin. Anyone who disobeys Chen Chen's arrangement will immediately cancel the rules of the match. Listening to Director Chi, everyone was honest. All of you go ahead and follow your respective unbroken cases. I want to see all the volumes. Chen Chen said. Chapter 79, Chen Chen solves the case himself? Soon, all the dossiers were placed inside the conference room. 10 big stacks in total. After so many investigations, a lot of these volumes have been accumulated. Boss, can we really? Even if I'm a genius, I wouldn't dare to boast about such a thing. Wang He asked from the side. Go ahead, what do you need us to do? Regardless, the 2 of us will definitely do our best to help you. Kisho Chu spoke from the sidelines. Both of you get out. I'm good enough on my own. I'll read the dossier first. Chen Chen said. These cases haven't been solved after 3 rounds of investigations, so some important point must have been missed in the middle. There is little point in going to the site. There's not much point in discussing it. I believe that the task force has looked for all the clues it can find, and those who participated are even more elite, and have gone as far as they can go. The key is to sort out the missing loopholes and important aspects of it. This model, used it a lot before when I was in the asylum simulation with my dick. Boss, You can. Knowing that I'm a bit bored with not showing my head for such a long time, and specifically luring me out? As soon as I saw you hadn't moved much, I knew you didn't find it interesting again. Before you were yakking and popping up 7 or 8 times a day. Now it's just the occasional scene where there's a case. And I almost thought you disappeared and were going to buy fireworks to celebrate. Boss, I don't die that easily. Besides, I don't seem to be needed for those cases. You're more than enough on your own. Now this one is up to you. So many cases in only 3 days. I think you guys are enjoying yourselves. Let's continue the competition. Let's see who solves more cases first. You beat me once before. I'm going to win it back this time. If I win, the dominance of this body will have to be mine in the future. Could be, but I'm afraid you're still going to lose your autism. Chen Chen smiled slightly, picked up the dossier and read it. Outside the conference room. Hey, what are you two doing out here? Chen Chen solved the case in there by himself? Director Chi looked at Wang He and Chi Xiaozhu in shock. It had felt like 3 wasn't enough, and now the other 2 were rushing out. Where's the hullabaloo? Don't you go in yet. Director Chi, my big brother said no one can go in until he comes out. Wang He stopped Director Chi, who was about to push the door in. Sinning, you two stand guard outside the door, and the menu is at the highest level. Feel free to say what you need. Director Chi sighed and walked away with his hands behind his back. Does it seem like we're both particularly wasted? The corner of Wang He's mouth twitched. You stop talking. Watch the door. Kishozu was also helpless. Okay, if Big Brother succeeds, I'll count out a Big Brother a few times high and low. The two sighed in unison. Both of them, they were once geniuses in other people's mouths. But when it comes down to it, it's too much of a blow to even help. The fact that Chen Chen was going to solve 10 cases quickly spread throughout the Kyoto CID and all the local CIDs. Originally, those local criminal investigators had just sent the officers away and were back in a couple of days, and with such powerful news. However, this behavior of Chen Chen's was something that everyone did not look at favorably. The day passed. 2 days have passed. Chen Chen still hadn't moved, and until noon on the 3rd day, there was still no news coming out of Chen Chen. Elder Gong and Elder Wang were anxious. There's no news from Chen Chen until now? Still alive, right? Ever do anything extreme? That's too much pressure. 2 old men gathered in front of the conference room. It's still alive. He hasn't said anything except that he eats and drinks. But the way I look at Big Brother, he seems relaxed. When I came out to get my food this morning, I was instructed to hand rub my socks. I asked my big brother if he wanted his pants washed and he said get lost. Wang He had a black line. Are these 2 old men seriously ill? Cursing my big brother? Easy? Elder Gong gave Elder Wang a worried look. From the beginning, they were not looking forward to this. You'd say it's normal to be stressed to the point of breaking down, but to be able to joke about it? That's a little less normal. Elder Gong, it's not possible that the mental illness has returned. It's hard to say. The pressure is too much. It's not worth it. It's too much of a loss to lose a top genius for such a case. The 2 old men shook their heads breathlessly. In the meantime, the criminal investigation group also blew up. This criminal investigation group was created specifically to coordinate this bust. Those police officers who went to the locations are in there. Today is the last day, and Chen Chen hasn't moved yet? It's not a good way to end a bragging match, is it? Alas, we had a hard time getting our bearings, but when we came back and continued to follow the directions to scout, we found that they were still wrong. We, too, had a hard time locking down a suspect, but when we investigated, there was no time for the crime. Let's hurry back. It's the last day. I don't think it's going to happen. Chen Chen, this is to reveal the bottom, before maybe solve the case. Are Wang He or even Gong Lao they help? This is numb. At that time, Gong Lao gave him a step down and he didn't even go down. He deserved it. Looking at the messages inside the group, Wang He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do about it. Mahler's next door. Before one admired my big brother all admiringly, now one falls down the well. If this were put in the time of the resistance to the little sun, absolutely a traitor. Amit Ba, Allahu Akbar, Jade Emperor, D. Conan, Bao Ching Tian. Bless my big brother for solving the case successfully. Wang He folded his arms and muttered on the side. While this was happening, the door to the conference room opened. Chen Chen walked out from inside. Though both eyes were topped with heavy bags and his hair was disheveled, there was a sheen of confidence and take-it-all-shine in the middle of his eyes. Several people gathered around at once. Big brother, you didn't succeed, did you? Wang He stammered and asked. 10 cases, the crucial evidence and the identity of the murderer are on it. Let them make the arrest. Chen Chen nodded and handed Wang He a piece of paper. Chapter 80, High Mountain-like Existence. Before Wang He could get a good look, he was snatched up by Gong Lao. No, Chen Chen, are you serious? Gong Lao hurriedly put on his glasses to watch this. I only saw a piece of paper densely filled with words. Above there is each case is now investigating the wrong direction of the place in omission, followed closely by Chen Chen incisive and unique analysis. So that gong old man, they look at the eyes of the light. These are thoughts that they don't think about. These are even more details that they don't even notice 3 rounds down. And finally, the identity of the killer. 10 cases in all. 6 of the cases directly point to the identity of the murderer, all of whom were acquaintances who had been previously screened by the police. 3 cases gave detailed morphological characteristics of the murderer and possible areas of presence. There was even a case where Chin Chen directly named the murderer as a detainee who went in for committing another case, but did not give an account of the murder. 10 cases, all solved. Elder Gong looked dumbfounded. He had already studied these cases a long time ago, and in 2 cases, he was even the head of the task force leading the team at that time, so he was very familiar with the cases. After reading Chen Chen's reasoning process and results, Elder Gong knew that Chen Chen's analysis was most likely true. Chen Chen, how did you do it? Just one man in the house for 3 days. Looking at the dossier and knowing the murderer? Elder Gong and Elder Wang were already shocked and didn't know what to say. Yeah, you've all been investigating in great detail. Whether or not you go to the site doesn't really mean much to me, and the fact that you guys have traveled and investigated a lot of information already provides more than enough information. It's just that I couldn't find out the information about the people in the last case, so I wasted a bit of spending time. I'm not a professional hacker. My computer isn't that slick. Chen Chen grinned. Well, don't you say another word. Elder Gong quickly waved his hand. People have to die more than people. Listening to Chen Chen speak lightly, he felt that he had lived these decades in vain. Arrange for their arrest immediately. Elder Gong spoke to the person next to him. I'll do it. Wang He scurried to the front in a flash, grabbed the paper and snapped a picture and posted it to the group that was yakking away. Listen up all. My big brother has found the murderer for you and told you all the evidence. Hurry up and get the man. It'll be a shame if we can't get the man back. Wang He spoke to the crowd by voice. After Wang He's voice and photo were sent, the crowd that was still mocking Chen Chen suddenly quieted down. A full 5 minutes passed and not a single person in the group spoke. Grandsons, weren't you yelling quite vigorously just now? Why don't you have anything to say? Go on. What happened to my big brother? Wanga went crazy at every one of them. Just now. Seeing how suffocated they were when they were mocking Chen Chen, now was how unrestrained they were. On the other end of the phone, Song Yang looked at the group's photo with disbelief. Have you finished reading Chen Chen's analysis process? Are there any loopholes? Song Yang asked the other two. Brother Song, it seems like Chen Chen is right. The man at the time we visited him, but he had an alibi. According to Chen Chen, his alibi was forged. The logic didn't make sense, and we didn't investigate carefully along that line at the time. This man could very well be the murderer. And Chen Chen also pointed out that although the murderer didn't leave fingerprints or blood at that time, he left a few hairs in the toilet at the scene. Just compare his hair and you'll have a chain of evidence. Chen Chen is too good to find such a subtle place. Yeah, this entry point is completely different from what we had before. And who would have thought that there would be questions behind the logic? The two of them spoke while lamenting to Chen Chen. Shut up, what are you two happy about? The man was captured by Chen Chen, and we haven't even realized it after coming here for 10 days. Shame on you? Song Yang was furious as he watched his two piggy teammates admire Chen Chen. Song, a member of the team, said weakly. What for? Song Yang did not have the good sense to glare. We are here for 13 days. The team member gulped. Shut up, hurry up and arrest them. Chen Chen has given a clue as to who the murderer is. If we still can't catch him, why don't we just forfeit the game? Sure enough, since Song Yang and the others had followed Chen Chen's instructions, after they found the man changed his previous calm demeanor and ran away. Taken down on the spot by Song Yang and the others. Hair test. Exact match. Homicide case solved. Similar situations are happening all over the place. There were some that did not directly point out the identity of the murderer, and when they followed Chen Chen's thought process, they successfully found the long-lurking murderer. Even better, Chen Chen points out the jailed murderer, and when he's found he's still denying it, saying he was wrongly accused. But when the police put all the evidence in front of them, they just hugged their heads and cried. He's a month away from completing his sentence. The thought of taking the case was so long ago that no one would even know about it, only to be caught by the police. He couldn't figure out even if he thought about it. He was obviously inside the prison. How could the police still find him? Kyoto Criminal Investigation Brigade. Everyone inside the conference room was seated. Director Chi, spittle flying, had been impassioned, plus cleaving his head and criticizing the crowd for an hour. Each and every one of you is a heavenly pride. All of you are called geniuses. How great they are on their respective police forces. How to be great at the provincial office. But there's a world outside of man. Chen Chen is the existence that you all look up to. What's wrong with a private detective? Look down on this and that. The first thing you must learn in this competition is humility. It is learning. It's learning without end. Director Chi's mouth was dry from talking, and he picked up his teacup to take a big gulp. Ahem. Z, it's almost time. Elder Gong looked at his watch. If it wasn't for their youngsters fighting and forcing Chen Chen's potential out this time, it really wouldn't have been possible to solve so many cases at the same time. It's also basically wrong according to the directions they provided earlier. There's no way to catch the killer, and there's no telling how long these cases will drag on. All in all, it's a good thing. I suggest that we apply for an individual second-class merit for Chen Chen. Elder Gong stood up and spoke. I'm for it. Elder Wang and Director Chi nodded at the same time. The crowd below revealed envious gazes. Still applying? Apply for a hammer. The public security system is responsible for the approval of the merits of the two of you people. I guess it's just a matter of words. Second class. That's 3 days. What a mountain to climb. Chapter 81. Did he reject me? Big brother, you're too powerful. Please accept my obeisance. Wang He said that he was going to kowtow one to Chen Chen. Chen Chen was speechless. Oh, senior sister, can you talk to Chen Chen? I also want to worship the master. Yeah, and me, I heard you're his apprentice? You help say something. That said, I would like to. A few of the resourceful police officers around them came over and spoke to Chi Xiaozhu. I'll be honest, you might even learn something if you study with Lang, but with Chen Chen, forget it. Wang He is talented enough, isn't he? The entire process was dumbfounded, unable to keep up with Chen Chen's thoughts at all. Kishozu said helplessly. When she first started solving cases slowly, Chen Chen was still able to teach her a few things, but when Chen Chen solved the case all by himself, Chi Xiaozhu finally understood what it meant that a woman would only affect the speed at which a man drew his sword. If Chen Chen hadn't taken the time to teach himself, the speed of solving the case would have been even faster. Everyone be quiet. Director Z interrupted the crowd with a wave of his hand. What would have been? We had one last round of competition, but that doesn't seem necessary at the moment. We organized the tournament with the goal of clearing up the backlog as the first priority, and the cutthroat exchange of ideas as the second. Now the purpose has been served. Even without the results of the third set, Chen Chen is still far ahead right now, and even more so if you count the results of these 10 cases. It's beyond your reach. So after our comprehensive evaluation, Peninsula Province is the winner of this National Criminal Investigation Competition. Does everyone have an opinion? Director Z stepped forward and said, no. All chanted in unison. You're kidding, it's still a fight. He's beating 10 people by himself, so who's going to fight for it? Sell and applaud now, and maybe you'll be able to suck up to them later. Don't forget that Chen Chen is a private detective agency. In the future, if you really need a difficult case, visit the door will not be thrown out. Not to mention the fact that they had mixed up a reputation because of Chen Chen, and when they set it out in the future, they would be in the same group of contestants, with having honor. Sure, in the crowd, only Lang Xiaodong and Song Yang were as petrified as they were, mentally remorseful. If time could be turned back, the high and low would go back and slap a few mouths on that self that was against Chen Chen. If I'd known Chen Chen was so powerful, why would I have messed with him? Can't you recognize your big brother in advance? Chen Chen, you stay for a while. The meeting ended and Chen Chen was just about to go out when he was called by Elder Gong. The prize money for this tournament has already been credited to your card, and I'll have someone send it to you when the individual second-class merit badge comes down. Elder Gong spoke to Chen Chen. Elder Gong, I'm not a police officer. I'm afraid I can't get a medal for this, right? Chen Chen asked. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. 3 years ago, I wanted to take you in as a close disciple, but you went into a mental institution. Any ideas now? Elder Gong asked. Elder Gong had actually accepted Chen Chen as a close disciple. It was too awesome. Yes, our director is a disciple of Elder Gong, so you can say that he's flat on his back. Cannot be convinced, can be Gong old eyes? I'm afraid that a lifetime cannot be out of one. Elder Gong's invitation made the surrounding group of police officers look at each other with envy. Elder Gong, I'm just a private detective. You're such a big official looking for me as a disciple. It's impossible to say. So what? Discuss it again and again, haha. Bye. I'll go first. Chen Chen grinned and waved his hand. How could he not know what Elder Gong was thinking? First, I'll take in a closed disciple, and then I'll be able to transfer my connections into the police department in name only. It's still the public security system when the time comes. He refused? Did he reject me? Did I hear you right? Gong Lao watched Chen Chen leap out and asked Director Chi with a face full of shock. Ahem. This is it. Director Chi wiped the sweat from his head. Bitterly, he shook his head. I don't know how many people want to learn something from Mr. Gong. However, there was no qualification to even speak to Elder Gong, and this time, Elder Gong took the initiative to invite Chen Chen, who was still a shut-in disciple, and Chen Chen surprisingly refused. This is too. Director Chi no longer knew how to describe his feelings at this moment. ********. Chen Chen refused? He really refused? You slapped me. I shouldn't have heard wrong, right? Rejecting Elder Gong? Next to it, the same group of dazed police officers. $300,000 for each of you has been transferred to your cards. Inside the airport, Chen Chen took his cell phone and waved it at Wang He and Chi Xiaozhu. Chen, we can't take this bonus. The whole process didn't contribute much, so how can I ask for money? Kashengzhou repeatedly excused himself. Yeah, big brother, you're slapping me in the face. We didn't do anything. What are we getting paid for? The million is all yours. Wang He also spoke with dissatisfaction. Aren't we a team? It's the Peninsula Provincial team that got first place, not me alone. And I could have done so much on my own if it weren't for your help. If you really treat me as one of your own, take this money. There will be room for it in the future. If you don't take it, cut the robe and break the honor. Chen Chen said to the two with a smile. Big brother, your words really make me say nothing. Big brother, I'll quit my job and work with you? I thought my grandfather was my idol before. That's why I became a detective. Now I realize that you're my idol, big brother, and I'm going to be a private detective in the future. Wang He said with a pat on the back. Stop. You can stop it. If you quit your job again, Director Chi could probably go crazy. Shen Chen was filled with speechlessness. Okay, but first things first. I'm going to be the best man at both of your weddings from now on. Don't anyone take it from me, Wang He said in a hurry. What wedding? Chen Chen almost sprayed out a mouthful of water. Ha, big brother, aren't you two getting ready soon? My sister-in-law told me that outside the door when you solved the case. Wang He was dumbfounded. Ready? When was that? Chen Chen turned his head to look at Chi Xiaozhu. Humph, you have a problem with that? Who are you marrying if not me? Chi Xiaozhu blushed and blankly glanced at Chen Chen, and then looked at Wang He. This kid, he turns his head and betrays himself. At that time, while waiting for Chen Chen outside the door, Chi Xiaozhu colorfully weaved the process of her and Chen Chen's romance with Wang He. Said she believed it herself. She had thought that the next time she saw Wang He, she would definitely be able to take Chen Chen down. But before they could separate, Wang He told them all, society is dead. Must be the best man. And you're a rich kid who's going to send me a big red packet. Chen Chen grinned. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Chi Xiaozhu was first stunned, followed by pursing her lips and smiling. Soon, the three men boarded separate airplanes. Chen Chen and Chi Xiaozhu returned to Tianhai City. The two had just exited the airport lobby when the scene in front of them froze them in their tracks. Chapter 82 19 Suicides. Outside, a number of people were standing there, a banner hanging high. Welcome to Chen Chen's triumph. Below that is a group of police officers in civilian clothes. At the forefront was Director Chi and a group of bigwigs. Chen Chen was dumbfounded. Who is this person? To have the executive jacket personally greet him? I know this guy back here. He's a big director. All here to greet a young man? Are you kidding? The executive jacket could be in the middle. What's this young man's background? Seeing this scene, many people passing by looked at Chen Chen with shocked faces. Chen Chen, you kid is really great. A snowball's worth of shame. I was thinking a top 3 would be enough, but it turned out to be a straight championship. I heard you beat 10 of them by yourself? One person solved 10 cases, leading to a direct third round in the end without even competing, resulting in only 2 rounds of competition, but the number of cases solved is the highest ever. You're kind of making history here, where no man has gone before. No man will come after. Before Chen Chen could react, Chi Tongwei had already walked quickly to the front. Director Zhao followed closely behind, his mouth grinning up to his ears. Originally, according to the division of ranks in Tianhai City, it was impossible for him to stand next to Director Chi, but Chen Chen is the one who went out from their Tianhai City Municipal Bureau. That's kind of their guy. Chen Chen, you've really grown a face for me this time. Nothing more. In addition to the $500,000 in cash rewarded by the hall, our bureau also rewards $100,000, plus ready to give you a recognition ceremony. Director Zhao rushed forward and spoke. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth twitched. Bureau Zhao, I smiled at the money. The commendation meeting is even. I've been gone so long that the private detective agency that just opened is going to be yellow. I'm going to have to hurry back to work before I do. Chen Chen shrugged. That you don't have to worry about. We have a commission. You've made a name for yourself this time, and you're worried about having a case in the future? Director Qi said with a smile. Commission? Chen Chen could not help but stare. I came to Tianhai City this time. Greeting you is one thing, and trusting you to solve the case is another. Chi Tongwei spoke to Chen Chen. I'm sure it's a remarkable case to have the hall director come to fetch me in person. Chen Chen flirted. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Tell me on the way. There's no suitable flight. We'll take a bus to the provincial office and I'll talk to you more about it on the way. Kito nodded. Got it. Chen Chen agreed. He also finally understood why Director Zhao and the others had come to the airport to greet him, and made such a big ceremony. I'm sure I won't make it back to the station today. I'm going too. The chief said I'd have a couple days off after this competition, so I'm just in time to go home and check it out, Kishengzu said in a hurry. She probably couldn't let Chen Chen run away. Chi Tongwei took out a thick file bag and handed it to Chen Chen. Why is it so thick? Isn't there only one case? Chen Chen was a bit surprised. Yes, there are 18 dead in there. I just got word while I was at the airport that the 19th one has shown up again. Kitha spoke for the detective chief next to him. What's with all the dead? Killed 19 people? What kind of murderer is this? Kishozu was also startled. Even the very sick serial killers we've encountered before didn't have this many. If so many people had died and the killer hadn't been caught, they should have heard about it a long time ago. It wasn't the murderer who killed so many people, but 19 people who committed suicide. To be precise, 19 of them died during the half-month that you went to Kyoto for the competition. Captain Lu shook his head and said, 19 suicides in half a month? Chen Chen's face was grave. Also realized that this case was unusual. It can't be, can it? So many suicides? Something's not right, Kisho-chuk said from the side. Yeah, even if it's a coincidence, it's too far-fetched. How can I put it? In the beginning, we police didn't care, but then the number got bigger and the police realized something was wrong. But the autopsy showed that it was suicide. There was no outside involvement, and more importantly, after police interviews, all of these people also had more plausible reasons for their suicides. The manner of death is also varied. From jumping, to slitting wrists, to taking sleeping pills. There's more slitting of wrists and taking sleeping pills among them, Captain Lu explained on the side. No wonder Uncle Ki came to me. So many suicides, and you want me to give a conclusion? Chen Chen asked. Nice. If it's a suicide and there's no suspicion, even if the number of people is high, it's hard for us to make a case and we can't investigate it as a major case. Even if it's fishy, there's nothing that can be done about it. But after all, it's 19 lives, and we'd like your help in confirming whether it was a suicide or not. Or is there some unknown push behind this? Director Ki said. Chen Chen nodded. From my subjective point of view, I don't believe it would be such a coincidence. I'm sure there's a killer behind it. It's just that his methods are more subtle. Chen Chen spoke slowly. I really wasn't wrong about anyone. I'll leave this case to you. Here's the entire dossier, and when you arrive, you can directly ask Captain Lu and the others to cooperate with you. Chi Tongwei patted Chen Chen's shoulder. Chen Chen didn't say anything else and opened the dossier to look at it. Boss, it's a bit strange that every dead person has a suicide note, or a handwritten suicide note, which is so rare. Yes, in times like these, it's so rare to write by hand, and it would be understandable if it were old people, but a lot of them are young. That makes it even more certain that there must be a hidden agenda behind it. Strangely enough, from the police investigation, these dead people did not cross paths with each other, even though they were all within the scope of the provincial office. Boss, let's hypothesize. If you were the murderer, how would you control so many people to commit suicide? You didn't learn hypnosis behind my back, did you? Hypnotism? That's too esoteric, isn't it? Maybe it wasn't too hard. The reality of all these people has been there for a long time. In other words, they're all suicidal. All it takes is a little push. But the hard part is how to find these people. There must be a crossover private domain with them. But the police have lined up data from offline connections and online chat channels, and nothing has been found. Unlikely offline, or it would certainly leave a trail. But it's hard to tell on the line. These can be skipped. The pathway doesn't matter. You can just go to the terminal. Start with a career. You mean a psychiatrist? Would all of these people have been to a psychiatric clinic? Or maybe a certain type of emotional healing program? It's hard to say about any of this, but there must have been a medium in the middle that gave the killer access to these people. The police are only at the surface software information retrieval, but if the killer deleted the software type, cannot find the information. There is also the dubious matter of the suicide note, although I don't understand what it means, but I'm afraid 19 is not a good number. It is not an integer, and the probability has no special meaning. That means the killer won't stop. Master, drive faster. I want to find the 20th victim before he shows up. Chen Chen opened his eyes and said to the driver, Chapter 83, go to hell. 20th? You mean the killer will continue to commit crimes? Hearing Chen Chen's words, the crowd that was about to squint for a while sat up at once. Yeah, but I've got some ideas on how he can't get away. Chen Chen nodded. 1. Turn on the sirens and double blinkers. Get back as fast as you can, Chi Tongwei said to the driver in a cold voice. Provincial office. A number of police officers had been waiting at the door for a long time. Chen Chen. Awesome. Now no one will dare to underestimate our peninsula province. It simply took the heat out of us. We've been at the bottom of the list before, and every time we go to Kyoto for a meeting we're mocked for half a day. So this is kind of like raising our eyebrows. The crowd gathered around Chen Chen and spoke. He had admired Chen Chen before. This time, Chen Chen had helped their peninsula province win the championship, and it was a clean sweep. I'm flattered. I'm flattered. Chen Chen arched his hand. Let's look at the case first. I got gripped without even returning to this house. If I had known, wouldn't I have taken a plane and gone straight to the provincial capital? Chen Chen was somewhat speechless. Don't mention it. This wasn't meant to be a favor to you from the start. Who would have thought that just as the director left, another one would die? Thought the director went anyway, so I asked for your help. Otherwise the rest of us would go and couldn't invite you. The crowd talked as they led Chen Chen towards the coroner's office. As soon as I heard that Chen Chen had arrived, almost all of the coroner's office gathered around. They had heard about Chen Chen's skills before and wanted to see what new discoveries Chen Chen could make on the corpses. It felt like waiting for the teacher to grade the papers after the exam. Chen Chen looked around the dozen or so corpses one by one. Didn't find anything unusual. It matches the coroner's autopsy report exactly. From the looks of the bodies, it does all seem consistent with suicide. There really is no outside force. Chen Chen took off his gloves. Who dash? All the forensic scientists around them let out a long breath in unison. Passed. Chen Chen was filled with dismay as he watched. I'd like to talk to the person who reported the last victim. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, reception room. A young man, student-like, was sitting there restlessly. A disposable paper cup sat in front of him, already needed. Single glazed outside. Chen Chen looked at the man with unblinking eyes. When a person is taken into a room alone at a police station and left unattended for a long period of time, it can exacerbate feelings of nervousness and anxiety. After emotions arise, subconscious actions often reveal what's really going on inside. Chen Chen, do you suspect that there's something wrong with him? I think he's very nervous. Kisho Chak asked from the side. Nervous indeed, but he's not a murderer. He should be hiding something, Chen Chen said, pushing the door and walking in. Relax. The case was forwarded to us for routine questioning only. After Chen Chen sat down, he said to the man with a smile, oh, okay. The man wiped the sweat from his head. Chen Chen, what's the name? The man, my name is Song Tao. Chen Chen, the deceased is your ex-girlfriend? Santo, right. Chen Chen, since you've broken up, why would you still go to the deceased's house? Song Tao, this. I had a book I forgot at her place before, so I wanted to go get it, but I didn't expect to find the body after I went in. Chen Chen, so that's how it is. Looking at Song Tao, who was wiping sweat in front of him, Chen Chen did not rush to poke him. Chen Chen, how long have you guys been broken up? Song Tao, a month or so. She asked me to get back together in the middle. I didn't agree. Chen Chen, since when did she start looking for you to get back together? Santo, just broke up for a week and came to me. Chen Chen, and then? She was looking for you back there? Song Tao, yes. Looked for a few times, and cried and made a mess before, which made me quite embarrassed, and I don't want to get back together again. Santo, but not lately. I'll give you one more chance. You're not a murderer, and the more you lie, the more likely you are to arouse the suspicion of the police instead. Chen Chen suddenly said, ha, Song Tao visibly shivered. From the time you called the police, it was only 2 hours before the time of death. Too much of a coincidence? Chen Chen asked. Chen Chen's question caused Song Tao to fidget a bit, and his two hands moved at a loss for words. She messaged me before this. Song Tao hesitated for a moment and took his cell phone out. Chen Chen took a look at it. Above is a text message sent by the deceased to Song Tao. Song Tao, I'm going to ask you again. Are you still not promising me? If you don't promise me, I'll die for you. Song Tao's reply follows immediately below. I won't say yes. I already have a girlfriend. Go to hell. Time of sending, 1 hour before the time of death of the deceased. Officer, I really didn't mean it. She's been harassing me for the past month and going up to our class, and I'm just sick of it. But I really didn't know she was coming for real. Song Tao plopped down and knelt in front of Chen Chen. At the time, I had some regrets even after I sent her the message. After all, we'd talked about it a while before, so I called her to check, but she wouldn't answer. The more I thought about it, the more scared I got, and I went to her house. That's how we found out she slit her wrists inside the bath. I really didn't mean it, Song Tao cried. In Song Tao's opinion, it was his own text message that made the deceased commit suicide. So when the statement was taken and the police were called back, they almost pissed themselves. You get up first. Understandable. Chen Chen made Song Tao stand up. Both were students, and it was normal for two young couples to break up and say some harsh words. If anything, Song Tao does have some problems if this is the only case alone. But there's more behind this case than just this one victim. Song Tao is guilty, but not the main cause. Well, you go on back. We'll get back to you if something comes up. Don't worry too much. You're not entirely to blame for this. It's better not to say such things again. Chen Chen spoke to Song Tao. Chen Chen, just let him go? He lied just now, and sending a message like that should have something to do with the death of the deceased as well, right? Qi Xiaozhu asked Chen Chen. The killer wasn't him. I should already know who the killer is. Chen Chen shook his head and said, Chapter 84, Profile of the Murderer. You know who the killer is? Really? Captain Lu was a bit incredulous as he listened to Chen Chen's words. Until an hour ago, They weren't even sure if there was a killer. Now Chun Chen knew the murderer after reading the file and questioning one of the informants? Right, to be precise. I have an outline of the murderer's identity, and it's not too hard to figure him out. Chen Chen nodded. Conference room. A whiteboard is at the top. There were police officers sitting all around. I'll go straight to the identity profile of the killer. Number 1. The killer is a woman. Number 2. Between the ages of 50 to 65. The third one is very well educated, with a first degree of at least a bachelor's degree and the possibility of subsequent upgrading to a graduate degree or even a doctorate. Number 4. The specialty is psychology related, possibly a college professor, possibly a psychiatrist in a psychiatric clinic. Number 5. Very approachable, should have a good reputation. Number 6. Suffering from a terminal illness, odds are it was diagnosed within the last month. This is the outline of the murderer that can be deduced so far, and judging by the fact that the murderer's crimes range across the province, it's not that hard to figure her out. Chen Chen spoke slowly. Everyone looked at the whiteboard in front of them like they were stupid. These 6 characteristics pretty much limit the population to a very small range. One can even count on one's fingers the number of people who fulfill such a characteristic. No wonder Chen Chen said he knew who the murderer was. Doesn't that mean this solves the case? Chen Chen had only been here for less than 2 hours in total. Wait a minute, the first one I don't really understand. How do you know the killer was a woman? Captain Liu asked from the side. I had that feeling when I was reading the dossier on the way, but it was only 70% sure. When I talked to the last victim's ex-boyfriend, it was 99% certain. Chen Chen said. Why? How did you judge that when we were all listening to you during your questioning? We've looked at all the previous files, and we don't see anything unusual. The crowd was confused. At that time, when dealing with the case, the murderer had no information whatsoever, and it was not even easy to say if there was one. So how could Chen Chen know that it was a woman? From the beginning, I didn't believe in this kind of coincidence. There must be a murderer behind it. Only the killer's methods were subtle. Even though you have screened various mediums such as the chatting platforms of the deceased, I am still convinced in this way. Thinking along those lines, the killer must have had contact with the deceased, whether online or in reality. Chen Chen explained. The crowd nodded. The last girl to commit suicide was because of a lost love. And is the girl who is constantly begging to get back together going to have an in-depth conversation with a guy in that situation? Chen Chen asked the crowd. Of course not. If you really go deep with the guy, you probably won't be begging to get back together so much all the time. The crowd nodded and spoke. I see. If it's a woman, instead, it's more trusting as a way to psychologically comfort her. Kisho Chu spoke from the sidelines. Right. For communication between men and women, women have a natural advantage. What's more, one of the female victims was a single parent and had previously been harassed by her father, in which case her resistance to men should have been considerable. That's why I think that the killer is female. Chen Chen slowly explained. That's all right? The crowd was very shaken. Without a murderer, assume a murderer first. After assuming the murderer, substitute the murderer's course of action. This line of thinking hasn't worked at all before. That's not what they teach in the police academy. Chen Chen, I'm really a bit skeptical of you. This kind of judgmental thinking, piled up entirely by years and years of frontline experience, is more common in some veteran detectives. You're so young, how did you get that idea? Captain Liu also lamented on the side. He could instantly figure out Chen Chen's thought process, but if it wasn't for Chen Chen's prompting, it would have been difficult for him to cut directly from such an entry point on his own. It's probably talent. You guys could do with more cases. Chen Chen smiled. Well, don't you say another word. Captain Liu waved his hand helplessly. But I can understand these first few items of yours, and this last one, that the murderer suffered from a terminal illness. How did you know that? There's still time to get sick. How are you so sure? Captain Liu asked Chen Chen. Those who died had reasons to commit suicide, but not enough to appear suicidal. Why did the killer go after them? In my analysis, a terminal illness is a likely motive for murder. Imagine if you had regular access to some very healthy people, and one by one they were complaining and full of resentment for various reasons. And it's only natural that you, as a guide, who had a hopeful interior, would be upset with these people when you suddenly became terminally ill. As for the timing, it's better understood. If it's a slow disease or acceptable, it's perfectly fine to come one by one. But suddenly there are so many dead. The killer's illness is not looking good, and he doesn't even have much time left. Chen Chen said slowly. It does make sense. All the police officers fought along Chen Chen's lines. The whole case and the mental journey of the murderer has become very clear. Chen Chen is too good. From the beginning of this case, the murderer did not appear at the murder scene. Our previous criminal investigation methods have no use. I didn't expect Chen Chen to use this kind of image profiling to bring out the murderer. This approach has only been in concept before, and I'm kind of seeing it in practice for the first time. I just looked down and picked up a pen. Why did the killer come out when I looked up? The crowd cast gazes of admiration at Chen Chen. It was like seeing a man of God. Chen Chen, when you told us to come back as soon as possible earlier, are you saying that the murderer will continue to hint and push for suicide? Captain Lu asked Chen Chen. No, perhaps. She did it long ago. Chen Chen shook his head. What do you mean? Captain Lu and the others tensed up. The case hadn't been finalized before, and with 19 people dead, it wasn't technically on their heads. It's now been characterized as a serial killer. If this is one more death, then the 20 will be on their heads. 20 dead. This is a mega case in the history of criminal investigation in the country. That Peninsula province could be famous. More importantly, Chen Chen just brought them back a championship. It's such a big case right after. That would be a slap in the face and a joke by the nation's criminal investigation comrades. Even if the murderer goes to boot, it's impossible to do a 100% probability of every single suicide. In other words, everyone the killer guides doesn't necessarily end up committing suicide, because people are not individuals who exist alone. The encouragement of family, the company of friends, and even the warm gestures of strangers may save a broken heart. Simply put, it's likely to be a wide net. In that case, the number of people she's expecting is either pretty horrible or uncapped. If left unchecked, the suicides may continue to spring up like the rain. Chen Chen said to the crowd, "Act now. Everyone cancel their vacations. Line up as quickly as possible according to the characteristics Chen Chen gave us. Be quick." Captain Lu slapped the table and shouted. Chapter 85, The Difficult Psychology Professor. Soon enough, news came in. Locked on a school nurse named Kai Hong. Kai Hong, a psychology lecturer, was rehired by the university after retirement to work part-time as a psychologist in the school's medical department. Served as an instructor for a master's degree in psychology. Resigned a month ago after being diagnosed with a terminal brain tumor. It's rumored that there are only 3 months left. Based on what I've heard from my visits, Kai Hong is very popular at the school. Her classes are full when she takes them as an elective, and more than a few students have returned to the school to see her after graduation. A police officer spoke to the crowd about the information that had come out of the investigation. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded after hearing this news. This Kai Hong, no matter in terms of gender, age, occupation, or even disease, was exactly the same as what Chen Chen had reasoned. There is not a single line of error. None of it is redundant. It felt as if Chen Chen was standing in front of the murderer and describing it to them. To know. At that time Chen Chen had no idea who the murderer was. Many people even had goosebumps, unable to figure out how Chen Chen reasoned it out. Arrest them at once. Captain Lu slammed the table. Soon, a woman was then brought back, but the trial went very badly. Captain, it's not working out so well. She's not even admitting to doing it. She's supposed to be a psychology professor. Our interrogation techniques are useless against her. We found a same-city dating program on her computer, with an anonymous login, similar to the Zoom model. It was through this very software that the many dead people were communicated with, but it did not support text, only voice and video, and there was no record of it. We couldn't crack the logins. There was no evidence at all. Her medical records show less than 2 months left, and she won't even admit it. Several police officers in charge of the interrogation hung their heads and spoke to Captain Lu. How come? Doesn't it mean that unless the murderer admits it himself, there is no way to convict with the current evidence? Captain Lu's brows couldn't help but furrow. The murderer was clearly on his deathbed, ready to pull the rug out from under him. Not only that, Captain, according to Chen Chen's previous statement, this person is casting a wide net. If we don't get those contacts out of her soon, I'm afraid there will be more dead people behind us. A constable spoke anxiously. The murderer has clearly been caught, but there was no way to prevent the tragedy. There could even be another body at any time. Boss, remember that perfect crime I lost to you? I wasn't there, and I didn't have direct contact with the deceased, but I was still forced by you to admit defeat, which is different from this case. You mean for me to continue with my previous train of thought? Not bad. This murderer, who is clearly trying to get back at those who don't value their lives. She's stalling now, waiting for the next dead person to show up. Once the dead appeared, it represented that it was her victory. The only way to crush her is to kill any possibility of victory. Through her, find those people. I know. Chen Chen took a deep breath. You know? What do you know? The surrounding group of police officers looked at Chen Chen in dismay. I don't understand why Chen Chen was so startled. It's too late to explain more. I have a way to make her talk. I need her computer and the dead man's cell phone, Chen Chen said as he walked into the interrogation room with Kai Han's laptop. Captain, what did Chen Chen mean just now? What's he doing in there with a computer? Yes, Captain. Now that the killer knows he's dying, he's not afraid of anything at all. Can Chen Chen go in? Hurry up and bring in an interrogation expert. The few officers who had just interrogated said to Captain Liu. It's too late. Captain Liu waved his hand. The dead may appear at any time now. Even if we get an interrogation specialist, it'll take hours when we get here. Since Chen Chen was able to find the murderer before when he didn't have any clues, I'm sure he must have a way to take down the murderer as well. All quiet and watch. Captain Liu spoke to the crowd. In the interrogation room, Chen Chen had sat down across from Kai Hong. This chat software of yours doesn't seem to be a domestic product. Chen Chen looked at the computer screen. It's good. It's a foreign software that's not online in the domestic market. What are you? It doesn't seem to be the police. Kai Hong looked at Chen Chen in front of her in surprise. Private investigator. Chen Chen said, Meh, the police are pretty useless. I can't believe they even hired a private investigator. You don't have to bother. I didn't do those things. I'm dying. You guys can't frame me. Kai Hong smiled contemptuously. There should have been more deaths according to your plan, right? And, before you died, also thought the police wouldn't even find you? You think that you can pull off a perfect crime without even the police knowing you exist, right? Chen Chen looked at Kai Hong and asked. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Kai Hong couldn't help but stare, but soon the strangeness in his eyes disappeared. Lassoing me won't work. These tactics are too young. Kai Hong spoke faintly. Then why are you sitting here? I'm the one who found you. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Humph. Kai Hong snorted coldly. Just because you won't admit it doesn't mean I can't find them. You just said that the software isn't online in China, so that means you sent it to them. Then there must be a way you can reach them before that happens. But the police excluded all your chat app records and found none. Because the police ignored one of the most common forms of communication, texting. Chen Chen looked at the expression on Kai Hong's face, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Kai Hong sat up straight somewhat stiffly. Right, forgot about texting. Almost no one communicates by text message anymore, except for spam and delivery texts. We were lining up all the chatting apps, even looking at the Sambo chat logs, but we missed the simplest. Not bad for a psychology professor. It's the other way around. A group of police officers outside the door spoke with chagrin. Inherent perceptions of their thinking, however, tend to make them overlook the simplest ways, and it's this inertia of thought that Kai Hong uses to hide. I don't know what you're talking about. Inside the room, Kai Hong spoke in a calm manner. Here are the cell phones of the last few victims. I just found a text message with the same link inside a spam text message that opened to a QR code for a software download. Chen Chen operated while giving Kai Hong a look. The software on your computer doesn't allow you to log in, but it does know the name of the room. After I logged in, I searched to get into the room. Just find them. Chen Chen spoke slowly. Chapter 86. Bao Qingtian is alive. I'll kowtow to you all. No, this can't be right. You. Kai Hong looked at Chen Chen's cell phone incredulously. Just now, after Chen Chen's operation, he had finished downloading the software and had registered and logged in, and also searched to enter the room. Chen Chen, you're too good. That'll get them in touch. Quickly, go contact these people immediately. Captain Liu and the others rushed in excitedly. You lose. As long as the police find them, no one else will die, and they will cooperate with the police in identifying you. Abetting a crime is of the same nature as committing a willful crime, and you won't get away with it. Chen Chen handed the cell phone to Captain Liu and the others and looked coldly at Kai Hong. No, how do you know all this? That's just not possible. Kai Hong didn't expect the young man in front of him to sit in front of him for a few minutes, and all of his own setup and disguise to be torn down so quickly. In this moment, she looked like a clown dancing naked. You're the one who just told me. Chen Chen shrugged. What? Kai Hong froze. When I was saying that the police didn't know you existed, you said I was too young and had a very proud face. At that time I wondered, what is the capital of your pride? Is it smart? Not so much. There are definitely not a few smart people inside the police. That just leaves your major. Psychology. Chen Chen looked at Kai Hong. Among psychology, there is a theory of inertia that must not be unfamiliar to you as a professor of psychology. It is difficult for human minds to think outside the box when they are inertial, thus creating barriers that are difficult to recognize. Just like these software. For example, the police will focus on screening, favoring the most primitive SMS function of the phone, which is hardly used, and seeing a link. It will also be ignored as spam and scam SMS. So I thought about it in a psychological way and realized the missing points. Chen Chen slowly stood up. That's not fair. On what grounds? One by one. They obviously have healthy bodies, but they hate the world and want to go to extremes, and they all deserve to die. I saved so many people, but I couldn't save myself. What's this for? Kai Hong slumped down on the table and bawled her eyes out, but her words, no doubt, also admitted the identity of her murderer. Fate is inherently unjust, but that's no reason for you to kill. Death is not your relief. You are bound to die with remorse and regret. Chen Chen shook his head and walked out of the interrogation room. At this point, a number of officers outside have made contact with those who are suicidal. There were also some police cars that drove off in flames. The good news comes back one by one. The man I contacted was indeed snubbed by Kai Hong for misanthropy, and I got in touch with his family, who have already been there. This one of mine is on her way to buy sleeping pills, and thanks to my call, it's a good thing she's still listening. I'm the one who's hanging on to this one. The guy was already on the roof smoking when I called, and I said never wait for me, and when I got there, we both smoked a carton of cigarettes on the roof before we talked him down. If we hadn't gotten in touch in time, this could very well have been the 20th. You're lucky enough with this one. The girl I was in charge of contacting never got in touch. I managed to find out the address from the street, and by the time I got there, she had already slit her wrists, thanks to getting to the hospital in time. The doctor said it couldn't have been saved any later. All the officers in charge of contacting those people exchanged excited words. For every contact they made, they saved a life. Captain, get out there and see what's going on. While the crowd was talking excitedly about something, a constable came hurrying in. Captain Lu hurriedly led the men out, only to see the police station in the middle of the courtyard standing full of people. Everyone is holding a banner in their hands. The sword of justice cuts through evil. The police are valiant. The banner to congratulate. Intelligent and brave. Solving cases like a god. The power of the police. Shocking the four directions. Thank you police for saving my life. The first police power. Solving crimes at speed. Dozens of banners merged into a red wave, interspersed with flashes of gold. Comrade police officers, thank you so much. If you hadn't gotten there in time, my daughter would have been lost. Comrade police officers, thanks to your contact. Otherwise we really didn't know that something so serious had happened to our child. You guys solved the case so fast. Prevention is better than cure. Bao Qingtian is alive. I'll kowtow to you. Seeing Captain Lu and the others come out, the crowd immediately surged up. Most of them are family members of those who almost committed suicide and have no idea of the conditions those people faced. If they hadn't been contacted by the police, maybe the next time they were contacted, it would have been to claim the body. One by one, they were grateful to the police. Instead, it was Captain Lu and his group of police officers who were somewhat embarrassed and groundless. If they had Chen Chen's ability, perhaps the first 19 lives were not all lost. The fact that the case can now be solved is also entirely due to Chen Chen. Chen Chen characterizes the murder. Chen Chen found the murderer. Chen Chen also breaks down the murderer's psychological defenses and finds these people in a very short period of time. Otherwise, they could be stuck for a long time at every step. There wouldn't be so many people standing around. Wait, where's Chen Chen? It was only then that Captain Lu and the others suddenly realized that Chen Chen, the big contributor to solving the case this time, was nowhere to be found. The crowd also probed and looked around. There was no sign of Chen Chen. Captain, just now it seems like I watched Chen Chen being dragged away by Qi Xiaozhu. Went out in Director Qi's car. It's rocky today, so you're not going to Director QI's house for the festival, are you? A nearby officer lowered his voice. Went with Director Qi? Captain Lu was taken aback. In that case, we can't take the credit alone. Tell these families that it was Chen Chen who solved the case, and in addition the commission prize money will be paid to Chen Chen immediately, Captain Lu said in a hurry. The more he admired Chen Chen. If it were anyone else, they would have already taken credit for the deception. Chen Chen, however, waved his sleeve without taking away a single cloud, leaving all the honor to their police. Although Chen Chen was no longer a police officer, this sentiment warmed the hearts of Captain Lu and the others. At this point, in a green bully, Chen Chen sat in the co-pilot. Director Qi rarely drove the car himself, and Qi Xiaozhu sat in the backseat and chirped all the way. After solving the case just now, Qi Xiaozhu had to drag Chen Chen to his home for dinner. She also said her mom had already cooked lapa congee and was waiting. Chen Chen had no choice but to follow. Gu, this is Chen Chen, right? The big young man is so handsome, and so capable. Our girl is clumsy and can't do anything, so it's really a waste of time for you to be such a person. Just as he entered, a middle-aged woman immediately greeted him with a smile. Chapter 87, Scarecrow in Human Skin. Geez, Mom, what are you babbling about? Qi Xiaozhu blocked in front of Chen Chen with a red face. Earlier, she told her mom that she had already taken Chen Chen down, but she didn't expect her mom to say it as soon as she came up. Haven't had a chance to conspire yet. Ahem. Hello, Auntie. Chen Chen hurriedly went forward and greeted him. Hello, which one is Mr. Chen? While this was going on, a runner came up behind him carrying a lot of gifts. Give it to me. Chen Chen stepped forward and picked it up. Shinobu didn't tell me about coming over either. Too anxious and not properly prepared. Just let someone buy some gifts on your behalf. Don't be offended. Auntie. Chen Chen handed something to Huang Meiwan. Ouch. Just come when you say so. Bring something. It's Heathly's makeup. I'm not going to lie. I wanted to buy it before, but it was too expensive to spare, so you've really sent it to my heart. Huang Meiwan beautifully took it and looked at it. Enthusiastically, he brought Chen Chen inside. No need to look. I'm happy with you. I heard your parents died earlier? Then it's up to you. I'll see to it that the marriage between you two is finalized as soon as possible. I'll take care of you when you have the baby. Chen Chen had just sat down when Huang Meiwan sat on the side and spoke. As early as 3 years ago, she hadn't heard much about Chen Chen from Chi Tongwei, but she was still a bit worried when Chen Chen went to the mental hospital behind her. Today's sighting, how is that half psychotic? The more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. Marriage? Having a baby? Listening to Huang Meijuan's words, the tea Chen Chen had just drank and almost spewed out. What? You have a problem with that? Did you forget what you promised me before? Qi Xiaozhu sat next to Chen Chen and held her arm hard. Chen Chen looked at the triumphant smile on Qi Xiaozhu's face and exclaimed that he was trapped. I've fallen for Kishiretsu's trap. She had long ago told Huang Meiwan that the two of them were already together, borrowed Chi Tongwei to bring herself home, and then it was a done deal. It's forcing a good man to be a whore. Qi Xiaozhu glared at Chen Chen with a red face. Ahem, didn't forget. Of course I remembered to promise you. Chen Chen's eyes twinkled as he took Qi Xiaozhu's shoulders. When I've solved 100 cases or $100 million in turnover, whichever one we reach first, I'll propose to you, Chen Chen said in a serious manner. It was Qi Xiaozhu's turn to be dumbfounded. 100 cases or $100 million turnover? Why don't you just tell me you'll be a monk for the rest of your life? Keshengzo's face instantly collapsed. The scene made Huang Meiwan purse her lips and laugh. Little cute. Also know that Chen Chen, this is teasing, favoring this silly girl at home to believe. It's a lifetime of fighting like this. Soon, Chen Chen sat down at the table. He and Chi Tongwei are very familiar with each other. When Chen Chen graduated and returned to Tianhai City, Chi Tongwei was the director. Because Chen Chen cleaned up the old case backlog in a very short period of time, it was only then that Chi Tongwei was able to rise high in the ranks. The two of them, you a cup and I a cup. Not a moment Chi Tong for drink almost. If it wasn't for Huang Meiwan stopping her, she was about to pay her respects to Chen Chen, and was dragged hard by Huang Meiwan back to the house to go to sleep. Chen Chen cried and laughed, and excused himself to the restroom to wash his face. When he looked out from the restroom, he suddenly froze. Kishiretsu's house was eastbound, and the bathroom window overlooked the road and a bus stop sign outside. Before eating, Chen Chen had noticed a figure standing there. It felt a little strange at the time, but Kishiretsu came to call himself out to dinner, so he didn't think much of it. But more than an hour had passed since dinner time, and the figure was still there, and hadn't even changed his posture. It was too strange. Boss, not quite right. That silhouette may not be human at all. Look at his legs, they don't feel jointed at all. It's like a bamboo pole, and the proportions of his body are off. Either a dummy or, so it's a joint. No wonder I felt weird the first time. Chen Chen looked along the window once again, and his face couldn't help but stare. Chen Chen, are you okay? Kishiretsu's voice came from outside the restroom. It's okay, I'm going out. Chen Chen hurriedly walked out. Where are you going? Kishozu froze, picked up her clothes and followed suit. Chi Tongwei, their neighborhood is an upscale neighborhood. Almost all of them drive in and out. Only some elderly people will take the bus during the day, and almost no one at night. The bus stops are cold and empty. Before Chen Chen could even get close, he smelled a pungent odor of blood. The heart couldn't help but sink. While he couldn't see the figure inside the shadows of the bus stop, there was quite a bit of blood coming out from the figure's feet and spreading all the way to the road. Oh my god, what's going on? Kishozu also realized that something was wrong. Don't move. Chen Chen tugged at Qi Xiaozhu, who was about to go over. After looking clearly at Chen Chen's cell phone flashlight shining past him, Qi Xiaozhu couldn't help but feel a chill down her back. Boss, awesome. This is a ing scarecrow in human skin. Only the head and human skin are real. The rest is stuffed with straw and wearing clothes. Sick enough. Chen Chen's excited voice rang out in his head from Lao Air. Although he had seen so many dossiers of tragic cases before, they were naturally not as exciting as the fresh and hot ones. Call someone. Chen Chen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu. Crouch down in front of the human skin scarecrow and watch. The time of death does not exceed 3 hours. The first time he was seen, he had just appeared. It was around 6 p.m. There were a lot of cars coming in and out at that time of night, and the killer had a lot of nerve. Boss, the human skin was handled roughly, and it looks like it started at the neck and went down, breaking near the tailbone. The fracture surface is very rough and is ripped off. There is blood next to it, spreading all the way inside the green belt. Could the murderer have done it in the street? It wasn't a transplanted body that came over. Chen Chen frowned at the dripping blood and walked towards the green belt. The other side. Qi Xiaozhu had just finished calling the team, and when she turned her head, Chen Chen disappeared. The human skin scarecrow was still bloody inside the bus stop, its two glowing white eyeballs staring deathly at Qi Xiaozhu. The road around them was empty. There's no one, not a single car. Even if Qi Xiaozhu was a criminal police officer, this bizarre scene still made her shiver for a while. Good on. Soon Captain Lu and the others came over in a police car. What's this about? Seeing the condition of the body, Captain Lu also sucked in a breath of cold air. I don't know what's going on. It was Chen Chen who first noticed the anomaly, but Chen Chen also disappeared just now. Kishozu shook his head helplessly. Disappeared? Captain Lu's eyes widened. The body was only the head? Was the body thrown over and disguised as a scarecrow? Captain Lu looked in front of the body. It's not a body dump. It's a murder in the street. Split at the scene. Made at the scene. It was at that moment that a raspy voice came from the nearby greenbelt. All the police officers got a fright. All of them were vigilant as they looked at the bizarre black shadow that walked out. Chen Chen? It wasn't until the black shadow stepped into the light that the crowd recognized that this black shadow was actually the dripping wet Chen Chen, with a handful of straw in his hand. Chapter 88, 3 hours time lag. Murder in the street, split up and made on the spot? You're not kidding, are you? Captain Lu was startled. This can be the director's neighborhood nearby. The murderer did this at a nearby bus stop? I'd love for it to be a joke, but it's a shame. Chen Chen took the straw out. I followed the blood trail all the way to the deeper part of the greenbelt, where there was some blood and straw residue. It suggests that the killer was hiding in the greenbelt, waiting for an opportunity to strike at the people inside the bus stop, then take it inside the greenbelt and make scarecrows before putting it back at the bus stop. This scarecrow's clothes are the clothes of the dead. Chen Chen pointed deeper into the greenbelt. Listening to Chen Chen's description, Captain Lu and the others were incredulous. So arrogant. Killing people in broad daylight is heartless. Chen Chen, did you find something when you chased after them just now? Do we know who the killer is yet? Captain Lu asked expectantly. I'm sorry to hear that. Below the green belt is a river, and I found traces of rope binding along the river. The murderer should have prepared the boat in advance. No other footprints were found around either. The killer came and left by boat. Chen Chen shook his head and said, this was a provincial city, and he was unfamiliar with its surroundings. That should be the Iris River over there, the main river of the province, which runs in all directions. The river is unlit and unsupervised, and the murderer was too cunning to take a boat, so I'm afraid it'll be hard to find traces. Captain Lu was a little frustrated. There's no need to get frustrated or think the killer is too smart. At least there were plenty of traces left at the scene. It shouldn't be too hard to find him. Chen Chen spoke on the side. Really? Captain Lu's spirits lifted. Who is Chen Chen? That's a genius detective who can beat 10 out of 1 in Kyoto. If he says he can find the killer, that means he's sure. First of all, no remaining limbs were found in the surrounding area. When the killer brought the victim to the greenbelt, there were no signs of dragging, judging by the blood dripping along the way, suggesting that he was carried or carried over. So the murderer would have been a man, still relatively fit and tall. Chen Chen analyzed and said. The crowd nodded. Secondly, the murderer would have been a local and familiar with the surrounding area, and with a high probability of living near the river and working in boat-related trades. You can start the lineup with boats. Then again, this straw should have been stockpiled ahead of time and may have something to do with animal farming. The trauma of the beheading was so flat, just one cut, that it cut down to just a little bit of flesh. It would have been a large knife. Chen Chen simply told all the clues he found at the scene. I'll arrange for someone to line it up right away. Captain Lu nodded. And most importantly, I suspect the killer won't be working on just one case. It could be searched around the river. Chen Chen added. Captain Lu also did not dare to be slow, and arranged to go in a hurry. Sure enough, downtown along the river, another couple scarecrows were spotted on a riverside park bench. The scene was even more tragic, perhaps because the benches were located behind the grass and were hidden from view, and the park was almost devoid of light. There was blood all over the place. The male victim's head was cut off and a headless body lay on the bench. There was an extra ball of grass where the head had been. The female victim's blouse was rolled up to her waist, and both arms were cut off at the roots and replaced with arms stuffed with straw. Boss, this time the body is more complete, leaving a lot of parts. The murderer is very fierce. The male victim should be alive when a knife beheaded. From the scene, it appears that the two victims were on a wild goose chase. The killer hid inside the bushes and cut off the man's head with a single slash. That's why it created such a large blood-spraying scene around it. The woman didn't run. I guess she was scared silly. Was killed by a slash to the head, then cut off both hands again. There is something strange. Judging by the male victim's clothes, the two were engaged in an indescribable act, but the female victim's pants were on. The murderer also raised the victim's pants after the killing. Psychologically ambivalent. This time taking away the head and arms. The human jigsaw puzzle is on the right track. The lack of aggression against the woman could be a psychological problem, or it could be time constraints. Chen Chen, the time of death was between 3 and 4 hours, and like you said, the killer came downstream after the killing. Mud. There are no cameras in the greenbelt or the park to find him. No witnesses late at night either. According to this situation, this 80% continue to go along the river to commit murder again. Chen Chen, what next? Captain Lu came over and said angrily. Without realizing it, they had been completely dominated by Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen stayed crouched on the ground and froze, not caring about him at all. Captain Lu, shoo, leave him alone. Kishozu made a silent gesture to the side. Is this an offense? Team Lu looked at Chen Chan's abnormality and couldn't help but stare. Straightening his eyes, he seemed to be soul-searching. Kishengzu was a bit speechless and didn't know how to explain it. Boss, by the looks of this, the killer killed with intent. He took the torso, the head in both arms, still missing legs. The case is still open. Why would he do that? For the first victim, the killer took a complete torso and another head in hands. Seems repetitive. Not necessarily. Although there was no one around the first case, there would have been vehicles passing by at that time of day, and it was likely that they would not have been able to separate the body in time, so the body was taken away and disposed of on the boat. Then in that case, the body was probably thrown into the river. According to the flow of the river, it should have been washed downstream. There's nothing too complete among the torsos, so why take them away? In terms of criminal psychology, the more you lack something, the more you take away. It would be explainable if it was a disability, but it's not very realistic for a disabled person to try to take out so many people, especially with the first body carried away. Chances are it's not yourself, it's someone close. It's likely to be dying, or there would be no point in committing back-to-back crimes in one night. From the two locations of the crime, it appears that it was done on the right side of the river. He'll keep looking downstream. No, this will lead him by the nose. He's got a 3-hour time difference from us, and even if there are still cases downstream, they should be done by now. Now that I know about the lack of legs, there's no point in going back. He committed the crime downstream, so where he lives would be upstream from the first case. I know where he is. Chen Chen stood up with a flourish. It startled the people around them. What's going on, Chen Chen? Don't scare us. It's time to take your medicine. It's so late. Why don't you guys go back and rest? Did you drink a bit in the evening? Captain Lu hurriedly spoke to Chen Chen. Chen Chen either doesn't talk to people or scares them with a shock. It's just too cutthroat. What's the mess? Just drank a pound. Didn't feel a thing. Chen Chen was dumbfounded. I should already know where the killer is, Chen Chen said in a hurry. Ha, a pound without feeling? Oh no, you know where the killer is? Where? Captain Lu asked in shock. Captain, another scarecrow body has been found downstream, missing a left leg. Before Chen Chen could speak, a police officer hurriedly ran over. Chapter 89, The Pieced Together Corpse. What? Let's go, Chen Chen. Let's hurry and take a look. Captain Lu spoke to Chen Chen. It's too late to go now. The body can take its time. I'm going to catch the killer. Immediately have someone line up any slaughterhouses or farms upstream of the first case, near the river on the right. Chen Chen waved his hand at Captain Lu. Ha, isn't it downstream? The killer went downstream along the river. Captain Lu was a bit surprised. That was 3 hours ago. Judging by the time between the killer's crimes, the damned are already dead. Too late to stop it. The first order of business is to catch the killer. Chen Chen interrupted Captain Lu. Captain Lu was a bit numb. Captain, which way do we go first? The officers were numb on the side. In the past, the process has been to look at the scene and then pull the strings to find the killer. Chen Chen was good. He didn't even look at the scene and ran directly to the murderer. Go upstream. Leave 2 men to guard the scene, and all the rest of you move back and search upstream. Be quick. Captain Lu clenched his teeth and still decided to follow Chen Chen's thought process. This is completely upside down for the police, but high risk and high reward. If I can find the murderer straight away tonight, then I'll not only have no faults, I'll have a great deal to show for it. But if the murderer cannot be found, one's own responsibility is considerable. Delaying the detection of the scene, making a wrong judgment, and at the juncture of his potential promotion, is certainly a choice to gamble on his career. But he preferred to believe that there was a miracle in Chen Chen. Half an hour later, an officer found a cattle plant along the river, just a dozen kilometers upstream from where the first crime occurred, and there is a small boat anchored right on the river. This is it. Arrest! Captain Lu excitedly gave the order. Almost at the same time, a dozen policemen rushed in, caught the killer who was hiding under the table. The house was filled with the strong odor of blood. A dim lamp shone. There was blood all over the place. Many bloody footprints cluttered it, and the whole house was hideous and horrible. A body pieced together from limbs was sitting on the table. A blood-stained male head, 2 white female arms. The middle part of the carcass was padded with straw, on which were neatly arranged the organs of the heart, liver, spleen, etc. And, against the bottom, yards of intestines. The blood had soaked the straw underneath to a black-red color. Even more alarming to the officers was the fact that there were 2 legs underneath. 2 different legs, obviously from 2 people. It also meant that there was another body that hadn't been found, in addition to the one they hadn't had a chance to check out at the scene yet. The body is right. The blood on the boat is right too. The murder weapon is also on board. The excited voices of the police officers kept coming from all around. The evidence is overwhelming. Take it back. Captain Lu was very energized. fast. Nice work. It's going to set a record for the fastest detection of a serial killer. Sure enough, the bet on Chen Chen was right. Chen, you're simply too good. So quick to find the killer. Give you first credit. Captain Lu spoke to Chen Chen. The process was not that complicated, but it completely subverted their criminal investigation and crime-solving process. No, not quite. I have a feeling the killer isn't him. Who knows? Chen Chen shook his head. Not him? Chen Chen's words surprised the crowd. No, the bodies that were taken were here. The murder weapon was here. And this man's body was covered in blood. And his build was exactly as you surmised before. Definitely a murderer. Captain Lu didn't quite understand. No, it just doesn't feel right. He was already hiding under the table when the police stormed in just now. Instead of hiding under the table because the police rushed in and got scared. Even if it's the murderer who killed so many people, even if the police came, they should have taken up arms and resisted. How could they be so cowardly? He's been crouching under the table with his head in his hands since the police came in earlier. This is so not normal. Chen Chen shook his head and said, this, as the crowd listened to Chen Chen's words, they did feel that something was not quite right. Don't think about it. I'm afraid the murderer didn't expect us to find him so soon. He's under the table, but he's still got the knife in his hand. The way things are now, it's a full conviction. Most likely playing dumb. Let's take it back for interrogation. It's been hard on you tonight. Captain Lu patted Chen Chen's shoulder. Okay. Chen Chen shook his head. Although what Captain Lu said made sense, he still didn't feel right. Comrade policeman, what's going on here? At this point, some of the surrounding neighbors who heard the commotion came out. This is surrounded by a piece of urban village, and the commotion of the police's big operation just now has startled many people to come out. Seeing the police carrying the bloody limbs, they shrieked in horror. There was a flurry of fleeing. You guys from around here? Chen Chen walked out of the house and saw the pointing crowd outside, thought about it and walked towards the men. Yes, we do live in the neighborhood. What's going on here? Little comrade, did you just move out ahead? A big Moncler outlet store man asked Chen Chen. No, that's a bull's head. By the way, do you guys recognize anyone in here? What kind of a man? Chen Chen waved his hand and asked. He's not a murderer, is he? Watching the burly man being let out by the police, Moncler outlet store full of surprise. See what you guys mean? You can't believe it? Chen Chen looked at the expressions of the crowd and asked. Yeah, he's been here for years. Don't look like a big man, but he's actually very nice, very timid, and loves small animals. You're going to say he kills people? I don't believe it. Moncler outlet store said to Chen Chen. He only lives here alone? Chen Chen asked. Yes, the caretaker, who has been living here by himself. Usually it's just carrying feed and doing a little rough labor and stuff. Oh yeah, and he made his own little boat to salvage trash inside the river when he's not doing anything. He's a good man nah, Moncler outlet store said. Those people around them were also talking to Chen Chen. Has he been acting out of character lately? Chen Chen asked after some thought. Perverse? Doesn't seem to be. I did come across it once. I came to borrow their tricycle that day, but he had a bad attitude that day and he was going to hit me. I don't know what happened. I heard that the rabbits he raised were eaten by the factory manager's brother-in-law, so I guess he got mad. I just didn't get on his bad side. An older man in the crowd came out and spoke. Boss, something is strange. The motives don't correspond. Previously we speculated that he would have killed to remove limbs for the disability of a loved one, with a certain amount of paranoia, but the villagers just said it was just him. That doesn't fit. Not only that, but there's also the question, even if a human body is needed, wouldn't it be more appropriate to use only one? Why put it together? Boss, I can think of one possibility. Do you remember? I told you a joke before? Joke? At that time, when you won me and I wanted to leave your body, I used to think about making a bionic robot and transferring my intention to it. Wait, you mean intent transfer? I see. So that's it. Chen Chen suddenly came to a realization. Chen Chen, what are we talking about? We should go. Shi Xiaozhu came over and spoke to Chen Chen. Good. Thank you. Chen Chen nodded. Let's go home and rest. It's almost dawn. We came out of nowhere and my dad was still drunk. The murderer is caught and the case is closed later. And we're not needed. Shi Xiaozhu said to Chen Chen. Back I'm afraid. Let's go to the station too. Chen Chen shook his head. What? Wasn't the murderer him? Shi Xiaozhu thought about Chen Chen's strange behavior just now. No, the killer is him, but it's not him either. Chen Chen said slowly. Chapter 90. I'm Wang Erniu. I didn't kill anyone. Ha, what do you mean? Kishozu was completely confused. Come on, let's go to the station and talk about it. Chen Chen took Shi Xiaozhu and got into Captain Lu's car with him. Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Provincial Department. Interrogation room. The burly man sat in his chair with his head down. If his hands weren't handcuffed, he might be able to stick his head inside his pants. No, Captain. he won't say anything. To this day, he doesn't even know his name and keeps saying he doesn't know what he doesn't know. We all wondered if he was crazy. Anyway, the chain of evidence is so complete now. Why not just get a conviction with 0 confessions? Several officers in charge of the interrogation came out of it. Nonsense. Without the murderer's confession, even if the case is sent to the prosecutor's office, it will be called back. Captain Lu waved his hand. Chen, what do you think? I've been laboring with you all night. Captain Lu turned his head to Chen and asked, I'll go in and talk to him. I should know how to pry him open. But this case is a bit troubling. Chen shook his head and walked in. Some trouble? Listening to Chen's words, the crowd was puzzled. This murderer caught. The murder weapon was found. The body was found. Rarely has there been a case with such a complete chain of evidence. Where's the trouble? Everyone looked at Qi Xiaozhu in unison. I don't know. All he said before was that the killer was him, but it wasn't him either. Kishozu spread his hands. Ha! Hearing Qi Xiaozhu finish, more question marks went over the heads of the crowd. There was a flurry of people lying on the glass of the interrogation room looking in. Chen sat down opposite the burly man. There was no rush to ask anything, but he quietly surveyed the person in front of him. He was tall and full of power, but at the moment it was like an ostrich, trying hard to bury his head. His shoulders were shaking unnaturally, as if he was scared. All of this undoubtedly confirmed Chen's suspicions even more. Who are you now? I want to talk to him, Chen said slowly. Hearing Chen's words, the strong man raised his head incredulously to look at Chen. The eyes were full of doubt and surprise. Outside the interrogation room, Captain Lu and all of them, one by one, were also wide-eyed, their jaws almost reaching the ground in shock. Want to talk to him? Talk to who? Captain Lu and all of them were dumbfounded. But the next moment, something that made their jaws drop even further happened. The burly man who had been rambling with his head down suddenly calmed down, and his panicked, scared, timid eyes disappeared, become alert, getting mean, getting teasing. It even deadpanned against Chen. Looking at the reaction of the man in front of him, Chen knew that he had guessed correctly. Within this burly man, perhaps another personality also existed. This was where Chen felt conflicted. The scene of the arrest was a surprise attack by the police. Even if the burly man wanted to impersonate multiple personalities, he couldn't do it that fast. No one understood this feeling better than Chen. You actually know me? The burly man looked around coldly before finally placing his gaze on Chen. What shall I call you? Chen asked. His name is Wang Erniu, and I'm Wang Ba. The man tried to cross his arms, but both hands were cuffed and he had to stop. Each personality emerges with the triggers for its creation. Your trigger. It wouldn't be a killed critter, would it? Chen asked. You think it's funny, don't you? In the beginning, I felt the same way. He's so wasted and cowardly. He raised birds and was killed with an air gun, raised fish and got stewed, had a dog and got shagged in fondue, had rabbits that were roasted and eaten. Several times he had the urge to kill, but several times he pushed it down until I showed up a year ago. Wang Ba spoke to Chen. If you're killing people, why are you making scarecrows? Is it trying to transfer the personality? That's impossible, isn't it? Even if you transfer it, it's still dead and meaningless to you. Chen asked. Who says I'm the one who has to shift? The corner of Wang Ba's mouth curled slightly. Chen was stunned. A bitter laugh ensued. The person in front of him was different from him. He never thought of killing his other personality, but the Wang Ba in front of him was different. And even in Wang Ba's opinion, Wang Erniu was his shame. The reason for the scarecrow is that I don't want his ghost to keep haunting me. I've heard in ghost stories that scarecrows can bind a person's soul, but only if they have part of a real person's body. Wang Ba continued. That right leg, that's your so-called factory manager's brother-in-law, isn't it? Chen asked. How do you know? Wang Ba was a bit surprised. Time. By some coincidence, the time I found the first body and the time you committed the crime were less than 2 hours apart. Even with the police tracking, you're only 3 hours ahead of schedule. We had been searching down the river at the time, and we didn't find you swimming against the current along the way, which can only mean that you returned to your lodgings before we searched along the river. Based on the gap between the crimes, the time for 3 cases is full, and you don't have a chance to work on a 4th. But instead a right leg appeared that could only have been prepared by you in advance. Chen explained. Nice. It's that guy who's been bullying Wang Erniu. Even though it's bullying Wang Erniu, it's the same as bullying me. He deserved to die. He's got a tattoo on his right leg, and I'm kind of taking it out for him. Wang Ba said with a fierce smile. But there's one thing I still don't understand. When he arrested Wang Erniu, he had a knife in his hand, and it was clearly Wang Erniu's personality at that time. What's he doing? Kill you? Or kill himself? Is it really possible to do something like personality transfer? Chen asked with a face full of skepticism. Grass, boss, what do you mean? You want to transfer me too? Ha, Lauer's voice wailed in Chun Chen's head. You damn quiet. If I could transfer you, I'd have done it a long time ago. Why would I need to be locked up in a mental institution for 3 years? I'm leading him to conviction. Shut up and listen properly. The man in front of me is not so simple a dual personality. Chen Chen rolled his eyes somewhat breathlessly. Good, that's who I intend to kill. But not with a knife, but with a veterinary anesthetic. Physical action doesn't kill personality. Only psychological suggestion does. As soon as I tell him that I killed him with a knife and then after I pass out, I wake up and it's just me. But I didn't realize that he was too timid to be afraid of death. This just popped up to grab a personality from me. Just in time for you guys to catch it. Wang Ba spoke proudly to Chen Chen. For you to say that is tantamount to an admission of guilt. It must be a death sentence for killing so many people. What's the point to you when the body is dead and there will be no personality whatsoever? Chen Chen was a bit puzzled. I'm Wang Erniu. I didn't kill anyone. If you don't believe me, you can take a polygraph test. Everything I say is true. The murderer was Wang Ba, but he's dead. The corners of Wang Ba's mouth were slightly upturned as he looked straight into Chen Chen's eyes, revealing a teasing look like a cat looking at a mouse. Chapter 91. Wang Ba is not a second personality. At this time, not only Chen Chen, even Qi Xiaozhu and the others who were outside, also figured out the cause and effect of the case. The man in front of me has a dual personality, usually an honest man. The second personality, Wang Ba, is violent and murderous. Wang Ba, the second personality, wanted to invade the first personality and even tried to kill the first personality, Wang Erniu, by means of witchcraft. The killing was done to piece together the scarecrow's body and convince the first personality, Wang Erniu. Now it's all confessed. However, Wang Ba, who was the second personality, suddenly disappeared, leaving only the first personality. Two personalities share a body. How do I get a conviction? Only then did the crowd understand why Chen Chen said that this case was somewhat troublesome. From the very beginning, Chen Chen realized this problem. Instead, they almost came up with a zero confession plea. It's too suspenseful. Thinking of this, Captain Lu pushed the door and walked in. Even if you have multiple personalities, that's no reason for you to get away with it, and we'll have an expert assess it. If it were true, you'd be in a mental institution too, and there will be no acquittal as you claim, Captain Lu said. What are you talking about? What's wrong with me? What personality? The person in front of him was full of confusion and switched from Wang Ba to Wang Erniu again. Captain Lu was filled with dismay. The rest of the words were swallowed back. It was the first time they had encountered such a situation. This personality in front of me is like another person. He didn't do anything, and like he said, a lie detector couldn't detect it. Captain Lu looked helplessly at Chen Chen. Chen Chen, however, stood up unhurriedly. You're really smart. Fabricated a near-perfect story and persona. That part of it is a vulnerability in the domestic sphere, if not the world sphere. If it does work out for you, perhaps you will indeed be spared the death penalty. But unfortunately, you met me. Chen Chen indifferently looked at the burly man in front of him. Chen Chen's words directly caused everyone to freeze. Whether it was Captain Lu and the others, Qi Xiaozhu, or even the burly man, they were all looking at Chen Chen with unblinking eyes. Chen Chen, what do you mean? Why don't I understand any of this? Captain Lu asked Chen Chen, a face full of frustration. Since I met Chen Chen, I feel like I'm nothing as a detective chief. You're all fooled by him, Chen Chen said with a smile. Tricked by him? What do you mean? What else could he be lying to us about? The crowd looked at each other, none of them understanding what Chen Chen meant. To be precise, Wang Ba is not a second personality. That Wang Erniu is the second personality. Isn't that right, Wang Ba? Chen Chen clasped his hands and confidently looked at the people in front of him. I don't know what you're talking about. The burly man stammered, rubbing his two hands under the table over and over, looking very nervous and overwhelmed. The crowd was confused. Chen Chen, what's going on here? Didn't you say before, from what you learned from the surrounding villagers, that he was usually a very honest character? Is it hard to be wrong after all this time? Kisho Chu couldn't help but ask. Of course not, because he has lies nested in the midst of lies. It's too roundabout to say it in terms of any first or second personality. I might as well be blunt. Chen Chen looked at the crowd. He doesn't have any second personality at all. From start to finish, there was only one. He's just called Wang Ba, and that Wang Ernie was just an identity he's disguised. Chen Chen looked at Wang Ba with unblinking eyes. The Wang Ba in front of him trembled violently, his pupils subconsciously contracting. The eyes that looked at Chen Chen were unnaturally evasive. No, Chen Chen, how did you know? We watched the whole thing just now, and he does have two people, and these two people are completely different. Isn't it a dual personality? Captain Lu rubbed his brow as he spoke. Captain Lu, I think you should have heard it just now. During my chat with him, he said that his second personality appeared a year ago, but he knows quite a lot, even such ghost stories as scarecrows stealing souls. From what we know of Wang Ernia's persona, he's very timid. There's no way he would know about this kind of thing. So how did this so-called second personality know about it? Chen Chen explained. Yes, at that time, the villagers said that Wang Erniu was very caring, raised small animals, was very timid, and really wouldn't take the initiative to learn about these things. The officers murmured. It's all a deliberate disguise on his part, even on purpose. He knew that this plant manager's brother-in-law liked to tease him and kill the critters he kept, so he purposely died and kept them and switched them around. According to the cowardly character, if one really likes small animals, if one is really caring and timid, it is impossible to keep another animal after a carefully kept one has been killed. It's like someone who has had a dog in the house, and when the dog dies, it's hard to get another animal because you can't accept the emotion. Not to mention, the dog was killed by someone else with malicious intent. Seems to like small animals, but this one-time behavior is showing that he doesn't like them at all. He's just using these animals and building a persona. Chen Chen said loudly. Yeah, our family had a dog before, and just like what Chen Chen said, we won't have one again. So true. This man's behavior is all pretend. Disguised for so long, that makes sense. No wonder Chen Chen said that Wang Erniu was the one who was disguising his appearance. I didn't realize that his intentionally created behavior was exactly what was in evidence. The officers murmured excitedly, listening to Chen Chen and the police officer. Wang Ba's face was gloomy, and he had even forgotten to disguise Wang Erniu's innocence. I know you're not convinced, and one more thing. By your logic, both personalities are synchronized to know what's happening. In other words, the second personality can hear and see, only it can't manipulate the body. So that means that everything that happened here just now can be seen by Wang Erniu's personality. And what was the first thing you asked after you switched personalities? Remember? Chen Chen looked at Wang Ba playfully. I remember he seemed to be full of innocence and asked what we were talking about. Captain Lu said thoughtfully. Nice. You think you're putting on an innocent face so that we can understand switching personalities, but you don't realize that you've just exposed the root. There's no personality in the press. Everything is a disguise for you. Chen Chen hit the nail on the head when he pointed out Wang Ba's brokenness. So you've been setting me up all along. You did it on purpose. Wang Ba looked at Chen Chen incredulously. Of course. Otherwise I don't have time to chat with you. Chen Chen didn't deny it. This can't be right. How did you find out? Since when do you know? Wang Ba struggled violently, but the handcuffs on the chair prevented him from standing up at all. Chapter 92. I'm sick. Scarecrow. Chen Chen said slowly. Scarecrow? What's wrong with that? Wang Ba was incredulous. If it's really about transferring and sealing personalities like you said, there's no need for you to kill so many people. The plant manager's brother-in-law, I take it, was recently killed by you? Chen Chen asked. I don't know what you're talking about. Wang Ba twisted his head. For the purpose you stated, only the body of the plant manager's brother-in-law would suffice. But you knew that it would be impossible to hide the killing, and that's why you came up with such a solution, deliberately using a second personality to take this on for you. You killed so many people on purpose in order to give more credence to the dual personality scenario. It's partly to complete the story, and partly to make a big deal out of it. The bigger and more brutal the murder, the more it contrasts with the image you pretend to have on the surface, and the more believable your story of a dual personality becomes. That's right, isn't it? Chen Chen drew out the threads and analyzed Wang Ba's murder as well as his preparation after the murder. It was a great pleasure to hear the crowd. And most importantly, the second personality isn't like you. You've been watching too many movies. Watch fewer movies in the future. Chen Chen shook his head. Wang Ba's eyes were glaring red, and his chest was heaving violently. All of his disguises, not even a year's worth of them, were surprisingly useless in front of this young man's eyes. I want to apply for a psychiatric evaluation. I'm sick. Wang Ba shouted out. You are indeed sick, but not mentally ill. Know how psychosis kills? Unconscious, unsignaled, violent, singular. There's absolutely no way a psychopath could kill someone and calmly take the body away to make a scarecrow in the first place. This premeditated, clinical course of action just proves that there is nothing wrong with your mind. You've lifted a stone, playing psycho in front of me? You're too young. Chen Chen looked at Wang Ba with contempt. Wang Ba completely collapsed to the ground. His last hope was dashed. Boss, I'm convinced. You're still good. It's surprising that even I didn't see this disguise coming. You're the boss. No problem. You're worried about me. Working out how to move you out, aren't you? So concede? Hey, boss, you're limiting yourself, aren't you? The value of the two of us is more than 2 times 1. Besides, a lot of the time I'm not all there. It's like that Pokemon ball that stays in the ball when there's nothing else going on. All right, on your knees. Chattering, Chen Chen smiled. After solving this case, Lao Er was obviously much more honest. Come on, cuff him to me. Captain Lu was excited. Just now, When Wang Ba answered the question, he had already admitted that he was the murderer. Chen Shen has been attacked to this extent, and if they can't take him again, their provincial department's criminal investigation brigade can be disbanded on the spot. Wait, Chen Shen stopped the crowd. Team Lu, it's impossible for this person to disguise a personality for more than a year for no reason, and the way he kills people is very skillful. Unlike the first time he's killed someone, and being able to come up with such a well-thought-out logical story to get off the hook. Wang Ba is probably not his real identity either. You can check it out. There have been previous cases elsewhere. Chen Shen reminded Captain Lu. Why didn't I think of that? How is it that your brain still works so well when you're a man who's had a pound of wine? No goddamned way. Captain Lu slammed his head. Been busy most of the day. Sobered up a long time ago. Chen Shen touched his nose. Wait, one more question. Why isn't he afraid of the polygraph if his other personality is in disguise? It's hard to fool if there's only one person, isn't it? Captain Lu asked suspiciously. It's not hard to be able to fool a polygraph. Just fool yourself. The reason why he dares to say so, perhaps in the middle of this year, in front of outsiders, he was really able to think of himself as Wang Erniu, and a year of psychological suggestion was enough for him to convince himself. Chen Shen thought about explaining. You are simply amazing. How do you know so much about dual personalities? Captain Lu was filled with surprise. Probably watched too many foreign movies. No more. Back first, so sleepy. Chen Shen snorted and led Qi Xiaozhu out. By now the sky was white. Breakfast stores on the street are smoking hot. The air is filled with the smell of noodles and oil. A strong smell of fireworks. Perhaps that's what we police are all about. Punish the criminals in the darkness of the night and leave the light to the people. Kishiretsu sucked greedily at the cool air in the air. There is nothing more satisfying than a busy night's work to bring a murderer to justice. Chen Shen smiled. The night is the soil of parasitic crime, but the light will surely come, no matter what. Honestly, I still feel that it's a shame you're not a cop. There are certain things about responsibility and honor that are hard to appreciate when you're not in a police capacity. Qi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Shen. She still didn't understand why Chen Shen didn't want to go back to the police force, but instead went to become a private detective. You had a plan for last night's meal, didn't you? When did we start? Chen Shen didn't answer and flirted with Qi Xiaozhu. It's not like I'm inviting you to be my son-in-law. What are you afraid of? Besides, you're still not happy to be our family's son-in-law? Qi Xiaozhu tugged Chen Shen's arm hard. Her eyes locked with Chen Shen's. Then won't I be able to mingle and lie flat? Please, Chen Shen joked. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** walked towards a breakfast place. 7 in the morning. Kishiretsu's house. Keith walked out of the bedroom in a drunken stupor, just in time to see Chi Xiaozhu and Chen Chen, who had just entered the door. Why are you out so early in the morning? Eat your breakfast before you go, Kion said as she looked at the two men. Chapter 93, Did you guys go out and get a room? Dad, you didn't just wake up, did you? Gosh, we've been working all night and you, the director, have been sleeping. Is that appropriate? Kishozu grumbled disgruntledly. Worked all night? You guys went out and got a room? Kishore's eyes widened. Dad, what were you thinking? There is a case. Kishozu glared at his old man with a red face. There's a case? What case? How come I don't know? Director Key was flabbergasted. Jingle bells. It was at this moment that QI's phone rang. Aha. After Chi Tongwei picked up the phone, he listened while looking at Chen Chen and Chi Xiaozhu every now and then. It was hard to hang up the phone and looked at Chen Chen incredulously. You solved a serial killer case last night? Catch the killer within 3 hours of the murder? Really? You're not right. Didn't you drink a pound of white wine last night too? That's a 53-degree saucy one. Kishore couldn't believe it. Woke up early. We both had bowls of ravioli this morning and brought them for you and Auntie. I'll catch up on the couch, haha, Chen Chen said while lying down on the sofa. It was naturally Chen Chen who was the most tired this night, and he fell asleep in no time. Oh my god, is this still human? Kithu's brain buzzed. There are 4 points of pride in men. Either that or have money. Either have a face. Either have the ability. Either that or drink a lot. Having both at the same time can be a mixed bag. Chen Chen has all 4. No wonder he was able to be looked at by Elder Gong in Kyoto, if he really continues to be a police officer. I'm afraid the provincial office won't be able to keep him. Shut up, keep your voice down. Can't you see Chen Chen is sleeping? Hurry up and go to work if you want to. Don't disturb Chen Chen's sleep. Huang Meiwan walks out and whisks Chi Tongwei away. Huang Meiwan was getting more and more satisfied with Chen Chen. You two out solving crimes at night? Huang Meiwan asked gently to Chi Xiaozhu. Right. Mom, I'm telling you, Chen Chen is awesome. I always thought I was a genius before, but last night I was clueless for 2.5 of the 3 hours it took to solve the case. What the hell is going on? Come on, tell me about it. The two women yacked away in the bedroom. Provincial Criminal Investigation Brigade. Captain, the body of the first victim has been recovered from the downstream barrage. It's pretty much the same location as Chen Chen said, and since it was our police who went to search it, it wasn't discovered by too many people and didn't cause a bad impact. The body of that brother-in-law was also found in the backyard of the plant and buried by him. Captain, the wanted information checks out, and it's true that it's a fugitive at large. It's on the top of the concordance report from the Jiang province side. He's the murderer of an extermination case in Jiang province, who committed the crime 2 years ago and absconded to the Peninsula province. The murderer has confessed all, admitting to all the crimes, exactly the same as Chen Chan reasoned before. Chen Chan is simply incredible. Listening to the steady stream of police reports, Captain Lu became more and more in awe of Chen Chen. This is a bonus from above. You guys solved the case in a timely manner this time, minimized the impact, and set a record for the speed of solving the case. It was specially awarded to you. The director approached with a thick envelope and banner and said, "Call all of them to Chen Chen." The banners produce a separate one for Chen Chan's private detective agency. Captain Lu arranged to a few police officers. After this one, we're going to be under quite a bit of pressure to do cases in the future. Without Chen Chen, what can we do in the future? Captain Lu shook his head. Tianhai City. Chen Chen and Shi Xiaozhu both flew back on an airplane. Originally, Shi Xiaozhu was planning to play with Chen Chen in the provincial city for a few more days, but Gong Jian called and said that he had encountered a case and was in a bit of a hurry, and wanted Chen Chen to help him go back. Chen Chen did not refuse and immediately returned to Tianhai City with Shi Xiaozhu. Captain Gong, what's the situation? I can't believe the generosity of calling us back in such a hurry and reimbursing our airfare. Chen Chen asked Gong Jian. Although after the previous case, his relationship with Gong Jian was eased, but Gong Jian is, after all, the newly appointed chief of criminal investigation in Tianhai City and needs to establish his authority. Easily wouldn't have chosen to involve Chen Chen in their case. This time, he took the initiative to contact Chen Chen to solve the case, which made Chen Chen somewhat surprised. Don't mention it. Here comes a madman. Go to the conference room and I'll give you a brief rundown of the situation. Gong Jian took Chen Chen and them to the conference room and handed Chen Chen a dossier. 3 days ago, we received an anonymous call reporting a crime. Says there's been a murder in the Majiagu Garden District. A lady named Meng Jiao was killed by her husband. We didn't find any body after we went over to the address we called, but after visiting and investigating, the lady from Meng Jiao did go missing. We immediately summoned his husband, who didn't say a word and kept counting down the minutes to remind us of the time we were holding him. We launched a sweep of his home and found no clues. From the looks of it, the husband has the best suspicion. We've been holding him for over 23 hours, and if there's no more evidence, we'll have to release him. We want your help. Gong Jian briefly went over the situation. I'll take a look at the dossier and all the security footage. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, "It's ready for you, and on site we've made an analysis. The video surveillance is also adjusted to 8x speed for you." Gong Jian said in a hurry. Got it, leave it to me. Chen Chen was first stunned, and then smiled at Gong Jian. Time passes by. Chen Chen had already gone through all the files and analysis reports, and was watching the 8x speed surveillance video. Gong Jian and the others anxiously looked at Chen Chen and checked the time from time to time. Captain, there's not much time left. I'm afraid it's too late even if we go in now. Yeah, even if we could find a break, it's too late to find it. This person, if he really is a murderer, will probably hide immediately once he gets out, and it will be difficult to find him at that point. A couple of officers whispered off to the side. There. Finally, after another moment, Chen Chen slowly stood up, but the faces of the people were deeply helpless. How much time do I have left? Chen Chen did not care about the dejected looks of the crowd. I'm not going to lie. There's less than 10 minutes left. Go ahead and try. Gong Jian shook his head, no longer holding out much hope. With less than 10 minutes left, it's too late to get to the evidence even if you think of it. Unless we can just get the killer to confess. Less than 10 minutes? Enough. Chen Chen smiled slightly, lifting his feet toward the interrogation room. Chapter 94, Before the cigarette burns out, I'll let you recognize your own. Inside the interrogation room, the light was bright and there were 2 cameras arranged around it. In the center sat a middle-aged man in a jacket coat who had no handcuffs on his hands and was currently only a suspect with no actual evidence. He is none other than the husband of the missing Meng Jiao, Lu Chang. Seeing Chen Chen come in, Lu Chang raised his head and looked at Chen Chen. His face was slightly surprised. I didn't realize it was such a young cop who came in at the last minute. And Chen Chen looked at Lu Chang. He noticed that Lu Chang's facial muscles instantly relaxed the moment he saw him. Boss, There's something wrong with this guy. It's obvious that they don't like us. There's no rush. Hang him out for a while and take the initiative. I guess he has calculated all the circumstances and thinks that in another 10 minutes he will have won the first stage. Our presence has disrupted his expectations, and he won't be able to resist talking. Boss, I'm afraid this man has been planning this for a long time. The police have been very meticulous in their mapping, but they still haven't found any clues. How are you going to pry him away? Yeah, the surveillance has been lined up. All that can be seen is that the deceased entered the neighborhood and never left. The best way for a large living person to disappear is to split the body. But the police investigated all parts of the room and also ran a lineup with the luminol reagent and did not find any blood residue. Even the entire neighborhood and surrounding areas such as sewage wells were all screened and no body tissue was found. No DNA residue whatsoever. Dang, what can he hide a big living person in? Will the body be dropped down the stairs with a rope and then out again? No, that would have been caught in the middle of the surveillance long ago. I say, officer, it's almost time. Even if you guys suspect me, you have to show proof, right? Sure enough, Lu Chang, who was sitting on the chair, couldn't help but take the lead in speaking to Chen Chen. Ever since Chen Chen had come in, he had been sitting and fuming. Do not inquire of him or speak to him. Seeing that the time was coming, Lu Chang couldn't help but talk to Chen Chen first. Chen Chen smiled slightly. He was waiting for this moment. Any stage needs an audience. He had gone to so much trouble to set it up that he would surely be the first to speak when he was on the verge of victory and at his most relaxed and excited. Evidence? Of course there is. How else would we know that you killed your wife? Chen Chen said indifferently. I didn't kill anyone. Don't you slander. Lu Chang looked straight at Chen Chen, trying to calm himself down. He had thought that the young man came in to admit defeat, but he did not expect the police to have evidence, and he instantly regretted a little that he had just opened his mouth. I see the deceased's identification information. Only 27 years old. You are 42. Your age difference is quite big. Cheated? So you killed her? Chen Chen looked at Lu Chang's dissimilarity and asked carelessly. Lu Chang's face instantly turned red. Nonsense. You're baiting a confession. There could be surveillance here, and even if I say anything, it won't have any legal effect. If I get out, I'll reserve the right to sue you. Lu Chang didn't expect the police to make such a mistake and couldn't help but tease, seemingly regaining the initiative. Who says I'm a cop? My humble self, Shadow Private Detective Agency, Chen Chen, commissioned by the police, specifically to get you to confess, Chen Chen said with a raised eyebrow. A private detective? Lu Chang was clearly taken aback. He had thought that Chen Chen was a police officer, and police officers were subject to so many constraints that he knew how to deal with them, but never thought that the person who came was a private detective. The means of private investigators he did not understand, but he did not dare to underestimate. A lot of stars' hidden situation. Our private investigators exposed. Nice. Chen Chen sat upright and took out a cigarette and lit it. I know what you're waiting for. There are still a few minutes left to hold you, but do you believe that I can get you to confess yourself before the cigarette burns out? Chen Chen spoke indifferently. Put the cigarette on the edge of the table. What the hell is Chen Chen up to? There's 5 minutes left now. Isn't that messed up? That's right. A cigarette burns normally for 3 or 4 minutes. What's the point? That's too full of it. If you don't confess in a moment, you'll be even more unable to keep track of it later, and it'll be a shame. A few cops outside murmured. Shut up, Gong Jian angrily rebuked. Everyone was silenced. Gong Jian looked at his subordinate with hatred. He had already been admired by Chen Chen in his heart. Chen Chen has been fighting for the initiative from the moment he entered. Going in first and not revealing the bottom in a hurry made Lu Chang unable to resist speaking first, taking the initiative to open his mouth. And the act of lighting the cigarette was a godsend. Whether it's 24 hours or less than 10 minutes left, that's the amount of time the suspect has given us police. And Chen Chen reversed the position with just one cigarette. Turns out Chen Chen is giving the suspect time. It's a very unintentional and even subtle switch, though, but the scene is already dominated by Chen Chen. All learn. Gong Jian spoke to a couple of officers. It was then that the crowd realized that although Chen Chen appeared to have done nothing, but really, the encounter with the suspect began as soon as he walked in the door. Inside the house, looking at the confident smile at the corner of Chen Chen's mouth, the expression on Lu Chang's face froze. His eyes couldn't help but look at the scarlet cigarette butt, and as the white smoke rose and dispersed, his thoughts became somewhat scattered. He seemed to realize something and shook his head off. I didn't kill anyone. If I had killed someone in my house, you would have searched it and found no body. Even if I split the body, did you guys find any blood? If I had, I'm afraid I would have been approached a long time ago, Lu Chang said in a hurry. seems like you're pretty confident. As I recall, your status is that of a chemistry teacher, isn't it? It's not impossible to eliminate the luminol reaction in a way that a high concentration of sodium hypochlorite destroys the NDA and hemoglobin, and disodium EDA couples the metal ions in the bloodstream, and then you just flush it out with water. These chemicals are in underwear cleaners and sanitizers. You wouldn't be a stranger as a chemistry teacher, would you? Chen Chen asked. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Lu Chang's face was filled with dismay. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't kill my wife. I know even less about luminol reactions. Lu Chang had long ago forgotten about the plan of saying more than you can say, forgetting that he had less than 10 minutes left to leave. Under Chen Chen's mobilization, he argued fiercely with Chen Chen. No, you don't realize the problem. Since there is a way to prove that the luminol reaction can be eliminated, the little basis for exoneration that you just stated that no blood was found is not valid. Chen Chen shook his finger. That's strange. The victim didn't leave the building and wasn't found at home, so there's only one place to hide the body. Chen Chen deliberately paused for a moment. Absently, he gazed into Lu Chang's eyes. Chapter 95, Reporting Yourself? Don't bluff. If you're going to say something, you just say it, Lu Chang impatiently said to Chen Chen, subconsciously glancing at the cigarette next to him. It was almost half burned. Looking at Lu Chang's reaction, the corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly. Blood eliminated. Not in the sewers, not on the roof of the building. Then the only way to hide the body from the world is to hide it among the cement of the wall after splitting the body, and also to cover the odor. God forbid. Chen Chen said slowly. Ha ha ha, that's it? I thought it was so awesome. Lighting cigarettes and bluffing and pretending. I think the police have looked at my house. There is no up-to-date painting or chiseling at all. It is simply impossible. Lu Chang couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the slowly burning cigarette, he was surprised to feel some relief. Outside the interrogation room, Gong Jian also frowned and listened. Captain, we thought of that before. Knocked on all the walls in his house. There are no holes or any freshly painted areas. Wasn't Chen Chen very powerful before? How do you make a mistake like that? Was it that you didn't look closely at the dossier just now? A few police officers came over and asked Gong Jian. Gong Jian shook his head. He was also somewhat unable to see Chen Chen's meaning. Taking out his cell phone and checking the time, there was less than 3 minutes left. Not much point. It seems that it's still up to them to rearrange the leads. I didn't say in your house, but in your neighbor's wall. Gong Jian was about to walk away when Chen Chen's voice suddenly came from behind him. Gong Jian couldn't help but turn around and come back. In the interrogation room, Lu Chang looked at Chen Chen with wide eyes, his face full of shock and disbelief. I didn't go to the scene, but the investigation is clear within the information from the police walkthrough. That neighborhood of yours is currently in an area where old homes are being renovated, and the city is giving some subsidies, so a lot of people are taking advantage of the opportunity to refurbish, and while the renovations are going on, a lot of homes are vacant. I remember when the police visited the building, there were 6 families renovating in your building alone. You're so confident because you knocked your wife out, took her to a neighbor's toilet to kill and split her body, and then hid it in the wall. And then there was the elimination of the blood, and you thought that made it foolproof. That's why you were so confident when the police went to search. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he confidently said to Lu Chang, "No, this can't be right. How do you know so much?" Lu Chang looked at Chen Chen incredulously. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and he collapsed helplessly in his chair. His subconscious questions and reactions, and the identity of his murderer is revealed. And this time, the cigarette was about to burn to the edge of the table and the ashes fell lightly. The cigarette hasn't burned out yet. I'll give you one more chance. If you confess now, I can apply for your surrender. Chen Chen said indifferently. Everything you said was right. I didn't realize that it was so well done that it was still discovered. Lu Chang stared dead at the cigarette that was about to burn out and finally admitted it. There's no point in him not admitting it. Chen Chen had already guessed that the police would soon find the body, and he could not escape. Motive for murder? Chen Chen asked coldly. She cheated on a fitness instructor. I'm in a second marriage. She was originally one of my students. My ex-wife was older than me and I just always wanted something smaller and she happened to like my type of maturity and we got married. It was okay for the first couple of years, but then I realized I couldn't live together. She loves working out, riding, camping, and hiking, and I like to fish, or be home alone. I found out some things later on, followed her and caught her, and she's promised every time that she'd change, but she's still gotten worse afterward. She had to go to the gym that night and I found erotic lingerie and Durex in her gym bag. Strangled her in a fit of rage. You know the rest. Lu Chang said slowly. Just like you said, I brought the body upstairs. My neighbor's family was waterproofing their toilets before and came to ask me about it, and I knew that their family was going out for a half-month trip, so I thought I'd take the body to their house and split it, then mix it with cement and stack it inside the wall behind the toilet, and then chemically clean off that blood. That's it. Lu Chang finished. staring at the cigarette in a daze. At this point, the cigarette burned right to the edge and went out. Next moment, Gong Wei and the others rushed in as well. Chen, you are simply... Thanks really this time. Gong Jian patted Chen Chen's shoulder. At this moment, there was only shock and admiration for Chen Chen in his heart. The whole process of solving the case is like hearing thunder in a silent place. Wonderful. Take him out, Gong Jian said to the officers behind him. Wait, aren't you going to tell the truth when it comes down to it? Chen Chen called out to Gong Jian and the others and came to Lu Chang. I've said all I need to say. Lu Chang skimmed his eyes at Chen Chen. Where did that fitness instructor go? I take it you made that 911 call? Chen Chen asked at him. What? Lao Kung called to report himself? Gong Jian and the others also stared wide-eyed. At the time, that 911 call made it clear, and we went to look it up, that it was a dummy number, and it wasn't pursued in detail, and it was the information from that phone call that made us think he was the biggest suspect. How come he called? Gong Jian asked with some confusion. Lu Chang, on the other hand, kept his head down and didn't say anything. I take it you didn't kill him outright? You'll blame everything on this fitness instructor who cuckolded you. You used his phone to call the police for the purpose of deliberately letting them know this. Didn't want to name him to be desperate for death. Then he must be kept in a very private place by you. Chen Chen said slowly. Nice, that's it. You'll never find him. I can't live with myself if I kill someone anyway. I won't tell you. He deserves it more. I can't believe I'm urging my wife to plot against my house. Don't you guys waste your efforts. 2 more days tops, and even if you find him, he'll be a corpse. Lu Chang said coldly. You are not overconfident. You also said earlier that you and your wife don't get along, that she goes out a lot and all you like is fishing and staying home. Where can you hide someone with that kind of range of motion? Chen Chen looked at Lu Chang with unblinking eyes. Either that, or you have other properties where you hide people, tie up and hide them. But as long as it's a residential neighborhood, it's hard not to move. Even if you tie it up tightly, that's a fitness instructor. There's got to be a way to get out of it, and this obviously won't work. The police can look up the property and find it too. You wouldn't be so confident. As for your house, it's even less likely. Not even the neighbor's house. After all, that's a big living person that only leaves fishing as an option. I think there's an abandoned house or cave of some sort where you fish. Chen Chen spoke slowly. Chapter 96, The East Meets West. As Chen Chen continued to reason, the expression on Lu Chang's face gradually changed from the original arrogance to panic. Immediately line up the neighborhood's previous surveillance and look for Lu Chang based on his fishing route. Also turn to fishing groups in the same town for help with similar fishing spots. Everyone, move now, Gong Jian commanded outside. I didn't realize that so many police officers couldn't do anything about me, that I would fall into the hands of a little private detective like you. Count me in. Don't waste your efforts. He's 50 kilometers outside of the western city, at the Mother Mountain Reservoir. There's an abandoned engine room over there, and that's where he is. Lu Chang looked at Chen Chen and said, Go to the Mother Mountain Reservoir on the west side of the city immediately. Gong Jian said in a hurry. Wait, Captain Gong, go to the east side of the city outside where you can fish for it. Chen Chen stopped Gong Jian. You mean? Gong Jian looked incredulously at Chen Chen and then at Lu Chang. How can his hatred for that adulterous couple be easily removed when he's gotten to the point of murder? There's absolutely no way the correct location will be given, even if it's admitted. Instead, it will delay the police from finding him later and make him suffer more. Chen Chen explained to Gong Jian. I can't believe you. Lu Chang looked at Chen Chen with a face like death. Don't act so innocent. If you're really as described, I do sympathize with you a bit. But when the police were investigating, they found some information that you really think identified you as the killer. Just because of that phone call? Chen Chen looked at Lu Chang with unblinking eyes, took some information out of the file bag. This is a copy of a medical test found from your home, and it says very clearly that you can't do it in that area, that you don't have male capability, and that's why you got divorced. It's also clear from the neighbor's visits that you have a propensity for domestic violence, and for that, was called to the police station. So you knew that once you killed your wife, the police would be the first to suspect you, which is why you were thinking of taking the initiative to call the police, thus diverting their attention. As for your comment about your wife cheating on you, I'm afraid you were forced to do so. It's hard to say it's entirely your wife. Chen Chen took out the information from the police investigation and said. Lu Chang's mind went blank. Take him away. Gong Jian looked at Lu Chang, who had completely frozen, and waved his hand at the officer. I kind of understand now why you've been fighting for dominance since you first came up here. It's not just about suppressing him, it's about your thinking and not being disturbed or influenced by him. It really was the right thing to ask you to help. Gong Jian looked at Chen Chen heartily. Actually, Wenin knew that Chen Chen got the National Criminal Investigation Competition champion. He was then already convinced of Chen Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to seek Chen Chen's help this time. Don't. That's out of character for Captain Gong. I'm getting paid for a fair deal. There's no need to be so polite. Chen Chen grinned. Don't worry. I won't use you for nothing this time. Pay up. Gong Jian cried and laughed. But this is like what Chen Chen said. It is not just a gratuitous help. Then in the future, when there is a case to find Chen Chen again, he will still be able to open his mouth. This was Chen Chen giving them a step down. Soon, word came from upstairs from the deceased that the body was found inside the toilet. Captain, the bodies have all been dug up, and it's a good thing the cement hasn't completely set. The entire wall of the toilet extends out nearly 10 centimeters, and the mutilated body is hidden in there, so you wouldn't even notice unless you looked closely. The body was covered in bruises and cuts, and the domestic violence was worse than expected. I'm afraid that when the neighbors move in, they won't even think about the fact that every time they go to the bathroom or take a shower, there's a disembodied body in the middle of the wall watching over them. The officers felt a chill down their backs. It has a ghost story feel to it. Captain, we're back. The fitness instructor was found and has been taken to the hospital. It's just as Chen Chen said, next to a river in the east of the city. There was originally a fish pond there, which was abandoned in the back, and very few anglers go back to it. When we found him, he was naked, strewn with all kinds of bruises, tied up and half crazed. I guess Lu Chang beat him up after he locked him in here. It's a good thing we got there in time. 2 more days of delay and I don't think the people would have made it. At that moment, a couple of officers came back from outside. That was money well spent. Gong Jian smiled and shook his head. Yes, Captain. We solved the case without incident, not to mention avoiding another body. This bonus is a bit weak to take. I'll send it to Chen Chen and forget about it. Captain, but I've heard that people from quite a few places are ready to come and ask Chen Chen to solve the case. It shouldn't have snubbed Chen Chen, right? While the crowd was excited, they were also a little worried. Don't worry, with Shinobu around, he shouldn't just wander off. Even if he's going out, he'll probably take Shinobu with him, and we'll be able to keep tabs on that. Gong Jian smiled and waved his hand. By the way, speaking of which, how come we haven't seen Shinobu? It's gone when the case is solved, someone asked. Just now Chen Chen received a call saying that their area was going to be centralized for demolition and went back to sign. Shinobu went back to help. The two of them lived together. Gong Jian explained. Demolished? Then Chen Chen is rich. Wasn't the winner of the previous National Criminal Investigation Skills Competition $1 million? That's a lot of bonus money these days. Why do you still feel very short of money all day? A couple of the officers laughed and joked. I just heard Shinobu say that too. Chen Chen's previous winnings were given to the Angel Orphanage, and he was working at the time, so he was pumping money into angel welfare every month, and I admire him for that, to say the least. In the future, any bonuses given to Chen Chen, even if the top doesn't come, will be given to Chen Chen first. Gong Jian spoke to the crowd. Just relax, Captain. The crowd nodded. Chen Chen's house. Kashengzo packed large bags full of things and piled them at the door. Really? We just moved in and we're moving again. But it's a good thing this lady has money. Now I'm your landlord. Qi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen Chen while moving. Once the place was ready to be demolished, Qi Xiaozhu immediately rented an apartment and ordered Chen Chen to have to go over and live there. The reason is that the previously paid rent is not yet due. I'm not even trying to rent with you. You're the one who had to rent a loft apartment when it's actually easier for me to live alone. Chen Chen was somewhat helpless. What? I'm a big beautiful woman who took the initiative to share a room with you and even split the room bill with you. And you're still not happy about it? Trying to escape from my lady? Not even a door. Qi Xiaozhu glared at Chen Chen with a red face. Chapter 97, You're a little slow. After a full day of work, towards evening, Chen Chen and Qi Xiaozhu both finished moving. Exhausted. Let's go eat first. We'll clean up when we get back tonight. I know a good Western restaurant in this neighborhood. Usually I can't go eat alone, so today this lady is treating me, and you're paying for it. Qi Xiaozhu pulled Chen Chen's arm and walked outside. Didn't you say before that the people chasing you were lined up from Panglai East Road to Tiling East Mountain route? Why haven't you come to eat yet? Chen Chen smiled and teased. Where would you be if I said yes to them? Oops, go. Qi Xiaozhu held Chen Chen's arm tightly. Her fingers interlocked, afraid that Chen Chen would run away. Yo, Chen Chen, this is your daughter-in-law, right? What a handsome look. Lang, call me when you get married. Just as I left the house, I met my neighbor, Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang, this is Auntie Wang, right? I'm Shinju. I'll be sure to call you when we get married. Before Chen Chen could speak, Qi Xiaozhu took the lead in opening her mouth to greet Auntie Wang, fearing that others would not know about her relationship with Chen Chen. It's been a long walk, and almost all of the neighbors are busy moving. Qi Xiaozhu and the new daughter-in-law door general. This chat a few words, that said a few words. If not, Chen Chen dragged Qi Xiaozhu away. It is estimated that even in the future who help bring the child are lined up. It made Chen Chen cry and laugh. I'm going to keep you on a leash. you have this face. Maybe how many little girls will miss it in the future. This girl is doing the people a favor. Kisho-chu narrowed her eyes and smiled into a crescent moon. However, he found Chun Chen twisting his head to look at something, not paying any attention to himself at all. What's wrong with you? Kishiretsu asked. There's something wrong with the guy who just went over there. Shin pointed to a man behind him wearing a black trench coat and a baseball cap. The man had his head down, unreadable, and was in a hurry. However, after brushing shoulders just now, Chen noticed the difference. Problems? What's the problem? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. His beard was glued on, his eyebrows were deepened and thickened with an eyebrow pencil, and his cheeks showed signs of makeup. I was a little nervous about seeing your uniform when you brushed past us earlier. Subconsciously turn around, but then keep walking, Chen explained. That, too late to say more. Shi Xiaozhu was about to ask again, but Chen turned his head directly toward the man. Sir, is this wallet yours? Chen took out his own wallet and called out to the man. Wallet? The wanted man, Che Tianlong, froze and stopped to gaze at the wallet in Chen hand. At the same time, he glanced at Shi Xiaozhu behind Chen. Not mine. Che Tianlong shook his head. He looked up, but was finding the young man in front of him with the policewoman staring at him. The corners of his mouth even quirked up slightly. Danger! Instantly, Che Tianlong felt a great sense of oppression from the young man in front of him. This sense of oppression far exceeded even the feelings those old cops had given him before. Run! Without hesitation, Che Tianlong turned and ran towards the crowd. Over the years, it was this anticipation of danger and decisive action that allowed him to escape the police time and time again. Not to mention that the feeling of danger this time was far greater than any time before. Chen fell back. He hadn't expected the man to act so decisively, and the whole process was without delay. But it also validates your own judgment. There's something wrong with this guy. The problem is not small. After them, Kishozu had already chased after the man. Chen looked at it and couldn't help but shake his head. Their current location is a commercial pedestrian street. Very many people. The man fled very quickly. Directly so chase, I'm afraid it is difficult. Chen looked at the direction the man had fled. There was a fork in the road ahead, and he was now on the left side of the road and must have chosen to turn left, or else crossing the road would have slowed the distance. And after the left turn, all the stores are on the street. The best place for him to go is the little alley after the left turn. Chen no longer hesitated and turned left into the small alleyway ahead of schedule. In the meantime, Che Tianlong was speeding through the crowd, constantly using the crowd to cover his tracks. He had noticed the policewoman behind him catching up. Ahead is the intersection. If he turns right and crosses the road at this time, he will definitely be discovered by her. Coming to the intersection, he decisively turns left, looking for a place to hide, but there are stores on both sides, so if you really go in, you'll be caught in a jar. Che Tianlong looked around somewhat anxiously and suddenly realized a small alley in front of him. Hurriedly, he dodged and dug in. Just moments after going in, Kishiretsu also chased after him to the intersection. This was a T-intersection with a lot of people on both sides, and the man from earlier had disappeared. I saw it earlier. He ran that way? Kishiretsu said with chagrin. Just now, I was blocked from view and lost the chase without looking. Alley-oop. Che Tianlong probed at the overwhelmed Shi Xiaozhu and smiled contemptuously. Stinking cop, still trying to catch me? You're still young. Che Tianlong spat. Who's tender? Say, you're running a little slow. It was at that moment that a voice sounded behind him. Turn your head. The young man who had just been there was holding his hands and looking at himself. Chao Nima. Che Tianlong smoothly copied a nearby brick and threw it towards Chun Chen, taking advantage of Chun Chen's dodging to quickly run towards the outside of the hutong. And Shi Xiaozhu also spotted Che Tianlong and quickly chased after him in this direction. Instead, he bumped into Chun Chen, who was slowly walking out from the entrance of the alley. Chen, when did you come over? Oops, whatever. Get after it. Shi Xiaozhu was about to run, but Chen yanked her back. That kid leaps faster than a rabbit. Chasing is hard. Follow me. Chen came to the curb and stopped a cab. Master, go to the back door of the Cheetah Mall. Chen said to the driver. Go there for what? Block him. Chen said with a smile. How did you know he was going there? Kishozu was dumbfounded. It's almost dark now, so he'll definitely choose a less crowded place to hide. It's surrounded by shopping streets and it's getting more and more crowded. The closest thing around is the back entrance to the Chanda Mall 2 blocks next door, and there are no lights there. He'll be wary, and the hood will surely go there. Chen explained, but he didn't necessarily go there even if he wanted to hide. Did he? Kishiretsu was still a little disbelieving. He's already known to us by his basic appearance and clothing. The best way to hide is to change clothes, and the Chitra Mall is the perfect place to hide in all directions. Chen waved his hand. So it is. Then, he can't take a taxi and run away later? Kishiretsu still found it a bit hard to believe. It's the evening rush hour, and if you'd opened the map you'd know that the neighborhood is full of red lines, and cabs are from a company that has contact information. The fact that you can think of it means he can think of it too, and won't be so stupid. Chen Chen said. Right, you guys are catching bad guys, right? We have a special platform for our cabs to carry passengers, and as soon as we broadcast on the radio, we know who's there. Straight to the bureau for you. The master driver in front of him also nodded his head and said, there it is, ha, too bad it's just 2 crossroads, not even enough for me to play. No more money for the police. The driver's master waved his hand. How could I? Chen Chen took out a $10 bill and placed it on the passenger side, leading Qi Xiaozhu down the road. The two had just arrived at the back door of the Cheetah Mall when they saw a panting, wretched figure running over. You're a little slow. By yourself or by us? Chen Chen asked Qi Xiaozhu for the handcuffs and waved them in front of the man. Chapter 98, Going out for a walk and catching a Class A wanted criminal? You? No way. Why are you here? You guys definitely weren't behind me after all those turns I just made. Che Tianlong looked at the person in front of him incredulously. He was absolutely sure of his escape speed. The police would never be able to catch up. What's more, he had purposely turned around several times to make sure that no one was following him, and that's why he wanted to come and change his clothes to escape with the help of Chitramal. Never in a million years. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw them waiting. Instantaneous movement. Ha, Super Saiyan? Grass. Che Tianlong didn't tie up his hands and turn toward the outside intersection, but ran right into a girl. Solo pulled a dagger from his waist and held the girl hostage. Get out of my way, all of you. I've got 3 lives on me, and I don't mind pulling it back before I die. Che Tianlong pressed his knife against the bottom of the girl's neck. The sudden hijacking stunned the crowd on the side of the road, who gathered around and took out their cell phones to film it. Chen Chen's eyes went cold. Thought it was a little wanted man. I didn't realize that this man was a murderer and had taken a hostage. Boss, such a dangerous person will be very troublesome if he continues to drag on. It's hard to run now that people are surrounding us, and it might even break the bank. I know that too, but it's also a pain in the ass to try and subdue this guy instantly. His dagger was under the girl's neck, and when he made a move it was to cut her throat. Boss, it's getting dark. It's dark? Chen Chen froze. Yes, it's getting dark. The duration of the flashbang's effect is about 3 seconds. That's a good idea. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly. Chen Chen, what do we do? I've called the captain. It'll take them 15 minutes at the earliest to bring someone over. There was a big traffic jam around the area and a couple of car accidents. Qi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen Chen in a difficult manner. It's too late. The man wouldn't be stupid to wait around. In case the hijacked vehicle rushes out, the girl is in danger. Chen Chen shook his head. So what do we do? It's just the 2 of us. Kishozu was a little flustered. Although she was a criminal police officer, she had never handled a hijacking on her own. I have an idea. You cooperate with me. Chen Chen whispered softly in Qi Xiaozhu's ear. Will it work? Kishozu's eyes widened. Trust me. Chen Chen patted Qi Xiaozhu's shoulder, turning his head to the bandits and the hostages. At this time, the girl with the pretty face was already scared out of her wits, and the makeup on her face was all blown up from crying. I was just going shopping, but I didn't expect to get caught in the crossfire. I say bro, there's no need to go this far for an ID check, right? Hostage taking and knifing again. In that case, take your time about something. Chen Chen said to Che Tianlong with a smile. ID check? I chow and I ma. Play me, give me a car, or I'll kill him. Once Che Tianlong heard Chen Chen's words, he almost didn't spit out blood in anger. There's a traffic jam now, so even if I gave you a car, you wouldn't be able to escape. Look, I've requested a helicopter for you, so when the time comes, you'll be in it, and you can hold the pilot hostage and fly as you please. Chen Chen spoke to Che Tianlong. A helicopter? Che Tianlong's eyes widened. People around don't just watch the fun ah. People are tired of taking hostages. Help bring a bottle of mineral water. Chen Chen spoke to the people around him. Soon a bottle of mineral water was handed to him. Here, have a drink. You've just been running for half a day. You're thirsty, aren't you? Chen Chen said while placing his hands behind his back and making a gesture to Qi Xiaozhu. Kishorte comprehended and took out his cell phone. Don't you come any closer. I don't drink water. Che Tianlong was confused by Chen Chen's continuous east and west, and as he watched Chen Chen come forward with the mineral water, he quickly reacted and pointed his sword across the table. It's now. Chen Chen bent down violently. Kishorte was taking pictures with a flash. Che Tianlong looked in Chen Chen's direction and was caught off guard, being violently flashed by the flash, and his eyes instantly went white. Not waiting for a reaction, he took a heavy blow to the face and fell backward with a scream. When Chen Chen leaned over just now, he threw the mineral water bottle towards Che Tianlong's face. The smash was accurate and hard from such a close distance, and when Che Tianlong pointed his knife at Chen Chen just now, it didn't cause any harm to the hostage. I chow and I ma. Get off me. Che Tianlong was pressed down by Chen Chen and had to struggle. When I looked up, I was dazzled by countless flashes. Original. The surrounding onlookers also saw the cooperation between Qi Xiaozhu and Chen Chen just now, and seeing that the murderer was still going to resist, they took out their cell phones and turned on their flashes to flash at the murderer, with the sound of a siren. Gong Jian and the others ran in with their men. As soon as I came in, I was dumbfounded. Only a strong man was seen sprawled out on the ground in a sorry state. Hands, legs, and even his neck were tied up with several belts, and he couldn't move. Next to them were 7 or 8 men carrying pants. There were also a number of people with cell phones, lined up to flash them in front of the murderer. What's the situation? Gong Jian was filled with dismay. People's war, Chen Shen said with a smile. Just now, after Qi Xiaozhu handcuffed Che Tianlong twisted the handcuffs and wanted to break free. Chen Shen then wanted to ask the people around him to borrow a few belts to tie. As a result, dozens of belts were thrown in, and a number of people were taking off their pants, not to mention tying up one person. Even tying up 10 people would be enough. It's awesome. The police are awesome. I can't believe you thought to use your cell phone flash to flash the thugs. Smart. No. I think the best part was the water delivery. From the moment he started asking for a drink, to handing it over, it was 3 big steps forward. That's the 3 steps that just hit right in the face. Artistic and bold. This plainclothes cop has some skills. At this point, the surrounding crowd erupted in fierce applause and cheers. Chen, I'm kind of convinced of you. The case was just solved in the wee hours of the morning and the murderer was caught at night. At the rate you're going, we're going to lose our jobs. Gong Jian stepped up and joked. Just luck. It's all about the help of the people. This job is for nothing. No charge. Chen smiled. Come on, why don't we have that luck? I'll see who this murderer is, Gong Jian said as he came to Che Tianlong and squatted down in front of him to watch. Che Tianlong? Seeing Che Tianlong's appearance, Gong Jian was creeped out. You know him? Chen also came over. Che Tianlong, a Class A wanted criminal, on the most recent wanted notice issued by the provincial office. This man is suspected of robbery, murder and has 2 lives on him, and being from a martial arts school, he is physically strong, has escaped capture many times and is extremely dangerous. Up to $100,000 for reporting information. Gong Jian looked at Chen Chen incredulously. Going out for a walk and catching an A-list fugitive in the process? The luck, the ability, it's unbelievable. Chapter 99, I have to offer Chen up. Wait, Captain Gong, did you just say that he has 2 lives on him? Chen asked. Yeah, that's what it said on the wanted notice before. Gong Jian nodded. Take it back to trial. He overheard him talking about it earlier, that he's killed 3 people and has other cases on his back. Chen said to Gong Jian, yes, I'll arrange it right away. Gong Jian sucked in a breath of cold air. In the meantime, Tianhai City Police Station. Director Zhao Meng was anxiously following up on calls from various leaders. Just a moment ago, he was all set to leave work. The leader called and asked him to watch it live. Zhao Meng was dumbfounded after he opened the live broadcast, and the live broadcast room in the same city had exploded. Almost any swipe of the same city live feed is all about the hostage-taking scene from every angle. It's just a matter of handling this thing well. But if there's an accident, it's a full live broadcast. That feeling, it's like being on vacation right away. But the teacher suddenly comes in with a paper and says there's a test. And this exam, or the college entrance exam that decides fate in general. Don't worry, leader. I've got the entire CID team out. Make sure to keep the hostages safe. Chief Zhao spoke to the leaders, but there is no bottom at all in the heart. Before taking the call, he had seen the scene inside the live broadcast. It was called a crowd. Normal hostage-taking requires clearing the area to avoid greater irritation to the robbers. But this time the hijacking took place on a downtown pedestrian mall. There's a lot of people, and one by one, they turned on the live camera and gathered more and more. It's a bias that their police people are not on the scene yet and can't control it. The excitement is considerable for the robbers. It's not a good idea to go crazy now. After hanging up the phone, Director Zhao hurriedly called Gong Jian, ready to ask about the situation at the scene. But just as he dialed, a phone rang at the door. Gong Jian, weren't you at the scene? Director Zhao was taken aback. His face fell into a grimace. Chief, the murderer has been caught. It's a Class A wanted man issued by the provincial office. The man has been brought back. Gong Jian said to Director Zhao. Caught? You guys moved so fast? Where are the hostages? Any injuries? Director Zhao's brain was a bit unable to keep up. Chief, just watch the video. Someone at the scene recorded it from every angle. To be honest, I know the situation from inside the video as well. By the time we got there, Chen had already taken the murderer in custody. He interfered with the flash of his cell phone photo to create a visual gap of less than 3 seconds. Just brilliant, Gong Jian said in admiration. Flexible response. In situ. Strike decisively. Even he had to admire Chen actions this time. Chen caught it? Director Zhao received Gong Jian's cell phone with wide eyes. Above is a video posted by a Skyhaven City Fusion media outlet with the title, #Police in Plainclothes Working Closely Together. Flash mineral water outsmarting murderers. Hashtag. The video was edited, but the footage of Chen Chen and Qi Xiaozhu working together was very complete. The video has had over 1 million views. The number of comments is even up to 300,000. Once you open it, it's all there. The Tianhai City Police are awesome. Who says female police are inferior to male police? Our female police officers in Tianhai City are superior to men. I thought this guy was scum at first, but it turned out to be a step up and a bottle dry. Handsome. Police mighty. Punish the evil. Police mighty. Punish the evil. Director Zhao watched the whole process with a dumbfounded look on his face. His mouth was able to stuff a large duck egg into it. Wait a minute. You're giving me a break. That is to say, Chen Chen and the others just helped us solve a murder case, and finished catching a Class A wanted criminal right afterward? And by the way, it also re-established the image of our Tianhai City police force through video and live broadcast? Bureau Zhao rubbed his eyes in some disbelief. Not only that, this Che Tianlong went through our interrogation and he also confessed to a murder. It was committed in our city of Tianhai. The case hasn't been exposed yet, and the murderer was caught straight away. We've already reported to the provincial office, and they're also surprised that this Che Tianlong is their key wanted person, and the top is going to give us a collective third-class merit. Gong Jian grinned at Director Zhao. Until now, he finally understood why Gua Haibao was promoted so quickly. Had I known that Chen Chen had this ability, I should have just offered Chen Chen up when I took office at that time. What a shame. How can it be okay to keep following Chen Chen and eating ready-made food? Chen Chen should definitely not be treated poorly. Bonuses and commissions should rather be given more than less. Also give Shinobu some flexibility in her work schedule. Director Zhao said to Gong Jian. Don't worry, Director. I've got the count. Gong Jian nodded. Police station entrance. Chen Chen and Qi Xiaozhu walked out. This time, after catching Che Tianlong's case, Chen Chen felt that his status in the Tianhai City Police Department was high again. Originally, the crowd was still calling Chen Chen Chen, but now many of the young people had changed their names to Brother Chen. Those old geezers in the bureau are even calling each one a sleuth. Not to mention the fact that just now, walking from the captain to the director, he even let himself go in front. It made Chen Chen somewhat speechless. Finally walked out after making a statement. Brother cop, it's happening right now. A voice came from behind Chen Chen. Turning his head, he saw that it was the same girl who had been hijacked by Che Tianlong earlier. I'm not a cop, just call me Chen Chen. Neck okay? Chen Chen looked at the girl's neck, which was wrapped in a band-aid. It's okay. My name is Do Xiaodan. Thank you for saving me. Do Xiaodan politely bowed to Chen Chen. It's okay. You're also smart and calm, despite being hijacked. You picked up on that when I gave you the wink to move to the side. Otherwise it wouldn't have gone so well. Chen Chen said with a smile. I just didn't realize that cops could be so handsome. I'm not afraid with you in front of me. Do Xiaodan said to Chen Chen with a red face. Air. Chen Chen looked at Do Xiaodan in front of him. Delicate and pure. Her body is full of youthful and lovely atmosphere. When she looks at herself, she is even a little imploring. Can I buy you dinner? After all, you saved my life. I have to thank you properly. Do Xiaodan invited Chen Chen. Ahem, little girl, I'm glad you're okay. It's our duty to punish the wicked and eliminate the evil. You don't have to take it too much to heart. At that moment, Kisho Chuck came from the back. Smoothly, he wrapped his hand around Chen Chen's arm. Just now, he watched Do Xiaodan thanking Chen Chen, but he didn't think much of it. After all, it is true that thanks to Chen Chen, Do Xiaodan was not injured. Otherwise, even if they were replaced by the police to deal with the scene, it is difficult to deal with Chen Chen so perfectly. But the more you look behind you, the more wrong it gets. Why is this little girl looking at Chen Chen with drawn eyes? What the hell is this about inviting Chen Chen to dinner? A hero who saves a beautiful woman from a beautiful woman? Kishozu decisively killed it. Chapter 100, A Live Lesson. This is your sister-in-law, isn't it? Should we join you? Do Xiaodan looked at Qi Xiaozhu and spoke. Gee, how's that? Since they're treating us and they mean well, you shouldn't refuse. Qi Xiaozhu smiled and took Chen Chen's arm. Do Xiaodan's sentence of sister-in-law directly bribed Qi Xiaozhu. And you're shameless. Sell me for a meal? Chen Chen was somewhat speechless. The three of them retraced their steps back to the pedestrian street and found a Western restaurant to eat. Da Xiaodan after the robbery. Honeyed sister-in-law Kishore take. The hungry Chen Chen. The three of them had a wide array of things laid out in front of them. Chen Chen feasted. Do Xiaodan and Qi Xiaozhu, on the other hand, were tugging at Chen Chen to ask after the whole process. Just spotted him on the road earlier. He's so obvious. Who in their right mind would be like that? Chen Chen helplessly spoke from the beginning. That's not right. I passed that guy at the time too. why didn't I notice? It's hard not to notice everyone around you? Kishozu was very unconvinced. She had similarly rubbed shoulders with Che Tianlong at that time, but no difference was perceived at all. It doesn't require any special attention, just a quick scan and you'll see it. Chen Shan replaced the freshly cut steak in front of Qi Xiaozhu. Wouldn't that be the same as a photographic scan? Dou Xiaodan stared at Chen Shan with wide eyes. Pretty much. Chen Shan thought for a moment and said, "Geez." The two girls looked at each other and shook their heads. Wait a minute. When I was chasing him, he clearly disappeared at the intersection. Then how did he suddenly reappear? Or did you force someone out of the alley? You were still behind me then, Qi Xiaozhu asked Chen Shan. Where could he have gone? With a walkway like that, which way would you run if you were him? Think about it differently. Take a detour ahead of time. And wouldn't that take care of it? How else would I outrun him? Use your brain. Chen Shan spread his hands. Kishiretsu, I feel like you're lighting me up, but I have no proof. Kishozu bristled. The reasoning is the same as riding in a cab in the back. He's not much smarter than me. I just have to think about what he's going to do and anticipate it ahead of time. It's easy enough to catch him. Chen Shan spoke as he used his cell phone map to explain his previous thoughts to the two. The eyes of the two beauties listening to it were starry-eyed. Oh my god, that's so cool. I always thought before that police solving crimes could only appear on TV, but I didn't realize that there really is one. It's just awesome, just like Conan. Dou Xiaodan looked at Chen Shan with a face full of admiration. Is this good to learn? Can I get into the police academy later? Dou Xiaodan looked at Chen Shan with a longing face. It's easy. It's hard. Chen Shan and Qi Xiaozhu spoke at almost the same time. Where's the easy part? Kishiretsu glared. Hey, what's wrong with you? Do you have a blind date like that? Come up here and make a move. While this was happening, a girl next to her spoke in a heated tone. No, let me explain. I really didn't mean to run into you just now. The boy sitting off to the side also stood up. Moment. Many people inside the restaurant were attracted by the noise. It appeared as if two people were on a blind date, but during the blind date, the man moved his hands. The woman left the table in anger. See anything? Chen Shan asked Qi Xiaozhu and Dou Xiaodan as the corner of his mouth curled up. Someone's being a hooligan. Kishiretsu took the handcuffs out. Men are not good. Doden grabbed the quilt next to him in his hands. Stop. Chen Shan hurriedly stopped the two. Learn. I'm not going to talk about people. Dou Xiaodan, who is not a police officer per se, tell me how you, a graduate of the Kyoto College of Criminal Investigation and a high achiever, didn't notice it either? Chen Shan stood up while counting to Qi Xiaozhu. I'm okay with that. Kishozu beamed in dissatisfaction. How do I know what's going on when people fight? But I didn't expect it. Chen Shan didn't go to the table that was quarreling, but instead went to a table near the quarreling. There was a man and a woman sitting at that table. What's the matter with you? That girl looked at Chen Shan in surprise. Perhaps because of Chen Shan's handsome face, the girl didn't have much of an aversion. Beauty, did you lose something in your bag? Chen Shan said to the beautiful woman. Ha! The beautiful woman listened to Chen Shan's words and hurriedly opened the bag on the chair next to her, and suddenly shrieked. Why are my ledgers and papers gone? It was clearly right here just now. The beautiful woman searched the perimeter of the table in panic and looked ready to cry. Books and papers? Qi Xiaozhu and Dou Xiaodan also came over when they saw this. Yes, it's our company's books that need to be verified, along with documents to deal with the audit. I clearly put it here tonight after the meeting, and the bag has been sitting here just now, and the zipper hasn't been opened. So how could it be gone? This is our company's trade secret. I want to call the police, the beautiful woman said as she was about to take out her cell phone and call the police. Beauty, there's no need to rush yet. I know where your books and papers are. Chen Shan stopped the beautiful woman who was about to make a call. Ha, really? Where is it? It was as if the beautiful woman had grabbed a lifeline. Are you two here on a blind date too? Chen Shan turned his head to look at the man sitting on the side. Right, but how did you know? The beautiful woman was a little surprised. This table of theirs was not spaced close to Chen Shan's and theirs, and their speech was absolutely inaudible. I saw him here first just now, before you came in. When you came over, you stopped by the table to say a few words before you sat down, and you didn't take off your jacket right away when you sat down. You waited until after the food was served and you were ready to eat it. The restaurant is moderately warm, and people who know each other well enough to eat usually take off their coats when they are seated, so you don't know each other. When two young people who don't know each other sit down to dinner, the most likely scenario is a blind date. Chen Shan spoke slowly, listening to Chen Shan's words. The eyes of both Qi Xiaozhu and Dou Xiaodan were wide open. Yeah, when the two of them came in just now, They felt too hot and took off their jackets before taking their seats. And the fact that this woman didn't take off her jacket is instinctive self-preservation in front of strangers. Wait, Xiaozhu blanked Chen Chen. You were obviously eating just now, but you were looking at other beautiful women? What about my books and papers? Does it have anything to do with dating? The girl asked Chen Chen. Of course it matters, because your ledgers and papers, they're on him. Chen Chen pointed to the man sitting next to him. Chapter 101, Double Kill. What are you babbling about? What's it to me if she lost something? What are you? Is it your turn to be in charge here? Upon hearing this, the man stood up with great dissatisfaction, pointing his finger at Chen Chen's nose. Police, shut up. Kishozu waved his police officer's license in front of a few people. The man's arrogant aura was suddenly honest. The police can't just wrongly accuse people. My bag is right here. Search all you want. The man opened his backpack and looked at it. It's empty and there's nothing in it. Kishozu didn't believe it, picked it up and looked at it, and there really wasn't a sandwich of any kind. He couldn't help but look at Chen Chen in surprise. Those ledgers and papers of yours, how big do they add up to? Chen Chen asked the girl. 2 ledgers, about the same as 2 stacks of money. The documents, if you will, are a dozen sheets of A4, freshly printed paper. The girl gesticulated. Stand up. Chen Chen spoke to the man. I didn't take anything. You're slandering me. The man stood up reluctantly. Oh, instead, Chen Chen picked up the man's jacket that was placed behind the chair. The man tried to block it, but it was too late. Chen Chen took out a dozen pieces of A4 paper from among the left sleeve of the man's jacket. From among his right sleeve, he took out 2 more ledgers. Right, here are those papers. When did it get inside his sleeve? The girl was shocked. Many of the people around them were also whispering. If I'm not mistaken, tonight's blind date was arranged on the fly, right? Or the very anxious kind? Chen Chen asked to the girl. How do you know everything? I also got a call from Rose this evening after a meeting saying they had matched someone who met all my criteria and requirements. But he's only available tonight. He's traveling tomorrow and wants to meet with me tonight. I just hurried over, the girl said with a nod of her head. Chen Chen, how did you know? And how do we know that the man stole the books and papers? Kishozu had already nimbly handcuffed the man. The crime of stealing trade secrets is even more serious than ordinary theft. There's been a lot of movement from this guy since just now. Every now and then he stands up eagerly to take a bite. Every now and then he rummages through his clothes to get something. Every now and then he calls the waiter over. I didn't see what he was doing, but it was a little too weird. I didn't realize what he was doing until just now, when those 2 guys next to him got into an argument. He's been trying to find ways to distract the blind date, and then steal something while you're at it. With all those moves in front of us, we should have stolen the ledger already, but the A4 paper is bigger and it's too obvious to steal it straight away. That's why you took advantage of the argument, and the A4 paper that was just printed out was sharp, and you cut your hand on the A4 paper. Chen Chen pointed at the man's palm. Sure enough, there was a thin scar on the man's hand, still oozing blood. It was obviously just recently scratched. A fine mark like this should not be caused by an item other than A4 paper inside a Western restaurant at the moment, but at the size you describe. If it's not inside the backpack, the only way to get it is to roll it up into a bucket and put it among your sleeves. His sleeves are tied and won't fall out. As long as you have your clothes on, you won't even notice. Chen Chen explained. Wow, this young man is amazing. Yeah, it's amazing that something was found with a tiny wound. The best thing is still being able to recognize the thief's movements at once. I guess, I was sitting right next to him and didn't notice anything at all. I didn't think I could run into the police catching thieves at dinner. It's not a bad trip. The people around them applauded Chen Chen and the others as they spoke. No, this girl will open her bag to put her cell phone before she leaves. Won't she be exposed right away? Then he'll just keep it on his person and find it when he's searched later after being discovered. Kishozu asked in disbelief. There's no rush. It's not over yet, Chen Chen said as he arrived in front of the 2 people who had just quarreled. You 2 are accomplices, aren't you? Chen Chen said as he looked at the 2. Don't you talk nonsense. We don't know them at all. The man waved his hand in quick succession. Oh, we? Isn't this the first time you've met for a blind date? How come it's us? You don't know them, so how do you know that your date doesn't know them either? Chen Chen smiled slightly. The man froze. A slip of the tongue, a bald tongue. You guys were the ones who deliberately argued just now, weren't you? Attention grabbing is one thing, but more importantly, the girl took a lipstick out of her bag before. It wasn't put in, but when it was time to leave, the girl must have opened the bag. This way it's all exposed. So, you were actually prepared for this, or perhaps your purpose, from the beginning, was not to steal, but to replace. Chen Chen pointed to the satchel the woman was holding. Before the woman could react, Kishozu stepped forward and took it. Sure enough, I saw 2 other ledgers and documents inside. What's going on? Kishiretsu looked on in surprise. That's for her to ask. Chen Chen pointed at the girl who had lost her things. They are trying to replace the books to avoid financial exposure? The girl reacted instantly. You're thinking too simply. Think about it, this ledger was taken away from you. What would happen to you if today's ledger was lost or replaced with a fake one? Chen Chen shook his head. Then the girl covered her mouth in surprise. This way, she's taking the fall. Whether or not there's a problem with the finances, might as well go in. Thanks. Thank you. The girl bowed excitedly to Chen Chen. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's awesome. I didn't realize there were accomplices. That's right, these two were arguing too loudly just now. Not if it's really a blind date. This young man's eyes are so poisonous. This might be plainclothes police. Are all plainclothes cops this handsome? People from the restaurant had all gathered around, and even quite a few people from the back room had run out. I know who he is. He's the one who just handled the hijacking case. Saw it inside the live stream. At that moment, someone in the crowd pointed at Chen Chen and said, "Ah, yes, that's him. Oh my god, he just got done with the hijacking and he's catching thieves on the side? Oh city lights, handsome, can I take a picture with you?" The crowd also recognized it. There was a flurry of activity. Chapter 102, 3 Beauties in a Play. What was supposed to be a meal for 3 people hardened into a photo signing scene for Chen Chen. When Gong Jian and the others came with him, they were filled with dismay when they saw the sea of people and Chen Chen, who was surrounded by a sea of people. And those 3 gangs of thieves were on the verge of tears the moment they saw Gong Jian. It's a sin. It's just stealing something? As for that, everyone who comes over for a photo op has to put us on? We still have to hang out in this part of Tianhai City. It's all over now. Chen Chen, what's going on here? Gong Jian asked Chen Chen with a face full of shock. I can't help it. I was just going to tell them that criminal investigation is easy, and I wanted to have a live lesson, but I didn't expect to meet them. It should be a premeditated commercial burglary. Chen Chen pointed to the trio squatting next to him. Chen Chen, if you ask me, from now on, you'll be in charge of skulking around Tianhai City, and we'll just give you a high salary. You're like a mobile machine for punishing evil, Gong Jian said with a smile. This was too fierce for Chen Chen. It's a straight triple kill in just 2 days. 2 cases solved in a row in 1 night's time. Out for a meal. It is perhaps not just these 2 cases that are important. Instead, they just take the person before the case has fully deteriorated. Avoid worse repercussions. From that perspective, it means more than solving the case. From what you're saying, I'm losing out. I should have known to ask for money from you guys before I solved the case. Chen Chen spread his hands. Hurry up and get me out of here first. This photo shoot is making my face stiff with laughter. Chen Chen spoke to Gong Jian. Only then did Gong Jian bring Chen Chen and all of them back to the bureau in the name of cooperating with the investigation. Chief Zhao was about to get in his car and go home. Before he could get out the front door, he saw several police cars drive in. What's the situation? Another case? Director Zhou stopped the car and walked down. Director, I heard that it was Chen Chen who solved a major commercial theft case in our Tianhai City during dinner. Some big corporation is involved and the internet has blown up. A nearby officer came over and spoke. Commercial burglary? The internet blew up again? Wait, how come it's Chen Chen again? Didn't he go to dinner? Director Zhao asked with wide eyes. Seems like it just broke during dinner. This is still a pretty big business, involved in a series of financial problems, so I guess things aren't small this time. The officer nodded. Alas, Sensei is off duty. Ever since Chen Chen was discharged from the hospital, the director, even started working overtime. Director Zhao sighed and walked towards the bureau. Chen Chen, I'm sort of convinced. Do you realize that this unintentional capture has brought out a series of big cases? This isn't just an ordinary burglary. It's the collapse of a large syndicate behind this. If you hadn't met them and they really got their way, first of all, that girl would have been in deep trouble, becoming a backstabber for destroying the accounts, at least 10 years to start with, and her youth would have been buried. Then there is the loss of state assets and the avoidance of great losses. The case has already caused a tremor in the higher echelons of Tianhai City, not to mention the commendation. I heard there's also a huge bonus. Gong Jian spoke to Chen Chen. The usual rules apply. The recognition is all yours. The prize money, whatever it is all mine. Fair enough? Chen Chen smiled. I'm embarrassed when you say that. Gong Jian touched his nose. Originally, he is here on the peninsula side of the province to get some experience, to provide seniority and honor for his high promotion when he returns. The original plan was for 2 years pretty much. According to Chen Chen's current pace, he was afraid that he would be able to rise high in less than a year. Thinking about the tone he had used on Chen Chen when he first arrived earlier, Gong Jian was embarrassed. This was hardened by Chen Chen's ability. Chen Chen just walked out of the station. Just saw a girl waiting for herself inside the courtyard. It's the same finance lady who had her blind date stolen. You finished your statement? Chen Chen asked. Well, done. The company has just come over as well, and there's no more for me to do. I'm here specifically for you. If it wasn't for you, I might have been in danger. Thank you so much, the finance lady said while giving Chen Chen a bow. It's okay, you're welcome. It's their own bad luck to meet me. Chen Chen waved his hand. I heard your name is Chen Chen. My name is Huang Xiaoyu. I'm sorry for interrupting your meal just now. Can I buy you a midnight snack? The finance lady invited Chen Chen. The words just fell. Two beautiful women were seen appearing beside Chen Chen at a fiery speed, a left and a right, a flavorful, high-cool goddess in general, familiarly holding Chen Chen's arm, a youthful, playful and moving college students. Some want to pull Chen Chen's arm and embarrassed. Any one of the two beauties taken out would be a top-notch beauty. Oops, Miss Finance is treating us to a midnight snack? Then how can we afford to push back? Kishozu said with a smile. Yeah, the three of us were eating together earlier. Now the four of us are going to have a snack together. Is that okay? Don Dawson also stepped forward and spoke. Yeah, I know a good barbecue ravioli place. I used to go there a lot before working late. If you don't mind, we'll join you? Huang Xiaoyu smiled at the sight. Originally, he thought Chen Chen was single, which was why he was thinking of getting closer through dinner. Chen Chen is long, tall and handsome, plus his ability is strong, and he is also kind to himself. Huang Xiaoyu can be said to fall in love at first sight. Originally, I wanted to ask Chen Chen during dinner if he didn't mind being slightly older, but now it looks, there's no chance for yourself. Looking at the alliance formed instantly by the three beauties, Chen Chen was speechless. It has the feeling of Tang Sanzang entering the Ponzi cave. Are you guys sure you still want to go out to eat? Chen Chen asked the trio. What? The three beauties were stunned. I'm worried that it might turn into breakfast for five later, Chen Chen said weakly. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Shi Xiaozhu and the three of them instantly blushed. What are you guys thinking? I was worried about another case. Are you guys sure you still want to go? Chen Chen rolled his eyes. The three of them, Shi Xiaozhu, lowered their heads with red faces. Just now, I just heard breakfast, but I didn't notice that Chen Chen was talking about five people. The three looked at each other. Go! In unison. Chapter 103, Catching the Big One. Although Tianhai City was a seaside city, there were several rivers running through it. The Lichuan River is one of them. It spans several districts from north to south. The water system meanders and extends, making it a mecca for fishing enthusiasts. And what Tianhai City is famous for is roadside wild wontons. Often the drunken pugilists, after drinking, find a roadside stand to comfortably drink a bowl of hot wontons before going home to sleep. It was already late at night when Chen Chen and the few of them came out. Most of the restaurants were closed. Chen Chen and the others simply found one, a wild wonton stand not far from the bureau, and sat down. This place is near the Lichuan River. It's a nice view at night. When Chen Chen and the others passed, they instantly caught the attention of the men at the next few tables. Chen Chen's table. 3 women. Just Chen Chen is a man. And one of these beauties, one of them counts, is the best of the best. More importantly, each beauty has a different temperament. Shi Xiaozhu changed into a long black dress, simple and low-key, speech and demeanor, showing the high cold temperament. Do Xiaodan's long hair is as smooth as silk, with slightly curled ends that flutter gently, and her face is clear and unassuming. Elegant demeanor and a sweet smile that makes you dream of youth and love. And Huang Xiaoyu was still wearing an OL suit uniform because she had just gotten off work. The white shirt was just enough to set off her clean and flawless temperament. Her tall figure, her standardized shape, and the perfect blend with the OL uniform. The people at the next 2 tables were dumbfounded. Ugh, the bureau can be so busy. The serial killer has just been caught and must be shot. Recently, the director will also launch a citywide scale anti-pickpocketing and anti-triad task. Each brigade has placed a quota. Where to find so many people? This ID is too chunky in my pants, Chen Chen said as he slapped Shi Xiaozhu's police license on the table. Listening to Chen Chen's words, look at the badge glinting coldly on the officer's license on the table. The punks who originally wanted to come over and flirt with the beauty were instantly honest, hurriedly checking out and leaving, fearing that Chen Chen would come over and ask a couple of questions. But whoever is a punk doesn't have something on him. When you're on the road, these things are the capital for bragging about being awesome. But when you're in the bureau, that's the capital for the police to brag about being awesome. Boy, thanks a lot. These punks just now obviously don't want to pay, and they come over and cause trouble all the time. The big mom came over with 2 bowls of wontons and spoke to Chen Chen. Little things. It's a little dark here against the river, so you can lean that way. And there's the public safety office. They wouldn't dare to come hard even if they were arrogant. Chen Chen pointed in the direction of the police station. Doing business too. There's not much over there. This open space is near the LPC River, and there are quite a few wild fishers at night who often come over for some skewers, bowls of ravioli, or whatever. The older sister had a helpless look on her face. Chen Chen couldn't say anything else. When you come out at night to set up a stall, dealing with these drunken pugilists and gangsters is inevitable. You guys eat first. Chen Shen pushed the wontons and kebabs in front of Qi Xiaozhu and the three of them. Instead, the three girls chatted away. Although the three girls are of different identities, they are of similar age. The two of them, Dou Xiaodan and Huang Xiaoyu, tugged Qi Xiaozhu to the left and right to ask Chen Shen about the story of his previous case solving. Kishozu described it in a colorful manner. The two of them, Dou Xiaodan and Huang Xiaoyu, listened with a galaxy of splendor inside their eyes. Chen Shen was a bit speechless as he picked up the skewer and ate it. As expected, it tasted quite good. Just like Huang Xiaoyu said, "Oh big sister, 2 more cashews." Chen Shen spoke to his big sister. "Okay, I'll pick the 2 biggest ones for you. I guarantee you'll eat it and live." Big sister said with a smile. "This young man is awesome. 3 girlfriends also pretty and in such good shape. It's going to be a tiring night." Chen Shen turned his head. Instead, he saw the 3 people who had been chattering and chatting just a moment ago, looking at themselves with red faces in unison. It really wasn't Chen Shen's fault. The way Big Sister looked at them just now, the meaning was already just about hanging on her face. Purely personal preference. There's nothing to imply that. Chen Shen waved his hand. This explanation was not as good as no explanation at all. And apart from Qi Xiaozhu, Huang Xiaoyu and Dou Xiaodan's faces were almost dripping red. Qi Xiaozhu then glared at Chen Shen. "When is it not okay to eat cashews? Do we have to eat today? If you want to eat, I'll bake it for you at home someday. With some roasted oysters, roasted leeks or something. I'll be with you at night anyway. What is it now? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Call the police. Caught the big one." Chen Shen was about to explain the explanation. Suddenly there was a gasp of surprise from the side. Next moment, saw 4 or 5 night fishermen running down the river in a panic with their rods. "What's going on here?" Chen Shen hurriedly tugged at a person and asked. "Don't mention it." A buddy just wailed and yelled that the rod was heavy in his hand and thought he caught a big fish. We all went over to help. And when you catch it, it's a ing corpse. It's all soaked and swollen. Scared to death. I'll rush to report it. The man spoke to Chen Shen and the others as he flew towards the police station next to them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And it really happened? Chen Shen was almost speechless. Qi Xiaozhu and their 3 beauties also stared wide-eyed. Just now, before dinner, Chen Shen had asked them if they wanted to come, saying that there was a possibility that they would still encounter the case. The 3 of them spoke in unison. "I didn't realize it would be prophetic. This meal is kind of out of my mouth, so I guess I'll have to wait for breakfast tomorrow. You guys just stay here. I'll go over there. Shinobu, you make a statement on those fishing." Chen Shen shook his head helplessly. Toward the river. Chapter 104, Compliment Me. Compliment me. Originally, Chen Shen was worried that those people would mess up the scene, but when I came to the river, I realized that I was overthinking it. A body, white and swollen from the water, lay by the river, and there was no one around. Think about it. This might have come together if the body had been found during the day, but most of the night. Fishing up a puffy corpse from the river is kind of a shadow on this night fishing from now on. Chen Shen squatted next to the corpse and watched. The body was bloated, swollen, pale and frightening, and slightly decomposed. The upper half of his body was wearing a shirt, which was completely soaked and clinging to the body, and could be seen, at the ankles and wrists of the body, a strange colorful tattoo. The middle finger of the deceased's right hand was cut off at the root, and the wound of the severed finger was blistered white and completely devoid of blood. But Chen Shen didn't take the risk of examining the body. After all, he wasn't a cop now, and this was close to the police station, and the coroner would be here in a few minutes. No less. Boss, judging from his age and clothes, he shouldn't look like someone who lives in the neighborhood, and he shouldn't have fallen into the water by accident. There was a rope on the body. The other end of the rope was in the water, probably tied to something heavy. Dumping the body is more likely. It should be dragged from the middle of the river by a fishing man's hook. Not for long, judging by the extent of the body. There appear to be bloodstains on the neck, pinpoint reddish-brown hemorrhages on the eyelids, and overall bulging of the eyeballs, coupled with the heavy words. It is almost certain that the deceased did not drown, but was strangled by the neck and then dumped. There's something else that's not quite right. Boss, look at the broken finger and the wrist. So that's how it is. It seems the process isn't that simple. Chen Shen looked toward his wrist. Sure enough, there was a strangulation mark on the wrist. Chen Chen, what's the situation? At this time, Gong Jian panted and ran over with his men. It wasn't far. They didn't even have a police car. Let's have the coroner do an autopsy first. It should be he who kills. Chen Shen said to Gong Jian. He killed? Another case? Gong Jian's eyes widened in shock. Even Qi Xiaozhu and the 3 of them beside him came over with faces full of surprise. When they heard about the body just now, they had thought that someone had lost their footing and fallen into the water. but they hadn't realized that it was a murder. Kishiretsu looked helpless. The two of them, Huang Xiaoyu and Do Xiaodan, were filled with excitement. Soon, Gong Jian and the others also came to the corpse and watched. The truth was the same as what Chen Chen said. This raises the egregiousness of the case quite a bit. Immediately go and line up surveillance along the Lichuan River, upstream. Also, investigate if there are any female missing persons lately. Gong Jian arranged it to the police officer next to him. Gong Jian arranged it. Several forensic doctors had already gone to the side of the body to check it out, and Chen Chen also came over. There was not much sediment, algae or mucus in the decedent's nasal passages, suggesting that there was no pre-life choking, unconsciousness or death at the time of entry. The deceased had something heavy tied around his waist, a sack of construction waste. Murdered indeed, the coroner said as he yanked a piece of twine out of the water. They had just tried to drag the body completely out of the water, only to realize that something was still attached to the water. Chen Chen took a look. There are at least a few dozen pounds of construction waste inside the sack. No wonder the night fishermen, who were there, thought they had caught a big fish and came along to help. Shinobu, what do you think of this case? Gong Jian came over and asked Shi Xiaozhu. They couldn't rely on Chen Chen for help in every case. The deceased is female, about 5'7", and around 25 years of age. The hands have manicure. The clothes are not authentic, but they are all big brands. I can see that the deceased's family is average, but there is some love for vanity. Also, although the deceased had been immersed, it was still possible to tell that makeup was applied, with pupils and false eyelashes, and there were remnants of cosmetics on the face. Obviously, the deceased would have been out and about when he met his untimely demise. Since the girl was going out after putting on makeup, I think it's likely she was meeting someone, and that person would be more suspicious. Kisho-chuk said slowly and analytically. After saying that, he did not forget to look at Chen Chen, a face full of quick compliments. Quick compliments. Gong Jian looked at Qi Xiaozhu in surprise. The situation that Qi Xiaozhu had just analyzed had been very exhaustive, and even the last point hadn't occurred to him. The chief of criminal investigation, worthy of following Chen Chen for such a long time, growing up quite fast. Yes, very good. Then let's start by lining up the dead man's connections. Gong Jian said to Qi Xiaozhu. Captain Gong, wait a moment first. Chen Chen stopped Gong Jian and the others. What's wrong? Something wrong with what Shinobu just analyzed? Gong Jian asked. No problem, just a little incomplete. In my opinion, there was a secondary offense in the deceased. If the instructions are not separated, it is likely to affect the direction of subsequent reconnaissance. Chen Chen said truthfully. Second offense? Gong Jian and Shi Xiaozhu were both surprised. Right, to be precise, the murderer and the person who tied a heavy weight to the deceased to dump the body should not be the same person. Chen Chen nodded. No way? Shi Xiaozhu rushed to the corpse and looked at it carefully, but didn't see anything wrong with it. Look at her broken finger and arm. Chen Chen pointed to a mark on the corpse's arm. This kind of mark should be caused by wearing a bracelet type of jewelry. Judging from the dead man's makeup, he should have been wearing jewelry. If, say, the victim was dumped straight away, the body would have bloated in the river water and the jewelry would never have come off on its own. There would have been jewelry residue on the hands, but not now. Plus the trauma of the two severed fingers can be known to have been cut off after death, and after being waterlogged for some time. That leaves only one possibility. The deceased, after being dumped, was then recovered and looted of the belongings of the deceased. Cutting off the finger. The probability is that it was cut right off because the finger was swollen, making it impossible to remove the victim's ring. This also concludes that the murderer didn't go after the deceased's belongings, so we can rule out accidents such as robberies, and the scope of the murderer, like Shinjuku said, should be known to the deceased, and by the weight of the bundles, the secondary offender would be someone from a nearby construction site. Chen Chen slowly analyzed and said, "Oh my god, you're too good for that. I'm not even close to you." Kishiretsu was full of blows. Just now, I thought I had analyzed the situation correctly, but it turned out that I had hard missed such an important clue. It's a long way to go. Then Chen Chen, let's search the nearby construction site first now? Gong Jian asked Chen Chen. Maybe not. This construction debris weighs dozens of pounds. The speed of the current won't move the body very far. The secondary offender is likely to be someone from the neighborhood, and possibly, among these anglers at the scene. Chen Chen scanned the crowd that was watching behind him and lowered his voice to speak slowly. Chapter 105, he was there. Ha, really? Gong Jian was instantly alert. If the body was floating normally in the water, it would have been going downstream and able to be found unintentionally, which is a strong possibility with these fishing guys. Judging from the location of the body the guys just said, it should be near the middle of the river. I'm afraid it would be very difficult to get the body across under normal circumstances, and since the Lichuan River doesn't allow boating, The most appropriate tool for the job would be a fishing rod, Chen Chen explained. No, this dead man weighed over 100 pounds, and with the weights, almost 200. The rod can be cast over? Didn't it break a long time ago? Kishozu felt a bit incredulous. A normal fishing rod probably won't work, but a specialty or sea fishing rod will do. You can ask around with these night fishermen to see if anyone uses these special rods, Chen Chen said to Qi Xiaozhu. I'll arrange for someone to investigate right away. Gong Jian walked over in a hurry. Ouch, it's so scary. I didn't expect to actually meet a murder case. Yeah, I just watched them forensics guys carry the body away and I didn't even dare go near it. Chen Chen, you're awesome. The one just now is the chief of criminal investigation, right? Even he listens to you? You're not some kind of official, are you? At this point, Huang Xiaoyu and Dou Xiaodan both came over. Criminal investigation is perhaps the least background dependent of the public security departments. Besides, the criminal investigation is as busy as a dog. Catching bad guys is still dangerous. Who's the second generation of government officials to the criminal investigation team inside? And I'm not a cop. I'm just a private investigator who gets paid by the cops to work for the cops. Chen Chen rolled his eyes. Also, hey, wait, you're a private investigator? So handsome. The two girls reacted instantly. They do not know what private detectives do. Anyway, just look at the chief of criminal investigation are polite to Chen Chen's appearance. Then the general police can be much more powerful. Stop, don't run. It's happening right now. A commotion came from the crowd. Not for a moment. A dark and thin old man-like man was then brought over by Gong Jian and the others. Chen Chen, there you go. We were just walking through the crowd along the lines of what you said, and we did inquire about someone. According to those anglers, he was originally into sea fishing, and he had chartered a boat out before, and once capsized and drowned a man, and barely lost his money. Hasn't been sailing since, likes to fish the river at night when he's not doing anything, and often shows off with his sea fishing rod. After being identified by the angler, the man was indeed watching from behind the crowd. Upon seeing us, the heart was weak and ran away, but was hooked back by the anglers with their fishing poles. Gong Jian spoke to Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at the old man who had fish hooks all over his face and body and couldn't help but smile. Just now, those anglers were almost all holding fishing rods in their hands as they ran out in shock. Just the thing to come in handy. I didn't do anything. What are you arresting me for? I'm just here to fish, the old man said with a strained neck. You're here to fish? Then what are you running for? One of the officers yanked and lifted by the neck. Of course I'm going to run when you guys are chasing me. Of course we chased you when you ran. You chase me and run. The old man is dead set against it. What's your name? Chen Chen waved his hand at the officer and asked the old man. Li Jintao. Age, 55. Are you here to fish? Yeah. End of story. I don't know why I'm being arrested. Li Jintao listened to the few questions Chen Chen asked that were no different from what the police officer had just asked, and instantly relaxed. Why didn't you call the police after you caught the body earlier? And cut off your fingers? I was just watching them all come over before. Ha? What finger? I didn't take the ring, Li Jintao said subconsciously, but listening to Chen Chen's question, he subconsciously blurted out. Moment. The faces of the surrounding police officers perked up. Chen Chen 6 a trick to get the old man to show his face straight away. The old man obviously knew that he had just said the wrong thing, and a cold sweat came down on his face. How did you know about the ring when no one approached the scene just now, much less mentioned that the deceased had any belongings missing? It's come to this. Why don't you tell the truth? Let me tell you, even if you're not a murderer, simply by virtue of the two acts of hiding the body and destroying incriminating evidence, it's enough to put you in jail. Be honest and there is a possibility of a lighter punishment. Chen Chen bellowed. That Li Jintao, looking at Chen Chen's appearance, had already lost all 6 gods, and immediately sat on his butt on the ground. I was wrong. I'll say it all. I didn't kill anyone. I was fishing that day and I felt something on my hook and thought it was a big fish, but when I fished it out, it was a woman. I thought she was drowning when I saw how pretty she looked and realized she was dead after I rescued her. When I finished I saw the ring on her hand and the bracelet on her wrist and got greedy and broke the gold bracelet and took it off, but the ring on my finger wouldn't pull out, so I simply cut my finger off with a knife. After that, I was afraid someone would find out, so I went to the construction site where I work and pulled a bag of construction debris, tied it around my body and dumped it into the river with a fishing pole. Li Jintao spoke to the crowd and recanted his process completely. Where are those things? Gong Jian asked sternly. It's at my house. A diamond ring, a gold bracelet, and a cell phone. I thought I'd find a place to sell it when no one finds it in a few days. Li Jintao stammered. Go with him and search the house at once. Gong Jian spoke to the 2 officers. Wait a minute. Chen Chen waved his hand and called out to Li Jintao. When did you find the body? Chen Chen asked. 2 nights ago. I remember like 11 o'clock. It was exactly 11:30 when I went to the site to move the trash, right across the river, and it was almost a half-hour round trip. Li Jintao recalled. Chen, what have you found? Gong Jian came to Chen Chen's side and asked. Based on the current swelling of the body, the time is indeed about 2 days. He wasn't lying. According to him, at that time, it was estimated that the body had just been dumped. The street lights in the park in this neighborhood were turned off at 10 o'clock, and the time of the dumping of the body would have been between 10 and 11 o'clock in the evening, 2 days ago, Chen Chen said slowly. So it is. Gong Jian's eyes lit up. He had just come to Tianhai City for a short time, and he really didn't know about the timing of the streetlights around the Lichuan River. Other than that, judging by the speed of the current, the body wasn't floating too fast. The dump site, it should be within 2 kilometers upstream. As I recall, there's a small riverfront park inside this range, and that's where the dump site is likely to be, Chen Shen said to Gong Jian. Chapter 106. Not alone. Soon, Gong Jian and the others were led by Chen Chen, so they went inside the small park upstream. It's not a small park. Let's split up and look along the river. Gong Jian spoke to a couple of officers. Soon, the crowd then spotted a few suspicious footprints behind a grove of trees. The top pattern is very clear. There's also drag marks, which is obviously where the body was dumped. Extract shoe prints immediately. Chen Chen, you're simply too good. I feel like the amount of work that would have taken us hours was done in half an hour by you. After Gong Jian finished making arrangements for the officers, he came next to Chen Chen and spoke. Even finding this place doesn't mean much. After all, 2 days have passed since the dumping of the body, and there are no traces at the scene. There aren't too many cameras in the area, and there's only one footprint that can only provide comparative evidence. But it wasn't a waste of time. At least one piece of information can be established. The killer shouldn't be from around here. It could be someone from out of town who came to work, or it could be someone from another district, Chen Chen said as he looked around. How do you know? Gong Jian asked in surprise. This place where the body was dumped was not the most suitable place, but it was the most hidden. It suggests that the killer was unfamiliar with the area and would have subconsciously chosen the safest location, meaning that the killing may not have been premeditated. Another thing is that dumping a body directly into the water is obviously not the best way to dispose of it. It's more likely to be impromptu. The murderer should not be too educated, Chen Chen explained. So it is. Gong Jian also reacted quickly. Admiringly, he looked at Chen Chen. Already have so much information about the murderer. In Chen Chen's opinion, surprisingly, the role is still not very big. Chen Chen is asking too much of himself, isn't he? So what do we do next? Gong Jian asked thoughtfully. The key piece of information, still on the deceased's cell phone. Also, I'd like to go back and look at the body again. It was dimly lit down by the river, so I might be able to find other clues. Chen Chen spoke to Gong Jian. Go! Gong Jian immediately took Chen Chen towards the police station. Just as he arrived at the police station, he saw the officers escorting Li Jintao from the car. Captain, it's all been found. A diamond ring, at least $20,000. The gold bracelet isn't too small. It's real gold, and the cell phone is the latest trifold phone, but water got in and a technician was needed to fix it. A police officer came over and spoke to Gong Jian and Chen Chen. Seize the day, make repairs as fast as you can, and identify the dead as soon as possible. Gong Jian nodded. Sheriff's Department Forensic Science Unit. Chen Chen wore gloves and carefully examined the corpse. Boss, the nails on the right hand aren't quite right. They seem to be a bit broken. Looks like it broke during the struggle. There are no traces of binding on the deceased. The strangulation process must have been a struggle. Look inside the nail cracks. Listening to Lao Er's voice, Chen Chen picked up the dead man's right hand to look at it. Sure enough, a bit of fiber-like material was found in the nail crevice of the deceased's right thumb. Look at the material. It looks like car seat material. That makes it all right. The murderer and the victim were acquaintances, and the scene of the killing was in the middle of a car. But it's also a little weird. What's so strange? It's normal to struggle before death, and the material of the car seat, while sturdy, is no less powerful before death. It's normal to buckle down, right? I'm not talking about that. Just now the police officer said that the deceased's belongings found in Li Jintao's house, a large diamond ring, gold bracelets, and a trifold screen cell phone, are all worth a lot of money. But based on what the deceased was wearing, it wasn't in very good condition. These things, most likely, are from someone else, and the deceased dressed up for a date, most likely with this person. But this man shouldn't be driving a car like this. I see. Do you mean to say that the person the deceased met was not the same person as the murderer? Could it be a cab driver? It's possible, but the specifics can't be determined until we know more about the deceased. Chen Chen shook his head. What's wrong, Chen Chen? Anything new? At this point, Kishiretsu walked in. Oh, got a little guess, but need to verify it. Something? Chen Chen asked. The phone has been repaired. Captain Gong wants you to come over, Kishozu said. Go. Chen Chen nodded. Conference room. Gong Jian and the others have fixed the dead man's cell phone through the technical department. Chen Chen. We already knew the deceased's information through the cell phone just now. Wang Guihong, from Tsuwaping Street, East Street Village, Tianhai City, high school diploma. Now working as a secretary for a foreign trade company. We also investigated her chat logs and call logs and locked in on a man named Wang Yao. From their chat records, this Wang Yao is none other than the owner of the foreign trade company. Gong Jian saw Chen Chen come in and spoke to Chen Chen. A high school diploma as a secretary to the owner of a foreign trade company? I'm afraid the relationship isn't that simple, is it? Chen Chen asked. Yeah, the chat logs are very ambiguous. It's basically certain that it's a packaged relationship, and we found the key clue. 2 nights ago, the person the deceased was going on a date with was none other than this Wang Yao. They agreed to go on a field trip to that park near where the body was dumped. Wang Yao is probably the murderer. Gong Jian spoke on the side, handing Chen Chen a stack of information to look at. It has the deceased's identifying information and some chat logs, those jewels of the deceased's. It's very likely that they came from Wang Yao. Maybe Wang Yao got annoyed and thought about killing people. Kishochu was also analyzing on the side. It's true that Wang Yao was the one who dated the deceased, but he shouldn't be the murderer. And contact this Wang Yao as soon as possible. I now have a strong suspicion that there's a possibility that he's in danger as well. Chen Chen frowned as he flipped through the information, his brows twisting into lumps. Listening to Chen Chen's words, Gong Jian and the others were very shocked. What the hell is going on? Why isn't Wang Yao the murderer? And who is the murderer? Shi Xiaozhu asked in a hurry. It should be him. Chen Chen pulled out a piece of paper from amongst the information. The crowd rushed over to watch, but it is the information page of the deceased Wang Guihong, and Chen Chen finger pointed to, is Wang Guihong marital status of the column, married. Chapter 107. Are you harboring someone? You have to be shot too. Chen Chen. Are you saying that the deceased's husband did it? That's not right. We didn't find any information about the husband among the chat logs. Kishochuk said in surprise. My guess is that the cell phone was on the victim and perhaps her husband didn't know about it. Otherwise it would have been taken when the body was dumped. And where the cell phone was found, was it in a more hidden place on the deceased? Or maybe the two rarely communicate via chat apps and mostly on the phone? Chen Chen speculated. You got me. When we interrogated Li Jintao, he confessed to everything. That phone was on the inside of the deceased's clothes, and he didn't notice it at the time. And when he was ready to dump the body, he heard the cell phone ringing, and it startled him. Another call came in after it was flipped out, and it fell into the water in shock, and that's what completely broke it. Gong Jian said from the side. Then it's right up. The deceased would have had 2 cell phones, one normal and one from the gold owner. Chen Chen nodded. Chen Chen. This makes some sense. What if they're not on good terms as a couple and don't usually have much contact? Why wasn't the killer the owner? Kishiretsu asked. First of all, the location of the dumping of the body at the scene suggests that it was not deliberate, but rather improvised. If the murderer was really the one who dated the deceased, then he must have planned everything before the date, or else it would have gotten to him sooner or later. The second point is that I found some fibrous material inside the dead man's fingernail caps, left behind by the dead man's struggle before he died. It's from some cheap car seats. According to boss Wang Yao's status, this kind of vehicle doesn't quite match. Chen Chen took out what he had just discovered. So it is. The crowd then realized, since the deceased's husband is a major suspect, control him first. There's only so much we know at the moment, so an interrogation first might lead to something else. Gong Jian said with a nod of his head. I'm afraid not. I think it's better to contact Wang Yao first. Chen Chen waved his hand. You're worried about. Gong Jian looked at Chen Chen's worried face and also instantly thought of something. Right. From what we've seen so far, the deceased's husband is most likely the murderer and also knows the relationship between the deceased and Wang Yao. I'm worried that the murderer might not let Wang Yao off easily. Chen Chen nodded. Contact Wang Yao immediately. Gong Jian said to the officer next to him. The officers walked out quickly. Chen Chen, you're really great. I sometimes wonder how you can be so young and so capable. Realize that the abilities you've demonstrated are not just in terms of intelligence, but more in terms of sensitivity accrued from criminal investigation experience. I always thought before that when you solved a case, you imagined too many parts of it out of thin air, and that it was your better luck to guess correctly every time. But it's not at all the last few times I've seen it. You are making assumptions and inferences after you have evidence, followed immediately by finding new evidence to validate your assumptions and inferences, and in the process, keep redirecting the reasoning, ultimately drawing accurate conclusions. Gong Jian said with emotion. This is not a deliberate bragging, but Gong Jian has feelings. These things that Chen Chen had reasoned out, he could reason that out too. It was also able to comprehend Chen Chen's thoughts and meaning the moment he said it. However, he needed more time than Chen Chen to rationalize it. That feeling, Gong Jian had experienced it once in his own master's body. But his master, he's a 50-year veteran criminal investigator. It's unbelievable. Sure, Gong Jian will never know Chen Chen's 100,001 encounters in crime simulations, the cases and drills he had experienced. I'm afraid, were not comparable to those of an old detective who had practiced for 50 years. Inside the process, Chen Chen has also failed and made mistakes, but it was also these experiences that allowed Chen Chen to react more quickly to clues. For Gong Jian's heartfelt compliments, Chen Chen also just smiled faintly. Captain, it's not good. We contacted Wang Yao just now, but Wang Yao has been missing for a day, not seen at the office, lost at home. I'm afraid it's in the hands of the murderer. It's happening right now. The police officer who had just gone out to contact Wang Yao hurriedly ran in. What? No good. Listening to the officer's words, Gong Jian became a little anxious. Again, Chen Chen was right. The murderer has been working on Wang Yao for a long time. Did Wang Yao say where he was going before he disappeared? Was the disappearance during work, or the rest of the time? Chen Chen asked the officer. It was after a night of socializing. His wife said she didn't come back during the night, and there have been instances of overnight meetings at the office before, and she didn't care. The next day when the company's finance needed to be signed could not contact Wang Yao, before finding his wife, who realized that Wang Yao had disappeared. The constable spoke. His wife didn't call the police? It's been over 24 hours since the disappearance now, right? Chen Chen sensitively caught a bit of abnormality. That, I didn't ask. The officer shook his head in embarrassment. I'd like to talk to her myself. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, summon Wang Yao's wife immediately. Gong Jian spoke to the officer. Soon, a woman in a mink coat was then taken to the police station. What are you arresting me for? It's my husband who's missing. What are you cops for? As soon as the woman entered the interrogation room, she shouted at the top of her lungs, what business is it of the police if your husband is missing and you didn't call the police? Chen Chen spoke faintly from the side, a sentence that choked the woman. Resentfully, he sat down. Tell me, where is your husband? Chen Chen asked. How do I know where he is? He's such a big guy, can't he lose it? The woman glanced at Chen Chen, unwilling to take care of it. Ms. Lu Xiaoya, right? You don't have a position in the company, but when the company was started, it was made possible by your father's support, correct? Chen Chen asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, and what? Lu Xiaoya said with disdain. From what we know, your husband is notoriously afraid of his wife inside the company. I've had to check in with you before to have dinner with clients. This sudden disappearance and you don't even care? The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled up. Lu Xiaoya froze. I didn't expect Chen Chen to know so much. He immediately regretted that he had just said too much. All right, you think the police have the guts to bring you in without a clue? I'm telling you, don't think you can escape the law just because you weren't directly involved. Knowing and not reporting is the same crime as being a mastermind. When we catch the murderer, you'll be shot along with him. Chen Chen slammed the table and shouted loudly to Lu Xiaoya. Lu Xiaoya was stunned. I didn't realize that the handsome policeman who was so gentle just a moment ago was so fierce in the twinkling of an eye. Add to that the word shot, and you're scared out of your wits. I didn't do it. I just went along with it, and he said he was going to teach him a lesson. Lu Xiaoya spoke pitifully to Chen Chen. Chapter 108, Mutual Color Caps. Who is he? Isn't it Wan Liang? Chen Chen asked coldly. 2. Lu Xiaoya nodded timidly. What the hell is going on? Tell me everything you know. Chen Chen spoke to Lu Xiaoya. Just, my husband, he is the flunky of our family. Because my father invested money to open the company. After making money, he began to be restless, often hooked up with the female employees inside the company. After I found out, I tightened up a bit, but still the dog can't change his ways. There were a couple of female secretaries recruited back there, and I got rid of them all. It was only 6 months ago that I said I'd recruited the wife of a company employee to be my secretary, and I thought it would be more or less better to have that connection. The two ended up hooking up anyway. Wang Liang knows about this somehow too. He's the treasurer of the warehouse. I went to the warehouse the other day to make a transfer and he raped me. Wait, Wang Liang forced you? Why don't you call the police? Kisho Chu asked from the side with wide eyes. Yo, little comrade police flower. Not married yet, right? You'll know when you're married. Men and women get together for that? It's not new after a few years of marriage. Why should I not have fun when my husband is out all day? Besides, the longest that useless contraption ever got was 5 minutes of haphazard work. Wang Liang made me very comfortable. Not to mention that after it was over, he knelt down in front of me and cried bitterly for my forgiveness. So I'll take it as revenge on my husband. Lu Xiaoya looked at Qi Xiaozhu and said without thinking, from what you're saying, You and Wang Liang had more than just this one relationship, right? Chen Chen asked. That's for sure. Every time my husband goes to his wife, he comes to me. He was doing hard labor before, and he tossed me out of bed every time. Lu Xiaoya nodded. What happened 2 nights ago? Under normal circumstances, Wang Yao has an appointment, so you and Wang Liang should have an appointment too, right? Why didn't Wang Yao go? Chen Chen asked. Don't mention it. Then I drove and got ready to go to the hotel after Tennessee you went out, too, but not far out of the neighborhood. Hit by a car. Just called him back for the accident. Then the next day he went to work normally and said he had a social engagement, and I had just crashed my car, so I didn't go to Wang Liang at night. I talked to Wang Liang on the phone about the location of the social gathering, and he said he wanted to clean up Wang Yao, and I didn't contact Wang Yao after that. I didn't realize he was out of touch until someone inside the company approached me. Comrade policeman, I'm telling the truth. Lu Xiaoya spoke to Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't ask anything else. Judging from Lu Xiaoya's words, the time points of the various things could all correspond, so it should be true. Did you just say that Wang Liang is your company's treasurer? Where did he work before? Chen Chen suddenly asked Lu Xiaoya. He told me about it, before at a warehouse of some sort, but that company plant is moving and won't need a treasurer. That's why he came to our company. Lu Xiaoya said. Captain Gong, immediately look for the address where the plant was relocated 6 months ago. There should be abandoned warehouses there. Wang Yao should be there. Chen Chen spoke to Gongjian. Manhwa Industrial Park. Originally, there were many industrial plants and warehouses in the area, but the downturn in the real sector has led to the closure of many factories. In the middle of an abandoned warehouse, Wang Yao is being tied to a chair with a rope, and both eyes are being glued shut with strong sex tape. Headphones on your ears. On the cell phone in front of me, images of juvenile abuse were playing. These images, it was secretly taken by Wang Liang while he was running errands with Lu Xiaoya. That night, after Wang Yao finished socializing, he was about to call his chauffeur. It just so happened that there was a valet waiting next to the hotel. Just throw the key right over. When he woke up again, he realized that he had been tied up. That night, Wang Liang had also made an appointment with Lu Xiaoya to go out and get a room together. But Lu Xiaoya halfway said no. He was full of lust and was about to vent it on Lu Xiaoya, and after falling short, he thought that Wang Yao would also be called back, so he thought of going to his own wife to have some fun. Sure enough, it's at the entrance to the park around the Lichuan River. Found his wife in black silk and a super short skirt. After Wang Yao missed his appointment, his wife was also ready to go back and met Wang Liang. The two of them were not surprised by this, and Wang Liang had never seen his wife dressed so sexy. Just pulled into a secluded part of the park to warm up to my wife. As a result, his wife was very disgusted with Wang Liang. Wang Liang then wanted to dominate and get it over with in the car. I ended up accidentally losing my hand and strangling someone. In a panic, he threw the body into the Lichuan River. I regretted it after I threw it. The body was not disposed of. It would surely be found, but it was too late. Go back. Wang Liang tossed and turned, scared to death. When he thought about it, he felt that the person who caused the consequences of all this was Wang Yao. The person solely tied up Wang Yao and tortured him. After he got tired of fighting, Wang Liang had a sudden thought. Take the video that he stole at that time to Wang Yao to see. Wang Yao did not expect. He thought he had dominated Wang Liang's wife, but did not expect that he was also stolen home. Looking at Wang Yao's angry face, Wang Liang got great satisfaction. That's what forced Wang Yao to keep looking at it constantly. You're awesome because you're rich? Rich enough to sleep with my wife? My wife has been killed by me. When I bury you under this warehouse, the police will naturally assume that you killed my wife and then fled in fear of the crime. Your wife will be mine by then. Wang Liang panted and walked over with a hoe. He had already dug a large pit inside the warehouse. As long as we bury Wang Yao alive in there, it's all over. Wang Yao's eyes widened in horror. Mouth and face whimpered vaguely, but it was all in vain. Wang Liang grabbed Wang Yao's hair with one hand and yanked him hard to the side of the deep pit. Keep shoveling dirt into it with a shovel. As Wang Yao's body was submerged by the earth, the expression on Wang Liang's face grew livid. If anything, the previous mistake of killing his wife brought him nothing but fear and regret. But now burying the man who had cuckolded him with his own hands was immensely pleasurable for him. Plus the fact that he could have everything Wang Yao had right away. His wife, his fortune. It's exciting to think about. Hurriedly burying the mound, Wang Liang couldn't wait to head outside, but just opened the door. Wang Liang then froze in place. 7 or 8 police cars came rushing this way with their lights flashing. Chapter 109. Sorry, I misremembered. Wang Liang, put your hands up. Gong Jian and the others immediately rushed over and handcuffed Wang Liang to the ground. Hurry in and dig in. Chen Chen rushed into the warehouse to see that the hoe and shovel were placed next to each other, and the soil was still new, so he hastily shoveled it up. The crowd shoveled for half a day before Wang Yao was plowed out, already passed out from lack of oxygen. His pants were soaked and smelled like. Send to the hospital first. Take Wang Liang back. Gong Jian was relieved. Chen, Ah, it's fortunate to have you. Otherwise, looking at this, even 3 minutes later, it's another corpse. If Wang Liang slips up, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Gong Jian gratefully said to Chen Chen, "It's not the time to breathe a sigh of relief. I expect he may not admit that the first case was his. There's so little evidence available at the moment." Chen Chen was not as optimistic as Gong Jian. "Don't we have evidence from the car? Wouldn't it be enough to find the seat fibers that were torn by the victim?" Kishozu was a little puzzled. "It's not that simple. The murderer and the deceased were husband and wife, and it was quite normal for him to sit in his car, so naturally he had a reason to explain it all." Chen Chen shook his head. "What can be done about that? At the moment we really don't have direct evidence that Wang Guihong killed him. This time Wang Yao didn't die. It's at most an attempted murder." Kishiretsu was a little disappointed. "I do have an idea to try." Chen Chen thought for a moment and lowered his voice to Gong Jian. "I'm afraid this won't work, will it? That's baiting an interrogation, a violation of discipline." Gong Jian was a little embarrassed. "I'm not a cop. Where's the discipline in that?" Chen Chen grinned. Gong Jian and Qi Xiaozhu looked at each other. Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Brigade. Interrogation room. Wang Liang sat in his chair with his head down. He had calmed down from his initial panic. "At most, the police will find out that I buried Wang Yao alive, and I can't be sentenced to death if Wang Yao isn't dead. The is dead, but it's been 2 days and I haven't heard of the body being found, and even if it was, no one would know I killed her. It will only find its way to Wang Yao. As long as I bite the bullet and don't go out that night at home watching TV, there must be no problem. Big deal is going in for a couple years." Wang Liang thought silently. Mentally, I couldn't help but feel relieved. "It's happening right now." A young man walked in. Wang Liang was a bit surprised. He had already recognized that this young man was the one who rushed into the warehouse at that time and found the one who buried Wang Yao. If it wasn't for him, maybe Wang Yao wouldn't have been rescued so quickly. "I plead guilty. I did bury the man. He cheated on me with my wife, so I wanted to get back at him. I have nothing to say after being caught by you." Wang Liang looked at Chen Chen and said, "What crime?" Chen Chen was a bit surprised. "Ha? Buried alive. Didn't I almost kill Wang Yao?" Wang Liang froze, and his mind almost didn't turn around. "How can I put it? It did come close, but the person didn't die. And according to Wang Yao, it was you guys who made the bet. Wanted to see if people could last 5 minutes after being buried alive. Also your wife testified about it, and Wang Yao didn't sue you. So this case, we'll recharacterize it." Chen Shan said to Wang Liang. "Who? My wife?" Wang Liang's mind went blank as he stared blankly at Chen Chen. "Yeah, she heard you were arrested and came over. It's being negotiated outside right now. She told us she wanted to see you, but the goal was to divorce you and get you to sign the divorce papers. But according to the rules, you can't meet as you are now," Chen Chen said as he took out a divorce agreement from the document bag. "No, this can't be right. My wife has obviously been my." Wang Liang was lost in thought as he looked at Chen Chen. "Why you what?" The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled up. Wang Liang's brain was already about to explode. At the time, he clearly strangled Wang Guihong to death and threw her into the river. Does it say Wang Guihong didn't die then? Just fainted? And then after falling into the water, you were awakened by the water? It's possible. Wang Liang instantly understood. That's not true. Then why didn't Wang Yao sue me? Isn't attempted murder a good way to go to jail? Could it be that this is what Wang Guihong meant? Trying to make me owe a divorce through this? Spicy next door. This ing played me. Wang Liang stood up with a pang, snatched the divorce agreement in Chen Chen's hand and tore it directly into pieces. What are you doing? Chen Chen was greatly annoyed. Officer, you've all been fooled by that dead. My wife. She's cheating on me with Wang Yao. She wants to use this opportunity to divorce me so she can run off with Wang Yao. They think if they don't sue me they'll be grateful to them and agree to a divorce? Daydreaming. Wang Liang spoke excitedly to Chen Chen. What the hell? And your wife told us that you had victimized her? Chen Chen asked. I found them cheating on each other in the park the other day, and argued a few times, and she didn't take it well, and then I accidentally pushed her into the river. That was an accident. Wang Liang was a bit vain. What time? 2 nights ago. Specific locations? Lee Village River Tiger Mountain Road Junction Park. Right there in that grove. I heard you had an argument in the car? Right. And you're a domestic abuser? I just choked her. Why didn't you save her after she fell in the water? I can't swim. Why don't you call the police? The more Wang Liang spoke, the more vain he became. It always feels like I've said what I should have said or shouldn't have said myself. Okay, it doesn't matter. Captain Gong, over to you. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly, a wave to the outside. Gong Jian led the way. Wang Liang, you're suspected of murdering and dumping a body. Here's the arrest warrant. Gong Jian showed Wang Liang the arrest warrant. Murder and dumping? Kill who? Wang Liang's brain was buzzing and he couldn't keep up completely. Kill who? Shouldn't you ask yourself that? Gong Jian looked at Wang Liang with a teasing face. This No, didn't he say my wife wasn't dead? Wang Liang's eyes widened. We didn't say anything about killing your wife, but you've just confessed to all of it. Gong Jian sneered. You guys, you lied to me. I'm going to sue. This is your police forcing me to confess. Wang Liang then realized, from the very beginning, one had been tricked by Qin Chen. His own wife had been dead from the beginning, and in favor of himself, under Qin Chen's guidance, he had revealed so much important information. It's over. Sorry, I'm not a cop, just a private detective, commissioned by the police to ask you something. But just now, before I came in, I didn't read the dossier carefully enough and thought the deceased wasn't dead. Sorry, I misremembered. Chen Chen spoke faintly from the side. Chapter 110, owe Chen Chen money, and still have the nerve to invite him in the future. A private detective? Wang Liang did a double take. No, I didn't kill anyone. You have no proof. Wang Liang shouted. You underestimate the police. Your statement just now mentioned a lot of key information within it, enough to prove that you were at the scene. Add to that the shoe prints left at the scene and the seat fibers under the victim's fingernails, and the chain of evidence is complete. Sleight of hand doesn't work, Gong Jian said coldly. Hearing Gong Jian's words, Wang Liang's body went limp and sat down on the ground. They're the ones who started the shoe breaking. They all deserve to die. It's come to this. Wang Liang could only confess. Chen Chen. There you go. Your status as a private investigator has simply become extrajudicial. You're the only one who can use that approach. Gong Jian patted Chen Chen's shoulder. Don't. Aren't you guys sending undercover agents to spy on me? You have my every move. Chen Chen smiled and glanced at Qi Xiaozhu. Nonsense. Where am I? But how do you know that Wang Liang didn't know about the deceased's death? Kishiretsu asked. It was when I rushed into the warehouse that I noticed quite a few buckets of bubbly next to me. It means Wang Liang has been in that neighborhood for the past 2 days and hasn't left. And because of the last hijacking incident, the cyber police have placed restrictions on the case aspect of the live streaming platform, and there is very little information about the case online anymore. So he must not know the exact information. With strangulation, there is an accident. Unlike stabbing a person in the chest with a knife or cutting their throat, which is very difficult to survive, all I have to do is say that Wang Guihong isn't dead, and he can make up his own mind about the process in between. Chen Chen explained. Chen Chen finished. Everyone looked at Chen Chen like a monster. In almost every case, Chen Chen could all bring them new shocks. Ahem. So what? The money still hits the old account, haha. As soon as I said I wasn't going to take any money, the case came bristling, and this time it's a homicide, so I can't justify giving it away for nothing again. Gone. Chen Chen smiled at the crowd and walked out. Captain, our bonuses haven't come down yet. There's been so many cases in a row lately, it hasn't even been reported. Chen Chen, this expense. Is it better to wait for the bonus to come down before calling him? A police officer spoke to Gong Jian. No, this cannot be delayed. I'll go to the commissioner and get a special authorization for a fee to be called in first. If you owe Chen Chen money, how can you have the nerve to ask him for help in the future? I'm telling you guys, even if you owe wages and don't pay them, you have to pay Chen Chen first. Gong Jian lifted his foot towards the director's office. Since the last case, Chen Chen didn't dare to go out for several days in a row. It's almost like you've become the body that calls for murder, and wherever you go there's a murder, so it's better to stay at home. After moving into the apartment, Qi Xiaozhu was on the second floor and Chen Chen was on the first floor. After a few days of cleaning up, it's finally looking a bit better. According to Qi Xiaozhu's idea, buying 2 beds was a bit redundant. They all lived together, so they could simply squeeze in a bed and be done with it. Frightened, Chen Chen almost moved again. This Qi Xiaozhu don't look in front of outsiders, is a high-cold female police flower look, but in front of Chen Chen, it's almost like dodgy incarnate and amusing collection. After taking a bath, he often wrapped a bath towel and slipped around the house, and deliberately chatted about things in front of Chen Chen. From time to time, Chen Chen worried that when he slept at night, he would not be able to do something bad by Qi Xiaozhu. Finally cleaned up. Accompany this young lady to go shopping today. I've heard that there's a lot of reinvestment there in the new market walk. Qi Xiaozhu woke up early in the morning and spoke to Chen Chen. Are you still not working today? It's been a couple of days of vacation, and if you don't show up for work, I'm going to have a problem with the taxpayers. Chen Chen was somewhat speechless. The captain said special leave. I've been working along for several all-nighters, okay? The rest of the team can still take shifts, and I'm the only one who follows you out on the field all day. So where am I going to argue? Qi Xiaozhu blanked Chen Chen. It was supposed to be a vacation, but with Chen Chen, he meets a case as soon as he goes out. Halfway through the vacation you are forced to go back to work. It's just unconscionable. On the contrary, he couldn't let Chen Chen go out on his own. Huang Xiaoyu and Dou Xiaodan were both staring at Chen Chen. I didn't get my way with the last dinner invitation, and I've been wanting to ask Chen Chen out again. It was topped off by Kishengzu's sentence about preparing for pregnancy. Jingle bells, it's happening right now. Kishiretsu's cell phone rang. Shi Xiaozhu picked it up and saw that it was Gong Jian calling. Geez, you're a crowbar. This is definitely a bust for shopping plans. Kishozu bristled. In an hour, there's an arrest mission at the New Market Walk. The team is short-staffed, so come over and help out, and then go back after you've made your arrest. The phone just connected and Gong Jian's non-negotiable voice came out. Captain, Kishengzu said in a hurry. Right, Captain. Since we don't have enough manpower, it just so happens that Chen Shen is going to go to New Market Walk today. I'll go there with him later. Shi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Shen, who was laughing badly on the side, and spoke loudly to Gong Jian. That's great. You tell Chen Shen that he won't be asked to help for nothing. There's a fee. Gong Jian made a point of urging. Ta-da. Shi Xiaozhu smiled and hung up the phone, looking at Chen Shen triumphantly. Can you not go AWOL? I was going to go to the detective agency today. I haven't even been there a couple times since I paid my rent, and I'm losing money. Chen Shen was filled with speechlessness. That just means you're busy. Business is good, that's why. Hurry up. Shi Xiaozhu couldn't help but lead Chen Shen out the door. Zinshiku Pedestrian Street, 10 o'clock in the morning. It's the weekend. The walkway was already very crowded. There are even long lines in front of many online stores. Boss, this is a good place to trade. It's crowded and all over the place. It looks like the people this time are veterans. Penis's voice emerged from inside his head. You're still scaring me with this sudden talk. What am I doing here without a case? Look around here. There are quite a few police officers. Well, judging by the number of people disguised by the police, there was quite an ambush. No wonder it's understaffed. Chen Shen looked around casually and nodded silently. Where are Gong and the others? Shi Xiaozhu was hesitating to give Gong Jian a call. They should be in the cafe up ahead on the right. Don't make too many moves. Be natural. We're already in the area where the police are laying down. Chen Shen lowered his voice and spoke to Shi Xiaozhu. How do you know? Kishozo's eyes widened in curiosity. Having just seen a couple of police officers in disguise, I was able to determine the general area of deployment, and for Team Gong and the others to be in control of the whole scene, they would naturally be watching from a position with a better line of sight, and that cafe has a large window and is positioned in the center. What's more, all the surrounding stores are now open, but that cafe has a sign saying it's closed. The biggest possibility is that it's been commandeered. Chen Shen explained. Ding! Kishengzu was about to say something when she received a text message on her cell phone. Sunflower Cafe. It was a message from Gong Jian. Shi Xiaozhu took a look. It was the very cafe that Chen Shen had said was suspended. It's divine. Kishozu was secretly staggered. That's not right. How did you find out the extent of the deployment you were talking about? You're saying there's one of us in here? How come I didn't find any of them? Kishiretsu asked with wide eyes. Chapter 111. Are you blindfolded? They all disguised their identities, possibly on loan from another team. All of them have some experience with disguises, and it's normal that you can't tell because you've had so little contact. That way the suspect can't see it either. Chen Shen smiled. It can't be. I don't feel like there's a problem with the people around me. Disconcerted, Kishengzu continued to look around the area and still didn't find anything unusual. Go in first. Chen Shen and the others had already arrived at the entrance of the cafe. After pushing the door in, sure enough, he saw Gong Jian and a few of them, squatting at the cafe's window seat and looking out. Captain, there's one of our men posted outside? As soon as Shi Xiaozhu entered, she couldn't wait to ask Gong Jian. Yeah, how did you guys find out? This time I purposely transferred plainclothes officers from other teams so as not to disturb the suspects. Gong Jian asked in surprise. It wasn't me. It was Chen Shen who found it, Kishochak said with a pout. Chen Shen, you found out? Gong Jian turned his head to look at Chen Shen. Overheard. I think there are 8 people scheduled. Chen Shen scratched his head. Just after Chen Shen finished speaking, Gong Jian froze for a moment and looked at Chen Shen with incomparable surprise, because the number of people Chen Shen said was the number of people he had arranged. None of these people Shi Xiaozhu had ever seen, and it was even more unlikely that Chen Shen would recognize them. Wait, Chen Shen, how did you find out? It can't be a blindfold, can it? I've hired some very experienced plainclothesmen this time. Gong Jian was still a bit unconvinced that Chen Shen could see his hidden plainclothes so easily. 9 times out of 10 it's a guess. The first one was the sanitation worker next to that trash can. He's been cleaning up the ground non-stop, and he hasn't stopped since we started walking over here. A sanitation worker on a normal walkway would have broken his back a long time ago if he was doing this. The second was the pancake vendor, although he is very skillful and has customers all the time. But he's been busy even when there's no one around, either scrubbing his car or tidying up his cooker to make it easier to see what's going on around him. But normal traders, when they don't have customers, they play with their phones. Third is the couple in front of the convenience store. They've been eating bread in front of the door since a while ago, and they're still not finished, and this is a pedestrian mall. So how could they go to a convenience store to buy bread when they're bringing their girlfriends out? Although the girl was wearing a pretty dress on her upper body, she was wearing sneakers on her feet, obviously for the convenience of the arrest, but ignoring what is normal for couples shopping. Fourth, Chen Chen pointed while analyzing, listening to Gong Jian. Their mouths opened wide and their jaws almost fell to the ground in shock. The arrangement they had thought was flawless was so full of holes in Chen Chen's eyes. This scouting and counter-surveillance ability of Chen Chen was a master, far beyond the average detective and criminal. 111. Don't sweep all the time. Sweep for 1 minute. Take a 2-minute break. 2. You two hurry up and finish your bread. Go to the milk tea store next door and get a cup of milk tea. Then find an indoor place to ambush for now. Number 3. Don't be so diligent in selling pancake fruits. Get up and get busy when there are customers coming. And when there are no customers, you sit and play with your cell phone. 4. Gong Jian hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and readjusted it to those people. Those plainclothes officers listened to Gong Jian's roar inside the headset, and their tigers shook as they hurriedly began to make adjustments. They had thought they had disguised themselves well. This time also show the Criminal Investigation Brigade what they're made of. Turns out I didn't realize there were so many breaks. The CID Brigade deserves to be called the CID Brigade. Looking at the state of the crowd after they had finished adjusting, Chen Chen finally felt that there was no sense of incongruity. Chen Chen, how on earth did you see it? I've obviously just read it all several times, and there are a lot of details that a normal person would have, right? Like what about the sanitation worker? For example, who could be new? What about the pancake vendor? Who just likes to be clean? And that couple, chances are people just like bread. Kishozu reluctantly asked from the side. You have a point with all that, but when a suspect is dealing, the vigilance can be very high. Any bit of abnormality will cause them to be alerted, and after discovering the abnormality, it will be easy to find a breakthrough if you look into it more closely. The purpose of our ambush, to hide, is to use behavior that fits the conventional perception of the public, Chen Chen explained to Qi Xiaozhu. So you're substituting from the suspect's point of view. Kishiretsu came to a realization. Chen Chen regarded himself as a suspect and looked at his surroundings with the eyes of a suspect, so he would naturally find anomalies. After an anomaly, a few more observations and the breakage is even greater. Well, Shinobu, there's no need to take it too hard. Many times it's not that we're too bad, but that Chen Chen is too strong. But ordinary suspects won't have Chen Chen's skills either, or we won't be able to do this police work in the future. Gong Jian waved his hand. We have half an hour until trading time, so let's focus. According to the intelligence, the seller this time is a middle-aged male, nicknamed Fatty, bald, most likely wearing a hat. The rest of the characteristics are unknown. Everyone keep an eye out for anyone suspicious. Gong Jian spoke to the crowd. I'll go out for a spin. Chen Chen took a miniature headset. I'll stay with you, otherwise it's inconvenient for you to be a guy. Kishengzu also followed in a hurry. After the two of them went out, Qi Xiaozhu naturally took Chen Chen's arm toward a nearby store selling roasted pig's feet. This was a Netflix store, and there was already a long line at the door, so even if Chen Chen and the two of them stood there, they wouldn't look out of place. And just as the two waited in line, suddenly Chen Chen smelled a strange sour odor. A middle-aged man got to the end of the line. Boss, this smell is the production of D-chemicals, and it's only from being in that environment for so long that 9 times out of 10 it's the seller. Deliberately wearing sweaty, smelly clothes to cover up. It shouldn't be. Didn't they say, Team Gong, that the seller was bald? This hair is not a wig. Chen Chen sized up the man with his afterimage. Slim, dressed in construction site clothes that reeked of an unpleasant odor, oil-stained hair, scratching my head every now and then, dandruff falling all over me like rain. A little girl behind her covered her nose and took a step back. It's hard to say. There could be a switch. There could be fake news. Anyway, there must be something wrong with this person. The time is early, and it's possible that he's here to poke around. It's not that it's not possible. Captain Gong said there's still half an hour before trading time and came early to take a look. Chen Chen nodded silently. Honey, there are so many more. Didn't we say it opened at 11 before? Why is it open earlier today? Time's not up yet. Suspects early. Chen Chen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu and glanced behind him. Kishozu froze. He immediately understood what Chen Chen meant. Do we have to wait? My legs are numb from standing. Should I go back and report it? Kishiretsu spoke. I'll wait in line here. Didn't you just say you were going to the bathroom? You go first. Don't forget to buy 3 glasses of orange juice to take back with you. Tell our mom not to worry, and text me if you need to buy anything else. I'll keep an eye on it here. You leave here to report it. The third one in the back. The one in orange. Tell Captain Gong to take it easy and contact him by text message if there's a situation. Chen Chen picked up Qi Xiaozhu's bag. Got it. Kishiretsu nodded and headed toward the nearby women's restroom. Just enter the restroom door and press the headset. Captain. Suspects appear. Line up behind Chen Chen, the third person in orange. Kishozu lowered his voice and spoke. Chapter 112, for roasted sausages for $10 doesn't he smell good? In the cafe. Gong Jian and the others listened to the voice among Qi Xiaozhu's headphones. Hurriedly, he looked along with Chen Chen. Sure enough, in the third behind Chen Chen, he spotted the middle-aged man wearing orange construction site clothing. Captain, Not quite right? Isn't the seller on the intel nicknamed Fatty? This guy's lean and mean, and he's not bald, either. A nearby officer was skeptical. Not good, but Chen Shan shouldn't be able to recognize a mistake. Have number 1 get close enough to go over there and take a look. Gong Jian said thoughtfully. Captain. Chen Shan said not to rush. Wait and see. He's staring right next to the suspect right now. Shi Xiaoshu's urgent voice came again from inside the headset. Stop action 1. Everyone stay put. Pay close attention to Chen Chen's movements. Gong Jian nodded his head and arranged it. After Chen Chen's analysis of the plainclothes police just now, Gong Jian and the others had been completely convinced. Although he couldn't figure out what Chen Chen meant, he still trusted Chen Chen unconditionally. Listening to the voice in the middle of the headset, Chen Chen also let out a sigh of relief. He was now close to the suspects, and if he communicated directly with Gong Jian and the others, he would likely be detected by the suspects. And while the operation was going on, the officers' cell phones were either turned off or muted. Even if Chen Chen sent a message, he couldn't see it in time. Chen Chen continued to wait in line, and not long afterward, Shi Xiaozhu returned as well. The two got their roasted pig's feet without incident, left the line and sat on a bench and ate. That suspect also bought a pig's trotter and ate it while wandering around. How did you spot that suspect earlier? His features don't seem quite right. Shi Xiaozhu leaned on Chen Chen's shoulder and lowered her voice to ask, Did you smell a bad odor just now? Chen Chen asked. Smells like it. That guy's got acid on him. Shouldn't have bathed in a long time. Kishiretsu nodded. It's not just the smell of sweat. In the midst of the sweaty odor, there was a pungent, sour smell. That's the smell of the chemicals used to make D, and it still smoked from being inside that environment for a long time. That's why he purposely wore that outfit to cover up, and it also happens to expose him. Chen Chen spoke slowly. Making D chemicals? How do you know? What about this exposure? Kishiretsu had a head full of questions. When I was a cop before, I solved a couple of D-trafficking cases and went to the manufacturing site, and the smell was unforgettable for life. As for how I found it, the roasted pig's feet were $28 a piece, still off the bone, not much meat, and I finished them in 3 bites. Would a migrant worker in rags stand in line to buy something like this? Not to mention there aren't any construction sites around here. He doesn't smell good for $10 for 4 grilled sausages? His purpose, I'm afraid, is the same as ours. Queue up here and look around while you're in line without arousing suspicion. Chen Chen explained. Yeah, you're awesome. Shi Xiaozhu looked at the suspect who had actually arrived in front of them, and in the heat of the moment, she directly gave Chen Chen a kiss on the cheek. That suspect glanced at Chen Chen and Shi Xiaozhu, and his gaze immediately shifted away. I kind of doubt that you took advantage of me on purpose just now. Chen Chen wiped the lipstick from his cheeks. Gotcha. This lady's first kiss, hey. Shi Xiaozhu blared at Chen Chen. That's not right. Isn't the first kiss supposed to be a kiss on the mouth? A kiss on the face shouldn't count. Chen Chen had his arm around Shi Xiaozhu's shoulder, and others looked at it as an intimate couple. Nice try. Shi Xiaozhu blushed and blankly glanced at Chen Chen. In fact, the best he could hide would be a sanitation worker. Carrying another garbage bag and getting some heavy garbage will disguise the smell, and even the goods can be placed inside the garbage bag so they're even less likely to attract attention. I suspect that those D pieces should be stashed on him, but it doesn't seem to quite match the amount on the intel. Chen Chen shook his head. Shi Xiaozhu's eyes widened as she realized her father's good intentions. Chen Chen's such intelligence and criminal investigation ability. Failure to police is not just a huge loss, it's a huge risk. If Chen Chen goes down the path of crime, not to mention the Tian High City police officers, even if Kyoto shot the task force to come, they would not be Chen Chen's opponent. Attention! The buyer seems to be coming. Westbound, black duffel coat, baseball cap. Just as Shi Xiaozhu was rambling, Chen Chen said to everyone inside the headset. Hearing Chen Chen's words, everyone hurriedly looked towards the west. Sure enough, I saw a tall man coming this way. One eye was alertly aware of his surroundings, took out his cell phone and made a call while the middle-aged man's cell phone rang. Chen Chen simply held Shi Xiaozhu on his body and carefully observed the visitor with the help of Shi Xiaozhu's hair. Boss, it's not quite right. The purpose of a normal transaction in a haunted area is to avoid a meeting between the two parties to the transaction. Usually the buyer finds a place to put his money. The seller looks at it and leaves with no problem, putting down his stuff. This way you can see each other and still not get caught at the same time. And this buyer, why did he come empty-handed, and came to contact the seller on his own initiative? Either you're undercover police or you don't know the rules. There does seem to be a bit of a problem. Although this buyer's left hand was gloved, his pinky was hanging down and looked as if it was missing. The call was made with the left hand, in a somewhat awkward position, unlike the habitual use of the hand, and the right arm appeared to be injured. Not knowing the rules and still trading, probably not a local buyer. Then this buyer is not normally bold, and contacted after coming to have a general look, either a novice or rampant, not taking the buyer's instructions to heart in the slightest. Not even a police ambush is a concern. Such a mentality is only found in outlaws. Along these lines, the buyer is likely to have fled from out of town. If you break the rules like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to get along in the future. And I guess you're an outlaw, with a murder on your back in 9 cases out of 10. Why do I get the feeling that today is not about trading, but rather like a blackmail? It's not quite right that neither side is carrying money and goods. Then today's action is going to change, and I'm afraid neither the buyer nor the seller is rushing to make a deal. Rather, he came for the blackout. I'm afraid there are accomplices, ambushed somewhere. Chen Chen analyzed. The target has appeared. The target has appeared. When they make contact, arrest them immediately. It's happening right now. Chen Chen's ears rang with Gong Jian's orders. Wait a minute. I suspect there's something wrong with the deal, and this isn't the site of the deal, and there must be accomplices. Chen Chen hurriedly spoke inside the headset. Chapter 113, the nation's most wanted Class A fugitive. What? Hearing Chen Chen's words, Gong Jian could not help but stare. Everyone stay put and keep watching, Gong Jian said in a hurry. Chen Chen, what's going on? Gong Jian asked Chen Chen. Team Gong, it's too late to explain. I recommend that an immediate coordinated search be conducted for the wanted out-of-towner with a missing left pinky, absconded for no more than a month. Chen Chen lowered his voice and spoke to Gong Jian. Hurry, check immediately. Gong Jian also did not dare to delay, and quickly ordered the police officer next to him. Captain, really, it's 2 escaped convicts, escaped and absconded from Jiang province a month ago, killing 3 prison guards and seizing 2 Type 24 pistols and 17 rounds of ammunition. One of the suspects, named Tiger Song, is missing his left pinky. The look and build are identical to the buyer in front of me, now a nationally wanted Class A fugitive. The officer quickly found the man's information through the public security wanted persons concordance system. Bring it to me. Gong Jian hurriedly brought the message over and looked at it. Class A wanted. Name Tiger Song. Sex, male. Age, 42. Characteristics, 1 meter 83 in height. Lanky, bald, with knife scars on both sides of his head, and his left pinky was cut off at the root. Cases, robbery causing serious injury 5 years ago, sentenced to 13 years in prison. Escaped from the prison in Jiang province a month ago and killed 3 prison guards. Class A wanted. Name, Song Jintao. Sex, male. Age, 37. Characteristics, 5'7", thin, inch-haired, wears glasses. Cases, home invasion, robbery and rape 2 years ago, sentenced to 9 years in prison. Escaped from Jiang province prison 1 month ago and killed 3 prison guards. Looking at the Class A wanted notice in his hand, and then at the burly man outside, the characteristics are exactly the same as those of the Song Tigers. Gong Jian couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Boy, I thought it was just a big D goods trade case, but I didn't realize there was an A-list wanted man behind it. That's a big fish. Thanks to Chen Chen's reminder just now, he did not act rashly. The buyer has a gun on him, and this is a downtown area. If we really push the buyer, the consequences will be unimaginable. Attention all. The situation has changed. The buyer in front of us is a Class A wanted criminal, and probably has a weapon on him, trying to blackball the seller. Evacuate early, prepare to track, and make the arrest when they converge. Major crimes, go back and prepare your weapons and stand by. Gong Jian spoke inside the intercom. Report, Captain. After the seller hung up, he headed outside the walkway. The buyer went back the same way. Want to follow? Want to follow? As soon as Gong Jian's words fell, the police officer's urgent voice came from inside the intercom. Gong Jian also panicked when he heard that. They received intelligence on this one. It's just a big deep-in trading case. The layout itself is a catch-all scenario, with no follow-up backup set up. If it doesn't track, the trading location changed and they had no idea. If tracking, currently there is no advance preparation and it is likely to be exposed. One time, Gong Jian couldn't make up his mind either. Don't chase. Gong Jian was hesitating when the two of them, Chen Chen and Qi Xiaozhu, walked into the cafe. What's wrong? Gong Jian asked. I suspect that the old man may not be the real seller, but one that the seller arranged to come over. Judging from the intelligence, they're dealing in a pretty large quantity this time. The seller must be very careful. He's letting someone come out to trade instead, and he's bound to be looking around at the situation. And the best place to be is up high. I suspect that he's probably upstairs. If we move now, we'll have a great view from upstairs. Chen Chen pointed to the top of his head. You mean, he's up here in the business building? Gong Jian immediately understood. Although the sides of this pedestrian street are lined with stores, some of the stores are topped by residential and commercial buildings. Right, to be in control of the whole scene, the best view is from above. Chen Chen nodded. No wonder you told us not to follow. If we follow as soon as we do, it'll be very obvious when you look at it from up high. Only then did Gong Jian understand what Chen Chen meant. But if we don't follow them, how do we know where they're trading? If we delay any longer, they might just meet up. Kishozu was a little worried. Chen Chan also closed his eyes and thought carefully. Boss, the place of this transaction was set by the seller, and the reason why the buyer cancelled it was probably because he wanted to find another place to blackmail. The idea of shifting locations should have been arranged by the buyer. Yeah, I just saw that too. That seller made one more call after answering the phone, supposedly an inquiry. It looks like it should be a yes, but there's a question. Under normal circumstances for deep-in transactions, when they encounter this temporary change of location, the transaction is usually cancelled. Why did you say yes? Because of the goods. This one appeared on a seller who obviously couldn't carry the full load. Either from the beginning, the seller intended to take the money and not the goods, or the goods were incomplete and the rest of the shipment was around the corner. When the goods have been brought out, they have to be traded. Boss, your first statement doesn't hold water. There's no need to pick a crowded place like this if the seller wants money and no goods from the start. They are local sellers. Finding an abandoned and unoccupied place for an ambush would be most appropriate. Then there's only one possibility. I know. Chen Chan snapped his eyes open. Do you know where they traded? What a fortune teller. Gong Jian's eyes glazed over. Just now, he was already a bit flustered and had wanted to ask Chen Chen what he meant. However, Chen Chen froze with his eyes closed. Shi Xiaozhu hurriedly explained to Gong Jian that Chen Chen was entering the Zoom that belonged exclusively to him. When we wake up, there will be clues. Gong Jian and the others also knew that Chen Chen had previously lived in a mental hospital for 3 years, thought it was the aftermath of a mental illness. Froze with your eyes closed and got a clue after that? Is that how you solve a case? Solving crimes isn't fortune-telling, and this time it's very urgent to know where the deal is going to be made as soon as possible. He was just about to arrange for someone to contact the surveillance lineup when Chen Chen said he knew. The genius startled Gong Jian and the rest of them. I don't know where they trade. Chen Chen, however, shook his head. So what do you know? Gong Jian and the others were filled with disappointment. I know where the D-pin is. The seller should be screwed, and the blackmail is one-sided, and the real seller knows where the deal is. Just catch him and find out. Chen Chen spoke to the crowd. Chapter 114, Going behind my back and having a room with a leprechaun. Right? You mean D-pin? Where? Hearing Chen Chen's words, Gong Jian and the others surrounded them with a prancing movement. The amount of money involved in this transaction of D products can be quite huge. If the whole capture operation is a full score of 100 points, being able to intercept all the D products accounts for more than 50 points. More importantly, the number of D pieces is the basis for the conviction. If I'm a seller, the reason I'm looking for someone to replace me is to avoid more than just the risk of a first big transaction. Or is it because you simply can't carry around so many D pieces? It's likely that after checking the money and goods, the buyer will then be allowed to pick up the D piece, which is why it's inside a business building. And there are no hotels inside the business building, but this neighborhood is a pedestrian attraction and there are bed and breakfasts. Chen Chen said as he took out his cell phone and searched online. A bed and breakfast? Yeah, BNBS are so convenient. Hotels still need to check IDs and stuff, but BNBS don't at all. Not only that, but many of the BNBS are unlocked with a code, so by giving the code to the seller can pick it up themselves with minimal risk. So that was the seller's plan. The crowd also reacted. Found it. There are 2 BNBS in total, and from the photos I've taken from them, only this one called Lucky Star has the best location. The D pin is right there, and the seller who is really behind it should be there to direct it remotely. Chen Shen said to Gong Jian. Yes, very good. Gong Jian was overjoyed, originally not having any thoughts. There were so many things that could be done after being reminded by Chen Chen. Those in the middle of the walk continue to be camouflaged and do not move. The rest of you disperse into the business building. Put the seller under control immediately. The rest of you continue to prepare and stand by. Gong Jian spoke loudly. They also ran through the back door of the cafe toward the inside of the business building. At this point, among the Lucky Star bed and breakfast, a bald, fat man was looking back and forth through the crowds on the pedestrian street with binoculars. I should be overthinking it. I thought there was something wrong with the sweeper and the pancake vendor, but now it all looks normal. They didn't have a tail to follow them when they left. Looks like this one's a solid deal, the bald man muttered to himself. After making sure it was okay, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. It's me. Go to the warehouse that checked the money after no problem. Take them to the pedestrian street Tianyu business building, room 1002 to pick up the goods, room code 1314. When you come in, deposit your money in the locker in the lobby of the business building. The fat man spoke into the phone. This shipment is as big as it's ever been. Almost all of his factory's inventory was emptied. He didn't even tell his exact location for the sake of caution. That's enough money to get yourself a pot of gold and enjoy the glory. Knock, knock, knock. Just hung up. Instead, there was a sudden knock at the door. Fatty tensed up, did not make a sound, but crept to the door and listened. He didn't even dare venture to look out through the doorway. Chen Chen opened the door. I know you're in there, getting a room with a leprechaun behind my back. Ha, not going to a hotel to a bed and breakfast. Ha, and cosplaying in erotic lingerie. Ha, I know you're in there with that little goblin, and if you don't open the door today, I'm not leaving, old lady. With a sharp knock on the door came an exasperated voice. The fat man's head exploded for a moment. Nima, what's the situation? Wrong room, right? Isn't that Ed up? Fatty was speechless. If I don't open the door, I'm afraid I won't be able to rest until I see the woman's demeanor. It's a big deal in case it brings in the cops. You've got the wrong guy. There's no such thing as Chen Chen. Fatty hesitated for a moment, but still shouted to the outside. Yes, Chen Chen. Surprised there's someone else. Looking for a threesome. Ha, open the door for me, Kisho Chu shouted with a red face. He also didn't forget to glare back at Chen Chen fiercely. These words just now were all edited by Chen Chen for her, and the method of opening the door was also something Chen Chen came up with. I just didn't realize it was getting more and more outrageous. The threesomes are out. I don't know. The fat man inside the door was more than ready to spit blood. Grass. Who would have thought that renting a B&B would be so much of a pushover? If he couldn't handle it well, he couldn't carry out his own plans later, so he had to open the door and let her in to take a look. Fatty thought about it and shoved a suitcase inside the cabinet. That's when he turned and opened the door, but it just opened a crack. The gate was then kicked in hard. 7 or 8 policemen rushed in and pinned the fat man to the ground. Fairy jumping? The fat man's brain buzzed. Found it. Over 50 kilograms. The police quickly searched the suitcase inside the locker. When I opened it, there was white powder neatly yards inside. You are cops? It was only then that Fatty reacted as an afterthought and looked at the crowd with a pale face. Crap. Say, where did they go to trade? Gong Jian asked to Fatty. I don't know, the fat man said with a terse voice. He knew that he was going to die this time, so he simply broke the pot. I'm curious, how did the buyer find you this time? Normally, a first-time customer wouldn't be dealing with such a large amount. You guys should know each other, right? Chen Chen came to Fatty and asked. Fatty looked at Chen Chen and didn't say anything. To trust them so much suggests that there have been deals before, and not small amounts. But Song Tiger and the two of them escaped from prison and have been inside for the past few years, so there's no way you could have made contact. That means there was a third person at the scene. Chen Chen analyzed. Tiger Song? Apparently, the fat man's face was also a bit confused when he heard the name. You didn't expect that, did you? There are 2 other people behind this deal, and they're the most wanted Class A fugitives who escaped from prison. You don't think, do you, that they actually have the money to buy you these things? Chen Chen mockingly looked at Fatty. What did you say? Fatty couldn't believe it. I say, you're Ed. This time they didn't intend to trade normally at all. They were preparing to go dark. Chen Chen said indifferently. This can't be right. Master 6 is my hardcore brother. His company is huge, the fat man said with wide eyes. Master 6? The boss of 6-6 Trading Company? Gong Jian spoke from the side in surprise. I didn't realize there was a windfall. The scale of the 6-6 Big Shun Trading Company is not small, and it's quite famous in Tianhai City, and behind it, it's even involved in the trading of D-goods? The fat man obviously realized that he had said the wrong thing. They're trying to take you guys out during the deal and take the goods, money and all that press. You're so dead set on being righteous. But the thing is, the one who went to the deal for you is in deep, probably already shot. Chen Chen continued. No need to waste your efforts. I won't tell. It doesn't matter if I don't survive anyway. Fatty, however, did not compromise easily. That 6th master you're talking about, he runs a trading company? Since it's a trading company, there must be a warehouse of sorts. The fact that you can trust him so much and let your little brother go over there means that your little brother is also familiar with Master 6. As I recall, they just went there on foot. Team Gong, immediately check if there are any warehouses under construction or abandoned in this neighborhood by the 6-6 Day Trading Company. Chen Chen turned his head and spoke to Gong Jian. This can't be right. How do you know? Fatty's eyes widened in disbelief. No time for your bull asterisk. Say, where is the exact location? Don't waste our time. Chen Chen said disdainfully. It's at 38 Beach Road. The fat man gulped and finally bowed his head and said it. It can't be helped if you don't talk about it. The young man was absolutely right that the police would find it sooner or later. 38 Beach Road. Everyone, act now. Gong Jian shouted loudly inside the intercom. Chapter 115. In this moment, Chen Chen was a god. 38 Beach Road. This was originally a warehouse for the Luk Luk Tai Shun Trading Company. It's also the warehouse that started it all. As the company grew larger and the warehouse was rebuilt, the place fell into disuse. At this point, Tiger Song walked in with the seller. Where's the money? After I see the money, I'll take you to pick up the goods. The seller asked to Tiger Song as soon as he came in. The words just fell. A pistol then went up to his waist. Don't move, Tiger Song's low voice rang out. At the same time snatched the seller's cell phone. You guys, the seller obviously didn't expect this. What's going on? Where's the stuff? At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out from the back with Song Jintao. You're a monkey? Where's Fatty? How come he wasn't the one to make the deal? The middle-aged man looked at the seller and asked. This man is none other than that sixth master. Sixth master, what are you doing? Fatty said it was too risky to carry that much cargo around, so he asked me to bring a sample for inspection first, get the money to pick up the goods afterward. Monkey was also relieved when he saw that it was Master 6. Mud. Fatty's pretty smart. Where to pick up? The sixth master cursed. I thought that the fat man was already cautious enough to deal in the downtown area, but he even kept a hand. Ha! Then this money. Pop. Money your ass. Before Monkey could finish, he was slapped by Master 6. Monkey covered his face and looked at the sixth master and the two menacing song tigers next to him. That's what I realized. This was not their intention to pay from the beginning. Just as the monkey froze, Tiger Song stepped forward and pinned the monkey to the ground, retrieving a packet of white powder from him. The sixth master took a look and hurried over as well. The three of them couldn't wait to split it up and then crouch down on the floor and smoke it. Monkey took a look at this and quietly took a few steps back, opened the warehouse door and storm out. But I didn't expect to run into one. Action! With a loud cry. Bang! 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 The sound of breaking glass rang out from all sides of the warehouse. Several pieces of tear gas were thrown in. This came out of nowhere. It made all three of them, who had just finished inhaling, stare. No good. Cops. Tiger Song was the first to react, drawing his gun and firing 3 times outside, running towards the back. Song Jintao reacted a beat slower. A number of figures could already be seen rushing in, hastily pulling the sixth master, who was choking on the gas and coughing, in front of him to block the way. He backed up while firing at the front, but the sniper was locked on early and fell to the ground with a shot to the thigh. Lao Lu was more unlucky and blocked several shots for Song Jintao. Song Tiger control. Song Jintao control. Lao Lu control. The police had already surrounded the warehouse and all three were under control. Get to the hospital immediately. All three were injured and incapacitated as a result of their resistance. Good job on the hard work, everyone. Close the line. Gong Jian walked in satisfied. The operation was successfully concluded. Tianhai City Police Station. All of them. Gong Jian walked in excitedly. How did it happen so fast? It's reasonable to assume that a few of their main culprits would be eating peanuts. So how come they confessed so easily? Kishiretsu asked in surprise. It's still not because of Chun Chen? Halfway through the game, they used a disassociation tactic and almost didn't let the two sides do it. Almost as soon as the situation was stabilized, the finger-pointing and accusations began, and all that we knew and didn't know was said. All the evidence is ironclad. They can't argue. Gong Jian affectionately patted Chun Chen's shoulder. They're the ones who were up to no good from the start. I'm just pointing it out. It's all minor. Chen Chen smiled modestly. This is no small thing. Do you realize how big a case we've solved this time? Gong Jian's mouth at this moment was harder to suppress than the muzzle of an AK-47. First, we busted the biggest D-goods trading case ever in Tianhai City. Secondly, we have captured 2 Class A wanted criminals. Third, we smashed the largest D-making factory in Tianhai City. Fourth, we followed the trail and arrested nearly 100 people in the upstream D-making materials and downstream sales channels. Fifth, our entire operation resulted in no loss of life or property. This operation has been submitted to the provincial office, which is prepared to declare a collective second-class merit for our Tianhai City police force. Gong Jian said excitedly to everyone. Asterisk 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 a collective second-class honor. I couldn't even dream of it before. I've only been on the force for 2 years. Really false? I just followed along with a collective third-rate honor in a haphazard manner earlier. The officers listened to Gong Jian's words and talked excitedly to each other. All quiet. Gong Jian waved to the crowd. You guys talk. Who is the biggest contributor? Gong Jian asked the crowd. Chen Chen. All chanted in unison. In this moment, Chen Chen was a godlike existence in their eyes. Yes, Chen Chen. We don't even know how to thank you. We wouldn't have been able to make this case go so smoothly if it wasn't for your help. Fatty has already confessed. He also noticed the abnormality of our 2 plainclothesmen in the pedestrian street at that time, and if you hadn't reminded him of it, maybe he would have cancelled the deal. And even more so later, we found out where the D products are located, and where the transaction took place. It's all thanks to you leading us down this series to take the lead everywhere we go that we got this credit. We're just tagging along for the hard labor, so there's some shame in that. Gong Jian turned to Chun Chen and spoke. That's very kind of Captain Gong. We're doing this as a normal transaction, and with a collective second-class merit. This should be a lot of money, right? Chen Chen grinned and asked. Gong Jian was head over heels. That's a second-class honor that's not for the average person or the average case. Chen Chen doesn't even care about that. Only the prize money? But think about it. If Chen Chen really cared about honor, the honors accumulated from these few cases would probably have been taken all over. Don't you worry. We won't take any of this prize money. It's all yours. Taking honor and asking for money. That's a shameless thing we can't do, Gong Jian said with a smile. The officers around them laughed. Following Chen Chen and picking up honors for nothing would have made them ecstatic. For them, this honor can be rarer and more precious than money. Naturally, no comment. Captain, the colleague in charge of the prison break and chase case in Jiang province has arrived. They drove here a moment after they heard we'd caught the absconding class a most wanted. At this point, a constable walked in. Come on, let's go out and look. Gong Jian smiled. Chen, why don't we go back too? This lady buys you dinner this time. Really, it's obvious that I'm on vacation, hey. But I was dragged to the scene to handle the case, and somehow solved such a big case and got a second-rate honor. What a dream to wake up laughing. Qi Xiaozhu grumbled with her mouth, but her eyes were narrowing into a crescent moon. That's a heartless thing to say. Since the pretty lady is buying, I'll have the Wellington steak. Go! Chen Chen took the lead and walked out. And at this point, inside the outside yard, 2 cars with Jiang province license plates also drove in. A couple of cops jumped out of the car. Vice Captain of the Jiang Province Criminal Investigation Detachment, Song Yang. Captain Gong, you guys did a great job this time. The officer in the lead went forward and shook Gong Jian's hand. It was the same Song Yang who had previously participated in the National Criminal Investigation Skills Competition. Chapter 116, You Can't Die of Anger. Nowhere, it's all just luck. You guys have worked hard. It's been a long ride. Gong Jian smiled and stepped forward. No hard work. We've been pursuing such a big case in Jiang province, and I didn't expect to run into Peninsula province. If you guys hadn't taken it down in time, if they really had committed a crime with the gun they grabbed, then we would have been in trouble with them. I had heard that Captain Gong was wise and brave and was transferred to Peninsula province to train. I'm sure it won't take long to get high. Song Yang said archly to Gong Jian. You're amazing, too. So young to be a lieutenant, and to hang on to the team to handle such a big case. Go. Turn the case over. Gong Jian led Song Yang inside. He ran into Chen Chen and Qi Xiaozhu who were walking out. Chen, why are you here? When Song Yang saw Chen Chen, he couldn't help but stare. I'm caught. You didn't get caught in the act, did you? Sister Shinobu. This kind of person commits a crime. There is no need for you to personally bail her out. Even though you guys competed together as a team before, it's not like he's a police officer. It's good to let him learn a lesson. Before Chen Chen could finish, Song Yang said to Qi Xiaozhu in a conspiratorial manner. In Song Yang's opinion, Chen Chen is a private detective. What are you doing at the police station? Maybe they were caught catching a mistress and twisted to the police station. It was only because of his previous relationship with Qi Xiaozhu that he purposely asked Qi Xiaozhu to help. Since the Kyoto competition was over, he himself, the bottom of the list, had mixed it up and was promoted to vice captain. Chen Chen the champion. No movement. He had even deliberately inquired about it. There were quite a few cases in Tianhai City during this period of time, but all of them were solved by the Tiancheng City Criminal Police Team. All thanks to Detective Chief Gong Jian. Chen, bull asterisk. Still can't change your pig brain after all this time. How hard does the backstage have to be for someone like you to be a lieutenant? Chen pulled out his ears. Fart. I became one on merit. Song Yang's face turned red, having been poked at a sore spot. In Jiang province, anyone knows this, but no one dares to say it in the open. I didn't expect Chen to come up and reveal his old self. Ability? I hear you're leading this prison break chase team yourself, escaping for more than a month, all the way from Jiang province to Peninsula province, all ready to rob D-goods and run. And you guys still don't even know. If we hadn't caught you in time, you'd probably have stripped off this police uniform. What an ability. Chen gave Song Yang a thumbs up. Nonsense. Chen. You really know how to put gold on your face. Capturing Song Tiger and the others was done by Captain Gong and the others. That's what you just heard, right? I've seen shamelessness. I've never seen you so shameless. Returning your credit? Song Yang looked at Chen with a face full of mockery. Asterisk in fart. Asterisk in fart. Asterisk in fart. Asterisk in fart. Just as Song Yang finished speaking, countless irritated voices sounded almost simultaneously. Song Yang froze. He was about to continue to taunt Chen, but suddenly realized that Chen had just kept his mouth closed and didn't speak, and the sound was coming from behind him. Turn around and look. Gong Jian and a few people from the Tianhai City Police Department all glared at themselves. Look at that, as if you're going to eat yourself alive. Captain Gong, what's the situation? Just now you guys. Song Yang was a bit dazed. I said fart thee out. Calling you lieutenant is to give your dad face. What's it got to do with you? You're a waste of your own abilities. You almost got us into big trouble, and now you have the audacity to blabber on about it? I'm telling you, this time the case was completely solved by Chen Chen. If it weren't for Chen Chen, there would have been a big case and you guys would have been implicated along with it. If I were you, I'd kneel down and kowtow a few times to Chen Chen right now. How dare you insult Chen Chen in front of us? Gong Jian spoke angrily. Originally, when he had robbed Chen Chen of his credit this time, he had felt somewhat indebted, and now there's a song-sized cutie, full of farts, they can't watch. Ha, Chen Chen broke it? Song Yang opened his mouth in shock. Oh, looking at that expression on your face, I suddenly remembered that you seemed to be the bottom of the list during the Kyoto criminal investigation competition. No wonder we can't catch fugitives. Bye-bye you then. Come on wife, let's go eat. Chen Chen grinned and walked out with his arm around Qi Xiaozhu's shoulders. Looking at the scene where Chen Chen had his arm around Qi Xiaozhu, Song Yang nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. I wanted to properly humiliate Chen Chen in front of Qi Xiaozhu, but it turned out to be self-defeating, not to mention that Chen Chen had already taken Qi Xiaozhu down. The #1 policewoman in the Dragon Kingdom has been taken down by a private detective? The back-to-back blows made Song Yang's brain buzz. Lieutenant Song, just now Captain Gong and the others have already gone in. Let us check ourselves in, and tell us to take the killer and get the hell out of here as soon as we're done. The police officer next to him spoke bitterly to Song Yang. They had thought that Song Yang, the vice captain, was very popular. I didn't realize it's a piece of when you get out of Jiang province. When Song Yang heard this, he really spat out blood this time. Gray led the way. You disliked a lot of people just now. Qi Xiaozhu walked out with Chen Chen's arm. You were doing pretty good just now, too. He, Song Yang, looks at you in a daze, and as soon as you took my arm, both of his eyes went straight. And add to that my word wife. God's compliment. Chen Chen smiled. And you say it, wifey all day long. It's awful. You need to call it baby. Here, scream baby for my lady. Qi Xiaozhu smiled and said to Chen Chen. Chen Chen rolled his eyes. Just now Qi Xiaozhu's high and mighty appearance in front of the crowd. But in a flash, she actually chased after herself and called her baby. It was too much of a contrast. That said, I didn't expect this Song Yang to become a vice captain. It seems like those elites we had competing at the time were pretty good. That said, it's me that's slowing you down. You've got to fight for it. Chen Chen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu. You shine too bright, okay? I can't see the light even if I were gold, but it doesn't matter. You can just go to work and support me from now on. Kisho Chu laughed and snickered. I can't afford to feed you when you can eat so much. By the way, I don't know how that Wang He kid is doing. He hasn't been in touch since he went back. I guess I'm mixed up now, too. Chen Chen smiled. Jingle bells. It was at this moment that Chen Chen's cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was actually Wang He calling. Speak of the devil. Elder brother Wang, why did you remember to call me? Shinobu and I were just talking about you. Chen Chen smiled and said to the phone, May I ask if you are Chen Chen? Instead, a woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Chen Chen froze, took away the cell phone and looked at it. It was indeed Wang He's phone number. That's right. Yes, I'm Chen Chen. Who are you? Chen Chen asked. I'm Wang He's mom. Wang He has been arrested in connection with a murder case in which he was found guilty. The indictment is going to be launched tomorrow and I found your contact information in his room. Can you come over and help? The caller said to Chen Chen. Wang He was identified as the murderer? Chen Chen and Qi Xiaozhu looked at each other incredulously. Don't worry auntie, I'll go now. Chen Chen spoke in a hurry. Chapter 117, My big brother is here. What am I afraid of? Daegu City Railway Station. Chen Chen and Qi Xiaozhu had just come out of the train station when they saw a middle-aged couple standing at the entrance. It was Wang He's parents, Wang Yan and Zhang Huiwen. The two of them had an extraordinary aura, and their eyebrows resembled Wang He's, so Chen Chen recognized them at a glance. What the hell is going on? Wang He's not a bad criminal investigator. Even if he was framed, he could still get himself off the hook, right? How did it even get to the point of indictment? As soon as Chen Chen got into the car, he asked Wang He's mother. We don't know the specifics. Wang He said he was going to track down a case of some kind and was so busy that he didn't stay home for days. After that, I received news that Wang He had been arrested, because this case involves our immediate family. All of us involved are not allowed to be directly involved in the case in order to avoid suspicion. According to our understanding, the deceased was the owner of a company and was murdered in his home, leaving Wang He's footprints at the scene, his fingerprints on the murder weapon, and traces of the deceased's blood on his body. Wang He was tracking another case to get there and ended up in a coma for some reason. Woke up covered in blood, dagger in hand. No memory of what happened. Wang He's mom huffed and spoke to Chen Chen. Come on, my son is not likely to kill anyone. Evidence will surely be found to clear him. Wang He's father said as he smoked a cigarette. The expression on his face was clearly not as relaxed as he made it out to be. There's no time to delay any longer. Court is in an hour. Wang He's mom sounded even more upset. Don't worry, uncle and auntie, I will definitely help Wang He clear his name, Chen Shan said to the two in a firm tone. The scene of the public trial. The hall was full. Because of Wang He's identity, although it didn't expand its influence, it still caused quite a stir within the public security system. Many insiders came to the public trial. Honestly, the vast majority of people didn't believe Wang He would kill anyone. However, the evidence at the scene and Wang He's memory loss are biased and confirm Wang He's murder. One could only hope that Wang He himself would recall something. At this point, Wang He sat in the defendant's seat with his head bowed listlessly. There were quite a few in front of him who were his colleagues and friends, and he really didn't know how to face them. He'd recalled the situation countless times since he'd been brought in, but couldn't remember anything. Even looking at the evidence at the scene made him a little skeptical. Was he or she compelled or hypnotized and went on to kill someone? Kid, how come you're getting worse? Other people Song Yang have become vice captains. You've become a prisoner. It's happening right now. A flirtatious voice sounded behind him. Wang He snapped his head up. This sound. Big brother? Wang He turned his head and looked. It was Chen Shan and Qi Xiaozhu. Big brother, sister-in-law? It's really you guys. What brings you here? Wang He stood up excitedly, but the handcuffs and shackles made him stumble. If I don't show up, you'll be eating peanuts my ass. Sit down. You haven't committed a crime. The God of heaven can't judge you even if you come here. If you do commit a crime, I'll send you in myself. After Chen Shan finished speaking, he brought Qi Xiaozhu to sit on the side. Ha ha ha, good. Looking at Chen Shan's appearance, Wang He laughed excitedly. I still have my big brother. My big brother is here. What am I afraid of? Who knows? Wang He's laughter instantly drew resentment from the plaintiff's side. A woman sat in the plaintiff's seat wiping her tears, and behind the woman many people were looking at Wang He with angry faces. In their opinion, the killer was simply arrogant, killing people and laughing. Many people even turned their angry eyes towards Chen Shan. It was because of Chen Shan's appearance that this murderer originally still looked like he was going to confess. As a result, after speaking to the young man for a few moments, he actually proceeded to come alive. Attorney General, our witness has just spoken as well. The murderer was seen in front of the neighborhood on the day of the murder and was suspicious. The pattern on the soles of the shoes at the scene was the same as the murderer's, and the bloody dagger found in the garbage can was the murder weapon, with the murderer's fingerprints on it, and the victim's blood on his body. That's a lot of witnesses and material evidence, so I don't think there's much of a defense. Wang He is the murderer. He must have been caught burglarizing the house, so he killed and fled. Halfway through, he met a neighbor coming back, which is why he deliberately pretended to be dizzy. I suggest that the trial be held immediately. The plaintiff's attorney stood up and said, Wait a minute, burglary? Chen Shan felt a little like laughing even as he listened to this absurd charge. I think everyone should be clear about Wang He's family and identity, not to mention the impossibility of theft, but even if you went to steal, you wouldn't be able to do such a shabby job. Chen Shan couldn't help but stand up and said, It is precisely this impossibility that makes the murderer so clever. It is your inertial perceptions that he capitalizes on. Everything is about evidence, the plaintiff's attorney said coldly. Of course there's proof. The proof is these footprints. Chen Shan pointed to the footprints of the scene on display. Footprints? The footprints we've compared. They're exactly the same as those of Wang He's shoes. Plaintiff's counsel spoke. You say it's a burglary, but these footprints don't fit the psychological profile of a burglar at all. The time of the crime was around 12 noon, which in itself is not a regular time for burglaries, and normally there would be people at noon and entry would have been very discreet. The current footprints, however, are headed directly toward the bedroom with a very specific purpose. Chen Shan pointed at the footprints and said, Yeah, normally a burglar's footprints would be messy and would rummage through the living room before entering the bedroom. It's not a certainty. Maybe the dead man saw them as soon as they walked in the door, so they wanted to just silence them. According to you, the thief just entered the door, and his first reaction upon being discovered should have been to turn and run. The crowd at the scene was also talking. At the time, they only compared the footprints and shoe prints at the scene, but paid no attention to the footprints themselves. Alright, let's just go with what you're charging us with for now. That Wang He fled after killing someone. Then the killing and fleeing should have been done with great haste, right? But look ye at the marks of the footprints. They are distinctly the same when they left as when they came in. What's more, all the footprints are spaced very short apart. Wang He's body is fat but not too short, standing at 5'7", and he is more impatient and walks with a larger amplitude. Normal step spacing should be around 70 centimeters, but the current stride is only 40 centimeters. Chen Shan said again. The crowd took a look, and they did sense something was wrong. As you can see, it had just rained on the day of the murder and the road was muddy, so the footprints are more obvious. But this footprint, the edges around the shoe print are not very complete and broken, particularly the tip of the shoe. The heel part is clear but carries some rubbing marks. Normal walking wouldn't cause this. Chen Shan took out a photo and zoomed in on the details for the crowd to see. Really, according to Chen Shan's description, the arrangement and traces of the footprints really aren't quite right. Why is that? The crowd didn't understand how it was caused, although they did see the problem, because the murderer went there wearing Wanga's shoes, and the murderer's feet are smaller than Wang He's, so it will feel like it doesn't follow him when he puts it on. Don't look at Wang He is not tall, but because of his fat body type, his feet are big and he will buy shoes that are bigger. Chen Chen spoke the conclusion out. The corner of Wang He's mouth twitched. Big brother is not giving face at all. Yeah, indeed. This situation is really only possible with small feet in big shoes. Several of the trace examiners nodded their heads as well. Doesn't say much. It's possible that Wang He did it on purpose. He's originally a police officer and knows the police process. Besides, this only proves that Wang He didn't steal. He killed with a purpose. If Wang He is not the murderer, who could the murderer be? The plaintiff's attorney did not expect that the rhythm and atmosphere of the scene would be completely sidetracked by Chen Chen, and stood up with some annoyance. Give me 10 more minutes. I want to see the whole dossier. I will find the murderer, Chen Chen said with confidence. Chapter 118. My name is Chen Chen. Chen Chen rushed to the public trial after they arrived, not really knowing much about the case, but he already had some guesses and still needed to check the dossier to verify his thoughts. Who is this guy? So arrogant? Yeah, it's just one young man. Could it be the help Wang He and the others found? It can't be. So many people in the entire Wang clan are looking for such a young man? Even if you look for help, this person is too arrogant. There is enough evidence at the scene. Even intend to flip the case in 10 minutes? This is clearly trying to say that Wang He is not the murderer. Not only does he have to clear Wang He's name first, he also has to find the identity and evidence of the murderer, which is simply impossible. There was a lot of chatter around the room, and listening to Chen Chen's words, Wang He's parents couldn't help but shake their heads. I told you, this what big brother, such a young person, how can he have any real skill? You're also dim enough to call for this guy. Wang He's dad grumbled to Wang He's mom. What else is there to do now? Our dad is already sick and we can't get directly involved. The rest of them have found no evidence at all to clear their names. I trust my son's vision. Your son is smarter than you. It won't be unreasonable for him to worship Chen Chen so much. Wang He's mom said firmly. Attorney General, I think that's a bit uncalled for. The evidence is overwhelming and yet out of nowhere someone comes along. The lawyers opposite have given up their defense, but he is making a fuss in the public court. It's just nonsense. Even if he is powerful, he can't be like this. The plaintiff's attorney stood up in protest with great displeasure. What are you? Do you know the charge of disturbing the judgment hall? Come on, get him out of here. The attorney general nodded and waved at a couple of bailiffs. My name is Chen Chen, formerly a police officer in the Criminal Investigation Detachment of Tianhai City, and now the owner of a private detective agency. Chen Chen spoke slowly. Wait, you're Chen Chen? That Chun Chun from the genius sleuths in Tianhai City? The Chun Chen who refused Elder Gong's acceptance as a close disciple? The Chen Chen who won the National Criminal Investigation Skills Competition? The Attorney General's eyes widened at once. Hastily, he waved his hand at the few bailiffs who were going to kick Chen Chen out. They were all from the same system, and were quite unfamiliar with the name Chen Chen. Chen Chen? Oh my god, he's Chen Chen? I can't believe I got him here. That's definitely solid. Yes, the champion of the National Criminal Investigation Skills Competition. At that time Wang He was relying on him to get the championship famous in Kyoto, snatched by Elder Gong and Elder Wang to be their disciple, and they both refused. I'm kind of looking forward to getting up. It's probably really not blowing awesome for 10 minutes. Everyone present boiled over when they heard Chen Chen's name. At that time, Chen Chen was famous in Kyoto, and no one in the public security system knew about it. Good, then I'll make an exception and show you the dossier. But you only have 10 minutes. The Attorney General spoke to Chen Chen. Thanks, that's enough. Chen Chen stepped forward to receive the dossier and raised his fist at Wang He as he passed by. The corners of Wang He's eyes were wet, and his fist touched Chen Chen with force. Chen Chen took the dossier and looked at it. Boss, the plaintiff's demeanor is tense, even a little distracted. I'm afraid there's a problem. Don't rush to judgment. There's a motive in any case, especially one like this where the death occurred in the home. There was no property found missing in the case file. It was not rushed to the burglary. The footprints also show that the killer's aim was very direct, and the person who deliberately wore Wang He's shoes over there to frame Wang He is likely to be someone familiar to the deceased. That's for sure. The door lock is a combination lock and there are no signs of lockpicking. Not necessarily. Nowadays, combination locks, which can supposedly be opened with cardboard, are hard to use as direct evidence. Boss, look at the wound. It looks hideous and horrible, but it's not really from a struggle at all. Look out. These wounds would have been inflicted after the death of the deceased, who was probably out of action at the time. The dead man's physique is very robust. It's not that easy to put him down, is it? Sleeping pills. It was mentioned in the transcript and the autopsy report that the deceased was in the habit of taking sleeping pills. It's likely that the deceased took a large amount of sleeping pills beforehand. That can be done on a much smaller scale. How's that? I have a good eye, don't I? A little bit of time passed, and the scene was quiet. There was no one out of the sound. For fear of disturbing Chen Chen took out his cell phone map to look at something from time to time, and from time to time, he flipped through the dossier. 10 minutes quickly passed. I'm done reading. Chen closed the dossier. Who's the killer? The Attorney General asked impatiently. Everyone's eyes also looked towards Chen. That's you, the wife of the deceased, the plaintiff in this case, Jacqueline Lee. Chen turned and pointed at the plaintiff and said. Hearing Chen words, everyone froze. Next moment, a hint of disappointment appeared on many people's faces. You can't, can you? This is the plaintiff? Yeah, she doesn't have an alibi, as witnesses have just testified. That's impossible. Chen came to such a conclusion after reading the dossier? This is the level of the champion? Why do I feel so watered down? Yeah, waited half a day for this? The crowd pointed their fingers at Chen. The Attorney General's face wasn't looking very good at this point. He made an exception because of Chen's name, but he didn't expect Chen to talk nonsense, not to mention that this is the plaintiff. It's hard to believe that so many police officers are cuties. The plaintiff has an alibi. Chen was being a bit unreasonable when he did that. As soon as the plaintiff took a look at Chen pointing at her, she cried in aggravation. At this cry, the family and friends behind her rose up in righteous indignation. I don't care what you are. It's hard enough that her husband is dead, and you're slandering her as a murderer? You don't know anything at all. She had been calling me at the time of the murder and wasn't even there. I demand that you apologize to Li Jiechi immediately. At that point, a woman sitting behind the plaintiff stood up and said, Apologize? I'm telling the truth. She's the killer. Chen shook his head indifferently. You don't know anything at all. They were very affectionate. Why would they kill someone? The woman was also furious. Feeling good? So tell me, the ring on her left ring finger, why is it gone now? Chen pointed to the trace of the ring on the plaintiff's hand and said. The crowd looked in the direction Chen pointed. The plaintiff's ring finger bore obvious signs of a ring, apparently recently removed. If you were so close as a couple, how come you took off the ring in the first place after you died? Is your relationship, really, as good as they say? Chen asked to the plaintiff. Chapter 119, your face is almost white as paper. This is just hard for me to look at before I pick it. I was away from home, running my own clothing store, all day long. The coroner gave the time of death as between 12 and 12:30, and I went out to get lunch at noon, which was only half an hour, and was on the phone with Sasha. How could I have killed him? Li Jiechi spoke to Chen. Yeah, David Lee died after a struggle. We were on the phone the whole time, so how could I not hear it if we wrestled? And the police have already tested me with a polygraph and I'm clean. The witness named Sasha also spoke up in the background. Chen, we did use a polygraph test to rule out the possibility of her giving false testimony. A police officer next to him said to Chen, who says the victim was killed in a struggle. The corner of Chen's mouth curled up. What do you mean? The deceased's body was strewn with various marks, all stab wounds. Only wrestling can cause that, right? The Attorney General was a bit puzzled. Chen reads the dossier so carelessly? Nice. Because of this, it can be determined that there was no struggle between the deceased and the murderer. Chen spoke slowly. The crowd was dumbfounded by one sentence. Chen did not panic and took out a photo from amongst the dossier. You see these wounds? It's spread all over the body, but the wounds are too neat to have been stabbed in motion. If it had been a stab wound in motion, the force would have been at an angle, and that wound would have rolled over at an angle, but not here. And from the look of the wound, it's pretty clear that it all slid down vertically. This is sufficient to show that the deceased was dead before he was injured. The medical examiner didn't point it out in his report, and I'm very skeptical of the competence of the medical examiner in charge of the autopsy. Chen said slowly, What did you say? How do you know? How many bodies have you seen? As soon as Chen's words fell, a man jumped up on his feet and said, he was the very forensic pathologist in charge of the autopsy, this time specially transferred from another place to avoid suspicion. Chen smiled faintly and directly picked up the pen on the table and rushed towards that forensic scientist. Look at that stance, about to stab a few holes in the coroner with a pen. Oi, what are you doing? The coroner, startled, dodged and picked up the dossier in defiance. Stop it all. What are you doing? This is a courtroom. The Attorney General did not expect the two of them, Chen and the forensic pathologist, to fight, and his face could not help but be gloomy. Excuse me, it wasn't about the beating just now. You can see the scratches on his shirt. Chen Chen pointed to the coroner's clothes as he spoke. The crowd took a look. Only then did he realize that Chen Chen had just used a pen to make several scratches on the man's white shirt. Since you have said that the murderer wrestled with the victim, you may look at the injuries that would have been produced in a normal struggle situation. Most of it appears in the arms. After that comes locations such as the torso, and because of the subconscious human instinct for self-preservation, there must be more wounds in locations such as the arms and fewer wounds in the torso portion. And once you stab the torso, it's basically a fatal wound. But the current body shows that all of the victim's injuries are in the torso area, and although it looks like a struggle, it's not at all like a normal struggle. Unless, of course, the deceased was motionless at the time and was brought to the act by the murderer. Chen Chen explained. It dawned on the crowd. Chen Chen was not making a scene just now, but rather explaining it visually in this way. This makes it easy to understand even if you are not a professional criminal investigator or forensic scientist. That forensic scientist just now was red in the face. He was already a renowned forensic scientist, and naturally understood the entire process when Chen Chen said so. He did make a major slip-up during the autopsy. What's more, he's a graduate of the police academy and prides himself on his mastery of grappling and fighting. However, in the process of gaming with Chen Chen, he was actually scratched by Chen Chen with a pen. Without his knowledge, if this were a knife, he'd be all over the place. So that means the victim was already dead at the time? The Attorney General asked. Should be unconscious. It was stated in the autopsy report that sleeping pills were identified in the victim's body. It is also known in the statement that the deceased was in the habit of taking sleeping pills as he was often unable to sleep due to entrepreneurship. I guess the sleeping pills must have been spiked then? And the only one who can do that is you, the wife. Chen Chen turned his head to look at Li Jieqi. Li Jieqi's face was instantly as white as paper. Gosh, so that's how it is. Chen Chen can tell so much based on the case file alone? It's hard to say. It could be a wild guess? Not like that. Look at that plaintiff's face. It's all white as paper. It's obvious it's been talked about. Many people turned their attention to the plaintiff, Li Jieqi, Attorney General. It's an ineffective defense. It's willful bootstrapping. He's deliberately skipping over evidence of the murderer and evidence of our plaintiff's alibi. The opposing counsel stood up. Yes, now that you've said that, I'm going to disprove your so-called evidence a little bit. Chen Chen also stood up without showing any weakness. The lawyer of his side's brain buzzed and sat on the side, completely unable to understand what Chen Chen said just now. He'd been defending criminal cases for years, and for the first time he felt like such a loser. You're going to overturn the evidence? Are you kidding me? So tell me instead, how do you explain his footprints and fingerprints at the scene? The opposing lawyer looked at Chen Chen with contempt. The footprints, as I've just said, were faked in by someone wearing shoes. And as for the fingerprints, the murderer was smart as a whip. According to you, this knife is your family's fruit knife, right? Chen Chen asked the plaintiff as he picked up the murder weapon. Right. The plaintiff nodded. How long has it been bought? Chen Chen continued to ask. I bought it a long time ago. I've been using it at home. The plaintiff said. Okay, since you said you've been using it at home, how can it be possible that on this dagger, there are only Wang Yi's fingerprints and not those of your family? This can only mean that the murderer wiped off all the fingerprints in advance and left Wang Yi's fingerprints on purpose. Chen Chen said to everyone. Yeah, normal fruit knives are used by someone. There must be fingerprints. Even if you clean it, it's hard to get all the fingerprints off the hilt. It seems like Wang Yi was the only one whose fingerprints were on it at the time. That's not normal. Everyone was shocked. One more thing, it's a fruit knife, and when we use it to cut fruit, we usually come at the knife squarely. It's handy for cutting up fruit, but when you look at the direction of the fingerprints that were lifted, they were held in the opposite hand. Normal use of the knife could not have caused such a direction, unless it was left by someone holding Wang Yi's hand to grasp the knife when he was unconscious. Chen Chen explained as he gestured with the murder weapon. Yeah, really. The crowd also followed Chen Chen's example, and they all used pens in their hands or cell phones of some sort to compare. The direction of the fingerprints was indeed the same as what Chen Chen had said. At the time, they just noticed that there were fingerprints on it and extracted them for comparison without considering what the fingerprints left behind. The lawyers on the other side of the fence are also mute. He obviously didn't pay attention to that detail either. These two pieces of evidence were indeed the same as what Chen Chen had said, so it was hard to believe that Wang Yi had really been framed, and who set it up? Opposing counsel looked incredulously at the plaintiff. Chapter 120, Long Live Big Brother. Wait a minute, even if these were framed, that doesn't make the killer the plaintiff. Her time is simply not coming back. Opposing counsel suddenly remembered evidence of the plaintiff's alibi. Yeah, Jieqi doesn't know how to drive, and it takes over half an hour to walk from the clothing store to her house, and over 20 minutes to take the bus, so it's just not possible. Sasha, the witness from earlier, also said, good point, she did exactly what she did, and that's why she called you so she could clear her name. From the transcript, it appears that her store clerk at the time said that she volunteered to go out and get lunch at noon, and that she went the distance to get the boiled fish. This boiled fish, right in the alleyway between the clothing store and the deceased's house. You can't get there on foot or by bus, but you can on an electric bike. The transcript mentions a little bit inside. After hearing the phone call from the neighborhood discovering the case, Lee Jechi was so scared that she couldn't walk, or the store clerk took her back on his motorized bike. It was talking about the motorized car keys changing places and it took half a day to find them. I assume that's what you rode back on your motorized bike? That way, the time is also satisfied and the alibi is also satisfied. Chen asked to Lee Jechi. No, I didn't do it. I didn't kill anyone, Lee Jechi said excitedly. No need for sophistry. I just can't believe there's no surveillance on that trail, no car recorder, no witnesses. Just confirm it on that trail. The police didn't expect you to go that way, so the surveillance there wasn't pulled. You should have ridden your motorized bike to ask for the boiled fish, then gone home to commit the crime, then left with the boiled fish so that the owner of the boiled fish store could still testify against you. You do have a good plan. Chen looked at Lee Jechi. Lee Jechi's eyes were flustered, her two hands resting nowhere as she gulped, not knowing how to answer Chen question at all. But no, how can she be sure that the victim was unconscious at home? How can you be in a coma? The Attorney General looked over the file and asked questions. It's simple. From the statement, it appears that the deceased was in the habit of taking sleeping pills to sleep every day. All the killer had to do was up the dosage the night before and wake the person up the next morning. The side effect of sleeping pills is dizziness and even headaches. This will put a name to the fact that he won't be going to the office and will continue to drink his pills and sleep. The police have spoken to the employees of the deceased's company and they did receive a call from their boss in the morning saying that they weren't feeling well and that they wouldn't be going, and they put off several meetings for that reason. Chen explained. Yes, I was the one who went to give the statement, and that's what their company did say at the time. A policeman stood up and said, the facts are clear. Lee Jechi has long been intent on killing the deceased and has been looking for this opportunity. That's why it was deliberately planned that day to give the deceased a sleeping pill in advance, and then again in the morning before he left, so that he would be sure to be still in a deep sleep when he arrived home, leaving on the pretext of buying a meal and calling in the middle of it to disguise his absence. In fact, the process of murder. She has been on the phone, because the deceased deep sleep. Murder can be very easy, after the murder, and then leave traces on the body of the deceased, disguise the illusion of burglary and murder. Chen elaborated from beginning to end. That's not right. And what's the deal with Wanga? What's he got to do with the killer? The Attorney General asked. The crowd was wide-eyed as well. I think maybe there was no Wang at all to begin with. As long as Lee Jechi leaves without incident, the murderer is a non-entity. But on the contrary, Wang fainted from a stroke because he was tracking another case, and was met by Lee Jechi when she went out. Seeing the fainted Wang it was a plan to frame him, because it's hard for the police to close the case if the killer can't be found. So it's best if someone takes the fall. Everyone knows the rest of the operation. Chen explained to the crowd. You? No way. Why do you know all this when I've done it so seamlessly? Why would you know that? Lee Jechi stood up in horror. At this point in time, even if she does not confess, the police follow Chen's words to find the surveillance, but also can find her riding an electric bicycle. That puts her carefully woven lies to rest. I thought I had found a scapegoat, but I didn't expect to catch a little ghost and attract a king of hell. Asterisk. I can't believe that she really confessed. It's true that she killed her husband. What a snake. She killed her husband. In order to kill my husband to set up so many situations in advance, but also to charm my husband. Only used 3 minutes. That's no hesitation at all. Straight down the knife, and cut the wound after the killing. It's so vicious, even the police have been hoodwinked. And slandered a police officer. The crowd pointed at Lee Jechi and talked. You, how dare you use me? You deliberately called me to perjure yourself. That BFF spoke to Lee Jechi. What can I do? He's got Junior ready to poison me. And if they're unkind, why shouldn't I be unkind? I'm just going to kill him. I'm just going to kill them. Lee Jechi bawled her eyes out. He, David Lee, has a mistress, and plotting to drug me. I'm definitely not going to sit around and wait for that to happen. When I think about it, when he had nothing, I was the one who accompanied him to eat steamed buns and pickles, and now that he has money, those little girls come to pick the fruits. On what grounds? It's all your fault. You figured out my plan. I'm going to kill you. You men deserve to die, Lee Jechi said and was about to pounce towards Chen, but was yanked back by the bailiff. Take them down at once. This case is reopened, the Attorney General said to all. Police station entrance. He jumped up and leaped out. Little brother pays his respects to big brother. Long live big brother. He directly gave Chen a half-kneeling, arching kowtow. Next to him, Wang Yan had a black line. Growing up so big, this little has never kowtowed to him, and now he even has no hesitation to kowtow one to Chen, and even long live is out. You're such a big man. you still don't have a straight face. Look at other people Chen. Not to mention being a good-looking man, calm and collected, and such a beautiful girlfriend. You're good, look at how fat you are. You don't lose weight even when I tell you to, and you haven't even found a girlfriend. Shame on you? If it weren't for Chen, you would have lost this little life this time. Wang Yi's mom pointed her finger at Wang Yi's head. What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you still fainting and losing your memory? Chen asked Wang Yi. Don't mention it, big brother. I thought about it while I was in there, and I'm 80% planted that there's such a cunning murderer out there. Wang Yi was full of frustration. What case are you chasing? You haven't been home in days. Wang Yi's parents also asked with concern. Dad, Mom, big brother, can you believe it? In that case just now, even though it was a wife who killed her husband, there may be a real murderer behind this, and his purpose is to stop me with that case. He lured me there on purpose, because I've got him on the trail, Wang Yi said with a face full of gravity. Chapter 121, Scavengers in the Dark. What exactly are you looking for? What case? Chen asked. Not a particular case, to be precise. I don't know his identity, his name, let's just describe him as a scavenger. Wang Yi said. Scavenger? Chen and the others looked at each other. Right, a serial killer who's secretly executing some of the perpetrators that our police have a hard time making a case against. A broom mark is left at the scene of every case. I found some clues when I was working on a case before, so I've been secretly investigating, and I finally found the clue. Followed here and got hit. Wang Yi was a little frustrated. Why don't you file a case? Why haven't I heard anything about this kind of case? Wang Yi's mom was a little strange. There is no proof. He handled the scene very cleanly, and those who died were handled skillfully. A lot of it is accidental. Even that marking was only found when I went back to a couple of sites to look for it again after I overlooked it. Wang Yi was also helpless. There are such people? A few people were surprised. That's not right. You're pretty good at kung fu, aren't you? How could it be put down so easily? How did you feel then? Kishiretsu asked. I don't know. Woke up with no memory of it. Wang Yi shook his head. Come on, show me where you fell. Chen spoke to Wang Yi. He had seen Wang Yi's skill, and he didn't believe that there was anyone who could put him down without Wang Yi even knowing it. It's hard to do even on your own. Together they came to the place where Wang Yi had been put down. It happened to be a fire escape from Li Juqi's and their house, only half a flight of stairs away from Li Juqi's front door. As I recall from the police case file, it was a man who went to the stairs for a smoke and inadvertently found Wang Yi who had fainted. It was a shock to see Wang Yi with blood on his body and a knife in his hand. Went upstairs and watched the door to the room open and called the police. It looks like it should be that after Li Juqi killed someone, she was about to leave from the step ladder and happened to see Wang Yi. It can't be that coincidental. It really was premeditated. Chen frowned as he watched. It's hard to ambush in a stairwell. You can hear the slightest movement. With your skill, even if someone ambushes and sneaks up on you, it's unlikely that they'll get it easily, right? Yeah, didn't you follow that guy here? He was in front of you. How could he have gotten hit? Xiaozhu and the others surrounded Wang Yi and asked after him. Boss, there's something strange about a couple of windows here. There are normally a couple of smoking ashtrays, indicating that someone is smoking there, but the windows are closed. Well, that's something I've noticed too. I was feeling a bit strange just now, and when you mention it, I seem to understand a bit. I looked and the doors to this stepladder were closed. Normally it wouldn't be like this, and the dust on the floor shows it, and usually the door is open. Are you saying that someone deliberately closed all the doors and windows? What was his purpose in doing this? Create a closed environment. I think I should already know how the killer put him down. I have to say, it's really smart. Chen shook his head. When he looked up, he found the crowd looking at him in surprise. Big brother, did you just say you know? Wang Yi asked with wide eyes. It should be ecstasy. Chen nodded. Ecstasy? The crowd was a little surprised. I should have noticed something. My mom is a forensic scientist, and she has been exposed to the smell of a lot of ecstasy before. And the ecstasy that can knock me out in a short period of time and still give me amnesia should also be a potent drug. And this kind of drug commonly has a smell. Wang Yi, however, was in a bit of disbelief. You just said that you followed that guy here, right? Chen asked Wang Yi. Right. Wang Yi nodded. If he sprayed the air with ecstasy after he entered the building, and he sprayed behind him as he walked up the stairs, the ecstasy stayed all the way back, and you come in right after, and you might smell it first when you enter the building, but it's normal to go from outdoors into a closed environment, and there's definitely a change in smell. It's even less noticeable in the back when you're acclimated. A small amount of ecstasy isn't enough to cause a coma, but a large amount can, not to mention inside a relatively closed building environment. When you go upstairs, he can even control the amount of ecstasy based on your progress up the stairs, leaving you unconscious near Juqi Li's floor below. Chen explained. No wonder. I said there was a smell when I entered the building, and I was suspicious at the time, but suddenly there was a commotion from upstairs to open the door, and I was afraid of being discovered, so I rushed in without much thought. He must have created the commotion on purpose. Wang He slammed his thigh. He actually drugged the entire inside of the building? Wouldn't that have implications for others? Kishozu was a bit incredulous. No, it's hard to pass out from a spray of ecstasy if you don't have a full dose. It will dissipate faster. 2. Wang He was all the way behind. The ecstasy did not fall at all, but also from the first floor to climb the stairs so high. Inhalation overdose before being hit. Chen Chen explained. In theory, it is indeed possible to realize it, and no evidence will be left at the scene. Wang He's mom also nodded. According to you, this man deliberately lured you there to take the fall? But according to Li Jieqi's situation, there was absolutely no conspiracy with anyone, and it all turned out to be an exploitation of the human psychology of avoiding harm. It has to be said, a smart one indeed. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Then, according to you, the man must know about the case. How did he know? He's not even planning it. What the hell is he going to do? Kishiretsu was surprised. Scavenger, Chen Chen said slowly. Are you saying that he was prepared to sanction men in the first place? Just in time with the help of Jackie Lee? And then found out about my stalking? And that's why you're trying to use this case against me? Wang He reacted instantly. Half right. That dead man was at fault for cheating on his wife, but that kind of thing is all too common. If the principle of that man's punishment was so low, I'm afraid it would have left its mark long ago. At that time, Li Jieqi mentioned that the deceased and the mistress were plotting to poison her, and I suspect that it was not the deceased that he wanted to punish, but the mistress. If we're going to find him, we can start with the mistress, Chen Chen said slowly. Big brother is awesome. See if I don't find that grandson, dare to frame me, I'll get him killed. Wang He clenched his fist and swung it twice. Don't be impulsive. If the man is really that smart, he might have thought of that as well. And any move you make will put yourself in a passive position again. The more we get to this point, the more we have to plan. Chen Chen waved his hand at Wang He. I know, big brother. I'll do whatever you say. Wang He nodded. On one side, Wang He's parents looked at their son in surprise. From a young age, he was smart and proud, put no one in his place, unruly and unseemly, to be so obedient to a young man, even better than the two of them talking. And this young man's insightful thoughts just now, even the two of them could barely keep up with it, a sense of composure and groundedness that the two of them greatly appreciated. One of them is a successful businessman and the other is an expert in the police force who has seen a lot of people. But never had I seen someone like Chen Chen. Maybe you're right. My son is indeed smarter than me and has his own judgment and perception. It's time to let go. Wang Yan sighed and said to Zheng Huiwen, that's for you to say? My son has made better friends than your foxy friends. Zheng Huiwen gave Wang He a blank look. Chen Chen, Wang He is counting on you. How dare that man lay hands on my son? Find him and deal with him. Money, cars, people, and other resources. Feel free to talk to me about anything you need. Wang Yan said to Chen Chen. I can also call on some resources on the police force side, and as long as you have key evidence, it immediately becomes a task force. Find him and bring him to justice, Zheng Huiwen also said on the side. At this moment, the two men's mindset of protecting their calves exploded. If it wasn't for Chen Chen's help, perhaps Wang He would already be sitting as a murderer. How dare you mess with my son? Plate him. Don't worry, auntie and uncle. Dare to mess with my brother. Must dish him out. Chen Chen smiled. Chapter 122. I would call her the strongest time management guru. How did you set your sights on him? After sending Wang He's parents away, Chen Chen asked Wang He. Because of a ball player. We often play soccer together. That guy is not a good character. I heard that he often scourges little girls, but it can't be beat being good looking, and the ball is okay, and there are often girls on the sidelines cheering when he plays soccer. That one time, he left halfway through the kick saying he had something to do, and when we broke up, we found dead in the car, along with a big beautiful girl. The two men were running errands in their car, which was started when they died of carbon monoxide poisoning. Wang He spoke to the two. Just wait a minute. You mean, just halfway through kicking a soccer ball and running errands in the car? In such a hurry? Chen Chen asked with wide eyes. Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? But speaking of which, that woman's body is powerful. I'm not blowing it with you. Long black high-heeled legs, thin and fierce waist, even if sister-in-law's legs ahem. So what? Of course it's no match for your sister-in-law. Wang He was about to spit and splutter and describe it in detail to Chen Chen. Looking at the backseat Qi Xiaozhu's cannibalistic eyes, he still swallowed. I happened to be there at the time and went along. Turns out there was a slight problem with the autopsy report. It was my mom's autopsy that detected the ingredient Damiana, the main ingredient in oxycodone. Wang He spoke to the two. You mean he drank the oxycodone? This is too. Kishozu stared wide-eyed, obviously having a hard time comprehending it. I think someone drugged him? Chen Chen was sensitive to Wang He's meaning. Right. It was a bit of a strange feeling at the time when we were playing. He was the one who had asked for that game and everyone was taking it very seriously and was having a good time when he withdrew. Even if you're in a hurry to do something, you're not. I recall him saying something about mineral water being surprisingly cloudy when he drank it before he came on. Drink half of it and throw it away. It occurred to me that it might be a trick, but when I went back for the bottle of water, it was gone. This confirms my thoughts even more. Just as I went to look for that bottle of water, I spotted a broomstick marking in the stands around the stadium. At first I didn't take it seriously until the second time I saw it and I realized it wasn't that simple. Wang He recalled. How did you find out about the second one? Didn't he make it all into an accident? Chen Chen asked. Yes, precisely because I consider the unexpected. Just went looking for accidental death cases and didn't realize there were several. Because it's all an accident, it won't come to us here at Major Crimes Detectives. I picked a recent case, 2 days before the ballpark death case. The deceased was a nanny. I've heard it has a bad reputation, specializing in serving old men who are retired, divorced, and rich. On the other hand, she's very good at coaxing those old men into obedience, even marrying and divorcing them many times, and leaving after she's milked the old men dry of their value. Some of the old men's women can't do anything about the lawsuits because their marriages are legal. Wang He said. How did it die? Chen Chen asked. Asthma. She originally had asthma, but the asthma spray came up empty. The diagnosis at the scene was that the asthma spray ran out and was not relieved in time, resulting in the tragedy. Wang He said. No wonder you said there was a problem. Chen Chen nodded. What's going on here? How is this made into an accident? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. Normally, people with asthma have backup medications and keep them in common places, and it's rare that this happens. No one's going to risk their lives. It's like a heart attack victim who is sure to have his quick-acting heart pills with him. Chen Chen explained. Yeah, that's what I thought. When I went to the scene of the death, the house had been lowballed because someone had died, and the contents were basically untouched. I found a health insurance card swiped slip in the trash. It shows that the babysitter had bought 3 bottles of asthma spray just 2 days ago. One was opened and used up, and the other 2 were missing. With normal dosage, it's impossible to use up a bottle in 2 days. Finally I found that broom mark on the wall in the dead man's doorway. Wang He said with a nod of his head. So it is. You said before that you caught traces of him before he dealt with you. What did you find? Chen Chen asked. I've been secretly investigating these cases ever since I found out what's behind them, but it wasn't long after that I realized someone was following me. Wang He explained. Stalking you? No. Chen Chen and Shi Xiaozhu were both a bit surprised. Although Wang He was fat in size, he was also a solid police academy elite before, and his counter-surveillance ability was not generally strong. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been cleaned up by Wang He long ago, but it was able to track Wang He, and although he was spotted, he didn't take it down. This man is definitely not bad at counter-surveillance. I was a little skeptical. I had just reasoned that there was someone behind this when I was followed. I don't believe it could be that coincidental. It was hard to find a chance to get my eye on a figure, so I followed it to that neighborhood, and you all know what happened after that. I told you, I couldn't find him before when I wanted to. It was suddenly revealed to me the other day, and it turned out to be a setup for me. Wang He was full of frustration, feeling faceless. What do we do now? By the way, since he set this up behind the scenes, he must have gone to Li Juqi's house to leave a mark. Should we go back to the scene and look for clues? Kishiretsu spoke. Ouch, why didn't I think of that? Really, if we go for an ambush, we might just block him. Wang He also reacted at once. I don't think so, and not to mention the fact that the target is not the dead, even if it was, because it was a homicide. The police had a detailed sweep of the scene, and if there were markings they would have been found long ago. Instead, I think it's imperative that we find the mistress as soon as possible. He's likely to keep going at it. Chen Chen spoke to the two. In front of the Kuan's hotel, an innocent, pretty girl walked into the hotel on the arm of a man. In a car in front of the hotel, Chen Chen and the 3 of them watched the scene. Awesome. I would call her the strongest time management guru. That's the 3rd one. That saying is really true. There are no plowed fields, only tired oxen. Wang He gave a wide-eyed thumbs up to the hotel entrance. That girl, the very same mistress involved in Li Juqi's murder case. Zhao Min. Yeah, for a day. Asked 3 separate men to 3 different hotel rooms. Seamless, admirable. Chen Chen also nodded silently. What are you two talking about? Kishozu glared at the 2 men from the back seat with a red face. Ahem. I mean, this female does have issues. I'm afraid it's a sea king. All sorts of scams to get money out of men. Then Li Juqi also said that at that time, David Li was plotting with his mistress to poison Li Juqi so that Li Juqi would cause an accidental death from food poisoning because Li Juqi had a high insurance policy. I'm afraid it's for the property and the insurance money. If it wasn't overheard by Li Juqi, I'm afraid that both of David Li's properties and insurance money could have been taken away. Chen Chen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu, and David Li is not an isolated case. She has several property disputes in her pending court papers. Big brother, sure enough, you were right. That person is heading for her. Thanks to your reminder. Big brother, or we might have fallen behind again. Should we rush in and take control before we say anything? Wang He asked with gusto. Control? How do you control it? It's hard to explain when things could be going on in the house and catching a rape and pornography doesn't even count. After making a big deal out of it, the man might be able to realize that he's in the shadows now. 2. As long as the person is still alive, there is still a chance. Chen Chen waved his hand. Fair enough. Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu nodded. They were well in the shadows, exposing them instead of spooking them. Knock, knock, knock. It's happening right now. Instead, a little girl came over next to them and knocked on Chen Chen's window of their car. Little sister, what's wrong with you? Kishiretsu lowered the window. There's really someone. An auntie just said to give you this letter. The little girl handed Kishazu an envelope. An aunt? Chen Chen was instantly on guard. When I brought it over, there was a broom drawn on the top of the envelope. Chapter 123, is it for me? It's him. Surprisingly, it's a woman. One he instantly recognized it. Said he was about to get out of the car. Lighten up. If she dared to let someone come here, she must not be afraid of us chasing them out. Chen Chen tugged at Wang He who was about to rush out. Little sister, what did that auntie look like just now? How did you meet? Chen Chen asked to the little girl. She had long hair, wasn't very tall, wasn't very short, and seemed a little chubby. And then, forgot. The little girl tried to remember, but all that was said was vague information. My family store is right there, and I was just playing in front of it. She gave me lollipops to deliver the letter and said that red scarves love to help people. The girl had a haughty look on her face that complimented me quickly. Chen Chen and the others shook their heads helplessly. There's no valid information at all if you get kids like that. You did a good job, but don't help out in the future. If anyone asks you for help, you tell the police or an adult. Understand? Chen Chen spoke to the little girl. Yeah. What are you doing? A woman from a nearby store came out and shouted, Bye. The girl waved and walked back. No wonder there are so many kidnappings and abductions. Children are simple-minded and too easy to be tricked. Kisho-chuk was filled with worry. Yeah, it can't be helped. Chen Chen nodded. Boss, we just don't care about anything? Not chasing? Wang He asked anxiously. Let's see what happens first. Chen Chen opened the letter. The letter in question is not an envelope, but an envelope folded out of an A4 sheet with half an A4 sheet inside. There was only one line on the letter, but it caused Chen Chen's eyes to chill. The letter reads, to be able to lock onto Xiaomin so quickly, it's worthy of being Chen Chen, but the best is yet to come. Don't let me down, okay? Standard 3 size, imitations on GB 2312 font, asterisk. Big brother, how does he know about you? Wang He lost his voice and exclaimed. I didn't realize it was coming at me. It seems that your previous guess was right. It was indeed him who set you up, but the purpose was not to set you up, but to rush at me. Chen Chen frowned at the words on the letter. Self-importance, pride, provocations, and a great deal of hostility. Why would a stranger have so many emotions about himself? This, Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu were dumbfounded. In a roundabout way, this was actually a plot laid out at Chen Chen. No good. Get in there. He already knows we found out and is still so calm. That Zhao Min might be in danger. Chen Chen realized something violently and hurriedly ran inside. Which room is Zhao Min staying in? It's that man and woman who just came in. Check immediately. Wang He slapped his police license on the table with a pop. At 319. The receptionist was startled by the fierce Wang He, looked at the police officer's license, and immediately said the room number. Bring the room card. Call an ambulance immediately. Call the police. Chen Chen shouted to the two receptionists and took the room card and rushed up, swiped the door open later, only to see Zhao Min, naked and lying on her back in the bathtub, covered in blood. The water of the bathtub was slowly draining, and the light red water had already spread over Zhao Min's head. Chen Chen hurriedly yanked the man out of the water. And gas. Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell is going on here? Kishengzu asked in shock as she wrapped Zhao Min in a bath towel. It should have hit the bathtub and caused a coma, right down into the tub. The water in the bathtub keeps rising, so I guess it won't take long before the person is dead. Too hungover, Chen Chen said as he looked at the scene. Was it an accident? Kishiretsu asked with wide eyes. How is that possible? It should have been done by the man who came in with her. And that man, in all probability, is the man. He should have been preparing to kill Zhao Min today and inadvertently realized that we were following him before he thought of giving us a hard time. If it had been any later, it would have been another case of accidental slip and fall death. Chen Chen said slowly. Qi Xiaozhu then realized that Zhao Min was the only one in the house at that moment. No, didn't that little girl say that an aunt told her to deliver the letter? Wang He was a bit surprised. He deliberately disguised himself, trying to mislead us. The reason why the little girl was allowed to deliver the letter was because the child could not see the simple disguise and would only recognize men and women by their clothes and hair. When the man went in at that time, He was wearing a hat and mask, but it was indeed a man alright. I reckon it's likely that we were detected at the window and thought to disguise ourselves. The disguise wig and clothes should be Xiao Min's. Chen Chen waved his hand. That's not right. I didn't find a picture of the broom at the scene. Kishiretsu looked around suspiciously. Chen Chen turned around inside the house and finally came to the side of the toilet mirror. Turned the shower hot water up to maximum. In no time at all, there was quite a bit of water vapor in the toilet. And the next moment, a broomstick pattern appeared on the mirror. Sure enough, it's him, Mud. Doesn't that mean he ran out in front of us? Wang He was chagrined. There's no need to be impatient. He's already showing his hand. This time it caught us off guard, but it did the same for him. He's trying to give us a run for our money, but he's just exposing himself. Chen Chen didn't feel any frustration and took out the letter. What do you mean? Both Wang He and Shi Xiaozhu were a bit confused. That paper. He's not going to bring it ahead of time, is he? The ink marks on the paper are very fresh, so I conclude that he disguised the scene after he found us, left under the guise of a woman, and then printed it for us. I just looked and there's a print store right next door. Chen Chen pointed to the side of the hotel. It's happening right now. The 120 and the police force arrived almost simultaneously. Chen Chen and the others briefly handed over and went to the print store next to them. Sure enough, I heard that a woman had come to print, but unfortunately, the surveillance is broken. Boss, how did he check out? Chen Chen thought about it and asked the boss. Use your cell phone. I don't even take cash anymore. And he just printed out a couple of sheets of paper. So who carries change around? The owner said. Great, let me see your collection history. Chen Chen was overjoyed. Pull it out and the payer is shown as Su. Although I couldn't see the full name, I could tell that his last name was Su. 3 words. What about this? If you have to rank them simply by virtue of that last name, then I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of them. Wang He was a little embarrassed. Boss, I've been thinking about a question just now. This person doesn't just know our names, he also knows the relationship with Wang He, and his purpose is to draw us in. Why is there so much hostility toward us? Thinking about it, there seems to be only one. You mean, the National Criminal Investigation Skills Competition? Chen Chen also realized something violently. Good. This man didn't punch us in the previous case, but the later one must have, even going so far as to make a game against Wang He, and the only one who knows about our relationship with Wang He is the National Criminal Investigation Skills Competition. We were competing and were the only private investigators and non-police officers. There are only 3 slots in each province. Could this person be a criminal police officer who was screened down? No, it shouldn't. From Wang He's description of the dead, there seems to be a common thread. They're all involved in some dispute case. Dispute case? Oh, indeed. The kicker involves the woman's money, and the nanny involves property and all that. How come they all have to do with men and women? Maybe that's the motive. Those were economic cases. No criminal cases involved. It shouldn't have been the police, but definitely the public prosecution system. That man, most likely, is from the court or the prosecutor's office. But even if we were inside, we wouldn't know our names and Wang He's relationship, right? We are here for the first time. Wang He's character. Don't see in front of us fooling around, but behind the back should not. His mom still knows from inside the diary. That person could very well have been in the middle of the session right then and there to know everything about us. Then won't we find him? This has been narrowed down to very little. Go. Chen Chen lifted his feet and walked towards the outside. Ha, where are we going? Big brother? Wang He and Shi Xiaozhu both hurriedly followed. I should already know who he is. Go meet him. Chen Chen spoke slowly. Chapter 124. You're putting obstacles in our way? It doesn't feel right. Daegu City Court. Big brother, what are we doing here? You're not going to say that the man is in here, are you? Wang He was a little confused as he looked at the courthouse door. Right. Chen Chen nodded. Big brother, don't joke. Wang He was a bit surprised. I know it's a little unbelievable, but it's true. There's no way this man would come at me innocently for no reason, let alone set you up by making a setup so he could lure me here. Then he'd never miss it. He must have been at the trial that day. Chen Chen looked at Wang He and said, so it is. I understand, big brother. This man could only have been there if he knew both you and our relationship, and the hostility toward you before was because National Criminal Investigation Skills Competition. Wang He said in shock, and Shi Xiaozhu also reacted. The two of them, Shi and Wang He, were already extremely intelligent. Being reminded by Chen Chen, he was immediately able to figure out the connection between this back and forth. No wonder this man knows so many people who have committed crimes. He must have access to these cases, and litigated cases are only available on the intranet. So he's here. Wang He and the two of them looked at Chen Chen adoringly. It was only one short encounter. It seemed to have fallen behind, but by Chen Chen's reasoning, he had actually rushed directly towards the enemy's lair. Getting all fancy doesn't work. Chen Chen is still the same as usual, regardless of what evidence you have or not. It is directly rushing to the person. But big brother, there were quite a few people at the scene. How do we find it? Wang He thought down the line, but was in a difficult position. I have an idea. This man is hostile to me. I'm afraid, because I was in the race as a private detective, and he must have something to do with that. Ask a man and it will be clear. Chen Shen turned his head to look at Qi Xiaozhu. Understood. I'll do it. Kishengzi took out her cell phone and called Qi Tongwei. The enrollees in the entire Peninsula province must be known to QI. The extra people who signed up for the race at the time? Still not a criminal investigators? You don't say. There is one. Qi Tongwei also thought of someone as he listened to Qi Xiaozhu's inquiry. A notice was put out that people outside of the public safety system could sign up for the program and then be screened. There's another guy named Edward Su signed up on this side of the Peninsula province. I think I remember him as a court clerk. But your spot in our Peninsula province is built in. And even the whole recruiting people outside of criminal investigation thing is a dumpling made just for your dish of vinegar. It was dismissed at the time. Kishore spoke on the phone. Edward Su. It corresponds exactly to the name of the payment we found. Found him. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly. Office of the Court Materials Review Section. A middle-aged man was sitting at his desk reading information, but a minute or two had passed and his eyes were still a little glazed over. Brother Su, you're back? At that moment, a man pushed his way in. Oh, yeah, went out on an errand and came back soon. Seward came back to his senses. You're honest too. Why don't you just go home? It's almost closing time anyway. The man put some information on the table. That's not good. Don't let the director see you. Seward waved his hand. You're such a labor of love. Here's the most recent files that need to be organized and filed. The man smiled, put down the information and walked out. The man had just gone out when the door was pushed open again. Why? Is there anything else? Su Dehua thought that the man had just forgotten something, but when he looked up, he froze. 3 men stood in the doorway. You guys are. Seward held up his glasses. Didn't we just meet? So soon forgotten? Chen Chen looked at Edward Su. He was exactly the same as the person who had walked into the hotel with Zhao Min before, even though he had changed his clothes and wasn't wearing a mask or hat. That's him. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Su Dehua didn't get very flustered and said to Chen Chen in a like manner, Wang He, you two go out first. Chen Chen gestured to Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu. Instead, the crowd made it harder for him to remove his disguise. Wang He gave Su Dehua a middle finger, closed the door and walked out. There's no one here, and I don't have any recording equipment with me. Can we talk now? Chen Chen put his cell phone on the table. Su Dehua looked at Chen Chen without moving. His face no longer had the deliberate confusion from earlier, but rather a grave expression that seemed to be weighing the situation. After a while, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. His body leaned back and clasped his hands in front of him as he looked at Chen Chen. How did you know I was here? I should have left several obstacles in your way. Edward soon narrowed his eyes at Chen Chen. Inexplicable hostility, familiarity with our relationship, access to non-public cases. It's easy to narrow it down. As for the obstacles you mentioned, I'm sorry, nothing feels right. Chen Chen shrugged. You. Su Dehua's expression froze, a little annoyed. He disguised his identity and set up an accidental death scene. According to his thoughts, Chen Chen and the others should be wallowing in the frustration of their defeat right now and following the woman's case. Never did he expect that he had just come back in less than half an hour, and Chen Chen was sitting across from him. This is ing bull. You're targeting me because the contest didn't make the cut, right? You ever recommend it yourself? Chen Chen asked. So what if it is? And you're not a cop? I signed up from the first time, but they said only criminal investigators could sign up. The second time I put in my notice, I was surprised that there was a waiver, and I signed up right away. But I can't believe you took the spot. I've been in the system all these years, and you're a silent, resigned police officer. On what grounds? It was only later that I learned that you were actually related to the director. And what I despise most is people who go through the back door. I was waiting for you to come back in disgrace to get a claim, but I didn't think you'd get lucky and win the title. I'll prove to everyone that I'm better than you, until I realized that the cop named Wang He had discovered my whereabouts, and, associating it with your group at the time, tried to use his case to lure you here. You did come. I saw the look on Wang He's face when he saw you at the scene, and I knew my chance had come. Seward also seems to have been repressed for a long time. After seeing Chen Chen, he couldn't help but point at Chen Chen and spilled out all of his grievances in his head. I'm not surprised you said that, but I'm curious as to why you chose to do what you did. And it seems that the ones that are chosen are cases that are emotionally relevant to both men and women. Chen Chen glanced at the paperwork piled up on his desk. You don't have to condescend to me anymore. You are indeed extraordinary, and I will not say anything more, knowing that words are not enough. but I can tell you this. It's useless even if you know my identity. You have no proof. And I'll tell you what else. I'm going to keep committing crimes next, and you're just going to have to watch, Seward said, lowering his voice. How can I say this? I was a little excited when I first found out about this behavior of yours. It's not really me who's excited. It's the other me, you know? Chen Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. The other you? What are you talking about? Edward Su stared at Chen Chen with wide eyes. Never mind, just let him talk to you. Chen Chen shook his head. Chapter 125, he's been in a mental hospital for 3 years? In the next moment, Chen Chen's entire aura suddenly changed. The original light and calmness suddenly became arrogant and excited, and both eyes even flashed with green light in general. What happened to you? You? Looking at Chen Chen, Edward Su was startled. Mud, it's a disgrace to me. Without saying a word, Chen Chen stepped forward and gripped Su Dehua's collar and slapped him. What shame do you? Me to you? Seward was slapped in the face. I've had this idea before. Old me, and fooled the boss into doing it, but the boss never wanted to do it. This Dark Walker is an old man's dream. How dare you? You fool, tarnish my dreams? Chen Chen ferociously tugged at Edward Su. You want to do it too? Then you. Su Dehua looked at Chen Chen incredulously. In addition to the same appearance, completely with just now as two people awe. Is it hard to believe that you were just pretending? Is this the original? I want Anima. Darkstalkers are about punishing the wicked and eliminating the evil. And look at what you've done. You've done it with no rules at all. And you've killed innocent people. You don't even deserve it. I'm telling you, stop claiming to be some kind of Dark Walker. You're a ING murderer. Pop. Chen Chen slapped again. After the fight, he instantly regained his calm demeanor. That really hurt. You're cheeky. Chen Chen shrugged it off. Ha, you hit me and you cry out in pain? Seward covered his slapped and swollen cheek, his brain buzzing. What? The forces are mutual. I hit you and I hurt. Chen Chen explained in a serious manner. You are too damn bullying. You're nuts, aren't you? Edward Su got up in a lurch and took 2 steps back. Speak properly, or I may let him out again. Your behavior has upset him, and he is not so good-tempered as I am. Chen Chen resumed his seat. You, Seward is going crazy. Isn't it just one guy? What about you and him? Isn't that pure psychosis? Big brother, still not well? They're going off duty. What's going on here? At that moment, Wang He couldn't help but walk in. Instead, he saw Edward Su retreating to the corner, looking at Chen Chen with a face full of fear. Asterisk 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 big brother, you did it? Why don't you call me? Wang He said and charged up as well. Don't. I didn't do it. How can we just hit people when we have to convince them with reason? Chen Chen hurriedly tugged. How come you didn't hit it? It's hard to believe that I'm the one who hit your hand with my face. You're a psychopath. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Su Dehua almost spat out blood. You guys got this deep into the conversation? He even knows about your 3-year stay in a mental hospital? Kishozu was a bit curious. What? He was in a mental hospital for 3 years? Seward's eyes widened. There's a sense that the sky is falling. Alright, since you want to prove that you're better than me, let's make one last bet. I know you're bound to do it again, and I'll catch you before the next one. You'll never get it. If I win, you give an honest account of everything. Chen Chen looked at Edward Su and said, yes, if I win, you stay out of everything I've ever done before, and your private detective agency closes and never touches another case again. Seward said thoughtfully, deal. Chen Chen smiled slightly. Remember, you have to be punished for doing wrong. You won't get away with it. I'll get you before you do your next case. Let's go. Chen Chen turned around and walked out. Big brother, why don't we arrest him? Wang He was filled with resignation. Have you ever fished? Chen Chen asked. No. Wang He didn't understand what Chen Chen meant. When you're fishing, you can't tighten the line all the time. You have to let it go and walk it properly. Our ultimate goal is to catch the fish, not take the hook out. There's not enough evidence available to prove he did those cases. He's a man of the court himself, and once we're caught in a loophole, we could easily be caught in the crossfire. Chen Chen said slowly. So what do we do now? Wang He was also out of ideas. Why do you guys think that he would target those male and female related cases? Chen Chen asked the two. Could this have been victimized in a male or female way? Kishozu guessed. Come on, let's go find someone to ask. Chen Chen headed upstairs. Dean's office. The dean looked at Chen Chen, Wang He, and Shi Xiaozhu who walked in. Thought I was looking at it wrong. These three. One is the hottest genius detective in the police force these days. One is the son of the most powerful police family in the Peninsula province. One is the director's jewel. Hastily, he got up and greeted the three of them as they sat down. Seward, what case is he involved in? After understanding Chen Chen's and their intentions, the dean was also a bit surprised. No, we were just asking. What's this guy's personality like? Family situation and all that. Chen Chen didn't say much. What can I say about this guy? He's really smart. I heard that when I took the police force exam before, I was screened down because of the physical exam, and that's how I got in with us. As you can see, he really wasn't that good looking, even a little ugly, and we were just short of a business backbone, so he came in. He's usually nice, but how can I put it? He treats people okay, he's just too serious and fights for right and wrong in everything. Over 40 and still single, not even a girlfriend. Dean spoke to a few people. So, yes, please. Chen Chen excused himself and walked out. Big brother, that's the end of the questioning? Wang He was still a bit unimpressed. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure his motive was clear now. Imagine if you guys were Seward and you saw all those cases of disputes between men and women all day long. Either some scummy guy has a lot of women up for it, or some women cheat on honest men, but a lot of the time, they don't get punished by the law, and they even get a lot for a small price. It is preferred that no one look at a proud or pretentious person like him. It's normal for him to hate, Chen Chen explained. What can we do then? The bet with him, he'll be dying to do it. We don't even know what he's planning to do next right now. Big brother, not that I'm talking about you. This bet you're making is more or less intentional, Wang He said bitterly. Where am I in the mood for that? Much less make a mistake to scare him for nothing. Chen Chen rolled his eyes. Big brother, is it hard to believe that you did it on purpose? Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu both looked at each other. Right, Chen Chen nodded. What's the situation? The bet is clearly against us. If we have time, we can still take our time and look for clues. Wang He was puzzled. Think about it, I've been pushing him, fighting him one last time, more emphatically the one that decides the winner, the one that gives him a great deal of benefit. If you were in his shoes, how would you choose your next victim? Chen Chen asked the two. Chapter 126 Objectives. I see, this person has screened many subjects before and must have been prepared for this for a long time. If we don't push him, he can proceed as previously planned and we have no way of knowing. But if it's a meaningful one, he'll choose carefully. Since it's a deliberate choice, there's bound to be a mental path to follow. And for us it's gone from looking for a needle in a haystack to spot fishing. Wang He was the first to understand what Chen Chen meant. Nice, so what we need to do now is get all the dispute cases he has access to. The sooner the better. Chen Chen nodded. But boss, since we know he's going to commit the crime, wouldn't it be easier to just follow him? Wang He was a bit puzzled. That's one way to go, but don't forget, you've been hit before when you were following him, and he's very good at counter-surveillance, and he'll keep dragging once we track him down. To catch him, you can't stay behind him, you have to find a way to get in front of him. Chen Chen waved his hand. Got it. Wang He immediately ran out. This was his home base, and with Wang He's connections and contacts, it didn't take much to bring all the case information. What's with all this? Qi Xiaozhu looked at the paperwork Wang He had brought with him in shock. Enough 8 large boxes over a person's height. Call in more people to look for them, and the case is best matched to him as closely as possible at the time of the person. Chen Chen spoke to the two. Boss, can we talk about something? This is a case you want to try? Right, he's an imposter. I'll show him to know who the real Shadowbringer is. Yes, whatever you want to do, I'll cooperate with you the whole time. Thanks, boss. He had the same thoughts as I did, and it was naturally easy for me to pick out who I wanted to do the most by substituting myself into his feelings. First of all, the person would have to be a man, and there are hard feelings in terms of his own likeness, and he's about the same age. Secondly, there must be some unattainable conditions that lead to a lot of women chasing after them. That's what resonated with him the most. Find it on this condition. I know. Chen Chen nodded. Big brother, we sifted through dozens of instruments that we felt were more representative, but it's hard to judge how to narrow it down any further here. Wang He came over holding a stack of paperwork. This time, he simply transferred 100 or so people directly from his dad's company, and it didn't take him half an hour to finish sifting through the 8 big boxes of paperwork. Leave the rest to me. Chen Chen picked up the paperwork. Skim all female targets first. Another round of men were screened by age and appearance. The last 3 instruments remain. Combine that with the target conditions and you end up with a lock. His target, I believe, is this man. Chen Chen put a paperwork on the table. Wang He and the others rushed over. Name, age, 43 years. Status, partner in a private law firm. Clerical claim, Zhang Jianjun was the defendant, and the plaintiff claimed that she had a relationship with Zhang Jianjun and became pregnant, and demanded $2 million in damages. No way, big brother. There are some volumes you just looked at and threw aside. How can you be sure it's him? We've only got one shot at this. If we're wrong, it's all over. Wang He was a bit incredulous. I'm pretty sure. Time is running out to explain more. I want to know as much detail as possible about this man. His address, his hobbies, his daily schedule. Chen Chen nodded with a confident tone. Got it. I'll figure it out right away. Seeing this, Wang He immediately took action. Tiantai Golf Course. It was the weekend, so Edward Su drove to the parking lot and didn't rush to get out of the car, but cautiously paid attention to the entrance of the parking lot through the rearview mirror. A full half hour passed without anyone showing up. He just sighed in relief. Years ago, he once aspired to be a police officer who punished the wicked. That dream didn't change even after failing to apply for the police academy. Every time he punished those people in his own way, he would get great satisfaction in his heart. For this reason, he's been working on a criminal investigation course. He also purchased a lot of feminine products and taught himself how to apply makeup in order to disguise himself. Even when he usually commits crimes, he disguises himself as a woman to prevent himself from leaving unnecessary cracks. This time, he was even more careful. Bounced around the subway many times along the way. It was more like getting on and off the subway 3 times as it was closing to make sure I'd shaken off all possible trails before driving to this golf course after applying makeup in the restroom. The person he's going after this time is a law firm partner named Zhang Jianjun. In Su Dehua's opinion, this person has poor ability and ugly appearance. Just a little better luck than himself. Making money in business. The last thing you need every day is a beautiful woman, especially the elite, beautiful lawyers. As a court employee, he usually didn't have to deal with these condescendingly beautiful lawyers, but because Edward So is ugly, they often won't even look him in the eye. But on this Zhang Jianjun, who was even uglier than him, there were pregnancies, abortions, suicide and martyrdom, and multiple women serving one husband. Every time he saw it, he was about to clench his back teeth. Having followed Zhang early on, he knew his habit of playing golf on weekends and then going to the racetrack to race, and had always wanted to keep it as his last case to wrap up. But this time, since he had made a bet with Chun Chen, he couldn't wait to make a move on him. Su Dehua didn't rush to get out of the car, but drove the car slowly around the underground parking lot. The silver Audi S7 of Zhang Jianjun was successfully found, pulled over, looked around to see no one, get out of the car from the other side, get underneath it, and with a sharp piece of stone, destroy the brake fluid circuit. This way, even if tested, it will be assumed that the accident was caused by crushing a small rock. He had followed Zhang Jianjun many times and knew that he would finish his golf at 11 o'clock in the middle of the day and drive to a racetrack in the suburbs. Turn right after exiting the golf course and there is a big 2-kilometer descent. If the brakes fail, the car will surely be destroyed. After doing this, instead of rushing off, Seward gently carved the markings of a broom into the undercarriage of the car. That's why I drove away quickly while the parking lot was empty. Pretend your car broke down and parked at the bottom of the hill. He wanted to see Zhang Jianjun being punished by himself, and when the time came, he would use the photos from the scene to declare his absolute victory with Chen Chen. At just after 11 o'clock in the hour, not surprisingly, Zhang Jianjun's silver S7 appeared on the slope. The corner of Seward's mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 127, Car? What bike? Fruity. That S7 suddenly swayed as it was going downhill, and then picked up speed immediately afterward coming down the slope. Edward Sue sneered, clasping his hands and preparing to watch the show. But before the curled-up corner of his mouth could go down, his expression froze. No, why is this car coming toward me? Is it an illusion? Seward rubbed his eyes, but as the S7 got closer and closer, Edward so reacted to the fact that the S7 was crashing into him at a very high speed. Seward lunged to the side in a hurry. Next moment, the Audi S7 crashed directly into his parked car. Even the Audi's rearview mirror grazed his foot, sending him spinning through the air and landing him hard on the ground. If he hadn't dodged so quickly, he would have been run over just now. Su Dehua's back was soaked, and he crawled up from the ground in a sorry state, his 2 legs still shivering. What's going on? So unlucky? I wanted to witness the scene of an accident of my own design, but I was almost taken by accident? But with that speed just now, the person should be wasted. Edward Su turned his head to look at the 2 cars that had already been wrecked, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just about to take a picture representing the victory, but he didn't expect the Audi's door to be kicked in from the inside. Immediately after, a man in a helmet, trembling, stepped out of the cab. Su Dehua realized that his car was Audi top to the curbstone has been deflated. Audi, although the front end of the car is scrapped, but the entire body frame is surprisingly not deformed. What's going on? People aren't dead? Edward Su's heart sank completely. Want a refill? Seward was calculating in his mind, but when he looked toward the man, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. Sorry about that, the brakes might not be working. No brakes. Yo, why you? What a coincidence. Chen Chen teasingly spoke to Edward Su while removing his helmet. Woohoo! 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 In the meantime, at both ends of the road, several police cars drove by. No way, how could it be you? There's no way you could have known I was going to make a move on Zhang Jianjun. Su Dehua's expression twisted. How could he not want to believe that this person in front of him was Chen Chen? Zhang Jianjun was a target he had chosen before, without any exposure at all. So how could Chen Chen know? As I said before, your so-called disguises and obstacles are nothing before me. It's not hard to guess that your next target is Zhang Jianjun. Chen Chen panted heavily and looked indifferently at Edward Su. The police car had reached the 2 men as they spoke. Edward So, you're suspected of willful murder. Here's the warrant. Wang Zhengjie, the head of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of Taegu City, stepped forward and spoke. No, I have nothing to do with this. You have no proof. Su Dehua also came back to his senses and hurriedly shouted at Wang Zhengjie, you really are stupid enough. Since we know who you're going to lay your hands on, we'll naturally be prepared. Just for example, I told Zhang Jianjun some information in advance, so that he would cooperate with us in switching. Let's say, for example, I went ahead and had the frame of the car reinforced. Let's say, for example, we put hidden cameras around the car. All the maneuvers you just made on the car, we not only had a good view of it, we videotaped it, and there's no more valid evidence than that. When you don't have an opportunity, you have to create it yourself. Shen Chan said indifferently. Oh yes, and the markings you drew on the bottom of the car became a key clue for the police to merge the cases. If it wasn't for that mark, the rest of those cases wouldn't have been able to connect with you. You lose. Shen Chan looked at Edward Su. You guys. Edward so blanched. He knew he was finished. No matter how much you try to weasel your way out of it, there's no way to weasel out of it with video testimony. Yes, the police had no evidence, but dug themselves into a hole and gave them evidence. One is so stupid to fall for it. Take it away. Wang Jingjian spoke to the person next to him. Shen Chen. Thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known that this grandson had done so much behind the scenes. Even Wang Yi has fallen. We are even less of a match. Wang Jingjie spoke to Chen Chen. Captain Wang is polite. I am a private detective. If Captain Wang is too much, you can go to the public account to transfer an account or something. Chen Chen smiled. Well, it should. Captain Wang smiled. Chen Chen, lifesaver. I was wrong. At that moment, behind the crowd, a man squeezed in. He directly knelt down towards Chen Chen. This person is none other than Zhang Jianjun. At first, when Chen Chen and the others found Zhang Jianjun was very disdainful of this, thinking that Chen Chen and the others were liars. In the end, Wang Yi pulled his old man out, and Zhang Jianjun reluctantly agreed. But now looking at the wrecked car, even if the body had been reinforced, it had been a disaster. If you were on your own, being unprepared, a car wreck would be almost the only outcome. Chen Chen had literally saved his life. Now you know you regret it? Weren't you great when my big brother told you at the time? Wang He disgruntledly spoke on the side. I was wrong. I have eyes to see. In this case, old brother Chen, bring me the public account. I'll call you $1 million over, even if it's my life buying money. Zhang Jianjun could not help but go forward and pull Chen Chen's hand. Don't push it. That's not a nice guy. He doesn't want his money for nothing. Kishozu lowered his voice and spoke beside him. Want a car? What kind of car? It's enough for Mr. Zhang to give $1 million. How can he ask for a car? Besides, the car is wrecked and undrivable. You can't go too far. Chen Chen looked at Qi Xiaozhu with a confused expression. Yes, there's a car. Chen doesn't have a car. Does he? Tell you what. I just arrived with 3 Rice SU-8 Ultras. You take one. If you don't take it, you won't have me as a friend in the future. My life can't be worth $1 million. Zhang Jianjun said as he called someone from the company to arrange for a car to be delivered to Chen Chen. You're darker than me. I'm so overly concerned. Kishozu rolled her eyes furiously on the side. She was still afraid that Chen Chen would suffer a loss, but it turned out that Chen Chen took the opportunity to slaughter that Zhang Jianjun once more. Soothing, Chen Chen they followed the crowd to the bureau to make a statement. Ready to leave, but was called by Wang Jingjie again. Chen Chen, I'm really sorry to have to trouble you, Wang Jingjie said with a face full of helplessness. What's wrong? Chen Chen asked. Zhang Jianjun won't confess. He only admits to tampering with the vehicle, and denies any of the previous cases. As for the pattern, he said it was just a random drawing, nothing meaningful. Wang Zhengji shook his head. This juggles. It's all been bet before. I'll him. Wang He rolled up his sleeves and ran towards the interrogation room. Boss, look what I'm talking about. In order to become a shadow punisher, one's character must pass. This kind of person will definitely jeopardize society if he is allowed to go on. He's afraid he's bitten off more than he can chew that the police have no evidence. This current case is at best an attempted murder, not a death sentence. He's still in the courts himself and knows quite a few provisions that will keep his sentence to a minimum. The death penalty is a nail in the coffin if you admit to the previous case. That can't let him off the hook. If this grandson escapes, it will be more dangerous and harder to deal with if he comes out again. Spare him? How is that possible? Go, do him. Chen Chen walked towards the interrogation room. Chapter 128 Sentry Mode. Seeing Chen Chen enter, Edward Su's eyes looked elsewhere sheepishly. Of course he knew he had cheated, but how much is face worth in the face of death? I have to say, I'm high on you. No wonder the second can't see you. You really are a piece of. Chen Chen looked at Edward Su with contempt. Humph. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I was just playing a prank to see if the brakes could go bad. Who knew it was such a coincidence? As for those cases you're talking about, they have nothing to do with me, so don't you dare try to pin it on me, Seward said with a terse voice. When it comes down to it, it doesn't matter if it's already shameless anyway. You think you did it seamlessly? Then I'll let you die completely. I'm going to throw my word out here. If I don't find your evidence, I'm never touching any case from now on. After Chen Chen finished speaking, he immediately walked out. Chen Chen, what now? Those previous cases were accidents, and we haven't scrutinized them, so I'm afraid we don't have any direct evidence. Those scenes were gone at the time. Even the bodies of the dead were cremated, not even the autopsy reports. That's troublesome. A bunch of cops were out there discussing it without any thought at all. Boss, in every case, whether it's a drunk driver who died in the water or one who was electrocuted, although it seems to be an accident, someone must have been involved in the most crucial step. Just prove it wasn't an accident first. Yeah, as long as it's proven to be a homicide and Song Dehua is proven to be a major suspect, a case can be filed and processed, and the nature of the case will be different. There's something fishy about that kickball death, I think. Even if you do your business in the car, it's not like you're going to be directly poisoned. Mind you, the game was well into the second half, and according to Wang He, it was only half an hour from the time he walked in until they found out. According to you, such a short period of time really isn't enough to be fatal, unless the vehicle has been tampered with. The easiest and most effective way to cause carbon monoxide poisoning in a short period of time is to block the exhaust vents. Just go check the vehicle exhaust and you can rule out an accident. Boss, the other cases are long, but don't forget there's the junior Zhao Min one. At that time, Edward So asked her out. There must have been a connection, even if Edward Su's record can be deleted, but not Zhao Min's. The cell phone was not taken away at that time. Also, when he left he left disguised as a woman. The original clothes weren't worn away, but they weren't brought out either, so they must still be at the hotel. As soon as we find the clothes, there must be traces of him on them. Chen Chen took a deep breath. It's finally looking good. All it takes is one of these breaks to convict him. All quiet. Chen Chen interrupted the crowd that was discussing. I need two groups. One group is going to check to see if the car exhaust was blocked by anything in the carbon monoxide poisoning case at the ballpark. The other group, go to the hotel where Zhao Min was at the time and find a set of clothes that Edward Su wore when he first went in. Chen Chen said to everyone. CID Team 1 to the car, Team 2 to the hotel. Everyone move at once. Although Wang Jingjie did not understand Chen Chen's meaning, he still arranged it on the spot. The officers moved quickly. Soon, Wang Jingjie's cell phone rang. Captain, it really was Chen Chen who said it. Inside the exhaust pipe of the deceased's car, several balls of steel wire were found blocking the exhaust track so tightly that we were able to hook them out. If Chen Chen hadn't said it, there would have been no way to know there was something inside. The police officer excitedly spoke to Wang Jingjie on the phone. Great, that would prove it wasn't an accident. Wang Jingjie was also excited. With physical evidence, the nature of the case changes, and it will turn around. Not only that, but we've heard from the parents of the deceased that the deceased's car, I believe, had sentinel mode turned on, so that there would be surveillance around the vehicle when it wasn't started. His parents are pulling the relevant video footage. The constable continued. Sentinel mode? What's that? Wang Jingjie was a bit confused. It's a surveillance system that monitors all aspects of the vehicle through its ultrasonic radar and cameras. When the vehicle is locked, these sensors go on high alert to monitor conditions within a 5-meter radius of the vehicle. The system records and videotapes when someone approaches the vehicle abnormally or when there is an unusual vibration in the vehicle. Wang He explained on the side. Doesn't that mean that the person who stuffed it was probably videotaping it at the time? Listening to Wang He's explanation, Wang Jingjie was overjoyed. Right, the case was just treated as an accident and no investigation was done at all. If I had known about sentinel mode, I might have caught that grandson a long time ago. Wang He was a bit chagrined. That's just great. It seems that Seward also has a knowledge blind spot, which works in our favor. This is the first time I've heard of sentinel mode. If all cars had sentinel mode, it would make solving crimes easier in the future. There are cameras all over the world. Wang Jingjie lamented. Jingle bells. At that moment, the phone rang again. Captain, we followed Chen Chen's arrangement to look for clothes at the hotel, and we found them. It was thrown in the hotel trash. When housekeeping cleaned it up, they saw that the clothes were intact and took them to the front desk. We'll take it back for dander analysis right away. Good news came from another group of officers. Great, Chen Chen. You're simply too good. How could we not think of these questions? If we had found out earlier, it wouldn't have been an accident. Wang Jingjie turned his head and spoke to Chen Chen. That's easy. The oxycodone was used first to get them to do their business in the car, but it's hard to die in a short period of time, and some means must have been employed to ensure that the goal was achieved as quickly as possible. Whenever he does it, he leaves a trail. If there are marks, it's not an accident. All he boasts about is making a few cases into accidents that have nothing to do with him, and attacking his psyche is the first step. Except that Sentinel mode was really a surprise. Even without the Sentinel mode footage, other clues will be found. It's just a matter of how long it takes, Chen Chen explained. Admirable. To be honest, when we heard before that Wang He was following you to get the title, we didn't believe it at all. In our opinion, no one will be more powerful than Wang He. It's only when I saw it today that I finally realized what it means to be someone else. Wang He, it's not bad for you to recognize this big brother. Wang He gave Chen Chen a thumbs up. That has to be. Wanga shook out his hair. Soon, both of those groups returned. The video footage is here now. It shows clearly that it's Edward So. The dermatoglyphic analysis came back too, and it'll match him. It's certain that the one who was in a room with Junior at the time was Edward So. The police officer spoke to Wang Jingjie. This way, he can't run away. Leave the rest to us. Wang Jingjie walked in with his things. In the face of absolute evidence, Edward So couldn't deny it at all. Especially when seeing himself in Sentinel mode in that high-definition camera, his mental defenses instantly collapsed. One case is a death. Several cases are a death. He doesn't have to hide it. I can recruit, but I have a condition. Wang Jingjie looked at the evidence the police had gotten and looked up and spoke. What more do you want? Wang Jingjie frowned. I want to meet Chen Chen. Wang Jingjie said slowly. Chapter 129, The Great Gift. Not for a moment. Chen Chen sat down in front of Edward Su. The current Su Dehua had completely lost the toughness he had at the beginning, and in just half an hour, it was as if he had aged a dozen years or so, and even his hair was a bit gray. What are you trying to say? Chen Chen asked. I saw the evidence you found, and I admit it. You do outshine me. I remember. When you were in my office, you once told me that you wanted to do what I did? Su Dehua looked at Chen Chen and asked, what are you trying to say? Chen Chen had already guessed what Edward Su meant, but didn't say it out loud. I've had this dream since I was very young, to punish the wicked. I was so proud at that time, thinking that I was the only one in the world who could do it, but now I realize that you're better than I am. I've bought a lot of stuff over the years to prepare for this process. Edward Su spoke to Chen Chen. Chen Chen froze. I had thought that Seward was trying to persuade himself to continue his unfinished business, but now it seemed like there was more to it than Chen Chen thought. You needn't be surprised. I've been preparing for this for years, and for ease of movement, I have an extensive storehouse. It won't work for me. The address is inside a garage in Long River Gardens. The combination lock is 3457. If you can do better in the future, it's all yours. Edward Su lowered his voice and spoke to Chen Chen. Boss, this guy is kind of interesting. It's a shame to be so prepared, but it has potential. There's nothing to be ashamed of. He made two mistakes from the start. The first is that he screened his targets in the first place, relying too much on his own emotional judgment, and being too emotional and impulsive isn't a qualification. Secondly, the fact that he's coming in on a part-time basis, while it gives him access to information, it also constrains what he can do, causing it to involve people who didn't deserve it. Boss, what do you think about his proposal? Take the money, don't do the work. Awesome. Now that you've said that, I'm not going to be polite. Essentially, we have the same goal. I'll take those from you, but I won't become like you. You have no bottom line. It's all about preference, and you kill innocents indiscriminately. That's not self-proclaimed justice. It's just an executioner. Chen Chen spoke to Edward Su and slowly stood up. But stuff, thanks. Chen Chen walked out. Wait. Edward Su called out to Chen Chen. I know you won't do it. I just don't want my heart and soul to go to waste. Also, in addition to those things, inside that garage, I left you a gift. It's up to you to find it. Edward Su smiled at Chen Chen. Chen Chen shook his head and didn't say anything else as he turned around and walked out. What did you guys go in and talk about? Big brother? Turn the camera off as soon as you get in. Chen Chen had just gone out when Wang Yi came over and asked. It's okay, come on, let's go somewhere. Chen Chen and the others walked out. A brand new Rice SU-8 Ultra is parked right in front of the door. Elder brother Chen, here are the formalities. They've all been passed to your name. I'll replace it if it's driven to pieces. Zhang Jianjun handed Chen Chen the car keys and the car book. Thanks. Chen Chen wasn't polite. Just like what Qi Xiaozhu said, this Zhang Jianjun toyed with women. Although his crime is not to death, he is not a good person either. Why don't I just quit my job and become a private investigator with you from now on too? It would be impossible to accept a gift at all in a police station. But a private investigator is a different story. This car is over $900,000. Just give it away. Qi Xiaozhu looked at the car with a face full of jealousy, her eyes shining with envy. Sister-in-law, if you ever quit your job, Call me too. I also hang out with Big Brother, Wang He also interjected. But forget it. I haven't been there a total of a couple times since this private detective agency was set up. I'm regretting paying rent, Chen Shan said with a bitter smile. Then you're not making a lot of money. One case tops my salary for years. By the way, where are we going? Shi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Shan's cell phone navigation. Chen Shan had obviously come to Dakia City for the first time. So how was there a familiar place? To Seward's secret base. Chen Shan turned into a neighborhood. Seward's secret base? Hearing Chen Shan's words, Wang He and Shi Xiaozhu immediately became interested. If he hadn't been so obsessed with the male-female thing, he might have actually accomplished something. It's pretty impressive for a self-taught person to be able to do that. Chen Shan parked his car in front of a garage. That's his bad luck, preferring you as an opponent. If he stretches out the duration of his crimes, doesn't mess with Wang He, and doesn't involve you, I'm afraid that the people of Taegu City will never know that there is such a scavenger in the shadows. Kisho Chu flirted. Sister-in-law. Hit a man without hitting his face. Wang He's face was a bit snappy. Turn your head and look at the garage door. Brother, it's still a combination lock. Wang He asked Chen Chen. I'll do it. It's better to be on the defensive. In case that Su Dehua still keeps a backhand. You guys lean back a bit. Chen Chen came to the front and entered the password. Gently opened the garage door and stepped inside. You guys come on in. No problem. Not a moment later, Chen Shen's voice came from inside the garage. Only then did Wang He and Shi Xiaozhu walk in. Upon seeing what was in the garage, the two couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The entire garage is divided into 3 areas. One area holds various styles of clothing. There are men's and women's. There are security guards. There are traffic police. There's delivery and there's takeout. There are doctors. There are maintenance people. There is a wide variety of clothing, from everyday homeware to a variety of workwear. No matter what identity is disguised, you can find matching clothes here. More importantly, each outfit is individually covered with a plastic bag to isolate the smell of each set. Seward has given the appropriate flavor and character to the clothing of each profession. The security guard's clothes were wrinkled and greasy. Express clothes are worn and tattered. The doctor's clothes smelled like disinfectant. The clothes of construction site workers have a strong odor of sweat. Each of these outfits instantly transforms a person into this category when changed. Hardly broken. Another area held a variety of cosmetics and wigs. Gosh, there's more kinds of cosmetics than there are at the counter. Kishozu looked at the area in shock. It's not just the beauty ones that are in here, but I think there are makeup older ones. There are also many types of wigs, not only for women, but also for dressing up the elderly. I have to say, he's really well thought out. Chen Chen spoke on the side. Big brother, you guys come over and look. As Chen Chen and Shi Xiaozhu were watching, Wang He's shocked voice came from the side. The two men walked over in a hurry. On the shelf in this area, there were all sorts of bottles and jars. Brother, do you dare to believe it? This is the first time I've seen so many illegal drugs. This area, it's full of all kinds of poisons, potent poisons and chronic poisons. This area, it's full of all kinds of ecstasy, powdered and liquid sprays. This area, it's full of all kinds of special effects drugs. Right, this kind is the aphrodisiac, most likely for Gao Yang. Over here there are all kinds of syringes, electric batons and the like. It's like an agent's warehouse. Wang He said excitedly. There should be something besides that. He said once that it was inside this warehouse, and I have a feeling it doesn't seem to be any of that. Chen Chen looked around the garage. We've looked all over in here. There's nothing else. Big brother, isn't this enough? There's so much that can be accomplished with these things. I'm tempted to become a shadowy disciplinarian. Wanga glanced around. It's not a big garage, and it's already stuffed to the gills. No, what he said must be here. Looks like he left me with a puzzle after all. Chen Chen shook his head. Suddenly something occurred to him and he turned toward the outside of the garage. Chapter 130 Mezzanine. Big brother, what are you doing out here? Wang He was unsure and followed him out. There's no ceiling in this warehouse. It's a direct light above. And since the ground floor is concrete and there aren't any cellar-type places, there's only one possibility I can think of. Chen Chen pointed inside the garage. What do you mean, big brother? What the hell do you think that thing is? Hidden in what? Wang He was confused. The garages in this neighborhood are one south and one north of the building, exactly the size of the building, and both garages should be the same size and depth. You go measure the depth of the garage for me, and I'll measure half the length of the building. Chen Chen handed Wang He a tape measure. Soon, the two men had each finished measuring. Brother, I measured the depth of the garage at 7 meters. How much are you measuring? Wang He asked Chen Chen. 7.5 meters. The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled slightly. What's going on? Is it hard to believe that the north and south garages are asymmetrical? Can't. Ha, Wanga didn't turn the corner anymore. There should be a mezzanine, right? Kisho Bamboo came over and said, right. It's very difficult to detect from the inside as long as you partition off a separate area of the garage, which is half a meter away. Even if you open up both garages. Chen nodded. The three re-entered inside the garage, tapped lightly on the garage wall, and sure enough, it wasn't a stone wall. I'll smash it open with this. Wang He took an axe and was about to chop. Don't use violence, in case there's something else in there, and he couldn't have completely sealed it off to begin with. There should have been a switch of some sort. Chen stopped Wang He. At that time, when Su Dehua told himself about this gift, his expression was a bit playful, and Chen couldn't say whether Su Dehua was being kind or conspiring. Chen felt along the wall. Sure enough, I found an area of the wall that was loose. Chen signaled Wang He and Shi Xiaozhu to lean back. Gently press. With the sound of a motor turning, the wall sank a little, revealing a whole wall of red paper with avatars on it. Holy! Wang He's eyes widened and the latter half of his sentence directly choked back. Kishozu's eyes were also wide and she could no longer speak. Still Chen was the first to react, and hurriedly went to the garage door and looked around, confirming that no one was around, before walking back again. This garage is about 4 meters wide and half a meter thick, with the entire bill forming a complete wall, stacked in bundles, new bills on the bottom and old bills on the top. Roughly speaking, it can be in the tens of millions. No wonder he had that look on his face then. So this is what is called a gift. Chen didn't know whether to laugh or be helpless. Big brother, so much money. How did he get so much money? Isn't he just a little court clerk? Wang He asked in shock. Yeah, normally, even bribes aren't that much, Kishozu asked as well, coming back from her shock. It should have dealt with a lot of separate people. A lot of accidental deaths are not individuals that stand alone, so they get discovered. But there are many who are not so much concerned, and these, after they have been dealt with, will naturally receive their wealth, accordingly, from him. He's a court clerk, so he can't deposit money on his bank card, etc. And the best he can do is cash. I think it might be funds he's saving for a future operation, or maybe it's capital for hedonism after closing. Chen said, what about the money? I don't see the need for this report. Do you? It's no use reporting it. Wang He said, this is a gift he gave to Chen, and I believe that he won't say anything about it. No one knows. Chen, what do you say? Shi Xiaozhu turned her head to look at Chen. It is indeed a dilemma. Chen shook his head. You don't have to be psychotic. If he hadn't told you about this place, I'm afraid it would never have been discovered after he died. Even if it was discovered, no one would know that there was so much money inside the mezzanine of this garage. Shi Xiaozhu patted Chen's shoulder. No, I was wondering how I was going to bring back so much money. It's so hard. You may only be able to take a few million at a time, and if you deposit it in a bank, you're going to be questioned by the bank about the source of the funds. It's really a dilemma. Chen spread his hands helplessly. Ha! One sentence almost choked Wang He and Shi Xiaozhu to death. The two of them were worried that Chen would have a psychological burden of taking this money. But looking at this, Chen is simply not caring about this all already thinking about how to move the money. Leave it to me, I'll use my dad's company to transfer it to you. Payroll in cash next month. Wang He patted his chest and spoke to Chen. Yes, then we'll rent a truck and ship it all back. It looks like my private detective agency office, too, needs to be remodeled. Chen finally felt a little excited. Have to say, these things prepared by Edward Su were still quite useful to Chen as a private detective, or even any future action with enough props to back it up. Jingle bells. While Chen was contacting the moving vehicle, the phone rang. Picking it up, it was an unfamiliar number in Tianhai City. Hello, I'm Chen. Who are you? Chen asked. Excuse me, are you Shadow Private Investigations? There was a hesitation on the other end of the line and a neutral voice came through. Yeah, and you are? Chen was a bit puzzled. This Shadow Private Detective Agency has been open for so long. No one has ever taken the initiative to look for it. Is it hard to come to a client? I'd like to delegate your help in finding me. The man spoke slowly. Find you? What's your name? Chen was a bit puzzled. It's not a prank, is it? But it didn't sound like it. My name is Lu Ying. ID number 37533419909762312. After the call, it simply hung up. It's inexplicable. Chen looked at the hung-up cell phone and dialed again, but the caller was no longer able to connect. What's wrong? Kishozu came up to him. It's okay, I'll ask Team Gong to help check on someone. Chen shook his head and thought about it, but still called Gong Jian. Who are you checking out? Lu Ying? ID number 3753341999909762312. Are you sure? Gong Jian on the other end of the phone was also a bit surprised. What's wrong? Chen instantly felt that something was happening. Is her phone number 1576634XXXX? Gong Jian asked. Yeah, how did you know? Chen Chen looked at the number that dialed just now, and it was exactly the same as what Gong Jian had said. She's dead. How is it possible to call you just now when the time of death was yesterday? Gong Jian asked Chen Chen. What did you say? Dead? Chen Chan's eyes widened. Chapter 131, A Commission from the Dead. Yeah, the 911 call came in this morning and her body was found. The time of death was last night. Gong Jian spoke to Chen Chen over the phone. That can't be right. It was just on the phone with me. Chen Chan's back went cold. A dead man calling himself? Called you earlier? How is this possible? Is it possible that it's haunted? Did you take your pills today? Gong Jian was also filled with doubt as he opened his mouth to ask Chen Chen. How did it die? Chen Chen was somewhat speechless and asked Gong Jian. Slit your wrists. The deceased was a nurse. The call came in early this morning. Their head nurse said she couldn't make it on duty today. Her phone wasn't answering, and when she went to see where she lived, she found the body. I've heard that she's in the middle of a recent breakup with her boyfriend, and I'm afraid that it's caused by her wanting to get over it. Gong Jian briefly talked to Chen Chen about the case. Okay. Chen Chen hung up the phone. What's up, big brother? Watching Chen Chen hang up the phone, Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu both came over. Can you guys believe that I just got a call from a dead guy? Chen Chen said with a bitter smile. Dead man's phone? Can't, can you? Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu were also startled. Of course you can't. I'm afraid it's not that simple behind the scenes. Chen Chen said a little bit about the phone call he received from Luing just now. It feels like it's a bit much. Let's go back together and check it out. Wang He rubbed his hands together excitedly. What are you doing back with us? You're not working? Chen Chen asked Wang He. Not on. With this case being stirred up and such a big case solved, our captain has granted a special vacation for a few days. Besides, I've been wanting to go to Tianhai City for a long time. This is my chance. Wang He grinned. Alright then, let's get back as soon as we can. It's just as well that Shinobu should be at work when she gets back, Chen Chen said. Kishozu bristled. Although she also wanted to join Chen Chen, it was really hard to say that she had been following Chen Chen all this time and hadn't even gone to the team. The three men hired a van and swept away Seward's warehouse, drove the car and followed the van back to Tianhai City. Qi Xiaozhu contacted a large office halfway across the country. The previous private detective agency is in an old office building. The area is too small. Now that you've gotten so many supplies, there's no place to put them. Qi Xiaozhu's newly rented office was a hall outside, divided into several rooms inside. Previously this was office space. There is a separate treasury, conference room and warehouse. It was just the right time to separate and store the large gift pack of supplies that Chen Chen had gotten from Edward Su. Although the rent was a bit expensive, Chen Chen was not short of money now. Even if you don't add in all that money from Edward Su, the money and prize money that I got from this trip to Daegu City alone is over $1 million, plus a car that's in the big hundreds of thousands of dollars. The money from Edward Su. Wang He will also slowly transfer it to Chen Chen through his dad's company. Simply an overnight success. Why don't you go back to the station first, and I'll take Wang He to the original place to move some things. I'll sleep with Wang He at the institute during this time. After Chen Chen sent Qi Xiaozhu down, he led Wang He towards the original place. Just after opening the door of the detective agency, Chen Chen froze. There were a few sheets of paper scattered on the floor of the house, along with some bills. Big brother, it was shoved through a crack at the bottom of the door. I guess it came apart because the seams were too small to be stuffed together well enough to be a photograph. Wang He picked it up and looked at it. Chen Chen took a look at it. On it was a life photo of a girl in various looks. A piece of paper with words written on it. It's a letter of proxy. Looked unopened and brought in under the door. Asked me to help find this girl named Luli who disappeared after work 7 days ago. Called the police with no leads. That's why I wanted to get help from a private investigator, Chen Chen said as he looked at the words on the paper. Chen Chen was somewhat helpless. Give a deposit without meeting. Do you want to do this order or not? Chen Chen looked toward the end of the commission letter and couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The principal was clearly written Luing. Phone number 1576634XXXX. It's the same person as the one who called himself. Big brother, what's going on? A dead man, entrusting you with finding a missing man? What's the relationship between these two? Wang He asked in surprise. Looking at the names and ages, they're probably sisters, Chen Chen guessed. Technically, this is my first commission, and I didn't realize the commissioner was dead, but since I'd been paid, I'm in charge of this case. There's no date on this, so go ahead and check the property monitor to see when it was delivered. If it was delivered before last night, it might be normal, but if it was delivered today, there's something wrong. Chen Chen led Wang He out. Through the property surveillance, Chen Chen and the others smoothly saw a blurry figure. The time was 3 days ago. First, I knocked on the door of the private detective agency, left and came back afterward, crouching under the door to put something away. It was hard to see the exact appearance, but I was able to determine that it was a female. Come on, let's go to the station and look at the body. The client should be Luing no less. Chen Chen led Wang He towards the bureau. Tianhai City Police Department morgue. The body has been seen and it was indeed a suicide. The cut was in the wrist, and the cut was so deep that the deceased put his hand in the toilet, and when he found it, the blood was almost drained. Sister Zhou, the forensic pathologist, spoke to Chen Chen. The blood is almost dry? Can you? Even if the wound is deep, it's not like all the blood is draining out? Chen Chen was a bit surprised. That's the situation. It could also be because the slit was close to the lower arm, severing a thicker blood vessel. To be honest, it's also the first time I've seen a body bleeding so much from a suicide. Sister Zhou shook her head. Chen Chen didn't say anything else and came to look at the corpse. The whole body was somewhat horribly white. Not only was it bloodless, but the flesh was all a little sunken, and there was a tumbled slash in the arm. It does look like it's a bit higher up than the wrist from the position. The wound was almost deep enough to see the bone. It's not right, boss. Even if the wound is deep, even if it's close to the small arm position, it shouldn't lose so much blood. Yeah, it does seem a little fishy. The case of suicide by slitting the wrists is often misrepresented by television. With slitting the wrists, although the blood will bleed at first, it will all clot later on, due to pressure on the blood vessels and platelet coagulation. Blood loss can also cause the heart to stop and the body to die without losing that much blood. Could someone have drawn this blood and disguised it as a suicide? It's possible. But what does the killer need so much blood for? Could it be that there's something special about this person's blood type? Sister Zhou, isn't the deceased's blood type very special? Chen Chen asked the coroner. Special? I don't know. Why would you ask that? Sister Zhou was a bit puzzled. You tested it for me. There may be a problem with this case. Chen Chen spoke to Sister Zhou. What's wrong, Chen Chen? Isn't this case a suicide? What did you say before about dead people calling you? A joke, right? At this time, Gong Jian heard Chen Chen arrive and walked in as well. I mean it. I did get a call from her. Otherwise there's no way I'd know the ID number, even if I was good. Chen Chen was somewhat helpless. Gosh, Chen Chen, you can't be a god, can you? Simply by looking at this blood you can tell. It's happening right now. Sister Zhou walked out incredulously with a blood analysis report. Is it a special blood type? Chen Chen asked. Right. The deceased had very rare Rh-negative blood, also known as panda blood. How did you know? Recognize blood with the naked eye? The coroner asked, full of shock. Sure enough, Chen Chen sighed. What's going on? What's wrong with the case? Gong Jian hurriedly asked. It's not a suicide. It should be a homicide, and she shouldn't be the only one dead. Chen Chen said slowly. Chapter 132, A Bizarre Body Check. Conference room. Gong Jian and the others are sitting here. Chen Chen, what's going on? How do you know he killed it? Forensics has already tested it. There's no other wounds. There was also a murder weapon at the scene that matched the wounds, and there were no signs of anyone else at the scene. The deceased committed suicide by slitting his wrists. The crowd asked Chen Chen in a chorus of questions. At the time of his death, the deceased put his hand inside the toilet bowl, causing it to be full of blood. So it would be subconsciously assumed that the deceased's blood flowed into the toilet. But actually, the blood was drained long before the victim died. Chen Chen explained to the crowd. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to cause the body to bleed heavily simply by virtue of the arm wound. Even cutting an artery wouldn't result in losing that much blood. Suicide is nothing more than a fake delusion. In my analysis, the reason the wound was so deep was to hide the eye of the needle that drew the blood. Chen Chen spoke slowly. Is this true? The crowd turned their heads to look at Sister Zhou, the medical examiner. Yes, it's really hard to cause such a volume of blood loss in terms of the human body. I overlooked this earlier during the autopsy. Sister Zhou's face was a little snappy, despite being a forensic scientist for so many years, but she hadn't seen too many corpses either, and some of the theoretical knowledge, while clear, was still hard to connect quickly when it came to the real thing. Just now, Chen Chen estimated the weight of the deceased according to his appearance and then weighed the body. The amount of blood lost by the deceased, over 3,000 milliliters, is simply impossible. No, why is that? Why drain the blood? A police officer asked. Because the deceased's blood type was Rh-negative, which is a very rare blood type in clinical practice. This blood type is used for some clinical treatments and then for transfusions in special populations, Chen Chen said. So I suspect that the case behind this is not that simple. As for there being someone else in the deceased, it's because I received a commission from the deceased, Lu Ying, 3 days ago, asking me to find someone named Lu Li. I just looked up the missing persons report and there is indeed a missing person record. From the record, Lu Ying is Lu Li's own sister. After the report, the police carried out a search, but there are no clues. Besides, Lu Li is already an adult. It is impossible to pay too much police force. This disappearance is put on hold. Now that Lu Ying is also dead, I suspect that the reason for her death has something to do with Lu Li as well. Chen Chen spoke to the crowd. So it is. The crowd nodded. If Lu Li had disappeared before, and now Lu Ying had been killed, Lu Li was afraid that she was in a bad way. Reopen the case immediately. Chen Chen, since it's a criminal case, let's leave this case to us. You've been busy with a lot of cases lately too, so take a break. We'll get back to you if we need you on this case. Gong Jian spoke to Chen Chen. I know. Chen Chen nodded, walked out with Wang He. Big brother, this captain doesn't see you in a good light. What's to keep you off the case? As soon as Wang He came out, he asked Chen Chen, how can I put it? Gong Jian is a proud man. I'm afraid that the killer has also been irritated this time when he preferred to get help from me, a private investigator, instead of continuing to rely on the police. But it doesn't matter. We can keep investigating ours. Shinobu is on the team and will keep us informed of any progress. Chen Chen waved his hand. If Gong Jian didn't entrust himself to participate in the investigation, it would indeed be difficult for his current status to directly intervene, not to mention the fact that one establishes that it was a homicide and the nature of the case changes. Big brother, then what are we going to check first? That's a lot of restraint. Wang He was a little disgruntled. Private detectives are like that. Just now I looked at Lu Li's information. She is an employee of a company. Let's go to this company first and ask. Chen Chen smiled. Rainbow Trading. Lu Li? She's resigned. The front desk lady spoke to Chen Chen. Resigned? Chen Chen was a bit puzzled. I remember when Lu Li disappeared. She was on her way home from work. How could she leave her job? Her sister came to ask about it before, and the system intranet shows that's when she quit her job, saying she'd gone to meet up with an online friend. But there's a rush to leave, and a lot of forms and paperwork are still pending. Handsome, are you Lu Li's girlfriend? The receptionist lady asked Chen Chen with a face full of anticipation. Oh, no. Chen Chen shook his head. Then, can I add you a WeChat? The front desk lady leaned over and handed the QR code to Chen Chen. Chen Chen was somewhat helpless. What time did she leave her job? Chen Chen asked as he scanned the code. I think it was the day after the checkup, the 18th. The receptionist said thoughtfully. Body check? Chen Chen froze. Yeah, it's a perk of our company that the entire staff gets checked, even the janitorial and security guards. The lady at the front desk was arrogant. Benefits that good? It's been like this before? Chen Chen instantly felt that something was wrong. Even if employees check in, it should be a benefit for regular employees. Cleaning and security are often outsourced, making it difficult to do so. That's not true. It's the first time, probably every year from now on. The receptionist said, Boss, this looks as if it's casting a wide net. There's something wrong with this company. Lu Li and Lu Ying are biological sisters, and it's possible that their blood types are both very specific. I'm afraid I learned about Lu Li's special blood type through a body check. I remember a school used to use this method before, having all the students take blood tests to match the blood type of some high-ranking official. So you're saying that this boss is sick and needs a blood change, but the hospital doesn't have enough blood, so that's why they're having their employees checked? It does make sense when you connect the dots like that. After the blood is extracted, it needs to be put into the body immediately to be effective. In this case, the hospital shouldn't, so there must be a private place to perform the procedure. Under normal circumstances, if we really want to change blood, one person would be enough. So why kill Lu Ying? How come you need so much blood? Then I'm afraid the industry chain behind this is far beyond our imagination. But Lu Ying isn't from the company, so why would they know she has panda blood? Lu Ying and Lu Li are biological sisters, and while it's unlikely that they both have panda blood, there is a strong possibility. It's possible that Lu Ying was approached on purpose. Go to Lu Ying's house. Chen Chen turned around and walked towards the outside. Handsome, let's eat together after work tonight. Before the receptionist lady could finish her sentence, she saw Chen Chen cleanly twist her head and walk away. Lu Ying? Who is Lu Ying? The receptionist lady was filled with disappointment as she listened to Chen Chen's words. Ahem. Oh beautiful woman, don't think too much. My big brother already has a wife. The name is Kishozu, so don't even think about it. Wang He smiled at the two beauties and chased after Chen Chen. Which one is Kishozu again? Bah, scum, but he's so handsome. I love it. The two front desk ladies were in a state of ecstasy. Chen Chen and Wang He made it all the way to Lu Ying's house, just in time to see Qi Xiaozhu leading people to investigate the scene. Chapter 133. Brother, let's go to a nightclub to apply for a job. What brings you here? Qi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Chen and Wang He in surprise. We thought that since the man died here and there were no signs of murder at the scene, it meant that the blood was probably gotten somewhere else. But the man must have been returned. There's always something left behind. Just came by to check it out. What have you got? Chen Chen asked Qi Xiaozhu. We've also looked at the scene, and there are really no signs of foul play. It's very clean. No struggle, no footprints, and it's safe to assume that this is not the first crime scene. Kishiretsu shook his head. Has the surveillance been looked at? The elevator is monitored, and this neighborhood has pretty good surveillance facilities. Chen Chen asked. It's been looked at and nothing out of the ordinary has been found. Although the elevator was monitored, the victim was not found, and we suspect that it was likely that he came up the steps. Kishozu said. Step ladder? Chen Chen froze. It can't be. It would take more time to bring someone up on this floor, and there's a high risk of exposure. Then again, the blood of the dead is easy to leave behind. Chen Chen didn't think so. I've got forensics testing the blood from the first floor of the walk-up. There should be results in a little while, but the deceased couldn't have weighed that much with all the blood loss. Could he? I've held some pretty heavy people, and it feels okay, right? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. Not really. A person, in a waking and a comatose state, has a completely different feeling of weight, because people adjust their body's center of gravity when they are awake. It's like the reason a child weighs about the same as a large bucket of water, but when you're holding the child, it weighs significantly less than a large bucket of water. Even if the dead man had a lot less blood, the weight was there. Chen Chen explained. It's been checked. The inside of the building was determined to be free of blood, and there were several areas on the middle floor where debris had been piled up and there was no sign of cleanup access. We're still coming up here after cleaning up. At this point, a constable came panting up the stepladder with the coroner. Okay, that's really weird. How was the body sent back? Kishozu was puzzled. Go check the surveillance again. Shen Chen spoke to Chi Xiaozhu. Several people once again went to the property monitoring room. Haven't I read it? What's going on again? The property security guard was a bit puzzled. Find the surveillance of that elevator and I'll take a look. Chen Chen spoke to the security guard. The security guard had no choice but to reluctantly find out what Chen Chen said. This neighborhood is a two-story building, and no one from the neighbor across the street has been there. Only housekeeping has been on that floor. Chen Chen watched while Chi Xiaozhu explained from the side. Wait, rewind. There's something wrong with this guy. Chen Chen quickly realized that something was wrong. The screen stops. It shows janitorial walking and pushing a cleaning cart. Why? This is our neighborhood cleaning. The security guard explained. No, the weight of the vehicle is significantly different when it first goes up than when it comes down, and you can see the difference in the amount of force that is applied to your arms when you're janitorial pushing the cart. And the time it takes for cleaning to get to this floor is 5 minutes, and 5 minutes is too long to clean a floor. When he left, he went straight into the underground parking lot. It took a while before he pushed his car up, and although his clothes were the same, look at his hand pressing the elevator. This is a left-handed man, not at all the same person as the one just now. There's someone in that cleaning van. They just send people up from the underground parking lot. Chen Chen said to a few people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sleuth. That's all you can tell? The security guard next to him did a double take of adoration. Shinobu, it shouldn't be. You should be able to detect such an obvious anomaly. Shen Shen looked at Chi Xiaozhu somewhat strangely. With Kashengzo's ability, he shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. I was fast-forwarding through it because the elevator wasn't too crowded, so that time aspect wasn't noticed. Kishozu shook her head somewhat sheepishly. Previously, when I was watching the surveillance with Chen Chen, I used 8 times the speed to see it, and this time I wanted to try it as well, especially since the picture inside the elevator is very single and not so much to be missed. Just mention quadruple speed, but Kishiretsu ignored the timing. At that time, when that cleaning lady entered the floor and left again, Kashengzu didn't have any concept of the 5-minute period of time. Go on, check the surveillance at the parking lot exits at that time. Shen Shen spoke to the security guard. Okay, the security guard was painfully honest this time. Soon, they locked on to a commercial vehicle. License plate number SkyB 368899. Have someone check the identity of the owner of this car. Shen Shen spoke to Chi Xiaozhu. Got it. The car is registered to the Phoenix nightclub. It didn't take long for Kishiretsu to check out the clue. The dead man was definitely connected to this nightclub. I'll have Team Gong and the others check this place out. Chi Xiaozhu said to Chen Shen. No, I'm afraid places like theirs have been prepared to deal with police inspections for a long time. This trip wasn't a raid. It was a trip to look for clues. Going straight there, it's hard to find anything, and you might spook them into destroying the evidence. Shen Shen stopped Chi Xiaozhu. What then? Kishiretsu ran out of ideas. Go in there in disguise and poke around. It's better to get inside them. Simply customers going in, they might be wary as well. Shen Shen thought about it. I'll go. I can apply for a job inside. Kishiretsu volunteered. No, that kind of place is not for you to go to. There's no defense, in case something happens to you. Shen Shen decisively refused. Don't look at Chi Xiaozhu. Criminal investigation ability is okay, but for this society's sinister, obviously do not know enough. So who's going? I'll get Secret Service to help? Kishiretsu asked. No need. We'll both go. Shen Shen pointed at himself and Wang He. Who? Wang He and Chi Xiaozhu both glared at the same time. You too? Male? Kishiretsu asked. Brother, let's go be ducks? How did you know that nightclub was hiring men inside? Wang He was filled with shock. Of course not. We'll both go dressed as men. Don't forget, Seward has everything in his prize pack. Chen Chen grinned. Shadow Private Investigations. After Chen Chen changed into women's clothes, he walked out of the house. Gee, you don't say. Dressed like this, it seems like a real beauty. Just broad shoulders, and the knot in your throat. Better get a turtleneck to cover it up. That's how you'll dress up when we go shopping from now on. We're good sisters. Qi Xiaozhu was full of surprise as she commented on Chen Chen. Everything else is fine. It's the heels that are so inconvenient. Chen Chen walked back and forth. It's also true that I didn't expect these things prepared by Edward Su to work so well. Speaking of which, Wang He has been in for half a day. Why isn't he out yet? Kishiretsu asked. Coming. With Wang He's voice, a fiery red figure wriggled out of it. Put. Seeing Wang He's costume, Qi Xiaozhu, who had just taken a sip of water, directly sprayed it out. Chapter 134, The Secret of the Nightclub. Wang He was seen wearing a fiery red dress and a shawl wig on her head, with black silk fishing net stockings on her legs. The eyes of that net could have been drilled into a human being. The most explosive thing is the two big fierce things on the chest. F-cups at the very least. What's the matter with you? Chen Chen incredulously pointed at Wang He's body. It was enough to simply find 2 silicone stickers to put in there myself. Wang He is afraid that he didn't just get 2 silicone balls. Aren't we going to apply for jobs and get inside the enemy? I'm giving myself an added edge. Who else would pick me if I'm so fat? Wang He pushed with his hand. Air. Qi Xiaozhu looked at Wang He's body, which was simply a bit hot. Are you sure you can apply for the job? The corner of Chen Chen's mouth twitched. What? Just in case someone likes the one I have. Wang He was fanatically confident. Well, what about your voices? The voice doesn't reveal itself? Kishiretsu asked. Here's a voice changer. You can adjust your voice when you put it on. Chen Chen took out his voice changer and adjusted it, stuck it in his throat, and his voice really became sweet and sticky. It's not too late. Today, Chen Chen and Wang He walked out. Phoenix nightclub. The time Chen Chen got there was in the afternoon. There weren't too many people inside. Some cleaning was cleaning up. Usually nightclubs end in the early hours of the morning. The site is not cleaned at night. It's all cleaned up before opening the next day. Inside the hall some people are having a meeting. Seeing Chen Chen and Wang He walk in, the one in the lead was obviously a bit stunned. He was mainly shocked by Wang He's figure and costume. Hi, we're here to apply for a job. Chen Chen stepped forward and said, You guys? Applying for a job? A man in a suit turned his head to look at Chen Chen and the others, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes as he looked at Wang He. Sisterly, there's a job application. The man shouted toward the back. Not for a moment. A high-heeled black silk beautiful young woman walked out. Look at the age of only about 40. Serious charm. Wang He's eyes went straight. Talk in the house. The beautiful young woman brought the two into a room. What do you call it? The beautiful young woman gestured for the two to sit down. My name is Jean Feng and hers is Koi. Chen Chen stepped forward and spoke. Koi? The beautiful young woman looked at Wang He in dismay. You guys are together? Ever done this before? The gorgeous young woman asked. We're good sisters. We've worked together before. I just came to Tianhai City, so I thought I'd ask together. Chen Chen nodded. The corner of the beautiful young woman's mouth curled up. Since it's been done, it's good. You guys are in luck. There's just a shortage of people lately, so if you guys want, you can try out today, and if it works, you'll be here. The beautiful young woman looked Chen Chen and the two of them up and down. So, I can too? Wang He was a bit surprised. No one liked him when he was a man, but he didn't expect to dress as a man and get an instant interview. Looks like brother still has charisma. Sure, this of yours is very popular. The beautiful young woman smiled and glanced at Wang He's ferocity. Grass, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Wang He had a black line. It's almost time to go to work, so you guys stay here. By the way, don't go wandering around, especially in that back hallway. I'll have someone come over to you in a few minutes. The beautiful young woman said a few words and walked out. Wang He and Chen Chen looked at each other. The more you're not allowed to see, the more secret they come. Come to the right place. Big brother, it looks like there's really something wrong with this place. It's true that it's impossible to know anything at all from a normal investigation. Wang He spoke to Chen Chen. Split up. You go around the backyard. I'll check out that hallway. Chen Chen spoke to Wang He. It's currently business hours, and with people coming in one after another, and a lot of people talking, there's some confusion inside the nightclub, but the guests aren't here yet. It's a good opportunity. Chen Chen looked at the fact that no one was outside and walked towards that corridor. It was dark inside, and I could vaguely see a door in front of me. Chen Chen touched the darkness and looked close to the past. It was pitch black inside, but there seemed to be a corridor. It's definitely not a separate room, and there's something else inside. Hey, what are you doing here? While Chen Chen wanted to continue to take a look, a sudden bellow came from behind him. Chen Chen turned around in a hurry. The two tattooed muscular men were looking at Chen Chen vigilantly. I'm sorry, I'm new here today. I was trying to find the restroom and couldn't find it. I thought it was over here, Chen Chen said with an apologetic face. Over there. I'm telling you, don't come over here when there's nothing going on, or watch out for your life. Really, doesn't Sisterly even talk about the rules once she's here? The burly man in front glared at Chen Chen. Yes. Chen Chen hurriedly ran back. After returning to his room, Chen Chen looked through the doorway towards that corridor. In no time at all, I saw the two strong men who had just gone in and carried out a lot of boxes, all of which were packed so that I couldn't see what was inside. And the moment the door opened, one could see a really deep hallway behind it. At this time, Wang He also sneaked in. De-chan, how's it going over there? I've made a major discovery. Wang He lowered his voice and said, come in first. Chen Chen let Wang He walk in. I saw a lot of luxury cars in the backyard, and I saw the business car, and this is the right place. And this nightclub isn't the size it looks like at the entrance. On the inside it's a connected courtyard, and several buildings around here seem to be. I reckon there's a lot of hidden rooms inside this nightclub, Wang He said to Chen Chen. The structure of this place, then, may be far more than just a nightclub. Chen Chen nodded. Big brother, what did you find in that corridor? Wang He asked. I didn't go in, but I could smell a smell. The smell of hospital disinfectant. Chen Chen said slowly. Doesn't that mean that the operation was probably done in there? Maybe got a private hospital. Why don't we just call the police and let them search? There must be blood at the scene. Wang He was a little excited. It's not that simple. I thought of that just now. But they moved out the stuff and finished the blood change, so it's likely all over. And it's hard to find evidence even if you go in. Chen Chen shook his head. Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Wang He was a little disappointed. Not really. Don't forget that Lu Li's body hasn't been found yet. Lu Li was the first to go missing and was probably brought here as well. I just learned that people go missing here all the time, and there may be more than one body. If the body was disposed of or dumped, it should have been discovered by now after all this time. And since there's been no movement until now, I'm guessing the body could be here. It's secluded enough that a hasty transfer would be more risky instead. Chen Chen analyzed. Makes sense. Wang He nodded. Are you two new here? While the two were talking, a heavily made-up woman pushed her way in. Right. Chen Chen hurriedly tugged Wang He to his feet. Look, there have been a lot of sisters taking leave and quitting lately, and one guest is still picky, so why don't you two come with me and make up a head count? The man spoke to Chen Chen and Wang He. Chapter 135. You, come here. The two followed into a box. There were 4 or 5 men sitting in the middle of the box, except for a dry, skinny old man. Each of the others had a beautiful woman sitting next to them. Meet the boss. Chen Chen and the others followed the few beauties in front of them and greeted each other. The dry, thin old man's eyes glanced over them. Don't pick on me. Don't pick on me. Don't pick on me. Chen Chen murmured in his heart. You, come here. However, the old man suddenly pointed at Chen Chen and said, asterisk. Chen Chen was speechless. I should have known to make it uglier. Hey, big brother, go for it. You stall inside. I'll go out and poke around. Wang He quietly poked Chen Chen. The one I have. Chen Chen had a black line on his head. Not you. The chubby one next to you. Chen Chen was about to find a reason to excuse himself when the old man's hand shivered and pointed at Wang He. Asterisk. It was Wang He's turn to be dumbfounded. Okay, go for it. Chen Chen patted Wang He's shoulder and walked out, leaving Wang He with a face full of near tears. Sis, do we pick people every day here? Chen Chen didn't go back to his original room and followed these women inside the corridor, attentively lighting a cigarette for a beautiful woman next to him. Yeah, you, I guess, big-boned and unflattering. That beauty glanced at Chen Chen. Have you been here long, sis? Is it good money? Chen Chen saw that the beauty didn't recoil and continued to ask. Well earned instead. Just too many perverts here. I'm telling you, get out of here before it's too late, or it's not going to be easy. The beautiful woman said to Chen Chen. What's going on? There are so many rules here, and often sisters disappear while doing their jobs, and several don't even want their paychecks. The beautiful woman shook her head, seemingly reluctant to go on. Chen Chen was a bit surprised. The man in front of me doesn't look like a novice. He should know about this business, and this kind of escorts are quite mobile. Not so much as to say that if a person is missing, they are considered missing, and they both value money. So how could they not even want a paycheck? This place is pretty high-end in terms of decor. It doesn't look very impressive on the outside, but it's so luxurious on the inside. Chen Chen also changed the topic. That's not true? I won't talk about anything else. Do you have any idea how much electricity this place uses in a month? More than 50,000. I was shocked to overhear it. The beautiful woman spoke quietly to Chen Chen. Electricity? Over $50,000 a month? Chen Chen was surprised. Boss, even if it's a nightclub, it's absolutely impossible to use so much electricity. It should be large medical equipment as well as cold storage. In that case, maybe Lu Li's body is inside the cold storage, and the missing escorts should all be in there, too, but the location should be hidden. I'm afraid it's not easy to find. Wang He just talked about the structural problems of that house. It should be right there. I suspect that perhaps this case, which has nothing to do with that company, is really at the heart of what's going on here. Most likely human organ trafficking of some sort. Chen Chen analyzed. I chow and I ma. Old undead. Snap nymphets. It's happening right now. A bellowing cry came from outside. This was followed by a loud noise and a scuffle. No! Chen Chen stood up with a flourish. The voice was Wang He's. That kid doesn't even use his voice changer anymore? Walked out in a hurry. At this point, the inside of the nightclub lobby was already a mess. Wang He had removed his disguise and was carrying a chair in one hand and a broken bottle in the other. 7 or 8 had been put down on the floor. What the hell? Chen Chen's head was spinning for a while. Hurriedly, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chi Xiaozhu and walked over as well. I can't believe you guys are fooling me with a guy. I want a statement. The dry, thin old man covered his face, his head covered in blood, and limped out with his arm hanging. A few tattooed guys got up from the ground and looked at Wang He vigilantly. Just now, 7 or 8 of them went up, but they hardly held Wang He down. This fat guy is resistant to beatings, not to mention that he hits people hard. Can't beat it at all. What's going on? Chen Chen came behind Wang He. Brother, don't mention it. I just sat down and this old thing got on me and grabbed my bear and squeezed me right out of it, can you believe it? I had to have a tongue lashing with me, and I slapped it right across my big mouth. Still acting like a big man, Wang He exasperatedly said to Chen Chen. I've never been so insulted in all my life. Wang He stormed off on the spot, speechless. Seeing this, Chen Chen also stopped pretending, ripped off all pretenses, and went forward to stand with Wang He. Who are you people? Dare to come to us and make trouble? Tired of living? Close the gate for me. Don't let them get away. That manager didn't realize that it was 2 men mixing it up today, and letting a man serve their customers. Isn't that smashing their sign? Hastily evacuating the rest of the guests, he had his thugs surround Chen Chen and Wang He. Get him. The manager waved his hand. A group of people rushed towards Chen Chen and the others with sticks and machetes. 10 minutes later, open the door. Police. Gong Jian rushed in with his officers, but after the crowd rushed into the house, they froze in their tracks. All that could be seen was big men crouching with their heads in their hands all over the place, and a few more lying on the ground, grunting in pain. Chen Chen and Wang He both sat on the sofa with their legs crossed. What's the situation? Gong Jian was filled with shock. I just got a call from Kishiretsu. Listening to Kishiretsu's voice was on the verge of tears. It says that Chen Chen and Wang He both went into a nightclub to investigate, and as a result, the people inside were kicked out and the doors were closed up. There's already a war going on inside. Gong Jian also panicked upon hearing this. Wang He and Chen Chen, their identities were more bullish than one another. If something really happened to them in Tianhai City, the sky of Tianhai City would collapse. Rush to bring help. It turned out to be a situation like this when I opened the door. Look at this. One of them is more than enough to beat 10. Big brother, you were too fierce just now. I didn't even know you had such a powerful body. Much tougher than I am. Wang He spoke to Chen Chen. Low profile. Chen Chen smiled faintly, hiding his achievements deeply. When the fight started just now, Chen Chen directly let his penis come out for a wave. It almost shocked Wang He into kneeling down and worshipping his master. Police? They're beating people up. They came here to make trouble. You guys hurry up and arrest them. As soon as he saw Gong Jian and the others coming over, the manager of that nightclub was like that Buddhist seeing Sakyamuni. Tears are pouring down. Shut up. They deserve to beat you. What have you done to yourselves? Be honest. Gong Jian said grimly, although he didn't know why Chen Chen did it. Chen Chen and the others weren't people who would make trouble. Say, where are the operating room and cold storage? Chen Chen didn't talk nonsense and directly came over to the manager and asked, what are you talking about? What operating room cooler? The man's face went pale, and his eyes drifted unnaturally down that corridor to his right. That direction. Search. Chen Chen pointed towards the corridor. Several officers rushed toward the side, rushing through the corridors. There were many rooms inside, but they were empty and nothing was there. Officer, you guys don't understand anything at all about what you're talking about. Is there a mistake? We're in a nightclub here. Where would there be an operating room and cold storage? That manager asked Gong Jian with an innocent face. Chapter 136. I've collected money for this case. No? Chen Chen walked over. Inside, the house was empty. There really wasn't any equipment, although you could tell there was a lot of utensils laid out. Is it hard to believe they moved out before? Chen Chen was a bit puzzled. Officer, we're serious business. Some storage was originally put over there. They come in and make trouble. You just don't care. You even search them randomly. Do you have a warrant? Are we going to be given a statement? I'm familiar with quite a few of your leaders. That manager saw Chen Chen. They did not search out anything. Suddenly came to the bottom, went forward in Gong Jian theory. Chen Chen looked at the rooms, which were completely separated from the clubhouse through a corridor, and had been moved away cleanly. Boss, even if the equipment can be taken away, there is absolutely no way to get rid of the cold storage. Yeah, the fact that they're so calm means the cooler must be in a very private place. Cold storage and refrigeration can't be too far apart. There must be a secret door. Chen Chen closed his eyes and thought, Boss, remember the encounter in the garage earlier? Mezzanine, you mean? Right. Didn't Wang He say just now that the structure of this house is a bit strange? It looks big on the outside, but it's a bit cramped on the inside. And the general decor of the painting, the switch, if it is to be used often, should not be the same as the others. I know where it is. Chen Chen opened his eyes and came to look at a few paintings. Sure enough, I saw some white powder on the corner skirting of one of the paintings, which must have been caused by the shaking. Chen Chen turned the painting around, revealing a switch behind it. With a gentle press, an entrance to an underground passage appeaed in the floor. The manager, who had been full of energy just a moment ago, instantly paralyzed on the ground after the underground entrance appeared. Go down and look. Gong Jian immediately let his men rush in. Captain, there's a freezer and a cooler inside. In the cold room, several bodies were found. Soon the voice of the constable came out. The police force. Chen Chen. They all confessed. Behind this is an organ trafficking organization. The owner of that company had a very serious case of uremia, or special panda blood, and the hospital didn't have enough blood in stock to find them. Let this organ trafficking organization figure it out. The organization has its own doctors and equipment, but there's not enough blood either. He had the company do a body check, and after doing so, he was surprised to find a match. It's Luli, brought it in for a blood change, and in the process learned she had a sister. Panda blood has a lot of value and there's more than just this one person who needs it. So, Gong Jian shook his head. Shinobu told me about the process of your tracking, and it was just like you said. Luli used the disappearance to cover up. Those bodies are the nightclub employees, because of the mobility, and they are all from out of town to work, even if the disappearance will not be suspected. But Lu Ying was a public hospital nurse. It's hard to explain if there was really an accident. That's why she disguised her suicide. We got the owner of that company too, but it's the man behind the trafficking organization who hasn't been caught yet. The man moves in secret and very few people have seen him. Gong Jian talked to Chen Chen about the interrogation of the case. This time, thanks to you, you helped us solve such a big case. It's not just one human life, it's at least 10. There's human organ trafficking, another case that's blown up the country. Feel free to ask for a bonus this time. Gong Jian said to Chen Chen, just solve it. I've already collected money on this case, so I don't need a bonus. Chen Chen smiled. Really? Gong Jian was a bit stunned. Before, Chen Chen was very much valued. Big brother, over the top. Solving crimes with you is so cool. This is a big case. I just told the bureau that I'm here on a business trip, and it just so happens that I met it, and I can hang on to the credit, at least the third degree. The corners of Wang He's mouth were grinning like a toad. Speaking of which, this time it's thanks to those equipments from Seward. It wasn't wasted at all. Chen Chen smiled. Yeah, if we hadn't gone in disguised and caught them off guard this time, we wouldn't have found those things according to the police process. Those people inside, who are resistant to the police, are not going to reveal anything. It's all old farts. This case is over. Hurry up and take me around Tianhai City. Wang He spoke to Chen Chen. Spinning around is fine, but this case isn't over. Chen Chen waved his hand. We don't have to be responsible for chasing fugitives, do we? And the man behind the curtain, didn't Captain Gong and the others say they would continue to pursue it? Wang He froze. Not a fugitive. Do you remember? The guy who called me? If it wasn't for that man's call, maybe I wouldn't be involved in this case. Who could this person be? Chen Chen spoke slowly. Big brother, this person must know Lu Ying. It was Lu Ying's cell phone number that was used to call you at the time. This can't be faked, right? Lu Ying's cell phone was not found at the scene, so maybe it wasn't taken by the trafficking organization, but by someone. Wang He said. Another question. Even if someone took Lu Ying's cell phone, why did they impersonate Lu Ying and say that I should go find Lu Ying? Can't you just say who you are? Chen Chen was a bit puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to fight back? Or send him a text? Now that Lu Ying has been found, it's considered mission accomplished. Wang He spoke to Chen Chen. I couldn't get through when I called earlier. I'll try sending a message. Chen Chen nodded, picked up his cell phone and edited a message and sent it. Let's go. First you'll take you to try the famous snacks of Tianhai City. Chen Chen led Wang He towards the outside. The two had just arrived at a snack bar and sat down when Chen Chen's cell phone rang. Picking it up and looking at it, it was exactly the message sent from Lu Ying's cell phone. Above is an address. 38, Pingxiang Road, Chapter 137. 38, Pingxiang Road. Chen Chen and Wang He both came to the door. Private practice? This is for us to come and see the doctor. Ha, Wang He was a bit puzzled. You wait outside, I'll go in. He's so cautious. I'm afraid he's being watched, and it's too suspicious for two people to go in. Chen Chen said to Wang He and got out of the car and walked inside the clinic. Hello? You want to see a doctor? The little nurse at the front desk looked at Chen Chen with some surprise. Yes, I made an appointment by text message. Please ask which doctor to go to. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, texting for an appointment? The little nurse was obviously a little confused, but looking at Chen Chen, he still picked up the phone and asked, yes there is. In Clinic 1, we only have one doctor sitting today. The little nurse pointed inside. Okay, thanks. Chen Chen nodded. There didn't seem to be many people at this private clinic, where a normal clinic would be selling medication or bottles of something like that, but this private clinic was empty inside. Just now, when Chen Chen went in, if it wasn't for that little nurse in front of him, he would have thought that he had gone to the wrong place. Chen Chen pushed the door in. Inside, a young doctor is sitting inside. Seeing Chen Chen, he was also stunned. Hello, have a seat. But the doctor quickly calmed down. Chen Chen sat in front of the doctor and took his cell phone out. The young doctor nodded. Sorry to give you a run for your money. A normal visit to the doctor takes about 10 minutes. If there's anything you want to ask, you can say it. The doctor spoke to Chen Chen. Chen Chen was filled with suspicion, but looking at the man's helpless appearance, he did not delay any longer. You and Luing are boyfriend and girlfriend? Chen Chen guessed. Yeah, ex-boyfriend to be exact. We broke up 6 months ago. The man nodded. Are you so cautious because you're being watched? Is there a bug or something? Chen Chen lowered his voice and said, no, but there's something wrong with this hospital. The man shook his head. Luing approached you before her accident? Chen Chen thought about it and continued to ask. Right, she came to me for help when her sister disappeared. The man said. Why would Lu Ying's cell phone be with you? Chen Chen asked. She came to me the other day, left it behind, and I went to her and found it dead. I know it's likely the company behind it did it. The man explained. Why don't you call the police? And yet you want me? Still not revealing your identity? Chen Chen asked. I'm not sure the police would dare to bother with something like that. Not to mention the fact that they've done it so many times that the police haven't even noticed. I found the note in her cell phone and knew she had reached out to you, and therefore your number. When she asked me for help at that time, I refused out of fear, and I didn't expect anything to happen to her. I regretted it, thinking that it was her last commission, and I was worried that you wouldn't accept it, and that my identity would be exposed. That's why I purposely pretended that she was calling you. The man sighed. You're being so secretive and worried about exposure. Are you involved with the company behind this? Chen Chen asked. Technically, we're all part of this company. As of last night, everyone got the message that they are not allowed to go home, no contact with the outside world, and that they are to be seen by appointment only. I messaged you because I have her cell phone. It's about time. That's all I know. And by the way, there's a back door in the backyard. The man said as he stood up. Well, thanks a lot, Doc. Chen Chen nodded, got up and walked out. Big brother, what's the situation? How did you get out so fast? As soon as Chen Chen got into the car, Wang He anxiously asked. Drive away first, Chen Chen said as he took out his phone and called Gongjian. Big brother, did you just say that the mastermind is inside that clinic? Wang He asked with wide eyes while driving. I'm afraid so, judging by what the man just said. That organ trafficking organization and this private clinic, they should be of the same nature. Only it's a little more hidden over there, and the man behind it warned them after he escaped here, and that's why he's so cautious. It's about time. Turn back. Chen Chen looked at the time. The two drove around back together. Soon, a number of police cars were seen surrounding the private clinic from all sides, successfully caught the mastermind at the back door, who was ready to flee. What made Chen Chen fearful was that the man from earlier was also carried out. What's wrong with him? Is everything okay? Chen Chen hurriedly went over to the person next to him and asked. Temporary unconsciousness. It should be something like ecstasy, but there's nothing terribly wrong with people. A police officer spoke to Chen Chen. That's good. This man has given me important clues, and if there is any involvement, it is as light as possible. Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Good. I'll talk to the top about the relevant things. This matter is thanks to you. Gong Jian walked over and spoke to Chen Chen. Little things. Just lucky. Chen Chen shook his head. It's not luck. Do you have any idea what this man behind the curtain is doing here? Gong Jian asked Chen Chen. Not hiding here? Chen Chen froze. He's having plastic surgery. There's more to this private clinic underground, far more massive than meets the eye. At that time, we issued a wanted notice and thought that he had absconded long ago, but I didn't expect that he would be hiding in Tianhai City. He was trying to leave after plastic surgery. If he succeeds, we may never catch him. Gong Jian explained to Chen Chen. so it is. Chen Chen nodded. No wonder Gong Jian will be so grateful to him. If really by this behind the scenes to escape cannot close the case is the second. I am afraid that Gong Jian they also have to be disciplined. The scale and death toll behind this one has been a major case that has shocked the nation. It has caused great concern at the top. I thought the chase would be a tough one, but I didn't realize it was just the second day. Chen Chen then helped them catch the mastermind behind it. Big brother, this is finally okay, isn't it? I've noticed that wherever you go, there's a case, so in my opinion, why don't we just buy some groceries and eat at your house? Wang He said to Chen Chen with a smile. Chen Chen was also helpless. It was indeed difficult to deal with this encountering evil physique of one's own. Going to the house would be fine, but you'd have to cook. Shinobu is not a good cook. Chen Chen spoke to Wang He. Wait a moment first big brother, I'll go to the house for dinner. Sister-in-law will follow? Wang He froze. What do you mean go along with it? She lives there too. Is it hard for you to cook and not feed her? You cow. Chen Chen smiled. Where does your sister-in-law live too? You two live together? Wang He's eyes widened. What? I wasn't willing to do it, but Shinobu, she had to, so what could I do? Chen Chen shrugged. Brother, does sister-in-law have a sister or something? You're pulling my oldest brother's leg when it counts. Wang He spoke to Chen Chen. Depends on how well you cook at night. Chen Chen took Wang He towards the food market. Chapter 138 Toes in the Bag. Tianyu Farmers Market. It's after hours, and inside the farmers market there are people coming and going, shouting, haggling, and arguing, and a few lamb soup pots are steaming, and the air is filled with the scent of bacon. The whole market reeks of fireworks. Chen Chen and Wang He were carrying several large bags in their hands as they traveled through the crowd. Brother, this sea oyster is so cheap. It costs 3 or 4 times as much at our place as it does here. And the sea oysters are bigger than my hand. It's so bullying. Wang He spoke furiously to Chen Chen. Tianhai City is a seaside city. Aquatic products must be cheap. There are survival rates and natural gaps if you ship inland. Come on, get some more brats over there. Chen Chen pointed to the other side. Just then, the crowd in front of them, however, suddenly rushed towards Chen Chen and their side with a brain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big brother, what's the situation? It's not on fire, is it? Wang He was startled. It's not quite right. Something seems to have happened. Big brother, what's the situation over there? Chen Chen tugged on a big brother. Ah, the stall over there that buys meat sells human flesh. Scary. Big brother was obviously terrified. Selling human flesh? That good? Go go go. As soon as he heard that there was a case, Wang He excitedly tugged Chen Chen and ran that way. At this point, in front of a meat stall, a middle-aged man was lying on the ground with a boning knife in his hand. Several times I tried to brace myself to stand up, but my legs simply wouldn't obey me. There were no longer any people around the booth. The middle-aged man looked at the tablet in front of him with 2 horrified eyes, as if there was some kind of demon, and finally he didn't hold on. His eyes rolled over, and he directly fainted. When the two of them, Chen Chen and Wang He, arrived at the meat-selling stall, there's no one around anymore. Where's the human flesh? Don't they say they sell human flesh? Wang He looked around the stall and didn't find any very scary meat. On the floor, it should be a toe. Chen Chen pointed to the bags of meat for sale on the ground. Wang He went up and looked at it, and saw that there was a piece of meat of a different color than normal in the bag. At first glance it looks like meat, but on closer inspection there is a distinct difference. Regular pork doesn't have that texture. Awesome big brother. This stall holder sells meat. Shouldn't they all be? In ancient times, there were yin and yang's human meat buns. Now there are even those who sell human meat. It's simply a small knife stabbing the ass. Open your eyes. Wang He was secretly staggered. Don't jump to conclusions so early. The stallholder was so stunned he wasn't necessarily informed. Chen Chen shook his head. Can't, can you? With a boning knife in his hand, Wang He pointed to the ground. A boning knife was still held tightly by the stallholder. That's precisely why it's so telling. In a state of extreme shock, the human body performs many subconscious actions, especially since the nerves of the muscles in the hands subconsciously grab things. This stallholder may well have discovered the human body while holding the boning knife. Keep holding the boning knife in shock. Chen Chen explained to Wang He. So it is. It does look that way. Wang He scratched his head in some embarrassment. I had read many murder stories of murdering buns and killing people to sell their meat before, and the scene in front of me instantly made me want to go to the wrong place. You call Captain Gong and the others now. I'm guessing someone has already reported it. Have them take control of the marketplace as soon as they arrive and don't let anyone leave. The killer is probably in here. Chen Chen looked around at the crowd watching and lowered his voice to Wang He. Just now, although a lot of people ran out because of the sale of human flesh, but the people of the Dragon Kingdom to see the heart of the audience is even more powerful. Instead of running out, most people gradually gathered back in. Big brother, what do you mean? Are you saying the killer is among these people? Can't, can you? Even if the killer put the meat here, It would have been when the delivery came, or ahead of time, right? Wang He was a bit puzzled. Look at the blood from the thumb and the bag. It's showing significant coagulation. The texture of the meat also shows a long time dead and frozen. There's no way a year-round meat vendor wouldn't notice. And then there's this crease in the bag that holds the meat, which is usually freshly ripped off. A freshly ripped bag will have hard folds, but not this much rubbing. This bag is obviously not the first time it has been used, but the color and material is the same as the one in this stall, so it's possible that it was used to buy meat before. I suspect that the bag was probably thrown here by the murderer to take advantage of the crowd, and after being seen, thinking it was wrapped meat, he opened this to find the toe. Chen Chen explained to Wang He. Chen, what's going on? At that moment, Gong Jian walked in with his men. Their men moved quickly and had blocked the market, going from person to person. I suspect revenge and graft. We can start with the people this stallholder has recently offended. Chen Chen spoke to Gong Jian about some of what he had just discovered and surmised at the scene. Revenge graft? How did you know? Gong Jian was surprised that Chen Chen knew the murderer's motive so quickly. This stall is located in the middle of the road. There are very many people coming and going. If the murderer simply wanted to dump the body, the stall on the corner next to it would be more appropriate. It's not easy to spot, Chen Chen said as he pointed to the location of the stall. Captain, just now we visited the customers who bought meat in front of the stalls, and we've basically established that it's the same as what Chen Chen said. This stallholder is having a promotion today, so there are especially many people buying meat. It was a big man who first noticed the bag, thought it was weighed by the stallholder in advance, and took it to ask about it, wanting to open it and pick it out. As a result, when I opened it, I said that this meat did not look fresh and argued with the vendor. The theory was that the toes were found inside the bag. A police officer said to Gong Jian and the others, "Wait, did you just say that this vendor is having a sale today? Did you just start messing with it today? Or has it been going on for a couple days?" Chen Chen asked in a hurry. "I heard from a customer that it started yesterday and it's the last day today." The constable spoke. "Great, I think maybe I know who the killer is." Chen Chen glanced around at the surrounding crowd of onlookers. Chapter 139, A Murderer Who Has Been Defrauded. "Really? You know the killer?" Gong Jian asked in surprise. "Look at this." Chen. They also happened to buy food and countered this case. How to know the murderer at once? Right. Where are the owners of these two stalls next to you? Chen Chen pointed to the stalls on both sides. Hurry! Bring the men here at once. Gong Jian instantly understood and immediately had the two stall owners brought over. Chen Chen looked at the two men, one with a round waist and thick bladder, a face of horizontal meat, wearing an apron glistening with oil. The other was thin and wore a pair of glasses. "The murderer is you, isn't it?" The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he pointed at the burly man with a cross-faced face and said. Hearing Chen Chen's words, the surrounding crowd nodded. The burly man did fit their general image of a murderer, so that made sense, and that burly man was full of consternation, looking at Chen Chen incredulously, and it took him a long time to react to the fact that Chen Chen was pointing at himself. "What are you talking about? I didn't kill anyone." The burly man spoke to Chen Chen. "Officer, that must be him. I saw him leave for a moment just now, and he must have thrown that bag of meat over there while he was walking past." The man with the glasses also rushed forward and spoke. "Where were you?" Gong Jian stepped forward and asked. I'll just go to the restroom. I don't know what I ate last night. I had diarrhea, and I didn't have a lot of people in my business, so I went." The burly man stammered. "Did anyone give you proof?" Gong Jian asked. "I didn't. It's not like there's any surveillance at this food market, and it's not like I'm going to be able to get someone to watch my stall after several trips today." The burly man's neck was red with impatience. "Come on, talk to us back at the station." Gong Jian took out his handcuffs and prepared to step forward. Although he didn't know why Chen Chen had identified this person as the murderer, there must be a reason for Chen Chen to say so. "Not me. It really wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone." The strong man struggled fiercely. "Okay, Team Gong, he really isn't a murderer." Chen Chen stepped forward to stop it. "Ha!" Hearing Chen Chen's words, Gong Jian and the crowd froze. "What do you mean? Didn't you just say he was a murderer? Why are you saying no now?" Gong Jian asked, lowering his voice. "To be honest, just now I could only determine that the murderer was one of the two of them, but not who. That's why I purposely pointed to a random one to see how both of them would react. Now I can be sure." Chen Chen explained. Hearing Chen Chen's words, everyone looked at the man with glasses in unison. According to Chen Chen, if this burly man wasn't the murderer, then only the man with the glasses was left. "I don't know what you're talking about. What are you looking at me for? It's got nothing to do with me. Who is he?" What gives him the right to say he's a murderer 1 minute, and now I'm a murderer? The man with the glasses weaseled his way out of it vehemently. Chen Chen, what the hell is going on? Gong Jian asked Chen Chen. These bags were only updated at the market last month, and the meat is sold in special thick bags that only 3 of them use. You see the meat inside this bag. It's been frozen. There was condensation on the outside of the bag, which means that it was packed with the meat, and the meat was cut very roughly, cut down with a saw blade type of cut, and would look like this when it thawed. Such a large volume is familiar to the surrounding stall owners. It is impossible for outsiders to carry it in from the outside, and only the 3 of them selling meat and transporting it every day would not be suspected. So this bag of meat could only have been brought by the 3 of them. Chen Chen spoke to the crowd. First of all, we can rule out this stall owner. If it's really him, there's no need to deal with such a large piece of meat. It can be completely divided into small pieces and mixed in. Business is so booming, it won't be discovered, and would have fled at the first sign of the crime as well, ruling him out. As far as the motive goes, it's pretty understandable. This guy's meat is of good quality. There's a lot of activity. It sells extraordinarily well, and they're both basically out of business, so that's why they're trying to set it up in this way. There's only the 2 of them left, and while evidence can be found by slowly lining up, it's better to scam them like this. When I pointed to him as a murderer, he was scared, even angry. It means that it is indeed wronged. Chen Chen looked at the strong man and said, and this time, he was relieved. His whole demeanor completely relaxed, with a bug in his eye, and even immediately fell on his sword, trying to sit on the identity of the man's murderer. Chen Chen turned his head to look at the man with glasses. You're full of. It's normal for me to relax. Of course I'm scared when you call us over and identify the killer. The man with the glasses weaseled his way out. But the thing is, I didn't just say how all that meat appeared. You did. Someone took advantage of the chaos and left the bag of meat with the stallholder. It's precisely because you did it that you can't even detect inside your subconscious that this information is not what we are synchronized to know. Chen Chen said indifferently. The man with the glasses was dumbfounded. He then realized that he had indeed said the wrong thing. Says, where's the body? Who you killed? Gong Jian came over and put handcuffs on the glasses man's hands. It couldn't be more obvious at this point. The man with the glasses was sweating profusely, stammering and trying to duck. It must be inside their cold storage. Their house is a separate cooler at the market. I know where it is. I'll take you there. At this time, the burly stall owner next to them squeezed to the front and spoke to Gong Jian and the others. Just now, his own diarrhea to go to the toilet was even reported by this report. This time naturally will not let him go. Watching the burly stall owner run off with the police in the direction of the warehouse, the man with the glasses rolled his eyes and directly fainted on the ground. Soon, police then found a pile of bodies frozen into ice cubes inside the warehouse. It had been split into many parts and piled up under the frozen meat, though no head was found. Police, I have an important tip to report. The burly stall owner spoke to Gong Jian. What important clue? Gong Jian asked. This dead man I may recognize, most likely his wife. The burly stall owner spoke. What's going on? Take your time. Gong Jian didn't expect to identify the body directly. Originally he and his wife owned this stand together. His wife, this person, has a loud voice and a strong body, and we all laugh at him not to be sat on by his wife. But 3 years ago, he suddenly said he divorced his wife and went back to his mother's house. We haven't seen his wife since. Turns out he killed his wife and has been hiding inside the cooler. The burly stall owner spoke to Gong Jian. Does his wife have any characteristics? Height and weight and all that? Gong Jian asked. 6 feet tall, I think, and weighing at least 200 pounds. By the way, she has a butterfly tattoo on her right wrist. I heard she got it before when she was a little girl. The burly stall owner said thoughtfully. Are you sure it's in the right wrist? Gong Jian asked. Yeah, we know all about it in this market. The burly stallholder nodded. Got it. You go to the station and make a statement too. Gong Jian shook his head. Team Gong, what's wrong? Problems with the identity of the body? Chen Chen looked at Gong Jian's somewhat strange expression and walked over to ask. Just found the right hand and there are no tattoos. This body is not his wife. The worst possibility is that there are other dead people. Gong Jian said with a grave expression. Chapter 140. Knowing people without knowing their hearts. Listening to Gong Jian's words, Chen Chen's brows also furrowed. I thought it was just an ordinary wife-killing case, but now I'm afraid it's not that simple. Now that you've come across it, I'm not going to be polite this time. I'll have the body brought back first, and I'll need your help on this case. Gong Jian spoke to Chen Chen. Good. Chen Chen nodded. Boss, the way that corpse looks, it doesn't look like it's been frozen for a few years. It shouldn't be more than a year. Even though it's cold storage, the length of time makes a difference. If we're going by what the guy said, his wife might be in a situation as well. You can check to see if they were divorced, and if they weren't, I'm afraid they were killed. If killed, the body should have been stored here as well. It was not found. It's hard to say. freezing the body is just to hide it. If this cold storage had been in place, the body would not have been exposed even if it had been kept for decades. Wait a minute, look behind the shelf. There seems to be something there. Chen Chen walked behind the shelves and looked at them, noticing that there were a few intact pigs, but these pigs were covered in scars. Years and years of freezing have not eliminated these traces. Boss, who's so sick? This seems to have been done with a whip. What's the point of hitting a pig? Kind of. I do have a vision. It was the same when I went to see those two stall holders today. People are always used to judging the nature of a person by their appearance, but sometimes there is often a world of difference. Like that burly man, with his ferocious-looking exterior, everyone will think it's a murderer. Even I, when I want to test the waters, I subconsciously choose him. This glasses guy, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Come on, let's go to his house. Chen Chen stood up. Where to? To whose house? Are you okay, big brother? Looking at Chen Chen suddenly standing up, Wang He timidly went forward and asked. Just now, Chen Chen suddenly squatted on the ground, muttering to himself at a few pigs frozen into ice. Wang He was instantly numb, knowing that Chen Chen was being sick again, but Qi Xiaozhu was not here at this time, and Wang He simply did not know what to do. If only before, Wang He might still be confident that he could take Chen Chen down. However, after experiencing the last hands-on in the nightclub, Wang He had a new understanding of Chen Chen's combat power. If the two really fought, Wang He would not be an opponent at all. What's more, it's not illegal for Chen Chen to beat up this psycho. Taking a beating yourself is purely for nothing. Wang He was about to quietly touch a piece of frozen meat and slap it on the back of Chen Chen's head, striking first. Chen Chen, however, suddenly stood up. Go to this man's house and look around. Maybe there will be some discovery. Chen Chen spoke to Wang He. The two men had Kishiretsu find out the man's exact address. On the way, Qi Xiaozhu also sent a message. Chen Chen, that Zhang Ji doesn't have a divorce record. The information shows that he married a woman named Trisha Wang 5 years ago. Qi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen Chen. No record of divorce? What's the situation? Didn't that stallholder say he was divorced? Wang He was a bit surprised. Looks like I guessed right. You apply for a warrant and come straight over. Let's go in first. Chen Chen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu. Guess what? Wang He blearily asked Chen Chen. He was with Chen Chen throughout the entire process of solving the case this time. Other than just now when Chen Chen froze over the corpses of a few old sows, the rest of the time they knew the same clues. But Wang He himself had no train of thought, motive for murder, and identity of the dead. Chen Chen led Wang He to the door of the murderer's house. Brother, shall I call a locksmith? Wang He said as he looked at the gate. Shinobu and the others have already gone to get a search warrant, so we can go in early and save some time. Just don't destroy the scene. Chen Chen spoke to Wang He. Big brother, this is out of order. Is subject to disciplinary action. Wang He tugged at Chen Chen. I'm not a cop. Who disciplines me? Even the police won't know I was there if I don't want to leave a trace. Chen Chen smiled, listening to Wang He in a daze. Big brother, no wonder you don't want to be a cop. It's too comforting. I'll go back and quit high and low to work with you. Wanga rolled up his sleeves. You can forget it. Just your police family. You won't be approved even if you resign. As Chen Chen spoke, he took out a membership card for Lucky Wonton from his body and reached into the doorway with a firm stroke. The electronically locked security door opened. Big brother, where did you learn this trick? I'll try. Wang Yi took the card with both eyes. Let Chen Chen go into the house and unlock the door, but the result was that it didn't open even after several tries. Miserably, he asked Chen Chen to open the door for him. All right, lay low, take your shoes off and don't move things around. Chen Chen instructed Wang He as he headed inside. It's a suite of two. The living room was cluttered with piles of trash. Sure enough, the man with the glasses looked refined and humane on the outside, but it's surprisingly sloppy behind the scenes. Big brother, this bedroom. Wanga was at the bedroom door in a flurry of alarm. Chen Chen also came to the bedroom door and looked in, only to see that the bedroom was full of all kinds of torture instruments, whips, chains, dog collars, candles, etc., and many other things that Chen Chen and the others couldn't name. That's a lot of fun. Wang Yi's eyes widened. Having watched small movies often, I naturally know what these props are for. All right, let's go. The motive for the killing has been confirmed. Chen Chen nodded. No, big brother, what's the situation? Wang Yi was full of doubts. I suspect that this murderer has sadistic tendencies. As you can see with these props, there is an incremental increase in abuse under normal circumstances. At this point in time, it could easily have been an accident. His wife is not divorced, but he's saying to the public that he's divorced, and it's very likely that there's been an accident. Judging by these props, they've been used recently, and that newly discovered body hadn't been frozen for too long. There should be a lot more that this man does privately, but what makes me wonder is that there is no body of his wife in the cold storage. It shouldn't be. Chen Chen frowned and thought, it's happening right now. Kishiretsu and the others arrived as well. Chen Chen, what have you found? The crowd was not too surprised to see Chen Chen inside the scene. You guys collect the hair from the bedroom and some blood. Compare it to the body. I suspect there may be other dead people. How's it going over there? Did the man confess? Chen Chen asked Shi Xiaozhu. Don't mention it. The guy went in there and kept playing dumb, saying he didn't know anything. The body's in the warehouse. They were all put there by someone else to frame him. But it just so happens that warehouse does rent out to several fish sellers and friars at the market. There weren't any fingerprints or clues pointing to him on that body either. I heard he's going to sue you when he gets out, saying you framed him. Shi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen Chen in exasperation. Sue me? Come on. I'll meet him. Being so strong is nothing but a bluff. Chen Chen said indifferently and walked towards the outside. Chapter 141 Corpses ground into powder. Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Brigade. Chen Chen had just walked into the interrogation room when the man with the glasses stood up. That's you. I just learned that you're not a cop at all. So what gives you the right to slander me as a murderer in front of so many people? I've been selling meat at the market for so many years, and it's all about good word of mouth and reputation. Who's going to buy meat from me now after what you've done? You're going to pay me for my financial losses. I'll sue you until you go bankrupt, unless you apologize to me in public and clear the air for me. The man with glasses chattered and shouted at Chen Chen. Compensation for financial losses? You can't sell more than a few taels of meat a day with that tie stall of yours. Still have the nerve to ask for losses? Chen Chen sat down with disdain. The loss of my reputation is just as important. The man with the glasses was a little embarrassed, but still said with a strained neck, okay, I'll tell you what. The police have searched your house and found quite a few things. You don't know that yet, do you? Chen Chen turns defense into offense. You are trespassing. I'm going to sue you. The man with the glasses panicked at that. With a warrant. Looks like you're panicking. I didn't realize you were playing so fancy with all those props I've never seen before. Chen Chen flirted. What happened to the flowers I played with? That doesn't prove I'm a murderer, does it? The man with the glasses knew there was no point in hiding it after his home had been searched by the police. Those props certainly don't prove it. But how do you explain the fact that we found the same blood on the props as the body? Chen Chen smiled faintly. No way. There's absolutely no way it's bleeding. I was using dash. Humph. I don't know what you're talking about. The man with glasses spoke excitedly, but halfway through, he realized something was wrong and hastily shut his mouth. I heard about the divorce from your wife. Chen Chen changed the subject. So what if it is? If you can't get along, get out. The man with the glasses shrugged. Where did your wife go after the divorce? Chen Chen asked. How do I know? It's all divorced. We're each looking for our own and not interfering with each other's families. The man with the glasses said. From what you're saying, you found another woman? It's been 3 years since the divorce. Why don't you get married? Chen Chen asked with a smile. What's it to you? I do. The man with glasses looked at Chen Chen impatiently. I'll say it for you then. Because you didn't divorce your wife. You killed her. You can't legally remarry without a divorce. This is information that the police can easily find out and you lied about it, which gives them reason to suspect you. Chen Chen smiled slightly. I didn't kill anyone. Who killed someone? The man with glasses mumbled down, almost following Chen Chen's words. It just felt like my brain was in turmoil. We just didn't do the paperwork. We're essentially divorced. The man with the glasses said. There are cases of people who are divorced but don't get a divorce decree, don't go through the divorce process. And there are cases of people who are ready to remarry because of their children. But it does seem pretty normal to be in a situation like yours, where you haven't seen each other again for 3 years. Chen Chen mocked. Listening to Chen Chen's words, the man with the glasses didn't say anything else. He knew that what he had just said had led him into a paradox that was difficult to prove to himself. If you say the wrong thing next, you'll probably get yourself killed. From the body parts recovered at the scene, the head is missing. Also, your wife's body has not been found. And I'm really curious as to what would be a better place to hide a body than a cold storage facility. Until I found some tools in your house. Bone grinder. Chen Chen took his cell phone out showing a picture. I looked it up on my phone and it's designed to cut and grind frozen tuna. The most appropriate way to hide a corpse is to transform its form. For example, the corpses are ground into a powder, then made into clay blanks, then cryogenically frozen, just like bricks. These are the same bricks you used to pad things in the middle of the cooler, right? Chen Chen said slowly. Hearing Chen Chen's words, the man with the glasses stared in shock. You don't have to look at me like that. No matter how much the form changes, the material composition and DNA do not change. All it takes is for the police to verify it. You're not going to come forward with an explanation now? Chen Chen clasped his hands and coldly looked at the man with glasses. The man with the glasses blanched and his lips moved. The words were swallowed. If I give an account now, can it be considered a surrender? I killed someone by accident. Finally, after a long time, the man with the glasses raised his head and asked Chen Chen, accidental killing? You're not trying to say that you killed them unintentionally while you were abusing them, are you? Chen Chen asked. Right, my wife is not really my favorite look. That fat pig of hers makes me sick to look at. I like to read. She likes to bounce. I like to drink tea. She likes to drink wine. Every errand was torture for me. But one time, after she got drunk, I wanted to get back at her and beat her up. I didn't realize I was soothing and pleasurable. I've been playing that way ever since. The man with the glasses spoke to Chen Chen. And your wife is so cooperative? Chen Chen asked. Yeah, she's always hated me for not being a man before. But since I've been abusing her, she's gotten better and better at it. And the harder I hit her, the more comfortable she gets. I developed this abusive habit after that. But one time the play got so bad it suffocated her alive. I just moved her body to a cold storage facility, froze it and still worried about discovery, and ground it all up into powder, made into some bricks. The man with the glasses spoke honestly to Chen Chen. What happened to the other body? Who is the deceased? Chen Chen continued to ask. It's a divorced woman named Red. She's someone I met at the hair wash and we hang out a lot. She likes to be abused too. This time she got high on her own, and it wasn't all me. The man with the glasses stammered. When did you meet? Chen Chen asked. 6 months now. The man with the glasses thought about it. Your wife died 3 years ago and there hasn't been another woman in the 2 years or so in between? Chen Chen asked with a frown. Once this abusive tendency starts, it's like sucking on D. It simply won't stop. The man with the glasses gulped. Speak. Other than that, is there any? Chen Chen watched the glasses man's eyes subconsciously drift to the left and realized that there must be something else he was hiding from himself. Also, there were 3 more in all, and their bodies were ground into bricks that I used to expand the cold room. The man with glasses looked at Chen Chen sheepishly and said, Chapter 142, Creative Ways to Hide a Corpse. Expanding cold storage? You mean the inside wall of that cold room? Chen Chen was also a bit shocked, although I guessed that there were other dead people. But how could I not expect that this person could do this? Yeah, I rented that cooler originally. I bought it after the accident 3 years ago, and when the market expanded, I followed suit and expanded the cooler from the inside out. Those bricks are inside the cooler, and as long as the cooler doesn't lose power, those bricks won't be found. The man with the glasses nodded. So what? I can confess all. And when those people died, I didn't kill them on purpose. It's all a result of having to play the choking game. I've said it all. It's kind of a surrender, isn't it? The man with the glasses asked Chen Chen with a blear-eyed look. Surrender? Chen Chen was on the verge of being infuriated. One death might qualify as an accident, but this killing of 4 people in a row, and it's still an accident? Besides, even if the motive for the killing was accidental, he froze several corpses into popsicles and ground them into powder. This kind of behavior was so bad that it was unique, not to mention Tianhai City, even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, simply pioneered a new way of hiding and destroying corpses. You wait, absolutely set you up properly. Chen Chen shook his head and walked out. Chen Chen, the results of the on-site testing are out. Found a lot of hairs from the dead, and a lot of hairs from the rest of the guys, and we were just about to tell you to let you interrogate them. I didn't realize you already knew. Gong Jian spoke to Chen Chen. The fact that he has so many props in his house indicates that the addiction has gotten very big and won't stop easily. There won't be a gap of more than 2 years in between. Chen Chen shook his head. Anyway, thanks a lot for this one. This one happened inside a food market and has caused extremely bad publicity. The top is meeting to look into solving the case within a time limit to give the public an explanation. You just help solve the case. The top is getting ready to have a convention to recognize it, and we're so deserving of it. Gong Jian said, there's no need to be guilty. Captain Gong will pay my fee anyway. Then there are those bricks in the back warehouse that still need to be investigated and checked one by you. I'm just providing an idea for a conviction, and it's really up to you guys to find out bit by bit what those evidences are that will convict him. You can't have one without the other. Chen Chen smiled and spoke to Gong Jian. Okay, just hurry up. Your little brother is still waiting for you. Gong Jian nodded. After Chen Chen walked out of the police station, he saw Wang He squatting blearily on the steps with a field of cigarette butts in front of him. What are you squatting for? Why don't you go inside? Chen Chen was a bit puzzled. Oh big brother, I'm devastated. I talked to the constable just now, and that's how I found out about your old man's previous legend. Big brother, I realized that from now on I shouldn't call you big brother. I should call you Big Master. Wang He spoke to Chen Chen. Just now, Wang He learned about the series of legendary case-solving processes that Chen Chen had created after he had just graduated and arrived at the police station. Also heard Chen Chen 3 years mental hospital, although not in the police department, but the police department has been Chen Chen legend of the 3-year process. I also heard about the process of encountering a case and bringing Chen Chen out after 2 big cases sent the former CID chief to a high promotion. According to Gong Jian's meritocracy now, it's probably soon. Wang He had thought that he was already talented enough, but those farts of his own were indeed farts compared to Chen Chen's legend. Not worth mentioning. It's not practical to cook at this late hour. Come on, I'll take you to a small restaurant where the ravioli is especially good. Chen Shan said to Wang He, big brother, just the two of us going to dinner? Calling for sister-in-law, or you won't go back to your knees? Wang He asked Chen Shan, how can a real man be such a wimp? I'm telling you, women can't be spoiled. You have to make your position clear when you first start a relationship. Never be a lickspittle. You have a tendency to do that now. Chen Shen spoke to Wang He. Kind of hated it. Big brother, people like you can't even experience my pain. Droughts die of drought and floods die of floods, and I've never held a girl's hand in all my life. Wang He said miserably. Alright, I'll have Shinobu introduce you to some girlfriends someday. By the way, I haven't seen Shinobu since I got back today. Where did she go? Chen Shan was a bit strange. I haven't seen Qi Xiaozhu involved in this case. Even if Qi Xiaozhu came home from work, she should have said hello to them. Chen Shan pulled out his phone to call Qi Xiaozhu. Where have you been? Wang He and I are going to eat wontons. Do you want to go? Chen Shan asked Qi Xiaozhu. And eat ravioli. There's a case, and I'm already out on the scene. Qi Xiaozhu on the other end of the phone was full of helplessness. Another case? Chen Chen froze. Yeah, inside a wooded area on the outskirts. A headless man's body. The station was short-staffed, so I brought a trainee constable with me, Kishozo said without a trace of humor. Upon hearing that Chen Shan and Wang He were going for a late-night snack, instead, she had to continue to work overtime in a miserable manner, and Qi Xiaozhu became furious. Well, you can work well. We too went to eat. Chen Chen grinned. Follow Wang He to the door of the wonton store. Boss, 4 wontons packed to go. Chen Shan said to the boss. Big brother, didn't you just say you don't want to be a lickspittle? And now you're not eyeballing my sister-in-law for food? Wang He was filled with contempt. You know, begging and calling it licking. I'm your sister-in-law actively pursuing me. Learn. Chen Shen slapped Wang He behind the head. In the middle of a forest on the outskirts of Tianhai City, a cordon was drawn outside, and some villagers gathered around to watch. Kishiretsu looked on in front of a corpse as the police trainee did a walkthrough of the surrounding villagers. This time, the Tianyu farmers market case required a large number of forensic examiners and police officers to examine those body bricks. The police force is seriously understaffed. After receiving the report, Gong Jian asked Qi Xiaozhu to bring the police officers. In Gong Jian's opinion, Qi Shiatsu was already quite good, and during this time she also followed Chen Shen to solve the case. Her ability should be enough to deal with the case, and Kishiretsu was also the only police officer who can do the autopsy alone. But Kishiretsu realized it wasn't that simple when he arrived. The location where the body was found was remote, not to mention that it was still nighttime, adding to her difficulty. Coupled with the cold weather, Kishengzu was freezing. Thinking about the scene of Chen Shan and Wang He both hotly drinking wontons, Qi Xiaozhu was furious. It's happening right now. A car drove up. Kishiretsu looked on in wonderment. Got backup coming? Didn't the captain say there weren't enough men? While Qi Xiaozhu was curious, she saw Chen Shan and Wang He both grinning as they walked over. Chapter 143, Headless Corpses. What brings you two here? Kishiretsu was overjoyed. I knew you hadn't eaten, so I packed it over for you. So eat and warm up while I look at the body. Chen Chen smiled. Brother, come over here and eat something first. Wang He, you go and take over his walk. Chen Chen turned his head again to greet the police officer next to him. The corner of Wang He's mouth twitched. Brother, where's the face? You're warming up your sister-in-law. Why are you hitching a ride with me? I haven't eaten it either. Wang He was speechless. Thanks, brother-in-law. The constable rubbed his hands together and walked over. You're welcome. Your brother-in-law, I'm here to rake in the extra money. What's the scene? Chen Shan asked with a smile, listening to the police officer and Chen Shan calling each other brother-in-law in a familiar manner. Qi Xiaozhu couldn't help but blush. We got a report of a headless body found here. The neighborhood has been searched and there are no heads. The report was made by an old stockman who was passing by with his sheep when he noticed them gnawing on something, and when he came up to see what it was, he found it to be a human leg. Qi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen Shen. The woods? Chen Shen turned on his headlights and looked around. Boss, this is a wooded area, but it's close to the village. Who would put a body in such an obvious place? This should not be the first crime scene, nor the scene of the dumping of the body. Yeah, from the looks of the dirt on the body, it appears to have been buried, but the burial was shallow and was dragged out by the sheep. Sheep eat meat too? Yes, technically, sheep are omnivores and don't just eat grass. Sheep eating chickens in rural areas is nothing new. Plus there's not much grass to eat now that it's cold, so it's normal to dribble it out. The dead man's head appears to have been cut off. The belly seems to be a little too big for its own good. Time of death is more than half a month. A body that heavy won't be dragged too far. The place where the body was buried should be nearby. Chen Shen turned around with his cell phone flashlight and suddenly saw something flash. Walk over and take a look. Surprisingly, I found a ring in the mud. The The ring is very roughly made. One has diamonds on it, but they should not be real diamonds. On the inside of the ring, a small line was engraved. Wife. Shin Shin. Chen Chen shook his head. This information could not be used for the time being. Continuing to look in the direction of the ring, I found a leafy depression that was a little strange. Walking over and picking at it with a branch, I found a pit underneath the fallen leaves. Judging by the size of the pit, it was about the same size as that body. Something strange, boss. This pit is too shallow, even though it can bury the body. It's easy to get caught. The killer cut the head off, and it's possible that people around here recognize it. Don't want anyone to find out the identity. I see that all the surrounding villages are full of old people. Could it be the old people who did this? That's a possibility. Boss, the soil under this pit isn't quite right. Chen Chen jumped into the pit and watched. It does get a little fluffy. The dirt is frozen hard this time of year. It shouldn't have to be this way. There might be something else down there. Chen Chen used a branch to plow through it. The dirt underneath really isn't as frozen and porcelain as it should be. Chen Chen, where are you? Chen Chen? It's happening right now. From the side came the anxious voices of Kishozu and the others. Just now, Chi Xiaozhu finished their wontons and prepared to take another look, but when they turned their heads, they realized that Chen Chen had disappeared. A headless body inside the entire forest seemed particularly ominous. Here it is. Chen Chen stood up from the pit. Just now he was squatting in the pit digging, and he couldn't be seen outside at all. What are you doing here? Kishochu asked as she walked over. There's something else under this pit. Get a shovel. Chen Chen spoke to Chi Xiaozhu. Soon, Chen Chen and the others used shovels to dig about a meter down in the pit, and there was a rattan box. Inside the wicker chest was a rotting, almost decomposed head. That's too strange. Why would the head be buried alone at such a depth? Could it be some sort of ritual of some sort? Is it a vendetta? Kishiretsu was puzzled. Hard to say, but there must be some point in doing this. Chen Chen shook his head and said, climbing out of the pit, he came to the body he had just found. Big brother, this corpse is very strange. This belly is so big. If you are normally fat, it shouldn't be. Wang He was squatting next to the headless body and studying something. Don't move. Chen Chen watched as Wang He was about to press on the dead man's stomach and hurriedly stopped it, then down to the body close enough to look at it. At first it was thought that the deceased was simply obese, resulting in a large stomach. After all, many people currently have a fatty liver type of beer belly, resulting in a large stomach, but it doesn't seem to be the same now. A normal beer belly is just a larger abdominal area, but this body in front of me, from the chest cavity position, has begun to appear puffy, and even the ribs have been obviously deformed. Boss, it's not quite right. The inside of this stomach seems to be gas. You look at the location of the deceased's asshole. There are some contusions. No way. Did someone from the chrysanthemums pour some gas into the dead man? Are you kidding me? I'm afraid that's the truth. And it was operated after death. Intentionally. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to bring it back on the road like this. Chen Chen frowned and thought. Shinobu, is there a needle? Chen Chen thought about it and asked Chi Xiaozhu. There are needles and syringes for sampling. What are you doing? Chi Xiaozhu handed Chen Chen a syringe. With this body, I'm worried that if I transport it back, there will be an accident on the way. Next I'm going to perform some maneuvers, and you'll film for evidence. Chen Chen said to Chi Xiaozhu. Don't we just take the body back and dispose of it? Kishozu was a bit surprised. I have a not so good feeling that perhaps someone else will wish to carry the body, but then I'm afraid we'll be hard pressed to get an intact body. Chen Chen shook his head. What do you mean? Kishozu was full of doubts. You'll understand if you watch, Chen Chen said as he stuck the needle up towards the dead man's stomach. Chen Chen's actions startled Chi Xiaozhu, but did not dare to stop at all, and could only hold up his cell phone for the entire video. I suspect the inside of the body was filled with some kind of gas. Once it's moved, it's likely to cause the body to explode. So I'm going to go ahead and release the pressure and put the gases inside a bag that can be used for subsequent testing, Chen Chen said while placing an evidence bag filled with a bag of gas at the location of the needle's mouth. Feeling the buoyancy of the evidence bag, Chen Chen frowned. From his pocket, he took out a lighter and lit it at the head of the needle. Moment. The needle was actually emitting a blue flame. It's hydrogen. Someone filled the inside of the body with a lot of hydrogen. Kishozu exclaimed. Chapter 144, there are perverts every year, but this year there are especially many. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's awesome. What's it going to be? It's just sick. Wang He heard the commotion and came over. I'm afraid the level of perversion goes beyond that. I suspect that the killer wasn't just trying to fill the body with gas, he was trying to make it float. The body was buried very shallowly, And after decomposition, the gas increases even more. If it floats, after it reaches a certain height, the increased pressure will simply explode. It's a rain of blood and flesh when it comes. After getting rid of the head, I'm afraid I was thinking that I wouldn't be able to identify the body after the explosion. Chen Chen shook his head and said, "Really? Let the body fly into the air? How is this possible? There's no way the weight of a corpse could fly with so little hydrogen." Wang Yi's eyes widened. Not everyone has that kind of knowledge. It's good enough for someone to know that hydrogen floats, but it's not always possible to know that this is the case. Chen Chen explained, "This is too sick. Formerly there was a method of destroying corpses by grinding them into powder to make bricks, and now there's one that flies into the air and explodes to destroy them. The world is crazy." Wang Yi shook his head. The cause of death of the body would be asphyxiation. Chen Chen looked down at the corpse. Oxygen deprivation and asphyxiation? Can you? Kishozu was a bit surprised. Normally, bodies that die of asphyxiation are usually a greenish-purple color. The changes are most noticeable especially in the face, and with oxygen deprivation and asphyxiation, there are usually signs of struggle in the limbs of the deceased. I've seen the body and there are no visible marks on it. Neither did the head. Kishochak asked suspiciously from the side. She also knows more or less about autopsies. You're right. Normal asphyxiation does occur with these conditions, but the head of the deceased was cut off, and the cut surface of the head came in contact with air, the oxygen of which causes the blood vessels to undergo rapid oxidation. In this way, many of the symptoms of hypoxic asphyxia are alleviated. Coupled with the fact that the deceased had been dead for a long time, the characteristics of asphyxiation are no longer very obvious, so the head was cut off, not only to conceal the identity of the deceased, but also to save weight. Chen Chen explained to the two, "That's awesome, big brother. I couldn't have believed it if you hadn't told me about it." Wang He exclaimed, "The scene is pretty much set. You can check the wife of the deceased." Chen Chen took out the ring he had just discovered. Tianhai City Police Station. After deflating the body, Chen Chen and the others brought it back without incident. Listening to Chen Chen's description and the video of the scene, everyone in the Tianhai City Police Department was shocked as if they were listening to heavenly books. Wouldn't have believed it, but looking at the video taken by Kishiretsu, and the bag of floating gas, almost dropped my jaw in shock. Many forensic scientists are very much in the back of their minds, thanks to the fact that it was Chen Chen who came out of the scene. I'm afraid they wouldn't even notice if they were in their place. In the process of carrying it, 9 times out of 10, it could explode, and when that happened, not only would the body be destroyed, but it would probably leave an indelible psychological shadow on them as well. Chen Chen, the identity of the deceased has been determined. We have also contacted the deceased's wife, but there seems to be a problem. Shi Xiaozhu walked over and spoke to Chen Chen. Problems? What's going on? Chen Chen was a bit surprised. According to the description of the deceased's wife, the deceased was out of town on a business trip for the past few days, and in the last night, she spoke to the deceased. We've got the deceased's wife at the station, Shi Xiaozhu said to Chen Chen. Listening to Shi Xiaozhu's words, Chen Chen was also a bit surprised. It's hard to believe that the body and the head are not one and the same. There's another dead man? Soon, a woman walks into the police station. She is none other than the wife of the deceased Su Ming. Huang Xin, comrade policeman. What's wrong? Is something wrong with my husband? He's out of town on business. Huang Xinxin asked at the police officer as soon as he came in. When did he leave? Chen Chen asked. Half a month ago. I think it's number 8. Huang Xinxin said thoughtfully. Chen Chen and Shi Xiaozhu glanced at each other. This time, it was about the same as the time the deceased died. It appears that the deceased died after a business trip. He's traveling somewhere on business? Is it a company arrangement? Or is it personal? Chen Chen continued to ask. He said it was a company arrangement, and in such a hurry that when he came back from work he packed his bags in a hurry and went out without even having time for dinner. Officer, did something happen to my husband? Huang Xinxin looked at Chen Chen's expression on their faces and seemed to have guessed something. Your husband is dead, Chen Chen said slowly. No way, Mr. Officer, you must be mistaken. He talked to me on the phone last night. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Huang Xinxin was filled with disbelief. Show her the body, Chen Chen said to Shi Xiaozhu. He kept looking at Huang Xinxin's expression, always feeling that something wasn't quite right. There was a deliberate display of anger. Chen Chen followed to the inside of the morgue. That Huang Xinxin howled after seeing the head. Chen Chen shook his head. He had met many families of the dead, and many relatives found it hard to cry the moment they saw the dead. But the Huang Xinxin in front of him seemed to be deliberately showing her sadness. Chen Chen noticed that the clothes on this Huang Xinxin's body were all famous brands, and her hands were all wearing jewelry of great value. But when you think about that ring found at the burial site at the time, the deceased should not have been in too good a condition. Looks I'm afraid this case has something to do with Huang Xinxin. MS. Huang, I'm sorry for your loss. I can see that you and your husband were very close. When did you meet? Chen Chen watched as the crying was almost over and went up to ask. We were together in college. A very good relationship. I just didn't realize he'd been killed, Huang Xinxin said as she wiped her tears. Well, in that case, go ahead and go back. The police will track down the killer as best they can, Chen Chen said to Huang Xinxin. Shi Xiaozhu wanted to continue asking something, but was stopped by Chen Chen with a look. Chen Chen, did you find something? When Huang Xinxin had left, Shi Xiaozhu asked Chen Chen. Yeah, she lied. There is no trace of a ring on the ring finger of her hand, indicating that she hadn't worn a ring for a long time, but the deceased had been wearing one, and the couple shouldn't have been that close. In addition, this Huang Xinxin is covered in high-class clothes and jewelry. I'm afraid it's hard to match according to the deceased's financial resources. She can be followed for a bit, and I expect she'll do something when she realizes the dead man's body has been found, Chen Chen said to Qi Xiaozhu. Chapter 145, We both play our own game. Police Department. After Huang Xinxin came out of the police station, she took a taxi back home. After waiting for Huang Xinxin to go upstairs, a car quietly parked near Huang Xinxin's building. Big brother, I'm here on vacation. You guys are too much. Ever since I came to Tianhai City, I've either been solving cases or on my way to solving cases, not to mention wandering around. I haven't even eaten a single meal of authentic Tianhai City cuisine, and now I'm being asked to do a stakeout. Do you guys think that's appropriate? Wang Yi sat in the driver's seat and grumbled to both Chen Chen and Qi Xiaozhu, who were hidden in the back seat. It can't be helped. We've both shown our faces. You're the only one who's too raw to be exposed. The last cold storage case involved most of the police department's police force, and it simply can't spare the manpower. So who's going to be on it if you're not? Besides, don't you want to experience the life of a private detective? It would be nice to not charge you. Chen Chen smiled. Qi Xiaozhu looked at Wang Yi's speechless appearance and couldn't help but hold her tongue. Don't worry. When this case is finished, I'll take 2 days off and the two of us will accompany you to have a good time in Tianhai City, Qi Xiaozhu said to Wang Yi with a smile. Sister-in-law. On my big brother's body that encounters evil, it's better to forget about it. I guess I'll go on to play and meet some case halfway, so I'll hurry up and leap when I'm done. Wang Yi quickly waved his hand. He was sort of scared. Wait, out so soon? While several people were talking, Wang Yi suddenly saw Huang Xinxin walk out from inside the building. There was no sadness on his face, but rather a hint of excitement. Not only that, but it seems to have changed clothes just now. Big brother, it's not right. This Huang Xinxin home is specifically changed a dress? Judging by her reaction, there's something really wrong with this guy. Wang Yi stared wide-eyed. Keep your voice down and follow quietly to see what's going on. Chen Chen lowered his voice and said, soon. This Huang Xinxin arrived at the entrance of the district, holding a cell phone to look for a while. A Mercedes-Benz parked on the side of the road. Huang Xinxin pulled open the passenger door and sat in it. In between getting into the car, one was able to see that the driver was a middle-aged man. Chen Chen, you actually guessed correctly. This Huang Xinxin really has a problem. Her husband only just died and she's dating a man, and judging from their reactions, the relationship is definitely not ordinary. It's possible that two people conspired to kill the deceased. Qi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen Chen. Don't guess just yet. At that time I did see that there was something wrong with Huang Xinxin, and it could correspond with the circumstances of her cheating, but it's a little out of character for her to be in such a hurry to go on a date with her lover. Think about it, if two people really conspired to kill someone, especially if they had just come out of the police station and were suspected by the police, how could they meet immediately? But let's not forget that they were able to tell that the murderer was very meticulous by decapitation and dumping the body, among other means. Obviously a phone call would have done the trick. There was no need to meet. Chen Chen, however, shook his head. Big brother, I think you're overthinking it. Not everyone is so smart. Maybe the adulterous couple just can't wait to celebrate. Wang He was somewhat unimpressed. The murderer buried the body and also filled the inside of the body with hydrogen gas, just to wait for the body to rot inside and explode and fly up. It's only now that we've been discovered that we can't call it a celebration, Chen Chen said. Listening to Chen Chen's words, Wang He and Qi Xiaozhu both fell silent as well. So what do we do? Isn't this following for nothing? Wang He was a little frustrated. Not really. Judging from Huang Xinxin's reaction, she must know something, but it didn't come out inside the police station at the time. Now it's a handle, which should help us know more. Chen Chen turned his head to look at Qi Xiaozhu. I know. Kishiretsu understood and got up and headed for the hotel lobby. Half an hour later, Huang Xinxin walked out of the elevator on the arm of brother Mercedes. The moment he saw Qi Xiaozhu, his face, which was still full of flushing, instantly became as white as paper. Come on, come with us. Kishochu stepped forward and spoke. Who are you? You who? It can't be your sister, can it? You have such a pretty sister? The middle-aged man looked at Chi Xiaozhu with two glowing eyes. Police. Kishiretsu waved his police officer's license around. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. Officer, it has nothing to do with me. I just found out who that is dead. The middle-aged man spoke in a hurry. It's not up to you to decide if there's a connection or not. Come back to the station with me. Kisho Chuck said coldly. Tianhai City Police Station. Officer, it was my husband who cheated on me first, and I knew all those things about him a long time ago. Every time I say I'm on a business trip, I'm actually going on a private date with that little leprechaun. I can't control it, so let's each play our own game. Every time he goes on a business trip, I'll go and play with Mr. Liu. He's the boss of my original company, and all these jewels were bought for me by him too. Huang Xinxin was honest this time and told Chen Chen and the others all about her situation. Who is that little goblin you speak of? Your husband's salary isn't too high, is it? Chen Chen asked with some doubt. Now I don't know. His salary is not high, but the nature of his work is often socializing, so I guess it's another one of those shampoo girls kind of thing. Oh yeah, I remember seeing an ultrasound slip on him earlier. I think it was called something like Wang Li, from the First People's Hospital. Huang Xinxin spoke to Chen Chen. Ultrasound sheets? Pregnant? Chen Chen was a bit surprised. I think so. I remember like 3 months or so. Huang Xinxin nodded. You don't want revenge when you're pregnant? Kishiretsu questioned. In her opinion, this is the motive for Huang Xinxin to commit the crime. What's there to get back at? If that little goblin gets pregnant, it's just the thing to get a divorce from me. He's part of the at-fault party. I can get him cleaned out. I didn't expect a sudden death. I think it might have been that little goblin. Huang Xinxin said to Chen Chen. Why do you say that? Chen Chen asked. My husband is a dead stingy man. He would not let me share the house and property, and he was still looking at me for our family money. If that little leprechaun was really pregnant, my husband would never let her have it. Huang Xinxin explained. Got it. You can go, but don't leave Tianhai City. If there's a situation, the police will find you at any time. Chen Chen said to Huang Xinxin. Just let her go? It's possible she's lying. Kishozu was a bit puzzled. No, for once she should be telling the truth. Chen Chen shook his head. Doesn't that mean that there's a high probability that this junior killed someone? What do we do next? That Wang Li, we only know a name. It's impossible to find. Kishiretsu asked. The First People's Hospital. Knowing the name, we should be able to find specific information about Wang Li. Chen Chen said to Chi Xiaozhu. The First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. You guys looking for Wang Li? She's dead. The doctor was filled with surprise as he listened to Chen Chen and their intentions. Chapter 146. One body, two lives. Already dead? When was that? Chen Chen and the others were a bit surprised. It's been almost half a month or so. She was over 5 months pregnant at the time and had to come to us for an abortion. Usually the best time to abort is within 2 months. And at 5 months or so the baby is already formed, and we don't recommend abortion procedures. And there's going to be a huge risk, so we're very impressed with this Wang Li. The doctor spoke to Chen Chen and the others. Do you remember at the time? Who accompanied her? Chen Chen asked. A man, with glasses, not very tall. The two of them even had a big fight at our hospital at the time, so we're all a little impressed. The doctor recalled. Will you see if this is the man? Kishiretsu took out one of the dead man's previous photos. Right, that's him. He was wearing a hat and mask at the time, but it was ripped off by Wang Li and we all saw it. The doctor spoke with great certainty. How did Wang Li die? Chen Chen asked again. Hemorrhaging from a miscarriage. There was nothing we could do. The risks of the surgery were extremely high at the time, and we explained that to the family, but they insisted on doing it. It wasn't saved after the resuscitation. It's a shame. 2 dead bodies and a boy. The doctor also shook his head with regret. Listening to the doctor's words, Shi Xiaozhu and Wang He both couldn't help but shake their heads. It's so hard to get a lead, but the person is dead. Where is Wang Li's body now? Did someone take care of it? Chen Chen asked after some thought. Yes, it was her father who came. It seems to have taken the body back, even the baby that was induced, the doctor said with a nod. Check Wang Li's father's address immediately. Chen Chen hurriedly said to Chi Xiaozhu. The case has been pursued so far that it is almost clear. It must be that the deceased made Wang Li pregnant, or Wang Li intentionally became pregnant and wanted to marry the deceased, but was forced by the deceased to abort the child, killing her twice. The murderer is probably Wang Li's father. Check. It's in the village near where the body was found. Soon, Chi Xiaozhu found out the address of Wang Li's father. I've asked Team Gong and the others to go over first. Let's hurry over as well. Chi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen Chen. No, I'm worried that Huang Xinxin might be in danger. Chen Chen waved his hand. Ha, can't, can you? Are you saying that Wang Li's father will continue to go after Huang Xin? Kishozu was a bit surprised. Don't underestimate the murderous heart of a vengeful father. Since the location where the body was buried was near the village, the murderer was probably among the crowd when we were digging up the body at the scene. After not laying a hand on Huang Xinxin for so long, it's possible that he's looking for Huang Xinxin's address, and the fact that we found the body will undoubtedly prompt him to act faster. And then there was the ring that was found at the scene, which, now that I think about it, seems to have been deformed not by being stepped on, but by being deliberately broken into that shape. That ring has Cindy Wong's name on the inside, Chen Chen explained. Then hurry up. At that time, Cindy Wong and the man left the police station together. Wang Yi leaped out in a hurry. Go to Cindy Wong's house. The murderer doesn't have this kind of information channel like we do. And even if they were looking for it, they might only know the location of Huang Xinxin's house from the information Wan Li mentioned. Chen Chen spoke to Wang Yi. Soon, the three of them then arrived at Huang Xinxin's neighborhood, and just as they drove downstairs, they realized that there were a lot of people gathered in front of the building, with a couple of fire trucks next to them. Watching from afar, smoke was billowing from Huang Xinxin's house. Seeing this scene, Chen Chan's and their hearts completely sank. What's going on? What happened? Put out the fire. Chen Chan rushed out in a hurry. Who knows? It suddenly caught on. There is still no water to the property hydrant and the fire escape is blocked by a tricycle selling balloons. Watching the landing. Damn this property, usually using the maintenance fund again to fix this and that. And then the hydrant has no water. Neighbors around the area were talking about it. Chen Chan shook his head. The tricycle selling balloons. I'm afraid Wang Li, his father, deliberately blocked it there. He knew that the police might soon be able to lock onto Huang Xinxin, and that's why he went to such extreme lengths. Let's go. Check out the fire escape next door. Chen Chan looked towards the side of the neighborhood. A farm tricycle was lifted aside. The tricycle also had a lot of colorful cartoon hydrogen balloons tethered to it. No wonder the killer filled the inside of the victim's stomach with hydrogen gas. The tools were kept in the back bucket. Where did the people go? Will they take advantage of the chaos to escape? Wang He paid alert attention to the crowd around him. It should be there. Chen Chen pointed to Huang Xinxin's house that was billowing smoke. Big brother, you mean, to die together? There's no need to be so desperate, is there? Wang He was startled. You can tell from this tricycle that the owner may not be in the best condition, but a very conscientious person. The inside of the car is cleaned up. There's some trim, and there's a picture of the father and daughter on this dashboard. If he wanted to escape, he wouldn't have left himself without a way out. From the photos, it looks like it was just the father and daughter, plus the pregnant child died, so there must be nothing left to hold on to. Chen Chen sighed. An hour later, firefighters managed to contain the fire. 3 charred bodies were recovered from inside the room. What Chen Chen and the others didn't expect was that the middle-aged man who had cheated with Huang Xinxin had also arrived at the house with Huang Xinxin. Shi Xiaoju's face was full of disbelief. I can't believe there are such brazen people in this world. Obviously Huang Xinxin's husband had just died, but he came to the house to cheat on her, or just came out of the hotel situation. People like that love human wives. Everyone despises Chao Mengda, but everyone aspires to Chao Mengda. Wang Yi fell back and shook his head with deep understanding. Chao Mengda? Not Chao Chao? What does this have to do with Chao Chao? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. Anan, it's fine. Fatty babbling. He has no one to blame but himself. Let's just say that the word color is a knife. Chen Chen had a black line and kicked Wang Yi. What now? The killer is dead, and yet we have no proof that Wang Li's father is the murderer. Kishozu sighed. Not necessarily. According to Huang Xinxin, the deceased originally used a business trip as a reason to go on a date with Wang Li, but by that time, Wang Li was already dead. How could he still be seeing Wang Li? And what was it that made him go to such a remote place at night? And where are the bodies of Wang Li and the child? Chen Chen said to the two. Wang Jia village. Go to Wang's village again. Shi Xiaozhu and Wang He instantly understood. Chapter 147. Where there is a cause, there is a consequence. Wang Jia village. When Chen Chen and the others arrived, they found Gong Jian and the others busy at Wang Li's house. Captain Gong, what's the situation? What's new? Chen Chen walked over. He knew that the fact that Gong Jian and the others didn't leave meant that they must have found some clues. Don't mention it. We came to Wang's village to arrest people, but there was no one inside the house at all. I heard from a neighbor that Wang Li's father left the house the day after he found the body. Hasn't been back until now. We went into his home to search and found dirt-stained shovels and 2 bodies stored in the middle of the freezer. Gong Jian spoke to Chen Chen. It was Wang Li and the child who died of induced abortion. Wang Li's father is indeed the murderer and is dead. Chen Chen then told the story of the fire that happened at Huang Xinxin's house. So the murderer and all the people involved are dead? Gong Jian was also a bit surprised to hear about the fire. but with the evidence found here so far, it's a conviction. It's just a bit of a shame that the final crime wasn't prevented. Chen Shen pointed to what was in front of him. It's good enough to solve the case without incident. That said, I don't even know how to thank you guys. This cold storage case took up the vast majority of our police force, and if it weren't for your help, this case wouldn't have been solved so quickly. Gong Jian patted Chen Shen's shoulder. Boss, I do think that this is the best ending. Or else what are you going to do with that murderer when you catch him? He's not going to survive. For everything, there is a cause and a consequence. I'm a little surprised you popped up after the case was solved. Don't tell me you found any clues before. Hey, indeed. At that time, when you were digging at the site, I noticed a man staring at us all the time. Afterward, when I saw Wang Li's photo, I guessed that the man might be Wang Li's father. Together with what happened to Wang Li, it's not hard to guess the murderer. It's not much ahead in terms of time, but at least it stops the fire behind it. Then why didn't you pop up earlier? As I said, what goes around comes around. You can't really not see Huang Xinxin's role in this matter, can you? You'll see. I'll know. The first time I saw Huang Xinxin, I knew that her kind of drama woman is not easy to deal with. Maybe Wang Li's pregnancy is Huang Xinxin's tampering with the small umbrella. Looking at the whole case, both the husband and the mistress are dead, and Huang Xinxin is the biggest beneficiary. As for that boss, maybe he's the one who's plotting all this behind the scenes. Die once and for all, for the sake of the people. Alright, it's too late to say anything now anyway. Chen Shen shook his head helplessly. Hey, boss, you're so handsome. Get out. Chen Shen had a black line on his head. He naturally understood what Elder meant when he said that. However, it was undeniable that, at least in terms of the starting point of some attitudes, Chen Shen and Lao Er were the same. Tianhai City Airport. Wang Yi was filled with bitterness as he looked at Chen Shen and Qi Xiaozhu who had come to see him off. Big brother, I suspect you're doing this on purpose. When I first came here I agreed so readily, but in fact it was to make me for nothing. The promised Tianhai City tour is also not available. The promised Tianhai City feast is also not available. After coming here and solving several cases, am I wronged? Wang Yi complained to Chen Shen. You can't blame me for that. See how it's not like you're leaving soon and I'm not doing anything? Chen Shen smiled. Gotta go. I'd better go back to being an honest cop. Whenever we have a difficult case there, I'll hire you at a high price too, and high or low, I'll bring you in for a couple of days to make it work. Wang Yi waved his hand at the two. Only after watching Wang Yi's plane take off did Chen Shen and Qi Xiaozhu prepare to go back. It's finally okay. This has been a busy few days for me. Go back and rest and relax. Chen Shen stretched his back. These cases are back-to-back. Busy streaks. If it wasn't for the fact that Gong Jian hit the money very hard, Chen Shen wouldn't have been willing to sell his life so hard. Actually, well, you were wrong about one thing earlier, Kishozu said as she pursed her lips on the side. What's wrong? Chen Shen froze. You're the one who said there was no case. Here, this is a commission we're officially sending you. A possible case, but it's up to you to take it or not. Qi Xiaozhu said to Chen Shen with a smile. I didn't take it out just now because I was really afraid that after Wang Yi saw it, he would hijack the plane and run away without even saying hello. Case? Stop it. Chen Shen took it and looked at it. It was really a case description. No kidding. A bar died a somewhat gruesome death, but the local police station investigated for a long time and didn't find any traces of homicide, so they mentioned it to the bureau. As you know, the bureau has been very busy with cases lately. I'll just suggest to the chief that he can delegate this case to you, so you won't be out of a job. You don't have to thank me for that, Kishozu said with a smile. I can't thank you enough. Chen Shen was somewhat speechless. The lack of signs of his murder is an accident. Isn't that easy? Chen Shen waved his hand. Take a look at the case. It looks pretty spooky to me. A bar had a horror-themed party, and that's where the dead guy died. Because of the large number of people at the party and the simple interpersonal relationships of the deceased, the comrades at the local police station did not find any clues even after a long time of investigation. If you help solve the case, our captain said the pay can be doubled. Kishiretsu appealed with the case and the payoff. All right. Meet me in front of the bar tomorrow night at 7. I'll check it out. Chen Shen thought about it, but still picked up the dossier. It's less stressful in cases like this that aren't vicious killings. Why should I go too? And it's not until tomorrow? Kishozu beamed in dissatisfaction. There's no rush if the case isn't a vicious homicide, and besides it's been lined up for a long time. Not a day too soon. As for you coming with me, it's more or less eye-catching for a big old man like me to go inside a bar by myself, and it's convenient for you to follow in case I need to use your credentials. Of course, more importantly, I'm so handsome, in case I get mobbed by those girls when I go in. Are you comfortable with me going in by myself? Chen Shen said with a smile. Tomorrow night at 7. Tremor Bar. Qi Xiaozhu gave Chen Shen a blank look and went back to the bureau to work overtime. Tremor Bar. Chen Shen arrived early and dragged Qi Xiaozhu inside a restaurant across the street from the bar. What's wrong? Why don't we go in? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. Chapter 148, The Scared Woman. There's no rush. There aren't many people inside the bar right now, and going in and staying still tends to attract attention. And since the murder took place inside the bar, it's just as well to get a good look outside. Not knowing the surroundings, and not being able to judge the mind of the murderer or his intention to escape, Shen Shan said to Qi Xiaozhu, "But isn't it all written in the case file? Wouldn't it be better to just look at the dossier?" Kishozu was a bit puzzled. Of course it's different. It's better to observe for yourself on paper. Things like the back door to the bar, like the route around the bar, like the range of cameras around the perimeter of the bar. Those aren't mentioned a lot in the dossier. Let's eat first. I see that the slipped fat sausage here is a signature dish. Chen Shen greeted Qi Xiaozhu. Okay. Kishiretsu nodded. I thought that I had followed Chen Shen for such a long time to solve the case, and the knowledge and skills that I had acquired were already very comprehensive, but now it seems that the road is long. After the two finished their meal, they watched as the bar began to fill up one by one. Chen Shen was not in a hurry, and took out the video that had been copied from the police station earlier. Kishozu also came over. In the video, the deceased Mao Wenxian rushed to the crowd in a panic, and even once fell to the ground, and finally covered his chest and fell to the ground. Never got up. Cause of death: myocardial infarction. The coroner's report says the victim had myocarditis after the mass plague. This condition, under great excitement and intense exercise, can cause myocardial infarction, associated with the fact that the party at the time was a horror-themed party. The death of the deceased would make sense. She must have seen something horrible, Kisho Chuk said as he recalled the dossier. But there is a doubt in it. Chen Shen took out a record of the visit. It says that the deceased, Mao Wenxian, was very bold and often attended such horror-themed parties, and even for this one, she was one of the main planners. How could such a person be scared to death so easily? Shen Shan said to Qi Xiaozhu, "Is it hard to believe that something particularly horrible has appeared at the party scene?" Kishozu guessed. Hard to say. However, judging from the reactions of the people next to him, it seems that they did not feel this obvious irritation, and the place where the deceased fled out of the room appears to be a corridor. We can look in that direction when we go in later, Shen Shan said to Qi Xiaozhu. So it is. You've made so many discoveries before you even entered the crime scene. It's all going in with a purpose, Qi Xiaozhu lamented, finally realizing the gap between the two. Not only that, but this case basically qualifies as his murder, and the killer must be inside the bar. Chen Shan said slowly, "He killed? How do you know? Our captain has seen this case before. He didn't feel anything wrong. The killer is still inside the bar? How the hell do you know that?" Kishozu was a bit surprised. It has just been said that no one else was frightened except the deceased, and that the deceased's courage was not such as could be frightened by an ordinary man. So basically, you can surmise that someone must have intentionally resorted to a horror theme to scare the victim that night. Then again, when you think of a horror party with advance notice, it's natural to be able to prepare in advance. As for the killer being inside the bar, the time of this horror party was from 9 to 11 p.m. And the time of the victim's death, which can be seen very clearly, was 10:30 p.m. If someone is going to do something, the most appropriate time is when the party atmosphere reaches its climax, which is around 10 o'clock, which makes it easier to hide and escape. By the time it was after 10:30, it was already the closing stages of the party, and even Mao Wenxian no longer needed to keep an eye on the scene. Could be at this hour, unless he doesn't need to leave the party. It would just be the people in the middle of the party. Chen Shen explained to Qi Xiaozhu, "Gosh, it's amazing how much detail you pick up on. It's just horrible." Kishozu lamented, "Let's go, check out the bar. I just glanced over and it looks like there's a party tonight too." Chen Shen led Qi Xiaozhu towards the inside of the bar. Tremor Bar. When Chen Shen and Qi Xiaozhu both went in, the entire bar was already very lively inside. Chen Shen pulled Qi Xiaozhu into a two-person booth, ordered 2 cocktails, and surveyed the people around him through the light. "Did you find anything?" Chen Shen asked Qi Xiaozhu. "I think there's something wrong with that bartender at the bar. It's bartending, but the eyes keep looking around." Kishozu was a little wary. "The man is fine. You follow the direction of his eyes." Chen Shen quietly pointed. It was only then that Qi Xiaozhu realized that the direction the bartender was looking at were all women with revealing clothing. "Bah!" Kishozu reddened. "Just a horny guy. You don't have to be so nervous, just relax. That corridor we were talking about earlier, I just had a look and there were some staff coming out of it, but there were also some guests going in. In my analysis, it could be some kind of box inside. It seems we guessed correctly. That Mao Wenxian is already the one being targeted. Chen Chen lowered his voice and said, "So what do we do now? Want to go over and check it out?" Qi Xiaozhu asked Chen Chen. "There's no rush. It's been just a week since the last horror-themed party, and this bar is hosting another horror-themed party that seems to be held as often as once a week, and also throwing parties with the same theme is either very lucrative or has ulterior motives. Wait and see what happens. I'm afraid." Chen Chen was talking to Qi Xiaozhu. Suddenly a sharp cry was heard from the front. "What's wrong?" Qi Chu subconsciously stood up, but he was dragged by Chen Chen to sit down again. With a wink, he signaled not to be in a hurry to reveal his identity. Soon, everyone around them was also attracted to the sound and stood up and gathered over there. Only then did Chen Chen pull Qi Xiaozhu over as well. At this point, on the side of the bar's lobby, a girl in a short skirt and black silk fell in a pool of blood. Dead man walking. I don't know who shouted, and everyone was in disarray. Chen Chen and Qi Xiaozhu looked at each other. Sure enough, again, Chen Chen guessed. Same horror theme twice. People died both times. There's definitely something wrong with this tremor bar. Chapter 149, No Unreasonable Motives. Chen Chen went up and looked at the body. The deceased has just died. There's something strange about the blood though. It's not simply human blood. It's also mixed with some artificial blood. Chen Chen looked at a bloody handprint next to him. The very same one that had come out of that suspicious corridor earlier. Police. No one leaves here. Kishozu stopped pretending when she saw this. Taking out his papers and coming to the front, everyone stayed in place under Qi Xiaozhu's control. Qi Xiaozhu called Gong Jian and the others at the first opportunity. It was only after Gong Jian and the others arrived that Qi Xiaozhu chased after them towards the corridor that Chen Chen had just walked into. Inside the corridor there were several rooms, covered with curtains. However, after searching for half a day, he did not find Chen Chen's figure. "Chen Chen?" Kishozu shouted. "I'm here." Chen Chen's voice came from a room. Kishozu froze. Moving closer, the sound was surprisingly coming from inside the women's locker room. "Why are you in here?" Qi Xiaozhu was surprised when she walked in, only to find Chen Chen squatting in front of a mirror. "There's something wrong with this mirror. It should be a one-way mirror." Chen Chen put his finger against the mirror, and there was no gap between his finger and the glass. "Seems like this bar owner has a lot of problems. Is it hard to believe that he's a murderer? His identity would fit perfectly with our perception of the killer." Kishozu said. "No, if the barkeep did it, these things will just leave a handle." Chen Chen, however, shook his head. Soon, the barkeep was then brought to the two men. "I don't know anything about it." The boss spoke to Chen Chen with a face full of injustice. "Where's the footage from the camera behind the mirror?" Chen Chen didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. He wasn't interested in the barkeep's nasty behavior. Surreptitious devices were common in places like this. This. The owner's eyes fluttered a bit. "It's all on my office computer." The boss looked at Chen Chen's eyes and still confessed honestly. "Have you noticed anything unusual lately?" Chen Chen asked. No, I haven't even looked at it lately. I was out of town on a project a while back and just got back in the last few days. I'm really just stealing some videos of beautiful women changing clothes to sell online. Nothing else." The boss spoke to Chen Chen. "You go make a copy of the video with him and I'll go check on the body. The coroner's already here, right?" Chen Chen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu. "Already here. The scene is under control as well. According to the time of the crime just now, the murderer should be among these people." Kishiretsu nodded. Chen Chen no longer hesitated and came to the corpse. "What's the situation?" Chen Chen asked the coroner. The victim had a dozen stab wounds, but none of them were fatal. The real fatality still seems to be the shock. The deceased's heart is obviously enlarged. The body's hormone secretion is disturbed. It should be scared to death. The coroner spoke to Chen Chen. "Scared to death?" Chen Chen was a bit surprised. "I didn't look closely at the body just now. I just noticed that there was a lot of blood on the body. A dozen or so stabs that aren't fatal wounds. That's too arrogant." Chen Chen examined the traces of the corpse. Many of the cuts were in the shoulders, arms, and other places that were not vital, and it would seem that there should have been a great deal of animosity with the deceased. "What's it got to do with us? What's keeping us here?" "That's right. You guys go find the murderer if you're dead. What's it got to do with us? The police can't just imprison anyone. Let us out." While this was going on, a commotion came from the side. Because it was a special horror-themed party in itself, the bar was very crowded amongst them. After the murder, those people have been kept under control and have been waiting impatiently for a long time. And to be able to come to a nightclub, many of them are rich sons of ES who, thanks to their family's money, don't give a damn about the police. Don't let any of them go. I'll look at the surveillance. Chen Chen spoke to Gong Jian. "Come to the boss's office and watch the surreptitious video." The content of the video is relatively normal at first. It's a video of some modeling beauties changing clothes. Until they finished watching, Qi Xiaozhu and the others didn't find anything. Stop. Just as the video was about to end, Chen Chen suddenly called for a pause. Chen Chen pointed to the corner of the video screen, right where the doorway was, and was able to see a man in white walking towards the back. Not for a moment. The dead man from earlier then stumbled towards the outside. As I recall, a man in white did just come in. It didn't linger and headed straight inside the corridor. Chen Chen recalled. Are you saying that this man is probably the murderer? Kishozo stood up in a hurry. I'm afraid so, and he doesn't seem to be here now. Chen Chen frowned. There was no sign of this man in white among the crowd of onlookers at the death scene just now. Is that alleyway down the road the back door? Who is this man? Chen Chen pulled up a surveillance screen and asked the boss. Yes, that's the back door for our staff, specially for unloading. This person, isn't it young Master Yi? Yes, that's him, the young master of the Yi group. He often comes to our place, and our bar's highest spending record is his. The bar owner spoke to Chen Chen. You go inside the bar and look around. I'll go out and look. Chen Chen said to Chi Xiaozhu and lifted his foot to walk out through the back door. The back door was indeed the same alleyway that I had seen earlier in the restaurant across the street, which could lead straight to the outside of the main road. And there was no lock of any kind, so I guess that anyone who knew that there was a back door here would be able to enter and exit freely. Looks like the people are gone. Chen Chen walked back to the bar. The whole bar has been searched. No sign of that so-called Lord Yi. Shi Xiaozhu also said to Chen Chen, come on, let's go to Ye's group. It's hard for us to find him. It's still easy for them to find him. Chen Chen spoke to Chi Xiaozhu. How are you sure this Lord Yi is the murderer? On the way, Chi Xiaozhu asked Chen Chen with some puzzlement. Do you remember the record of the visit and investigation of the first deceased, Mao Wenqian? Among the people who were investigating at the scene at the time, there was also this person named Yi Xiaolong. The presence of this man at both crime scenes, coupled with this escape, and the figure in the video, basically confirms that something is wrong. As for the motive, I'm afraid it's in what Mao Wenqian has done before. Chen Chen and Chi Xiaozhu headed outside. Something that's been done before? What is it? Kishiretsu got into the police car. Mao Wenqian once started a rumor in high school that led to the death of a female classmate. I believe that in any case, there is no motive without a cause. Chen Chen spoke to Chi Xiaozhu. Chapter 150, someone's behind it. Yip's group, the receptionist, after realizing the identities and intentions of Chi Xiaozhu and Chen Chen, passed on the chairman, Yi Dashan. To the surprise of the two, Yi Dashan came in not a moment later. Sorry, there was a meeting earlier. You two have been waiting a long time. Yi Dashan greeted Chen Chen and Chi Xiaozhu as they both sat down. No harm done. We have come here, mainly to look for Lord Yi. I wonder where Lord Yi is. Chen Chen didn't have much to say and directly opened the door to Yi Dashan's question. My son? I just got a call from him saying he wanted to go out of the country to watch some basketball game in a hurry. It should be at the airport by now. What happened to him? Yi Dashan asked. Contact the airport immediately. Chen Chen winked at Chi Xiaozhu. Mr. Yi, we're not quite sure about your son right now, but what can be ascertained is that if he leaves this, the problem will be more serious, and the police have an international warrant, so even leaving the country can't be completely avoided. I also hope that you will cooperate and keep Yi Xiaolong in the country. Chen Chen spoke to Yi Dashan with a grave expression. Chen Chen was well aware of the thoughts of these rich men, and if the people were in the country, their connections would try to deal with them in any way they could. Fleeing abroad is a last resort. From Yi Dashan's reaction so far, it was clear that he didn't know what his son had done. Otherwise, they wouldn't have told them Yi Xiaolong's whereabouts. I know. Yi Dashan was taken aback and hesitated slightly. You call him right away and tell him I'm dying and to come back immediately, Yi Dashan said to the assistant next to him. The assistant hurriedly dialed Yi Xiaolong's phone. Young master, the old master is dying, so hurry back and take a look, the assistant said to Yi Xiaolong in an anxious tone. All right, how many times has that move been used? Just tell my dad that if he's not going to make it, he should hurry up and die to make room for me. Don't ever use that excuse again, Yi Xiaolong said and hung up the phone. When I called again, it was off. To the airport. Without further delay, Chen Chen immediately headed towards the airport with Chi Xiaozhu. At this point, in the middle of the airport, Yi Xiaolong nervously looked at the sudden appearance of several airport security personnel at the boarding gate. I was a little skeptical when I got a call from his dad's assistant just now. His dad had always looked down on him, and had used that trick more than once before. But there's no need to stop yourself for your own reasons this time. Coupled with the security personnel that appeared just now, it instantly made Yi Xiaolong feel that things weren't that simple, and that there was a possibility that he might have been exposed. Wan Air, wait for me here. I'll go to the restroom, Yi Xiaolong said to his girlfriend next to him. He knew that he was afraid it would be impossible for him to leave on an airplane. The probability of escaping on your own is naturally greater. Dragon, are you okay? You're not going to leave me, are you? The girlfriend next to him asked, a little wary. Perhaps it was the girl's sixth sense that made her feel that there was something strange about Yi Xiaolong at this time. How is that possible? We're on the same rope. There's no way I'm leaving you behind. I swear to you, I'll be back in a minute, Yi Xiaolong said as he walked towards the nearby toilet. Not for a moment. The flight they were traveling on started boarding, and the girl stood at the boarding gate, but was slow to see Yi Xiaolong appear. After waiting a while, I saw a couple of cops running this way. The girl's face was instantly pale. She knew that she had been abandoned by Yi Xiaolong, and it was also thrown down by Yi Xiaolong to take the blame. Where is Yi Xiaolong? Chen Chen. They immediately came to the girl and asked. The girl pointed woodenly to the restroom. Several officers immediately ran over. It was soon filled with disappointment. Boss, not quite right. At that time, after we notified airport security, we immediately had them block the entrances and exits of the airport. There are only a few entrances and exits for those who are able to get through check-in to the boarding gate. The police also synchronized Yi Xiaolong's photo to the airport security. It's impossible to run out so simply. I was a little skeptical earlier. There are only 2 exits on either side of this hall, and he still left in the direction of the restrooms. I suspect that either Yi Xiaolong is still here, or it's possible that he didn't go out on his own. Chen Chen lowered his head and thought, go and scrutinize any corner of the airport again. I'd like to check the surveillance in this area. Chen Chen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu and followed the security personnel to the monitoring room. Soon, just saw Yi Xiaolong and his girlfriend on the surveillance. The two had been waiting at the boarding gate. Yi Xiaolong had been walking back and forth anxiously after answering the phone, and finally after saying a few words to his girlfriend, he walked towards the location of the restroom, and then never came out again. Is there another exit from the restroom? Chen Chen asked the security officer. No, there's just one entrance and exit. The security officer shook his head. Play the footage again from when Yi Xiaolong went into the restroom. Chen Chen spoke to the security officer. Soon, Chen Chen realized the problem. Stop. Zoom in on the man in black. Chen Chen pointed at the screen and said, there's something wrong with this man's box. The box was pulled by one hand when I went in just now, and when he came out, his hands were obviously strained quite a bit. There is something inside the box. Yi Xiaolong is most likely in the middle of that box, Chen Chen said with great certainty. The security officer was taken aback. They watched as Chen Chen prompted them, and there was a small step in and out of the restroom that was only a centimeter. But for the suitcases, it basically required a pause. The man was very relaxed as he lugged his huge suitcase in. One hand lifted the suitcase. Instead, it came out with 2 hands carefully holding the suitcase. It is indeed different. Gosh, there were so many people going in and out of the restroom, and the interval between this black-clothed man going in and coming out was more than 10 minutes. How could this young man even tell the difference between someone who went into the restroom 10 minutes ago? The airport security personnel looked at Chen Chen in shock. Track down this man in black. Let's see where he went. Chen Chen spoke to the security officer. Yes, the security personnel immediately followed Chen Chen's instructions to look for it. The man in black was eventually spotted dragging his suitcase out of the airport lobby. Sure enough, it was taken out. What could it be? How did they know Yi Xiaolong's whereabouts so well, and prepare large suitcases in advance? Could it be that this Yi Xiaolong is not a murderer? Chen Chen frowned and thought. He could feel that there seemed to be some force behind it that was controlling everything, but there aren't enough clues to lock it down right now. Good thing. This operation caught Yi Xiaolong's girlfriend. She must have quite a few clues. Come on, back to the station. I want to talk to this girl. Chen Chen followed the crowd out. Chapter 151, A Girl Like Her First Love. Tianhai City Police Station. When Chen Chen went back, Yi Xiaolong's girlfriend Su Wanwan had already been put into the interrogation room. Su Wanwan graduated from an art university, 22 years old. Tell me about your relationship with Yi Xiaolong. Why the rush to leave the country? What did Yi Xiaolong say to you before? What's going on with Mao Wenqian? As soon as Chen Chen sat down, he threw out several questions one after another. At the same time, he paid attention to Su Wanwan's reaction on the opposite side. Although Su Wanwan's eyes unnaturally looked towards the other side with every question Chen Chen asked, she always remained silent. You're smart, knowing that the more you know about these things the bigger the connection and the bigger your problems and responsibilities. But just now at the airport, you should have already been abandoned by Yi Xiaolong, right? The police know very well that Yi Xiaolong is the real murderer, and the police's aim is also to find him. And according to the clues the police have so far, Yi Xiaolong has probably been taken away. Yi Xiaolong will most likely disappear from here on out. So all that's left for all of this is for you to take the blame. Chen Chen spoke to Su Wanwan. Taken? Hearing Chen Chen's words, Su Wanwan was obviously a bit surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he finally looked up at Chen Chen. I move. You guys quickly find a way to find Yi Xiaolong. Su Wanwan spoke to Chen Chen. Take your time. Chen Chen poured Su Wanwan a glass of water. In fact, Yi Xiaolong isn't as bad as you guys think. In fact, from the perspective of a rich second generation, he's still a very good person, especially in the aspect of women. To say you all don't believe it, although Yi Xiaolong often goes in and out of nightclubs and those places, he is still a virgin until now. He's been looking for a girl who looks like his first love. Su Wanwan spoke to Chen Chen. First girl? Chen Chen was a bit surprised. Right. At that time, after I graduated from school, I went to their company to apply for a job. The ones who went to the interview were some 211/985 college students, and I, an art student, had no advantage at all purely in terms of education. And I'm not particularly pretty. I have no advantage at all compared to those girls with high education and good looks. But to my amazement, the same night I went back from the interview, I received a text message that I passed the interview and was told to report for work the next day. It turned out that when I went there was no notification from the HR side that I was on board. I showed them the text message, and they realized that it was sent to me by the company's vice president, Yi Xiaolong, using the company's name, and the position I was given was also assistant to the vice president. I was wondering at the time, I didn't know this VP at all, and I waited until noon before Yi Xiaolong came, and after seeing me he kept staring at me, and the back was normal, but my grooming and all aspects of it were not up to par, so he specifically sought out an etiquette teacher to teach me. From speaking habits to demeanor, it completely changed me. I didn't understand it at first, but it was hard to say no to the high paycheck every month, until one time he made me cut my hair short. But I grew up with long hair and I was so repulsed by it, plus the transformation he had done to me before. It broke me down and I had a big fight. After I returned home, I realized that Ji Xiaolong had been taking care of my parents as a boyfriend all this time. Anyway, I felt like there was no going back, so I changed my hair to short hair like he wanted, put on clothes I didn't like, and somehow became a couple. I was a little uncomfortable at first, but then he treated me like nothing else and I grew to enjoy it, until a picture was found later at his house of a girl, supposedly in high school. I look at the same clothes and the same haircut and realize I'm just a substitute, Su Wanwan said sadly. In fact, these things have been suppressed in her heart for a long time before, and today there is finally a cathartic way to say it. However, Chen Chen frowned and listened. Although Su Wanwan said quite a lot of things about her and Yi Xiaolong's acquaintance, she didn't seem to hear what she wanted to hear. Chen Chen did not interrupt Su Wanwan, but continued to listen. Just over a week ago, I think, he suddenly said he was taking me to a party. When I got inside, I saw all the scary themes and realized it was a horror party. I was more scared and wanted to leave, but he begged me so hard not to. He took me to a room near the end and said he had an old friend who wanted to introduce us. I'll just go in with him. Inside is a girl I've seen before, who was in charge of a lot of things at the party, like she was one of the people in charge of the scene. I politely went up to say hello, but she backed away after seeing me. Before I knew what was going on, she made a quick dash for it and hit the doorframe hard. I was a little worried and wanted to chase out to take a look, but I was pulled back by Yi Xiaolong. The two of us were in the room for a while, and when we went out we realized the man was dead. Associated with some of her reactions at the time, I was very scared. Yi Xiaolong kept comforting me and took me out the back door. It was only on the way back that Yi Xiaolong told me that the girl's name was Mao Wenxian and that she was his enemy. It killed his first girlfriend back then, and he told me why he recruited me into the company. It was because I looked so much like his first love, because it's something I found out about before, and after he told me about it I was a lot more grounded instead. Su Wanwan explained to Chen Chen. And what's with this dead guy back here? Chen Chen continued to ask. A couple days ago, I suddenly got an email with a video attached. It was exactly then that Mao Wenxian saw me in the room in full, and there was a message in the email asking me for $5 million or else I would send the video to the police. I was scared. This thing is still related to me after all the deaths. I was afraid that the police would find me, so I told Yi Xiaolong. Yi Xiaolong found out after investigating that it belonged to a waitress at the bar. She happened to be passing by at the time and was curious about Yi Xiaolong being in the room, so she happened to film it. Yi Xiaolong said for me to not care about anything. He'll handle everything. But today he called me out of the blue and told me to come to the airport immediately with my papers. And it was only after we met that he told me about the killing. I don't know what to do, but I can only follow him to hide abroad first. You all know what happens after that. Su Wanwan spoke to Chen Chen. Chapter 152, The Man Behind the Curtain. Listening to Su Wanwan's words, Chen Chen thought back and forth, and indeed it was able to correspond with the clues they currently had. So Wani shouldn't be lying. If you're telling the truth, this case has nothing to do with you. The cause of the deceased's death, although related to you, was a crime in which you participated unknowingly and without subjective awareness. I'm sure the police won't give you too much trouble. Chen Chen spoke to Su Wanwan. Thanks. I've told you all. Can you find Yi Xiaolong? What was he taken by? Su Wanwan asked Chen Chen. We'll do our best. Chen Chen didn't say much, but he already had a guess in mind. To be able to arrive at the airport even earlier than the police and take someone away in such a perfect way, the only one who could do that was perhaps Yi Xiaolong's father, especially the one about arriving at the airport ahead of the police. Chen Chen now even doubted that when Wang Qianshan had asked his secretary to make the call at that time, Would it have been pressed not to Yi Xiaolong at all? Rather, he had been sending people to follow Yi Xiaolong and was informing those people of the operation. Team Gong, I think there's something wrong with that Yi Dashan. Yi Xiaolong was probably robbed by him. He knew that Yi Xiaolong had committed a crime, and deliberately said in front of us that he would let him come back, but in fact behind his back, he moved Yi Xiaolong away in advance. Chen Shen said to Gong Jian, "Go, I'll accompany you to Yi." Gong Jian didn't dare to delay and hurriedly led Chen Shen towards the outside, but when the two had just driven up to the door of the police station, instead, an unmarked commercial vehicle pulled up in front of the police station. Next moment, a battered and bruised man was thrown down. Chen Shen was taken aback and rushed forward to watch. This man turned out to be the missing Yi Xiaolong. No good. The injuries are very serious, and in addition to some external injuries, there are serious internal injuries. Get to the hospital immediately. Chen Shen put his hand under Yi Xiaolong's neck to test it. The heart couldn't help but sink. The First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. After more than 10 hours of resuscitation by the doctors, Yi Xiaolong was still not resuscitated, died of serious injuries. Yi Dashan, who was guarding the outside of the emergency room, once fainted from crying. See the scene in front of you. Chen Shan was a bit incredulous. Yi Xiaolong is indeed the murderer of the case is not true, but I did not expect the murderer to die in such a way. Who the hell did this? Is it possible that there's someone behind this? Boss, it's not quite right. This Yi Xiaolong is an only son, right? You're thinking wrong. Ha, yeah, I didn't expect Yi Xiaolong to die either. That pretty much rules out Yi Dashan as the mastermind behind this. After all, no one can kill their own son. Oh, that can't be said with such absolutes. What if it's not biological? What did you say? Listening to Lao Er's words, Chen Shen could not help but stare. Let's first analyze what could have taken Yi Xiaolong away. This person, not only does he know Yi Xiaolong's whereabouts at all times, he must also know about Yi Xiaolong and Su Wanwan, as well as what Yi Xiaolong has been doing inside the bar during this time. The one who can do all this may not be possible other than Yi Dashan, but in favor of Yi Xiaolong's death, a tiger's poison can't eat its child unless it's not its own. Thinking down this line of thought, this Yi Dashan's suspicion is much bigger, and even behind these two murders, the murderer is not necessarily Yi Xiaolong. Chen Shen frowned and thought, and that first love. Chen Shen seemed to have thought of something and stood up from his chair with a prancing movement. What's wrong with you? The people have been taken. Let's go back too. Qi Xiaozhu came to Chen Shen's side and spoke. I want all the information on Yi Dashan and that first love of Yi Xiaolong. The more detail the better. Chen Shen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu. Ha, is it hard to believe that you've got something on your mind? Kishozu asked in surprise. Right, maybe I know who the real killer behind this is. Chen Shen nodded. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. It was nighttime, but the place was still lit up. Chen Shen was looking at Yi Dashan's information in his hand. Yi Dashan Enterprises do so much. Resume information is naturally quite a lot. Chen, the information you wanted on Yi Xiaolong's first love has been found. These two aren't connected, are they? Why would you ask me to find information on both of them? Kisho Chuck walked in with some information. Chen Shen didn't say anything and hurriedly picked it up and looked at it. Su Mei, born on February 2, 2003 at the First People's Hospital in Tenkai. His father died of a work-related injury and was raised by his mother alone. Excellent academic performance, always in the top 10 of her grade. Attended high school at Tenkai City No. 1 High School. Jumped to his death his sophomore year of high school because of depression. After that, my mother left Tianhai City and returned to her hometown in Shijuazan, never to return. Chen Shen shook his head in disbelief as he looked at this simple record of information. It's too clean. It was so clean that it looked as if it had been specially prepared. Rockpile Town? Chen Shen frowned at this old home address. From amongst Yi Dashan's data on one side, he took out a piece of household registration information. It shows above. Yi Dashan's household registration was surprisingly also Sherdue Town. Found it. The corner of Chen Shen's mouth curled slightly. The bond between these two has finally been found. Let's go. Let's go to the Tianhai City First People's Hospital. Chen Shen said to Qi Xiaozhu. Ha, going this late? And this has been going on for more than 20 years, so there won't be any record of it, will there? Kishozu was a bit surprised. No, precisely because 20 years ago, surveillance and electronic information technology were not fully widespread. That's why the registration information inside the hospital is paper-based. The First People's Hospital of Tianhai City has a specialized archive. It should stay. Chen Shen explained to Qi Xiaozhu. The two quickly arrived at the First People's Hospital of Tianhai City. This is the night shift at this time. There aren't many OB/GYNs. There were a few expectant mothers to be skulking around inside the hallway. With Qi Xiaozhu's credentials and the coordination of the director, the head nurse in charge of records management reluctantly gave the key to the two. But the two were also dumbfounded when they arrived at the archives. The entire archive room had obviously not been visited by anyone in many years, and a thick layer of dust had fallen on the files. All the information Dashin from 10 years ago is here, but it's been so long that the placement didn't exactly follow the chronological order, so find out for yourselves. The head nurse left after that. Find it, look for it by 2003. Chen Shen didn't say anything and rolled up his sleeves to look for it in the archive room. The two worked until the early hours of the morning. It was only then that a surprised voice came from Kishozu's side. Found it. Sure enough, there's Sumerian production material. Shi Xiaozhu handed the file to Chen Shen. Chen Shen flipped over and looked at it. When Sumei's mother's labor resulted in hemorrhaging and required a relative's signature, and the relative's name is, quite literally, Yi Dashin. Chapter 153. So it is. Seeing Yi Dashin's name, Chen Shen had completely understood. He made a copy of the information and led Kishengzu towards the outside of the hospital. It was already dawn and it was shift change time at the hospital. After Yi Xiaolong was brought in yesterday, it also caused a lot of discussion among the medical staff. After all, the Yi family was also considered a big business family in Tianhai City, and it was a bit unbelievable that a son of a big family would be killed. You didn't know last night, did you? I heard that the chairman of the Yi group sent word that whoever can save his son's life will give him $1 million. What a shame. What's the pity? It's all hurt like that. There's no way it can be saved. Speaking of which, this Chairman Yi came here 20 years ago, and I didn't expect that he'd become a big boss in Tianhai City by now. Sister Dawn, really? You met Chairman Yi 20 years ago? Yeah, that was the first laboring woman I met when I first got here, and after something like that, I'm still impressed after all these years. A few nurses were at the nurses' station handing over their work while talking about what happened to Yi Xiaolong yesterday. Hello, did you guys just say you met Yi Dashin 20 years ago? What is it? Chen Shen happened to hear it, so he immediately came over. Who are you? The head nurse looked at Chen Shen warily. Police. Kishiretsu waved his credentials in front of the head nurse. You guys haven't left yet? The head nurse was a little puzzled. When I came just now, I heard the nurses under my command say that Chen Shen and the others came to investigate last night, and I thought that Chen Shen and the others had left long ago. Well, wait until I'm done handing over my work. Go to my office. The head nurse nodded to Chen Shen. Nurse, I heard you say that this Yi Dashin also came here more than 20 years ago? Was it also because of a laboring woman at the time? Chen Shen asked the head nurse. Right. I was more impressed with this guy. He was quite famous at that time. At the time, I remember he was waiting outside the operating room very anxiously. Speaking of which, it was when I first got to the OBGYN, and that woman was hemorrhaging and in very critical condition, and he, a family member, came in late. If I hadn't seen him anxious outside the operating room, I'd be a little skeptical that he's not a fake husband. The woman gave birth to a girl at that time, and Mr. Yi stayed with them the whole time. Actually, I'm not hiding anything from you guys. One of the reasons why I have an impression of him is because he didn't care about money when he was saving his life, and used all imported medicines and techniques to stabilize the situation. And then the other one is that after the birth, each nurse gave us $1,000 in red envelopes. It was quite a large sum of money in those days. The head nurse spoke to Chen Shen. I know. Thanks. Chen Shen nodded. After listening to the nurse practitioner, he was pretty much certain. Su Mei should be Yi Dashin's real daughter. Chen, what the hell is going on? Coming out of the hospital, Shi Xiaozhu couldn't wait to ask Chen Shen. Su Mei is Yi Dashin's illegitimate daughter, and Su Mei happens to attend the same school as Yi Dashin's own son, Yi Xiaolong. The two are unknowingly in love with their half-sister, and in the process, Su Mei was jealous by Mao Wenqian for being too good, leading to depression and eventually suicide. After so many years have passed, Yi Xiaolong has been restrained in this aspect of men and women because of Su Mei, until he met Su Wanwan, who looks very similar to Su Mei. That's why Yi Xiaolong asked Su Wanwan to change some of her behavior and appearance. Just like Su Wanwan herself said, she's nothing more than Su Mei's double. I think that at that time, when Yi Xiaolong went to Su Wanwan's house to meet her parents, I'm afraid that he also went there to confirm something. After that, Yi Xiaolong met Mao Wenqian and a plan for revenge began. Mao Wenqian knows that she killed Su Mei, but if a girl who looks very much like Su Mei suddenly appeared, she would be scared half to death. That's why, at the horror-themed party, Mao Wenqian was so bold but saw something very scary. The Su Wanwan who looks exactly like Su Mei. As for the dead man in the back, he has nothing to do with this case and was killed by Yi Xiaolong solely because of his greed for money. Chen Shen told Shi Xiaozhu the whole case's causes and consequences. It dawned on Kishozu as well. Many of the doubts in this case have been explained. So according to you, this case can be closed? The murderer was Yi Xiaolong, and now Yi Xiaolong is dead too. But it's not right. Who actually killed Yi Xiaolong? Kishiretsu still couldn't figure it out. Yi Dashin. Chen Shen spoke indifferently. Yi Dashin? How is this possible? Kishozu was startled, looking at Chen Shen with a face full of shock. He thought that Chen Chen was talking nonsense. You don't have to look at me like that, I know what I'm talking about. Chen Chen shook his head. At that time, when Su Wanwan applied for a job at E Group, with Su Wanwan's education, it was impossible for her to stay. And at that time in the E Group, Yi Xiaolong didn't go to the company much even though he was hanging on to his position. But the one who sent messages and positions to Su Wanwan was in his name. And inside the entire Yi Group, only Yi Dashan can do it. Chen Chen explained to Qi Xiaozhu. But that doesn't mean that Yi Dashan is the murderer behind it, does it? Kishiretsu thought about it and felt that it was still a bit far-fetched. Good. At the moment we are missing the most important evidence, so this case is not over. Look at this video. Chen Chen took his cell phone out. This is the surveillance at the time of Mao Wenxian's accident. It wasn't just put on surveillance that captured it. It was inadvertently captured by someone at the scene. There was quite a bit of video collected by the police at the time. Look at this time. It's about half an hour before Mao Wenxian's accident, right at the climax of the party. And according to Su Wanwan, both Yi Xiaolong and her were there at that time. But look at this. Chen Chen stopped at an image. A figure could be dimly seen leaving the room down the hall. This is Yi Dashan. That's odd. Why was he there? Kisho Chu recognized the figure instantly from this one. Right. Chen Chen nodded. At that time, he should have already discovered Yi Xiaolong's movements. That's why he went. And who can be sure that what that Su Wanwan said was all true? Chen Chen seemed to have figured something out. What do you mean? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. I suspect that before this, Yi Dashan had contact with Su Wanwan, and the one who was inside the bar at that time was most likely not Yi Xiaolong, but Yi Dashan. Chen Chen said to Qi Xiaozhu, Chapter 154, The Truth of It All. I see what you mean. You're saying that at that time, after Yi Xiaolong and Su Wanwan were in the private room, Yi Xiaolong was in a drunken type of coma, and Yi Dashan has been waiting for a long time. What we know from Su Wanwan, Yi Xiaolong is dead, but the question is, why did Yi Dashan kill Yi Xiaolong, their father and son? And besides it's just our guess, there's no proof. Kishiretsu shook his head. No. At that time, do you still remember when Mao Wenxian died? There was a bottle of medicine inside her clothes? According to the coroner, it's a psychotropic drug that gets people high. And while looking for that drug, a hair that didn't belong to the deceased was found on Mao Wenxian's clothes. The coroner didn't think much of it at the time, and there were no suspects, so there was no comparison. Just go and test the match between that hair and Yi Dashan and you'll have proof. Chen Chen said to Qi Xiaozhu. Kishozu was a bit dazed. This information she had some impression when she heard Chen Chen say so, but the impression seemed to be that this was simply a passing reference. It was surprising that Chen Chen remembered it so clearly, and to connect the dots, but she didn't doubt Chen Chen's memory in the slightest. Tianhai City Police Station, Forensic Services, Chen Chen. The information on that hair is confirmed. The match is over 99%, so it's basically a sure thing that it's the same person. The coroner handed Chen Chen the test report. Thanks, let's go. With this evidence, we can call on Team Gong to make an arrest. Otherwise such a big company can't really get in by me being a private detective. Chen Chen said to Qi Xiaozhu with a smile. Yip's group. When Yi Dashan watched Gong Jian lead the team towards him, his face was filled with dismay. And after seeing the arrest warrant on Gong Jian's hand, Yi Dashan's face showed a look of relief. You guys finally found your way here after all. No wonder when I worshipped the Bodhisattva early this morning, the statue of the Bodhisattva cracked a seam. Yi Dashan put his hand out quite frankly. Mr. Yi, it's too much of a shame to personally go to this extent in order to avenge your illegitimate daughter, isn't it? Qi Xiaozhu asked Yi Dashan. Although they had captured Yi Dashan, she was a bit puzzled. Police often come into contact with these so-called big bosses, and when these big bosses want to deal with someone, they don't even need to go through their own hands. There are so many contacts and ways to go about it. Yi Dashan, however, chose a path like this. Officer, you're still young. You'll know naturally when you have a child. I will never be able to forget the sight of my daughter dying in front of my eyes. Yi Dashan sighed. They were taken back by Gong Jian. Interrogation room, Tianhai City Police Department. I did kill the man. The girl named Mao Wenxian, and Xiaolong. I killed them, and the girl in the back. Xiaolong did it. They all deserve to die. Do you know how well behaved my Sumi is? Growing up, I couldn't spend time with either mother or daughter, and had to sneak off to see them on weekends and holidays. Sume had good character and cooked at a very young age, and my favorite thing to eat was to go there and have her tiny body busy in the kitchen making me a bowl of egg noodles. But I can't give them anything, and my nominal wife and son. One just knows how to spend money all day long, shopping and playing mahjong, and that son of mine is even worse. Every time I'm done socializing, after I get home, I look at my cold home and I want to run away. But I didn't have a choice. My family's arrangement from childhood had decided it all. It wasn't until my son's middle school physical that I found out his blood type that I knew something wasn't right, that there was no way that we as a couple could have had a blood type like his. So I sent someone to check, and Xiaolong really isn't my son. From that time on, the only daughter in my world was Su-mei, but it's just that it's all ruined. From that point on, I wanted to kill Ma Wenqian, but I thought it would be too easy to let her die that way. Just kept operating in the shadows and reduced her to working as a lady in a bar. It wasn't until the day I saw a girl who looked a lot like Su-mei in front of the office that a revenge plan bubbled up from my heart. Yi Dashan unreservedly told what he had done. The rest of the matter was exactly the same as what Chen Chen had guessed before. The person behind this operation is all Yi Dashan. Even within this process, Yi Xiaolong was nothing more than a pawn and a discard for Yi Dashan. He wanted to frame Yi Xiaolong for something like this, but in the end, after the fight, Yi Dashan suddenly realized that he had nothing, even if he has a family with a lot of money, even if he has a high position of power. But his daughter is dead, and his son is not yet his own. There's nothing left in this life at the end of it. He had someone throw Yi Xiaolong's body in front of the police station. If Yi Xiaolong disappeared on this, maybe the police will then decide that the murderer in this case is Yip Shulung. But Yi Dashan still left clues for the police. Maybe in this moment, he has avenged his daughter, Su-mei, and is more interested in identifying himself as a murderer in front of the police. In this way, he would think of taking on the responsibilities of fatherhood. The case is all but closed here. Chen Chen I didn't realize that a case that was brought up by a street police station would involve so many things behind the scenes. Once Yi Dashan and Yi Xiaolong had an accident, the entire Yi clan group instantly fell apart as well. There's also a series of economic cases involved. It's not just a lack of manpower this time. I'm afraid we're all going to have to draw from several neighboring regions to help. Gong Jian said to Chen Chen somewhat helplessly. I can't help it, so don't blame me. You guys are the ones who found me on this case. I'm kind of regretting that the case is going for less money. Chen Chen was also somewhat helpless. It was thought to be a small case, but the intricate relationships within it, as well as things dating back 20 years, made Chen Chen burnt out in the middle as well. But it's biased that I didn't give much thought to charging the normal price at the time. How Chen Chen thought about it was unjust. How can I blame you? Speaking of which, I have you to thank for that. I just got word that I may have to transfer back after these cases at hand are finished. Gong Jian looked at Chen Chen and said, Chapter 155, New Captain. Transferred back? Chen Chen was a bit surprised. Yes, coming to Tianhai City before was originally a training exercise. Only it was supposed to be a plan to train for 2 or 3 years, work on some cases and build up resources. I didn't realize that after only a few months of being here, the accolades were already hanging all over the place in every way. Gong Jian spoke with some embarrassment. From the beginning when he came to Tianhai City, he looked down on Chen Chen, a private detective, and slowly transformed later. Now it was even a direct promotion because of the honor he received from Chen Chen. This was simply unthinkable before. Then congratulations to Captain Gong on his high promotion. Once Chen Chen heard this, he also understood Gong Jian's meaning. Previously, Gua Haibao was in the same situation, because he was not a police officer's identity. So after these cases were solved, the corresponding honor naturally went to the side of the police force. Their first sergeant was the most benefited. Gua Haibao rose high after 2 big cases. Gong Jian has been through a lot of cases in the course of his time here, and even if it weren't for the slow process of approving transfers, Gong Jian would already be gone. If I can't crack any cases in the future, I'll have to call on you. Gong Jian spoke to Chen Chen. After so many times of contact, he had been completely convinced by Chen Chen's ability. No problem, but who's the new CID chief when you're gone? Promoted from within or parachuted in from outside? Chen Chen asked Gong Jian. You'll see in a minute. Gong Jian smiled and patted Chen Chen's shoulder. I'm still turning in, so why don't you go to the office for a while? Our new captain told you to wait here. Gong Jian pursed his lips and spoke to Chen Chen. The new captain told me to wait here? That's crazy, isn't it? You weren't like this back when you first arrived. Chen Chen was somewhat speechless, but went to the office anyway. After all, since the opening of his own private detective agency, the vast majority of his money had come from the police force here, and the identity of the chief of detectives is crucial. It can be said that the attitude of the chief of detectives towards himself largely determines the extent to which he can participate, and the extent to which one can participate, which determines the percentage of the bonus distribution. It's still a good idea to take care of things with the chief of detectives, but Chen Chen waited for a full hour, and still didn't see anyone. It's also a little annoying. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Qi Xiaozhu walk in with a smile on her face. What's up with that new captain of yours? Looking for trouble? Ha! I don't even recognize. Wait, Chen Chen said while looking at Qi Xiaozhu. That new captain Gong Jian was talking about. It couldn't be you, could it? Chen Chen looked at Qi Xiaozhu in shock. what's that look on your face? Couldn't I be okay? Shi Xiaozhu blanked Chen Chen. There's really room for improvement in terms of ability. Chen Chen joked. Actually, how can I say this? I'm a little spooked, but Gong Jian was parachuted in from somewhere else, and was very opinionated about a lot of people at the time, so this time, the top decided that it was still important to promote from within us. As you know, I was involved in basically every one of those cases during Captain Gong's time, and I ended up being in charge of the handoffs. Other than Captain Gong, it's me who gets the most credit, so I got promoted. Kishozu was also a bit helpless. There are three main reasons why Qi Xiaozhu was able to become the chief of criminal investigation. The first point is that Qi Xiaozhu said the issue of credit, although some of the pie in the sky, but the credit for solving the case is real. The second point is Qi Xiaozhu's own ability problem. Qi Xiaozhu was originally an excellent graduate of the University of Criminal Investigation, coupled with follow Chen Chen practiced for so long, although compared to Chen Chen is far worse than the top than the bottom. Just like the case of the headless body at that time, Qi Xiaozhu could have led the case alone. The third and most important point was the relationship between Qi Xiaozhu and Chen Chen. The top is not stupid. Tianhai City has Chen Chen in. That solving rate is steadily the first in the country. If other captain came over and didn't deal with Chen Chen, it would really be a case of losing the watermelon and picking up the sesame, and the loss would be more than worth it. Qi Xiaozhu is different, not only to tie Chen Chen, not to mention, maybe even save a little bonus. Even the next step above is ready to strongly urge the marriage of the two. If this became a family, then Chen Chen would be the backbone of the entire police department. Okay, you don't have to buy dinner when you become captain, do you? I know a nice new Western restaurant, Chen Chen said to Qi Xiaozhu with a smile. Yes, get in the car. Without saying a word, Qi Xiaozhu took Chen Chen's arm and headed out. No. That's the wrong rhythm. You're usually so stingy. Surely you wouldn't offer to treat yourself. There's a conspiracy. As soon as Chen Chen took a look at Qi Xiaozhu's reaction, he instantly became alert. Hey, it's not going to dinner. It's just going halfway to one of the crime scenes first to take a look. I promise. Just one look. Qi Xiaozhu lightly bit her lips and pouted at Chen Chen. I believe the hell out of you. If you solve the case, you say you solved the case? Go to the contract to beat the money. The principle cannot be retreated. Chen Chen didn't budge an inch. Okay, I'll pay for it personally, okay? This is the first case I've encountered since I took over as chief of detectives. It has to be solved beautifully, otherwise where would I have the authority? You're going to have to help me. Qi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen Chen. Okay, what's the case? Chen Chen shook his head. This feeling of being chased for money is more than a little hopeless. Extinction. A family of 4, all murdered. Speaking back to the case, Qi Xiaozhu's face also stared. Extinction case? Just happened? Chen Chen asked. 4 lives at once is a big case. It's been a couple of days, and before that it was always the office that was investigating, but there was no clue, and it was just too much to cover up, and that's why it was reported. Kishiretsu shook his head. Did the killing of the 4 men happen at the same time? Or was there some interval? Are the places of death all the same? Chen Chen thought for a moment and asked Qi Xiaozhu. There are certain intervals, but they're all a couple hours. The killer killed all 4 in one day. The places of death are not even close together. Qi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen Chen. Just now, immediately after her appointment, she went to read the case file. For Kishengzu, being the captain was not the final result, but a new beginning. A family, murdered in different locations, or in one day. It seems that the murderer should be intentional revenge, and a vendetta is more likely, and the murderer should have known the deceased's family well, and the possibility of an acquaintance is high. Chen Chen analyzed. Why do you say that? Kishozu froze. There are intervals that are supposed to be for good concealment and confirmation of all the kills. Otherwise there is a risk of exposure if you kill together, and killing consecutively in a single day also prevents them from being discovered and reported. Not to mention knowing the trajectory of the family's activities. The only people who could do that would be acquaintances. Chen Chen nodded. You're awesome. To launch into all this before even reading the dossier. I'm still guessing after reading it. I can't be so sure yet. Here's the dossier. I'll drive. Qi Xiaozhu handed the dossier to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took it and looked at it. Chapter 156, The Murder of a Family. The deceased male, Li Donghai, 51, a net car driver, died at 7 a.m., killed inside his net car on a road near the Chengdong Reservoir. It was discovered by passing villagers who called the police. The deceased woman, Zhang Suweiping, 53 years old, a company property cleaning, time of death at noon 1 o'clock, was killed in the property utility room. It was discovered by a co-worker at 3 p.m., who called the police. The deceased male, Li Mingtaik, 25 years old, game agent, time of death 4 p.m., in a rented house. It was the girlfriend who found the police after she came back from work at night. The deceased female, Li Jiaojiao, 21 years old, a webmaster, died at 11 p.m. in the restroom of the internet cafe where she worked, found by a guy surfing the web who called the police. Among them, Li Donghai and Zhang Suiping are husband and wife, and Li Ningzhe and Li Jiaojiao are their children. A family of 4, killed in 4 locations in one day. Boss, this person is also persistent. It seems that there is some deep hatred. The family must all die. Yeah, the motive is hardly questionable. It's also rather strange that the mode of death was all mechanical asphyxiation. Judging by the marks on the body, it would have been a thin rope of some kind. I'm afraid there's a problem. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this. Strangulation as such is not a sure thing unless there is a huge difference in size and there is an absolute strength advantage. Look at this person called Zhang Suiping, weighing 160 upwards, or working as a cleaning lady. It's hard for the average person to strangle her. Indeed, Chen Chen nodded. Under normal circumstances, strangulation cases are rare. This is because when a person encounters a near-death threat, he or she will burst into great potential and the adrenaline in the body will be secreted in large quantities, leading to the production of great power. Even if it's a sneak attack, it's impossible to get 100%. Instead, it leaves many signs and clues of struggle. And how is it possible that 4 people were strangled to death in this case, and 2 of them were manual laborers? Chen Chen continued to look through the file and found the autopsy report. Triazolam? Chen Chen froze. Triazolam, also known as Hai Lushin, Sound Lu Xin, light blue tablets, is a strong narcotic drug. Oral administration can quickly make people faint and fainting, so commonly known as ecstasy, Montanol, ecstasy. It can be taken together with alcohol and can also be dissolved in water and various beverages. Fast-acting, 45 to 100 times more potent than ordinary Valium. Chen Chen nodded. With the aid of medication, this possibility was greatly increased. Any thoughts? Shi Xiaozhu looked at Chen Chen's appearance and turned her head to ask. Planned, targeted murder. The motives are nothing but money, love and revenge. I'm afraid you don't go to such lengths when you say for money, or for love. The motive is more likely to be a vendetta. Chen Chen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu, but as I recall, the people at the facility had already canvassed the dead man's enemies and found nothing. They looked in the remaining 2 directions as well, and there were no leads. Kishiretsu shook his head. No, that's because they didn't notice. There's no point in going to the site. They're in a different open location and a long time has passed, so I'm afraid there's not much point in going there again. Shen Shen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu. So where are we going? Kishozu was a bit surprised. I'll go look at the body. There are a few questions that need to be verified. Chen Shen had Qi Xiaozhu head towards the police station where the autopsy had taken place. At that time, these several bodies because they all belonged to a district, so the bodies were sent to an institute for autopsy, coupled with the family of 4 all killed. There is no other relatives to come over to claim the body. That's where the body has been stored. Captain Key? Shenanigans! What brings you here? Is it about the extermination? As soon as the director heard that Chen Shen and Qi Xiaozhu had arrived, he hurriedly welcomed them out. Qi Xiaozhu was quite a bit uncomfortable now after her identity had changed, and her body stiffened as she went up to greet the director. I'll leave it to you. I'll go check on the body. Chen Shen spoke to Qi Xiaozhu and walked towards the morgue. The bodies of the 4 men were laid out on the dais. Chen Shen came over because the autopsy photos provided no visual information. Boss, all 4 victims have dark purple strangulation marks on their necks, which is indeed man-made mechanical asphyxiation. The texture is very soft. 9 times out of 10 it's a rope of some kind. Several of the victims had no signs of struggle on their hands or fingernails and should have been unconscious when strangled. Yeah, triazolam can knock people out, but it takes some time. How can we get the dead to fall into a coma as quickly as possible? The answer should be found at. Chen Shen looked along the neck of the corpse, and sure enough, among the strangulation marks, he found a tiny red spot. Injection, and it's a carotid injection. Direct injection while unguarded can indeed render a person unconscious for a short period of time. Yeah, and after the injection, there's a strangulation mark to disguise that injection site. Even the coroner didn't find it during the autopsy. Boss, look at this strangulation mark. The color of the 4 victims is bruised and swollen. The strangulation mark is wide, but it doesn't hurt the throat bone, and the eyeballs don't even protrude. It appears that the murderer's force was very small, and that neither the collarbone nor the organs were greatly injured. Under the circumstances, the murderer must have done his best. It's likely that the killer was a woman, or perhaps in poor health, had a disease or something like that. Chen Chen analyzed. Chen, how's it going? What's the catch? At that moment, Kisho Chu, who had managed to deal with the director, came over. Check it out. The bodies are here. Chen Shen pointed at a few corpses. Without saying anything, Kishozu also squatted down by the corpse and looked at it. She was now the chief of criminal investigation, so naturally she couldn't rely on Chen Shen for everything. There seems to be something wrong with the strangulation marks on the body. The force wasn't too great. It was time used to cause the victim to suffocate to death. Kishengzu recalled the strangled corpses he had seen before, and soon found a suspicion as well. It's not quite right. The ecstasy was found among the autopsy. The deceased should have been in a state of complete unconsciousness at that time. The murderer is not like this. The murderer should have physical problems, Kishozu guessed. Coupled with the hatred for the deceased, I suspect that the deceased was male and would have been between the ages of 25 and 40. The body may have suffered from some kind of disease and was known to the family of the deceased and had a deeper relationship, a certain level of literacy and counter-surveillance awareness. Kishiretsu slowly spelled out his analysis. It had to be said that following Chen Shan before did learn a lot. There's basically nothing wrong with it. But as for the gender of the killer, I'm leaning more toward female in terms of modus operandi. Chen Shan thought for a moment and spoke to Qi Xiaozhu. Chapter 157, Case Closed. New Beginning. Female? Kishozu was a bit surprised. Several forensic scientists were also surprised. 4 murders in one day, all by strangulation. Very brutal and quick. The killer was so vicious. It's hard to imagine a woman doing it. Even with that conclusion, the killer wasn't very strong. But that doesn't directly pinpoint the killer as a woman, does it? The murderer not only familiarized himself with the victim's environment in advance before the killing, but also prepared ecstasy. The purpose is to make sure that nothing goes wrong. It is not the process of the killing that I am considering, but the manner in which it was done. In short, why did the murderer resort to injections to render the deceased unconscious? Among many cases, it is more common to use ether, which, dipped in a towel, can quickly render a person unconscious. In comparison, the intoxicants used by the murderer are not as effective as ether. Why would you choose such weak ecstasy? Chen Shan asked to a few people. The crowd was also in deep thought. It is naturally most convenient to use highly effective ecstasy, while with weak ecstasy, injections are still required. Either that, or the killer himself had this ecstasy that would prevent the police from tracing the source. Either that, or the murderer has used it before and found it inappropriate? Kishozu said speculatively. The psychedelic drugs used by the killer, while common, are not used too often in crime, and the killer must have been well informed since he made this choice. I'm not quite sure what the difference is, though. Kishiretsu shook his head. Ether is used for medical anesthesia, which is less toxic and very common. The ecstasy used by the killer, on the other hand, is rarely used in medicine and possesses a certain degree of toxicity with some complications. Direct injection can cause respiratory paralysis, ventricular fibrillation, and other adverse effects. Chen prompted. Breath paralysis? I see. If that's the case, combined with strangulation, the success rate of the kill is greatly increased. Qi Xiaozhu caught the point of what Chen said. Nice. The fact that the deceased did not choose to cover his mouth and nose with ether, or to be strangled outright, is because the murderer was afraid that there would be an accident in the course of the killing. It was also the property of ecstasy to paralyze breathing that allowed the killer to target the drug. Fine-minded, timid, and completely unconcerned about powering up even when confronted with a girl. So I think it's highly likely that the killer is the murderer. Chen explained to Qi Xiaozhu. So it is. Qi Xiaozhu thought along Chen lines and could indeed correspond. And the time and place of the crime. What do you think? Is the killer from out of town or local? Chen continued to ask Qi Xiaozhu. I think it's a local, isn't it? Kishozu froze, a question she hadn't thought about. On the day the 4 victims were killed, the trajectory of activity was the same as usual. You're ignoring the first victim, Chen reminded. The first dead man? You mean the one that died inside the Netflix? The location where he was at that time is situated next to the reservoir. Very remote, but if it was an outsider who stepped on the spot a few days in advance, he could have found that spot, right? Kishengzu thought about it, but still felt a little uncertain. No, there's more to that place than just being out of the way. Rather, it's a pretty perfect spot. That area is a reservoir, but it's not exactly suburbia, and there's a lot of rehousing around it, and some bungalows and stuff. I'm afraid an out-of-towner would have a hard time finding this great place. What's more, having an internet taxi driver drop someone off here at nighttime is perhaps only possible for someone local and known to the deceased. Chen said, someone can be put on the line immediately to investigate along those lines. Beyond that, there's the more important question of where the killer got his ecstasy. Chen asked Qi Xiaozhu. This drug is a controlled substance no matter what, but it is available, but very little in terms of quantity. But in terms of the amount, the killer killed 4 people. The number is definitely not small. Kishochu analyzed. You're overlooking a problem. The ingredients of any ecstasy bought in the regular way are likely to be found, but there are places other than hospitals where they can be bought. Places like chemical plants, schools, etc. Also, there can be a bit of flexibility in terms of approach. Not everything is necessarily bought, or it could have been stolen, or manufactured itself. Chen said to Qi Xiaozhu, So it is. Listening to the last 4 words Chen Chen said, Shi Xiaozhu came to a realization. It does seem like you are missing ideas quite a bit. I'll have someone conduct a lineup right now, but that takes more time too. Shi Xiaozhu spoke to Chen Chen. Maybe not. I thought of someone. Maybe is the killer. Chen Chen shook his head. Ha, who? Kishozu was a bit surprised. He had been lined up before in the middle of the dossier, but he was ruled out as a suspect. Combined with a few current traits, it would be possible to retarget her. Before that, although she had an alibi, the neighborhood security guard at the time had seen her enter the neighborhood and had talked to her. The reason she was ruled out as a suspect at the time was because the distance between the 2 crime sites was able to rule it out. She was simply too late. Chen Chen said slowly. So why are you saying there's something wrong with her now? Being able to rule out her alibi? Kishozu was a bit puzzled. No, it's possible that there are 2 killers, or maybe there's another way to get there. Chen Chen shook his head. Who the hell is she? Kishiretsu was confused. Wang Xia, 35 years old, is from the same hometown as the deceased. Her husband, the brother of the first victim, died of disease 6 months ago. Wang Xia's hatred with the deceased's family came from her husband's illness. When the deceased's family demolished their house and got a large sum of demolition money, and this demolished house, in fact, originally belonged to Wang Xia's husband. It's been appropriated by Big Brother, and all the money for the demolished house is gone. The deceased's family also came to live in the city because of this demolition money, but Wang Xia's husband got sick half a year ago and needed medical treatment. Wang Xia once came to the deceased's home to ask for money, but the deceased's family got the demolition money not long after the squandering, so there's no money at all. Chen Chen retrieved the part about Wang Xia's investigation from inside the dossier. According to you, this Wang Xia has a great motive for committing the crime? Kishiretsu asked. Right, at least from the people who knew the deceased's family that we've visited and investigated so far. Wang Xia is the most likely. I want to talk to this Wang Xia again. Maybe I can know something. Let's go. I remember Wang Xia's address on the dossier. Chen Chen nodded. Chen Chen and Shi Xiaozhu both followed Wang Xia's address to her home, only to find no one home. No, this smell. Chen Chen picked up a wire from the ground and pried at the door lock. Chen Chen, why don't you go back and apply for a search warrant? I'm afraid you're going to have trouble just prying your way right in. Kishozu was a little worried. If there are places in there that can be identified as the murderers, as well as evidence that the murderer committed the crime, there's no problem, right? Chen Chen said while already prying the door open. A gesture of invitation was made to Kishozu. Kishozu hesitated for a moment, but walked in. Just as I entered, I saw a number of chemical devices inside the house. This is. Shi Xiaozhu turned her head to look at Chen Chen in shock. This should be the place to refine the psychedelic. Call someone. It's basically certain that the murderer is Wang Xia. Chen Chen nodded. Kishengzu hurriedly took out her cell phone to make a call. Just said it but froze. What's wrong? Chen Chen asked. Wang Xia turned herself in and is now at the station. Kishozu said. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Wang Xia sat in the middle of the interrogation room and had fully admitted her crime. Actually, even if she doesn't confess, those traces found in her house are perfectly capable of proving that she is the murderer. Why did you turn yourself in? Why didn't you say anything when the police were questioning you at the time? Kishozu was a little puzzled. Although they had found evidence of Wang Xia herself was unaware of it. I've been plotting revenge for the past 6 months. For that reason I spent a lot of time tracking them, figuring out the family's movement patterns, and taught myself how to develop ecstasy. I finally killed them. I thought I was going to be very unimpressed and very happy, but I wasn't. Instead, the last few days have been very empty, and I haven't even slept for several nights. They blame me, and my husband surprisingly blames me. I thought about it and decided to turn myself in. Wang Xia spoke slowly, telling the story of his crime and preparations. It was exactly the same as what Chen Chen had reasoned before. That's really counting for luck. I didn't expect my first case since I became captain to be solved so smoothly. It's kind of a good start. Kishozu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After experiencing such a case, Shi Xiaozhu understood why the captain at that time they were so harsh and had so much pressure on them. Then it's settled from now on, and I'll continue to look for you when I have a case in the future. Kishiretsu spoke. This time during the process of solving the case, she could also detect that Chen Chen did not directly tell her the answer a lot of the time, but rather guided her to think about it. This would naturally be quite a big improvement and enhancement for Kishengzu. I would consider signing a long-term partnership agreement. For the money, I'm a private investigator willing to serve. Chen Chen smiled.